On the day of your father-in-law's funeral, your sister-in-law dragged you into her boudoir. Watching the approaching big white rabbit, you were about to dodge when, in the next moment, she pinned you against the wall with one hand. Instantly flustered, you stammered, "This isn't appropriate, your husband is right next door. Why mention him?" This dual cultivation technique is only suited for a brother-in-law with a special physique like yours. Hearing the words special physique, a trace of helplessness flashed in your eyes. 6 years ago, after your parents passed away, you joined the Dongxian sect to seek revenge, only to be identified as a pure yang wastebody and relegated to menial labor. Your family home was usurped, and everyone wanted you dead to legitimize their takeover of the Lu family. The only reason you were allowed to live was because your fiancée was the eldest daughter of the Su family. But that fragile balance shattered with the death of Su's patriarch. Now, the Su family's reputation rests solely on your fiancé and sister-in-law, which is why Su Qingyu urgently needs to break through her cultivation via dual cultivation to protect the Su family. Sister-in-law, with your unparalleled talent, you can advance quickly without dual cultivation. I still need to rely on the Su family's support. Su Qingyu's eyes filled with disdain as she replied, "You'll agree to it eventually." With that, she turned and left. Before you could even sigh, your fiancé, Su Hongwan, called out from behind, "Xinzhou, do you have a moment?" Turning around, you vaguely guessed her intent. "Hongwan, we grew up together. Just say what's on your mind." Su Hongwan bit her lip lightly. "Xinzhou, the Su family is in turmoil now and can't afford to make more enemies. Let's call off our engagement." Your smile remained unchanged. "All right. Thank you for protecting me all these years." Su Hongwan hesitated, then sighed softly. "The Lu family sent people, but I managed to hold them off for now. Stay here peacefully for a couple of days, then return to the Dongxian sect with Qingyu." "No need for the trouble," you forced a final smile. "I'll head back to the Dongxian sect right away." Before Su Hongwan could offer more comfort, she was called away by her family. Just then, the distant shouts of Lu family servants reached your ears. "Lu Qinzhou, you little bastard, where have you run off to? Now that the Su family's eldest daughter has broken off the engagement, who's left to protect you?" A glint of killing intent flashed in your eyes as you prepared to leave, only to find Su Qingyu watching you with a sly gaze. "Handsome brother-in-law, if you agree to dual cultivation with me, I'll protect you. How about it?" Seeing your hesitation, she suddenly leaned close to your ear. "You're not afraid of death, why fear anything else?" After a moment of thought, you asked, "Can this waste body really help you advance your cultivation?" "Absolutely. It has to be you." Su Qingyu's voice dripped with temptation. Rubbing your nose, you chuckled bitterly. "Fine. Find a place, then. Consider it recycling waste." Later, Su Qingyu led you to a secluded, empty chamber. The moment the door closed, you warily scanned the room. "Sister-in-law, won't your husband find us here?" "Ugh, why bring him up?" Su Qingyu pushed you onto the bed. "Brother-in-law, focus on dual cultivation with me." "Don't mention that unlucky name." Resigned, you began removing your clothes. "Let us get this over with." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, no movement, no sound from Su Qingyu. Opening your eyes, you found her tilting her head, her gaze brimming with mischief. Mortified, you blurted, "You're messing with me?" Su Qingyu smirked. "You misunderstood, Xinzhou. Dual cultivation doesn't always require undressing, nor is it always about yin-yang absorption." Your ears burned red. "Then what is it?" "I'll teach you a technique. Once you grasp it, you'll understand." With that, she pressed a jade-like finger to your forehead. The next moment, a flood of information rushed into your mind, and you quickly learned a technique called the yin-yang epiphany art. "Isn't this just a dual cultivation technique?" you blurted out instinctively. "Exactly," Su Qingyu explained. "However, this technique not only allows one to absorb yang to nourish yin but also to absorb yin to nourish yang. It can even enhance both practitioners' comprehension and cultivation speed. While it doesn't require full intimacy, it does necessitate physical contact, leaving both vulnerable during the process. Considering all these factors, I ultimately chose you." Upon understanding, your gaze immediately turned bold. "In that case, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you?" Su Qingyu's expression turned alluring. "Brother Qinzhou, you're no outsider. What's wrong with letting you have a little advantage?" Hearing this, your throat tightened, and you took a deep breath. "Stop joking around. Let us start cultivating." The next moment, the two of you embraced, and under Su Qingyu's guidance, you began circulating the technique. As the technique flowed, you could clearly feel a stream of pure yin energy from Su Qingyu's body entering yours, while your primordial yang energy flowed into hers. With this exchange of yin and yang, Su Qingyu entered a state of epiphany, a faint immortal glow emanating from her body. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in your mind, "You finally awakened me." Startled, you asked, "Who are you?" "I am Yushui Zhao, princess of the Heavenly Fox clan from Qingyao Mountain. For years, I've been residing in your dantian, using your pure yang energy to heal my wounds." Hearing this, your expression darkened, as if you'd finally understood why your pure yang body had been unable to cultivate. Yu Shuizhao continued, I am but a remnant soul, and it was only today, with the convergence of yin and yang energies, that I was able to revive. Don't be angry just yet, I'll offer you compensation that will surely satisfy you. Frowning deeply, you thought to yourself, after 6 years of enduring humiliation, how could mere compensation make up for it? Just as you were about to speak again, Su Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered as she awoke from her epiphany. She released your intertwined hands and sat on the edge of the bed, straightening her robes. Every time we cultivate, we'll need to be in such close contact. Brother Qinzhou, do you think I'm shameless? Not daring to offend your current benefactor, you quickly replied, helping you is an honor for this waste like me. How could I ever think that way? Who would have thought that after hearing this, Su Qingyu suddenly lifted your chin with her finger and said with a smile, then, Brother Qinzhou, would you like to truly duel cultivate with Qingyu? Her words once again made your face flush red. What man could resist such temptation? Yet before you could answer, Su Qingyu let out a silvery, coquettish laugh, but not now, Brother Qinzhou. Your cultivation is too weak. If we were to truly duel cultivate, you'd perish instantly. Besides, I still have to deal with that unlucky fiancé of mine first. Hearing this, you felt somewhat embarrassed. You didn't even qualify for dual cultivation. Su Qingyu withdrew her finger and continued, but Qingyu's primordial yin will be reserved for Brother Qinzhou, so you must work hard, okay? Her words made your eyelids twitch. This woman was just too good at this. Su Qingyu stood up, her back turned to you, exuding an aura of domineering control, but if, before that, Brother Qinzhou develops any improper thoughts, then I won't want you anymore. You inwardly groaned, but the impulse in your heart was reignited. Just you wait. Then, Su Qingyu pushed open the door and walked ahead. Brother Qinzhou, come, I'll take you back to the Eastern Profound Sect. As if suddenly remembering something, she turned back and planted a light kiss on your cheek. Oh, and keep our relationship a secret, alright? If anyone finds out, that unlucky fiancé of mine will kill you. Before Lu Qinzhou could react, she let out another silvery laugh and walked ahead, leaving behind a faint, lingering warmth and fragrance. Lu Qinzhou's heart pounded as he followed Su Qingyu back to the Eastern Profound Sect. Even if the grass leaves gently rattling, can also make the snake notice. And then Lu Shenzhou in this narrow cave can perform the snake walking method, like a loach, extremely flexible and difficult to find. Small success. Lu Shenzhou looked at the pure yang qi that still had 20 strands left. It's time to raise the tiger gate. Tiger from the wind, and for the force. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind, and force breaks the wind. This tiger gate was a record of a method on how to mobilize the qi, blood, and bones in the body, so that the whole body was integrated and condensed in one point. 10 strands of yin and yang qi went down, and Lu Shenzhou's tiger gate was initiated. Crackling. The tiger and leopard thunder sound was also like, his body shook and trembled, the bones and qi and blood in his body cooperated, it was a crackling sound. And then he operated the snake walking law, his body speed actually doubled from the original. Boom! Casually a fist blasted out, is more than 2,500 pounds of force, with the blood and bones, like a thunderstorm, the sound momentum Miha Lingran. Lu Shenzhou had 10 strands of pure yang qi left in his body at the moment, and only the panther speed was left in this tiger, leopard, dragon and serpent fist yet to be initiated. The dragon and snake minor accomplishment brought some burden to the body, the tiger power initiation brought some burden to the body again. If the leopard speed was also initiated, right now this physical body of his would not necessarily be able to withstand it. First accumulate some pure yang qi and raise a few levels of cultivation. Right now with the tiger, dragon, and snake triforce in place, Lu Shenzhou already felt that at this moment he was stronger than ever. It's time to set off. He wasn't going to go back to the Tang Hung Fu. These three were old and had lost their enterprising spirit, and only wanted to collect some spirit medicines to earn money to retire for themselves. Instead, his goal was the third circle layer of the mysterious realm, plotting for the supreme inheritance. If not, how could he catch up with this niece Su Qingyu? Lu Shenzhou realized that before Hua Miaoyi left, she actually took away the blood-stained clothes and left him a brand new set of clothes. Putting on his clothes, Lu Shenzhou walked out of the cave and headed towards the second circle layer on the map. Kill the demon, first accumulate some pure yang qi. But he didn't take more than a few steps before realizing that he had to change his mind. It seems that before killing demons, we still need to kill people first. He raised his head and looked. In front of him, on the left and right sides, hundreds of outer disciples' figures actually emerged. And among them, Xiao Blohong led the way. At the moment, hundreds of people were behind him, making him full of confidence. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of Xian realm cultivators marched forward in unison, causing the ground to tremble slightly and countless tiny rubbles to vibrate loudly. Like a tidal wave, layer after layer surrounded Lu Shenzhou in it. The sense of oppression and suffocation was extremely strong. Xiao Blohong's face was a cruel smile. Lu Shenzhou, you finally showed up. So many of us have been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Shenzhou's gaze swept the entire room with a glance. There was not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, he revealed a wildness of longing, his voice joyfully snapping. One night's time, Xiao Blohong, where did you pull so many people from? Ha! Xiao Bluohan laughed coldly. Within so many fellow disciples, there is no lack of the Holy Maiden suitors. You killed the Holy Maiden's own brother. They voluntarily came to avenge Zhao Xiao. Secondly, there are the people from my Acacia Alliance. Lastly, there are the followers of those powerful and noble heavenly prides. Lu Shenzhou, you are just too dangerous and too promising. That is, you made the great figures in the top 100 of the outer sect feel that you could threaten their rankings. I just revealed your battle performance and these powerful heavenly prides sent their followers over to kill you. A full 400 of them, Lu Shenzhou, feel honored. So many people gathered here just to kill you alone. There is no chance of you surviving. Lu Shenzhou just clenched both hands into fists and grinned. Who will survive will be known only after the move. As his voice fell, a dragon's roar exploded and golden light erupted brightly. Kill. Chapter 26, Killing the Bold, Top 20 of the Outer Sect? This fist blasted out. Many people were instantly appalled in their hearts, their faces showing fear. What grade of fist is this? Ah! The 10 or so people who were the first to rush up, after letting out a miserable scream, they instantly died under Lu Shenzhou's punch. Kill. And then more people lunged forward and rushed up to blast Lu Shenzhou. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar exploding continued, yet however, the roar of the dragon's roar grew stronger and stronger. Until Lu Shenzhou's sixth punch blasted out, he had actually killed 200 people. The bloody gas at the scene rushed to the sky, and the ground was full of broken limbs and bodies, just like an inferno on earth. The remaining 200 people alive had gloomy and ugly faces, their bodies could not help but tremble. Xiao Bluohong's eyes were filled with disbelief, his voice trembled. How is this possible? Just one day has passed, and his strength has unexpectedly become much stronger. Again. 6 punches, blasting to death 200 cultivators of the same realm. Looking at the entire outer sect of the Dongxian sect, only those great figures in the top 10 of the outer sect would be able to do it. Wisps after wisps of pure yang qi entered Lu Shenzhou's body and turned into his cultivation sustenance. Xiao Bluohong hissed loudly with a trembling voice, "Senior brothers. This Lu Shenzhou is a devil, we are all favored by the great man. If we let this Fang go here, he will threaten those great people who have favored us. Even if we put our lives on the line, we will kill him here, regardless of all means." In an instant, the remaining 200 people activated their gong methods, or blew up their own magic weapons, or threw poisons at Lu Shenzhou just to blast him to death. When Lu Shenzhou saw this, a cruel smile appeared on his face as his figure left his spot like a ghost and rushed into the crowd. Every move that attacked towards him could not be hidden from his sharp and amazing perception, and with his ghostly stance, he easily avoided them. And then, seventh fist. Roar. Thunder like dragon roars rang out. Golden light erupted, and a candle dragon silhouette emerged from the crowd. This was the true hegemony dragon fist. The moment the candle dragon shadow emerged, countless people were shocked. This dragon shadow? This is a fist technique? Or a divine ability? Who is it? Just as the crowd at the scene was puzzled and terrified, Lu Shenzhou's punch had already been violently blasted out. This was the first time he had ever thrown a complete seventh punch. Ah! A mournful scream rang out as the majestic pure yang qi was absorbed by Lu Shenzhou. After the golden light and dragon shadow dispersed. In the entire scene, there were only 100 people left. This seventh fist, superimposed with 7 times the power of the fist, actually killed 100 people of the same realm with a single punch. This kills like a demon. Ah! Xiao Bluohong's face instantly paled like paper. This Lu Shenzhou's battle power can definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. Escape! Must escape back and report this news to those big shots. Lu Shenzhou's ruthlessness and terror directly scared Xiao Bluohong's guts, trembling all over. While everyone was still in shock and fear and had not come back to their senses, he immediately spread his legs and ran towards the back. Lu Shenzhou, you devil, killed so many fellow disciples, go to hell. Some of their faces were pale and fearful, their mouths were still filled with resentful hissing sounds. Originally thought that 400 outer disciples were present, enough to easily abuse this Lu Shenzhou, who would have expected that in the twinkling of an eye, 300 people were blasted to death by Lu Shenzhou. After throwing 7 punches in one breath, Lu Shenzhou was sound and absorbed a lot of pure yang qi in his body. But after all, his gongfu was not yet fully initiated and his strength was weak, his fleshly body could not carry this much consumption. His aura immediately weakened by a hair. This Lu Shenzhou has become weaker, he definitely can't perform that secret technique just now, take advantage of this effort to kill him. Hurry! Hearing these words, Lu Shenzhou's expression turned slightly cold and he directly laughed out loud. It's good that you guys aren't fleeing, all of you stay. With 7 punches in a row, Lu Shenzhou indeed only had not much spiritual energy left in his body. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but the upper limit of power at the second Xuanwu layer was just like that. The matter of raising his cultivation could not be delayed. Lu Shenzhou could not immediately perform the Dragon Fist at the moment, but he still had a grand completion Ling Mountain Fist in his body, which together with the snake walking method and tiger power, was enough to cope with the problem at hand. Lu Shenzhou's voice fell, and his figure once again traveled like a ghost amongst the only 100 people left. Buzz! The sound of a majestic sharp wind sounded. Bang! Every time Lu Shenzhou swung a punch in the crowd, one person's head exploded and fell into his hands. These outer disciples, although they were also in the Xuanwu realm, their strength was generalized, and even if they had learned Xian rank techniques, they were still at the introductory or small success level, and in terms of techniques, they were far inferior to Lu Shenzhou. Crackling, as if the sound of beans popping and frying rang out, one after another person died in Lu Shenzhou's hands, without the ability to fight. Ah! Devil, he's a devil. Some people were directly scared out of their wits by Lu Shenzhou and began to retreat and escape after letting out mournful screams. Escape! Split up and escape! Some people were as pale as paper, finally realizing that Lu Shenzhou was not an enemy they could kill. The remaining 60 to 70 people who were still alive began to escape in different directions. However, Lu Shenzhou's speed was extremely fast, just like a poisonous snake with ants following behind them. What kind of freak is this? With such a strong battle power, even his stance is so fast. Some people's eyes were desperate, as if they had fallen into an icy hole. Their bodies were freezing. Ah! Lu Shenzhou, you shall not die. Lu Shenzhou, spare my life, I have no grudge against you, spare my life, ah! Lu Shenzhou gasped and laughed, no grievance, no enmity, and you still want to come and kill me? Lu Shenzhou, you won't be able to rampage for long, freaks like you, there are at least 20 of us in the outer sect. You're not as strong as you think, once you run into the top 20 freaks of the outer sect, you'll die in their hands. Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, my current battle strength can already enter the top 20 of the outer sect? Those powerful sons and daughters who came from large families and had occupied the higher echelons of the Dongxian sect for thousands of years, Lu Shenzhou naturally wouldn't belittle and underestimate them. But like his battle power, Dongxian sect's outer gate actually had 20 more, which was surprising. It also made Lu Shenzhou's inner battle spirit boil. A smile appeared on his face, I can enter the top 20 of the outer gate at the second Xuanwu layer, what if my cultivation improves? Lu Shenzhou knew one thing, many of the top powerful sons and daughters could have broken through to the Earth Realm Grandmaster early on, but in order to plot for the supreme inheritance, they intentionally suppressed their cultivation to the Xian realm instead of promoting. Looking at the 40 or so people who fled out in all directions, Lu Shenzhou had no interest in chasing after them. Recover your spiritual energy, it's time to raise your cultivation. Right now, his cultivation level was too low, instead it became a shackle to his battle power utilization. Chapter 27, Xuanwu 4th Layer, Demonic Beast Rampage. Lu Shenzhou left the battlefield and came to a deserted place to sit on his knees and began to swallow pills to recover his spiritual energy. It was necessary to adjust one's state to the best in order to raise one's cultivation, so as not to leave any hidden dangers or dark diseases. This time, another 450 strands of pure yang qi were harvested. Half a day later, Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath and urged the pure yang qi to start raising his cultivation level. The majestic pure yang qi began to disappear into the dantian. Lu Shenzhou's aura rose steeply. Then his cultivation began to break through. The peak of the second level of Xuanwu. Third level of Xuanwu. Xuanwu 4th level. In just a few breaths, Lu Shenzhou's cultivation broke through to the 4th level of mortal martial. And at this moment, he still only had tens of strands of pure yang qi left, not enough for him to break through another layer of cultivation. 400 strands of pure yang qi before breaking through to the 4th level of the mortal martial. But Lu Shenzhou could feel that the current him was at least half as strong as the Xuanwu 2nd layer. The spiritual qi that the dantian could hold was twice as much. Don't waste these dozens of strands of pure yang qi either. Now that I'm at the 4th Xuanwu layer, it should be able to support me in cultivating all of the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fists to the minor achievement realm, right? In today's battle, Lu Shenzhou decimated 300 outer disciples of the same realm with his dragon fist, living up to the words of the book Depository Pavilion Elder, who said that the cultivation of the Xian realm with a Changchang realm was invincible at the same level. The Gong method has completely become small, I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring me. Lu Shenzhou had a premonition at this moment that thoroughly cultivating into the tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fist would bring about a change. He licked his lips, closed his eyes, and began to catalyze the yin yang qi. Give me an epiphany. Outer Sect Secret Realm Core Area. Crescent Moon Valley. This place was densely packed with tombstones, tombs, and caves. At the valley, there stood many experts from the top 20 rankings of the Outer Sect. Each of the 20 people occupied a position and confronted someone, and behind them was a number of followers. They were all here for the supreme inheritance. However, none of them were willing to let anyone enter the canyon first, and so they stood against each other like this, waiting for a chance to break the situation. At this time, Xiao Blohong's face turned pale and he fled here in fear. That Lu Shenzhou's strength has skyrocketed, and he has mastered a terrifying technique that blasts out with a dragon's golden light, killing hundreds of people with a single punch. According to my visual estimation, this person has the battle power of the top 20 of the Outer Sect. If he is indulged, I am afraid that it will affect your grand plans. As the voice fell, the scene fell silent, and everyone stared at Xiao Blohong in death. Xiao Blohong immediately kneeled down and said word for word. What I said is true. Just now I brought 400 people, was killed by this Lu Shenzhou, only 40 or 50 people left to escape. If you give him to grow down, the consequences are unimaginable. Ha! There was a woman's light voice sounded. Dragon's breath golden light? It sounds like the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist. That Lu Shenzhou came here, could it be that he also wants to plot for the Dragonfather's inheritance and snatch it from you, Qin Shinxing? Qin Shinxing's gaze was cold and cold, like substance, making people feel their skin prickle. That old thing in the book depository actually passed this technique on to someone else. Heh, it's a surprise for me. The Dongxian sect had existed for thousands of years, and what powerful ancestors were passed down within this outer sect secret had long been mapped out clearly by the great powers. Even the characteristics of the moves were familiarizing. Interesting, besides Yu Qin Shinxing, there is actually someone else who has cultivated the Dragon Fist, so let's try to see how it turns out. A youth pulled out a whistle from his pocket and blew it outwards, a heavenly sound resounding. But outside, the powerful demonic beasts in the second circle layer went berserk in unison. If you can't even break through the second circle layer, you'll be buried in the demon belly, and you're not qualified to stand with us outside of Lunar Valley. Xiao Blowhong's eyes were shocked. 10,000 beasts whistle. Immediately he sighed in relief. This whistle, make the demonic beasts go berserk. The strength of the demonic beasts is already horrible. This Lu Shenzhou, even if the strength is powerful again, so many demonic beasts consume also can put Lu Shenzhou alive. This life can be saved. On the other side, Lu Shenzhou had completely comprehended the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist. He opened his eyes shining brightly, so that's how it is. After this tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist was introduced, one could integrate these four disciplines and catalyze one's strength, stances, speed, and stance to the extreme. However, when it was performed, the consumption was not low and the burden on the physical body was relatively heavy. Lu Shenzhou felt that it was reasonable that the gong methods were powerful, that there were certain required conditions. If I want to cast my gongfu without restriction and utilize my battle power without any shackles, I still have to raise my cultivation level. He had a feeling that if his cultivation was raised to the 6th Xuanwu layer, he would be able to utilize the powerful battle power brought about by his gongfu without hindrance and normally. Most people were worried that the gong methods were not strong enough. Lu Shenzhou was that the gong methods were too strong and his own cultivation could not keep up with them to properly utilize his battle power. After traveling to the second circle layer to kill some demons, it's time to go to the third circle layer and take the Dragonfather inheritance. He was full of anticipation for the Dragon Zun inheritance at the moment. This Dragon Zun inheritance's predecessor technique was so powerful, then wouldn't the Dragon Zun inheritance be even more terrifying? Just thinking about it was cause for anticipation. Lu Shenzhou slowly got up and headed towards the second circle layer. As soon as he approached the second circle, Lu Shenzhou saw many demonic beasts in a frenzy, pouncing on anything around them. A 3-foot-tall blood-horned bull red sensed Lu Shenzhou's presence, stared at him with red eyes, roared, and pounced towards him. Lu Shenzhou had a creepy and chilling feeling when he was stared at by this blood-horned red bull. Lu Shenzhou could tell at a glance that this blood-horned red bull was powerful and not an idle person. I'm afraid that ordinary outer disciples were no match for this beast. Tang Heng's horizontal training couldn't even carry a single hit from this bull demon. The blood-horned red bull attacked as a scarlet residual shadow. Lu Shenzhou's perception was extremely sharp. He immediately activated his stance and dodged this lunge, then blasted out with a dragon fist. Rumble. This fist blasted out. It was the sound of a tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake that resounded at the same time, both tiger and leopard thunderous sounds and dragon and snake hissing. Bang. Lu Shenzhou's punch directly exceeded 4,000 kilograms of force. Hitting the air exploded, making crackling and popping sounds. Moo. This blood-horned red bull let out an agonizing cry of woe. Its huge demonic body bones collapsed out of a hideous fist mark, and then collapsed to the ground with a bang, its vitality rapidly disappearing. Lu Shenzhou, however, was keenly aware that this blood-horned red bull actually showed a color of relief in its eyes. Could it be that someone intentionally put the demonic beast in the middle of a berserk state? How ruthless! The next moment, there were several more huge demonic beasts in the forest that rushed out and attacked and killed Lu Shenzhou. Not only that, there were dozens of demonic beasts in the nearby surroundings that were running towards here. Lu Shenzhou's eyes jumped. Am I stabbing a nest of demonic beasts or what, planning to consume me alive? Even if he had mastered the Dragon Fist, if Fang's cultivation hadn't risen and his technique hadn't had a complete epiphany, I'm afraid that after hitting a set of Dragon Fist's 7 punches, he would have been consumed by a steady stream of demonic beasts coming after him. But now, these powerful demonic beasts will all be reduced to his cultivation rations. A sleepy head comes with a pillow. Lu Shenzhou laughed, his fist swung out, and a dragon's roar exploded. Chapter 28, Killing Xiao Blowhong, stepping on the 9th step of the heavenly ladder. After the demonic beasts went berserk, the entire secret realm wailed. Many people were buried in the demon's belly, while others took out their tokens with palpitations to check their list points. Hey, the money wasn't earned, and the life was almost taken in. On the ranking of the list, many people's names had been reduced to gray, representing death. And only those who had to be in the top 10 of the list were qualified to worship and advance to the inner sect after leaving the secret realm, becoming a true successor candidate. But let alone the top 10, even the top 20 passed over were those people. Lu Shenzhou, 9th place? Who is this person? In the secret realm, there were only two ways to obtain points. The first was to obtain a legacy, and the second was to kill demons. In front of Lunar Valley, a heavenly ladder emerged. Hundreds of people were lying on the ground wailing continuously. These were people who wanted to obtain the inheritance and failed to challenge the heavenly ladder. Xiao Blohong knew that his qualifications were average and he had no chance of getting the supreme inheritance. He listened to the roars of the demonic beasts that resounded in all directions and squinted his eyes and thought. This demonic beast went berserk. Lu Shenzhou should have died in the hands of the demonic beast, right? He was bored and picked up the token to check the points ranking, then his eyes froze. Lu Shenzhou, 9th place? How is this possible? This demonic beast went berserk and couldn't even kill him, yet he still made it to 9th place. Could it be that there are two people with the same name? And at this moment, Lu Shenzhou killed an unknown number of demonic beasts and slowly arrived in front of the Moon Valley. Xiao Blohong saw Lu Shenzhou at a glance and stood up in shock. Lu Shenzhou, you actually didn't die. Actually? Lu Shenzhou's eyes were cold and stern. It seems that blocking me from coming to Moon Valley and making the demonic beasts go crazy has something to do with you. Xiao Blohong glanced at the many big names beside him, feeling full of security, understanding that Lu Shenzhou wouldn't dare to take him. In this place, there were many people who were more powerful than Lu Shenzhou. Xiao Blohong's chin lifted and smiled. So what if they are? So what? New grudge plus old grudge, send you to your death before you seek the supreme inheritance. Lu Shenzhou walked slowly towards Xiao Blohong. And then, a fist blasted out. Roar! Tiger and leopard thunderous sounds and dragon and snake hisses rang out in unison, causing hundreds of people at the scene to shake. A huge fist deity emerged and pounced towards Xiao Blohong. You're Lu Shenzhou, the one who learned the dragon fist? Let me see how much of a gap there is between you and Qin Xinxing. A noble temperament, luxuriously dressed male appeared, raising his hand and blasting out a palm to block sinking boat's fist dipper. Bang! As soon as he made contact with the fist dipper, his face changed drastically and a look of dismay flashed across his eyes. How can it be so powerful? The gigantic fist seemed to carry the power of crushing mountains and rivers, destroying and obliterating his great palm of spiritual energy, and then pressed towards him. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, and this eunuch couldn't even send out a miserable scream as his figure flew out backwards, smashing on the ground and fainting, just like a dead dog that could be seen everywhere on the roadside. Hundreds of people at the scene revealed horrified looks. With a single punch, the 30th ranked expert was reduced to a waste. This Lu Shenzhou really does have the strength to enter the top 20, to be able to step onto the heavenly ladder like those top geniuses and seek a supreme inheritance. Xiao Blohong's body trembled, his face as pale as paper. How is this possible? The great man he regarded as Tarzan was punched to death by Lu Shenzhou. Xiao Blohong hurriedly opened his mouth. Save me! Save me! He hurriedly asked for help from the gentry around him. Yet no one paid him any attention. Xiao Blohong, just die in peace. The only people who can defeat this Lu Shenzhou are the top 20 of the outer sect, and they, all of them, have already stepped onto the heavenly ladder and are plotting their inheritance. Plop! Xiao Blohong plopped down to Lu Shenzhou and cried bitterly. Lu Shenzhou, spare my life. I don't want to die. I'll apologize to you and give you compensation. I just hope you don't kill me and spare my life. Lu Shenzhou had a cruel smile on his face and his voice was merciless. Those who kill, people will always kill you. There is a way to take death. As the voice fell, Lu Shenzhou once again blasted out a punch. No! Xiao Blohong's eyes were wide with rage as he got up and tried to escape, but the speed of the fist was too fast. He could only watch as the raging fist dangles engulfed and drowned him. Bang! A fist blasted down, and Xiao Blohong's corpse was nowhere to be found. Only a few pieces of broken flesh and blood splattered all over the place. As the crowd looked at the scene, a flash of fear and awe flashed in their eyes. This outer sect, when did such a ferocious person come out again? A strand of pure yang qi surged into Lu Shenzhou's body, and he slowly nodded. It's not too bad. Sweeping a glance at the hundreds of people who were healing in place, a flash of greed flashed in his eyes. If I kill all of these people, it should be able to provide me with quite a bit of pure yang qi, right? But he, Lu Shenzhou, was not a murderous person, and these people had no grudge against him. He just swept a glance and then looked towards the heavenly ladder in the Crescent Moon Valley. The Dragonfather's inheritance, is it in this? He slowly headed towards the heavenly ladder. There were a total of 9 steps on the heavenly ladder, and at the moment, there were scattered 20 people who were struggling to move forward. Each of these 20 people had a powerful aura, and at a glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary. These are the top 20 top geniuses of the outer sect? Someone opened his mouth and reminded, Lu Shenzhou, the heavenly ladder is divided into 9 steps, and each step has a corresponding test that corresponds to a different inheritance difficulty. There are patriarchs at the bottom and saints' inheritance at the top, but the tests are so difficult that if you are not careful, you can easily be backfired by the heavenly ladder, causing serious injuries, and you may even die on the heavenly ladder. Lu Shenzhou slowly nodded, thanks for the reminder. Immediately, he stepped onto the first layer of the heavenly ladder. Rumble. Stepping onto this first layer of the heavenly ladder, one instantly felt an invisible mountain pressing down on them. Not only that, there was even the corpse of a demonic beast crawling out from the first layer of the heavenly ladder, violently pouncing on him. In this situation, it was much harder for a cultivator to strike out and crush the corpse of the demonic beast. One breath of time. Lu Shenzhou struck out brazenly. Roar! The Big Dipper shook and directly blasted this demonic beast corpse to the dregs. This passed? The suppression of the first layer instantly disappeared. And then Lu Shenzhou stepped onto the second layer. Someone below immediately looked stunned and hurriedly exclaimed, how is it possible? In less than 3 breaths of time, he actually broke Qin Xinxing's record. More people looked shocked. Qin Xinxing was the #1 in the outer sect today. Buzz. The crowd buzzed. Everyone stared wide-eyed with some excitement and anticipation. Let's see which step he can go to. Can he still break Qin Xinxing's record next? On the second step, the same was true. In less than 3 breaths of time, Lu Shenzhou ascended the third step. In less than 5 breaths of time, Lu Shenzhou ascended the fourth step. On the fourth step, a beautiful woman suddenly saw a flash of golden light in front of her eyes, and the demonic beasts that were pestering her were killed and obliterated. The woman turned her head to see a handsome young man swept past her and stepped onto the fifth step. No need to thank you. Chapter 29, Hunter Prey, Twin Dragon Fists Explode. Who is this person? Lu Shenzhou quickly passed all the way through the gate and kept running to the next step, causing many people's voices of puzzlement and vibration. Among the outer sect, there is still such an expert. The 6th, 7th, and 8th steps. Lu Shenzhou was about to reach the top. Hundreds of people looked up at Lu Shenzhou's back, some were breathing heavily. Going to reach the top. The 9th step, that's the clan's topmost inheritance place, the lowest is a martial saint inheritance. Will he be able to summit the 9th step? As Lu Shenzhou blasted out another punch, he stepped onto the 9th step with a light pace. Boom! The scene boiled over as countless people's pupils underwent great earthquakes. The scene was filled with cries of astonishment. Lu Shenzhou stood on the 9th step and muttered to himself. This heavenly ladder isn't that hard. Buzz! A burst of light erupted above the 9th step, and Lu Shenzhou's figure shifted and disappeared. After the sky spun around, when Lu Shenzhou opened his eyes again, he realized that he was standing in front of a huge palace. In front of him, there were actually 3 other people. Just now, while he was ascending the heavenly ladder, there were already the top geniuses who had stepped through the 9 layers of the heavenly ladder and were transported here. First in the outer sect, Qin Xinxing. Second, Luo Cheng female. Third, Ancient Pure Yen. These 3 had dominated the list for many years and were very famous, so Lu Shenzhou naturally recognized them. Lu Shenzhou's appearance immediately caught the attention of the 3. Luo Chengnu sized up Lu Shenzhou and said with a smile. You're the Lu Shenzhou who learned Dragon Fist from Elder of the Book Depository? Lu Shenzhou didn't feel surprised and just said lightly, it's me. Before they had awakened the pure Yang Dao body, these 3 people were like gods, 100,000 miles away from Lu Shenzhou. They had long cultivated to the 10th level of Xuanwu, but for the sake of the supreme inheritance, they had been suppressing their cultivation and refusing to advance. Qin Xinxing's indifferent and murderous voice rang out, Lu Shenzhou, if you don't want to die, get out. Oh? Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Qin Xinxing. Luo Qingnu said smilingly, both of you have practiced Dragon Fist, there aren't many people who can walk here, but it seems that the 2 of you are going to compete for the Dragonfather's inheritance. Oh? Lu Shenzhou couldn't help but ask, you can kill me? Qin Xinxing said in a cold voice, although you have also practiced the Dragon Fist, people are not comparable to each other. Within 3 moves, I will take your life. Lu Shenzhou laughed, he licked his lips, his eyes were wolfish. My life is right here, Your Excellency, if you have the guts, come and take it. The Dragonfather inheritance, he was determined to get it. Just when the atmosphere was tense, an indifferent voice suddenly came out from the Great Hall. The last test, snatch the token. Within a quarter of an hour, whoever can take the token from it will be teleported to the corresponding inheritance hall to receive the legacy of their predecessors. An indifferent voice fell. Bang! Bang bang! Dull, chilling footsteps sounded. The crowd looked up and saw a huge flaming toad with a body length of 10 feet appear, the beast's Telson staring hideously and mercilessly at Lu Shenzhou and the others. A huge sense of oppressive suffocation immediately swept over several people, and on the toad's body, there were many, many tokens hanging. Roar! The toad let out a roar and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou's 4 people. This toad's strength is at least of the 3rd rank, it is in existence like a demon king. It's not much stronger than an Xian-ranked cultivator. We have to capture the token from it to receive the inheritance? Lu Shenzhou's eyes similarly revealed a look of gravity and his breathing was a little tense and rapid. ZZ. This flame toad opened its mouth and sprayed out flaming venom. The hard ground was as if it was liquid and was immediately corroded with a large hole, which was shocking to see. If a Shin-ranked cultivator once touched it, I'm afraid that it would immediately have to turn into a puddle of blood. Bang! Lu Shenzhou threw a punch, the fist directly knocked this flame venom away, and it even bounced and splattered onto this flaming toad. Roar! The flaming toad roared in anger, dropping the other three and pouncing towards Lu Shenzhou. Staring at me specifically? Lu Shenzhou frowned, his eyes flashed with essence. This is equally my chance. The flame toad attacked Lu Shenzhou while Lu Shenzhou was going to take this opportunity to seize a token. The size difference between the flame toad and Lu Shenzhou was too large, making it appear that the flame toad was moving slowly, which gave Lu Shenzhou an opportunity. He didn't just cultivate the dragon fist, he was directly cultivating the entire tiger, leopard, dragon and serpent fist to begin with. As soon as the spiritual energy in his body revolved, Lu Shenzhou's figure moved like a ghostly phantom, making the flaming toad unable to attack him. Such a move, on the contrary, angered the flaming toad even more. Xin Shinxing, Luo Qingyan, and Ancient Pure Yan stood on the sidelines watching the show. Bang bang bang! Lu Shenzhou's fists were constantly defending against the flaming venom while attacking the toad trying to seize a token from it. This flaming toad, on the other hand, was crazy and kept attacking Lu Shenzhou. Zzz. The sound of venom spraying continuously resounded, and many large holes appeared in the ground that were burned, making it shocking to look at. Ha! Xin Shinxing sneered, his voice indifferent. It seems that without me having to make a move, this flame toad will be able to kill Lu Shenzhou. Gu Zuyan slowly nodded. Lu Shenzhou's speed has slowed down, his spiritual energy is limited, he can't hold out much longer. And he has consumed this toad's spiritual energy for us. Lu Shenzhou had to pay the price of his life for them. Luo Qingdao's beautiful eyes had light in them. He has not only practiced Dragon Fist, he has also mastered an extremely superior body technique. Lu Shenzhou kept dodging the attacks of the flaming toad with his superior stance, and he also detected the weakness of this flaming toad. This flaming toad was powerful and its venom was incomparably dangerous, but it had a blind spot in its vision. This flame toad's body surface was covered in flames, only the underside of its belly was clean and relatively safe, equivalent to its cover door. Success or failure is here. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath, his stance was pushed to the extreme and he dodged under the belly of the flaming toad. He bellowed, Dragon Fist. Rise for me. The seventh punch of the Dragon Fist, after being stacked 7 times, the force of Lu Shenzhou's punch was enough to exceed 20,000 pounds. Bang! A dull boom sounded and a huge wave of air spread out. Something that stunned a few people happened. Under this punch, the huge-sized flame toad actually knocked over and fell to the ground, its 4 legs constantly struggling, trying to roll over. Ha ha ha! Lu Shenzhou laughed out loud, and with a sweep of his body, he arrived beside the toad, and a fist blasted out to hit it, shaking a token into the air, and then it landed in his hands. At this moment, the cold smile on Xin Shinxing's face froze, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? The first token was obtained by him. Then he wasn't going to lose the Dragonfather's inheritance. Fortunately, a quarter of an hour hadn't passed yet, and Lu Shenzhou had gotten the token and hadn't been teleported into the inheritance hall. There was still a chance that he could snatch the token from Lu Shenzhou's hands. Roar! The dragon's golden light exploded as Qin Shinxing's angry and murderous voice rang out. Lu Shenzhou, you die for me. Chapter 33 Fists defeat Qin Shinxing. Quarter of an hour is up. Several people hadn't expected that Lu Shenzhou didn't die in the hands of the flame toad, but instead snatched a token from its body. This Dragonfather inheritance, it shouldn't be falling into Lu Shenzhou's hands, right? Interesting. Luo Qingnu and Ancient Pure Yan glanced at Lu Shenzhou with interest. But immediately, the two of them also attacked towards the flaming toad. The quarter hour was almost up, they had to take advantage of this effort to get the token and seek the supreme inheritance. The Dragonfather inheritance, it can only belong to me. A look of madness appeared in Qin Shinxing's eyes as he similarly struck out his dragon fist and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou, since you dare to steal the Dragonfather inheritance from me, then I will send you to your death. It seems that there is still time to play with you before inheriting the inheritance. It just so happens that I also want to see the strength of the number 1 in the outer sect. Lu Shenzhou tucked the token away and looked at Qin Shinxing, who blasted out a dragon fist. He raised his hand and blasted out the same punch. This Qin Shinxing wanted to fish and win, but ended up playing it off, and now he is annoyed and wants to make a move against him. Ha! Bang! Both sides had the same dragon fist, and the golden light fist dangles collided together. Number 1 in the outer sect? Top genius? Nothing more than that. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently. Thump thump. The Big Dipper erupted, and Qin Shinxing was actually shaken back a few steps. What? How is this possible? Qin Shinxing, whose punch was inferior to Lu Shenzhou's, fell back a few steps as an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. How could he not have thought that on his first strike, he was actually undefeated by Lu Shenzhou and was even knocked back by him? One must know that he was at the 10th level of the Xuanwu, with a deep foundation. Very human can be compared, that's why he was able to suppress the 7 to 8,000 people in the outer sect, becoming the veritable number 1 in the outer sect. How many levels of Xian Wu does Lu Shenzhou have? The tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fist is invincible at the same level, but Lu Shenzhou has comprehended all of it. That book depository elder had spent 30 years to completely comprehend the 4 sect powers. It's not polite to come and go, you also take a punch from me to try. Roar! Tiger and leopard thunderous sounds, dragon and snake hisses sounded in unison. Lu Shenzhou's body spirit energy erupted, a terrifying fist blasted out at Qin Shinxing. The fist deity was like leopard thunder, extremely fast, traveling through the void, but in an instant, it was blasted in front of Qin Shinxing's eyes. What? Qin Shinxing's face changed drastically, hastily raising his fist to resist. Bang! The fist dangles pounced, Qin Shinxing's fist dangles were crushed and obliterated just as soon as they touched Lu Shenzhou's fist dangles, and the remaining dangling power of the fist dangles enveloped him. Qin Shinxing only felt a terrifying force like a mountain fall on him, his body flew backwards like a short string kite. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking resounded within his body. At the same time, a heart-rending pain surged to his heart. Pooh! Qin Shinxing smashed onto the ground and spewed out a large mouthful of blood, his face suddenly as pale as paper, his eyes incomparably shocked as he looked at Lu Shenzhou. Why is the power of your dragon fist so terrifying and so fast? This was too unbelievable to feel. Clearly Lu Shenzhou's cultivation was much lower than his, a gap of 6 layers. Number 1 in the outer sect, just this? Lu Shenzhou didn't have that kind heart to answer his questions for him, his eyes were strange and his tone was sarcastic. I also don't know where you got the guts to dare to compete with me for the Dragon Zun inheritance when you're so weak. However, you are much stronger than those losers. After taking a punch from me, you actually weren't killed and only suffered some minor injuries. This was still the power of the second punch. Put it on someone else, they would have been killed by him long ago. Pitbull, how dare you humiliate this young man like this? Qin Shinxing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, his eyes filled with the color of anger and humiliation. I'll fight you. He ignored the pain and forced out a third punch. Lu Shenzhou saw this scene and secretly observed and analyzed it. This Xuanwu 10th layer's power is really impressive. After being injured, he is still able to strike the third punch of the Dragon Fist. And it seems like he only learned the Dragon Fist and didn't learn all the techniques. Although this Qin Shinxing's cultivation was 6 layers higher than him, his Gongfu was missing a full 3 disciplines. The tiger, leopard, dragon and serpent fist had to be learned in its entirety and cultivated to the grand completion realm in order to be invincible across the Xian realm. This Qin Shinxing was too far off. Lu Shenzhou's eyes turned cold. Since you're looking for death yourself, then I'll fulfill you. As he raised his hand, the same third fist blasted out. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Shinxing once again took a punch from Lu Shenzhou, coughing up blood with a miserable cry as he once again flew backwards and smashed out. His expression was hideous and full of resignation. I don't believe it, I'm actually no match for a nobody like you. His clothes were tattered and his flesh was densely packed with shocking wounds. This Qin Shinxing's vitality truly amazed him, he hadn't even died like this. Is this the root gap between a top genius and an ordinary Xian realm? This flesh strength was completely different. Ordinary Xian realm cultivators took a punch from him, and their flesh would directly explode, leaving their whole body intact. A nobody? Lu Shinxing sneered, soon you will have to die in the hands of a nobody like me. After figuring out Qin Shinxing's foundation, Lu Shenzhou lost interest in him. Lu Shenzhou directly threw the fourth punch. Roar! Just at this time, the token on Lu Shenzhou's body glowed steeply. The quarter hour has arrived. That indifferent and vast voice rang out. A flash of dismay flashed across Lu Shenzhou's eyes. Qin Shinxing, count yourself lucky to have picked up a life. And then Lu Shenzhou's figure turned into a white light and disappeared. Failed. Luo Qingyan's eyes were calm. She and ancient Pure Yen didn't get the token from the flame toad. What? It was then that Gu Zuyan noticed Qin Shinxing's miserable condition. His eyes widened as he looked at Qin Shinxing incredulously. Qin Shinxing was covered in wounds, his face was as pale as paper, and his breath was weak as if he was half dead. This untouchable Qin Shinxing had actually been beaten by Lu Shenzhou to this state in a short period of time. This Lu Shenzhou's strength is actually this strong? Luo Qingyan was similarly shocked. The two of them were concentrating on the flame toad just now, and they had completely failed to notice the fight between the two of them. If Lu Shenzhou could defeat Qin Shinxing so easily, wouldn't he be able to deal with the two of them even more easily? I'm not willing to. Qin Shinxing was cloaked and his features were twisted. It was hard to accept that he had lost to Lu Shenzhou just like that. I want him to die. I want him to die. The huge palace echoed with Qin Shinxing's roaring and resentful voice. The sky spun around. When Lu Shenzhou opened his eyes again, he had appeared in an ancient cave. The interior was brilliantly golden and every decoration was ancient and noble. He was as curious as a dirt peasant entering the city, and he didn't recognize any of these expensive things. This is the Dragonfather's tomb? Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up and his voice trembled. Fat, rich precious magic weapons, extremely high-quality spirit medicines, and so many spirit stones. Chapter 31 Dragon Zun in Xianxian, Powerful Inheritance. On the walls, there were many magical artifacts hanging. Many extremely high-grade spirit medicines were just placed randomly on the table. And spirit stones were even piled up. Empty. Space ring. Hiss. There were also too many good things. Lu Shenzhou immediately pounced on it. As long as he could get this spatial ring, he could take away all the good things within this tomb cave. Sha sha. Lu Shenzhou picked up that spatial ring, which instantly turned into pieces and dissipated. Lu Shenzhou was shocked and dumbfounded. It can't be. A bad omen welled up in his heart. He arrived in front of the spirit stone pile, his fingers gently touched it, and the huge pile of spirit stones weathered into pieces as much as possible. Then there were the magic weapons and the extremely high-quality spirit medicines. All of them were reduced to pieces. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were red with pain. How many years has this tomb cave existed? So many good things all weathered away. He took a deep breath. Then how do I obtain the Dragon Zun inheritance? This Dragon Zun inheritance won't be weathered as well. Then I didn't come here for nothing? Lu Shenzhou searched everywhere within this tomb cave, and this many pieces of furniture became broken pieces even with a light touch. Finally, Lu Shenzhou found an ice crystal coffin. Inside this ice crystal coffin lay a peerless fairy with an unassuming and gentle temperament, dressed in an ancient and complicated long dress. Her skin was as white as frost and flawless, giving the impression that she was asleep. A noble, holy pressure emanated from her. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Lu Shenzhou murmured under his breath, is this the Dragon Zun? A martial Dao venerable who surpasses a martial saint. After being gone for so many years, his flesh hasn't decayed and is still so well preserved and lifelike. Awesome. Rumble. It seemed that Lu Shenzhou had mentioned the words Dragon Zun, and the ice crystal coffin suddenly shook. And then the lid of the coffin slowly opened. The eyelashes of the peerless fairy in that coffin gently fluttered as if she had woken up. After that, the hazy eyes slowly opened, eyes containing a noble, holy pressure, giving people an urge to prostrate themselves and kneel down to worship. Lu Shenzhou looked shocked. Nima, swindled corpse? Or resurrected? This Dragon Zun had passed away for an unknown number of years, but he could still wake up? The next moment, the Dragonfather slowly stretched out his tender white wrist on the side of the coffin and sat up from it, thousands of green silks spilling down like a waterfall. The beauty was shocking, just like a painting. It didn't turn into pieces. Lu Shenzhou's heart thumped wildly. Is it really a fraudulent corpse? And then Dragon Zun saw Lu Shenzhou standing in front of the coffin. Her beautiful eyes fell on him, her voice as clear as heavenly music, extremely pleasing to the ear. Are you the descendant who will inherit my legacy? Lu Shenzhou immediately arched his hand and clasped his fists. Lu Shenzhou, an outer disciple of the Dongxian sect, greets Dragonfather. The stunningly beautiful fairy slowly left from the coffin, her white and crystalline jade feet stepping gently on the ground just like this, her voice gentle and a shallow smile. Dragon Zun has already passed away. The current me is just a wisp of her divine soul, responsible for giving the inheritance to future generations. You can call me In Xian Xian. This was the Dragon Zun's maiden name? Yes, Immortaline. Lu Shenzhou replied respectfully. In Xian Xian glanced at the cave that was as weathered as it could be, her eyes somewhat puzzled. What year is it now? How long have I been asleep for, and this cave has even been completely weathered? Lu Shenzhou thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it is now the year 9527 of the immortal calendar. In Xianxian's delicate body trembled, her eyes revealed disappointment and surprise. Surprisingly 8,000 years have passed, no wonder it's weathered. Lu Shenzhou was even more shaken. This Dragon Zun was actually an ancient person from 8,000 years ago. In Xianxian spoke, Lu Shenzhou, are you willing to accept my inheritance? Naturally willing. Lu Shenzhou was for this. The inheritance of a martial Dao venerable Ah. Who wouldn't want it? This Dongxian sect required money everywhere. To go to the book depository and pick a Xian-ranked kung fu, it would cost 200 spirit stones a time. As for higher-ranked kung fu inheritances, there was no telling how much it would cost to get them. In Xianxian spoke, I have 7 kung fu disciplines. Well, the jade slips of the techniques are weathered. I'm afraid that the normal inheritance cannot be passed on to you. Ah? Lu Shenzhou was shocked. What then? In Xianxian covered her mouth and laughed softly, revealing a touch of charming red color on top of her jade face, but there is also a special method of inheritance that can pass on the gong method to you. Lu Shenzhou sighed in relief. Immortaline, what method is it? The law of dual cultivation. I'm just a wisp of residual soul, my memories haven't grasped too much, and if you want to inherit the Dragonfather's legacy, you can view the Dragonfather's memories through the method of dual cultivation and pick a technique to cultivate. As the voice fell, In Xianxian was toppling Lu Shenzhou to the ground and pressed on top of him. Lu Shenzhou thought that she was cold and icy, but he didn't expect it to be warm and no different from a living person. In Xianxian removed her clothes and bent down. A shake. 3 days later. Lu Shenzhou was panting, his face was a little white, and he had a deflated look. 3 days and 3 nights down, no rest, that is, he was young and had a good base. In Xianxian laughed lightly, lying on Lu Shenzhou's chest and said, almost forgot moderation. You forget moderation, I almost ranked in the immortal class. Lu Shenzhou almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights of hard work, Lu Shenzhou got a lot of memory inheritance from Dragon Zun. However, these memory inheritances, he was currently unable to digest and comprehend them. Once they were all digested, his Dao and battle power would take a huge leap. He needed a sufficient amount of pure Yang Qi and pure Yin Qi to do so. After 3 days and 3 nights, Yin Xianxian and Lu Shenzhou's relationship had also heated up dramatically, and it wasn't just as simple as passing down the Dao path. Yin Xianxian lay on Lu Shenzhou's chest and said, "Shenzhou, now that you have gotten the inheritance, logically, this wisp of my residual soul should dissipate, and Dragonfather's physical body will completely return to dust. But your Yuan Yang seems to be somewhat special. There is actually some more vitality power in my body. There is a sign that I am going to come back from the dead." "Ah, my Yuan Yang has this kind of benefit?" Lu Shenzhou was somewhat shocked. Yin Xianxian's cheeks flushed slightly. "If I get enough Yuan Yang from Shenzhou, I might be able to rise from the dead and resurrect." Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up. Really? This was a venerable big brother. If he hugged her thigh, the sovereign or whatever would have to roll aside. Yin Xianxian said, "At the moment this wisp of my residual soul does not show signs of dissipating, instead there is a vitality brewing. Perhaps if you, Shenzhou, take some soul crystals and combine them with enough Yuan Yang, I can be resurrected." Lu Shenzhou looked intent. "Xianxian, but this is the secret realm of the outer sect, I can't just go in and out. It can't be possible to bring her out, right? And what was a soul crystal?" Yin Xianxian said, "I can't leave the vicinity of this ice crystal coffin either. I can return to the ice coffin to sleep and wait for Shenzhou you to wake me up again in the coming day." "Good." Lu Shenzhou nodded. "When I am strong enough, I will be able to collect enough soul crystals to go in and out of the secret realm and awaken and resurrect you, Xianxian." "Aha!" Yin Xianxian blushed and lightly bit her pink lips as she said, "Shenzhou, before you leave, can you give me some more Yuan Yang so that this remnant soul of mine can also be preserved for a longer period of time?" "More to come?" Lu Shenzhou gritted his teeth and said, "Good." He felt that his waist was going to hurt and he was going to be drained by her. Yin Xianxian's expression was delicate and shy as she closed her beautiful eyes and leaned down to kiss Lu Shenzhou once again. "Shenzhou, you are so good, this is the happiest and best time in my long life. I'm waiting for you to wake me up." Chapter 32, The Dragon Yuan Whale Sea Method, Enhancing the Roots 4 times. After another night of lingering, Lu Shenzhou left enough Yuan Yang for Yin Xianxian. Lu Shenzhou drifted and felt pain in his waist again. Yin Xianxian looked at Lu Shenzhou fondly before stepping into the ice crystal coffin. "Shenzhou, I will wait for you." In the end, she fell into a deep sleep and the ice crystal coffin closed back up. Lu Shenzhou sighed. The happy and beautiful time passed quickly. These few days were enough to make him unforgettable for the rest of his life. This cave had existed for 8,000 years and he had been entwined with Yin Xianxian for 4 days and nights before he obtained the memory of a technique. Lu Shenzhou put on his clothes and didn't leave this cave immediately. The secret realm time is almost over. While there is still time, first comprehend the Dragon Zun technique. Lu Shenzhou urged his Yin Yang Qi and began to comprehend and digest the Dragon Zun memories. The tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fist was used as a predecessor to the Dragon Zun inheritance, and the Dragon Zun had a total of 7 inheritances. Lu Shenzhou picked one called the Dragon Zun inheritance at Yin Xianxian's suggestion. He picked a merit law called the Dragon Yuan Whale Sea Law. This gong method was extremely powerful and could greatly improve Lu Shenzhou's foundation. There were a total of 9 layers in the gong method. Learning one layer would double his foundation, doubling his battle power and also doubling the amount of spirit power he could hold. According to the memories of Dragon Zun, many people were unable to cultivate to earth, heaven, saint, or Zun because their roots were insufficient and too shallow. Cultivating this technique would make up for Lu Shenzhou's shallow foundation caused by his poor resources in the past. In doing so, it would also allow Lu Shenzhou to be able to execute the Dragon Fist as he wished without burdening his physical body. As for the remaining 6 disciplines of Dragonfather's inheritance, he needed to wait until he awakened Yin Xianxian again in the coming day to inherit them. The pure Yang Qi and pure Yin Qi were in the midst of massive depletion. Hiss! Lu Shenzhou subconsciously operated the first layer of the Dragon Yuan Whale Sea method, and a large amount of spiritual qi was inhaled into his body, and the meridians and bones all over his body immediately began to tingle. This is making up for my foundation? Expanding my roots at the same time? This feeling was marvelous and addictive. It was possible to feel that he was getting stronger little by little. After half a day, Lu Shenzhou slowly opened his eyes. The pure Yang and pure Yin Qi has been consumed cleanly. At the same time, his Dragon Yuan Whale Sea method had also cultivated to the second layer. His foundation at this moment was 4 times that of before. The blood, root bones, sinews and flesh became stronger in unison. This feeling, it's good. Lu Shenzhou felt stronger than ever before as he glanced at the sleeping Yin Xianxian in the ice coffin. "Xianxian, I'm leaving." Lu Shenzhou walked out of the Dragon Zun cave. Ka-ching! A tombstone moved, revealing the path ahead back to Lunar Valley. At the same time, the tombstone emitted a light that rushed into the token on Lu Shenzhou's waist. Originally, Lu Shenzhou's points were only 1,000 or so, and at the very beginning, he was ranked 9th, and after 4 or 5 days had passed, his ranking had slipped to outside the 30th place. After this ray of light rushed into the token, Lu Shenzhou's ranking suddenly soared to first place with 1 million points. Wow! This sudden change shocked the thousands of outer disciples still alive in the secret realm. 1 million points. Hiss! This Lu Shenzhou must have gotten the supreme inheritance in the Lunar Valley. Too powerful. Everyone was shocked. The several hundred people outside of the Lunar Valley froze momentarily, then exploded in clamor. This Lu Shenzhou has obtained the Dragonfather inheritance. The pupils of Qin Shixing, who had failed to take the inheritance, shrank and roared. Whoever is willing to kill Lu Shenzhou with me, I will give him 1,000,000 spirit stones and bestow a celestial inheritance. And he can become a true disciple of the sect and be rewarded with 100 more beautiful and handsome men. He was certain that even if Lu Shenzhou fetched the Dragonfather inheritance, it would be impossible for him to digest the inheritance in such a short period of time. That is, Lu Shenzhou had yet to become stronger. Although he hadn't passed the examination to enter the Dragon Zun cave, as long as he captured Lu Shenzhou, he would be able to force Lu Shenzhou to hand over the Dragon Zun inheritance. The Dragonfather inheritance, it can only be mine. When Qin Shixing said this, the entire room erupted. After that, hundreds of people erupted with monstrous killing intent, their gazes cold, all gazing towards the inside of the Lunar Crescent Valley. In front of the Moon Valley, killing opportunities surged as everyone waited for Lu Shenzhou to show up. A fierce battle was about to break out. They all knew that Lu Shenzhou was not to be messed with and was powerful. But the conditions offered by Qin Shixing were too tempting. Money could make the devil turn away. What if I'm the one who kills Lu Shenzhou? Everyone was thinking this way, and they weren't afraid of Qin Shixing playing a trick on them. Qin Shixing's father was the peak master of one of the peaks of the Dongxian sect, and the Qin family was even a large family. Lu Shenzhou slowly walked out of the Moon Valley. He felt goosebumps explode as a chill surged through his heart. Fixing his eyes, outside of the Lunar Valley, 500 people stared at him with cold gazes and murderous intent. Qin Shixing was cloaked, his 5 features were insanely hideous, and his eyes were excited as he looked at Lu Shenzhou and growled. "Ha, Lu Shenzhou, even if you have obtained the Dragonfather inheritance, so what? Hand over the Dragonfather inheritance and I will spare you from death." Lu Shenzhou narrowed his eyes with the same murderous intent and let out a light laugh. "Qin Shixing, you're really a waste of space, you can't pass the sect examination, and if you want the inheritance, you're hitting your idea on me. If you want to help him kill my people, you can all go together." His aura was stern and unafraid. He happened to be worried about not having pure yang qi anymore if he killed all of these people in front of him. Oh. Lu Shenzhou licked his lips, and in his eyes were fierce wolfish eyes. "Do it!" Qin Shixing roared. As the voice fell, there were dozens of horizontal experts rushing out, their figures like cannonballs, instantly shooting out from their original positions and pouncing towards Lu Shenzhou. Swoosh! Bang! Lu Shenzhou directly blasted out a dragon fist in place. Roar! The sounds of dragons and tigers, thunder leopards, and snakes rang out. Golden light erupted brilliantly. After making up for his body's roots, Lu Shenzhou blasted out a dragon fist that was even more powerful than before. Bang! After one punch, the flesh of these dozen or so horizontal experts exploded, leaving only some broken limbs and stumps on the ground. The crowd was instantly creeped out, one punch, killing a dozen or so veteran Xian realms that went horizontal training? He seems even stronger than before? Or was he already this strong? Are 500 of us enough to kill him? A bunch of stupid wastrels. Qin Shixing growled, "This is the characteristic of the Dragon Fist, one punch is stronger than the other, all of us together, a sea of men can pile him up. Dragon Fist has a limitation, after you throw a punch, you need time to build up your strength, go on." Oh. Hearing Qin Shixing's explanation, 203 Xian realm martial artists instantly rushed up. Iron cloth shirt. Vajra bell. Divine wind leg. 10,000 snake poison. The crowd shot out in unison and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou only raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cruel and merciless smile. Then with a dragon fist, he blasted out once again. Chapter 33, Killing Qin Shixing, number 1 in the outer sect. Lu Shenzhou suppressed with absolute power. The second dragon fist blasted out. Ah! Immediately, 50 people screamed miserably and flew out backwards. 200 people together did manage to spread the power of the dragon fist. Lu Shenzhou's punch was even more powerful, but it didn't even kill a single person. It worked! Quick, seize the time he's storing up his power and kill him. Humph! Lu Shenzhou snorted coldly, the killing intent in his eyes increased. It was also just that he hadn't comprehended the dragon fist to the grand completion realm at the moment. Roar! Lu Shenzhou's third fist directly blasted out. How is this possible? The more than 100 people who had rushed up looked shocked in unison as they looked at the golden light fist dart that came swooping down, a look of despair appearing in their eyes. Wasn't it said that one needed time to store up their strength before they could throw the next punch? This Lu Shenzhou didn't store up any power. Ah! Bang! The cultivator's flesh continued to explode, some were killed on the spot, some became crippled, and some were dying. And with this punch, a full 100 people were directly hit. The crowd instantly became chaotic. Xin Xinxing. Some people wanted to find Xin Xinxing to ask for a statement. Roar! Lu Shenzhou's fourth punch had already blasted out. Bang! The remaining people, all of them died in this punch. Blood, mutilated bodies, and internal organs splattered everywhere. The entire entrance of Lunar Valley was completely dyed red, and the bloody aura rushed to the sky. The scene was silent, falling into dead silence. Wisps after wisps of pure yang qi entered Lu Shenzhou's body, settling into Lu Shenzhou's cultivation sustenance. How is this possible? Xin Xinxing roared madly, the color of horror in his eyes. Didn't you have to be like me a few days ago, needing time to store up your strength? Lu Shenzhou slowly walked towards him. Back then was back then, now is now. This Xin Xinxing really thought that he hadn't digested some of the Dragonfather's inheritance? Xin Xinxing was afraid. A look of fear appeared in his eyes as he hurriedly looked behind him at the 200 people who were still alive. You guys go on, do it. However, no one paid any attention to him. One by one, they looked at Lu Shenzhou with fear in their eyes, not daring to take a step forward, and instantly calmed down. Lu Shenzhou was so strong, where could they fight? Just go up and send them to their deaths. Moreover, there were many geniuses who were ranked in the top 30 of the outer sect who had more or less gotten their inheritance from the Moon Valley. Now that they died in Lu Shenzhou's hands, wasn't that inheritance for nothing? Even Luo Qingnu and Gu Zuiyan retreated far to the side. It could be said that those who were still alive in the room were scared out of their wits by Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's gaze was icy cold as he sneered at Xin Xinxing. You, who else can you find to kill me? If there's no one to fight for you, then I'll have to kill you. But Xin Xinxing plopped down and knelt down for Lu Shenzhou, his face as pale as paper, a pleading look in his eyes as he trembled. Lu Shenzhou. You, don't you kill me. If you kill me, you will be in big trouble. My father is the peak master, second only to the patriarch, and behind me is the Qin family. You can't afford to mess with them. Even if you took the Dragonfather's inheritance, no one would dare to accept you as a disciple. Without a backer, you'll be waiting for endless retaliation from my Qin family. If you spare me, I'll give you enough favors. Begging for mercy is useful, so what's the point of killing? Lu Shenzhou's expression was cold as he blasted out with a fist. No! Xin Xinxing looked at the golden light fist dipper that came whistling in front of him, his pupils contracted to the extreme, and he growled out in unwillingness. Bang! A fist blast struck Xin Xinxing, and his body suddenly fell to the ground, his vitality instantly snapping, his eyes round and dead. The entire ground sank 3 centimeters, but his flesh still didn't explode. Lu Shenzhou, this time, one punch killed you. The roots of this fleshly body are really good. After taking a punch from me, it's actually still preserved intact. 2 wisps of pure yang qi surged into Lu Shenzhou's body. One person can bring me 2 wisps of pure yang qi. Is this the underbelly of a top genius? It was the first time he had killed someone with this kind of underbelly. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up as he looked towards the remaining 200 or so people who were still alive. You guys, aren't you going to make a move to help Xin Xinxing take revenge? No. Master Lu, you're joking. A group of people shook their heads like rattlesnakes. Fine. A flash of disappointment flashed in Lu Shenzhou's eyes. Since no one is going to help him avenge his death, then I'll be leaving. Oh? Master Lu, please make yourself at home. I'm really leaving. Oh. No one spoke. Lu Shenzhou sighed and then headed towards the second circle level, ready to hunt demonic beasts. While there was still some time, he wanted to kill some more demonic beasts to accumulate pure yang qi. However, he hadn't traveled far when a vast and majestic voice resounded throughout the outer sect mystic realm. 10 days have come and gone, this outer sect competition is over, all living disciples will be teleported back to the sect within a breath of time. All disciples will put away their trophies. The voice fell. White light flashed before Lu Shenzhou's eyes, and after a moment of heavenly rotation, he opened his eyes again, and he was already back in the sect's square. There were 8,000 people when they went in. When they came out, there were only 5,000 people out, and in 10 days' time, more than 2,000 outer disciples had died in the Secret Realm Grand Competition. Sounds of wailing, sounds of joy, and feelings of survival after the robbery filled the square. Silence! A vast and majestic voice filled with majesty rang out. The noisy square instantly quieted down. The top 10 of this outer sect Secret Realm competition moved forward. Sightlines swept across the sky, gazing ahead in unison. One wondered who the top 10 were this time. Worshipping into the inner sect and being a candidate for the true succession, for ordinary people, it would be a complete turnaround. Becoming an Earth Realm sect master was something that would happen sooner or later, and even the Celestial Realm wasn't something that couldn't be thought of. Lu Shenzhou's name was rightfully and squarely at the front of the line, ranking first. Countless people marveled, he is the number 1 in this grand competition? It looks so unfamiliar. Who is he? It doesn't matter, he took first place in the outer sect, he can pick any peak master to be his master, and his future will soar. Sweeping the sky, many people's gazes landed on Lu Shenzhou, sizing him up. At the very front of the square, a young man whose figure was shrouded in white light stood at the first place. He was the East Xian sect patriarch, an earthly martial saint. Behind him stood many sect elders, as well as the peak masters of the peaks. The book collection pavilion elder also stood amongst them. Seeing Lu Shenzhou ranked first, the book collection pavilion elder's eyes widened with shock in his eyes. This kid actually got first place in the outer sect. That kid Qin Xinqing isn't even his opponent? His long withered heart beat violently. Lu Shenzhou getting the first place in the outer sect meant that Lu Shenzhou had gotten the Dragonfather inheritance. Truly an immortal Dao wizard, the heavens have blessed my Dongxian sect. Why don't I see my son Qin Xinqing? Why isn't he in the top 10? Steeply, a peak master's puzzled voice rang out. Chapter 34, the most miserable outer sect number 1, no one takes him as a disciple. This also caused many peak masters and elders to be puzzled. Qin Xinqing had extraordinary natural talent, a great weapon, and could have long ago stepped into the ranks of the Earth Realm patriarchs, and could not look at his own old man's celestial inheritance, and was bent on wanting the supreme inheritance of the sect's predecessors. On Lu Shenzhou's side, Gu Zuyan's voice rang out. He's dead, killed by the first name Lu Shenzhou. Wow! The scene was in an uproar. What was the origin of this first place Lu Shenzhou that he could kill Qin Xinqing? That peak master was instantly enraged, his 5 organs burning. You dare to kill my son? Lu Shenzhou sniffed and sneered. If you are not as skillful as others, you deserve to die. What is there not to kill? Then you bury my son with you. Peak Master Qin Han stepped forward, actually wanting to obliterate Lu Shenzhou. Rumble. In an instant, a brilliant martial saint will rose up as the patriarch's voice rang out indifferently. Qin Han, what do you want to do in front of me? Qin Han's face was extremely ugly as he thumped backward, as if Tarzan was pressing down on him. His teeth grooves were about to be gnawed, his eyes thick with killing intent. Do nothing. The patriarch who was in the glow returned to business and looked at Lu Shenzhou. You are the first for this time, with 1,000,000 points out of the top. Which senior of our clan's inheritance did you get? Lu Shenzhou said, the Dragonfather inheritance. Oh, it's this senior's inheritance. The patriarch was unimpressed. Senior brother actually passed on the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist to you as well. A hallowed martial saint, one step forward would be a venerable, a legend in his own right, and he didn't take Lu Shenzhou's inheritance very seriously. Senior brother is confused. The book collection pavilion elder hated it. You are unaware that I have only imparted the fist technique to him for a few days. He secretly sneered in triumph. If sovereign senior brother knew the truth, he would definitely personally accept Lu Shenzhou as his disciple and make Lu Shenzhou the sect's saint's son. Although patriarch senior brother was gifted and honored as a martial sage, in terms of talent and potential, he was still inferior to Lu Shenzhou. This might also be good news. Lu Shenzhou was still too weak at the moment. Not exposing his natural talent was just the right thing to develop secretly so as not to die halfway. Patriarch, Lu Shenzhou, you are the first place winner this time. You can pick any peak master as your teacher. Who do you want to worship? Once Lu Shenzhou worshipped his master, then he would also have a backer. Even Qin Han wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Lu Shenzhou had a faint smile on his face as he arched his hand and clasped his fist. Disciple is ignorant. Can sovereign pick a master for my disciple? A master chosen by a martial Dao saint would definitely not be bad. The patriarch said, then you should worship Master Hao Yu as your master. Peak Master Hao Yu immediately spoke up and refused. I won't accept him as a disciple. Lu Shenzhou frowned. He was so gifted and there were still people rejecting him? Then could it be that Qin Xinqing's words before he died came true? After the Hao Yue peak master's voice fell, the other peak masters also spoke out one by one, refusing to accept Lu Shenzhou as their disciple. This caused Qin Han's face to look much better, killing intent in his eyes. No one dares to offend me by accepting you as a disciple. Wow! The scene was in an uproar. Many people gloated, the number 1 in the outer sect, unable to worship a teacher, no backing. Then what was the use of this first place? It could be said that Lu Shenzhou was the most miserable first place in the outer sect. Some people lamented and felt injustice for Lu Shenzhou. The children of the humble sect, who worked hard to get the first place, suffered such unfair treatment. Is there any fairness to speak of? And the sovereign didn't open his mouth, because a Lu Shenzhou wasn't worth his attention yet. Sovereign senior brother, you're confused. The book collection pavilion elder stood up and accused the patriarch, painfully. This is a dragon sovereign inheritance. Maybe my Dongxian sect will be able to add one more martial arts saint in the future. If you guys don't want to take it, I'll take it. The topmost supreme inheritance naturally consumes a large amount of resources. If Lu Shenzhou can't worship the master, there is no backing, no resources tilted, then isn't the Dragon Zun inheritance a waste of time? You're not a peak master, you're not qualified to accept a disciple. Keep an eye on your own stash. Qin Han sneered. The book collection pavilion elder was indignant. Is it possible to let such a good talent be buried? When did my Dongxian sect degenerate to such a state? Shut up. Shut up. You're a book depository elder, it's not your turn to speak. Rules are rules. Immediately, 7 or 8 peak masters stood up to seriously rebuke the book depository pavilion elder. The book depository pavilion elder's face was obscure, his body trembling with anger, feeling pity for Lu Shenzhou. This is simply a disgrace to my Dongxian sect. His voice was filled with grief and anger. At this time, who said that no one has taken him? A gentle, yet majestic imperial voice rose. He has long been this palace's hand-picked disciple. A white dress, the holy and noble Hua Miaoyi descended from the sky. Her jade face was absolutely beautiful, her body was plump and alluring, just like a ripe green lotus, full of fragrance but not gaudy. Her temperament was dignified and elegantly mature. Everyone was shocked. Peak Master Hua. Lu Shenzhou was even more shocked. She's actually the Peak Master. She also wants to accept me as a disciple. What exactly is my relationship with her? Lu Shenzhou also didn't know what Hua Miaoyi was thinking. Hua Miaoyi stood behind the sovereign, her beautiful eyes had a touch of cunning and a few hints of playfulness as she looked at Lu Shenzhou. Shenzhou, why don't you take out the token that this palace gave you? Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath and took out the flower token. Apprentice see master. Qin Han's eyes were gloomy and he couldn't help but open his mouth to threaten Hua Miaoyi. Peak Master Hua, no one else will accept him, you dare to accept him as a disciple? Hua Miaoyi's jade face was calm, her voice cold and clear. What does the choice of others have to do with this palace? Shenzhou has long been this palace's disciple. Good. Good. Qin Han's lungs were about to explode with anger, his chest heaving, his forehead veins bulging, his teeth grooves about to be clenched. I'll mark you down. Afraid of you? Hua Miaoyi hit her mouth and let out a cold laugh, her gaze coldly looking straight at Qin Han. Any time. The patriarch voiced out, Lu Shenzhou, since you have already worshipped senior sister Hua, leave here to go to the inner sect. Shenzhou, follow this palace. Hua Miaoyi stepped on her lotus steps, revealing her seductive back and led Lu Shenzhou away. Lu Shenzhou followed behind her and gulped, she's doing this on purpose, right? Hua Miaoyi was right, but her temperament was dignified, elegant and charming. Moreover, her Yuan Yin was still taken by him. Lu Shenzhou worshipped Hua Miaoyi as his master, and the outer sect was once again in an uproar. I didn't expect there to be this kind of twist and turn reversal, but the result was good. Once in the inner sect, with a celestial cultivator as a backer, this Lu Shenzhou also has a top inheritance. Soaring to greatness is just around the corner. Some people were so agitated that it was difficult to calm down. The only way for a disciple of the humble sect to turn over a new leaf was to join the inner sect and have a celestial as a backer. All the status and position of the outer sect were illusory. Lu Shenzhou couldn't help himself when he looked at this seductive back of Hua Miaoyi. With 3 steps and 2 steps, he came to Hua Miaoyi's side, looking straight into her beautiful eyes with fiery eyes. What should I call you now? Chapter 35, Worshipping Hua Miaoyi, Holy Maiden Suqingyu. Hua Miaoyi's cheeks were slightly heated, her gaze majestically stared at Lu Shenzhou, angrily lecturing. You rebellious disciple, are you not trying to charge the master? Of course you have to call this palace as master. Lu Shenzhou touched her nose, is this how you take charge? She thought that Hua Miaoyi's responsibility was to marry into the Lu Palace, but she didn't realize that it was to accept him as a disciple. Hey, thinking about it made it even more exciting. Call. Master. Honor. Hua Miaoyi's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Lu Shenzhou, her tone extremely unpleasant. The celestial mighty pressure only slightly leaked out, and it pressurized Lu Shenzhou's bones, causing him to suck in a breath of cool air. Yes, master. Disciple will advance to the celestial realm early. Humph. Hua Miaoyi just snorted unhappily, wait until you reach the celestial realm. Counting you, there are only 2 disciples under this palace's command. Let's go, take you to meet your big senior sister. Arriving in front of a huge peak, this peak was a dazzling array of palaces, beautiful to behold. The name of the peak, Little Shin Peak. Walking up to a large hall where there were quite a few maids and slaves, Hua Miaoyi led the way ahead. Shenzhou, your eldest senior sister is the sect's holy maiden, the sect's status is second only to the sect master, her power is even higher than that of your teacher, and she can be in charge of some of the sect's daily affairs, and manpower mobilization. Come over and meet your senior sister. Lu Shenzhou's eyes reflected a peerless woman in a green dress, whose temperament was equally dignified and elegant, noble and holy. As the two met, the smile on Lu Shenzhou's face intensified and his voice was joyful. Senior brother Lu Shenzhou meets senior sister Holy Maiden. Brother Shen. Shenzhou, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou with some consternation. You became my senior brother? Hua Miaoyi's jade face was somewhat puzzled. You guys know each other? Su Qingyu glanced at Lu Shenzhou and bowed to Hua Miaoyi with a light smile. Master, I am brother Shenzhou's sister-in-law. The corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth twitched. It's ex-brother-in-law, your sister, and I have broken off our engagement. What, only a few days ago she made a love vow and she wants to back out of it and disown it? When Hua Miaoyi heard this, her jade face revealed a few smiles. I didn't realize that you guys actually have this kind of connection, then there's no need for me to go overboard with introductions. Shenzhou, you have to follow yours example, understand? Yes. Lu Shenzhou had a straight face. Su Qingyu had actually succeeded in her challenge and became the sect's holy maiden. Cough cough, Su Qingyu's face turned white, not knowing if it was because she was weak or just physically uncomfortable. She actually coughed twice. Hua Miaoyi explained. Shenzhou, your senior sister has just successfully challenged the Holy Maiden and has suffered a serious injury that has not yet healed, hence why Feng did not attend. However, I have already found good spirit medicine from the secret territory and am already commissioning a master alchemist to make a healing holy elixir. You hold on a little longer. Lu Shenzhou nodded. I see. It turned out that Hua Miaoyi entered the outer sect's secret realm because of this. Then what happened when she was ambushed and hit by the enchanting poison? Su Qingyu's voice was calm. It doesn't matter, I'm sorry to have to worry about it, master. This stubborn character of yours, I don't know who you learned it from. Hua Miaoyi said. Shenzhou, you first pick the dojo at your leisure on the peak. I'll have the maid send you the intersect's lineage and some notes over. I will now take your senior sister to heal her injuries and help her stabilize her injuries. As her voice fell, Hua Miaoyi was holding Su Qingyu and hurried away. And then Lu Shenzhou walked up and down the little Xian peak alone at will, with the flower token hanging on his waist, unimpeded. In the end, he picked a loft between the mountain's waist for his dojo. Young master, your intersect lineage and the things your master has entrusted to you have been delivered to you. An old servant with gray hair placed the things in front of Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou did not immediately check and change his clothes, but instead inquired about Su Qingyu's situation. Can you tell me about the situation on the day that senior sister challenged for the position of Holy Maiden? The old servant looked at Lu Shenzhou's eyes instantly softened and said. On that day Miss Su and Zhao Cherry Hong fought on the competition stage. Miss Su made a breakthrough on the spot, and her underlying roots were slightly weaker than Zhao Cherry Hong. But Miss Dao Heart Solid, no one can compare, spelled self-inflicted suicide moves, hard to force Zhao Cherry Red to admit defeat, so Miss took the position of the Saint Daughter, but also suffered serious injuries. Miss is very much like the master back then. Chen Ping nodded and took a deep breath. He understood why Su Qingyu fought for her life. Su's father had died in peace. Su Qingyu wanted to avenge her father's death and support the lintel of the Su family. Now that she has become the sect's holy maiden, that is, with real power, she will have the opportunity to avenge Su's father's death. The revenge of her father's murder is not shared by all. Su Qingyu was only 16 years old this year, and she was burdened with so many things. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Qingyu, I won't let you wait long. Su Qingyu had already become the sect holy maiden. Then he, Lu Shenzhou, had to at least become the sect saint's son before he was qualified to stand side by side with her and publicize their relationship. Moreover, he had to become the sect saint's son before he was qualified to take Hua Miaoyi into his pocket. How could a great man be depressed and live below others for a long time? He would have to rocket to the top. Old slave will leave. Uncle Fu laughed. Only then did Lu Shenzhou change into the inner disciple uniform and check out the notes and benefits of an inner disciple, as well as the space for advancement. Precautions: the disciple must complete the tasks assigned by the master, otherwise the master has the right to expel the disciple from the sect. Other than that, it is no different from the outer sect. Benefits: inner disciples could receive a salary of 500 spirit stones per month. This amount of spirit stones, for Lu Shenzhou, it was not enough to stuff his teeth. Now that his root repair had expanded, the amount of spiritual energy required to advance a layer of cultivation was 4 times that of before. It was better than nothing. The promotion space: in order to become a true disciple of the Dongxian sect, one must first break through to the Earth Realm sect master cultivation, then participate in the joint competition of the 4 major sects of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, and the winner will be ranked as a true disciple. And the best contemporary disciple of each sect could run for one of the Holy Maiden and Holy Son, to be cultivated as a future sect master. There are 4 major sects in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City: the Dongxian sect, which has the longest history and is dead set on money; the Sword Xian sect that abounds in sword cultivators; the Thunder Sound Temple that specializes in horizontal training; the Myriad Desire sect, which loves to harvest yang and replenish yin. The 4 major sects have held fast to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City for many years, and have always been in the same breath, and only those recognized by all 4 major sects are the true sect's proxies. Lu Shenzhou narrowed his eyes and pondered. I have to raise my cultivation to Earth Realm sect master as soon as possible and become a true sect progenitor before I can do so. Without becoming a true heirloom, even if one reached the cultivation level of an Earth Realm patriarch, one would not be qualified to become a sacred son, but would be sent off as an elder of so and so. It's time to head to the Eastern Wasteland mountain range thousands of miles away to hunt demons. However, before that, it's time to find cheap masters to ask for favors and learn a few more techniques. Suddenly, Lu Shenzhou's perception resounded with the sound of light and pleasant footsteps that he was familiar with. The corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth curled slightly as he moved forward to open the door. I thought you had forgotten our mountain alliance and turned your back on us. Outside the door, it was Su Qingyu, who was in a full green dress and had an attractive figure. Under the moonlight, the two of them met alone once again. Chapter 36, Stealing Food, almost being bumped into by Master Teacher. Su Qingyu could see that Lu Shenzhou was angry with her. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and her voice was delicate and sweet. I was also thinking of celebrating Brother Shenjo's entry into the Master Sect and sleeping with Brother Shenjo tonight, giving Brother Shenjo a chance to take advantage of the situation. Since Brother Shenjo is angry, it seems that he doesn't want it anymore." Saying this, she turned around and was about to leave. Lu Shenjo had planned to be angry with Su Qingyu, but she had daintily sent her door. It is a bastard not to take advantage of a bargain. Lu Shenjo went up and pulled her wrist, ready to carry her into his arms. Su Qingyu turned around, her fragrant and moist red lips came up and kissed Lu Shenjo. Lu Shenjo's gas suddenly disappeared, Big Hand forcefully embraced her waist, closed his eyes, enjoying the kiss. For a long time, lips parted. Su Qingyu's cheeks were slightly hot, her eyes were like spring water, somewhat drawn, her voice was charming. "This is Qingyu's first kiss, is Brother Shenjo still angry? Where is Lu Shenjo still angry with her?" "Not angry no more." Lu Shenjo carried her into the house and then gently closed the door. Su Qingyu did not resist and was carried by him to sit on the bed. Su Qingyu's pair of jade arms gently wrapped around Lu Shenjo's neck and gazed at him. "Brother Shenjo, how did you come to be under the master's door?" Lu Shenjo smiled and said, "I took the first place in the outer sect secret realm and then I worshipped under master. Brother Shenjo has good vision." Su Qingyu said, "Master teacher is a very good person, Brother Shenjo must not make master teacher angry." He. Lu Shenjo hemmed and hawed, his big hands began to be dishonest. "In the future, under the same roof, it will be much more convenient to meet." Su Qingyu's cheeks were slightly heated, lightly biting the flesh of her lips, a little shy. "Yes, oh, in the future it will be more convenient to find Brother Shenjo for double cultivation as well." "Aya, Brother Shenjo, be honest. When I recuperate from my injuries and finish taking revenge, I will give myself to you." Lu Shenjo stared at her. "Then you really did lie to me in the first place." Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes blinked. "What did Qingyu lie to Brother Shenjo about?" "Real dual cultivation with you will explode your body and die." "Ha?" Su Qingyu was a little surprised. "Brother Shenjo, how did you know?" "Of course it was practice makes perfect. He and her master Hua Miaoi had a night of dual cultivation and nothing happened to him." Lu Shenjo didn't say this sentence and just stared at her. "Oops, recognized." Su Qingyu spat her fragrant tongue at him, somewhat flirtatious and playful. Being stared at by Lu Shenjo, Su Qingyu was a little flustered. Her petite body was coy in his arms for a while, then she got up. "Brother Shenjo, it's late, I'm going back to rest." If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would be eaten by Lu Shenjo tonight. Lu Shenjo said with a wry smile, "Aren't you going to stay for double cultivation tonight?" Su Qingyu smiled lightly. "The body is sick and I can't double cultivate. Oh. Next time come over to find Brother Shenjo for double cultivation." After saying this, she fled. "Humph." Lu Shenjo snorted lightly. "Let's see how long you can hide." Not long after Su Qingyu left, Hua Miaoi's voice sounded outside Lu Shenjo's door. "Shenjo, come out for a moment, I have something to say to you." Hearing this voice, Lu Shenjo had no reason to panic. Fortunately, Su Qingyu had left for a while, otherwise wouldn't she have been discovered by Hua Miaoi? Lu Shenjo had a sense of weakness of stealing fish. He walked out of the door. Hua Miaoi's agaric nose wrinkled. "Why do you have yours flavor on you? This can even be smelled out?" Lu Shenjo said stiffly, "Just now, senior sister Su came to sit for a while." Hua Miaoi's beautiful eyes actually flashed with a touch of jealousy for no reason. Her gaze was alert as she looked at Lu Shenjo and warned. "Yours life is miserable, you don't want to hit on her. Otherwise this palace will not be soft." Lu Shenjo was a little annoyed inside and spoke, "Yes. Master. Your honor. What don't hit her idea? He had relived his life, and he could still let you keep him in check?" Lu Shenjo looked at Hua Miaoi with displeased eyes. "What are you looking for me to say at this time?" Hua Miaoi snorted coldly, her voice slightly cold. "Don't forget your relationship with me." "I haven't forgotten that you are my master." Lu Shenjo played dumb and said. Hua Miaoi's face reddened slightly, her attractive breasts rose and fell unceasingly, her voice displeased. "Then you forgot about staining this palace's body." Lu Shenjo's voice was disgruntled instead. "Wasn't it you who told me to call master? I was following your orders, am I even at fault here?" Hua Miaoi's tone was even more dissatisfied as she stared at Lu Shenjo. "You little bastard, are you trying to eat your words and not recognize them? Lu Shenjo, are you asking me to be responsible now? You little bastard is thinking beautifully." Hua Miaoi chided Lu Shenjo with her mouth, but inwardly she was very pleased. "I'm warning you, we can't let Yuer know about our relationship." Lu Shenjo raised his eyebrows and let out an evil laugh. "Then my good senior, tell me, what exactly is our relationship?" Hua Miaoi's plump and alluring body moved forward and directly took the initiative to kiss Lu Shenjo. Then she domineeringly pressed him downwards and roughly undid his clothes. Lu Shenjo's eyes were stunned, then more hotly hugged her. Evil big hands also went to undo her clothes, while asking her, "Haven't seen you for a few days, you don't want to think about me? Want?" Hua Miaoi succinctly returned a word, the rest, all in the Witch Mountain clouds and rain. She was also a little shy inside. This little bastard hadn't seen him for just a few days. How did he become so playful all of a sudden? His capital was already strong, and with this many tricks, he was even killing her to lose her armor. Afterwards, Hua Miaoi's cheeks were flushed, her cloudy temples were drenched and scattered, lying on Lu Shenzhou's chest, panting. Our relationship, we can't let anyone know, understand? Understood. Lu Shenzhou was honest this time and didn't ask what exactly this relationship was. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arms around her watery waist. Master, what kind of people were you assassinated by in the secret territory before? You little bastard, don't call master. At this time, Hua Miaoi felt a little ashamed and glared piteously. Then what should I call? Hua Miaoi's red lips lightly bit, her beautiful eyes were mesmerized, blushing. Meower. Meower, it's still really wonderful. Lu Shenzhou reminisced. Hua Miaoi said with a red face, the person who sneaked up on me in the secret realm is called Feng Hengtian, a person from the Sex Senate. He pursued me for many years to no avail, so he tried to dominate me. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were cold. I will help you take revenge and kill him. Hua Miaoi sniffed, not taking it seriously, and laughed. How much cultivation do you only have? And this man's son, Fan Yuxuan, is the current Sex Saint's son, and is known as the next generation's choice for sect leader. My woman also dares to move? Speaking of which, I will definitely kill him to avenge you. Lu Shenzhou said with a straight face. Good. Hua Miaoi only thought that Lu Shenzhou was trying to please her and giggled twice. If you do it, I'll marry you through the door. Chapter 37, A Beauty's Wish, How Dare You Move Her? I've written it down. Lu Shenzhou nodded with a straight face. He was going to seek the position of sacred son so that he could be with Su Qingyu openly and honestly. This He Hengtian dared to covet Hua Miaoi, then he was taking his death. Just give him a few years of time. Seeing that Lu Shenzhou did not look like he was joking and faking, Hua Miaoi kissed Lu Shenzhou emotionally and explained, the Sex Senate is the base of the Dongxin sect. Up and down the clan, only the saint's son and patriarch can tell the Senate what to do. Otherwise, this palace would have hit the door and killed him long ago. Now that Yuer has become a holy maiden, little man, you don't have to worry about me being targeted again. She, Hua Miaoi, was not a casual woman. Since her innocent body had already been given to Lu Shenzhou, she would never have another man in her life. Not to mention that this palace is not weak. That time when I was infected with the enchanting poison, it was only caused by a sneak attack. You little man worrying about this palace, I'm very happy. But your current cultivation is so weak. If you want to worry about me, you also need to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Lu Shenzhou, I will. Hua Miaoi took out a ring and a gongfu and gave it to Lu Shenzhou. Little man, this is the gift of worship that the palace will give you if you worship the palace as your teacher. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up. A space ring? Not bad. Hua Miaoi said, spatial artifacts are only standard for true sect successors. Any spatial ring, the price was tens of thousands of spirit stones. Inner disciples only earn 500 spirit stones a month, not eating or drinking for decades before they could afford it. Lu Shenzhou could use a spatial ring as an inner disciple, directly catching up with most inner disciples. He couldn't help but lament that having a backer in the celestial realm was good. This treatment was completely different. And his backer was different from others. The celestial backer of his was his woman. Alright, it's getting late. Hua Miaoi slowly got up to put on her clothes. Thinking about you is also enough for the time being. This palace should also go back, otherwise Yuer will get suspicious. This gongfu, you yourself ponder over it, it will help you a lot. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were tired. Luckily, I have accumulated a lot of pure yin qi from Meower. Next I can go to enhance the gong method. He fell into a deep sleep. While Hua Miaoi returned to her own hall, Su Qingyu was soaking in a medicinal pool, her body drenched, exquisite and alluring, her eyebrows slightly knitted, seemingly suffering from intense pain. Su Qingyu opened her eyes and looked at Hua Miaoi with some doubts. How come there is the smell of brother Shenzhou on master's body? Hua Miaoi's jade face changed slightly, suffered, forgot to bathe and change before coming over. On her face, she was bashful. You smelled it wrong. How could there be your senior brother's flavor on this palace? You are showing signs of being a little bit out of your mind. Close your eyes and recuperate, don't be distracted. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of skepticism, then immediately closed her eyes to seriously heal her wounds. Early the next morning, Lu Shenzhou woke up in high spirits and went down the mountain. I haven't been home for so long, I don't know how Sister Jiro's alchemy is going. And at this moment, the Lu family's situation was extremely grim. The outer wall of the Lu family's clan house collapsed, blood stained the ground, and dozens of Xian realm cultivators surrounded the Lu family's main hall. Each of these Xian realm cultivators had a strong murderous aura and were holding sharp weapons. It's debt collection mercenaries? There was such a group of people who made a living by collecting debts and did no evil. Everywhere they went, families were broken, wives were separated, and they were infamous. Lu Shenzhou recognized these people, and when he saw the misery of the Lu family residents, his eyes immediately rolled with thick killing intent. These people seek death. No matter what the reason was, if they dared to intrude into the Lu family home like this, it was a way to take death. Give me death to come. Lu Shenzhou shouted violently, directly raised his fist and rushed up with a bright golden light. At this moment, inside the Lu family's main hall, the smell of blood was dense, and the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The only few clansmen of the Lu family were all injured to varying degrees, and it was Lu Jiro, who was also in a sorry state, with tattered clothes and purple fingerprints on her snow-white skin, which was shocking to the eyes. Lu Shueming coughed up blood continuously. Patriarch, what should we do now? The mercenaries have surrounded this place, we have no way to retreat, they must take Jiro away and make her pay her debt. Even if we fight to the death, we can't stop them. Lu Tsonghu had a hideous wound on his chest, his face was gloomy, he looked inside and outside the house, not knowing what to do. Lu Tsonghu's features were hideous, and his cloudy eyes were filled with the color of pain and self-reproach. It's all my fault that I didn't pick a good Dan master for Jiro, allowing her to fall into the trap of the Acacia Alliance. Otherwise, how dare the mercenaries hit the door? Lu Jiro's lips tightened. Grandpa. You don't want to talk about this now, worshipping the master is a choice I made. Now that Shenzhou has not returned, getting through the current difficulties is the most important thing. Why don't I follow them first? Grandpa, you guys take the opportunity to inform Shenzhou. No way. Lu Tsonghu flatly refused, even if we all die out, we can't let them touch a single hair on your head. But, Lu Jiro's eyes were anxious. 0. Lu Tsonghu said, do you know what will happen if you go with them? They will first take you to the kiln and let you take customers to pay off your debts. Until after you can't make money, then they'll sell you into slavery. He was still waiting for Lu Jiro to give Lu Shenzhou 10 or 8 children to start a family. Lu Shueming busily said, Jiro, take my token, let's choose a direction to break out, we old things will find you an opportunity, you escape into the Dongxian sect and go to the young lord. We can die, nothing can happen to you. Lu Jiro shook her head with a bitter smile. Lu Shueming said it easily, but the mercenaries outside were all Xian realm cultivators, and even if they gave their lives, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill a bloody path and get a chance for her. The probability was that they would die in vain, and Lu Jiro would fall into the hands of the mercenaries. Lu Tsonghu let out a long sigh and said, this is the only way. Jiro, get ready, we don't have time to delay any longer before hesitating. The situation was in crisis. As long as they kept Lu Jiro and Lu Shenzhou, after their Lu family's people died here, the Lu family would be able to rise again in the future. Grandpa, Lu Jiro's lips were tightly bitten, the crystals in her beautiful eyes flickered, full of self-blame. Just as Lu Tsonghu and the other 7 people were ready to protect Lu Jiro to kill a bloody path. Steeply. Ah! A miserable scream rang out from outside the house. This made Lu Tsonghu and the others even more tense, looking death in the eye. Get ready. Suddenly, the mercenaries outside screamed in horror, it's Lu Shenzhou. He's an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect. He's so terrifying with this punch, go up together and kill him. Hearing the voices outside, the 8 people in the hall looked stunned. Then an indescribable emotion of excitement and joy surged to their hearts, and their originally pale cheeks suddenly flushed. It's Sinking Boat who has returned. They came closer and stood by the window to take a look, and indeed saw Lu Shenzhou's figure, and then the heavy deadness in the eyes of several people dissipated. Chapter 38 Jiro sister, don't be afraid, everything has me, bring you back to the scene. Sure enough, it's Shenzhou. Lu Tsonghu was overjoyed, his body trembling with excitement, then opened the door and shouted, Shenzhou, come here quickly. Lu Shenzhou was relieved to see a few people in the hall who were safe and sound, then he blasted out with a dragon fist, directly decapitating 10 people, directly killing a bloody path, and quickly arrived in the main hall. Grandpa, Jiro, are you guys alright? Lu Shenzhou's clothes were clean and untainted by dust. Lu Jiro couldn't help but jump into Lu Shenzhou's arms, emotionally excited and joyful, joking with a trembling voice, Shenzhou, I'm so afraid that I'll never see you again. Grandpa and their party were ready to kill a bloody path with their lives. Luckily you came back in time. It's alright, I'm back. Lu Shenzhou had a smile on his face as he gently patted Lu Jiro's back. The moment he appeared, he swept away the depressing and suffocating atmosphere in the hall. It was replaced by joy, excitement. Sister Jiro, take care of Grandpa and the others, wait for me to finish killing this group of people. Lu Shenzhou let go of her. Then he turned around and stood in front of the door. Lu Shenzhou, if you dare to kill our mercenaries, even if you are an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect, you won't be able to protect you. If you don't want to die, hand over Lu Jiro and compensate us for 100,000 spirit stones, we can still spare you for the sake of Dongxian sect's face. Lu Shenzhou let out a cold smile, in his eyes was a cold killing intent, there's too much nonsense, it's better to send you all on your way. As his voice fell, he blasted out again with a dragon fist. Roar! The dragon roared and the golden light erupted. Ah! After a miserable scream, the 20 people still remaining outside the door were blown away by his punch. When Lu Tsonghu and Lu Shueming saw this scene, their jaws dropped and they were dumbfounded. So strong. Has Shenzhou grown to this point? Killing dozens of people with one punch, this is still a Xian realm cultivator? Could it be that he has broken through to an Earth realm sect master? They had lived their entire lives and it was the first time they had seen such a terrifying punch. Lu Shenzhou withdrew his fist and turned around to reveal a smile. It's still a long way from being an Earth realm sovereign, it's just that I've comprehended a technique and my cultivation has refined a bit. He told the story of how he entered the outer sect's secret realm, took first place, and worshipped Hua Miaoi. After listening to Lu Shenzhou's statement, Lu Tsonghu and Lu Shueming sucked in a breath, their faces reddened with excitement, just short of dancing, first place in the outer sect, worshipping a heavenly being. From now on, our Lu family also has a backer. Good, good, good. Shenzhou, worthy of being my grandson, Grandpa is proud of you. Lu Shueming was even more excited with his gaze. Young Lord is truly a genius to revitalize my Lu family. As the deacon of the East Xian sect's outer gate, he knew the gold content of the East Xian sect's outer gate number 1 better than anyone else. Lu Jiro was also stunned and praised, Shenzhou, you are awesome. He. Lu Shenzhou looked at her with ambiguous eyes and laughed badly. I'm even better in other aspects, Sister Jiro, you'll know later. Lu Jiro's jade face suddenly turned scarlet. What are you saying? Ha ha ha. Lu Shenzhou laughed out loud, then asked Lu Tsonghu, Grandpa, what exactly happened at home? Why are there mercenaries coming to the door to collect debts? AI. Hearing this, Lu Tsonghu sighed and said, after you returned to the clan that day, Shenzhou, I made many inquiries and selected a third-order alchemist for Jiro to worship. Who had expected that third-order alchemist was actually burying a scourge, driving for the Acacia Alliance and deliberately trying to harm Jiro? Not more than a few days after the apprenticeship, that third-order alchemist was teaching Jiro to make pills, letting Jiro ruin an expensive third-order pill. That third-order alchemist asked Jiro to claim 20,000 spirit stones. Where can our Lu family pay out so much money? Giving Jiro a period of time to raise the alchemy, but also pay it back. That third-order alchemist directly resold the debt note to debt collection mercenaries yesterday, allowing them to collect the money and take themselves out. The Harmony Alliance? The Zhang family? Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed. This time in the outer sect's secret realm, I didn't kill many people from the Acacia Alliance. Lu Shenzhou worshipped Celestial Cultivator. This Acacia Alliance had no way to deal with him directly, so they tried to find a way to start with the people around him. Especially Lu Jiro, it was Lu Shenzhou's scales. Once Lu Jiro was taken away by the mercenaries, Lu Shenzhou was afraid that he would directly go mad with anger. This Acacia Alliance's people expected this to happen before they started on Lu Jiro, and their methods were quite underhanded. Luckily, he came back in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's all my fault for not shining my eyes and gullibly trusting the words of others. Lu Tsonghu sighed, after killing these mercenaries right now, it will definitely send people over later. Lu Jiro opened her mouth. Grandpa. Now that Shenzhou is also back, he is also an alchemist. As long as we refine pills and pay back the money, we will be fine. There is no need to be so troublesome. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were glazed over and he moved forward to hold Lu Jiro's warm catkin. Unringing the bell is still necessary, let's go directly to that third-order alchemist. Daring to frame Sister Jiro and strike out against the Lu family, I can't bear this breath. Lu Jiro eyes worried, Shenzhou. That is a third-order alchemist. Or forget it. It was also my own carelessness that broke that elixir. She didn't want to cause any more trouble, and her heart was so kind that it made Lu Shenzhou's heart ache. This made him think of the honest people in his previous life who were honest. The more you back down, the more those people on your head and intensified. Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, third-rank alchemist, what's that worth? Jiro, you don't have to worry, I will take care of this matter. Jiro, is the elixir you broke still there? It's here. Lu Jiro took out a third-order elixir from the cloth pouch on her waist. This is a third-order life extension elixir. It can prolong one's life by 2 months. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Extending life for 2 years selling 20,000 spirit stones is reasonable. It's good to have evidence. Lu Shenzhou took her hand and headed out. Go to the Alchemist Association. Grandpa, you guys follow me too. The group arrived at the Alchemist Association. Welcome Master Lu Dan back to the association. What can I do for you? That deacon was filled with a warm smile. Lu Shenzhou spoke, I'm looking for Xinde Chang, tell him to come out. This is a third-order alchemy master, it's not something you can meet just because you want to. The smile on the deacon's face tightened by 2 points. Although alchemists were honorable, there were naturally 3, 6, 9 ranks among alchemists. A first-order alchemist asking to see a third-order alchemist was a bit arrogant. The deacon looked at Lu Shenzhou, Alchemist Lu, do you have something urgent? Lu Shenzhou pointed at Lu Jiro. She wants to break the master-disciple relationship with Xinde Chang, do you think it matters? Alchemists do not take on disciples easily, preferring to rot the alchemy inheritance in their bellies. This is rare that there are disciples who want to dissolve their relationship with their master. The deacon's face changed violently. I'll go inform Grand Alchemist Shun. A while later, an immortal, humanoid Xinde Chang appeared. When Xinde Chang saw Lu Jiro, he did not have a good face. Humph. You still have the face to come see me? To dissolve the master-disciple relationship, it's just right. Moralistic thing, go yourself. Lu Shenzhou walked to Xinde Chang and raised his hand to slap him. Splat. A dozen of Xinde Chang's teeth were immediately knocked out, then he covered his face and screamed miserably, ah. Everyone's hearts immediately jumped and their faces changed dramatically. Chapter 39 Alchemy. Old dog, don't go wild, I'm applying for the third order alchemist examination. Everyone at the scene looked dumbfounded. A first order alchemist, slapping Shindichang's ear, inverted the Big Dipper. You dare to hit me. Shindichang screamed miserably while covering his face, looking at Lu Shenzhou with disbelief. He was an honorable third rank alchemist. Bang! Lu Shenzhou kicked him in the stomach. Not only am I going to beat you, I'm going to kill you. Ah! Shindichang screamed miserably and plopped down on his knees. His features were hideous and his eyes were filled with the color of resentment. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Call the president here immediately. On the side, that deacon had long been scared out of his wits, his body trembling like a sieve. This Lu Shenzhou hit Shindichang without saying the reason. He was finished. The Alchemist Association internal rules are complicated and strict. The first order Dan Master to beat the third order Dan Master. This is to poke a big basket. The president quickly arrived at the scene. Shindichang pointed at Lu Shenzhou, his tone stern. He assaulted me. According to the rules of the association, he should be immediately expelled from the Dan Master Association and then he should be executed. The president looked at the token on Lu Shenzhou's waist and frowned. Dan Master Lu, please give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise even if you are an inner disciple of the Dongshin sect, you cannot afford to be punished by the association. Dan Master Shin, please be at ease, this president will definitely deal with this matter impartially. The people on the side were even more surprised. This Lu Shenzhou was actually an inner disciple. Didn't that mean that behind him stood a cultivator of the celestial realm as a backer? No wonder the president did not immediately execute Lu Shenzhou. Rules are dead, people are alive. A flash of stunned anger surfaced in Shindichang's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Good." Lu Shenzhou held Lu Jiro's small hand and recounted how she was victimized by Shindichang. Many people around immediately showed contempt for Shindichang. Son of a, little Miss Lu has a bright future. How dare you victimize her like this? Disciple, I'll give you these 20,000 spirit stones for you, come be my disciple. Someone immediately threw an olive branch at Lu Jiro. The president frowned, a displeased look appearing in his eyes. Assholes, you dissolve the master-disciple relationship immediately. Lifted then. Shindichang gritted his teeth, his eyes resentful. Then how about the matter of Lu Shenzhou hitting me? He's a first-order elixir master beating me, a third-order elixir master. If you, president, don't deal with it impartially, it will chill the hearts of all of us alchemists. I want him dead. The president's brows were furrowed. Expelling the Alchemist Association was fine, but executing an inner disciple of the Dongshin sect would incur the wrath of the celestial realm. Shindichang, this matter is your fault first. Why make it so stiff? Let's each take a step back. It's one thing for me to pit Lu Jiro, it's another thing for this Lu Shenzhou to beat me. To think that I'll take a step back. Do you think that Lu Shenzhou is a third-order alchemist? The president had a huge headache and didn't know what to do. Shindichang, Lu Shenzhou is an inner disciple of the Dongshin sect. If you kill him, you will be in big trouble. Rules are rules. Shindichang's mouth was ugly. Then why don't you expel me from the Alchemist Association now? Impossible. The president shook his head. Shindichang knew that it was impossible, so the smile on his face became even more sickening. Then please ask the president to abide by the rules and execute Lu Shenzhou, or let Lu Shenzhou advance to the third-rank alchemist. Lu Shenzhou frowned, the killing intent in his eyes was even more intense. You old bastard are familiar with the rules, you know that you pitted Jiro and the association won't do anything about you, there's no fear. A party is a first-order alchemist, a party is a third-order alchemist, is a person all know, certainly to help the third-order alchemist. Ah. Yeah, not convinced? Shindichang sneered, if you have the guts to become a third-order alchemist as well, then I won't be able to do anything about you. But can you do it? His eyes were filled with a thick sneer. The Alchemist Association stipulated that when an alchemist of the same rank was in conflict, the association would not step in to help any of them. However, when a high-ranked alchemist clashed with a low-ranked alchemist, the association would only help the high-ranked alchemist. It was because of this that this old bastard dared to unscrupulously victimize Lu Jiro. Lu Shenzhou's brows furrowed into a Chuan character, the killing intent in his eyes nearly turning into substance. Good, then I will do as you wish. He looked at the president, I'm applying for the third-order alchemist examination. Wow! The scene was in an uproar. This kid is going to take the third-order alchemist examination? For real? An 18-year-old third-rank alchemist, impossible. Everyone looked at Lu Shenzhou with questioning, disbelieving gazes. Shindichang sneered and ridiculed, dying to struggle, wasting time. Lu Shenzhou, if you can pass the third-order alchemist examination, I'll kill myself in front of you. Good. Lu Shenzhou had a cruel and merciless smile on his face. This is what you said yourself, if you don't kill yourself by then, I will give you a ride. Okay. Shindichang didn't take Lu Shenzhou's words seriously at all. Where in Eastern Wasteland Immortal City was there an 18-year-old third-rank alchemist? A fool's dream. Shenzhou. Lu Jiro had a tense face, her catkin tightly tugging on Lu Shenzhou's sleeve, her beautiful eyes full of anxiety. All of this was because of her. Now that things had come to this, she blamed herself 10,000 times. If she had known, she would not have worshipped any master. Third-order alchemists were quite rare, and it was even more extremely difficult to become a third-order alchemist. Sister Jiro, trust me. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were calm and full of confidence. I will definitely take this breath out for you. The president looked at Lu Shenzhou with a suspicious gaze. Are you sure? A third-order alchemist is required to master the refining of 3 third-order pills. Lu Shenzhou nodded. I'm sure. Chairman, I approve your application. Follow me. The group arrived at the examination site. In front of them were the last 2,000 medicinal herbs, the president said. You can start picking the herbs and head to any of the alchemy rooms to start refining pills. However, Lu Shenzhou was standing still and didn't move. Instead he spoke. President, I have a question for you. President, you say? Lu Shenzhou said, which 3 of the third-order pills are more profitable? President, you don't know? Lu Shenzhou slowly nodded his head. Ha 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 ha. Shindi Chang scoffed. You don't even know about third-order pills and you still presume to become a third-order alchemist? What a useless struggle at the end of your life, little bastard. I can't wait to get you killed. The others were also expressionless. It wasn't that they looked down on Lu Shenzhou, it was that alchemists generally had to figure out the market demand before they would spend a lot of time delving into an elixir. If this Lu Shenzhou had the level of a third-order alchemist, he wouldn't be able to ask such a foolish question. Lu Shenzhou had deeply betrayed his alchemy level with a single sentence. The president's face changed for a while before he finally said, they are the Earth Elemental Pill, the Intentionality Pill, and the Life Extension Pill respectively. Lu Shenzhou, do you have this kind of pills on you, President? Can you take one out respectively and give me a taste? At these words, the president's face stiffened and he couldn't help but question it as well. Are you good or not? Chapter 40, producing 2 types of Dan in a row, and in the end, needing a beauty's help to do so. Many alchemists even shook their heads directly, thinking that this was a waste of time. They could also see that this Lu Shenzhou didn't have the level of a third-order alchemist and was clearly stalling for time. The more Lu Shenzhou was like this, the more stable Xin Deqiang became. In the face of the president's questioning, Lu Shenzhou just faintly said, consider it as me paying for it, 3 third-order pills. I, Lu Shenzhou, as an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect, and my master is a celestial realm cultivator, this amount of money can still be casually taken out. The president's face changed as he took out the Earth Origin Pill, the Intentional Realm Pill, and the Life Extension Pill and gave them to Lu Shenzhou. The Earth Origin Pill was priced at 5,000 spirit stones a bottle. The Realm of Intent Pill was priced at 10,000 spirit stones a bottle. Life Extension Pill, priced at 20,000 spirit stones a bottle. Thank you, President. Lu Shenzhou took an Earth Origin Pill and swallowed and refined it while inwardly shouting, Yin and Yang Qi, give me the Epiphany Earth Origin Pill. He had managed to save up some pure Yang and pure Yin Qi, and he was about to consume it again before he could raise his cultivation and techniques. But it was about Lu Jiro. Lu Shenzhou did not hesitate. The majestic medicinal power melted away from the body. This was a powerful potion that Earth Realm patriarchs took on a daily basis. Yu Shuizhou hurriedly spoke out, the medicinal power is too strong, you can't carry it, I'll help you suppress this medicinal power. Then Lu Shenzhou concentrated on Epiphany of the Earth Origin Pill. Half an hour later, Lu Shenzhou finished his Epiphany. He opened his eyes and picked up a medicine basket. He then skillfully began to grab the 32 flavors of the Earth Origin Pill. Many people frowned, their gazes a bit startled. Does he know how to do this or not? This Lu Shenzhou was actually moving skillfully and experienced in picking out the 32 flavors of herbs. Someone who wasn't a regular refiner of the Earth Origin Pill simply wouldn't be able to do so skillfully. Xin Deqiang snorted coldly, it's just a matter of grabbing the medicines, whether or not you can refine the Dan is the key. It was necessary to know that the Dan formula was good to deduce, but the key to refining the elixir was whether you had mastered the skill of handling the herbs. Lu Shenzhou walked into an alchemy room. When Lu Jiro saw this scene, her cherry lips clenched, her 2 hands clasped together and her knuckles clenched white. An hour later, Lu Shenzhou opened the door of the room and walked out, accompanied by the scent of earthly Yuan Dan. Wow! This time everyone was shocked, it was really refined. Let's go check the quality. Fine quality Earth Origin Pill. Everyone shook in unison, their eyes looking at Lu Shenzhou as if they had seen a ghost, 18 years old, refining an Earth Origin Pill. Could it be that he can really become a third-order alchemist? T-on. Genius. The president took a deep breath and his eyes changed as he looked at Lu Shenzhou. Shindashuan saw this scene and his face changed slightly. Don't be too happy, you still have to refine 2 more third-order elixirs before you can be considered to have passed the examination. Lu Shenzhou glanced at him, old dog Shin, you're in a hurry to get on the road, take it easy. Xin Deqiang smiled without smiling, wait until you finish refining the remaining 2 pills. He was certain that Lu Shenzhou would not be able to refine the 3 third-order pills in their entirety. Lu Shenzhou immediately picked up the Intentionality Pill and swallowed and refined it. The same majestic medicinal power melted away, but the sky swirled in front of his eyes, as if he had entered sage mode and was floating. What does this Intentionality Pill do? Yu Shuizha's voice rang out. Above the grand completion of a gongfu, it is the realm of intent of an earth realm patriarch, which allows one to utilize even greater power. And this kind of elixir will allow you to feel the intent in advance, and have the effect of enhancing your gongfu and intent, but the poison is very strong, and there is also a chance for a person to go off the deep end. I see. After Lu Shenzhou responded, he was immersed in the epiphany of how the intentionality Dan was refined. Half an hour later, Lu Shenzhou opened his eyes again. With familiar movements, he grabbed the materials for the Realm of Intent pill and walked into the alchemy room. Many people whispered. If the intentional realm pill can also be refined, even if the life extension pill can't be refined, his kind of natural talent is enough to attract the attention of a great pill master, or even a holy pill master. But rules are rules, let's wait and see what happens. Shin Dichang's pupils shrunk slightly, and his heart couldn't help but surge with a touch of bad omen. 1 hour later, Lu Shenzhou walked out at the end of refining the intentionality pill, once again causing everyone to shake. A fine quality intentional realm pill, doesn't this kid have a great pill master standing behind him? Speaking of which, isn't he an inner disciple of the East Qian sect? Isn't his master, which East Qian alchemy master? Shin Dachan's face was already quite unsightly at this moment, his eyes red and his teeth clenched. Little bastard, I don't believe you can refine a life extension pill. It was impossible for him to fall into the hands of an 18-year-old little brute. Lu Shenzhou just flashed him a cruel smile. You guess. Shin Dichang's forehead had already begun to sweat and he couldn't help but tremble nervously. I don't believe it. Oh, but don't forget your promise. Lu Shenzhou laughed coldly and picked up a third-order life extension pill and swallowed it. The vast life force spread out and turned into Lu Shenzhou's underlying energy. Lu Shenzhou was having an epiphany on how the life extension pill was refined when he abruptly retreated from the state of epiphany. His brows furrowed and his face was quite ugly. Yu Shuizha's voice rang out. The pure yin qi is gone. Everyone who saw Lu Shenzhou's sudden frown and ugly face couldn't help but speculate, what's wrong with him? Could it be that something went wrong? It shouldn't be unable to refine the life extension pill. Hubris harms itself. This alchemy test at the beginning, but it is impossible to change the test items. Shin Dazhong saw the scene, his face once again showed a dejected smile. I told you, just now was almost scared by this little beast. Lu Jiro's heart had long been hanging nervously in her throat. Shenzhou. You are okay. I'm fine. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, then his hands were raw as he grabbed a furnace of life extension pill materials. Lu Shenzhou said to the president, I request to rest for a while, no problem, right? The president nodded, no problem, there is no time limit for the examination. Lu Shenzhou pulled Lu Jiro's small hand into the alchemy room. Sister Jiro, I need your help. Help? But I don't know anything about the life extension pill, how can I help you? Lu Jiro was in a momentary rush of emotion, and tears were swirling in her eyes in excitement. Lu Shenzhou slowly wrapped a large hand around her waist. Lu Jiro voice with a sobbing voice, Shenzhou, what time is this? You still have the leisure to take advantage of me. Lu Shenzhou laughed and completely embraced her into his arms. Sister Jiro, I want you to help me with double cultivation and comprehend the refining method of the life extension Dan. Lu Jiro's beautiful eyes blinked, her jade face suddenly flushed with heat. Shenzhou, can you also dual cultivate and comprehend? Then, isn't that technique only available to females? Sister Jiro, don't mind so much, just say help me or not, if you don't help me, we will all die here today. Lu Shenzhou hugged hard and viciously said. Why are you? You fierce me. Did I say not to help? Lu Jiro aggrieved Baba, her cheeks were red and about to drip blood, and she couldn't care less about teaching Lu Shenzhou to take advantage of her like this. Right now this position was too ambiguous, she could only protest in a small voice. She originally didn't want to double cultivate with Lu Shenzhou anymore, it was too shy. But right now the situation was critical, she knew which was more important, she could only forcefully endure her shyness and agree, sit in Lu Shenzhou's arms and begin to run the dual cultivation technique. Chapter 41. You now know that begging for forgiveness is wrong? Or give me death. 1 hour. 2 hours passed. There was no movement in the alchemy room where Lu Shenzhou was. Many people began to talk. It hasn't come out after so long, it's not possible that the alchemy has failed, right? The life extension pill is the most difficult pill to refine as a third-order pill. Failed? Failure is good. Essence flickered in Shin Dachan's eyes and his face began to flush. Failure in refining the life extension pill, then failure in the third-order alchemist examination. No matter how good the talent is, you're still waiting to be executed. To be able to refine 2 third-order elixirs at the age of 18 was already rather intimidating. I'll see how long you can stall inside. Many people thought that Lu Shenzhou had failed in refining the life extension pill and was unable to face reality, hiding inside and not coming out. Inside the alchemy room, Lu Shenzhou hugged the fragrant and soft Lu Jiro and drew a lot of pure yin qi from her. The warm fragrance and soft jade filled his arms, and through several layers of fabric, he could clearly perceive how hot the curves of Lu Jiro's body were in this delicate body. Shenzhou. Lu Jiro sensed that Lu Shenzhou had stopped his dual cultivation technique, but he was still holding himself like this. Are you better? Lu Shenzhou opened his eyes and let out a bad smile, being Jiro's sister noticed out ah. Then I'll go out and not hinder your alchemy. Lu Jiro's beautiful eyes were flustered and blushing, wanting to get up from Lu Shenzhou's arms. It's not like there's a time limit. Lu Shenzhou played the rascal and held her without letting go, cheekily saying, let me hold her for a while longer. Lu Jiro's heart was flustered and shy, her red lips lightly biting as she said in a consultative tone. Shenzhou, you refine the pills first, go home and I'll let you hug me enough, okay? Lu Shenzhou sized her up for a moment. Okay, Sister Jiro, remember what you said, but don't lie to me. I won't be a scoundrel. Like Shenzhou, Lu Jiro's earlobes were red and her beautiful eyes fluttered. Lu Shenzhou let go of her, then urged the Yin Yang Qi to continue comprehending the refining method of the life extension pill. Lu Jiro saw him enter the state and exited the alchemy room. The many alchemists outside the door were dumbfounded. What did they do inside the alchemy room? It's normal for a teenager to be under a lot of pressure. A person is not a teenager in vain. Many people thought that Lu Shenzhou and Lu Jiro were having fun in the same room within the alchemy room. After all, Lu Jiro's pretty face was red, her dress was unkempt, and her pace was unsteady, so it was easy for people to think so. Shindi Chang's forehead veins bulged out. This little bastard even wants to have a fling before he dies. The president asked Lu Jiro, how is Lu Shenzhou's life extension pill being refined? This was the issue that everyone was most concerned about. Today, was there going to be the birth of an 18-year-old genius third-rank alchemist, or was there going to be the fall of a first-rank alchemist? Lu Jiro had a red face, her tone was calm and elegantly confident. Shenzhou hasn't started refining pills yet, we have to wait for him for a while longer. Cough cough. The president spoke, Junior Mwai, also need to distinguish the occasion moderation ah. Lu Jiro pretty face immediately red to drip blood, but she cannot say the truth, shyly stomped her feet. Letting others misunderstand, it could only be like this. 1 hour later. Crunch. Lu Shenzhou opened the door of the alchemy room and floated out, along with a strong Dan fragrance. All the alchemists were shaken. This is the fragrance of the life extension Dan. Could he have really refined it successfully? Quick, go check. A moment later, a crowd of alchemists let out an alarming cry, fine life extension pill. Everyone's faces changed dramatically and their eyes changed as they looked at Lu Shenzhou. Shenzhou is so powerful. Lu Jiro was even more excited, her beautiful eyes filled with little stars, on the verge of mesmerization. It was the president who also had a stunned expression before looking at Lu Shenzhou with a smile. Congratulations, you have passed the Third Order Alchemist examination. And become the youngest Third Order Alchemist in the history of the Eastern Desolate Immortal City Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association will no longer intervene to pursue the matter of you assaulting Shindi Chang. Thank you, President. Lu Shenzhou responded with a bland face. Plop. When Shindachang heard this, he directly fell off his chair, his face as white as paper, his eyes too terrified to believe. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were calm, a cruel and merciless smile on his face. Master Shindan, now it's time for you to honor your promise and kill yourself in front of Laozi. Scram! Shindachang's face was ugly, he got up and whisked his sleeves to leave, intending to go back on his word. How could he really kill himself? He was a third-order alchemist and still had a great life yet to enjoy. Lu Shenzhou directly flashed his body like a ghost and came directly in front of Shindachang, blocking his way. Where are you planning to go? I want to go home. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Shindachang looked flustered. Ha! Lu Shenzhou directly kicked him in the stomach. Without fulfilling your promise, you can't go anywhere. Since you refuse to kill yourself, then I have no choice but to give you a ride. Ah! Shindachang shrieked miserably, fear and horror suddenly welling up in his eyes. You dare to kill me? This is in the Alchemist Association. President, save me. Save me. The crowd of alchemists, including the president, all just looked at him with indifferent faces. Sorry. The president said indifferently with an expressionless face, Master Shindan, rules are rules, and the association will not intervene in the personal feud between you and Master Lu Dan. Just now, Shindachang relied on the rules and made it difficult for him, the president, to ride the tiger. Right now, it was directly returned as such. How could an ordinary third-order alchemist compare to an 18-year-old genius third-order alchemist? Everyone knows who to help. If this Shindi Chang had listened to his advice just now, and each took a step back, where would things have gotten to this state? Go on your way at ease. Lu Shenzhou raised a fist. No! Shindachang's face twisted as he roared in defiance. Bang! As soon as the fist went down, Shindachang was directly blown up alive by Lu Shenzhou, not even leaving a whole body. A trace of pure yang qi entered Lu Shenzhou's body. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were contemptuous, a third-order alchemist? Not even comparable to a pig. Lu Shenzhou killed a pig to bring in more pure yang qi than Shindachang. Many alchemists looked at Lu Shenzhou with fear and scorn in their eyes. Lu Shenzhou was a man who was vindictive and could not tolerate sand in his eyes. Although Shin Dashan was cheating and victimizing Lu Jiro, this Lu Shenzhou had to kill Shin Dashang in order to help her out. The president looked at Lu Shenzhou with a smile. Lu Dancher, how, my association handling is still fair. Lu Shenzhou revealed a smile, fair. In this world, the strong are honored. If you are strong, you will be helped. The president spoke, Master Lu Dan, you just used me an earth elemental pill, intentionality pill, and life extension pill. I took one from each of the pills you refined. The remaining 3 types of pills are worth a total of 1900 and 3500 spirit stones. Does Master Lu Dan want the spirit stones or will you take these pills away? Lu Shenzhou spoke, exchange them for spirit stones. Lu Shenzhou got the money in his hand and pulled Lu Jiro outside. Go to the Mercenary Association and redeem the IOUs. Chapter 42, Beauty's Active Kiss. She didn't play around. With a full 190,000 spirit stones on his body, Lu Shenzhou had never been so rich. The Lu family was as well. A group of people were walking on the road to the Mercenary Association. Lu Tsung, whose old face was thrilled, Shenzhou, have you really become a third-order alchemist? Not bad. Lu Shenzhou nodded. God bless my Lu family. Lu Tsung, who was so excited that he was about to faint on the spot. In a short period of time, Lu Shenzhou had become an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect, and now he was also a third-order alchemist. The Lu family's soaring success was just around the corner. Opening branches and spreading leaves, recasting the glory of the Lu family was just around the corner. Lu Tsung, who excitedly tugged on his goatee and looked at Lu Jiro, Shenzhou, you and Jiro's matter can be caught up. I'm still waiting to hold 10 or 8 big grandchildren. Grandpa, what are you saying? Lu Jiro stomped her feet in shame. Give Shenzhou 10 or 8 sons? She was so shy that she was about to faint. She doesn't want it. Lu Shenzhou also laughed and joked, Sister Jiro, if you don't give birth to me, who will give birth to me? Grandpa can count on you. Lu Jiro's beautiful eyes aggrieved, protested in a small voice, Shenzhou, don't you have a fiancé? You find your fiancé does not hinder well. Lu from the Tiger said laughingly, Jiro, you give birth to she gave birth to her, are for my Lu family to open the branch. Do not want to care about you. Lu Jiro was shy and angry, old untidy. Coming to the Mercenary Association. Lu Shenzhou directly took out 20,000 spirit stones from his space ring and threw them on the table. I want to redeem Lu Jiro's IOUs. Guest, you wait a moment. When the shopkeeper saw the spatial ring, his pupils shrank and he hurriedly went to invite the boss. A moment later, a tiger-backed big man appeared with a warm smile on his face. Young Master Lu, I've kept you waiting, this is Miss Lu's IOU. He handed over Lu Jiro's IOU. Lu Shenzhou took it and rubbed the IOU into pieces as he looked at the tiger-backed big man. I killed so many people from your mercenary association, you won't come to take revenge on me, right? Lu young master, what do you call this words? We mercenaries are on the tip of the knife to find a meal. Lu young master, both take out the money. The mercenary association where we'll still look for your trouble again. The tiger-backed man laughed out loud. That's good, go. Lu Shenzhou led Lu Jiro and the others away. He had a large amount of spirit stones on his body, and he wanted to add to the Lu family's household goods, slaves, and maids to make the family's life better. Boss, just let them go? A mercenary looked mournful, his eyes resentful. One of the mercenaries who went to the Lu family's house today was his own brother. Dozens of them all died at the hands of Lu Shenzhou. The Mercenary Association was furious after receiving the news and was ready to go to Lu Shenzhou for trouble, but they could only stop when they learned that the family had gone to the Alchemist Association. The smile on the tiger-backed big man's face gradually tightened and was replaced by a grim and dangerous one. Killed 50 of us, how can we just let it go? This kid is an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect, and now he's a third-order alchemist. The two forces are protecting him, and if we make a move against him within the city, we're just asking for death. But if he goes out of the city, Not only was Lu Shenzhou feuding with them, but there were also big names who spent a lot of money to buy Lu Shenzhou's life. One could only say that Lu Shenzhou deserved to die. Lu Shenzhou took the family to add a lot of things, especially for Lu Jiro to buy a lot of new clothes, while she coaxed her heart no longer angry. The entire Lu residence once again restored vitality. Lu Shenzhou became a third-order alchemist news spread, many people door to send gifts. Lu Tsung, who face rosy, one by one reception, not happy. Third-order alchemist, looking at the entire huge eastern wasteland immortal city, that is also a person of honor. Some maids and slaves were cleaning and placing their household goods. Lu Shenzhou came to Lu Jiro's boudoir and looked at her with a bad smile on his face. Sister Jiro, it's time to honor the promise. Oh. What? What promise? Lu Jiro, eyes flustered, voice blushing and dare not admit. Lu Shenzhou approached towards her. What do you say? Yeah. Lu Jiro panicked to avoid Lu Shenzhou, slender long legs open. I suddenly remembered that there is still a furnace of medicine in the furnace. Lu Shenzhou pulled her catkin. Sister Jiro, playing tricks is a no-no. Muah. Lu Jiro with a swift momentum gently kissed Lu Shenzhou on the lips, then quickly separated, her voice panicked. But? Can it? I didn't cheat. Lu Shenzhou stood frozen in place, and when he came back to his senses, Lu Jiro had long run away. Lu Shenzhou touched his lips and let out a laugh. Sister Jiro, it turns out that last time you were pretending to be asleep, ah? There was finally a breakthrough in the relationship with Lu Jiro, and Lu Shenzhou didn't go after her. Anyway, Lu Jiro is at home, cannot run away, sooner or later is his. Why be in a hurry? When the fire is ready, he will naturally eat her. On the other hand, Lu Shenzhou went back to his house and took out the gongfu that Hua Miaoi had given him for seasons Dao Realm Gong. This was a heaven stage gong method that allowed Lu Shenzhou to cultivate to the celestial realm. Speaking of which, his mastery of the tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fist was a killing technique, not a cultivation enhancement technique. And the Dragon Yuan Whale Sea technique was a root enhancement technique. As for the Ling Mountain Fist, it was a mortal martial art. This 4 seasons Dao Realm technique was very powerful, allowing Lu Shenzhou to comprehend the meaning in the changing seasons of life. To advance to Earth Realm Patriarch, it was to comprehend the realm of meaning between heaven and earth. Mortal martial, rough handling style. Xuanwu, mana moves. Earth realm, aura is released to the outside, and the realm of meaning is realized through the heavens. Without comprehending the realm of intent, your mana moves would never be strong enough. The reason why the Earth realm is called the Grandmaster is that it is a return to basics, transcending the style moves and realizing the meaning of heaven and earth, which is even more powerful. The ability of the master can really break mountains and rivers, and can also call the wind and rain, thunder. For seasons Dao Realm skill cultivated to the extreme, Lu Shenzhou can comprehend the different moods of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter, modifying the attributes of his mana. Lifting his hand can call the wind and rain, combined with the tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fist, even more powerful. After reading this gong method, Lu Shenzhou realized, no wonder my fist deity only has the sound of dragon, tiger, leopard and snake without the form. The previous gong method didn't work. It's equivalent to guarding a golden mountain but not being able to play a real role. With the help of the power of intent, one would be able to strike the intentional shadows of dragons, tigers, leopards, and snakes, making one's battle power more powerful. Battles between sect masters, apart from moves, were more concerned with the power of the realm of intent that returned to the basics. Lu Shenzhou had just had an epiphany of initiation when the pure yang qi in his body was depleted again. It's also time to set off to delve into the eastern wasteland. Just as Lu Shenzhou was preparing to set off, Lu Xueming was the one who found Lu Shenzhou. Young lord, someone from Little Xian Peak wants to see you. And then Lu Shenzhou met a maid from Little Xian Peak. This maid spoke, young master asked me to bring you a message. Miss is seriously injured and in a coma, her life is hanging by a thread. Master, she wants to maintain Mrs. life and can't leave her by an inch. She wants young master to go to 100 Flower Immortal City immediately and fetch the heavenly chi pill from the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Lu Shenzhou's color changed. Xinya's life is hanging by a thread. Didn't she say that her injuries are not serious? But right now was not the time to count on this. 100 Flower Immortal City was 3,000 miles away from here. It was a long way. Time was urgent. Lu Shenzhou directly set off in a hurry and headed towards 100 Flower Immortal City. Mercenary Association, boss, Lu Shenzhou has left the city, heading towards 100 Flowers Immortal City. Bring along the manpower to avenge those 50 brothers in the guild. By the way, complete that big shots mission and get a hefty commission. Chapter 43, Realizing Xian Potential in the Battle, Killing a Half-Step Patriarch with a Fist. Ta. Lu Shenzhou was riding a Fey Beast pet and was quickly rushing to 100 Flower Immortal City. This foreign beast pet underneath him was capable of traveling 1,500 miles per day. For martial cultivators, they had to reach the celestial realm before they could fly on clouds. Swoosh! Steeply, a cold arrow shot in, directly hitting the Fey Beast's head. Lu Shenzhou landed smoothly with a jump. Raising his head to look, in front of him were densely packed mercenaries. At the head of the group was the association boss that he had seen during the day. He was holding a large bow and exuded an aura that made Xian realm cultivators palpitate. Lu Shenzhou's eyes stared. Half-step Earth Realm Patriarch. Context, which was able to manifest greater power, also allowed moves to be hidden from the environment, making them difficult to detect. Lu Shenzhou looked at such a lineup, there was no fear in his eyes, and he faintly said, President Wu, but it's just to kill 50 of your men. You're making such a big deal to rob and kill me. If you can't afford to play, don't be a mercenary. Wu Yongfu's eyes were cold with killing intent, his voice could not hide his grief and anger. Little brute, 50 men are not worth my hand. Someone has spent a large sum of money to buy your life. This amount of money is enough to make all of our brothers golden. Buy my life? Lu Shenzhou's expression was stunned. Acacia Alliance? The Zhao family? The Qin family? President Wu, I'm afraid that you have a life to take, but no life to spend. Wu Yongfu said in a cold voice, want to know who it is? You'll know when you go to hell, do it. As the voice fell, the 200 people behind him were all furiously surging forward to pounce on Lu Shenzhou. As for Wu Yongfu himself, he was holding a large bow and hitched a bow and arrow, ready to look for an opportunity. Roar! Seeing this, Lu Shenzhou blasted out a fist and golden light erupted. The powerful fist was no longer in a disorderly state, and vaguely, the shadows of dragons, tigers, leopards, and snakes could be glimpsed. This fist, compared to before, was even more powerful. Ah! Immediately, 30 people died under this punch. With this kind of power, Lu Shenzhou was confident that if Qin Shinqing was in front of him, he would be able to kill him with one punch this time. Each of these corpses did not burst, instead, horrifying fatal injuries of dragon claws, tiger teeth, leopard tears, and snake prints surfaced on the corpses. Lu Shenzhou's heart could vaguely feel what the road ahead was, and the fist technique became a great success, and the 4 major realms emerged. The clouds from the dragon and the wind from the tiger were themselves the embodiment of a powerful intent. And now that he had the gongfu given by Hua Miaoyi, he was considered to have entered the essence of the Xian realm, which was potential. Dragon potential, tiger potential, leopard potential, snake potential. Roar! Lu Shenzhou threw another punch, doubling his power, waves of air rolled out, and his aura was ferocious, like a dragon, tiger, leopard, and snake. Causing the more than 100 Xian realm martial artists in front of him to be creeped out, as if they were facing an overwhelmingly ferocious creature. Horror surfaced in their eyes, and their souls dared to die, retreat. Golden light emerged, and the speed of his fists accelerated. In just an instant, it pounced in front of them. Ah! After screaming miserably, 70 more people died under Lu Shenzhou's punch. As for Wu Yangfu, a half-step Earth Realm Grandmaster who hadn't even reacted yet, his heart was pounding and his face was hideous. Lu Shenzhou, I want you to die. The brothers he had painstakingly recruited had been killed or injured by more than half in just one look. Was this the East Xian sect's inner disciples, the Xian realm cultivators who had celestial realm cultivators to look after and instruct them? The difference in battle power between the two sides was like the difference between mud and clouds. He raised his hand and drew his bow to the full moon. Suddenly, there was an eagle's roar, this arrow, swooping towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou was instantly creeped out, his sweaty hairs exploded, subconsciously running the snake-walking method. His body shape was like a ghost, dodging this arrow away. Even so, Lu Shenzhou's body was ruptured in his clothes, seemingly with marks like eagle scratches. This is the ability of the Earth Realm. If it was a true Realm of Intent Grandmaster, I wouldn't be able to avoid this arrow just now. Lu Shenzhou's face sank as an unprecedented look of gravity appeared in his eyes. The moment he dodged this arrow, the third fist in his hand was already blasting out. In an instant, the remaining 100 people also died under this fist. Wu Yangfu was enraged. Brothers. He never expected that this Lu Shenzhou was so ferocious, but with just 3 punches, he had directly killed the 200 men he had brought with him, and the power in that golden light punch had made him, a half-step Earth Realm Grandmaster, jump in fear and perceive the danger. At the thought of this, Wu Yangfu opened his mouth and sprayed out his heart's blood, landing on the 3 arrows on that bow and hissing angrily. Eagle whistle. Sure. The big bow was drawn to the full moon. Lu Shenzhou's hairy bones were creeped out, a chill went straight to the sky. The moment the eagle cry rang out, the 3 arrows were already erupting and swooping towards him. These 3 arrows were actually manifested as eagles spreading their wings to hunt. Their speed was so fast that they stabbed and killed. Lu Shenzhou instinctively wanted to dodge, but realized that these 3 arrows were actually able to turn around and lock onto him. Bang! Lu Shenzhou threw his 4th punch and collided with these 3 arrows. However, his power was like an eagle catching a chicken before these arrows, and it was torn apart in an instant. Roar! Lu Shenzhou hurriedly threw a 5th punch. This 5th punch, there was actually a dragon shadow that directly appeared, carrying 5 times the force and speed as it rushed towards the 3 arrows. Bang! The arrows exploded and the dragon shadow dissipated. However, Lu Shenzhou did not have the slightest joy. Instead, his scalp went numb and the sense of life and death crisis surged to the extreme. Only to see Wu Yangfu with 5 arrows resting on his bow. He was trembling as he was about to spit out his essence blood, his eyes coldly looking at Lu Shenzhou. Can't let him shoot this arrow. This Wu Yangfu was worthy of being a half-step Earth Realm Grandmaster, and although his intent was not completely complete, it was not something that Lu Shenzhou, who was at the 5th level of the Xian realm, could resist. Lu Shenzhou's body also suddenly trembled and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. 6th fist. Give me death. Before he waited for the power of his fist to brew, he forcefully threw this 6th fist. Roar! The dragon roared and the tiger whistled, and dragon and tiger shadows emerged from the fist, attacking left and right with extreme speed, pouncing towards Wu Yangfu. No! Wu Yangfu's eyes were bloodshot, hissed in unwillingness. He was old, his strength was weakened and regressed, the speed of shooting arrows was not as fast as a child's fist. The dragon and tiger shadows passed through Wu Yangfu's flesh. Dripping. Blood dripped from his body to the ground, and his flesh was already like a sieve filled with hideous holes. On the left side was a terrifying dragon claw, and on the right side was as if it had been devoured by a fierce tiger, with an unknown number of morose white bones broken, and all of his internal organs exposed. The body had not fallen to the ground, the chi had already been severed, maintaining the posture of holding the bow and opening the arrow. Who? Lu Shenzhou also gasped violently, an abnormal flush appearing on his face. A half-step Earth Realm Grandmaster is also within the Xian realm category. The 6th punch is more than enough to kill him. If we were to run into a true Earth Realm sect master, I'm afraid that only the 7th fist would be able to resist for a moment. Chapter 44 Divine Soldier Valley Mayan Dance, holding sister in arms to kill. Feeling the wisps of pure yang qi entering his body, Lu Shenzhou couldn't help but have a touch of joy appear in his eyes. Worthy of being mercenaries who find their meals at the tip of a sword, this pure yang qi is just thick. These 200 mercenaries, and Wu Yangfu, had brought him a total of over 300 strands of pure yang qi. And within his body, there were 500 strands of pure yang qi at the moment. It looks like we need to take a break to recover our condition, and in the meantime, break through a layer of cultivation before heading to 100 Flower Immortal City. The power of the tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fist was truly domineering. He crossed 5 or 6 minor realms to kill. In the wild mountains, Lu Shenzhou took Wu Yangfu's Mount Fei beast, moved away from the battlefield, entered a forest, built a bonfire, and began to recover his state. His foundation was solid at the moment, and the injuries caused by the party quickly recovered. He urged the pure yang qi. 500 strands of pure yang qi immediately began to raise his physical cultivation, and after a surge in his breath, Lu Shenzhou's cultivation came to the 5th Xuanwu layer. Before, 400 strands of pure yang qi was able to raise me from the 2nd Xuanwu layer to the 4th Xuanwu layer. Right now, 500 strands of pure yang qi only allowed me to raise 1 layer. To break through to the 6th Xuanwu layer, I'm afraid that I need 600 strands of pure yang qi. His spiritual energy was even more pure to the extreme, with no impurities at all. If he took pills to raise his cultivation, then his spiritual energy would be very refuted, extremely affecting his battle power in future. If I were to comprehend the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist to its great completion, wouldn't I be able to call the shots of an Earthrealm Grandmaster right now? Feeling the surging and powerful power within his body, Lu Shenzhou's eyes were filled with confidence. Mayan dance, hey, where else can you escape to? At this moment, a voice filled with fury and lewdness rang in Lu Shenzhou's ears. He opened his eyes to see that a group of big men with different dress systems, totaling more than 100, were chasing a young girl in a fiery red dress. Mayan Dance looked anxious, her beautiful eyes were filled with suppressed rage. If she was caught by this group of people, her innocence would definitely be tarnished. Bang! A black metal ball shot out from the hands of a green-clothed big man, directly smashing into Mianmai's back. Ah! Mu Yanmai let out a delicate cry of misery, and the tremendous force actually caused her to fling herself forward. Then she directly flung herself into Lu Shenzhou's arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade full of arms, Lu Shenzhou eyes blinked. This young girl's body is really hot. Elasticity is extremely good, the body even has a kind of extremely charming aroma. Mu Yan Dance raised her head and saw Lu Shenzhou's handsome face, as well as the Dongxian sect's inner disciple uniform on him. Great sect disciple. Mu Yanmai's voice was anxious, filled with suppressed anger. This gentleman, I am Mu Yanmai, a disciple of 100 Flower Immortal City's Divine Soldier Valley. If you can help me with my current difficulties, this girl will be rewarded generously. Divine Soldier Valley? Lu Shenzhou raised an eyebrow. This was a great power that was rich in magic weapons. Lu Shenzhou sized up the curves of her pretty and tantalizing figure and let out a light laugh. What kind of generous reward, in return for one's body, can be considered? This Mayan Dance's skin was as smooth as jade, with excellent elasticity, just like tofu, exuding an irresistible charm. Just now when she bumped into Lu Shenzhou's arms, Lu Shenzhou was surprised by her touch. Feeling Lu Shenzhou's unconcerned gaze sweeping over her delicate body, Mayan Dance was shy and angry. A touch of fury surged out of her beautiful eyes and she gritted her teeth. Good, as long as you save me, what kind of conditions I promise you? The situation was critical and she was injured, so she can only grit her teeth and agree to deal with the immediate crisis first. In this wild mountainous area, there is even a white boy here, each spread out and surround him, we can't let him escape. The big man in green who was leading the group opened his mouth. The 100 or so people immediately dispersed and slowly approached towards Lu Shenzhou Mianmai. Mianmai, just obey me, you won't be able to escape. Mu Yan Dance had a fiery temper, gritted her teeth and her beautiful eyes were filled with angry fire. Even if this girl dies, she won't let you have your way. Ah ha 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 ha. The big man in green let out a fierce laugh. Then feel free to kill yourself, later on, while it's still hot, our brothers can still have a good time. Lu Shenzhou frowned, the killing intent in his eyes was cold and ghostly raging. Mercenaries? How could he run into mercenaries everywhere he went? He and mercenaries were really not dealing with each other. This little white boy can't protect you. Big brother, this little white boy is not bad looking, we can, seek death. Lu Shenzhou's killing intent moved, one hand holding Mayan Dance's hot and delicate body rose, the other hand directly blasted out with a fist. Roar! A dragon roared and a tiger roared, golden light erupted, and he was instantly transformed into an overwhelmingly ferocious creature in general. Ah! After the 10 people who were close to his body screamed miserably, their chi instantly metastasized and they died on the spot. What? The 90 big men were horrified when they saw this scene. One punch killed 10 people. Still instantaneous seconds, what kind of fist technique was this? Even Mayan Dance, who was in Lu Shenzhou's arms, was shocked with her beautiful eyes when she saw this scene. This Dongxian sect inner disciple is so powerful. Give me death. Some of the big men behind Lu Shenzhou were shocked and furious, their mouths bellowed as a green blade erupted and slashed towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou maintained the stance of holding Mayan Dance with only one hand, turned around and blasted out a fist, his cloaked black hair dancing wildly. The golden light erupted again, the fist astral destruction, directly wear out the dozens of knife manies that came to the face. And then the remaining force pounced towards the 20 to 30 of them. It's even more terrifying than the fist dipper just now. The pupils of these mercenaries contracted violently, and they hurriedly urged their spiritual energy to wield their swords to resist. Ka-ching! Ah! Desperate screams resounded. Under this punch, 20 to 30 people were once again decapitated, the terrifying fist diameters shattering the greatswords in their hands. No! Seeing this scene, the green-clothed big man was shocked and furious, roaring angrily. Everyone together, kill this little white boy. The remaining 40 to 50 people swept wildly into the air in unison, slashing towards Lu Shenzhou, their cordons flashing as if the sky was pouring. With such a terrifying siege, Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes revealed panic. Be careful. Lu Shenzhou's legs spread apart, his waist sank slightly, and he directly blasted the sky with a dragon fist. Roar! An overbearing golden light dragon shadow appeared, directly pouncing into the air. Ah! A desperate and mournful scream rang out, and blood and viscera fell from the sky as if it was raining, causing the place to instantly turn into a scene like purgatory. Too powerful. Mayan Dance saw Lu Shenzhou's such a brave and ferocious punch, and a strong color of shock surfaced on her jade face. But in an instant, only 4 or 5 mercenaries including the big man in green were left at the scene. Mayan Dance looked towards the green-clothed big man. Yang Tao, you still want to hit this young lady? What retribution? Yang Tao was the big man in green. Seeing this scene, his face was green and white, his features were twisted, and his eyes were filled with fear. This time he had kicked the iron plate. He gritted his teeth. Little white boy, I remember you, retreat. Chapter 45, turning the other cheek, poisonous hand winks. As his voice fell, Yang Tao retreated, mounted his beast mount and quickly left. Originally, Lu Shenzhou had planned to spare their lives, but before one of the mercenaries left, he threw out a poisonous elixir, killing Lu Shenzhou's mounted foreign beast. Lu Shenzhou was in a hurry to get to 100 Flowers Immortal City, so how would he be able to get there without his beast? This place was still 1,500 miles away from 100 Flowers Immortal City. Can you let go of me now? The beauty in his arms let out a protesting sound with gritted teeth. Lu Shenzhou let out a bad smile. The hand feels so good, what's wrong with hugging it a little longer? You stinking rascal, I'll bite you to death. Her red lips opened, and she bit Lu Shenzhou's arm hard. Hiss. Lu Shenzhou painfully sucked in a breath of cool air. This woman's temper is really like a small pepper. But being born so beautiful and with such an attractive figure, it was just like a thorny rose. He let go of Mu Yanmai, only saved your life, this is going to flip out and bite me. Mu Yanmai's beautiful eyes revealed a smug and pleasant color, glaring at Lu Shenzhou with open teeth and claws. If you dare to touch me again, I will still bite you. Lu Shenzhou let out a bad smile. Beauty, now it's time for you to repay the favor. Mayan Dance's delicate body trembled and looked at Lu Shenzhou with a wary and defensive face. What are you going to do? He. Lu Shenzhou said with a smile, saying goodbye to your body. His unbridled gaze swept around her delicate body. Nyanmai gritted her teeth and said, you dare. Just because you saved my life doesn't mean I have to submit to you. I'm from Divine Soldier Valley, I can take money to repay my favor. I'll tell you, but if you want to hit on my body, I won't agree to you even if I die. This temperament was truly fierce. Lu Shenzhou laughed and glanced at Yang Tao and the others who were about to disappear. There was no time to tease her. You go. After saying that, Lu Shenzhou chased towards Yang Tao and the others. Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes were stunned, somewhat in disbelief. This stinking rascal just left like this? In one sentence, he also wanted her to give her body in return, and in the next second, he was gone, and she instantly felt skeptical about her own charm. Ever since she was young, there were many people who coveted her beauty and pursued her, thus causing a lot of trouble. She had just thought that Lu Shenzhou was going to dominate her, but she didn't expect the other party to walk away so freely. All of a sudden her feelings towards Lu Shenzhou had changed. This stinking rascal, I still don't know your name. Watching Lu Shenzhou's figure leave quickly as if he were a ghost, Mayan Dance also changed direction and left, walking not more than a few steps. Dancer, are you alright? A handsome-looking youth found Mu Yanmai, his expression filled with concern. I'm fine. Mu Yan Dance was relieved to see this youth. Tang Sonya, we've only been engaged for a short while, our relationship hasn't gotten that good yet, please call me by my full name. Tang Sonya looked a little strange. Alright, Yanmai. Mu Yanmai frowned and was about to retort, but the injury on her back flared up, causing her to take a deep breath of cold air. Tang Sonya hurriedly said with concern, Yanmai, what's wrong with you, did those mercenaries injure you? Mu Yanmai was a little suspicious inside. Before she could think more, this Tang Sonya was already taking out an elixir. Yanmai, this is a healing elixir, you quickly take it to heal your injuries. Mu Yanmai hesitated for a moment, and out of some sort of consideration, took this pill and took it, then began to refine it. Tang Songya, just now that group of mercenaries invaded over, how come you weren't hurt at all? Tang Songya's face snapped. I hid. Rubbish. A look of contempt and disdain flowed across Mayan Dance's jade face. What kind of fiancé was this? Can't even protect his fiancé. Being scolded by her, Tang Songya's face was a bit ugly. Mu Yanmai's tone was puzzled. I also don't know how this group of mercenaries found us. In the next moment, Tang Songya saw Myanmai's face gradually reddening and revealed a lecherous smile. Of course it was me who notified them. Put. Myanmai's delicate body softened and collapsed on the ground. Her breathing was a bit rapid. She felt her body was very hot. She gritted her teeth and questioned. Tang Songya, what have you done? In Tang Songya's eyes was a smug smile. This group of mercenaries are also really trash. They can't even deal with you. Dance, how does the jade lust pill that my husband gave you just now taste like? Mayan Dance's face changed dramatically. Bastard. I will kill you. This jade maiden lust pill was a kind of aphrodisiac used to control women in the greenhouse. After taking this kind of medicine, the woman would be reduced to a plaything and obedient. She wanted to struggle, but her petite body was hot and her limbs were weak. She actually couldn't even stand up. Instead, her sanity was fading fast, and the color of misty lust emerged in her beautiful eyes. She gritted her teeth. Tang Songya, why are you doing this? He. Tang Songya sneered. My good fiancé, it's not because you refuse to share your big secret. Now, obediently open your mouth and tell me just what big secret of making money you hold. If it wasn't for this secret, he wouldn't have held his tongue and gotten engaged to Myanmai. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than tell you. With only a sliver of sanity left, Mu Yanmai didn't know where the strength came from, but she managed to scramble to her feet, her petite body staggering away. Seeing this scene, Tang Songya raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. So intense? Surprisingly, you can still carry the Jade Lady Lust pill to maintain your sanity. With the Jade Lady Lust pill, he had played with not 100 but 80 women, and it was the first time he had seen a woman like Mu Yan dance. He did not immediately take action against Myanmai, but smilingly followed behind Myanmai. You in this state, and cannot run away, honestly from me. Myanmai's eyes were disoriented and festering, gritting her teeth, staggering forward, but her body was too hot. She was already walking while uncontrollably trying to undo her clothes. Seeing this scene, the color of violent displeasure surfaced in Tang Songya's eyes, stepping forward and grabbing Mu Yan Dance's hair, holding her down on a tree, sneering. Good dancer, tell me, what is your secret to making big money? Mu Yan Dance's red lips moved slightly, her sanity was all gone. You dream. Tang Songya's five senses were suddenly hideous. On the other side, Lu Shenzhou catalyzed the snake-walking method and caught up with Yang Tao and the others in half a quarter of an hour. Yang Tao didn't expect Lu Shenzhou to be so fast, and his dead soul was as pale as paper. Big brother, we have retreated, why are you still chasing us? Lu Shenzhou sneered. I was all set to let you guys go, but as a result, you guys killed my Mount Fei beasts, so how am I supposed to catch up? Then the only way to catch up is to kill you guys and take your Fei beast mounts. Yang Tao's eyes were stunned and he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Nima, that's the only reason? Lu Shenzhou killed the other four with a single punch, a powerful force that caused several other people and foreign beasts to die instantly. Yang Tao was the only one left, but it was going to be a bit of a problem. He couldn't use the Dragon Fist to kill them, or else the Fei Beast Mount would have to die along with them. Then use the Ling Mountain Fist. Chapter 46, To save the beauty, I'm willing to give my body to save her. Xing Shan. Lu Shenzhou's figure moved forward and blasted Yang Tao with a punch. Ka-ching. He only heard the sound of Yang Tao's bones breaking. Ah! Yang Tao screamed miserably and flew out from his Fei Beast Mount. The difference between mortal martial arts and top martial arts was just too great. With the Dragon Fist, if this punch went down, Yang Tao and the Fei Beast would already have no bones left. However, with the Grand Completion's Ling Shan Fist, one punch couldn't kill Yang Tao, it only made him seriously injured. Yang Tao smashed on the ground coughing up blood, his eyes desperate. Big brother. Spare my life. I'm just a mercenary. The one who laid hands on Mu Yan Dance was her fiancé Tang Songya. That Tang Songya is in this neighborhood. You came after me, then Mu Yan Dance fell into his hands. Lu Shenzhou's eyes changed slightly. Thanks for the reminder. After saying that, Lu Shenzhou turned around and rode away on his Fei Beast Mount, but he didn't kill this Yang Tao directly. From the looks of it, this Yang Tao wouldn't be able to survive, so let's wait for him to die on his own. Lu Shenzhou rushed himself for half a quarter of an hour, and when he rode back on his Beast Mount, the speed was even faster. When he rushed back to the scene, he was just in time to see Tang Songya grabbing Mu Yan Dance by her hair and pressing her against a tree trunk to force her to ask her secrets. Good dancer, tell me, what is your secret to making big money? You dream. Lu Shenzhou saw this and laughed. Tang Songya, her secret is me. Tang Songya subconsciously turned back, his pupils abruptly shrunk. Who are you? Hey! You don't know me? Lu Shenzhou observed Myanmai. Nothing happened to her, but he was not in a position to make a sudden move for fear that the Dragon Fist would injure Myanmai. Lu Shenzhou slowly walked forward while smilingly saying, the man behind the dance is me. Didn't you want to inquire about her money-making secrets? He took out the Alchemist Association's token, causing Tang Songya to drop his guard. A third-order alchemist? So young? Tang Songya looked shocked, and immediately somewhat believed Myanmai's words. A first-order alchemist would be very lucrative. Such a young third-order alchemist, put into any immortal city, it would be a person of honor. It was never a joke to make money day in and day out. Tang Songya let go of Myanmai, subdued by Lu Shenzhou's 3 or 2 words. Lu Shenzhou spoke, "If you let Mu Yanmai to me, I can give you certain benefits." His gaze scanned over Myanmai recklessly. Tang Songya's wary eyes loosened and he revealed an expression that all men understand. "I didn't expect your excellency to like this style of woman. Mu Yanmai comes from an extraordinary background, and although her temper is rotten, she's an uncompromisingly superb creature. I'm her fiancé. What favor does your excellency intend to take in exchange for her from me?" It was well known that alchemists were not good at fighting. This was because alchemists needed to devote a lot of time to researching alchemy, as well as Dan poison seriously. Lu Shenzhou had already walked up to Tang Songya's body, while Mayan Dance was lying on the tree, her skin scarlet, her eyes mesmerized, and she was letting out blood-curdling moans. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were raging with killing intent as he blasted out a fist. The great Changling Mountain fist did not need to store up any energy. "Of course it's your excellency's dog's life." Bang! Ling Shan! A fist blasted out. The distance was extremely close. Caught off guard, Tang Songya couldn't even react in defense. "Ah!" He screamed miserably and instantly flew backwards and smashed on the ground, but the punch did not kill him. Defense spell? Lu Shenzhou frowned. But this punch was also enough to seriously injure Tang Songya. Lu Shenzhou hurriedly checked Mayan Dance's state, aphrodisiacal charm? This Tang Songya is really despicable. This kind of drug is extremely widely circulated, low cost, more profiteering. Many alchemists are relying on this to make a fortune. But when a woman took this drug, it was extremely harmful to the body. Lu Shenzhou took an antidote pill from his spatial ring and gave it to her to take down, hoping that it would work. When he was done with this, swoosh! A cracking sound rang out. He turned his head and saw that Tang Songya had actually fired a flare. His face twisted as he stared at Lu Shenzhou. "You and Mayan Dance wait for death. My father will be here soon with his men." Mu Yanmai, who had taken the antidote pills, recovered some of her sanity. She gasped and moaned, harder to utter a few words. "Go. Quickly go. His father is an Earth Realm Grandmaster." Lu Shenzhou's eyes stared, then directly blasted out with a dragon fist. "No!" Tang Songya's pupils contracted to the extreme as he screamed in dismay. Bang! His entire person was given a blast under this punch and rotted into mush. Lu Shenzhou then carried Myanmai onto the Fey Beast Mount and quickly left this place. This time, Mu Yanmai no longer rejected Lu Shenzhou holding her. Instead, she took the initiative to tightly embrace Lu Shenzhou, her hot and delicate body clinging to him. She spoke with difficulty. This is the Jade Maiden Lust Pill. Ordinary antidote pills are ineffective." "Good. So hot. I'm so hot." Lu Shenzhou immediately frowned. Surprisingly, it's the Jade Lady Lust Pill, so what to do? The pills he had on him were all ordinary pills. This Jade Lady Lust Pill could not be solved at all. Mayan Dance's petite body rolled hot, and her beautiful eyes were about to once again lose the only trace of sanity left, falling into lustful madness. The delicate body began to subconsciously coy, red lips tightly biting. I don't know. But I'm warning you, you don't touch my body or I'm going to fight you." Lu Shenzhou's face darkened. Now it wasn't him touching her body, it was her touching his body. After saying these words, Mayan Dance once again lost her mind. Her delicate body lightly trembled, her mouth and tongue emitted panting, as well as hard moans. This kind of little pepper like extreme Yukai doing this was directly tormenting Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou fell into silence. He didn't know what to do. If he just left her alone like this, Mu Yan Dance would die because of the internal burning of the fire of lust. But if he were to antidote the poison with her in this vicinity, he would be easily found by that Tang clan's Earth Realm patriarch and would easily lose his life. One could only choose between the two. However, Mu Yan Dance's tantalizing voice kept echoing in his ears. Lu Shenzhou's heart was racing, and after just a moment of contemplation, he couldn't hold on. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mu Yanmai, don't blame me. I'm risking my life to save you by doing this." Lu Shenzhou immediately found a cave nearby and then carried Mu Yanmai into the cave. Without him even having to do anything, Mu Yanmai removed her gorgeous clothes on her own, revealing her stunningly beautiful body that was insanely coveted. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arms around her and pressed her down. The cave soon resounded with evocative sounds, plummeting rain and wind. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. Wushan clouds and rain non-stop. This Mu Yan Dance not only has a hot personality, this other aspects are like chili peppers in general, addictive. Until a full 6 hours later, the drug lifted. Mu Yan Dance is a puddle of mud lying in the arms of Lu Shenzhou. It could be exhausting for Lu Shenzhou, but he also took the opportunity to collect enough purine qi. Chapter 47, Hidden Mysterious Technique, just a little bit short of purine qi. Lu Shenzhou looked at Mu Yanmai, who was sleeping very steadily as the effects of the medicine disappeared. Suddenly, he was at a loss for words. When this Mu Yanmai is asleep, she is also outstanding, hot and full of wildness, and it is extremely easy to arouse a person's desire for conquest. According to her nature, she didn't know how she would react when she woke up. Lu Shenzhou glanced outside the cave. I saved Mayan Dance's life here. That Tang Clan Earthrealm patriarch should have surrounded the neighborhood, searching for our whereabouts. In order to survive, Lu Shenzhou only had to cultivate the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist to the grand completion realm in order to have a chance of survival against the Earth Realm patriarch. He gently covered Mu Yanmai's dress, then came to the side of the cave entrance and began to push his yin yang qi to comprehend the technique. The large amount of yin yang qi helped Lu Shenzhou to have an epiphany. Dragon Fist was cultivated for 60 years to the grand completion realm, thoroughly comprehending the dragon potential. Tiger Force was cultivated for 80 years to the grand completion realm, thoroughly comprehending the tiger potential. The snake walking method was cultivated for 80 years to the grand completion realm, completely comprehending the snake potential. Lu Shenzhou cultivated the 3 potentials to the grand completion, and inwardly, he even had an epiphany: something's not right. If this tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist is completely accomplished, its oral text seems to be able to evolve a new technique. An offensive technique that can go straight to the realm of intent. This caused Lu Shenzhou's heart to rejoice. The 4 Seasons Dao realm technique was not a means of offense. Above the momentum was the realm of intent. What would be the realm of intent of this tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist? Lu Shenzhou began to continue to epiphany the leopard speed technique. However, before he could cultivate it to the grand completion, just a hair's breadth away, the pure yin qi that he got from Mu Yanmai last night was consumed cleanly. Lu Shenzhou withdrew from the state of epiphany with some difficulty, only a little bit short of awe. Lu Shenzhou slowly opened his eyes and realized that Mu Yanmai had woken up. Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened and stared at him with cold and angry eyes. "You asshole!" Lu Shenzhou softly shouted. "Dancer, can I make love to you one more time? Just once. Bastard!" Mayan Dance was furious as she let out a violent and chirpy cry, "I'm going to kill you." Her innocent body was now defiled and taken away by a man she had known for a day, and she didn't even know Lu Shenzhou's name yet. Mu Yan Dance was angry and aggrieved. The first time she woke up, this Lu Shenzhou was not to tell the cause or comfort her. He was shamelessly trying to have a good time with her. How could she not be angry? Her body staggered as soon as she got up. The pain coming from her lower body made her a little uncomfortable. She forced herself to endure the pain and rushed up to strangle Lu Shenzhou's neck with both hands. "Die for me." Neck was choked by Mu Yan Dance. Lu Shenzhou was not afraid at all, because the strength in this small hand was very weak and could not hurt him in the slightest. Lu Shenzhou scared twice, his gaze sizing up her body with interest, and uttered a sentence in a consultative tone. "Dancer, do you want to put your clothes on first before getting angry?" Mayan Dance lowered her head to look. Her jade face instantly reddened with annoyance, her delicate body trembled, her eyes densely covered with shame and anger fury, and she hurriedly yelled, You get out of here." She was actually not wearing clothes. The voice said to the back. There was a hint of crying. Good. Lu Shenzhou raised both hands and hurriedly turned around to walk out of the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he pondered that after the great completion of the Gongfu, with his current battle power, he would be able to fight with the Earth Realm Patriarch a few times. Inside the cave, the sound of Mu Yanmai putting on her clothes and skirt rang out. After Mu Yanmai put on her clothes and skirt, her eyes were panicked, confused, angry, helpless, and her belly was bloated and painful, making it difficult for her to stand still. She gritted her teeth and covered her belly. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the figure at the entrance of the cave. Her eyes were complicated. Recalling yesterday's scene, her jade face surged with a flushed color. "Bastard, get your ass in here." Mayan Dance's voice filled with fury and anger resounded behind Lu Shenzhou, telling him to get lost and then telling him to come in. This woman's emotions were really erratic. Lu Shenzhou turned around and met Mu Yanmai's line of sight. Realizing that the emotions in her eyes had calmed down, it seemed that she had calmed down. Lu Shenzhou was concerned. "Dance, how is your body? Are you any better?" "Humph. I don't need you bastard to care." Mayan Dance snorted coldly, but did not refute Lu Shenzhou calling her by the nickname Dancer. This title, from childhood, only her parents called. Mu Yanmai's eyes were cold as she locked eyes with Lu Shenzhou. "Yesterday, I was hit by Tang Song's charming poison. I know that you took my body innocence out of saving my life. I don't blame you. But this does not mean we will have any relationship in the future. You walk your sunshine road, I walk my one-tree bridge, do you hear me?" This Lu Shenzhou at the very beginning to save her, said that she wanted her body to promise. Now body innocence really give him, also counted to return the favor of Lu Shenzhou. The two do not owe each other. Lu Shenzhou let out a bitter smile and touched his nose. Her nature is really strong enough to make people want to conquer her. He spoke, "I hear you." "Humph. That's good." Mayan Dance snorted coldly. "Then what are you still waiting for? Go, let's go our separate ways." Lu Shenzhou shook his head. Mu Yanmai's fists clenched, her eyes were determined, full of anger and fury. "If you dare to touch my body one more time, I would rather crash and die in this cave." Lu Shenzhou explained. "Dance, you've misunderstood, we can't go our separate ways for now. Yesterday, before I killed that Tang Songya, he had sent out a flare to notify his father to come over, haven't you forgotten? Right now, this Tang family is searching for us in the neighborhood. This Soup family is originally rushing you. If we part ways at this moment, you fall into the hands of the Soup family. I'm afraid that they will still be feeding you the Jade Lady Less Pill. Mu Yen Dance's face turned slightly white. Earth Realm Sect Master. Then what to do? Sooner or later they will find us. The Tang family is powerful, otherwise it would have been impossible to force me to nod my head and finalize the marriage contract previously. Lu Shenzhou said, I have a way to get us out of this place safe and sound and arrive at 100 Flower Immortal City. Mayan Dance, what way? Lu Shenzhou looked at her, that is to let me make love to you one more time. Bastard. You still dare to molest me, looking for death. Mu Yen Dance instantly became furious, lifting up a slender white jade leg, she kicked horizontally towards Lu Shenzhou. However, her force was soft and flimsy and could not hurt Lu Shenzhou in the slightest. Lu Shenzhou lightly caught the leg she kicked and even sniffed forward. It smells really good, and it feels really good in my hand. Mayan Dance's jade face instantly reddened, her eyes were a little flustered, and she squealed under her breath. Let go of me. Lu Shenzhou was unmoved. Tell you to let go of me. Lu Shenzhou honestly loosened her tantalizingly white and tender jade legs. Without him, Mianmai took out a dagger and set it on her neck. Lu Shenzhou had ultimately taken her innocent body, so naturally he would not offend her and make her really fade away. He shrugged his shoulders, I didn't lie to you. As long as he double cultivated and made love with her one more time, he would have enough purine chi to epiphany the technique to its great completion. Chapter 48, Discovered by the Enemy, Then Let's Die Together. Mu Yanmai held a dagger and laughed coldly, her eyes sneering. You think I would believe the words of a bastard like you? What, taking advantage of me can still make you stronger? Lu Shenzhou's expression was serious. Right, dancer, you were so smart. Bah! Mayan Dance really wanted to spit all over his face. Wasn't that rewarding, Lu Shenzhou? Alright. Lu Shenzhou naturally couldn't force Mu Yanmai to believe. He stood at the entrance of the cave and surveyed the surroundings. Since you've woken up, dancer, it's time for us to set off. You have to be more careful, I'm not sure how much strength the Tang family has. Mayan Dance's red sexy lips pursed. She was weak at the moment and had not completely recovered. But she had a strong nature and could not say that she wanted to rely on Lu Shenzhou and let him protect her. I know. Her body staggered slightly behind Lu Shenzhou, one hand covering her belly, her eyes looking at him with a ghostly huff. This bastard, he didn't know to lighten up a bit last night. She frowned slightly, forcing herself to endure the discomfort. Lu Shenzhou rolled over onto the Fey Mount. Seeing Mu Yanmai's physical discomfort, he stretched out his hand. Come on. Mu Yanmai knew that there was only such a Fey Mount, and to safely and quickly leave this area, she could only move with Lu Shenzhou for the time being. She slapped Lu Shenzhou's hand away. Mind your own business. She gently gritted her teeth and rolled over onto the back of the Fey Mount, a sense of body-tearing pain making her frown. Although Lu Shenzhou had compassion, this rose was too hot. Suddenly, a voice rang out not far away. Lu Shenzhou's eyes changed slightly. Hold on to your seat, someone is coming. Mayan Dance's face was solemn and a little nervous. Lu Shenzhou immediately drove the Fey Beast Mount underneath him and quickly headed in the direction of 100 Flower Immortal City. People are over there. I see Mu Yanmai, go after them. Mu Yanmai, you killed your own fiancé, your crime is great, stay here for me. The Tang family didn't know that Lu Shenzhou's whereabouts existed, they only thought that everything before was done by Mu Yanmai, and chased after her with all their might. Lu Shenzhou heard the hissing sound of the rear pursuit, his eyes were slightly stunned, they seem to think that you are the murderer. Mu Yanmai's silver teeth clenched, this matter was originally caused by me, since they don't know about you, they are only after me alone. Just leave me here, I won't implicate you, hurry up and escape yourself. Her eyes were determined, not a trace of hesitation or vulnerability could be seen on her jade face. She was well aware that the Tang family had long coveted her secret, and without her, the Tang family would never rest. But Lu Shenzhou was originally innocent, accidentally involved in her storm, she did not want to implicate and harm Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou looked deeply at Mayan Dance, his voice calm and indifferent. Abandoning you to stay here alone to escape and live alone, I can't do that. Humph. Mu Yanmai snorted coldly, then can you beat an Earth Realm Grandmaster? Lu Shenzhou's eyes were heavy as he honestly said, can't beat it. Mu Yanmai's lips pursed lightly, then aren't you going to die with me? Lu Shenzhou faintly said, then what can I do? I said the way, and you refused to agree, to die together to die. Mu Yan Dance was inwardly suspicious, could this person really rely on dual cultivation to become stronger? Wasn't he a disciple of the Dongxian sect? Why would he be able to harvest Yin and replenish Yang tactics? Mu Yanmai's tone was not so cold, her eyes slightly slowed down and asked, bastard, I still don't know what your name is until now. Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou, Mu Yanmai chewed a bit, took out a storage bag and gave it to Lu Shenzhou. Although you people are indeed assholes some, but the character is barely strong, I don't want to drag you down. The Tang clan is coming for this, Lu Shenzhou, you help me bring this back to the Divine Soldier Valley and someone will take revenge for me. She inwardly decided that she could not escape the clutches of the Tang family and had a touch of death inside her. Lu Shenzhou glanced at the storage bag. This is the good thing that the Tang family covets? Keep it to yourself and bring it back to the Divine Soldier Valley. Yourself. Whether or not we can arrive at 100 Flower Immortal City alive, we'll have to fight to find out. It's nothing more than a life. Hearing these words from Lu Shenzhou, Mayan Dance's heart trembled and her eyes changed a little as she looked at Lu Shenzhou. Her lips pursed lightly and her tone had a few moments of joy. You bastard, there are still a few points to my liking. The heart was not so heavy all of a sudden. Swoosh. Steeply, there were several silver spears containing spiritual energy that were thrown towards Lu Shenzhou, extremely powerful. Lu Shenzhou immediately strangled his Fey Beast mount. Bang! Explosions rang out, and then dozens of Xian realm cultivators holding large silver-colored spears surrounded them nearby. Mayan Dance, where else are you going to run? Immediately bind your hands and surrender. Hee, even getting involved with a little white boy, no wonder you can't look at my family's young master. Kill her and this little white boy together. Wait, don't be in a hurry to make a move, this man is a third-rank alchemist. Dozens of Xian realm cultivators' faces changed slightly. Third-order alchemist? Your Excellency. My name is Tang Pingda. This woman has taken my Tang family's belongings and killed my Tang family's young master. Your Excellency can put her down and leave alone, our Tang family will not make things difficult for you. A Soup family member holding a large gun stepped out. Your Excellency is not familiar with Mu Yanmai, why do you need to get involved in this kind of muddy water? The Tang family had long investigated Mu Yanmai's information clearly, a third-order alchemist who was so young, Mu Yanmai didn't know before, otherwise she would never have nodded her head and engaged with Tang Songya. Mostly, it was a chance encounter in this forest. A third-order alchemist? Mu Yanmai's beautiful eyes were shocked. This bastard is so young, but he's actually a third-order alchemist. Isn't it true that alchemists are not good at attacking and fighting? Why would his battle power be so strong? Lu Shenzhou sneered, you're not a bad person. But Mu Yan Dance is already my woman, how can I leave my woman alone to escape and live? If you want to make a move earlier, or else if I make a move, I'm afraid none of you will have a way to live. Mu Yan Dance eyes ghostly, who is his woman? But right now was not the time to count on this. Since your Excellency has refused to eat punishment wine, then take Mu Yanmai and die together. Tang Pengda shouted violently, holding a large silver-colored gun. His figure was like a cheetah cannonball, charging out violently. With an overbearing gun momentum towards Lu Shenzhou, he pounced. Bang! A sonic boom sounded steeply. The momentum of great accomplishment, awesome. Lu Shenzhou's eyes slightly raised. Put in the day before yesterday, this Tang Pengda he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat. But right now, facing the domineering incoming shot, Lu Shenzhou just sat on the back of his mount, raised his hand, and punched. Roar! The dragon's golden light erupted, and an extremely raging and surging spiritual energy changed into a fist dart, colliding head-on. Rumble! Violent explosions rang out, and terrifying waves of spiritual force spread out. It actually shook a nearby weak Xian realm martial artist to death. This was a Xian realm cultivator who had mastered potential. What? When Tang Pengda saw this scene, a shocked look appeared in his eyes glaring out. How is this possible? Chapter 49 Cave Cohabitation, Crystal of Pure Yang. A third-order alchemist with such a strong battle power actually mastered potential just like him. What the hell? Tang Pengda's eyes sank. Go together, kill him. At such a young age, and being a third-order alchemist, and having a strong battle power, this young man in front of him must have a great deal of power. Anyway, he had already offended Lu Shenzhou, so he might as well cut off the roots and eliminate any future troubles. He didn't believe that so many people would not be able to take Lu Shenzhou together. Clang! Dozens of silver-colored spears let out clanging sounds in unison, their breath powerful and trembling. The wind of the spears attacked, and Mu Yanmai's jade face paled. Lu Shenzhou frowned as he once again blasted out with a punch. Bang! The power of the fist was doubled and the speed was doubled. The golden light similarly doubled in outburst. The majestic fist deity erupted, directly blocking the dozens of large silver-colored spears that were coming from all directions. So much power. Tang Pengda's heart was shocked as he hurriedly yelled, use your full power. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of large guns immediately erupted with buzzing silver light. Lu Shenzhou's eyes jumped, sensing the threat. Die for me! Lu Shenzhou bellowed as he threw a third punch. Roar! Pure golden light dragon shadows erupted from the fist's astral body, lunging towards Tang Pengda and the group of people around him. Not good. Tang Pengda's face finally changed drastically, and he quickly hissed, defense. He rotated the large spear in his hand for defense. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and apart from Tang Pengda, more than a dozen people around him died on the spot. Tang Pengda also flew backwards and smashed on the ground, coughing up blood. His eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou in fear and despair. The power and speed of the third punch has increased exponentially again. He realized that he was completely no match for Lu Shenzhou and immediately took out a flare and fired it out at the first opportunity to notify the family head to come over. Seek death. Lu Shenzhou's face sank when he saw Tang Pengda sending out a signal flare, and the killing intent in his eyes was intense. The fourth fist blasted out. Roar! The dragon shadow and tiger shadow came out in unison, opening their bows left and right and pouncing towards Tang Pengda. The whistling fist dangles were like real dragons and tigers hissing, containing an overbearing and overwhelmingly terrifying power. The momentum of the great success. Seeing this dragon and tiger light pounce, Tang Pengda felt unprecedented despair. Why was the strength of an 18-year-old so terrifying? Boom! Tang Pengda struggled to hold his gun in defense. Ka-ching! The large spear in his hand was broken, but he did not die under this punch. The huge residual force of the fist's astral deity blasted his physical body tens of meters away from him, smashing into a rock. If the family master can't kill him today, the Tang family will be destroyed by him. It was the same great completion potential, but the difference in power between his potential and Lu Shenzhou's potential was like clouds of mud. The gap was so large that it was despairing to hold him back until the family head arrives. Tang Pengda's eyes nearly collapsed as he stood up with difficulty. You all retreat. Want to run? Lu Shenzhou sneered. All stay here for me. Lu Shenzhou's fifth fist blasted out with a majestic and terrifying power that directly caused Tang Pengda to collapse. No. He looked at the punch with eyes wide open. The remaining dozens of clansmen were all enveloped and engulfed by the golden light of the fist, and after the golden light dispersed, the dozens of people's vitality was completely severed. However, the figures were still in a standing position, and there was still a strong look of fear and despair on their faces. But their bodies were filled with scars from the attacks of dragons, tigers, leopards, and snakes, hideous and terrifying. Return to the basics. Tang Pengda detected the end of Lu Shenzhou's boxing style. This was too much of a feeling of fear and despair. A cultivator of the fifth layer of Xuanwu, the fist technique was to be cultivated to the point of returning to the realm of truth, just one step away from the realm of meaning. You go to hell too. Lu Shenzhou gasped for breath, and instead of striking the more powerful sixth punch, he casually swung the first punch and lunged towards Tang Pengda. Tang Pengda let out a miserable laugh of despair, and was enveloped by the golden light fist dangles, dying under this punch. Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes froze when she saw this scene. She had seen many geniuses and demons, and at this moment, she was deeply shocked by Lu Shenzhou's battle prowess. These Tang clan cultivators were not weak wastrels, yet they were extremely weak and easily died in Lu Shenzhou's hands. This Lu Shenzhou's power was too powerful. Feeling the pure yang qi that was absorbed into his body, Lu Shenzhou's eyes flashed with a color of surprise. 200 strands of pure yang qi? This Tang clan's cultivator is really powerful. Meyer, hold on tight and sit tight, we should go. Lu Shenzhou gave an explanation and urged the beast mount underneath him to quickly leave this place. That Tang family head was an Earth Realm master, he really couldn't beat him. If he was caught by him, it would be over. Oh. Mayan Dance stayed for a while before she came back to her senses and grabbed a steady seat. A quarter of an hour after they left, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura came to the scene and roared in pain when he saw such a miserable and bloody scene. Pong Da. Evening. 700 miles away from 100 Flower Immortal City. This Yang Tao's Fey Beast mount can only drive 700 to 800 miles a day. It's a bit worse. They people can still stand it, but the Fey Beasts have to eat, drink, and rest. Inside a cave. Lu Shenzhou lit a campfire for warmth and illumination. Mayan Dance sat across from him. He couldn't help but ask. Dance, what is the secret that this Tang clan covets from you? Mu Yanmai was silent for a moment and raised her head to lock eyes with Lu Shenzhou. You also want to know? I am not coveting your secret. Lu Shenzhou raised his third-order alchemist token. Mayan Dance revealed a flash of embarrassment above her jade face as she glared at Lu Shenzhou and said viciously, I know you're just curious, not coveting my secrets. She took out a fire-red transparent crystal from her storage bag. Lu Shenzhou was curious, what is this? Mu Yanmai said, this is the crystal of pure yang, which I created unintentionally. Crystal of pure yang? What is the use of this? Lu Shenzhou suddenly thought of the soul crystal that Yin Xianxian needed. Mayan Dance said, I don't know, I just plan to return to Divine Soldier Valley and figure out what value this thing has. She casually tossed it and it fell into Lu Shenzhou's hands. In an instant, an extremely dense pure yang qi erupted from the crystal block. Hiss! Lu Shenzhou's expression shook as his eyes were shocked. Such a pure yang crystal actually contains more than 2,000 strands of pure yang qi within. Yu Shuizhou, do you know what's going on here? Jade Shuizhou's voice resounded in his mind. A crystal of pure yang is a mineral that is quenched from something with extremely high vitality. But this piece in your hand has a very high concentration. This little girl has a high talent in the piece of refining. Host, I suggest you take her. Chapter 50, Cultivation skyrocketed by 4 layers, facing an Earth Realm Grandmaster straight on. Lu Shenzhou didn't answer Yu Shuizhou directly but asked, this contains such pure yang qi, so how should I absorb the pure yang qi inside? The pure yang qi within this crystal of pure yang could not be directly absorbed by Lu Shenzhou. If he could absorb it directly, then his cultivation would skyrocket quickly. This piece of pure yang crystal can repel evil and avoid poison. It can even be used to hang lives. It is extremely expensive. If you want to absorb the pure yang qi inside, you only need to use your blood to drop on it. Yu Shuizhe told him. Lu Shenzhou looked at the tantalizing Mayan dance in front of him and said, "Dancer, this piece of pure yang crystal, can you take it to me to use?" "Use?" Mu Yanmai spoke, "How can I use it? After I unintentionally created it, I tried many ways to use it, but it was difficult to hurt it. Later on, the existence of this crystal of pure yang leaked out and I was targeted by the Tang family. Also thought about destroying this crystal of pure yang. If you are useful, take it." "Good." Lu Shenzhou revealed a smile. "With this crystal of pure yang, I will have a greater chance of beating that soup family patriarch and bringing you back to 100 Flowers Immortal City safely." Nyanmai's fiery beauty eyes flashed with a touch of doubt and surprise, somewhat disbelieving. "What the hell are you up to?" In the next moment, Nyanmai's puzzled and surprised look turned into shock and disbelief. Her rosy and sexy lips opened wide. You. Only to see Lu Shenzhou drop a drop of his own blood on the crystal of pure yang, and then this crystal of pure yang was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. And at the same time, Lu Shenzhou's aura rapidly skyrocketed. 5th level of Xuanwu. Xuanwu 6th layer. Xuanwu 7th level. Xuanwu 8th level. In one breath, Lu Shenzhou's cultivation broke through 4 minor realms in a row. His aura became majestic and abysmal, extremely powerful, just like an overwhelmingly ferocious animal. Mu Yan Dance couldn't believe it and her jaw dropped. This kind of breath feeling, even an Earth Realm Patriarch couldn't give her such a feeling. Only 2 layers of cultivation and intent are missing from the Earth Realm Patriarch. Lu Shenzhou felt the majestic power within his body. A look of confidence and joy appeared in his eyes. He opened his eyes and saw Mayan Dance's jade face shock. He heatedly smiled and said, "Dancer, this is my secret, you must not divulge it." Mu Yan Dance had never seen such a peculiar scene before. She took a deep breath, her jade face flushed with heat, and her mouth rebuked. "Bastard! What do you take this young lady for? Why would I tell your secret out? Do you think I'm that kind of person who is beneficent?" Saying that, she was a little curious. "Now, can you beat an Earth Realm Grandmaster?" Lu Shenzhou pondered with a straight face and said, "It's hard to say. But if you, Meyer, can let me touch it, I can definitely beat that Tang Clan's Earth Realm Sect Master." Scram! Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes glared as she clasped her 2 hands in front of her chest and scolded Lu Shenzhou fiercely. "Although you're a bastard with a good character, your mind is full of those things, don't you feel shameless?" Lu Shenzhou touched his nose. "Meyer, unjustly, as long as we are shy, I can really be stronger and can beat that Tang Clan Earth Realm Patriarch." "You still say that?" Mayan Dance gritted her teeth, her complexion huffed and her tone was resolute. "I'd rather die, but I won't let anyone touch my body for a moment again." All right. Lu Shenzhou knew that this chick was not joking. Mu Yanmai had such a strong nature, she could definitely do what she said. "But, if you don't let it be touched, then you can always look at it, right?" Mu Yanmai's voice was cold and full of fury. "Put your dog's eyes away, be careful, I'll gouge them for you." At this time, Lu Shenzhou suddenly put out the fire. Mayan Dance was startled, her beautiful eyes rounded, thinking that Lu Shenzhou was lustful and still couldn't help but do it, and was about to resist. Lu Shenzhou was a hand covering her rosy lips, his expression was grave. "Don't make a sound, the Tang family has chased them to this neighborhood." Mayan Dance's face changed and slowly nodded her head before signaling him to remove his hand. A grumbling sound of searching came from the vicinity outside the cave. "This Myanmai is truly able to escape. Let me catch her, I have to have a good time." "You idiot, Myanmai can kill so many people, can you beat her? Proceed with caution, eh? What's that, an alien beast mount? Quick, notify the family head." It was discovered. Lu Shenzhou's eyes sank, killing intent in his eyes, and he immediately rushed out of the cave. "Die for me. Who are you?" These few Tang family members looked startled. "I'm your father." Lu Shenzhou blasted out a fist, killing the few Tang family members in this vicinity, then brought Mu Yanmai on the Fey Beast mount and forcefully urged the Fey Beast mount to move forward. "Mu Yanmai, you stay here." Behind them, the roar of a middle-aged man filled with majesty resounded. "Tang Xianda." Mu Yanmai's jade face changed in shock, her lips pursed. "Earth Realm Sect Master?" Lu Shenzhou's face sank. "Dance, hold me tight, I'm going to accelerate. Don't be nervous, I will bring you to kill your way out." "Good." Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes were slightly in a trance. After hesitating for a moment, her pair of jade hands wrapped around Lu Shenzhou's waist, her hot and tantalizingly proud and delicate body tightly relied on Lu Shenzhou's back, especially the proud twin peaks that violently trembled and fluctuated. Such an ambiguous position, Lu Shenzhou did not have a little enjoyment, the mind of the ape. In the face of a great enemy, living was the most important. That Earth Realm Master was chasing after him furiously, as if he was the god of death. Just the aura he emitted made Lu Shenzhou's hairs explode and chills poured into his heart. Tang Xianda quickly caught up with the foreign beast. This caused Lu Shenzhou's pupils to shrink slightly as his heart sank to the bottom. This is an Earth Realm Grandmaster, with only the power of his physical body, his speed can even directly catch up with the Fey Beast mount. When Tang Xianda saw Lu Shenzhou, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. So it's you little brute who killed so many people in my Tang family. I don't care what your origin is, I want you to pay for the lives of my son and so many people in my Tang family. Boom! Black wolf swallowing moon. Tang Xianda's palm turned into a grasp and fiercely probed out. A terrifying wild hunting aura rose up to the sky. A black wolf shadow whistled out and opened its bloody mouth, devouring and biting towards Lu Shenzhou and Mianmai. This black wolf shadow contained incomparable amazing power, harsh and domineering. It far surpassed the enemies Lu Shenzhou had bumped into before. Dragon Fist. Lu Shenzhou similarly bellowed, his body's spiritual energy boiling and running, matching with the tiger power, before striking the first dragon fist. Roar! The golden light fist whistled as a golden light dragon shadow emerged, colliding and tearing together with this black wolf silhouette. Boom! After the two spiritual forces intertwined, a terrifying explosion was emitted as the two silhouettes both exploded. A mere Xian realm can even compare to the power of an Earth realm grandmaster like me? Tang Xianda's eyes abruptly changed, and then the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense, his expression as hideous as bloodthirsty. All the more reason not to let you live. Chapter 51, 100 Miles of Escape, A Beauty in Tears. Wolf King Stormclaw Kill. Roar! Strong spiritual energy fluctuations emanated from Tang Xianda's body, and then a Wolf King silhouette materialized from the spiritual energy, vividly resembling a real Wolf King. This Wolf King silhouette let out a whine as its terrifying wolf claws trampled the ground and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. This was the power of an Earth Realm Grandmaster's intentional stance, transcending the power of unusual puts and stances. Dragon Fist. Lu Shenzhou hurriedly threw the second and third punches. Boom! A golden light dragon shadow erupted out and blasted towards this Wolf King shadow. This Wolf King shadow merely raised its claws and slashed, crushing Lu Shenzhou's second punch. Immediately followed by the third fist erupted out of the dragon and tiger golden light shadow, left and right open bow, all rushed to kill. The Wolf King shadow once again clawed, and at the same time, with a bloody mouth bite, it crushed these two shadows into dregs. By this time, the Wolf King's shadow had already charged in front of Lu Shenzhou. Dragon Fist. Lu Shenzhou threw the fourth, fifth, and sixth punch. The three shadows of dragon, tiger, and snake appeared in unison, already the most powerful force he currently had. Even so, in the face of the sharp claws of this Wolf King's shadow, all of them turned into foamy spirit children and exploded. The powerful fluctuation of spirit power shook Lu Shenzhou to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood from the backlash, and the Fey Beast mount underneath him trembled violently. Seventh Fist. Within the fist, the silhouettes of the Candle Dragon, White Tiger, Green Snake, and Black Panther whistled out, vaguely touching the threshold of the realm of intent. The four beasts versus the Wolf King actually did not immediately collapse, both sides collided together, the might was overpowering and domineering, so that people did not dare to approach. This little beast. Tang Xianda's pupil shrunk slightly. This seventh punch that Lu Shenzhou had thrown had actually caused him, an Earthrealm Grandmaster, to feel his life in danger, which was enough to prove how powerful this punch was. Lu Shenzhou took advantage of this effort and hurriedly urged the foreign beast mount underneath him to quickly escape. He was already at the 8th level of Xuanwu cultivation, and with his strong foundation and powerful punches, he was barely able to maneuver around the Earth Realm Patriarch and call him out for a bit. However, he was still short of a qualitative change in power from defeating an Earth Realm Sect Master. If all of the tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fists were brought to great completion, he would be able to complete the metamorphosis of his power and comprehend its meaning. Chase after him together, go up and kill him. Tang Haiyanda's gaze was gloomy as he roared. The surrounding Tang family members all held their big silver spears like wolf claws as they quickly chased after Lu Shenzhou. Tang Xianda stood in place and took an elixir. The essence in his eyes shifted constantly. He had not even killed this teenager, even though he had exerted his intentional strokes just now. He had only lightly injured him. Intentional moves consumption cannot be said to be quite a lot. He also cannot be issued frequently. To seize the opportunity, once again cast intentional moves. Lu Shenzhou kill better. Get the hell out of my way. Lu Shenzhou threw 7 punches in a row. Coupled with the internal injuries from the backlash, the power of the fist dipper was no longer as strong as it was a moment ago, and he also had to save enough spiritual energy to deal with Tang Xianda. He blasted out his dragon fist while fighting dozens of Tang Clan Xian realm martial artists. The rough spirit power poured out, making Lu Shenzhou look like an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. Boiling sounds of killing resounded among the mountains and forests. Behind Lu Shenzhou, Mu Yanmai's eyes were stunned as she watched Lu Shenzhou desperately trying to kill a bloody path. Her lips pursed, and the light in her beautiful eyes turned complicated. No matter how harsh and fierce the attacks of the cultivators in front of him were, Lu Shenzhou was able to blast them away, protecting her to the death and not letting her suffer any impact injuries. Die for me! Lu Shenzhou's 2 fists were enemies of the 8 directions. His dragon fist roared, and his eyes were red with murder. The golden light and dragon shadows continued, determined to kill a safe and bloody path. But his breath was gradually slipping. His black hair danced wildly, his aura was ferocious and overwhelming, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yet it was difficult to change the current situation. It was like an injured beast that had gone mad. When Myandan saw this scene in front of her, she couldn't help but think of what Shenzhou had said in the cave inland. Is it not true? If this is the case. A wisp of mist surged out of Myanmai's beautiful eyes and her delicate body trembled lightly without stopping. Wolf King swallowing sun and moon. Tang Xianda let out a loud shout and an even more terrifying Wolf King silhouette whistled out, opened its bloody mouth and pounced. The surrounding dozens of people who were besieging Lu Shenzhou quickly withdrew. And at this time, Lu Shenzhou was already concocting his seventh punch. Rumble. The two moves collided, and the spiritual light obliterated. The powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy once again caused Lu Shenzhou to be recoiled until he spat out blood. Pooh! Lu Shenzhou spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body trembled, and his aura violently dropped by a large margin. Lu Shenzhou. Seeing this scene, Myandance's jade face changed dramatically, extremely worried. And at this time, Lu Shenzhou saw a river in front of him. He immediately had an idea in his heart and hurriedly spoke, "Hold me tight." Myandan was already holding him tightly, and when she heard this, a pair of slender white jade legs also moved forward to wrap around his waist. Such a charming and ambiguous scene, Lu Shenzhou had no intention of enjoying it. He frowned, "This won't work, come to my front and hold me." Nyanmai did as she was told and came to his front, holding him tightly, her head buried between his neck. After seeing Mu Yanmai hugging him well, Lu Shenzhou leaped and jumped down from the Fey Beast mount, one hand tightly wrapped around Mu Yanmai's waist, and then catalyzed the snake walking method. His body was like a ghost, bursting out with a shocking speed, heading towards the river under the cliff. Then with a leap, holding Mu Yanmai, he jumped in towards the raging river. The two people's figures were quickly submerged by the river. Seeing this scene, Tang Xianda's face was a bit ugly, and he quickly roared, "Shoot him to death for me." Dozens of Tang clan members hurled the large silver-colored guns in their hands towards the river current. Bang bang bang. Dozens of huge splashes exploded, but they did not attack Lu Shenzhou or Myandan. Tang Xianda took a deep breath, his face as gloomy as if he was about to drip water. After them. Can't let them escape. A Xian realm cultivator, who dared to call out to him circumspectly and didn't die under his intentional moves, had a great identity. If he was allowed to escape, what awaited the Tang family would be the extermination of the clan. In the raging river, Lu Shenzhou urged the snake walking method to continue forward. His speed in the water was equally extremely fast. After all, snakes were faster in water than on land. After a short escape, the two were drenched in water, especially holding each other so tightly that they could hear each other's heartbeats. The impact friction of the water current caused a slight change in the posture they were holding. Mu Yanmai adjusted her posture and rubbed herself hard against Lu Shenzhou's arms. This posture became somewhat intimate and ambiguous. Oh, Mu Yanmai couldn't hold her breath and was about to drown. But Lu Shenzhou couldn't surface at the moment for fear of being caught up by the enemy behind him. Lu Shenzhou directly stabilized Myanmai and gambled towards her body. Mu Yanmai's beautiful eyes stared, feeling the blood-tinged chi that crossed from Lu Shenzhou's mouth, allowing her to continue to be able to breathe. Her delicate body trembled, but she did not push Lu Shenzhou away. Chapter 52, Inside the Cave. The beauty helped me to realize the divine power. Mu Yanmai knew that Lu Shenzhou was not taking advantage of her, but was helping her to breathe, otherwise she would have drowned. She had a hot temper, she wasn't blind to right and wrong. Kissing Lu Shenzhou like this in her waking state, her petite body trembled, and an unspeakably strange emotion welled up inside her. She looked at Lu Shenzhou with a complicated gaze. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, Lu Shenzhou abruptly changed his face and surfaced with Myandan. His lips parted and Lu Shenzhou spat out a large mouthful of blood. The injuries in his body could not be suppressed. His voice was hoarse, his breath was weak as he spoke. "Go, find a place to rest for a while." The two of them went ashore and found a hidden cave nearby to settle down. Just as they entered, Lu Shenzhou was unable to maintain his standing posture and collapsed to the ground. "Lu Shenzhou, how are you doing?" Mu Yandance's beautiful eyes contained mist. Her tone of concern and anxiety inquired, and she hurriedly moved forward to put Lu Shenzhou back on his feet. "No. It's fine." Lu Shenzhou's face was pale, barely revealing a smile. "How's that? I promised you to do what I said." Myandan bit her lips tightly, her voice was a little panicked and hard to bear. "Don't you talk, close your eyes and rest for a while." With her nature, she can only say such words of concern. Lu Shenzhou opened his spatial ring and there was worry in his eyes. "You can't rest, we're not very far away from them. If we want to escape, we can only rest and continue on our way." He took out a healing pill and essence pill, healing his wounds while restoring the spiritual energy in his body. Myandance's eyes suddenly surged with a look of determination. "Lu Shenzhou, you go. With your abilities, you can definitely escape this place easily by yourself. I'm a liability, you'll only harm you if you continue to carry me." Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. "What the hell are you talking about? I'm a big man with a mouthful of spit and a nail. If I say I will bring you to kill the blood road, I have to do it. Unless it's because I'm dead and have no way to protect you." Myandance's emotions broke down a bit and yelled at him, crystals filling her eyes. "I don't want you to protect me. You go. You'll really die at the hands of the Tang family if you continue to carry me." I still have use for the Tang family. The Tang family won't do anything to me. She stood still, her pink fists clenched, her petite body trembling unceasingly, her eyes filled with the color of pain and self-reproach. Lu Shenzhou angrily scolded, "Shut the hell up. You are my woman, I would rather die than hand you over to someone else. That would be better than just killing old me." Mu Yandance's brain went blank from this one sentence. Standing in place with a stagnant expression, she did not retort to heckle Lu Shenzhou. She looked at the wolf claw scars on Lu Shenzhou's body, her heart felt as if there was a needle sticking in it, making it hard for her to breathe, suffocating her. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She gritted her teeth and shed tears as she viciously said, "Lu Shenzhou, is what you said before true? You have a way to defeat Tang Xianda? Lu Shenzhou, I haven't told you any lies. You'd better not lie to me, or if Tang Xianda doesn't kill you, I'll bite you to death and hate you for the rest of my life." Mayan Dance came in front of Lu Shenzhou and slowly took off her wet dress, revealing that wet and tantalizingly hot petite body. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were stunned. Then Mu Yanmai pressed Lu Shenzhou underneath her, gritted her teeth and said viciously, "You hurry up." Lu Shenzhou was dumbfounded, then hugged this delicate body. "I can't go faster." "Do you think he is a 3-second man?" He wasn't. Mayan Dance seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. But it didn't get in the way. Inside the cave, the sound of a witch's brew soon resounded. Lu Shenzhou took the opportunity to quickly absorb a large amount of purine qi, and then began to have an epiphany of the last spell. 5 years. 10 years. 20 years. The last Dharma sect came to fruition, and the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist was completely accomplished. Boom! Thunder and lightning suddenly exploded in Lu Shenzhou's mind, and his body floated, extremely ethereal, entering into a state of epiphany. The mood of spring, summer, fall, winter, tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake appeared before his eyes. What is the realm of meaning? The Tao begets one begets two, and three begets all things. In what kind of state of mind did the return to the basics boxing method come to an epiphany? Lu Shenzhou seemed to be in a world of gods and devils, ancient god dragon, god tiger, god panther, god snake in the fight. The scene destroys the sky and earth. Even the wind, rain and thunder, the power of heaven and earth were all used by them. The gongfu phrases were being rearranged and formed into a brand new gongfu. The gun lay dragon snake fist. This fist technique contains the 3 moods of wind, rain and thunder. There is no impermeable wall in the world, nothing can block the wind. Rain moistens everything, the raindrops are small, dense and continuous, they can be big or small, and they ascend to the top. Thunder is the extreme of power, fast, fierce and vicious. As the saying goes, thunder is like a dragon and snake. That Tang Xianda's spiritual power is comparable to mine, what I lack is a more concentrated outburst. Lu Shenzhou only hesitated slightly before choosing to epiphany the thunder realm. The spiritual energy in his body began to undergo a tribute metamorphosis. As for Mayan Dance, she felt the most sensitive and direct. She felt that her delicate body was tingling, as if there was static electricity wrapped around her body, and as if it was massaging her, it was stimulating every inch of her skin and acupoints all over her body. She could even feel that Lu Shenzhou was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis, becoming even more powerful. This bastard isn't joking, it's actually true. Her jade face was scarlet, her beautiful eyes were in a state of erotic ecstasy, and her heart was extremely shaken. Under the heavens, there was actually a demon who was able to become stronger through dual cultivation. No wonder he is so powerful at such a young age. Does he have many women? Mayan Dance's lips were tightly bitten. After an unknown amount of time of epiphany, the pure yang qi in Lu Shenzhou's body was consumed cleanly, and he just happened to finish his epiphany of the thunder intent. It's just an introduction to the realm of intent. At this moment, Lu Shenzhou felt extremely powerful, and what surprised him the most was that this thunder intent realm made the body more active, and even had the effect of healing injuries. The severe injuries he had suffered just now were actually recovering at this moment. He opened his eyes. Mu Yanmai was already being tossed by him panting. For eyes relative, Mu Yanmai's eyes were full of grudging fury. A few moments later, Mu Yanmai held the wall with one hand, her body was soft and trembling to put on her clothes. Seeing this, Lu Shenzhou moved forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Dancer, let me help you." Scram! Mayan Dance gritted her teeth and rebuked, her beautiful eyes glaring roundly, "Don't touch me, you bastard." But she did not slap Lu Shenzhou's hand away this time. Mu Yanmai's eyebrows were slightly knitted, her expression was a bit painful, one hand covered her belly, she couldn't help but complain, "I told you bastard to finish it quickly." Lu Shenzhou touched his nose and sardonically loosened his hand. Can you blame him for having a strong capital? And at this time, the sound of the Tang family chasing after him sounded near the cave. Search. They are near here. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were thick with killing intent as he sneered. Dancer, go, I'll take you to kill someone. Chapter 53 Intentional Fist Technique reveals its power. 2 punches kill the patriarch. Mayan Dance raised her pink fists, her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes unkind and full of fury as she looked at Lu Shenzhou. You bastard, it's best if you didn't lie to me and were able to defeat Tang Xianda. Otherwise I'm not done with you. Allah. Lu Shenzhou waved his hand in a relaxed manner, his eyes firm and crazy. I want them all to die here today. And then he walked out of the cave alone. Dance held one hand on the stone wall of the cave and looked at Lu Shenzhou's back. An ineffable, powerful and overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. She suddenly moved forward and stood at the mouth of the cave, looking at the scene outside. Ah! He's here! Family Master, help! The golden light fist astral eruption, the aura blew Lu Shenzhou's black hair around like a demonic god, and a scream resounded throughout the river valley. Seeing this scene, Tang Xianda sneered, "Don't be afraid, this person has long been at the end of his strength and is not to be feared. All of you together, kill him." Tang Xianda gave the order. Throw! The banks of the river valley were densely covered with Tang clan cultivators. This Tang clan was indeed powerful. Lu Shenzhou had killed several waves of people before and after, and the Tang clan still had so many cultivators. Buzz buzz buzz. Hundreds of big silver guns contained terrifying force, from top to bottom, throwing attacks towards Lu Shenzhou. Dragon Snake Fist. Lu Shenzhou stood still with a furious roar as he swung both fists forward. Roar! Hiss! The dragon and snake hissed in unison, terrifying spiritual power fluctuations spread out from Lu Shenzhou's body, and the entire surface of the river rippled violently. That golden light dragon shadow erupted, lifelike general, actually no longer like a dead thing, a fist out. The body of the dragon and snake swam and entwined around Lu Shenzhou. Clang clang clang. Ear-piercing metal friction sounds rang out. These hundreds of silver-colored spears were actually blocked by this dragon and snake body. Realm of intent moves, how is this possible? Tang Xianda was immediately shocked and drastically changed, his pupils contracting violently. In this world, only the topmost geniuses could master supreme techniques, mastering the Earth Realm intent moves at the Xian realm. This kind of person, not one in a billion, actually allowed him to run into one here. His heart trembled violently. Tang Xianda, you give me death. Lu Shenzhou let out a furious roar, and his figure actually stepped onto that dragon and snake shadow, leaping up from the lower part of the river valley. Roar! The dragon snake roared and opened its bloody mouth, tearing towards Tang Xianda. The Wolf King swallows the sun and moon. Tang Xianda looked horrified, and hurriedly roared, striking out his own intentional stance. A wolf versus a dragon and snake collided with each other. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, shocking dozens of nearby Tang clan cultivators alive. And then the punch died out as much as it could. But Lu Shenzhou's next punch had already pounced out, Dung Lei Dragon Snake Fist. Roar! A purple dragon snake flashing with thunder arcs suddenly whistled out from Lu Shenzhou's fist, and with the speed of thunder, swooped down on Tang Xianda. Tang Xianda's face was desperate and he subconsciously had to resist, but Lu Shenzhou's punches were too fast. He hadn't even struck his stance yet, and the purple dragon snake had already enveloped him. Ah! After a desperate and agonizing scream, Tang Xianda met his demise on the spot. The Earth Realm Grandmaster died. The fist is afraid of the young. This Tang Xianda is ultimately older. The speed of his moves is far less than Lu Shenzhou, otherwise it is not easy to say who wins and who loses in this battle. Lu Shenzhou sneered, old age should stay at home to retire, out to play with the wind? The family. The head of the family is dead. Escape. Escape. The remaining Tang family members saw this scene, their hearts and minds cracked dramatically, they were scared out of their wits, somewhat unable to believe this scene in front of them. And then they began to flee in all directions, no longer having the guts to face Lu Shenzhou head-on. But to Lu Shenzhou, these were pure yang qi, the sustenance for his cultivation. How could he let them run away? For a while, the entire river valley hissed and fell into chaos, coloring the water of this river red. In front of the cave, Dance watched Lu Shenzhou take the dragon snake up the road and explode into killing, but in just 2 moves, he killed the Earth Realm patriarch Tang Xianda. Her petite body shuddered as a touch of fascination and admiration surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Surprisingly, really did it. Her red lips lightly bit, murmuring to herself, is it because of getting my body? She never thought that her body's innocence would have this effect. A scarlet red couldn't help but well up on her jade face, and for a while, the distending pain in her belly didn't seem to be so unbearable. It is a pair of legs seemed to be even softer. She could not help but lean against the cave entrance wall. Dance suddenly wanted to laugh, seeing Lu Shenzhou return from killing the enemy. Her beautiful eyes met the sunlight and narrowed into a crescent moon shape, extremely beautiful. Lu Shenzhou's face was full of smiles, somewhat showing off like looking at her. Dance, am I awesome? It is somewhat awesome, humph. Dance opened her mouth and said, now that the crisis is resolved, you and I should part ways. Part ways my ass. Lu Shenzhou walked up and wrapped his arms around her hot and tantalizing body into his arms. You are my woman, I won't let you go. You bastard, let go of me. Who is your woman? Dance immediately struggled in his arms, but her delicate body was soft and weak. She couldn't break free from Lu Shenzhou's embrace. Lu Shenzhou laughed evilly. You were so active last night, but you still had to be on top. Dance made a big red face, her eyes erupted with fury and she gritted her teeth. You asshole, you're not allowed to talk about this. If it wasn't to solve the crisis, I wouldn't let you assholes touch me for a second. If you don't let go of me, I'm going to get angry with you. The mood was just a little bit beautiful, but it was ruined by this asshole. Lu Shenzhou sniffed and just let out a bad smile, then moved up and kissed Mianmai. Well. Mu Yanyanmai's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes opened, and she struggled even harder, her pink fists pounding on Lu Shenzhou's chest, but she couldn't break free. Slowly, Mianmai stopped struggling, her beautiful eyes revealed confusion, doubt, sinking, aggravation, enjoyment. Finally, it was anger, and mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. I'll bite you to death, you bastard. She bit hard and viciously. Hiss. Lu Shenzhou sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and bloody air immediately filled his mouth. The lips parted. There were still drops of blood on Miandance's lips, and when she saw Lu Shenzhou looking defeated, her expression suddenly looked a little happy. I told you, bastard, to bully me. You deserve to be bitten by me. This was really fierce. Lu Shenzhou's desire for conquest immediately climbed to the extreme. Let's go, to 100 Flower Immortal City. Humph. Mianmai snorted coldly, but did not mention the parting of ways again. Lu Shenzhou held her waist and headed towards the road. Mianmai didn't struggle against it anymore, but instead gave a painfully muffled grunt of dissatisfaction and complaint, and there was actually a touch of flirtatious windiness between her beautiful eyes, which was extremely tantalizing and sexy. You asshole, move a little lighter, I'm in pain. Lu Shenzhou was hooked and almost wanted to do her here once. Chapter 54, You want to take me home? Then I promise. Lu Shenzhou brought Mu Yanmai and found the Fey Beast mounts nearby, then quickly sped up and headed towards 100 Flower Immortal City. Along the way, the two chatted a lot. After knowing Lu Shenzhou's purpose for coming to 100 Flower Immortal City, he fell into silence, and a touch of fiery jealousy surged out of his beautiful eyes. Then wouldn't you have to immediately return to Eastern Desert Immortal City after getting the items from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Right. You asshole. Miandance was suddenly in a very bad mood, her beautiful eyes glared at Lu Shenzhou, gritted her teeth and justified herself. Then I'm going to return to Eastern Desert Immortal City with you. She carefully observed Lu Shenzhou's reaction. Lu Shenzhou sniffed and a smile appeared on his face. Good, then it's a deal. Humph. Miandance snorted coldly, her mood inexplicably getting much better again. I'm warning you, I'm only going to the Eastern Desolate Immortal City to have a look around, and then I'm going back to the Divine Soldier Valley. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. No problem, there's coming and going. I'll definitely come to 100 Flowers Immortal City often in the future. To conquer a woman as fiery and so wild as Mu Yanmai, it definitely wasn't that simple. Moreover, Mu Yanmai's identity didn't seem to be that simple either. It wasn't just as simple as being a Divine Soldier Valley disciple. But he has not yet conquered Mu Yandance. Get her heart, Mu Yandance. These secrets are still temporarily hidden, will not tell him. Tang Xiandao's ride is good, 800 miles from 100 Flowers Immortal City, only used half a day to arrive at 100 Flowers Immortal City. 100 Flowers Immortal City is more prosperous and lively than the East Desert Immortal City. After all, there is no demonic beasts here. Surrounded by all kinds of mines, the business environment is naturally better. There were 6 major forces in 100 Flowers Immortal City. Mu Yanmai is a native of 100 Flowers Immortal City and is extremely familiar with this place, and when she entered 100 Flowers Immortal City, she led Lu Shenzhou straight to 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, lavishly decorated, with no white men traveling to and from the pavilion. The minimum consumption was 200 spirit stones at a time. Such a high threshold stopped many people, but accordingly, no matter what you want, Wan Baoge can get it for you as long as you can afford the price. In the middle of a tea house's elegant room opposite the Wanbao Pavilion, Fang Yuxuan, the saint son of Dongxian's sect, was sitting with a young and beautiful woman drinking tea. It was just that compared to Su Qingyu, the difference was like mud, and she had become vulgar and incomparable. His eyes were filled with lustful greed when he looked at this woman. Fei Fei Zhao, have you thought about it? Zhao Fei Fei was the former holy maiden of the Dongxian sect, the one who was defeated by Su Qingyu. Zhao Fei Fei had excellent posture, an alluring figure, and an outstanding temperament, and her face did not look good at the moment. That woman Su Qingyu was seriously injured. I bribed the subordinates of little Xianpi. If I can't get her to take the Tianji pill within 7 days, our East Xian sect's current holy maiden will directly sit down and fall. And it's time for me to take up this holy maiden position again. Peak Master Hua sent her recently accepted disciple Lu Shenzhou to fetch the elixir, and I sent mercenaries to intercept him, but failed. It's highly likely that he's already arrived at 100 Flower Immortal City. As long as you can stop him from getting the heavenly chi pill, I can sleep with you. Haven't you been salivating over me for a long time? Good, since you, Zhao Fei Fei, are down for blood. What's wrong with this saint's son helping you out once? After it's done, wash yourself and send yourself to my bed. Zhao Fei Fei gritted her teeth. No problem. A flash of spiteful viciousness flashed through her eyes. She had to take the Tianji Dan and kill Lu Shenzhou to avenge her brother. This is the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. I'll take you in. Mu Yandance led Lu Shenzhou into the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Hello, honored guest, may I ask what you want to buy when you come to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? A middle-aged man with a majestic demeanor appeared and received the duo. Lu Shenzhou took out the token given by Hua Miaoi. I came to get the heavenly chi pill. This honored guest, please wait, I will go fetch the heavenly chi pill for you. When the middle-aged man saw the token, a fawning smile appeared on his face and he immediately turned to leave. And at this time, Fang Yuxuan walked up. "You are Lu Shenzhou?" Fang Yuxuan was dressed in his East Qian Sect Saint Sun's Dao robe, with a flamboyant and noble demeanor, like the proud son of heaven. His chin was slightly raised as he glanced at Lu Shenzhou in a lofty manner. "Saint Sun?" Lu Shenzhou naturally recognized Fang Yuxuan. This person who came from a top clan and had excessive talent, stepped into the Earth realm at the age of 12 and was enthroned as the holy son of the Dongxian sect. He was in existence that tens of thousands of cultivators up and down the East Qian sect feared and envied. The Lu Shenzhou of the past did not even have the qualifications to see him. Now that he appeared here, Lu Shenzhou had a few guesses in his heart and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Sage Sun Fang, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Fang Yuxuan spoke in a haughty tone as he opened his mouth. "Lu Shenzhou, logically speaking, you are not qualified to meet with me. But you became an inner disciple and have the sect's top inheritance with you, so I came to meet you. Hand over the heavenly chi pill to this Saint Sun and serve this Saint Sun as a dog in the future, and I can hold you up as the next sect Saint Sun." The voice fell. Mayan Dance immediately looked at Fang Yuxuan with unfavorable eyes. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were also stunned for a moment. Was this Fang Yuxuan a fool, coming up and not giving any favors, letting him go and serve him as a dog? Fang Yuxuan's tone was arrogant, as if he was just doing a small thing, towering over him, using a commanding tone. "Lu Shenzhou, this Saint Sun's time is very precious, there is no time to wait for you to consider, you give me an answer now." He was no weakling, and standing in front of the two, he gave them an extremely strong sense of oppression. This person was about to break through the celestial realm. Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed and he let out a cold smile. "Fine, the answer can be given to you now. Fang Yuxuan, sacred son of Fang, if you go back and ask your mom to be a for me, I can still consider doing things for you." "What did you say?" Fang Yuxuan's eyes went cold, his eyes revealed a terrifying killing opportunity, and the slightest leakage of his terrifying aura gave off a suffocating feeling. At these words, Mayan Dance snorted a laugh. Lu Shenzhou's words were vulgar but she felt relieved. Lu Shenzhou looked at him with eyes like he was looking at a retard. "Sage Sun Fang, are you a fool? Su Qingyu is the current holy maiden of the Dongxian sect, and even more so, she is my woman. You told me not to save her and to work for you as a dog. Where did you get your stinking face from?" Lu Shenzhou was not polite or respectful at all. Sooner or later he would have to confront Fang Yuxuan. He had promised Su Qingyu that he would catch up with her before disclosing the identity of the two of them. If Su Qingyu was a holy maiden, then he, Lu Shenzhou, would definitely have to be in the status of a holy son to be worthy of her. "Very well." Fang Yuxuan sneered, his voice cold and indifferent. "It's true that those from small clans are just stupid. You don't know what a precious opportunity you've lost. My lord, the heavenly chi pill has been fetched." At this time, the middle-aged deacon walked over. Lu Shenzhou waited for him to deliver the heavenly chi pill. However, the middle-aged deacon actually delivered the heavenly chi pill to Fang Yuxuan. "Hey, did you give it to the wrong person?" Mu Yanmai opened her mouth. That middle-aged deacon was standing behind Fang Yuxuan with a smile on his face. "There's no wrong person to give it to. This heavenly chi pill is of course for my son of the Fang family." On Fang Yuxuan's face was a cruel and merciless smile. "You don't know that this saint's son is from the Fang family of 100 Flower Immortal City? You still want to take away the heavenly chi dan on this saint's son's territory? It's not impossible. Kneel down as a dog and beg this saint's son. When this saint's son is in a good mood, it's not like he can't reward you with the heavenly chi pill." Lu Shenzhou's face sank, and the killing intent in his eyes suddenly erupted thickly. "You seek death." Chapter 55. What kind of little yakuza are you? Verifying the authenticity of the identity. Su Qingyu was now waiting for the Tianzidan to save her life. Looking for death, so what? Fang Yuxuan's eyes were cold and condescending, his expression contemptuous and disdainful. "You're an inner disciple, you still dare to take a shot at this saint's son?" He was about to ascend to the celestial realm. Lu Shenzhou was still just a tiny Xian realm. He could hold Lu Shenzhou down with a single finger. You have to be thankful that this is the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. No one dares to make a move in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, or else, even this saint's son can't afford the consequences. Otherwise, this saint's son would kill you as simple as stepping on an ant. Lu Shenzhou didn't let his anger overwhelm him. He just stared at Fang Yuxuan with a fierce gaze. "Return the Tianji pill to me, or I will make you regret it." Fang Yuxuan's tone sneered as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. "The item is in my hands, come and get it." Right at this time, Mu Yan Dance took out her token and spoke. "I'm a second-order divine artifact master. I demand to see Pavilion Master Zhu for a fair." Fang Yuxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The deacon behind him, however, changed his face. "Second-order divine weapon master, you're from Divine Soldier Valley. Not bad." Mayan Dance nodded proudly and looked at Lu Shenzhou with some complacency in her eyes. "I'll help you with this matter." She looked at that Fang clan deacon. "You don't follow the rules and tarnish the reputation of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. I don't know how Pavilion Master Zhu will deal with you. If you don't want to be finished, return the heavenly chi pill." As the voice fell, the Pavilion Master Zhu in Mu Yanmai's mouth appeared. "Little Yanmai, what are you looking for me for?" Mu Yanmai's face was joyful as she spoke. Uncle Zhu, there is one thing I need to trouble you with. Oh? What is it? Pavilion Master Zhu said. I have a good relationship with your master. If I run into any trouble, you can tell me and Uncle Zhu will help you out. Mayan Dance pointed at the deacon and Fang Yuxuan and said, they corrupted the rules and snatched my friend's Tianji pill. Please also ask Uncle Zhu to make them return the Tianji pill. There is actually this matter. Pavilion Master Zhu's face changed slightly as he looked towards Fang Yuxuan and the deacon. Can what Mayan Dance said be true? Fang and Xian said with a teasing expression, Pavilion Master Zhu, there is no such thing. This heavenly Qi Dan was originally owned by me. This woman has turned black and white upside down, hitting a rake. Yes, Pavilion Master, it was hard for me to enter the Wanbao Pavilion to do my job. How could I possibly corrupt the rules of the Wanbao Pavilion? That deacon also had a teasing smile appearing on his face. Pavilion Master Zhu looked at Mu Yan Dance. You've heard it too, they didn't corrupt the Wanbao Pavilion rules. You're working together in collusion. Mu Yanmai was instantly furious. Or could she not understand that Pavilion Master Zhu and Fang Yuxuan were in cahoots? Pavilion Master Zhu sneered. Rules are dead, people are alive. Little Yanmai, you're just a second-rank divine soldier master, and I'm just a casual acquaintance with your master. If you were a third-order divine soldier master, then the situation would be different. Unfortunately, are you? Mayan Dance's lips pursed, his face slightly white, his eyes filled with stifled indignation fury. Lu Shenzhou looked at him. Are you saying that if it was a third-order immortal Dao 100 arts master, you would have abided by the rules and allowed them to return the Tianji Dan to us? Pavilion Master Zhu, not bad. Lu Shenzhou took out his third-order alchemist token. Then do you recognize this item? Third-order alchemist token. Pavilion Master Zhu's face changed slightly, his pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat incredulous. You are a third-order alchemist? Not bad. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently. Fang Yuxuan frowned slightly and quickly spoke. Pavilion Master Zhu, don't be fooled by this person, he must not be a third-order alchemist. This token should have been forged by him or stolen from another alchemist. Yes. That deacon let out a cold laugh. How can there be such a young third-order alchemist? At the very least, there are none in a small place like ours. Pavilion Master Zhu nodded, feeling that Fang Yuxuan had a point. His eyes sank as he stared at Lu Shenzhou. You dare to pose as a third-order alchemist in Wanbao Pavilion? Lu Shenzhou frowned and said, whether my third-order alchemist identity is true or false, wouldn't it be clear if you call a deacon from the Alchemist Association to check? When Pavilion Master Zhu saw Lu Shenzhou's tantalizingly calm expression, his heart slightly picked up. This kid can't be serious, right? Just to be on the safe side, he spoke. What you say makes sense. I'll immediately call someone from the Dan Master Association to come over to identify the identity. If you are truly a third-order alchemist, this Pavilion Master will definitely get your Tianji pill back, apologize to you, and severely punish Deacon Fang. Of all the ancient forces, no one dares to offend the Dan Master Association. But if you are an impersonated third-order alchemist, I will make your life worse than death. Oh. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, feel free. Pavilion Master Zhu immediately called for someone to go to the Dan Master Association. A third-order alchemist of such a young age had a record in every immortal city's Dan Master chapter. Deacon Zhu saw Lu Shenzhou's tantalizing appearance and sneered, pretending to be quite like a third-order alchemist. Fang Yuxuan frowned slightly, his eyes looking at Lu Shenzhou with suspicion. Whether it's true or not, we'll know soon enough. Immediately, he sat aside and closed his eyes, his mind filled with Zhao Feifei's nasty and lewd petite body. But he had a hidden bad omen in his heart. It wasn't long before an old man with white hair walked in. He was dressed in fancy clothes, and although he was very old, he was extremely well maintained. His face was rosy, his breathing was long, and he had an extraordinary temperament, so he was a big shot at first glance. Pavilion Master Zhu's expression was shaken and he hurried forward. Elder Lu, what brings you here? That Deacon Fang's spirit was shaken and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Coming. Fang Yuxuan also opened his eyes. Deacon Fang immediately jumped out and pointed at Lu Shenzhou and spoke. Elder Lu, this person is posing as an alchemist, third-order alchemist, corrupting the reputation of the Alchemist Association, and thus he has come to ask you to clean up the door and maintain the reputation of the Alchemist Association. Pavilion Master Zhu frowned, his eyes giving Deacon Zhu a displeased look. This directly skipped verifying the authenticity of Lu Shenzhou's identity and opened his mouth to punish Lu Shenzhou, as if he was certain that Lu Shenzhou was a fake. Mayan Dance's expression was also a little nervous and uneasy. Fang Yuxian also looked at Lu Shenzhou with a playful expression. Lu Shenzhou, now that the Alchemist Association's people are here, do you still dare to impersonate a third-order alchemist? If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness from me now, that Tianji pill, I might even be able to take it to you. Deacon Fang even stormed at Lu Shenzhou. Why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness and apologize? The Lord of the Alchemist Association is here and you still dare to pretend to be a Dan Master. The voice fell. Pa. This white-haired old man directly raised his hand and gave Fang Yuxuan and Deacon Fang a slap as a violent and merciless voice resounded. What kind of little yakuza are you that you dare to dictate to my association's talented alchemists? If you dare to mouth one more word of insolence, I will abolish you. Chapter 56 Overbearing Alchemist Association and Special Services? After giving these two people a slap, Elder Lu came to Lu Shenzhou and said in a tone of passionate concern. 100 Flower Immortal City Deacon Lu Wanshan, meet Master Lu Dan. Master Lu Dan, these few little Yakuza didn't dare you, did they? Ouch, you said you came to 100 Flowers Immortal City, how come you didn't land in the Dan Master Association first? How come you came to this Wanbao Pavilion first? The Dan Master Association is your home. Boom. This Lu Lao's behavioral reaction before and after caused everyone at the scene to be in an uproar. Everyone's heart set off waves of shock. Jaws agape, extremely shocked. The scene instantly became extremely quiet, a pin drop could be heard. There was no need to question the identity of the Third Order Alchemist any longer. Everyone's eyes changed at once when they looked at Lu Shenzhou. It was actually true, such a young Third Order Alchemist. Lu Shenzhou's eyes but slightly bright. This Fang Yuxian are afraid to make a move in the Wanbao Pavilion. This Lu Lao came up to give two people a big pussy pocket. This Shu Pavilion master did not dare to put a fart. The rules are dead, people are alive, really flexible. Lu Shenzhou opened his mouth. You recognize me? Definitely no. Now who does not know out of our neighborhood you this genius alchemist? After the president learned the news, he sent me to greet you to rest in the meeting. Master Lu Dan, let's go. Elder Lu had an attentive face, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to Lu Shenzhou. Wait before you go, I still have things to finish here. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently. He turned his head and frowned. Where was Fang Yuxuan? The scene had long since lost Fang Yuxuan's figure. This person had seen a bad opportunity and had directly escaped. Ha! Lu Shenzhou sneered. This is the holy son of the Dongxian sect, a genius who was about to reach the celestial realm. This Lu Lao was scared less as soon as he showed up to prove his identity. And that heavenly chi pill was returned to Deacon Fang's hands. Find a chance to clean him up later. Lu Shenzhou spoke. This person questioned my identity as an alchemist and robbed my Tianji Dan. Misunderstanding, Master Lu Dan, this is a misunderstanding. The Deacon Fang had long been shocked and appalled, his face as pale as paper, his body shaking like a sieve at this moment. He hurriedly moved forward and presented the Tianji Dan with both hands. He. Lu Shenzhou smiled skinlessly. You are now saying that it is a misunderstanding. Why didn't you say so just now? Elder Lu frowned. Master Lu Dan, what exactly is going on? Mayan Dance on the side opened her mouth, huffing and puffing as she retold what had just happened. After she finished speaking. Boom! As the voice fell, this white-haired Lu Lao actually directly and brazenly struck out, slapping Deacon Fang to death with a single palm. That Deacon Fang didn't even have the chance to scream miserably and died just like that. Elder Lu coldly grunted. What kind of little Yakuza dares to threaten Master Lu Dan? Pavilion Master Zhu, if I kill your subordinate just like that, will you have any opinions? Pavilion Master Zhu was sweating profusely, his face equally pale as he hurriedly squeezed out a smile. No opinion, this Deacon Fang deceived his superiors and undermined the reputation of my Wanbao Pavilion's rules. I still have to thank Elder Lu for helping me clean up my house. Humph. Elder Lu coldly said, but you are also suspected of harboring. Master Lu Dan is too busy with his nobleman's business to waste time in front of a minor character like you. Wait to send a reparation gift that will satisfy Master Lu Dan to the Alchemist Association, do you understand? Understood. Pavilion Master Zhu nodded his head like pounding garlic. This scene directly caused Mu Yendance to look dumbfounded. It was also the first time she knew that the Alchemist Association was so domineering and terrifying that it was actually directly killing people in Wanbao Pavilion, and the Pavilion Master didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Lu Lao's face once again showed a warm smile. Lu Dan, sure, I handle it like this, what do you think? Lu Shenzhou laughed. I'm satisfied, Dancer, let's go to the Alchemist Association to rest. Good. Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes lit up. She hadn't been to the Alchemist Association yet. The Alchemist Association, that wasn't something that anyone could enter. Then a few people walked out of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. In the middle of the opposite tea house, Zhao Feifei saw Fang Yuxuan return and frowned when she saw that he was empty-handed. Saint Sun Fang, where's the Tianji pill? Fang Yuxuan's face was a bit ugly. There was an accident, I didn't get my hands on it. Zhao Feifei, although I covet your body, I can't help you this time, find another way. Dropping these words, Fang Yuxuan hurriedly left to return to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. Zhao Feifei's face was ice cold. Rubbish, you want my body even with this kind of ability? To deal with Su Qingyu, it looks like I'll have to personally come out to find this Lu Shenzhou. And at this time, she saw Lu Shenzhou walk out of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Who are this old man and this woman? She also left the tea house and went to find Lu Shenzhou. Outside the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Lu Shenzhou spoke. Elder Lu, I'm grateful for what happened just now, but I still have urgent matters. My senior sister is seriously injured and desperately needs this Tianji pill to save her life. I need to return to Eastern Wasteland Immortal City immediately. Elder Lu spoke. Master Lu Dan, you're confused. Why do you need to personally return to Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to deliver this elixir? Our 100-flower immortal city chapter has a foreign beast that flies 5,000 li per day. This place is 3,000 li away from the eastern desolate immortal city, so if you let this foreign beast make a trip, you'll be able to arrive at the eastern desolate immortal city in a few hours. You can absolutely have the association send this elixir back for you. Lu Shenzhou's expression was stunned. The Alchemist Association still has this kind of benefit? He. Elder Lu opened his mouth. This kind of special service can only be enjoyed by third-order alchemists starting out. First and second-order alchemists don't even have the qualifications to know about this service. Master Lu Dan, do you need it? I can immediately arrange it for you. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up. 2. I need this service very much, Elder Lu. Please, help me arrange it immediately. This is about my senior sister's life. Saying this, he handed the heavenly chi pill into Elder Lu's hands. Seeing that Lu Shenzhou was in such dire need, Elder Lu decided to sell Lu Shenzhou a favor. He immediately spoke, Master Lu Dan, then please wait for me here for a moment, I will go and come. As his voice fell, Elder Lu's figure disappeared into a residual shadow, his speed shocking Mayan dance. Amazing! Lu Shenzhou, this old man is actually faster than you. Lu Shenzhou let out a hefty bad smile, I'm not fast, I'm slow. Mayan dance heard the ambiguous meaning in the words, her beautiful eyes glared at Lu Shenzhou, bastard, how dare you take advantage of me? She lifted her long, round, sexy legs and kicked towards Lu Shenzhou horizontally. Lu Shenzhou lightly blocked it. Meyer, don't show off your three-legged kung fu in front of my husband. Lu. Shun. Zhou. Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes glared roundly, her jade face reddened. Furious, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet where she stood. You wait for me, sooner or later one day I'm going to retaliate back. Good. Lu Shenzhou said smilingly, I'll wait for that day. And at this time, Zhao Fei showed up just in time not to see the scene just now. She came in front of Lu Shenzhou and opened the door to threaten, Lu Shenzhou, hand over the heavenly chi pill and I can spare your life. Otherwise, even if you get the Tianji pill, you don't have the life to leave 100-flower immortal city alive to bring the Tianji back to save Suqing you. Lu Shenzhou sneered, Zhao Fei, are you threatening me to die in 100-flower immortal city? This woman, he naturally recognized, the former saintess of the Dongxian sect. Not bad. Zhao Fei said proudly, my Zhao family is the local great clan of 100-flower immortal city, and there are hundreds of ways to make you die quietly in 100-flower immortal city. You'd better be sensible. Lu Shenzhou sneered, what are you going to do if I'm not sensible? Zhao Fei put down a harsh word, then you should prepare a coffin for yourself. After saying that, she left. Chapter 57, you used me to save other women? Waiting for the crystal of pure yang. Mayan Dance looked at Zhao Fei's back and a touch of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. Lu Shenzhou, this Zhao family's power in 100-flower immortal city is indeed not weak, there are several Earth Realm patriarchs. This woman has her sights set on you, it would be best for you to find the Alchemist Association to step in and resolve this matter. Who knows? Lu Shenzhou shook his head and let out a sardonic laugh. No. Meyer, don't reveal this matter to the public, I want to resolve the Zhao family. Mayan Dance's jade face was shocked. You want to settle the Zhao family? Are you scared, silly? You, a Xian realm, want to settle the Zhao family now? Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, not bad, of course I want to settle the Zhao family, less you help, Dance. Mayan Dance immediately had a pair of jade arms protecting her chest, her beautiful eyes containing fury. Bastard, don't even think about it. Lu Shenzhou shook his head and smiled, Meyer, you've misunderstood, I need that pure yang crystal that you refined. Oh. The fury in Mayan Dance's eyes subsided, it was her who had misunderstood Lu Shenzhou. However, when Lu Shenzhou said this, she inexplicably lost her heart a little, not knowing what was going on. She spoke, you want to use the crystal of pure yang to quickly raise your cultivation before you go and kill the Zhao family? Lu Shenzhou nodded, not bad. He had already realized the realm of intent, and the bounding obstacle of advancing to Earth Realm Patriarch had already been stepped on, only his cultivation was lacking to keep up. Mayan Dance's lips bit, I don't have that anymore for now, why do you want to kill the Zhao family? Lu Shenzhou explained, this Zhao Fei's brother was killed by me and her, we were originally feuding over life and death. The most crucial thing is that she injured my woman and put her life in danger, I will kill her for revenge. His woman? That's Suqing you? For a moment, a large swath of jealousy inexplicably arose in Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes, her face as cold as frost. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around her waist, good dancer, you have to help me. That Tang family bullied you, but I killed them all to avenge you. My woman, I definitely have to protect her, don't you think so? Mayan Dance's eyes had a great deal of fury in them, her mood was instantly bad to the extreme, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll help you this time. Then we'll be clear. Lu Shenzhou had saved her life 3 times and helped her take revenge, this favor, she really should return it. Refining the crystal of pure yang will take several days. Mu Yanmai spat out a secret to Lu Shenzhou, she had the ability to refine the crystal of pure yang. Lu Shenzhou laughed, I knew that Dance would help me. I don't give a damn about you, I'm just returning your favor. Mu Yan Dance gritted her teeth, her tone was very unhappy, her jade face was frosty as she took out a token and gave it to him. This is the address of my Mu family, when I'm done refining it, I'll call you over to pick it up. You bastard better find a place to hide for the next few days, don't get killed by the Zhao family. Don't worry, I'm staying at the Alchemist Association, they won't dare to break in. Lu Shenzhou put her at ease. Snap. It better be. Mu Yanmai's jade hand slapped away Lu Shenzhou's salty pig hand on her waist and said viciously, if you die, you deserve it, I won't help you take revenge. I'm going home. Mu Yan Dance twisted her amazingly bouncy little savage waist to return to the Mu family. Lu Shenzhou stood in place and touched his nose, looking at her departing silhouette and let out a bitter smile, really intense. But the more Mu Yanmai was like this, the more he wanted to conquer Mu Yanmai and make her willingly fall in love with himself. A while later, Elder Lu returned with puzzled eyes. Master Lu Dan, why are you alone? Where is that wild little girl from the party? Lu Shenzhou said, she went home, her home is in 100 Flower Immortal City. Elder Lu revealed a look that all men understand. Master Lu Dan, that little girl is very good, she is an extreme beauty, take her down without any loss. Lu Shenzhou nodded in recognition. Mayan Dance was indeed an extreme beauty, her fiery nature made her even more delicate like a flower. Master Lu Dan, I have completed your matter, now please follow me to the association, the president has been waiting for a long time. Good. Lu Shenzhou nodded. Arriving at the 100 Flower Immortal City's Alchemist Association, luxurious and atmospheric, the president here warmly received him. Lu Shenzhou expressed that he wanted to stay here for a few days, and the president agreed wholeheartedly, and even sent a pair of sisters to serve him. What the hell? Do you think I'm a womanizer? Lu Shenzhou did not move the pair of sister flowers. He stayed in the Alchemist Association and instead carefully refined the essence pill and then swallowed it himself, using it to raise his cultivation. Combined with Dancer's crystal of pure yang, it's best for my cultivation to break through to Earth Realm Grandmaster in one breath. 7 or 8 days later, Elder Lu found Lu Shenzhou who was resting. Master Lu Dan, did you mess with someone in 100 Flower Immortal City? Lu Shenzhou's eyes were puzzled. Did something happen? Elder Lu spoke. In the past few days, there are a few people outside the association who are sneakily prying for news of your whereabouts, Master Lu Dan. These few people are from a small family named Zhao in 100 Flower Immortal City. Master Lu Dan, do you want me to help you? He made a neck-wiping gesture to Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou thought about it and spoke. No, there's no need, and there's no need to care about them. What would be the point if they let Elder Lu take action? Lu Shenzhou was trying to take revenge himself, and even more so, he wanted to absorb the lives of the Zhao family as cultivation sustenance. Why? Lu Lao's eyes were puzzled. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, in a few days, I will be returning to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City because not long from now, it will be the true successor competition of the 4 major sects in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. I'm going to take advantage of this effort to break through to the Earth Realm and win the position of true successor. This Zhao family is arrogant in 100 Flower Immortal City, but they don't dare to be arrogant in Eastern Desolate Immortal City. I, Lu, do not enjoy killing by nature. It was also impossible for him to tell the truth to Elder Lu. When Elder Lu heard this, the look of awe and admiration in his eyes intensified. Master Lu Dan is a young man of great talent. Not only is his alchemy skill outstanding at such a young age, he has not fallen behind in his cultivation path either. In time, Mr. Lu Dan will surely become a strong man and go out of our small place to see a wider world. Cultivation path, wealth couple lawland, Lu Shenzhou alchemy skill is superior, not lack of money-making resources, young age, unlimited potential. Then this Zhao family's several little yakuza, old me won't move them. Lu Shenzhou sighed in relief and asked him, other than this matter, is there anything else you're looking for me for? Elder Lu opened his mouth and said, Master Lu Dan, one of that Mu family's subordinates took a token and said that the things Master Lu Dan needs are ready and asked Master Lu Dan to make a trip to the Mu family. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up. Good. Elder Lu, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I should leave the association and then prepare for my return trip to Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. Master Lu Dan, you are too polite, the association is your second home. Elder Lu sent Lu Shenzhou all the way out of the Alchemist Association. Lu Shenzhou traveled to the Mu family. There was also movement from the Zhao family. Chapter 58, the Zhao family kills the door, Lu Shenzhou quickly breaks through. Lu Shenzhou entered the Mu family. The Zhao family's 2 Earth Realm patriarchs were secretly observing. This little brute just came out of the Alchemist Association and went to the Mu family again. Observe the situation before making a move. As long as we kill him and take away the heavenly chi pill, the young lady will be able to regain her position as the Holy Maiden. Within the Mu family, Lu Shenzhou met with Mu Yanmai. A day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. Dance, we haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 days, have you missed me? Lu Shenzhou moved towards her with a smile on his face. The evil big hand went up and wrapped around Mayan Dance's hot waist, shyly moving up. You bastard wanna die, come up and move your hands and feet, I'll kill you believe it or not. Mu Yan Dance's mouth was fierce, but her heart was inexplicably feeling a burst of pleasure and joy, not pushing Lu Shenzhou away at the first time. What's wrong with me moving my hands on my woman? Lu Shenzhou said cheekily. Scram, who is your woman? Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes immediately surged with fury as she glared at him. I'm warning you, my parents are right next door, be honest with me. Old Taishan and mother-in-law are also there. Instead of being afraid, Lu Shenzhou showed a joyful face. Go, take me to meet them, I've prepared a gift for the two old men. You're going to die. Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes glared, her jade face flushed with heat. She was actually a bit shy. Why are you so shameless? Ha. Lu Shenzhou let out a bad smile. There is an old saying in our hometown, thick skin, eat enough. Shameless, then you have everything. Mayan Dance gasped and laughed. The corner of her eyebrows rose with a touch of extremely charming flirtation. You bastard, you're a third-order alchemist at a young age, but how come your personality is the same as that of a landlubber? Lu Shenzhou was not willing to show weakness. Meyer, you say you're a great beauty, how come your temper is so strong, just like a shrew? Who are you calling a shrew, Lu Shenzhou? I'm not done with you. Mayan Dance was instantly furious and instantly rushed up to punch and kick Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou lightly blocked her moves and incidentally ate some of her tofu. It was only after a while that Mayan Dance stopped panting, her delicate skin flushed with a charming pink color, her beautiful eyes were filled with indignation, suffocating fury as she gritted her teeth. Sooner or later, I'm going to defeat you, bastard. Lu Shenzhou laughed. I'll wait for that day. Humph. Although Mayan Dance hadn't beaten Lu Shenzhou and had been taken some advantage of by him, she wasn't angry at all in her heart. Instead, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and she felt a little happy. She could feel that Lu Shenzhou didn't really dislike her fiery nature. She took out a small storage pouch and took out 2 pure yang crystals from it. Bastard thing, take these 2 pure yang crystals and roll for this young lady. Go avenge your woman. The favor I owe you is too clear. Lu Shenzhou took the 2 crystals of pure yang and the Yu Shuizhou in his mind marveled. Host, this woman of yours has a marvelous talent. Once you subjugate her, she can constantly bring you benefits. The corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth curled up slightly. Yu Shuizhou, I know without you saying it. I will conquer her. He said with a smile on his face. This is how you want to pay back the favor of saving my life? Far from enough. Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes glared. Then what else do you want? He. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed with a bad smile. I want you to be my woman and give me 10 or 8 big fat boys. Mayan Dance instantly blushed, her teeth itching with hatred. Give birth to your big head, my body is not going to let you touch it again. You hurry up and finish digesting these 2 pure yang crystals, then get the hell out of the Mu family for this young lady. She walked out of the house, leaving Lu Shenzhou alone. Lu Shenzhou didn't waste any time, 1 piece in his right hand and 1 piece in his left hand, dripping blood at the same time, then absorbing the pure yang qi inside. Hiss. The concentration of this pure yang qi is actually better than the last time, the two together, over 5,000 strands of pure yang qi. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath as a color of joy appeared in his eyes. Cultivation, raise it for me. Lu Shenzhou urged the pure yang qi and turned it into his cultivation. Rumble. The majestic pure yang qi instantly dissolved at a rapid pace, and Lu Shenzhou's cultivation aura skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Peak of the 8th Xuanwu layer. Xuanwu 9th layer. Peak of Xuanwu 9th layer. Xuanwu 10th level. His cultivation continues to climb. And at this time, the 2 Earth Realm patriarchs of the Zhao family saw Lu Shenzhou enter the Mu family and didn't come out for a long time. These two couldn't help themselves. We can't afford to mess with the Alchemist Association, we can only hide outside. But the Mu family, we still dare to break in. Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel went through the front door at once. Who are you guys? This is the Mu family. The Mu family's guards who were guarding the gate were instantly slapped to death by these 2 Earth Realm sect masters. Such a commotion immediately caught the attention of most of the Mu family. Who are you? Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel of the Zhao family, what are you two doing barging into my Mu family like this? Mu Yanmai's grandfather appeared with his walking stick, his tone was not overbearing. It's best to give my Mu family a reasonable explanation. Zhao Hubiao's eyes were arrogant, not taking the Mu family seriously at all, and on his face was a teasing cold smile. Account? The Mu family is also worthy of letting my Zhao family give an explanation. Hand over Lu Shenzhou to me and spare these losers of your Mu family from dying. Lu Shenzhou? Most of the Mu family members had puzzled eyes. Mu Yanmai's parents, however, changed their faces slightly. Lu Shenzhou, isn't this the teenager that Dancer brought back? The Mu family was of average strength, which was why they were forced to let Mu Yanmai and the Tang family set up a marriage contract before. Knowing a daughter is not like a mother, Mu Yan Dance's mother knew that her own daughter was in love, otherwise for so many years, Mu Yan Dance had only brought Lu Shenzhou home alone. And Mu Yan Dance since young, contact with men is extremely resistant, even her father is very difficult to hold her. Just now Mu Yan Dance and Lu Shenzhou flirting in the next room, the two families heard clearly. When Mu Yanmai's father found out, his eyes were moist. Just now, Mu Yanmai's mother pulled Mu Yanmai to inquire about Lu Shenzhou, and learned that Lu Shenzhou was an inner disciple of the Eastern Desolate Immortal City's East Xian sect, had a master at the Celestial Realm, and was a third-order alchemist at a young age, with an unlimited future. The most crucial thing was that Lu Shenzhou had saved Mu Yanmai a few times and had also destroyed the entire Tang family for her. The couple was extremely shocked to learn about this. He immediately spoke, "Forgive me, Mr. Lu is my Mu family's honored guest. Zhao Wubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel, please exit the Mu family immediately, or else we will report to the City Lord's mansion and have it severely punish your Zhao family." Still want to report to the City Lord's mansion? Toast the wine, but not the punishment. Zhao Ghost Samuel let out a fierce laugh, rushed to Mu father, and kicked him off. Bang! Mu Yanmai's father instantly flew backwards and smashed on the ground spitting blood. Sangong. Father! Only then did Mu Yanmai, who heard the commotion, rush over. Seeing the scene, she immediately became furious. "Dare to hurt my father, I want you all to die." Mu Yanmai drank, her body surged out with fiery red spiritual energy, attacking towards Zhao Hubiao and Zhao Ghost Samuel. Zhao Hubiao's face was a teasing smile, unconscionable. He slapped his palm out, he was preparing to exterminate Mu Yanmai. Surging spiritual energy whistled out. Right in the middle of this lightning. Roar! Dragons roaring and tigers roaring. Alarming roar sounded, the sound, as if there was really a dragon roaring, causing people to tremble. They could not help but subconsciously sniff the sound and look at it. Only to see a golden light dragon shadow whistling out. Towards Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel attacked, protect Mu Yan dance. Bang! Terrifying spiritual power fluctuations spread out, powerful air waves blew Mu Yanmai's seductive body flying backwards. Then a large hand steadily caught her and held her waist in a familiar and natural movement. Dance, don't use your three-legged kung fu, I'll be heartbroken if you get hurt, see how I'll clean them up. The young man's voice faintly sounded. Chapter 59 Peak Xian Realm, killing two great Earth Realm patriarchs. Mu Yan dance was held in Lu Shenzhou's arms in an ambiguous position. Dozens of people at the scene looked straight at them. Among them were Mu Yanmai's parents and grandfather. When Mu Yanmai felt the gazes of her relatives, her jade face instantly rolled like fire, her delicate body trembled lightly and she hurriedly left from Lu Shenzhou's arms, her beautiful eyes looking up and down at Lu Shenzhou. Have you broken through to the Earth Realm Patriarch? Lu Shenzhou's eyes were calm as he looked at Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel, still half a step away. Those two crystals of pure yang were used up. Lu Shenzhou was all still short of some pure yang qi before he could break through the Xian realm shackles and step into the realm of the Earth Realm Patriarch. Peak of the 10th level of the Xian realm? Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel sized up Lu Shenzhou, contempt and cruelty showing on his face. Tiny Xian realm, how dare you pretend to be a god? That move just now, don't take it as a sovereign realm move. Lu Shenzhou had an icy smile on his face. Indeed, it's not a grandmaster intent, but it's more than enough to kill you two old dogs. A wolfish look appeared in his eyes as he licked his lips. If he killed these two Earth Realm patriarchs, the pure yang qi he obtained should be able to enable him to make a breakthrough, right? Great words. Come die for me. Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel sniffed and shouted violently, left and right. One on the left and one on the right attacked and killed towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou let go of Mu Yanmai in his arms, his pace was like a ghost, instantly came to the front. Mu Yanmai was protected behind him. Dance, back off, be careful to accidentally injure you. Mu Yan Dance's beautiful eyes revealed a color of worry, her delicate red lips lightly biting. You bastard, don't try to be strong, be careful. Fighting against two Earth Realm sect masters at the same time with the Xian realm body was too dangerous. Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel exuded a sect master aura that was full of oppression, causing one to feel suffocated and his chest to sink. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, "Dance, you were caring about me, didn't you say that we are too clear?" Mayan Dance was ashamed and angry, standing in place, she stomped her feet fiercely and gritted her teeth before her pupils contracted violently and she lost her voice and screamed. "You son of a, is this the time to say this? Be careful." The voice fell. Boom. Bang bang bang. Crackling sound like beans popping and frying, the majestic spiritual power explosion, so that Lu Shenzhou's feet instantly sunken in a large pit with a diameter of 3 zhang, the ground's lapis lazuli plate instantly turned into pieces. Mu Yan Dance's heart instantly tensed to her throat, but after seeing clearly, her heart instantly relaxed. The other Mu family members also showed a look of surprise, next. Only to see that in the big pit, Lu Shenzhou raised his right and left hands with fists, directly carrying Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel's attacks head on. How is this possible? Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel's pupils instantly contracted, his face revealed a shocked look, unable to believe the scene he saw in front of him. A Xian realm cultivator had caught the attacks of their two Earth realm patriarchs head on. And the other party was still unharmed. A ferocious color emerged in Lu Shenzhou's eyes. "Two old dogs, what are you guys surprised about?" Just in the moment when Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel froze, Lu Shenzhou was already blatantly striking. Gung Thunder Dragon Snake Fist. ZZZ. Thunder arcs instantly swooped out from Lu Shenzhou's black hair, while on the front, a pair of fists blasted out at the same time. Roar! Electricity dragons and snakes roared out. Ah! Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel screamed miserably, flew out backwards and smashed on the ground, in his eyes was the color of horror. Is this still the power a Xian realm cultivator should have? This is a realm of intent move. This little bastard has comprehended the realm of intent moves at the Xian realm. The two sect masters were actually injured by a Xian realm cultivator. A strange shame. Zhao Hu Biao, Zhao Ghost Samuel's face suddenly turned blue with anger. Little bastard, you must die. The two were exposed, and majestic and terrifying sect intent moves were suddenly released. A fierce tiger silhouette and a stern ghost silhouette instantly emerged, lifelike, and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. Seeing this, Lu Shenzhou stood in place and blasted out his second punch, Dragon Snake Dance. The technique evolved into the Gun Lei Dragon Snake Fist. There were still a total of 7 punches. Each punch was still a superposition of punching power and contained the power of the intentional mysteries. It was several times more powerful than the normal Dragon Fist. Roar! A thunderous dragon shadow emerged, as if a real thunder dragon had descended, wrapped in the power of thunder snakes. The speed was extremely fast. Zhao Hu Biao's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he hurriedly hissed loudly to Zhao Ghost Samuel. We are not his opponent, withdraw. This punch, the power was just too terrifying. This Lu Shenzhou was also just too terrifying. A mere Xian realm cultivator's power was even more terrifying than an Earth realm master like them. He already subconsciously wanted to retreat and escape, but compared to the speed of this punch, their bodies were like frozen, unable to move. No! Zhao Hu Biao, Zhao Ghost Samuel's two pupils contracted to the extreme as they let out desperate and unwilling roars. Rumble! As if thunder had exploded, these two people were enveloped by the fist dangles of Lu Shenzhou's punch and let out a violent explosion. In the next moment, Zhao Hu Biao, Zhao Ghost Samuel's vitality was severed, and these two people's corpses emerged with dense and horrifying wounds. There were the 3 major fatal injuries of dragon claws, snake entanglements, and lightning marks. When the Mu family members saw this scene, they were dumbfounded and their jaws dropped. This? The Xian realm killing a grandmaster? Our eyes aren't spent. Lu Shenzhou absorbed the pure yang qi from the duo's bodies and frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. To think that it's still a little bit short to make my breakthrough. The two of them, Zhao Hu Biao, Zhao Ghost Samuel, provided over 400 strands of pure yang qi. An Earth Realm Grandmaster could almost provide 200 out of pure yang qi. Lu Shenzhou, how are you? Are you alright? Mayan Dance saw the dust settling and hurriedly came to the large pit. Lu Shenzhou looked at her with ambiguous eyes. Do you want me to be something, or nothing? You. Mayan Dance was suddenly so angry that her chest rose and fell, annoyed, and gritted her teeth. You bastard, go die well. I should have known that I shouldn't have cared about you. Lu Shenzhou gently leapt out of the big pit, laughed and moved forward to embrace her waist. Mayan Dance slapped away his salty piggy hand, her beautiful eyes rounded, full of fury, and she said in a bad mood. You assholes still want to touch me? Don't even think about it. Lu Shenzhou, this asshole was really infuriating. Lu Shenzhou had the cheek to go up and try to touch him. Mu Yanmai would not let him touch a finger. At this time, Mu Yanmai's mother assisted his father to come and praised Lu Shenzhou. The younger generation is fearful, heroes come out of the youth. Ah. Father, what kind of hero is he? He's just a smelly rascal. Mu Yan Dance said in a bad mood. Father Mu and Mother Mu glanced at each other. It could be said that the mother-in-law was looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at Lu Shenzhou, the better she looked at him. The young couple flirted. Where would they take it seriously? Lu Shenzhou took out 10,000 spirit stones. Auntie and uncle, I am sorry for causing you to be injured this time. This is a small compensation in token of appreciation from the late generation. 10,000 spirit stones, that was definitely not a small amount. The Mu family was a small family. It was hard to say if they had 3,000 pieces of income in a year. Originally, there were still people in the Mu family who muttered about Lu Shenzhou, but when they saw Lu Shenzhou spending such a large sum, they were all happy and smiling, and they had a very good impression of Lu Shenzhou. Mu Yan Dance was instead counted down, making her depressed to death, both hands clasped in front of her chest, her jade face coldly stayed by Lu Shenzhou's side. Chapter 60 Mu Family Secrets, Killing the Zhao Family to Fight Against Zhao Fei Fei. Xian nephew, you killed the 2 sect masters of this Zhao family, what are you going to do next? Father Mu's eyes were a little worried. The Zhao family was not a small family in 100 Flower Immortal City, it was much more powerful than the Mu family. The Mu family was basically all forge masters, relying on the Divine Soldier Valley for casual work to eat, a family that didn't even have a single Earth Realm patriarch. It is also Mu Yan Dance talent is good, worshipped in the Divine Soldier Valley, there is a powerful master as a backer. Lu Shenzhou said with a calm face. After today, there will be no more Zhao family. Father Mu's expression was startled. Xian nephew must not be impulsive. This Zhao family is powerful and not comparable to the Tang family. There are at least a dozen more Earth Realm sect masters within the Zhao family. A dozen? Lu Shenzhou's expression was joyful instead of fearful. That's great. The Zhao family was so strong. By exterminating the Zhao family, they would definitely be able to break through to the Earth Realm sovereign. Uncle, you don't have to worry. I stayed in 100 Flower Immortal City just to kill all the Zhao family members. Father Mu looked surprised. You're going to exterminate the Zhao family all by yourself? Lu Shenzhou nodded his head and then spoke. It's almost time, I should go to the Zhao family. And then Lu Shenzhou moved to leave the Mu family. Looking at Lu Shenzhou's departing back, Mu Father's expression regained its calmness. Where there was an injured look, he spoke in an inscrutable tone. Dancer, you didn't expose our family's secrets to him, right? Father. Mu Yan Dance stood in place and stomped her feet, saying in no uncertain terms, how could I possibly tell this asshole? Father Mu nodded and said, well, this kid is not bad, but for you guys to be together, he has to be at least at Martial Saint Cultivation to be worthy of you. Mu Yan Dance's lips pursed lightly, her gaze complicated. Father, I know, I won't be with him. Mu Mother said. Dance child, your father is also for your own good, your physique is special. Our Mu family almost wiped out the clan back then, and paid a huge price to change his face and stay here incognito. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have harmed you, not to mention himself. Father Mu said, this kid is going to destroy the Zhao family, I'll go keep an eye on it. As the voice fell, Mu Father's figure disappeared into thin air. Seeing Mu Father gone, Mu Mother took Mu Yanmai's arm and asked her smilingly, Dance child, are you in love with this child Lu Shenzhou? No. Mu Yan Dance's beautiful eyes rounded, a flash of panic in the bottom of her eyes, gritted her teeth and denied it in a hurry. I don't like this bastard. I just owe him the favor of saving his life, so I brought him home. Mu Mother smilingly did not refute, no, the daughter is not like a mother. On the other side. Zhao family main hall. There were quite a few Zhao family members gathered here. Zhao Fei Fei sat at the bottom. Family head Zhao Honghai looked at Zhao Fei Fei and said, Fifi, you need to restore your position as a holy maiden as soon as possible, and with the holy maiden status to rake in resources, along with the resources the family has provided you with, you should ascend to the celestial realm as soon as possible. In this way, in the coming year, you'll have the chance to become the East Xian clan sect leader, honoring the lintel of my Zhao family. The corners of Zhao Fei Fei's mouth rose. Family master, I know, you don't need to say more. As long as that Lu Shenzhou dies and the heavenly chi pill doesn't fall into Su Qingyu's mouth, this holy maiden position will naturally be restored. She used the tactic of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging herself to force me to step back. If it wasn't for the consideration of advancing to the heaven realm, I wouldn't have stepped back that day. Now that her life hangs in the balance, she can only live on by relying on celestial realm cultivators to instill her with true chi day and night. Speaking of which, Zhao Wu Biao, Zhao Ghost Samuel has been out for so many days, why haven't they come back yet, and how come they haven't gotten the job done yet by killing a tiny Xian realm cultivator? Someone let out a doubtful voice. Humph. Zhao Fei Fei coldly said, if I wasn't concerned about this woman, Hua Miaoi, I would have killed Lu Shenzhou with my own hands. Lu Shenzhou's strength was as weak as a mole cricket to her, and she didn't know how that punk Fan Yuxuan didn't get the Tianji pill. The Zhao family's goal was to seek the position of the East Xian clan's patriarch, and thus needed Zhao Fei Fei to maintain a better image, so even though Su Qingyu had challenged the position of the Holy Maiden twice, she didn't kill Su Qingyu. This kind of action won her a huge reputation within the Dongxian sect, and once Su Qingyu died, with such a huge reputation base, she would be able to naturally regain the position of Holy Maiden, and no one would even dare to compete with her for it. This was the benefit of raising prestige. Who are you? How dare you barge into my Zhao family? Ah! How dare you kill my Zhao family, looking for death? Outside the hall, the voices of the Zhao family's guards bursting with rage resounded abruptly. This directly startled everyone in the Zhao family. Who am I? Oh! A teenager's cruel and merciless voice rang out. I am the person who wants the Zhao family to be exterminated. Remember my name, Lu Shenzhou. On the way to the Yellow Springs, it is also good to tell the King of Hell. Lu Shenzhou. The people within the Zhao family hall were all startled. He didn't die in the hands of Zhao Wu Biao, Zhao Ghost Samuel, instead, he even killed on my Zhao family? Unconscionable, seeking his own death. Go take a look. A group of people came outside from the hall and saw the handsome young man with a blood-stained body in the courtyard, and under his feet were the corpses of dozens of Zhao family guards. It's really Lu Shenzhou. Zhao Fei Fei's complexion changed slightly and her pupils shrunk. Lu Shenzhou, you seek death. You, a Xian realm cultivator, dared to kill your way up to my Zhao family. Even if I kill you, that woman, Hua Miaoi, will have nothing to say. Zhao Fei Fei stormed out, the Earth Realm Grandmaster aura on her body suddenly released, and then her figure swept towards Lu Shenzhou and pounced. 10,000 flowers Bodhisattva finger. A closed-eyed Bodhisattva's silhouette floated out from her body, and her crystal jade-like fingers pressed horizontally towards Lu Shenzhou, seemingly to crush him into mush. Her killing heart erupted as she directly executed her intent moves in the face of Lu Shenzhou. She did not put Lu Shenzhou in her eyes in the slightest. After all, the difference in power between the Xian realm and the Earth realm patriarchs was like the difference between mud and clouds. She also didn't think at all that Lu Shenzhou would be her opponent. Roar! Lu Shenzhou's eyes flashed with brilliance in the face of this finger, Dragon Snake Tong Yun. The golden fist erupted and a thunder dragon shadow roared out. The terrifying power of thunder transformed into a snake and wrapped around the thunder dragon. Bang! The dragon shadow collided with the Bodhisattva's silhouette, and a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy spread out. The furniture and furnishings within a 10-foot radius were instantly shattered into pieces, and some of the nearby cultivators with weak strengths were shocked to death alive. How is this possible? The power of intent. Zhao Feifei's face changed as disbelief surged in her eyes, and it's still an extremely powerful thunder realm. So that's how it is, this is the inheritance you obtained in the outer sect's secret realm. Zhao Hubiao, Zhao Ghost Samuel died in your hands, huh? Is this the basis for you to dare to kill your way up to my Zhao family? Go die and bury my brother with you. Zhao Feifei chanted, and the bodhisattva silhouette on her body suddenly changed. 10,000 flowers bodhisattva vase. The bodhisattva with closed eyes held the pure bottle and lifted his hand to suddenly cover and press toward Lu Shenzhou. It was like the heavens tumbling down. In the face of this terrifying move, the teenager's black hair danced wildly as the power of thunder surged forth. Dragon Snake Rising Land. Roar! A golden dragon and a thunder snake erupted, opening their bloody mouths to rise up into the sky. Everyone at the scene had a heart palpitation and their minds went blank. This is still in Xian Realm Cultivator? Is this really the power a Xian Realm Cultivator should have? Chapter 61 Zhao Feifei's Escape, Prodigious Realm Breakthrough. Thunder light and green light collided. The Thunder Dragon and Thunder Snake and this closed-eyed Bodhisattva were actually separated and were not on par with each other. This person, just what level of inheritance did he get? Zhao Feifei was horrified as her pupils continued to contract. A single Xian realm, to be able to fight against my power. She even wondered if the technique she had mastered was too weak. But the fact that she had come all the way from true transmission to become a holy maiden had long since confirmed that her gong methods were powerful, which only confirmed that Lu Shenzhou's gong method inheritance was too powerful. If we keep him alive, the chickens and dogs of the Zhao family will be restless in the future. Zhao Feifei's body's green spiritual energy surged wildly, her body shuddered slightly, blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, and she roared in a delicate voice. 10,000 flower Bodhisattva Jedi. The Bodhisattva with closed eyes moved both hands in unison, actually pulling out an extinction of vitality tree branch from the pure vase and stabbing it towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou was instantly creeped out, his sweaty hairs exploding as he sensed a horrifying danger of death. Dragon Snake Driving Heaven. Both fists blasted out, one fist of thunder light, one fist of golden light. The dragon and snake silhouettes changed in unison. The golden dragon was in the sky, and the thunder snake transformed into a spear, which was grabbed by the golden dragon and pounced towards the front. Rumble. The dual moves collided, and the berserk power of thunder and the power of extinction spread out. Pooh! How could? Zhao Feifei spat out blood, her body trembling as she began to fall back, her eyes filled with icy resentment. If it wasn't for the fact that my injuries hadn't healed, how could I be forced back by him? The injuries that Su Qingyu left her with were not healed, and after sparring with Lu Shenzhou for 3 moves, the injuries in her body could not even be suppressed to relapse. If she was in a healed state, she would have been able to kill Lu Shenzhou with this third move. Closing her eyes as the Bodhisattva's shadow dissipated, Zhao Feifei's face turned pale and her body's aura quickly plummeted. Feifei, you're injured, don't try to be strong, what happens next, leave it to us. Zhao Honghai moved forward and looked at Lu Shenzhou with a grave expression. It's imperative that you restore the position of the Holy Maiden, don't jeopardize the major events of our Zhao family. You immediately leave 100 Flower Immortal City and return to the Dongxian sect. Yes, family master, I understand. Zhao Feifei's eyes glanced at Lu Shenzhou unwillingly before turning to escape. Where are you going? Stay here. Lu Shenzhou shouted violently and swung his fist forward. Zip zip zip. The golden dragon held the thunder serpent's lance and threw it in the direction of Zhao Feifei. Clang. Zhao Honghai raged, little brute, how dare you be reckless. In front of more than a dozen sect masters of their Zhao family, he still wanted to find trouble with Zhao Feifei, treating them as if they were dead people. Luo Han flick strike. Spiritual energy surged wildly on his body, and the figure of an immovable Lohan emerged, its golden light shining brightly without anger. Raising his hand and grabbing it, he grabbed the gun of the thunder snake that was evolved from spiritual energy. Crackle! Thunder exploded. Zhao Honghai was revolted and white smoke began to rise from his body, obviously in extreme pain, roaring. Strike together and kill this little beast. More than a dozen Earth Realm patriarchs surrounded Lu Shenzhou in layers in unison. Clang clang clang. The clanging sounds continued as a dozen Lohan shadows emerged from the entire Zhao family, and terrifying sect masters' pressure erupted in unison, giving people a sense of oppression that would suffocate them. Lu Shenzhou even felt an unprecedented pressure, his brows furrowing into a Chuan character. Luo Han 18 formation. Zhao Honghai and more than a dozen Zhao clan patriarchs shouted angrily in unison. A total of 14 Luohan silhouettes threw out punches in unison, spreading out across the sky, seemingly wanting to hammer Lu Shenzhou into pieces. Lu Shenzhou's black hair danced wildly, his body's aura grew more and more ferocious as he blasted out another fist. Dragon Snake descending. Rumble. Dull and heart-stopping rolling thunder sounds rang out. Thunder light surged out from his entire body, and it was as if his entire body was transformed into thunder. One fist was a golden dragon shadow, and the other fist was a thunderous snake. Swoosh! His figure was as fast as lightning, and in just an instant, he dodged these 14 Luohan fists and arrived in front of Zhao Honghai, who was closest to him. The thunder snake whistled out, and the huge thunder snake body instantly entangled Zhao Honghai's body, making him unable to move, and he hastily struggled to avoid it with all his might. When Zhao Honghai reacted, Lu Shenzhou's dragon fist had already pounced out. Bang! Like a firecracker exploding, half of the flesh of this Zhao Honghai's upper body exploded. Ah! An entire arm and the right side of his chest exploded into smithereens, revealing the torn bones and internal organs inside. This punch didn't blast Zhao Honghai's heart, causing him not to die on the spot, but to fall into serious injury. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs, coupled with the power of the thunder intent invasion, caused Zhao Honghai to let out an agonizingly painful scream. Griffin! Griffin! I want you to die. A mere Xian realm mole cricket has injured me to this extent. Right at this moment, the other 13 Earth Realm sect masters, their heads sweating and their faces slightly white, urged the Rohan Shadow to throw a second punch and pounce towards Lu Shenzhou. This Zhao family's intent inheritance seemed to be very powerful, but in reality, it was quite restrictive. The power was not as great as Lu Shenzhou's, and this intent move was too stiff and not flexible at all. Taking advantage of this instant, Lu Shenzhou's left fist blasted out again. That thunder snake wrapped around with force. Ka-ching! Zhao Honghai lost the power of resistance and was actually crushed alive by the fist of this punch, just like a python suit entangling a person. Zhao Honghai's neck was crooked and he died in peace, and then a majestic, over 200 strands of pure yang qi instantly surged into Lu Shenzhou's body. Bang! This Luohan 13 fists blasted Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's figure instantly smashed out like a cannonball. Cough, cough. Lu Shenzhou smashed backwards into a wall, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Earth Realm Master, still really strong. If I hadn't made up for my roots, I'm afraid that with this punch, I would have already died. Nuisance lightning arcs were rising from his body, rapidly healing his injuries. The Zhao clan's patriarch roared, "Take advantage of this endeavor and make another move to kill him." The 13 Zhao clan patriarchs gritted their teeth, and some of them began to bleed from their 7 orifices, even as they tried to forcefully activate the Rohan Shadow. Father Mu, who was secretly observing the scene, couldn't help but step in to save Lu Shenzhou. Suddenly, there was a change in Lu Shenzhou's body, causing his eyes to slightly raise. This kid is actually... the pure yang qi has finally saved enough. Lu Shenzhou staggered to his feet, but his eyes were unprecedentedly fierce and wild. Earth Realm's sovereign realm, give me a breakthrough. Rumble. The majestic pure yang qi in his body was instantly transformed into Lu Shenzhou's cultivation, rapidly pulling up Lu Shenzhou's aura, infinitely approaching the Xian realm critical point. Not good, this little brute is actually going to break through the Earth Realm patriarch on the spot. The 13 Zhao clan patriarchs were enraged. Quickly catalyze your moves to kill him. Clang. With the Zhao clan patriarchs counting on everything, the stiff and archaic Luohan silhouette finally made a move, probing out a thick arm and grabbing towards Lu Shenzhou. Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out and smoke filled the sky. Chapter 62, Becoming an Earth Realm Patriarch. Comprehending 5 sets of killing means. What is the Earth Realm? As the saying goes, the heavens contain all things, and the earth gives birth to all things. Vitality, which is the origin of all things, all vitality of all things, can only be born in the ground. Where martial arts is the style of qi, xuanwu is the spirit of power moves. To return to basics, we must understand the meaning of vitality, the earth. To return to the truth, one must understand the meaning of vitality and the earth. Starting from the earth, one must understand the world, which enables one to transcend the mundane and possess the power of transcendence and sainthood. This was the starting point for transcendence. Lu Shenzhou had long since realized the Gung Thunder intent, and the thunder arcs on his body began to erupt. The Dantian spiritual energy began to undergo a qualitative change and metamorphosis after reaching the threshold of mundanity. Lu Shenzhou's vitality was also breaking the mundane limit. His entire body's spiritual energy condensed into a point, then a drop. And then from the Dantian, it converged into rivers and seas, surging all over his body. His body was more sensitive to the perception of heaven and earth, and his lifespan was able to break the mortal limit of 120, coming to 200 years old. Heaven and earth were suddenly different in his eyes, and his body seemed to have opened some kind of shackles, becoming more relaxed and ethereal. Rumble. The spiritual bodies in heaven and earth went berserk, like whales sucking in water, surging into Lu Shenzhou's body in large quantities, tamping down his foundation. Bang. Lu Shenzhou understood the Gung Thunder intent, and now that he had entered the Earth Realm Patriarch realm, he didn't need to have to resort to the Gung Thunder Dragon Snake Fist to use Gung Thunder. Those 13 Luohan palms swooped in, and were all blocked by the Gung Thunder that erupted from Lu Shenzhou's body. Terrifying explosions sounded. Gung Lei contacted the surrounding building stones. All of them will be blasted and smashed into pieces, and then set off a sky of smoke and dust. And then Gung Lei began to quickly recover the injuries on Lu Shenzhou's body. Strong. I've never felt so strong before. Lu Shenzhou felt the vastness of spiritual energy in his body, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. There was even an endless, inexhaustible strength in his body, causing Lu Shenzhou to be born in a trance with a sense of the feeling of hating the sky without a ring and hating the earth without a handle. This was the enhancement brought about by the Dragon Yuan Whale Sea method, allowing him to have a powerful foundation far beyond the ordinary after stepping into the Earth Realm Patriarch. Outside the roiling smoke and dust were the 13 patriarchs of the Zhao clan. Cough. Cough. Several Zhao family patriarchs began to bleed from their 7 orifices, vomit blood, and spasm their bodies in agony due to the backlash of their intentional moves, all of their faces ugly and agonizing. We blasted him with this move, this little beast should be dead. Not dead? Are you kidding me? This was a joint strike from 13 of our sect masters. The probability is that he is dead, but if this little beast didn't die, then there is only one possibility. The 13 Earth Realm Patriarchs fell into silence, and that was that Lu Shenzhou had already been promoted to Earth Realm Patriarch. This Lu Shenzhou's battle power roots were too terrifying. Not only had he comprehended the intentional move at the Xian realm, but he had also cast several intentional moves and had not yet been consumed. Normally, even if a Xian realm cultivator had comprehended an intentionality move, but after using it once or twice, there was not enough spiritual energy in his body, and the intentionality move would be enough to drag him to his death. Clang! The sound of a crisp swinging fist rang out, and the smoke and dust in the sky suddenly dispersed, revealing the figure of the teenager in the center of the right place. Correct answer, but no reward. ZZZ. It wasn't an arc of electricity, but a terrifying gun Lei Qi filled Lu Shenzhou's body, setting him off like a demon god. Wow! The crowd of Zhao clan patriarchs were horrified, their pupils contracted to the extreme, and a chill went straight to the sky. He really didn't die, and he even managed to advance to the Earth Realm Patriarch. Is this the difference between geniuses and us ordinary people? It was so laborious for them to catalyze their intentional moves, while Lu Shenzhou was able to use the power of his intent at will without going through moves after he was promoted to the Earth Realm. This brat. Father Mu, who was secretly observing, saw this scene and his eyes also revealed a flash of surprise. Rumble. In the next instant, a shocking thunder exploded, a thunderous light erupted from Lu Shenzhou's body, and then Lu Shenzhou's figure was like transforming into lightning as he ran towards them to kill them. It's time to send you on your way. So that you have company on the Yellow Springs Road, you won't feel lonely. Roar! A fist blasted out, this time it was a golden light dragon shadow that erupted from the thunderlight. The scales of this golden light dragon shadow were lifelike, flashing with a shocking breath pressure. Ah! In an instant, 3 Earth Realm Patriarchs died under Lu Shenzhou's fists. Third uncle, second brother. The remaining 10 Earth Realm Patriarchs let out roars of despair as they stared angrily at Lu Shenzhou with reddened eyes. You deserve to die. Must kill you. Don't hold back any longer, even if we die, we must drag this little beast to hell. Otherwise, Fifi will surely die in his hands in the future. These 10 Earth Realm Patriarchs were prepared to offer themselves to death, wanting to drag Lu Shenzhou down. Luo Han true words. Swastika. These 10 Zhao clan Earth Realm Patriarchs began to burn their lives to forcefully catalyze the Lohan shadow, and the sounds they made to each other were filled with an endless aura of might, actually combining to form a swastika. The golden swastika was born from amongst the 10 Luohan shadows, containing a terrifying power, then it was sent towards Lu Shenzhou to kill him. Ha, a bunch of fools. Lu Shenzhou laughed coldly, these Zhao family members were thinking quite well. This Luohan true words power was feeling terrifying, but he, Lu Shenzhou, couldn't possibly stand still and let you guys kill him. Rumble. Lu Shenzhou's figure shifted, thunderous light exploded, and in the next instant, he rushed in front of several sect masters, his arm raised, and blasted forward. Dragon Snake Rising Land. Roar. Terrifying golden dragons and thunder snakes emerged, lifelike and vicious, instantly drowning the several Zhao clan patriarchs in front of them. The dragon's claws, the snake entanglement, combined with the heavy weight of thunderlight. These several Zhao clan patriarchs screamed miserably and struggled in despair. But in the end, they still died in Lu Shenzhou's moves. There were only 6 Zhao clan patriarchs left on the scene. That swastika instantly dissipated quite a bit. Swastika Zhen. The only 6 remaining Zhao clan patriarchs urged the swastikas to suppress towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were as vicious as a wolf, seek death. Dragon snake driving heaven. ZZZ. Thunder exploded, and there was a change in the intense stance, not sticking to mundane stances, somewhat at will. That golden dragon transformed into armor attached to Lu Shenzhou's body, and the thunder snake transformed into the thunder serpent's gun. Throw. The thunder serpent's lance in his hand was instantly hurled towards these 6 Earth Realm patriarchs of the Zhao clan. At the same time, the swastikas also blasted Lu Shenzhou. Roar. The golden light dragon shadow roared, beckoning the swastika true words. Bang. This spear of thunder serpent instantly hit the only 6 remaining Earth Realm patriarchs, penetrating them as if they were dressed in barbecue. The power of thunder filled the air and surged out. These 6 Earth Realm patriarchs died on the spot, and the swastikas instantly dissipated. Lu Shenzhou, however, realized, so that's it, Gung Thunder Dragon Snake Fist. Not confined to ordinary boxing, each has its own wonderful use. This thunder snake can transform into a gun of thunder snake and throw it out. Is it still called boxing? Should be Gung, Thunder, Dragon, Snake, Fist, is 5 sets of killing means. Understanding surged in his heart. He was completely comprehended why tiger, leopard, dragon and snake fist was the front-loaded technique. The feelings of the Dragonfather's first merit inheritance was hidden within it. He swept his eyes over the scene, except for Zhao Feifei who escaped. The rest of the Zhao family died in battle, and those who were not Earth Realm Masters were directly shocked to death by the aftermath of the battle. Chapter 63, Bringing Mu Yen Dance Home, Precious Pure Heavenly Jade. The Zhao family's strength was indeed powerful. Lu Shenzhou had over 2,800 strands of pure yang qi in his body at the moment. He had never had this much pure yang qi before. It's just a pity that I let Zhao Feifei escape. If you can run away from a monk, you can't run away from the temple. Lu Shenzhou utilized the Gungray Thunder to heal his injuries for a few moments before slowly leaving the Zhao family and heading to the Mu family. Father Mu hid in the shadows and observed, this child, in the future, he might really have a chance to achieve martial saint. At this time, his face abruptly changed. The enemy is coming after us. How could it be at this time? A terrifying aura suddenly appeared in his perceptions. He had been hiding with his family for decades, deliberately disguising himself as a weakling just to live a low-key life. It was the fact that Mayan Dance had made a marriage contract with the Tang family in the first place, but it was only a delaying tactic in order to better conceal Mayan Dance's existence. With a hurried flash of his figure, he returned to the Mu family and told Mother Mu about the situation. The enemy is chasing after us, still not dead to dance. Mother Mu's face was resolute. Husband, even if we die, we can't let something happen to dancing. Father Mu nodded inside. I don't know when Dancer will be able to awaken her physique. Wait and let Dancer follow that sinking boat child. Mu Mother's face was stunned. Husband, didn't you tell Dancer not to stay with this child? Father Mu opened his mouth. What I mean is, let dancing child hide beside the Shenzhou kid, at least we can fight for a while longer. Alright, I'll go and talk to Dancer here and tell her to immediately go to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City with that child. Mother Mu nodded her head. The Zhao family has been destroyed. Mother Mu found Mu Yen Dance and instead of telling her the truth, she said, Dance child, you will go to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City with that child Shenzhou now. No, I'm not going to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City with this bastard. I want to stay in the 100 Flowers Immortal City. Mu Yanmai clasped both hands in front of her chest. Mother and daughter were quite similar in nature. As for the Zhao family being destroyed, she didn't think Lu Shenzhou could do it. Her father must have secretly helped Lu Shenzhou. Mother Mu let out a laugh and said, Your father is not allowing you to be with him, but mother feels that you should grab your own love, dance. Before your father returns, you hurry and go with him, mother will help you hide it. Mu Yen Dance's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, somewhat intent, but Lu Shenzhou, this asshole is not only her one woman. She felt aggrieved inside and did not want to accept this matter. Mu Mother then said, Dance child, your master's father did not recently go to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to open a store. If the two of you really can't make it, you can also stay in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to stay by your master's father's side. Indeed, this was the case, otherwise Mayan Dance wouldn't have appeared in the middle zone of the two immortal cities in the first place. It was her master's father who opened his store and she went out to look for materials. Mu Yanmai's eyes were even more intent. Mu Mother laughed, Dancing child, if you hesitate again, when your father comes back, you won't be able to leave. Mu Yen Dance's beautiful eyes flashed a flash of panic, silver teeth clenched. I'm going to find that bastard to go to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to see master. Mother, you and father should take care of your health. Mu Yen Dance left quickly, just bumped into Lu Shenzhou who had just returned to the door of the Mu family, and then the two of them were heading directly towards the direction of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. The two beast mounts that could travel 1,500 miles a day were speeding between the mountains and rivers. Lu Shenzhou couldn't help but heave a smile. Dancer, you still decided to be my woman and go home with me. Mayan Dance rolled her eyes and hummed. You bastard think beautifully, my master is opening a store in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. I am going to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to find my master. I'm not going to your house. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up. That won't do, all the way to East Desolate Immortal City. How can I not go to my house to sit down? I've been to your house this time when I came to 100 Flowers Immortal City. Mu Yen Dance's heart surged with a touch of joyful feeling, but on her face, she was delicately humming. Then, well, just go to your house as a guest. But I'm warning you, if you dare to bully me with any crooked thoughts, I'll bite you to death as a bastard, understand? He, understand. Lu Shenzhou nodded his head in agreement with a smile on his face, and inside he laughed badly. 2 days later. Finally back. Lu Shenzhou couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion as he looked at the lofty and modeled walls of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. This time, when he helped his master to fetch the medicine, not only did he harvest an extremely beautiful girl, his cultivation had also broken through to the Earth Realm Grandmaster. Lu Shenzhou said, Dancer, how about being a guest in our home to rest and relax before going to your master's store? Mayan Dance thought about it, her mood was inexplicably a little nervous and expectant. Alright, you lead the way ahead. Half a month's time has passed, the Lu residence has long been repaired when the courtyard wall was destroyed, inside is added a lot of household goods. Lu Fu main door is wide open, the day is flourishing, unlike the previous strength cannot be closed at any time to prevent thieves or someone to find trouble. Lu Shenzhou brought Mayan dance into the Lu mansion. Grandpa, I'm back. Lu Tsunghu was very happy to see Lu Shenzhou. Shenzhou, you're finally back. Hey, who is this girl? At a glance, he saw this young girl beside Lu Shenzhou with an outstanding figure and excellent appearance and temperament, just like a rose. He. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed and came to Mayan Dance's side, wrapping his big hand around her hot waist and said cheekily, Grandpa, this is my woman, the 100-flower Immortal City Divine Soldier Valley's second-ranked Divine Artifact Master, Mayan Dance. Meyer, this is my grandfather. The moment she was wrapped around her waist by Lu Shenzhou's big hand, Mu Yanmai's delicate body trembled slightly, her jade face instantly rolled and flushed red as she fiercely glared at Lu Shenzhou and slapped away his salty pig's hand. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not your woman. Then she was a little nervous and formal to Lu Tsonghuingi, but on her mouth she said with a big smile. Greetings Grandpa, I am Mu Yan Dance, I am Lu Shenzhou's friend, you just call me Dance. Good boy. Quickly sit down. Lu Tsonghu was old enough to see that his grandson and this great beauty had already had skin-to-skin contact. Worthy of being his grandson, this one out for a trip gave him a big surprise. This granddaughter-in-law can't be faulted anywhere, delightful. The opening of his Lu family is just around the corner. Grandpa, first time visiting, I have prepared a little token of appreciation, please accept it. She came to Lu Tsonghu and took out a jade box. Inside was a piece of pure heavenly jade. Although it didn't have the effect of prolonging life, it could drive away evil spirits and avoid illnesses, making one's body healthy. Lu Tsonghu was shocked for a moment and gladly accepted his granddaughter-in-law's gift. Good, Dancer, you're too good a child. This pure heavenly jade had a price and was extremely rare, not something that could be bought with money. With this pure heaven jade, and the two alchemists in the family, Lu Tsonghu can at least live to be 120 years old at the end of his life. He is only in his 50s now, he can still live for many more years, and will be able to see the day when the Lu family spreads out its branches. Lu Shenzhou was also in a good mood when he saw Mu Yanmai giving such an expensive gift. Chapter 64, Two Daughters Meet, Water and Fire. After exchanging pleasantries and chatting about some family matters, the underlings also prepared the bathing food. Lu Shenzhou and Mayan Dance had been running around for 2 days, so they naturally went to take a bath in comfort. Lu Tsonghu hurriedly asked his subordinates to get a good pair of clothes for Mu Yanmai. The granddaughter-in-law's first visit to the door, naturally should be given enough attention. Several young and beautiful maids waited for Mu Yanmai to take a bath and change her clothes. Lu Shenzhou also took a good rest. When he walked out of the backyard, he did not see Mu Yanmai's figure. When he came to the front yard, Mu Yanmai in a red dress was confronting Lu Jiro. The two women each had their hands clasped in front of their chests, looking vigilant and guarded against each other, as if they had seen a natural enemy, obviously meeting for the first time, but they were like water and fire. Lu Shenzhou immediately felt a dark headache. After this peach blossom luck of his got better, there was also trouble. Lu Jiro was like a phoenix that had been violated in its domain, a little fried, and when she saw Lu Shenzhou coming, this was the first time she opened her mouth to say her first words. Shenzhou. Who is she? This tone had the flavor of 3 parts questioning, 3 parts worrying, and 4 parts being wary. Mu Yan Dance's pair of bright Danfang beauty eyes carried a few points of fury as she looked towards Lu Shenzhou. You tell her who I am. The tone was fiery, with a few hints of showing off in it. Lu Shenzhou immediately revealed a smile and walked forward to hold Mayan Dance's catkin. Dance, this is Jiro's sister. Sister Jiro, this is Dancing, my woman. This time, when I set out for the 100-flower Immortal City, if I didn't have Dancer, I probably wouldn't have been able to return. Dancing child, call out to Sister Jiro. Humph. Mayan Dance opened Lu Shenzhou's hand. Who is your woman? Why should I call sister? It's not certain who's older and who's younger. When Lu Jiro saw this scene, her cheeks suddenly bulged slightly, her beautiful eyes contained a few moments of jealousy, but it was not very strong. Because she had long known that Lu Shenzhou would have another woman. Lu Jiro's aura was inexplicably strong, her voice was gentle but justified. Sister Dancer, when you enter the door of the Lu family, then you have to recognize the rules yourself. Shenzhou has been under my care since he was a child, there are rules and regulations. Her words directly added oil to the fire, secretly criticizing Mu Yanmai for not having rules. Mu Yan Dance immediately some fried hair, beautiful eyes glared, but the aura is inexplicably shorter. Lu Jiro a cut, huffed and puffed. Who has no rules? I'm not his woman, I'm just here as a guest for the sake of friendship. I will never come to the Lu family again. Lu Shenzhou suddenly had 2 big heads. After saying this, Mu Yanmai shook off Lu Shenzhou's hand and headed out. Lu Shenzhou couldn't stop him. Lu Jiro saw this scene, like a battle-victorious hen, her face was flushed, and her chest peaks were seemingly more erect. Lu Shenzhou thought that Mu Yan Dance was very angry. Walking out of the door of the Lu family, her tone suddenly calmed down. I'm going to seek my master first, if you want to come and see me, come to this address. She gave Lu Shenzhou an address. Lu Shenzhou hurriedly responded. Good, I'll come over to find you later. Dancer, you go and catch up with your master first. Humph. Dance snorted coldly, then still angry, grabbed Lu Shenzhou's arm, her red lips opened, revealing her small tiger teeth, and that was a hard bite up. Hiss. Lu Shenzhou sucked in a mouthful of cool air in pain, but did not scream out. His intuition told him that if he shook off his hand, Ball would be even more angry. After taking a bite, the corner of Dance's mouth curled up slightly and she was in a much better mood. Still counting on you bastard to be sensible. This young lady is leaving first. Lu Shenzhou rubbed his nose and could only watch her leave. Returning home, he came to Lu Jiro's alchemy room. Lu Jiro was indeed waiting for him, and also had both hands clasped in front of her chest, her cheeks puffing out in anger. If she had gone after Dance just now, Lu Jiro would not have been able to coax her. Lu Shenzhou put on a smiling face. Jiro sister, I'm not in these days, there is no want me only. Do not want to. Lu Jiro was ready to be angry, but looking at Lu Shenzhou's smiling face, the gas immediately deflated, simply angry not up. Her cheeks instantly climbed up a scarlet red visible to the naked eye. Lu Shenzhou laughed and held her in his arms as he badgered her. Sister Jiro, I miss you so much every day outside. Lu Jiro's delicate body slightly trembled, the temperature of her hot body immediately climbed, her face was flushed, as if she was going to faint. Sinking. Boat. I also miss you. Worry about whether you have eaten and slept well outside, whether you have been bullied. Lu Jiro's voice is gentle, soft and glutinous, clean and pleasant, full of true feelings. A pair of beautiful eyes flickering, such as containing spring water tantalizing. Lu Jiro's voice trembled slightly. Shenzhou. Can your hands be honest? Itchy. Lu Shenzhou justified bad smile, cannot be honest, who called Jiro sister you last time to play bad? Lu Jiro lips slightly biting, expression aggrieved, which I have tricked. This niece is quite tough in front of outsiders, only to Lu Shenzhou, let him take what he wants, also not angry, simply over the top. Lu Jiro's delicate body trembled lightly, only feeling soft and weak, her beautiful eyes were a little disoriented. The entire delicate body dizzily softly paralyzed in Lu Shenzhou's arms. Lu Shenzhou hugged her, smelling the fragrant fragrance between her neck, thought to himself. This body is all soft, it shouldn't be angry anymore, right? Sure enough, Lu Jiro softly said, Shenzhou, you go find Dancer, bring her back. She's your woman, coming all the way from 100 Flowers Immortal City, she's not familiar with life in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. Lu Shenzhou laughed evilly, Sister Jiro is not angry? Well, Lu Jiro weakly responded. I don't believe it. Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, unless Jiro's sister kiss me one I believe. Lu Jiro fluttered in Lu Shenzhou's arms, the heart of a blush like mud, a good few moments before ringing her weak voice, that you close your eyes. Good. Lu Shenzhou closed his eyes. Fine shivering, embrace between, resounded two people clothes friction fine shivering sound. A few moments later, Lu Shenzhou felt the lips printed on the fragrant warm two lips. Lu Shenzhou hugged her and embraced her in a kiss. Well, Lu Jiro let out a startled cry, a pair of jade hands tightly grasped Lu Shenzhou's shirt without any resistance, and then sank into it. For a long time, lips parted. At this time, grandfather Lu Tsung whose voice sounded outside the house, Jiro, it's time to eat. Lu Jiro's eyes panicked as she got up from Lu Shenzhou's arms and nervously returned a cry. Grandpa. I am here. And then Lu Jiro's eyes looked at him aggressively and protested with aggression, next time don't bully me like this. Say a little is a little. Otherwise I ignore you. He, okay, I'll make a note of it. Lu Shenzhou let out a bad smile and held her hand as he walked outside. Yeah. Lu Jiro called out in panic, then walked out of the house feeling Lu Tsunghu's gaze. She hung her head blushing, itching to dig a hole to drill in. Lu Tsunghu saw this and let out a delighted laugh. Lu Shenzhou took her to the dining hall, casually dealt with 2 mouthfuls, hurriedly went out to find Dance. Chapter 65 Li Chang used shock, needing the Acacia Alliance again. According to the address left by Mu Yanmai, Lu Shenzhou arrived at a bustling commercial street in the eastern desolate Immortal City. With a glance, he saw the Long Moon Divine Soldier shop owned by Mu Yanmai's master. When he walked up, he saw several people exiting the store with fearful expressions, still talking. This Acacia Alliance is too arrogant. It even directly snatched people inside the store, forcing them to join the Acacia Alliance, wanting to sleep with them and have an affair. Heartless, it's too wild, right? It's not like it's the first time the Acacia Alliance has done this, but who can do anything about the Acacia Alliance? TSK, but the 2 women in this soldier store are truly exceptional, who wouldn't be mesmerized by looking at them? Lu Shenzhou frowned slightly and immediately pushed through the crowd and walked inside the Long Covenant Divine Soldier shop. He only saw that Mu Yanmai and a beautiful mature woman were being surrounded by several Harmony Alliance cultivators. Mu Yanmai's jade face surfaced with a color of anger, and her 2 pink fists were clenched tightly. The beautiful woman beside her was even showing a difficult, stifled look. Lu Shenzhou only heard the Acacia Alliance cultivator say, Your Divine Soldier Valley is very strong in 100 Flowers Immortal City, but this is Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, and the Divine Soldier Valley's name doesn't play much of a role in Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. If you two beauties agree to enter the Acacia Alliance with us, with our research channels, you'll still be making money day in and day out? But if you guys don't agree, you guys won't be able to open this soldier store in East Baron Immortal City. Mayan Dance indignantly chortled. On what grounds do you guys keep my master's store from opening? On what grounds? The Acacia Alliance cultivator spoke, just by the fact that we, the Acacia Alliance, have enlisted most of the true disciples of the 4 major sects. Every single greenhouse in this eastern desolate immortal city is a property under our Acacia Alliance. What do you think the basis is? Mayan Dance didn't expect this Acacia Alliance to be so powerful, and the Divine Soldier Shop was doing big sect business. She gritted her teeth and pulled the beautiful mature woman at the side. Master, why don't we just leave the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City? The beautiful mature woman had a difficult, stifled look on her face and was hesitating. Bang! Lu Shenzhou walked forward and gave these Acacia Alliance cultivators a kick each. Ouch, which son of a dares to mess with our Harmony Alliance? The leading cultivator covered his buttocks, feeling like his chrysanthemums were about to split open and his balls were hurting. The pain twisted his features and made him look funny. Who are you, messing with our Acacia Alliance, looking for death? These few Hawan Alliance cultivators stared at Lu Shenzhou with cold and unkind eyes. Lu Shenzhou shrugged his shoulders. Ouch, ouch, the Acacia Alliance is so frightening. Get the hell out of here. If I see any more of your Acacia Alliance people coming here to harass me, I'll send you to your deaths. Kid, who do you think you are? An inner disciple of the Dongxian sect? The man put his vicious words halfway to his mouth. His pupils shrunk slightly as he looked clearly at the token on Lu Shenzhou's waist. Every inner disciple had a celestial realm cultivator as a backer behind them, and it was far from something that they, the little caramels, could mess with. So what if you're an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect? Just wait for me. These few Acacia Alliance cultivators covered their butts and left with a comical appearance. Dancer, are you alright? Lu Shenzhou revealed a smile and came up. Humph. Mayan Dance clasped both hands in front of her chest. Her beautiful eyes still had a few moments of fury that hadn't dissipated. If you came a little later, this Acacia Alliance would have captured me and my master. They dare. Lu Shenzhou's face straightened and his tone was grave. Dare to touch Laozi's woman. Today all of them will die. Humph. After Mayan Dance heard Lu Shenzhou's reassurance, her inner fear got much better. You'd better be true to your word, or else my master and I will move out of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City so that you won't be able to see me for the rest of your life. He. Lu Shenzhou laughed evilly and moved forward to embrace Mu Yanmai's waist. Then I can't give up. Even if I give up this life, I have to protect you well. Myanmai Jade face flushed with heat, gently gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes had a touch of panic. You bastard, why do you always move your hands without paying attention to the occasion? Let go of me. It was at this time that the beautiful mature woman on the side voiced out. Dancer, this male is? Master. This is. Mayan Dance was a little unsure of how to introduce Lu Shenzhou, and finally clenched her teeth and said, My life savior. Lu Shenzhou revealed a smiling face to look at the beautiful mature woman. I'm Lu Shenzhou, dancer's man. Bah. Mayan Dance raised her jade leg and stomped on Lu Shenzhou as her beautiful eyes glared. You are not my man, I didn't promise you. Don't talk nonsense in front of master, or I won't spare you. To tame this savage little pepper, it was a long process. Lu Shenzhou grimaced in pain, but the salty pig's hand didn't loosen from her waist, and Mu Yanmai didn't push him away, which was considered a tacit acceptance, and there was a little progress in the relationship. Mu Yanmai followed up with an introduction. Lu Shenzhou, this is my senior, Divine Soldier Valley 3rd rank Divine Soldier Master Li Changyue. Senior, don't underestimate this bastard. Not only is he an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect, he is also a 3rd rank alchemist. With his help, the Acacia Alliance will definitely not dare to harass you again. Li Changyue was a bit surprised. This disciple of hers was extremely talented in refining weapons, but he had extremely rejected contact with the opposite sex since he was young. There were quite a few people within the Divine Soldier Valley who hit Mu Yanmai's idea, but they were all beaten by him and didn't dare to mess with him again. If you do not want to take advantage of Mu Yanmai, you will be bruised and swollen, and if you are heavy, you will have your arms and legs broken. Refiner is also one of the 100 arts, even less good at fighting, so Mu Yan Dance's 3-legged kung fu can also come in handy. This Lu Shenzhou embraced her disciple's waist, but was only stepped on by a small foot. Mouth reprimanded a few sentences. To her feeling, more like flirting, although Mu Yan Dance mouth still do not agree, but the relationship between the two is certainly not simple. What was even more surprising was that this Lu Shenzhou was not only an inner disciple at a young age, but also a 3rd rank alchemist, extremely rare. Li Changyue opened her mouth and said, Shenzhou right, you and this child dancer are so close, you can just call me Mrs. Li from now on. Lu Shenzhou immediately arched his hand and cupped his fist. Yes, Mrs. Li. This is considered a preliminary recognition of Lu Shenzhou's identity. This Mrs. Li is not small in age, but it is indeed better maintained, charming, Sun Yang half-aged. Some people, it is good for this mouth. Lu Shenzhou is not interested in her at all. He is not good at this mouth, only as Mrs. Li is Mu Yen dance elders. Lu Shenzhou was recognized by his master, Mu Yen Mai hummed lightly, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, his mood is obviously good. Mrs. Li's eyes showed concern. Shenzhou, the Acacia League is a very powerful force, you don't need to mess with them for the store thing. Eastern Wasteland Immortal City won't work, I'll just bring Dancer back to 100 Flowers Immortal City to set up store. Lu Shenzhou spoke. Mrs. Li, the Acacia Alliance and I were originally a dead end that we couldn't get past. Speak of the devil, speak of the devil. Only to see different true disciples from the four major sects walk into the store with their heads held high and their expressions in an extremely rampant tone. Which inner sect little punk is it that dares to touch our Harmony Alliance's people? Chapter 66, You're also worthy of being called true successors, have you practiced on a dog? The East Xian sect's true legend was dressed in an expensive and luxurious metaphysical dragon-patterned Dao robe. The Sword Xian sect true transmission was plainly dressed and scribbling in appearance, holding a sharp sword. To sword cultivators, the entire body's life was a sword. The Lei Yin Temple's true biographer was fierce and vicious, with a body of horizontal muscles full of oppression, just like a fierce beast. Myriad Lust sect's true bias face pale, full of lustful eyes, a look of pussy chirping, and even the body has perfume flavor. Seeing these four people enter, Mrs. Li's face tensed up a bit. Those few minions just now had actually summoned the four true sects of the Acacia Alliance in earnest. Lu Shenzhou protected Mayan dance behind him, his eyes were cold and stern as he sneered. It's your old man, me, what's the matter? This son of yours wants to beat up his old man. The Myriad Desires sect is the way of picking, the Acacia Alliance is simply horny and does power in color hooks, ordinary people go to greenhouses, while the powerful and wealthy enjoy the carefully selected finest. This Acacia Alliance was not formed into by any big shot, it was all a force that was engaged in by the outer, inner and true disciples of the four great sects. Hearing Lu Shenzhou's words, Mu Yanmai immediately snorted out a laugh. This asshole was really unforgiving in every way, but it was very much in her temper. These people's eyes instantly revealed killing intent, and the tall Lei Yin Temple monk opened his mouth. Since this is an inner disciple of the Dongxian sect, then I'll leave it to you, Zhou Yangchang, a Dongxian progenitor, to deal with it. Bah, what a ing bad luck, I don't know which peak master took in a stupid bastard like you. That Zhou Yangchang walked forward, his face cold and full of threatening oppression as he stared at Lu Shenzhou. Kid, you're a tiny inner disciple, and you dare to snatch a woman from me, the true legend? Lu Shenzhou's eyes burst with killing intent, threatening oppression erupted. More intimidating than him, one must know that Lu Shenzhou had killed hundreds of people in this recent period of time. The fury in his body was not normally thick. When this fury chi of his exploded, it caused Zhou Yangcheng's face to change slightly immediately. An inner disciple, where did he go to kill so many people with such a horrible fury chi? Lu Shenzhou said in a cold voice, if you Harmonious Alliance dares to make a move against my woman, it wouldn't be too much for me to kill you. If it weren't for the sect rules binding you, you would already be a dead man. Just a little Xian realm waste like you, how dare you spout off to threaten a true disciple? As if Zhou Yangcheng had heard some joke, he let out a cold laugh and probed his large hand towards Lu Shenzhou to pounce and grab him. In place of your master, I'll teach you a good lesson. Lu Shenzhou waited for this moment, his eyes erupted, his aura blossomed, and his figure was like a ghost. Instantly rushed in front of Zhou Yangcheng, his big hand lifted, there was a flash of ZZ electric arcs surging out. Splat! Lu Shenzhou directly slapped Zhou Yangcheng hard on his face. Zhou Yangcheng's face immediately had 5 more bright red fingerprints. Fiery pain surged up as he looked at Lu Shenzhou with some disbelief. You are an Earth Realm Grandmaster. Answered correctly, but there is no reward. Lu Shenzhou grimaced, you're a true disciple, Earth Realm Patriarch, I'm so scared I'm so scared of you threatening me Then he laughed out loud. Zhou Yangcheng was instantly infuriated, laugh your ass off. The Earth Realm aura on his body similarly erupted out, 2 layers higher than Lu Shenzhou, the 3rd layer of the Earth Realm. He wanted to make a move against Lu Shenzhou, but his speed, whereas Lu Shenzhou was faster. Bang! Lu Shenzhou directly landed a knee kick in place, directly blasting him in the stomach. Ah! Zhou Yangcheng let out a painful scream, both hands covering his stomach instantly kneeling down. Lu Shenzhou's blow, not vicious but not light. Lu Shenzhou's ice-cold voice rang in his ears, if you weren't a disciple of the Dongxian sect, you would already be dead. This time, Zhou Yangcheng did not take his words as a joke and was extremely shocked inwardly. This Earth Realm first-level battle power was even higher than him. This showed that there was a huge gap between the two sides' techniques and foundations. Zhou Yangcheng said with difficulty, make a move for me and kill him. As his voice fell, 3 disciples from the Sword Xian sect, the Myriad Desires sect, and the Thunder Sound Temple opened their mouths. Zhou Yangcheng, you're still a disgrace, you can't even clean up a kid who just advanced to the Earth Realm. You can take a shot, but our fees are not low. The Dongxian sect only prohibited disciples within the sect from killing each other, but it didn't matter if disciples from outside the sect killed each other. Zhou Yangcheng said with difficulty, what's the point of all that nonsense? I know the price of asking you guys to step in. Good, it's good that you're clear. The 3 disciples from the Sword Xian sect, the Myriad Desires sect, and the Thunder Sound Temple flashed a sardonic smile at Lu Shenzhou, die for me. These three people looked at Lu Shenzhou with eyes filled with contemptuous disdain, feeling that with three people striking together, decapitating Lu Shenzhou would be a piece of cake. Lu Shenzhou sneered, "Dragon Fist." He blasted out with a single punch. Roar! The golden light dragon shadow erupted and the power of the fist was incomparably powerful. Boom! As soon as the several moves collided, the faces of the three people who were originally full of confidence suddenly changed. The three of them only felt an incomparably overbearing and massive force instantly tear apart their moves before landing on them. Ka-ching! Bone-breaking sounds rang out as the three people flew out backwards in an instant and smashed on the ground outside the store. Lu Shenzhou smiled contemptuously. This is all the strength of the true legends of the three great sects? Three people together and they still can't resist a single punch from me. Have you been practicing to the dogs all these years? But these three people immediately spat out blood and stared at Lu Shenzhou with ugly faces. Count me out today, you wait for us. After provoking our Acacia Alliance, you won't be able to pass the True Legend examination competition that will start soon, just wait to die in the ring. Yoho, so scary, I'm so scared. Oh. Lu Shenzhou's voice was icy cold. I may die at the True Transmission match, but you guys are the ones who should be on your way today. As his voice fell, Lu Shenzhou's even more domineering fist blasted out, Dragon Snake Dance. Roar! The dragon shadow thunder snake roared out, pouncing towards the three people. These three people showed a look of shock and despair. How dare you kill us? Ah! These three people never expected that Lu Shenzhou would be so bold as to dare to kill them. I won't let you go even as a ghost. I'll wait for you down below first. After a scream, these three were reduced to corpses, their vitality severed, bringing over 700 points of pure yang qi to Lu Shenzhou. Zhou Yangchang looked at Lu Shenzhou with a horrified face. You're in big trouble. Lu Shenzhou sneered. You idiot, you still don't understand until now. It's your Acacia Alliance that has gotten into big trouble and messed with me, Lu Shenzhou. Zhou Yangchang's pupils widened. You are Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou wanted to kill Zhou Yangchang. With his talent and means today, he could go anywhere in the world. But Dong Xiansek still had his beloved woman in his thoughts. Killing Zhou Yangchang, this waste, would inevitably be Hua Miaoyi and Su Qingyu standing out to protect him. He didn't want to cause trouble for his woman. As for going on the life and death stage, a waste like Zhou Yangchang was not worthy of letting him place a life and death battle contract. Get lost. Lu Shenzhou said in a cold voice. Zhou Yangchang rolled and crawled away. Lu Shenzhou, this matter is not over. Chapter 67, Public Show of Love and Kissing, Shock of Hidden Book Pavilion Elders. Lu Shenzhou clapped his hands and smiled. Mrs. Li, today like this I cleaned them up a bit. There is also the third rank alchemist status, enough to protect the store from further harassment. Mrs. Li looked at him with a grateful face. Shenzhou, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, Dancer and I would be. Today. Lu Shenzhou. Mrs. Li, Dancer was originally my woman. You don't need to say thank you. If you have to be grateful to me, just let Dancer accompany me on a date. I don't want to date you. Mayan Dance's beautiful eyes glared, but her voice suddenly turned. Humph. Right now, Master's store has only been open for a short while, and the business hasn't been spread out yet. If you can introduce some customers for Master, so that Master's business can be better. It's not like I can't consider going out on a date with you. Dancer, this is what you said. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up and he patted his chest. I'll take care of this matter. Mrs. Li laughed softly. It's good to be young, Shenzhou, then I'll have to trouble you again. No trouble, no trouble. Lu Shenzhou's eyes ambiguously glanced at Mayan Dance. Dance, you just wash fragrantly and wait for me. Muyan Dance's cheeks flushed with heat, both hands clasped in front of her chest. Wait until you've done it. Okay, one hand to pay and one hand to deliver. Lu Shenzhou came up to her, but how do you count today's favor? Dancer, kissing me is not too much, right? You bastard. Mayan Dance was instantly shy and angry. This bastard was really bold and wanted to take advantage of her without distinguishing the occasion. When really rogue, but this kind of rogue thick-skinned, Nyan Maya's hate not up, but instead to her hot temperament also comply with up. Okay. Then you close your eyes. Her hot and passionate nature, but will not twist and turn. Lu Shenzhou closed his eyes. A few moments later, a fragrant wind came, two wet and warm lips kissed him. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, directly taking advantage of the situation to wrap his arms around her waist. In front of Mrs. Li's face, he passionately embraced and kissed. Mrs. Li looked quite shocked. Young people nowadays, they don't know shame. She was a bit embarrassed to see this scene and turned around without staring at the two embracing the kiss. Mayan Dance's delicate body immediately struggled, but her strength were Lu Shenzhou's opponent. She was ashamed and indignant, and directly bit hard. Ouch! Lu Shenzhou immediately covered his mouth. His mouth was hot. This hot little bit him hard again. Muyan Dance lips slightly curved, both hands crossed, quite proud, justified. You bastard deserved it. Said it was just a kiss. Who let you play rogue? Know what happens when you cheat this lady. Lu Shenzhou didn't get discouraged. Instead, a more ardent desire to conquer was born in his eyes. Hey, I know. Get lost if you know, humph. Come back to see this young lady when you've done your job and helped your master. Mayan Dance gave orders. Okay, won't keep you waiting for long. Lu Shenzhou licked the blood on his lips and left the store in large strides towards the Dongxian sect. He already had an idea in his mind on how to help the store's business open up quickly. Returning to the East Xian sect, he didn't go to the Little Xian Pi, instead, he came to the outer sect dormitory area. Inside the courtyard, the three people, Shan Yao, Tang Heng, and Luo Yishan, were sitting together discussing what quest to do, tossing and turning and deciding poorly, sighing a little. They had previously harvested well in the secret realm outside, but the demonic beasts had gone crazy, causing them to suffer heavy losses. At this time, Lu Shenzhou walked in and revealed a smile. How have several senior brothers and sisters been doing? Lu Shenzhou, surprisingly it's you brat, didn't you become an inner disciple? What are you doing back in the outer sect? Luo Yishan stood up and exclaimed. Shan Yao threw winks at Lu Shenzhou. Is it because you want your sister? Ha ha ha. Lu Shenzhou arched his hand and clasped his fist at them. Previously, I was taken care of quite a bit by a few senior brothers and sisters in the outer sect and secret realm. This time I came because there is a matter of sale that I want to find a few senior brothers and sisters to do. Trading? Shan Yao's eyes lit up. What kind of sale? Lu Shenzhou narrated. How? I've made a deal with the store owner, you guys go and buy it, 20% discount, you introduce people to it, 10% discount. Shan Yao, Tang Heng, Luo Yishan have been outside for many years, their connections are much wider than him, the three people helped him before, and he counts this as returning the favor to the three people. Lu Shenzhou had grace to repay grace and revenge to revenge. Hearing Lu Shenzhou's words, even the calm and sophisticated Tang Heng couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement. Senior brother Lu, you've done us a great favor. We're already so poor that we can't even open our pots, this kind of good thing of earning 10% profit out of thin air, we've done it. Three people, led by Tang Heng. Shan Yao was also excited, many thanks to senior brother for giving us a way out. Luo Yishan was also excited with hot air coming out of his mouth and nose. Damn it, senior brother Lu, there's nothing to say, from now on, the three of us will work for you. Lu Shenzhou discussed the details with them and then told them to go and butt heads with Mrs. Li as the three hurried off. Lu Shenzhou then headed to the Hidden Book Pavilion to meet the elder. Greetings, elder. The Hidden Book Pavilion looked at Lu Shenzhou in front of them and his jaw dropped. You? Earth Realm Patriarch? A lucky breakthrough. Lu Shenzhou smiled modestly. Good. The Hidden Book Pavilion elder immediately looked excited as well, then coughed twice to forcefully suppress his excitement as a pair of cloudy eyes glowed. You kid, your cultivation is not progressing slowly, have you fallen behind in your gongfu? Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, Tiger, Leopard, Dragon and Snakefist, I have already become a great success. This is not to come to thank the elder for the grace of passing on the power that day. Not only was it a great success, but he also comprehended an extremely high-grade technique and 5 sets of killing means from it. The collection pavilion elder sucked in a mouthful of cold air, staring at Lu Shenzhou with eyes full of skepticism, his voice somewhat trembling. How long has it been, and you've mastered the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snakefist? Come, you kid and old man have a fight to see if you are bragging. As the voice fell, the terrifyingly large hand probed out, just like last time. This time, Lu Shenzhou but can barely see his moves, the body immediately as if the ghosts of thunder storm back. The thunder. Realm of intent. The hidden pavilion elder's figure stood still for a moment, completely shocked into believing Lu Shenzhou's words. You actually really became a great success, and also comprehended the supreme realm of intent. From it. In his eyes, Lu Shenzhou was not only a future martial saint, but perhaps, could also surpass the Dragon Zun of that year. Vibrating to comprehend the great completion in such a short period of time, it was worthy of being the supreme genius he had unearthed. The book collection pavilion elder grinned like a harmonious elder. You kid, you're really good. What do you plan to do next? Lu Shenzhou spoke, participate in the true transmission examination and then become the sect's saint's son. Lu Shenzhou did not wait for the book depository pavilion elder's praise. Instead, there was a cold laugh from the hidden book pavilion elder. You brat, being a true successor is more than enough, but you're still far from the position of saint's son. That Fang Yuxuan has comprehended 7 realms of intent, you won't be able to defeat him without comprehending 8 or 9 realms of intent. Chapter 68 The Little Bastard. Myrtle misses you, 10,000 realms patriarch. Fang Yuxuan had 7 realms of intent? Lu Shenzhou looked a little surprised, his Gung Thunder Dragon Snakefist only had 3 intent realms. Moreover, he had only comprehended 1 realm of intent at the moment, so it was true that he was not Fang Yuxuan's opponent at the moment. Lu Shenzhou asked, how many realms of intent does that holy maiden Suqing you have? The hidden book pavilion elder said. I've seen that little girl once, she only has 5 realms of intent on her, her birth is not good, to be able to comprehend 5 realms of intent is already very good. Lu Shenzhou showed a thoughtful look. Elder, then how should I comprehend more realms of intent? The elder of the book collection pavilion was puzzled. Didn't you obtain the Dragonfather inheritance? Lu Shenzhou said, more than 8,000 years have passed since the Dragon Zun inheritance, and those few books of Gongfu inheritance have all turned to ashes. He didn't want to expose Yin Xianxian's existence. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the book collection pavilion. Elder, can you give me a few top-tier techniques on your side so that I can comprehend more intent? The book collection pavilion elder immediately blew his beard and glared. Where can I get a few top-level techniques? If I want to have them, I will still only be here to guard the book collection pavilion. You brat, go find your master Hua Miaoi, she has a solution. Then disciple will leave. Lu Shenzhou saluted and then turned to leave. Looking at Lu Shenzhou's departing back, the collection pavilion elder held a token in his hand, his eyes hesitant. When Lu Shenzhou returned to Little Xianpi, someone passed the word to Hua Miaoi. He had just arrived at his small courtyard before, when Hua Miaoi in a white dress flew in out of thin air and landed in front of Lu Shenzhou. Hua Miaoi was a little surprised, her plump and tantalizing red lips moving slightly. Little bastard, you went out for a trip to the Earth realm? Cultivation has risen really fast. Hee, that's for sure. In a little while, I'll be able to advance to the heaven realm and ruthlessly crush you underneath. Lu Shenzhou faced her and opened his mouth with the words of a tiger and wolf. Hua Miaoi's beautiful eyes feign anger. You rebellious disciple. Lu Shenzhou looked at her with an ambiguous bad smile. Miaoer, I went out so hard to do things for you, don't you have some rewards for disciples? LOL. Hua Miaoi also had beautiful eyes like spring water as she laughed twice. What reward do you little bastard want? Lu Shenzhou said with a straight face, I want to be ranked as a true successor and then challenged for the position of Saint's son, Miaoi. I need to comprehend more realms of meaning. Hua Miaoi's smile abruptly froze and her beautiful eyes contained a touch of anger. You want this reward? Was this little bastard amusing her? Lu Shenzhou nodded. The only way he could eat Su Qingyu up was to become the sect's saint's son. Su Qingyu's position in his heart was quite special. Hua Miaoi suddenly leaked out a trace of celestial aura. Her beautiful eyes contained 2 points of icy fury. What if this palace doesn't give it? Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. Don't you dare not give it. Humph. Hua Miaoi reacted. This little bastard was teasing her. She walked into the house and closed the door behind her. Her plump and hot petite body pounced on Lu Shenzhou and pressed him onto the bed. Serve this palace comfortably and then give you a reward. Lu Shenzhou laughed and wrapped his arms around her soft waist. Miaoi, did you miss me? Hua Miaoi's delicate body trembled slightly, crouching by Lu Shenzhou's ear, responding softly. Miaoer misses you. In her voice, there was a thick lust. The 4 lips kissed each other, accompanied by a fine shivering sound of fading clothes. The 2 of them stepped into the Witch Mountain clouds and rain. After a long time, Hua Miaoi's cloud temples were drenched in perfumed sweat, and her expression was contentedly lying in Lu Shenzhou's embrace, meekly like a kitten, which was like a towering celestial realm cultivator, the lord of a peak. Hua Miaoi gasped and grunted softly. Little bastard, you want to be ranked as a true biographer. The day after tomorrow is the 4 True Biographies assessment competition, are you sure? Lu Shenzhou's big hand gently stroked her glossy and smooth jade back. I've already comprehended a realm of meaning. I'm fully certain of the True Biography assessment competition. Okay, then I'll go submit the application for you later. Just go on time the day after tomorrow to participate. Hua Miaoi's voice was lazy, with a sense of relaxation that had been missing for a long time. If you want to comprehend more realms of meaning, you will have to go to the 10,000 Realms secret realm just like you are. Lu Shenzhou was also very satisfied. Hua Miaoi, this kind of yutu, when it is really extremely moist, bring a different feeling. People are obsessed with sinking, and this nature of her is also a bit of a contrast. Every inch of her delicate body is like a work of art. It is lovable. Lu Shenzhou asked, Miaoer, what is this 10,000 Realms mystic realm? Hua Miaoi explained. A long time ago, there was a supreme patriarch who comprehended 10,000 realms and was known as the 10,000 Realms Patriarch, and he left behind 10,000 techniques as well as realms. This palace also had some strange encounters in the early years before I learned about the 10,000 Realms mysterious realm. This place is also extremely treacherous, bringing together celestial pride from all over. If you want to comprehend more realms of intent and top-notch techniques, you will only have to go to the 10,000 Realms secret realm. Lu Shenzhou's mind shook. Comprehending 10,000 realms of intent, how powerful would that be? Miaoer, why do you have to go to this secret realm? Can't the sex techniques work? Hua Miaoi let out a light laugh. The reason why the Earth realm is called a sect master is to open up one's own path. You little bastard have such good qualifications, you should go out and open up your eyes a bit. Moreover, if you want to compete for the position of Saint's son, you naturally need to learn techniques from outside the sect. That Fang Yuxuan has been well read since he was young. If you learn the sect's internal gungfu, he will know at a glance that the gungfu was broken, as well as the meaning is broken. If Yuer hadn't gone to the 10,000 Realms secret realm once, she wouldn't have been able to defeat Zhao Fei Fei and become the new holy maiden. Lu Shenzhou nodded. I understand. It seems that in order to become a saint's son, it's a non-trip. Hua Miaoi let out a moan and got up from his arms before dressing. I'll give you the token after the true successor examination competition is over. I'll go submit the true transmission application for you now. Lu Shenzhou looked at her tantalizingly delicate body and couldn't help but ask, Miaoer, how is senior sister Qingyu's injury? The heavenly chi pill you sent back stabilized her injuries, and she recovered from her injuries 3 days ago and went to seek revenge on her enemies. Hua Miaoi did not notice Lu Shenzhou's relationship with Su Qingyu. Counting the time, she should be back. Hua Miaoi returned to her own hall and was helping Lu Shenzhou prepare the materials when suddenly, Su Qingyu walked in and gave a graceful bow. Master, I'm back. Hua Miaoi sized up Su Qingyu. Spiritual light is pure and clear. It seems that the knot in your heart has been dissolved. Has your great revenge been avenged? Su Qingyu smiled gently. Placed all the enemies in front of my father's grave to pay tribute. Hua Miaoi's head nodded slightly. Su Qingyu came to Hua Miaoi's front. Master, you are helping Brother Shenzhou prepare the true transmission materials? Senior, why do you have Brother Shenzhou's scent on you? Hua Miaoi's petite body stiffened slightly and said with a self-conscious expression, is there? Fong just went to instruct your senior brother in martial intent, probably stayed for a long time. Brother Shenzhou has already comprehended the realm of intent? I'll go and take a look. Su Qingyu was suspicious inside, feeling that Brother Shenzhou and his master had secrets. Hua Miaoi sighed in relief when she saw Su Qingyu leave and had a feeling of being caught in the act of adultery. Luckily, I didn't go on with my greed for pleasure. Next time, I will have to take a bath. If Su Qingyu found out the truth, what face would she have as a master? Chapter 69, Qingyu misses Brother Shenzhou, but is not prepared for it. Lu Shenzhou received quite a bit of pure yin qi from Hua Miaoi. It's really a pain and pleasure every time. At the moment, he had only epiphanized the thunder realm, and there were still the wind and rain realms that needed to be epiphanized. And of the 5 killing means of gung, thunder, dragon, snake, and fist, he would only know fist. First comprehend the 2 major realms of intent, then learn the other killing means. He had just bathed and was ready to cultivate. There was a flash in front of his eyes, an aroma, and then a soft bosom crashing into his chest. Referee, she hit someone with a ball. Lu Shenzhou was directly pressed against the wall. Su Qingyu buried herself between Lu Shenzhou's neck and sniffed carefully. Her beautiful eyes revealed a color of doubt. There is no master's flavor on Brother Shenzhou. Could it be that I was mistaken? Lu Shenzhou was glad that he had gone to bathe in the first place, and Su Qingyu had directly killed his room without saying a word, looking for Flower Miaoi's scent on him. Lu Shenzhou noticed Su Qingyu's dangerous gaze. Some of his scalp was numb. Fortunately he moved fast. Now if he was discovered, Su Qingyu could directly take his life. Lu Shenzhou's eyes revealed a savage aggressive look. Sister-in-law, what are you doing being suspicious? Checking the guard? His big hand probed out, a ring around that slender waist. 2 people distance, close at hand, can clearly hear each other between the nose of the breathing sound. That waves of twin peaks are squeezed deformed. Su Qingyu did not refuse Lu Shenzhou's embrace. The beautiful eyes gazed at Lu Shenzhou's face. Eyes did not find any difference. The color of suspicion in the beautiful eyes is more intense. Immediately, she smiled elegantly. Her voice was sweet and delicate. Qingyu is not checking on Brother Shenzhou's post, but is checking on Master's post. Brother Shenzhou, Qingyu's life depends on you to save it. Even if you have other women, Qingyu won't mind. I only hope that Brother Shenzhou won't hide it from me. Lu Shenzhou back, cold sweat oozing out. This kind of time to say the truth. Su Qingyu surely on the spot flip. Lu Shenzhou hammed and hawed. You haven't even passed the door yet and you want to meddle in my affairs. To know how many women I have, you first become my woman and then say. Su Qingyu smiled charmingly and exhaled her breath like orchids. Brother Shenzhou, what are you in a hurry for? Qingyu is in your arms right now. Can she still run away? Lu Shenzhou sighed in relief. It seemed to be fooled. He could not defeat Su Qingyu right now. Now that he had stepped into the Earth realm, he could clearly sense that Su Qingyu contained a terrifying power, at least several times more than him, worthy of being a top-tier heavenly pride. A little younger than him, he was able to sit on the position of the holy maiden of the Dongshin sect. Hiss! Lu Shenzhou suddenly sucked in a breath of air as one of Su Qingyu's jade fingers that was as white and tender as green onion jade traced around his body, probing the roots of his strength, but the touch was extremely wonderful, causing him to drift. Su Qingyu's eyes revealed a clear color of surprise. Brother Shenzhou, you have stepped into the Earth realm so quickly and your roots are still so thick. It seems that for the true transmission competition 2 days later, Brother Shenzhou is 9 out of 10. Although Lu Shenzhou had only just ended his battle with Hua Miaoi, now that he was so scurried by Su Qingyu, he felt like he could fight again. Senior sister, haven't seen you for so long, did you miss me? The jade person in his arms was gorgeous, like a fairy, mouth-watering. Su Qingyu's pair of jade hands encircled Lu Shenzhou's neck, her jade face flushed with heat, her beautiful eyes fluttered, her cherry lips lightly biting, her emotions sincere, her voice a little shy. Qingyu wants to see Brother Shenzhou very much, so the first time I came back, I came to see Brother Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's evil big hand began to be dishonest. Su Qingyu's delicate body slightly trembled, did not stop Lu Shenzhou's behavior, just a little shyly buried between his chest, a look of give and take. Lu Shenzhou gently said in her ear, is senior sister here to redeem her promise today? He waited expectantly for Su Qingyu's answer. As long as she answered with a single word, he was going to be a wolf and right her where she was and eat her up. Su Qingyu let out a flirtatious moaning and panting sound, lifting her head and smiling charmingly. It's not the right time yet. Tonight Qingyu is here to find Brother Shenzhou for double cultivation. Lu Shenzhou was about to raise his gun when he heard Su Qingyu's reply. His body was as uncomfortable as a fire and his eyes widened. You're talking to me about double cultivation at this time? Wait for me to eat you before double cultivation. Saying this, he was about to pick Su Qingyu up and head for the bed. Set. A clear and pleasant voice came out from Su Qingyu's mouth, and Lu Shenzhou couldn't move his body. Su Qingyu looked at Lu Shenzhou's monkey-like appearance, lying in his arms. She laughed with a fluttering, choppy waves and a flirtatious voice. Giggle giggle, brother Shenzhou, you really can't hold back. Sooner or later, Qingyu is your person. Does brother Shenzhou not know to be a little more compassionate? Wait until Qingyu is ready, then hand over her body to brother Shenzhou, okay? Lu Shenzhou's face reddened and he gritted his teeth. Playing tricks on me. Su Qingyu's expression was flirtatious, her beautiful eyes were spiritually cunning. What's wrong with Qingyu being capricious? Anyway, brother Shenzhou can't beat Qingyu. She was emboldened by her strength. Lu Shenzhou was not discouraged, instead his eyes revealed a more aggressive wolfish look. You wait for the day when my cultivation surpasses yours. Good, Qingyu is looking forward to the day when she is pressed under brother Shenzhou. Su Qingyu smiled charmingly and delicately, a touch of vulnerability hidden in her cunning gaze. Before that, brother Shenzhou can only honestly double cultivate with Qingyu. Oh. It feels good in your hands, doesn't it? Fang just let brother Shenzhou take advantage of so long, brother Shenzhou to see the good things. Oh. Lu Shenzhou's teeth itched, there was nothing he could do. Okay. Come to double cultivation. This little was too good at holding him. Then he felt that his body could move and couldn't help but wonder. Is this fixation also a state of mind? Su Qingyu smiled mysteriously. Brother Shenzhou will know later. Her jade hands hugged Lu Shenzhou's neck, then a pair of slender white jade legs clamped onto his waist, laughing softly in his ears. Brother Shenzhou, hold me to the bed. Oh. Lu Shenzhou, teeth itchy, one hand around her waist, limbs walk on the bed, a little evil thoughts or not, then sat on the bed. The two bodies were tightly attached together, fingers interlocked, each running their own gong methods, taking what they needed from each other. Lu Shenzhou guessed that this gong method of hers should have been obtained in the 10,000 Realms secret realm. Dongshin sect did not have this gong method up and down the line. I'm afraid that the Myriad Desires sect, which was known for its picking and nourishing, did not have this gong method. Early the next morning, Su Qingyu stretched her waist in contentment, her red lips came up and gently tapped on Lu Shenzhou's mouth. This time again, I have to thank brother Shenzhou. With brother Shenzhou's help this night, I should be able to pass the Holy Maiden examination task behind me. The position of Sacred Maiden and Sacred Son was something that one had to contribute to the sect in order to sit securely. Lu Shenzhou licked his lips back. Be careful. Don't worry, before the body is handed over to brother Shenzhou, Qingyu will not be in trouble. Su Qingyu left Lu Shenzhou's embrace, straightened her dress and then hurriedly left. Lu Shenzhou drew in a large amount of purine qi again, but did not leave, taking advantage of this effort to have an epiphany of intent and improve his battle power. It was 2 days later, when it was time for the Eastern Desolate Immortal City's 4 Great Sect True Successor Competition. Chapter 70, Lu Shenzhou's Killing Intent, True Transmission Competition to Kill. Little bastard, this is your examination token. Hua Miaoyi gave the token to Lu Shenzhou with a tired face. She was not only busy with Lu Shenzhou's true transmission in the past 2 days, but also Su Qingyu's Holy Maiden examination task. Even Celestial Realm cultivators were tired and exhausted. Lu Shenzhou received the token and Hua Miaoyi walked straight into his house and laid down on the bed. You go, I'll sleep here with you. Miao, you rest well and wait for my good news. Lu Shenzhou placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Hua Miaoyi's jade face flashed a touch of shyness like a kitten's expression. This little bastard still knows the heartache of this palace. Lu Shenzhou simply packed up and headed down the mountain towards the location of the True Transmission Examination Competition. Along the way, there were many cultivators in the entire Eastern Wasteland Immortal City gleefully discussing. The annual True Transmission Examination Competition is finally about to begin. I heard that this True Transmission Examination Competition involves the 10,000 Immortal City battle quota in the back. Hiss, 10,000 Immortal City battle? Then won't this one be exciting? Yes, many of the top-tier celestial pride who have been deliberately suppressing their cultivation will break through to the Earth realm to compete for this true transmission quota. Lu Shenzhou quickly arrived outside the 100 Rings, where a 100-meter-tall stone monument was placed with a faint golden aura floating on it, waiting for this year's 100 true transmission celestial pride to ascend the list. Being able to ascend this monument list meant that you were the strongest of the 100 within the land of the Eastern Desolate Immortal City, and could be called a Grandmaster, and would be recorded in the annals of the Eastern Desolate Immortal City. The huge arena seating platform was large enough to hold an audience of 200,000 to 300,000 people, and on the stands, there was already a mountain of voices. Lu Shenzhou stood here, his blood boiling, as if his blood was ignited, with an urge to leap onto the stage, to make his presence known to the Eastern Desolate Immortal City. Just at this time, Lu Shenzhou saw Luo Yishan, whose eyes were red and bloodshot, walking towards him, his voice hoarse and his tone anxious. Senior brother Lu, have you seen Shan Yao? I've been in seclusion for the past few days and haven't gone out. What happened to Shan Yao? Lu Shenzhou inquired. Luo Yishan's tone was extremely uneasy. Shan Yao, she said the day before yesterday that she was going to pull a big client to make money. As a result, she hasn't come back until now. I suspect that she has been kidnapped. Her life or death is unknown. He, Shan Yao, Tang Hong know each other for decades. The relationship is extremely deep, has long been close as family. Now Shan Yao whereabouts are unknown. A big man and panicked and anxious. The body is trembling. Lu Shenzhou frowned. Suddenly disappeared? You and Tang Hong have no other clues? Luo Yishan shook his head. Looking at his red bloodshot eyes, I'm afraid he hadn't slept for days and nights. At this time, several people suddenly approached them, each emitting a powerful aura, causing Luo Yishan's body to tremble. The man at the head gave a sardonic smile. You're looking for Shan Yao's whereabouts? Shan Yao is in your hands? Luo Yishan's breathing suddenly became ragged and his eyes revealed an oozing murderous aura. Lu Shenzhou frowned slightly. Zhou Yangcheng? Zhou Yangcheng sneered and said to Luo Yishan, not bad, Shan Yao is in our hands. You are Luo Yishan, aren't you? This old woman, Shan Yao, I kindly wanted to make a deal with her, but she tried to extort me, and is now being held in our Acacia alliance. Impossible. Shan Yao, she is not such a person. Luo Yishan roared in a low voice, as if he were a wounded beast, return Shan Yao to us, or I won't be able to spare you. Can't spare me? Zhou Yangcheng sneered, his eyes looking at him with contempt. Luo Yishan, you're an outer Sexian realm, how do you want to spare me? I'm just standing still and letting you fight. You won't be able to break my defense even if you die of exhaustion. You can try striking out at me if you're not convinced. You. Luo Yishan's eyes turned red. I'll kill you. The teasing expression on Luo Yishan's face intensified. An outer disciple who dares to attack a true disciple is asking for death. He was just going to kill Luo Yishan directly. The sect wouldn't do anything to him. This was Luo Yishan who had first made a move towards him, a true disciple. Senior disciple Luo. Lu Shenzhou pulled Luo Yishan directly as soon as he could, then stood forward and looked at Zhou Yangcheng with ice-cold eyes. Your Acacia alliance captured Shan Yao to deal with me, right? So what if it is? Zhou Yangcheng let out a cold smile. I told you, this matter is not over. Our Acacia alliance will not let you go. I'll tell you the truth, Shan Yao was tricked out and captured by me, an old woman, still thinking about pie in the sky. It's only right that she was captured and toyed with by us. Lu Shenzhou frowned. Are you guys threatening me? The murderous aura on his body diffused uncontrollably. In order to threaten him, this Acacia alliance was actually starting with the people around him. The people of the Acacia alliance should be killed cleanly. It is to threaten you, Lu Shenzhou. Zhou Yangcheng's eyes were resentful and his smile was hideous and oozing. Lu Shenzhou, let me tell you, if you dare not go up to the stage to participate in the True Legend examination competition today, we will kill Shan Yao. Then Tang Hong, then this Luo Yishan beside you. And finally, those two beauties from the weapon store and everyone in your Lu mansion. No one can protect you. In the Acacia Alliance's view, Lu Shenzhou knew that they would target him in the True Transmission examination competition, and it was highly likely that Lu Shenzhou would abandon the competition and not participate. Thus they used this tactic to threaten Lu Shenzhou. What did you say? Thunder roared and nuisance exploded on Lu Shenzhou's body, and his killing aura was as if it had turned into substance, extremely terrifying. This Acacia Alliance dared to take his family and women as a threat, and every single person from that Acacia Alliance was on his death list. Even if there were East Xian sect disciples within this Acacia alliance, even if they had to break the rules of the sect, Lu Shenzhou would still have to kill them. Thunder snakes fluttered and emerged along with Lu Shenzhou's pace as he pressed forward. Zhou Yangcheng's face turned pale from the fury of Lu Shenzhou's body. He did not expect Lu Shenzhou's killing aura to be so terrifying that it had a killing momentum that could induce the power of intent to surface. It seemed that this Lu Shenzhou was even more dangerous than he had imagined. Since you people of the Acacia Alliance are so impatient to find death, then I will fulfill you, Zhou Yangcheng. I will send you on your way first now. Just as Lu Shenzhou raised his hand, preparing to blast Zhou Yangcheng to death, the faces of the people in the surroundings changed drastically, and they all hurriedly retreated backward for fear of being implicated in this. And at that moment, the Hidden Book Pavilion Elder appeared and blocked between the two, the Hidden Book Pavilion Elder frowning. Kid, what are you doing? Destroying your own future? Behind this Acacia alliance is the Sex Saint's son, Fang Yuxuan, who is running the show. If you kill Zhou Yangcheng here, it will be right in Fang Yuxuan's favor. Lu Shenzhou's murderous aura abruptly withdrew, his face regained its calmness, and he took a deep breath. Many thanks to the Elder for reminding me. The Hidden Book Pavilion Elder spoke. You participate in the True Transmission Examination Grand Competition normally, those few people around you, I will help you protect them. I don't believe that they, the Acacia Alliance, would still dare to make a move against me, a sect elder. Magic against magic. If you want to kill someone, just kill and retaliate in a dignified manner at the True Transmission Examination competition. I believe that you should be able to give them a surprise. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenzhou was relieved, revealing an oozingly cruel smile with a dense and raging murderous streak in his eyes. Chapter 71 Speaking out of turn, killing two people from the Harmony Alliance in a row. Zhou Yangcheng sneered, since you agreed to go on the True Transmission Examination competition, it's not like Shan Yao can't return it to you. Come with me. The book collection pavilion elder led Luo Yishan to follow. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, continued to stand in place and wait. Not long after, the patriarchs of the 4 major clans of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City all showed up and took their seats, and the elders of the major clans also followed. It seems that all the disciples have arrived. This true transmission assessment competition has the same rules as previous years, 100 rings, and the remaining ones are promoted to true transmission. The entire assessment time, as of today, attacking and defending the ring, free to challenge, is the fairest rule. East Xian Sect Patriarch Hua Rong Martial Saint spoke. The position of true legend, regardless of ranking before or after, are all the Eastern Desolate Immortal Cities sect master elites. The majestic and loud voice spread through the ears of everyone in the arena, ensuring that everyone could hear it clearly. During the time of speaking, each sect sent out elders to walk onto the ring and take on the role of referee. Above the ring, there is no limit to means, no limit to life and death. If someone admits defeat on their own, they may not strike again. Now, start. As the voice fell, there were Earth Realm disciples who walked up to the ring and started guarding the ring, waiting for someone to challenge them. Before Lu Shenzhou could make a move, a group of people came up behind him and said sorrowfully, "Lu Shenzhou, what are you waiting for? Get in the ring, don't you want your family's life?" Lu Shenzhou saw this and smiled faintly, his voice joyful. "Okay." Then he walked up to the nearest empty ring. "Lu Shenzhou, I'll challenge you." Within the Acacia Alliance, someone immediately jumped onto the ring with a glint in their eyes and a cruel smile. "My name is Tao Dede, remember the name of the person who killed you. When you meet the King of Hell in the Yellow Springs, you can also report your name." Tao Dede had a cruel expression as he stood opposite Lu Shenzhou and gently arched his hand in a salute. "Lu Shenzhou, although I have no grudge against you, but you have offended the Acacia Alliance, there is a reward for killing you. This life of yours, I want it." As his voice fell, Tao Dede's body erupted with a terrifying aura. A terrifying golden lion head coalesced in front of his body, and both his hands and feet seemed to be transformed into lion paws. Roar! Tao Dede's body swept forward and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. The lion head in front of his chest opened its bloody mouth and roared. And Lu Shenzhou was still standing still, seemingly in contempt of him. "Seek death." Tao Dao let out a fierce laugh. Bang! Lu Shenzhou looked at him as he pounced, his face expressionless. "Too slow, too weak, and you want to kill me too?" Thus, he stood still and simply blasted out a punch. Zzz. Thunder arcs surged and lightning exploded. Ah! As the two fists collided, a crisp bone-cracking sound rang out, and Tao Dede let out a mournful scream as the thunder light punch that followed up on this punch whistled. Bang! Tao Dede's face was shocked and desperate as he flew backwards from the ring and smashed out of the ring. After a muffled sound that made his eyes jump, Tao Dede landed on the ground, barely struggling to get up. PFF. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, dying with his vitality broken. Hiss! Under the ring, there were many people who immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Lu Shenzhou with horrified expressions. They didn't expect that this Tao Dede had broken through to the Earth Realm and went to the ring, only to be killed alive by Lu Shenzhou with a simple punch. Lu Shenzhou stood in the ring with an expressionless face and the same cruel smile as he looked at the group of people under the ring who had just surrounded him and said, "Don't you guys want to kill me? Come to the ring. Want to kill me? I'll take them all." Immediately, someone who couldn't stand Lu Shenzhou's provocation stood forward and said angrily, "Tiny Earth Realm first level, so wild, since you're so impatient to find death, then I'll come and satisfy you." A monk with a brawny body and a face full of horizontal meat walked up. "Remember the person who killed you? My name is Yuan Ming." Lu Shenzhou sneered, "The person who said that just now died when he couldn't even receive one punch from me. Guess how many punches you can receive from me?" "This Lu Shenzhou is too arrogant. Yuan Ming, hurry up and get him killed." Under the ring, there were people from the Harmony Alliance shouting and cursing. Yuan Ming walked up to the ring. The horizontal flesh on his body started to shine with oil, just like a Luohan. He laughed coldly. "Do you think I'm stupid? I'm at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. How many punches can you kill me with? I'll stand still and let you fight. Can you break my Luohan golden body technique?" One must know that the main Lei temple went for fleshly horizontal training, specializing in all sorts of fancy things. Lu Shenzhou's expression was slightly stunned. "More pretentious than me?" The smile on his face thickened a few points and his voice became more and more joyful. "Okay, I'll satisfy you." Standing still and letting him beat him to death, this kind of request is the first time he has seen this in his 2 lives. The voice fell. Boom! A thunderous fist dart flashed by, and the crowd just saw a flash before their eyes. Then nothing happened in the ring. Yuan Ming was still standing motionless. The crowd under the ring froze. What happened? Why is this Yuan Ming standing still? The crowd still didn't know what was happening in the ring. At this moment, the elder referee in the ring spoke. "Lu Shenzhou of the Dongxian sect wins. Someone from the Lei temple, bring down Yuan Ming's corpse." Boom! The ring exploded with shocked tones and wide eyes. "What? Yuan Ming is dead? What's the situation? How did Yuan Ming suddenly die?" Lu Shenzhou had just thrown a punch too quickly, and several people under the ring didn't see clearly the speed at which Lu Shenzhou threw the punch, and the terrifying power contained in that punch. If the referee hadn't said so, none of them would have realized it. The crowd was horrified. This Lu Shenzhou's strength seemed to be beyond their imagination. For a while, the crowd was talking and didn't know what to do. Some proposed to go and invite someone stronger within the Harmony Alliance. Lu Shenzhou felt the 500 strands of pure yang qi that had arrived freshly in his body. His voice was even more joyful and his smile was cruel. Don't you guys want to kill me? Come up to the ring. Why are you standing down there not daring to come up? Acacia Alliance, is this it? A bunch of losers dare to threaten me? The crowd exploded even more. This Lu Shenzhou is so arrogant. Is there no one to go up and clean him up? Don't be in a hurry. Although this Lu Shenzhou's strength is beyond expectation, our Acacia Alliance also has stronger people. Already in the process of inviting experts over. At this time, a cultivator with scribbly clothes and a sword walked forward. I'll try to see just how much weight you have. Immediately, someone murmured, it's Wei Jianan. So it's senior brother Wei. I heard that he's comprehended a particularly powerful sword Dao, meaning it's simply not comparable to half-assed people like Yuan Ming or Tao De. The crowd instantly gained confidence. To be an Earth Realm cultivator, one had to be able to use the power of intent at will in order to be considered a patriarch. This Tao De and Yuan Ming both went into the arena without using the power of intent and were too trustworthy, thus burying their lives. Lu Shenzhou looked at Wei Jianan. Are you from the Harmony Alliance? No. Wei Jianan replied. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, then stand down, don't lose your life. Chapter 72, Licking Dog Shall Not Die, Threatening Me? Looking for death. The person I like is within the Acacia Alliance. If I kill you, I will be able to redeem myself for her and be with her. Wei Jianan exuded a powerful sword momentum, and there was essence light erupting from his eyes. Lu Shenzhou, you don't have to be so mouthy, you're in a lower realm than me, I'm not a waste like Tao De. His body emanated seemingly sword intent that caused palpitations. His strength was indeed not weak. Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, I'm the opposite of you. I was forced into this ring by the Acacia Alliance. But it's all because of women. Wei Jianan, it's not easy for you to cultivate. I'll give you a chance to get out of the ring now and still live, or else you won't be able to resist my 3 punches. Almost all sword cultivators were born in poverty, so their wills were tough and strong enough to take the path of sword cultivation. Wei Jianan shook his head. Lu Shenzhou, your strength is indeed not weak, but it's impossible to kill me with 3 punches, and I don't know where you get your confidence. He. Lu Shenzhou sighed, since you insist on sending yourself to death, I have no choice but to do as you wish. The voice fell. Roar. Dragons roared and snakes roared, golden light and thunder light surfaced and exploded at the same time. A golden light dragon's shadow surfaced and then rushed out along with the powerful thunder snake. In just an instant. Before Wei Jianan could even get his sword out, the punch had already whistled past. Tick. Tick-tock. Blood flowed down from Wei Jianan's body and fell to the ground. His eyes widened and he looked down. His body was densely covered with wounds entangled by the dragon-clawed snake. It was then that he realized just how fast Lu Shenzhou's punch was. The thunder intent is also combined with an extremely powerful technique. The fist was actually faster than his sword. Buzz. The sword sounded. Wei Jianan immediately drew his sword. A terrifyingly majestic sword intent descended, and an extremely powerful sword qi was condensing. This sword was what brought Lu Shenzhou a sense of danger. But Lu Shenzhou wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still and allow him to send out this sword. Rumble. Just as Wei Jianan was brewing this sword, Lu Shenzhou's second punch was already booming out. Roar. Left dragon and right snake, 1 gold and 1 thunder roared out and pounced towards Wei Jianan. Clang. The sword in Wei Jianan's hand fell to the ground. Sword cultivators, only when they died, would they let go of their swords. Plop. Wei Jianan's body fell to his knees, his vitality broken. Wow. Everyone was completely shocked at this moment. What kind of monster is this Lu Shenzhou, to think that even Wei Jianan, who has mastered the powerful sword intent, is not his opponent? To say that he killed him within 3 punches, but he really only used 2 punches. Thunder intent, he has mastered the most powerful thunder intent. The crowd of the Acacia Alliance exclaimed in shock. After this Wei Jianan's death, the crowd of the Harmonious Alliance under the ring suddenly became honest. Lu Shenzhou looked at them with a joyful voice. What's wrong? Why aren't you guys on the stage anymore? Is the Harmonious Alliance all losers like you who don't dare to go on stage? Even though you've entered the Earth realm, but without a bit of poise, how do you deserve the title of true sect master? If none of you go up to the ring, I can become a true master just like this. It was quiet under the ring. No matter how Lu Shenzhou provoked, no one dared to go up to the ring again to die. The faces of the Acacia Alliance crowd were quite ugly. Although they couldn't stand Lu Shenzhou's provocations, they also didn't want to give away their lives just like that. True transmission? Get past me first. Steeply, a thick and calm voice rang out. One could only see a monk with a powerful aura that exuded a terrifying sense of oppression walking towards the front. With every move he made, a golden power of intent was waved out, just like a true Lohan. When the crowd of the Acacia Alliance saw this monk, their faces shook with joy. Big brother Mingkuan. Big brother Mingkuan has come, Lu Shenzhou is dead. Lu Shenzhou frowned slightly at the sight of this tall monk Mingkuan. This person's power of intent was waved randomly, and the degree of comprehending intent was at least comparable to him comprehending the thunder intent. It was indeed possible to fight with him. Moreover, the Leying Temple monk's main walk of horizontal practice was just the right thing to restrain a cultivator like him. Lu Shenzhou sneered, "Is this Mingkuan the strongest person in your Harmony Alliance? I'd like to see how many times this big monk resistance can carry my punches without dying." "Strongest? I'm not the strongest." Mingkuan's fat head gave a fierce laugh. "I am this time the Acacia Alliance promotion true legend can rank the top 10 people just to think of my Acacia Alliance strongest to deal with you. You Lu Shenzhou is not yet worthy. Originally we didn't intend to promote to the Earth realm for the time being, but the 10,000 Immortal City War is going to start behind us, so we had to break through to the Earth realm, and you're unlucky enough to bump into our term. Then I'll have to kill all of you people before I can do that." Lu Shenzhou licked his lips, revealing wolfish eyes. "With you, you can't do it yet." Mingkuan's eyes were gloomy and full of teasing. "Lu Shenzhou, you are too arrogant. I advise you to die honestly in the ring, or else your few women's lives are in danger. I secretly went to observe your few women, very moist. If you honestly die in my hands, I can still let them go." Looking for death. Lu Shenzhou was completely enraged, a dense killing chance raging in his eyes. Boom! Dragon Snake Dance. Facing Mingkuan, the great monk, Lu Shenzhou did not underestimate him, and came up to use the Dragon Fist 7 styles. Roar! Dragon shadows and thunder snakes roared out, entwining with each other, and with the speed of the thunder intent, they pounced towards Mingkuan. Clang! A powerful Lohan silhouette instantly surfaced on Mingkuan's body, moving naturally and smoothly as he stretched out his Buddha hand and collided with Lu Shenzhou's fist dangles. Boom! The entire ring rolled with waves of air and spiritual energy exploded as golden light collided with thunder light, blowing out countless spiritual vortices. The people watching the battle below the ring showed horrified faces. Such a terrifying power of thunder intent, they really couldn't carry it. They finally realized how big the gap was between the several people who had previously been on the stage and Lu Shenzhou. And Lu Shenzhou's invincible thunder intent was blocked by the Luohan shadow at this moment, losing its effect and not injuring Mingkuan in the slightest. "Lu Shenzhou, this bit of your punching power is not enough to protect your several women in the hands of my Harmony Alliance." Mingkuan's sardonic laughter rang out, wrath of Luohan. Clang! The Lohan shadow suddenly opened its eyes. Its expression was hideous and angry. It actually stood up and quickly pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. The same was the power of the Lohan shadow realm of intent. This Mingkuan could be much more skillful than the Zhao clan. Dragon Snake Rising Lu. Mingkuan, die for me. Lifelike terrifying golden dragons and thunder snakes emerged, vicious and incomparable, no worse than Mingkuan's Luohan shadow. Gusty winds whistled and the sound barrier of breaking air rang out. In one terrifying punch, the golden dragon and thunder snake swooped left and right, encircling Mingkuan, wanting to strangle him and the Lohan shadow in it. In this scene, the crowd under the ring watched in a trance, their minds going blank. The power of this kind of move intent was too strong, and it was not at all on the same level as the power of the techniques they had mastered. Chapter 73, Forcing out the second power of intent. You're rampant to me again? Lu Shenzhou, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a deep comprehension of the thunder realm of intent. My realm of intent is just the right thing to restrain you. Mingkuan was like a great mountain, standing in place and towering. Clang! The power of the dragon and snake was like a bombardment on a bronze bell, making a metallic clanging sound. This was condensing spiritual power, stances, and intent to the extreme. Lu Shenzhou didn't immediately perform the subsequent moves. For the first time he had encountered a truly formidable enemy. Worthy of being a top genius, this Mingkuan was quite formidable. Plus, the power of this Mingkuan's stance intent was just the right thing to restrain him. Boom! 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 Lu Shenzhou furiously blasted out his fists while observing Mingkuan's breaks. The people under the ring kept exclaiming, "Big brother Mingkuan is really great. I heard that Big Brother Mingkuan has comprehended more than one kind of intentional power. This is the difference between geniuses and us mortals. Ordinary Earth realms struggle to utilize a realm power at will. Nonsense, Big Brother Mingkuan is a genius who can rank in the top 10 of the Harmony Alliance's participation in the true transmission this time. Then this Lu Shenzhou can't win against Big Brother Mingkuan. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great, and his realm is still several levels behind Big Brother Mingkuan." Some people didn't understand why Mingkuan didn't directly kill Lu Shenzhou. Instead, he let Lu Shenzhou attack like this. At this time, a young man with a flashy dress and evilly handsome appearance appeared and sneered. Mingkuan is teasing Lu Shenzhou. Waiting for Lu Shenzhou to despair before striking to kill him slowly. The geniuses who ranked in the top 10 of the Harmony Alliance this time have all comprehended at least two realms of intent to start with. Immediately, someone respectfully saluted him, Big Brother Chiu Mingda. This person's name was Chiu Mingda, a rare male disciple of the Myriad Desires sect, who had been famous for a long time and had gone undefeated against a grandmaster at the Xian realm, and was likewise a top genius. On the audience stage, those who were related to Lu Shenzhou were watching the battle. Lu Tsonghu's brows were furrowed. Lu Jiro's jade hands were clasped together, her beautiful eyes full of worry. Shenzhou, you must not be okay. If you can't beat them, just admit defeat. Mayan Dance's eyebrows were slightly knitted, both hands clasped in front of her chest, her expression was a little uneasy. This asshole, you must not try to be strong. The collection pavilion elder stroked his beard, the meridians in his eyes flickering. Be at ease. Lu Shenzhou was a top genius that he had unearthed, his strength was more than that. Above the ring. Ming Kuan laughed coldly. Lu Shenzhou, I thought you were so rampant in how powerful your strength was. And a few punches killed me? But now that 100 punches have passed and you can't even break my defense, I'm disappointed. You have to know that I have mastered 2 kinds of intentional powers. I still have one more intentional power that I haven't exerted. If you wait for me to use the second intentional power, you will only die. He was certain that Lu Shenzhou would not be his opponent, his eyes were relaxed and his expression was teasingly cruel. Lu Shenzhou's voice was icy cold. Without fighting to the end, the outcome is not yet known, don't be too happy. He did not use his full strength. Right now in the ring, he was deliberately hiding his battle power. If he came up and easily killed this Ming Kuan, then the people from the Harmony Alliance would be even more intimidated and wouldn't dare to come up to the ring to challenge him. That way, how would he vent his inner killing intent as well as harvest quality pure yang qi? Accompanying him to play around and kill a few more people from the Acacia Alliance was the only way to tell the Acacia Alliance to know that he, Lu Shenzhou, was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Not knowing how to die, it seems like you are truly unable to recognize the gap between us. Ming Kuan's face shook with fat, revealing a cruel and merciless smile. I've also had enough fun, it's time to send you on your way. Keep your eyes open, don't forget how you got to the Yellow Springs Road. As his voice fell, his Luohan shadow actually stood and landed from its seated state, lunging towards Lu Shenzhou. Bang! This Luohan shadow stepped forward, actually crushing the stone tiles on the ring. It seemed like it wanted to kill Lu Shenzhou with just this one strike. Silly thing, you still really think you can beat me? Lu Shenzhou's face was expressionless as a touch of mockery appeared in his eyes. And then he stood in place, his body erupted with raging arcs of thunder and lightning, and a large spear of thunder snake coalesced in the palm of his hand. Thunder Snake Lance. The spear was directly thrown out towards the front. It was like a shocking thunder streaking across the sky. Swoosh. Rumble. A terrifying explosion rang out as majestic thunder power directly surged out, covering the entire ring and also spreading out in all directions. As if real thunder struck down, the blazing thunderlight made it impossible to open one's eyes and see what was going on in the ring. A moment later, the thunder light dissipated, and everyone stared in disbelief at the scene in front of them. Only to see Ming Kuan was covered in wounds, there were hundreds of thousands of tiny wounds bleeding, the whole person was reduced to a bloody man. The Luohan shadow that he was so proud of had long since collapsed and dissipated. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, just stood in place with an expressionless face, his eyes extremely calm as he looked at Ming Kuan. How is it possible? Chiu Mingda's expression froze. The remaining people of the Acacia Alliance all revealed shocked expressions of disbelief. Everyone still thought that Lu Shenzhou would only use his fists. He suddenly switched to a stance and everyone didn't react. Utilizing the power of intent to condense a pure stance, awesome. On the audience stage, the book collection pavilion elder praised. What the heck, this bastard is hiding his strength. Mayan Dance's expression settled and the corner of her mouth curled slightly. Lu Jiro heaved a sigh of relief. Shenzhou is also really white to call people so worried. In the ring, Lu Shenzhou walked in front of Ming Kuan, towering over him, 1 foot on him, his eyes indifferent. Silly thing, still have the confidence to kill me now? Comprehending 2 realms of intent, and you're such a waste? You. Ming Kuan's eyes revealed a color of fear, also. Ka-ching. Lu Shenzhou stepped on one of his hands to break it. This hand, it was you who dared to threaten my woman to break it. Ah. Ming Kuan let out a heart-rending scream. Being humiliated by Lu Shenzhou like this in front of everyone's eyes was worse than killing him. Lu Shenzhou, kill me if you have the guts. Ming Kuan roared in misery. Fine, then you will die. Lu Shenzhou stomped on his chest and there was a furious power of thunder intense surging out. Lu Shenzhou, stop. At this moment, Chiu Mingda's cold voice rang out from under the ring. Lu Shenzhou turned his head expressionlessly to look at Chiu Mingda. What's your business? Lu Shenzhou, you are indeed very strong, and you do not have a life and death grudge with our Harmony Alliance. Chiu Mingda opened his mouth. You killed some trash and that's it, but Ming Kuan is my next year's Acacia Alliance's genius. Once you kill him, you'll have a life and death grudge with our Acacia Alliance, and you won't stop until you're dead. If you leave Ming Kuan alive now, from now on you and our Acacia Alliance well water does not offend river water, how about it? Are you threatening me? Lu Shenzhou's face was expressionless and his tone was cold. Xiao Mingda said in a cold voice, you can think so. Crack. The sound of crisp bones breaking rang out as Lu Shenzhou directly stomped on Ming Kuan's chest. Ming Kuan died in peace, unable to believe that Lu Chen actually dared to make a move. Chapter 74 Wind and Thunder Realm of Intent, Fast to the Peak. Powerful and unrivaled. Lu Shenzhou's icy voice faintly sounded. Are you mistaken about something? At the very beginning when the Acacia Alliance provoked me, the Acacia Alliance had no possibility of reconciliation with me. Ming Kuan. A flash of pain flashed through Qiu Mingda's eyes as he glared angrily with murderous intent. Lu Shenzhou, you seek death. Not only did Lu Shenzhou reject his good intentions, he also killed Ming Kuan with such cruelty. From now on, Acacia Alliance and you are immortal. Lu Shenzhou sneered, immortal or not, fine, then you come to the ring now to avenge Ming Kuan. The people from the Acacia Alliance under the ring sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this Lu Shenzhou a madman? Stupid one. Big brother Qiu Mingda gave him a chance to reconcile, but he doesn't know how to cherish it, wait for death. With big brother Ming Kuan dead, this matter will definitely alert the Alliance Master. Even if this Lu Shenzhou comes down from the ring alive, the Alliance Master will not let him go. If you can't beat him in the ring, you can live if you admit defeat and surrender. But if this matter alarmed the Alliance Master, then it would really be a big deal. Fine, you want to find death, I'll satisfy you. Remember the person who killed you. My name is Qiu Mingda, you are qualified to know my name. Qiu Mingda jumped onto the ring holding a steel fan. Lu Shenzhou sneered, what, is this the mantra of your Harmony Alliance? Any random person comes into the ring and wants me to memorize his name to kill me on my way. Are you also stupid in your Acacia Alliance? Do you really think of yourselves as someone? How can I be so idle as to memorize the names of some cats and dogs? Looking for death. Qiu Mingda was instantly enraged, majestic spiritual energy erupted out, and the silhouette of a red and pink bird emerged. Swoosh. His speed skyrocketed like a gale, holding a steel fan as he pounced towards Lu Shenzhou, not intending to give Lu Shenzhou any more chance to react and live. Not only that, Qiu Mingda also exerted the second power of the realm. The steel fan in his hand was incomparably sharp, directly hitting a sonic boom sound, and the tip of the fan was glowing with a ghostly blue light. Seeing this, Lu Shenzhou just blasted his fist forward. Boom! Sparks splashed, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and berserk spiritual energy spread out. Bang bang bang! Lu Shenzhou didn't punch as fast as him. Dozens of moves down, Lu Shenzhou was beaten back. Qiu Mingda laughed coldly, your thunder intent is indeed very powerful, but you're more of a waste as a user. The speed is too slow, continue like this, within 100 moves, I will take your life. And then I'll send everyone around you to the Yellow Springs Road with you. Qiu Mingda attacked ferociously, the speed of each of his attacks was increasing, and the battle with Lu Shenzhou came up into white heat. Lu Shenzhou's punching technique was a superposition of punching power, while this Qiu Mingda's gung-fu and intent seemed to be boosting the speed of his attacks. There was a saying that the only martial art under the sun was speed. Killing intent surged in Lu Shenzhou's eyes as he said in a cold voice, you Hawan Alliance dares to touch the people around me, as long as I don't die, I will definitely kill you Hawan Alliance in the coming day, so that all of you will die. Qiu Mingda laughed coldly, Lu Shenzhou, just by you? You don't even know how powerful the Acacia Alliance is. People like us who come from ordinary people with good qualifications but whose resources are being squeezed hold together to keep warm. There are more people than you can imagine. No matter if you can walk out of the ring alive today, everyone around you will be finished. If you want to save your family, just tie your hands now and let me kill you so that I can spare the people around you. This Lu Shenzhou thought that by killing a few people from the Acacia Alliance, he thought that he was invincible to be able to overthrow the entire Acacia Alliance. What a fool. When they are not made of clay, not to mention, the Acacia Alliance's several alliance leaders are the four great sects' holy sons and daughters level characters. Lu Shenzhou angrily shouted, the person who threatened me like this just now is already dead. Qiu Mingda, I should also send you to the Yellow Springs Road, don't let them be alone. With you, you can't kill me? Your thunder intent is very powerful, but can you counterattack? Can you attack me? Qiu Mingda laughed coldly. Dragon snake rides the heavens. Swoosh. A dragon roar exploded as a golden dragon emerged, holding a spear of thunder serpent surging forth. The entire ring was instantly densely covered with the power of thunder as it pounced towards Qiu Mingda. This move was huge, even though Qiu Mingda was very fast, the ring was only so big, the thunder serpent's gun swept over, and he was immediately forced to the edge of the ring. Qiu Mingda frowned. This person's stance intent is so strange, exactly which technique of the Dongxian sect is he practicing, why haven't I seen it before? There were thousands of realms of intent, and naturally, they were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and the power of realms such as the realm of thunder, which contained the power of the realm related to the heavens and the earth, was quite terrifying and powerful. Qiu Mingda, is that all you have? You still want to kill me within 100 moves? Lu Shenzhou's mocking voice rang out. Do you really think I'm a waste? Qiu Mingda was so humiliated by Lu Shenzhou, he immediately shouted violently, the steel fan in his hand was like a bird's feather, the fan blade shot out, penetrating Lu Shenzhou's dragon serpent shadow, and pouncing towards him personally. A mole cricket who has just entered the Earth realm, still don't be too arrogant. This was his killing move. Who would have thought that his steel fan could still be so useful that people would be unable to defend themselves and would easily fall prey to his dark tricks? Sure. The fan blades erupted, and it was actually like supersonic speed, making a bird-like chirping sound. Die for me. Bang. The pink and yellow intentional spiritual power intertwined and instantly exploded, and the stone bricks on the ground were instantly blown to pieces when they came into contact with this spiritual power, raising smoke and dust in the sky. This move is so sinister that Lu Shenzhou didn't dodge it. Dead. Some people's pupils shrank as they hurriedly exclaimed. This Qiu Mingda was very strong, comprehending 2 realms of intent, and actually used such an underhanded move. Just as the crowd was worried about Lu Shenzhou's downfall, Qiu Mingda sneered. A majestic gust of wind surfaced out of nowhere and blew the smoke away. This is? Qiu Mingda's face suddenly changed. This is your killing move? As the smoke and dust dispersed, Lu Shenzhou stood in place, while the dozens of fan leaves that Qiu Mingda had shot out, which had originally landed 1 zhang in front of Lu Shenzhou, could no longer move an inch. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in front of Lu Shenzhou. Wind. Wind intent. Qiu Mingda exclaimed, how long has it been since you entered the Earth realm, and not only have you comprehended the Thunder realm, but how could you have also comprehended the Wind realm? Lu Shenzhou looked at him with an extremely calm face. Why can't I comprehend it? How is it possible that my killing move didn't injure you? Qiu Mingda's face was unusually ugly, somewhat in disbelief of the scene he saw in front of him. I played with you just now, do you think that's my full strength? Lu Shenzhou's voice was icy cold, causing people to fall into an ice cave. You are the first to force out my second power of intent. As a reward, I will let you die without pain. Swoosh. Lu Shenzhou's wind and thunder realm was enhanced. His speed was so fast that he rushed in front of Qiu Mingda in just an instant of effort. Your speed, is it still as fast as mine? Qiu Mingda was horrified. Chapter 75, 100-Day Battle of Life and Death. Does anyone else dare to go? Qiu Mingda's pupils instantly contracted to the extreme to defend against Lu Shenzhou's attack. Roar! Golden light exploded as the dragon shadow flew out. This punch, carrying the power of the wind and thunder realm, the power of thunder was even more visible. Like the wind, it was everywhere and could not be defended. There was no impermeable wall under the sky, enough to see that the wind realm was powerful. Bang! Qiu Mingda's defense was like tofu, breaking at the touch. Ah! Qiu Mingda screamed miserably and immediately spat out blood. His figure flew out backwards and smashed on the ring. It seems that your strength is indeed good. Taking a punch from me actually hasn't died yet. Lu Shenzhou's icy cold sardonic laughter sounded, returning the original of Autumn Mingda's earlier. Qiu Mingda, don't think about surviving. Even if you admit defeat and sneak attack in the ring, I will still kill you in the ring. And then send your whole family on their way. Lu Shenzhou came in front of him and choked his neck, his eyes cold and brutal. Save me. Qiu Mingda's face showed fear, no longer having the arrogance and wildness of the party. Alliance Master Fong, save me. Save me. Lu Shenzhou, stop. At this moment, amidst a group of true geniuses, Fang Yuxuan slowly appeared. Lu Shenzhou twisted his head to look, his eyes indifferent. Another one telling me to stop. Guess if Qiu Mingda can survive my hands. This Fang Yuxuan thought that he was the holy son of Dongxian sect and he, a disciple of Dongxian sect, had to listen to him? And the two had already formed a bond a long time ago. Fang Yuxuan's face immediately sank, and his tone was unkind as he said, Lu Shenzhou, I'll give you one last chance. If you spare Qiu Mingda's life, I can let you join the Acacia Alliance as a senior member, with a status just below a few of our alliance masters. How about it? The last time I asked you to be a dog for me was because your strength was only at the Xian realm. Now that you have stepped into the Earth realm and comprehended 2 major realms of meaning, you can be considered a genius. I have always been a person who loves talent. As long as you agree, that bit of friction and grudge between us is nothing. The crowd was stunned, not expecting Fang Yuxuan to have such a high regard for this Lu Shenzhou. A person who was bound to die, shifted to become their companion. This Lu Shenzhou is really lucky. Lu Shenzhou, Alliance Master Fang is so generous. Why don't you hurry up and let go of Qiu Mingda and join our Acacia Alliance for the great event of the Celestials? Ka-ching! Lu Shenzhou's wrist exerted force. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out as he directly snapped Qiu Mingda's neck. Qiu Mingda's neck was lolling and he died without resting in peace. A look of disbelief still lingered in his eyes, unable to believe that Lu Shenzhou had rejected Fang Yuxuan's goodwill in this way, and killed him in this way. Lu Shenzhou, you seek death. Fang Yuxuan's eyes were suddenly gloomy and filled with killing intent. His tone was one of suppressed anger. Not only did you reject this saint's son's good intentions, you also dared to kill a genius of my Hahuan Alliance. The rest of the Hahuan Alliance looked dumbfounded. Was this Lu Shenzhou looking for death? How dare he provoke their Acacia Alliance like this? Lu Shenzhou laughed coldly with a teasing look in his eyes. Fang Yuxuan, you think that because you are the clan saint's son, everyone has to go along with what you want? You think you're so powerful and great? In my eyes, you're not. Pretending in front of me and giving me a chance? You're stupid. As the holy son of the clan, you dare to take a shot at me? The Harmonious Alliance is nothing but you. What kind of dirt and dogs are they? If they dare to come into the ring, I'll get them all killed. With a few words from Lu Shenzhou, the entire Hawan Alliance exploded. Unbridled. Seek your own death. Lu Shenzhou provoked their entire Acacia Alliance with his own strength. Who could endure this? And Fang Yuxuan, who was the alliance leader, was even more furious. Lu Shenzhou, it seems like you really don't know how much you weigh. Since you are so insistent on seeking death, and you are not afraid of this Holy Sun and the Acacia Alliance, then do you dare to make a life and death battle contract with me? The members of the Acacia Alliance on the side immediately laughed coldly. Does he dare? It doesn't matter if he dares or not. Lu Shenzhou, you'd better agree to Alliance Master Fang's life and death battle contract. If you don't, we'll go and kill your family and people around you right now. And then finally find a way to kill you. This person of mine hates it when others threaten me. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were thick with killing intent, his fists clenched, going on the life and death stage. What do you not dare to do? Anyway, after I become a true successor right away, I'll also be plotting for your Fang Yuxuan's position as the Holy Sun. It's better to come coincidentally than to come well. Fang Yuxuan, do you dare to set up a deadly battle with me on the life and death stage in 100 days, and not look for any trouble from me during these 100 days? Good, that's what you said. Fang Yuxuan's face instantly revealed contempt and a look of treachery. Not to mention 100 days, even if it's 1,000 days I'll give it to you. How long had this Lu Shenzhou only stepped into the Earth Realm? Wanting to defeat him at the peak of the Earth Realm and having comprehended 7 realms of intent was simply a fool's errand. I don't need to wait 1,000 days to kill you, 100 days is enough. Lu Shenzhou sneered. This Fang Yuxuan was really good at pretending, saying that it was fine to give him 1,000 days? If he really asked for 1,000 days, this Fang Yuxuan would most likely not agree. 100 days was already the limit. Big words. Fang Yuxuan sneered. Lu Shenzhou, since you dare to speak out of turn, then make a handwritten contract now and let the 4 great clans witness it. Good. Lu Shenzhou agreed without hesitation. Someone soon sent a pen and ink to set the life and death battle 100 days later, the same battle where Lu Shenzhou challenged for the position of Saint Sun. In the ring, those who were related to Lu Shenzhou all wore anxious faces, hoping that Lu Shenzhou would not agree. How could Lu Shenzhou beat Fang Yuxuan in 100 days? What if Fang Yuxuan broke through to the celestial realm within 100 days? Then Lu Shenzhou would only be sent to his death. However, they were all on the audience stage and could not rush down to stop Lu Shenzhou. The moment the contract was established, the entire scene erupted in an uproar. A disciple who had just entered the Earth Realm was going to challenge the saintly son who had been famous for many years. This session of the True Legend examination competition was truly too exciting and lively. Stupid. The people from the Acacia Alliance looked at Lu Shenzhou as if they were looking at a dead man. Lu Shenzhou looked at them the same way. Lu Shenzhou spoke. Fang Yuxuan, don't make any small moves during the 100 days. Ha! Fang Yuxuan laughed coldly. The contract has been finalized. This Saint Sun will naturally do it truthfully, otherwise if I break the contract, this Saint Sun's reputation will be damaged. I'm not so bad as to damage my reputation for a little person like you. Lu Shenzhou sighed in relief. That's good. Immediately, his face was a cruel smile. Then the True Transmission examination competition continues. Is there anyone else to challenge me? Chapter 76, No one dares to fight to become a true biography, departing to the 10,000 realms mysterious realm. Lu Shenzhou's voice fell, and the scene was silent. For a time, there was actually no one who dared to challenge Lu Shenzhou in the ring again. Even the people from the Acacia Alliance did not enter the ring. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, no one has come to challenge me, so I'll take this year's position as the true legend. Immediately, someone shouted. Lu Shenzhou, you are too rampant. Do you really think we are all idiots? You're going to die in 100 days at the hands of the sage son of Fang. You're already a dead man, so who's going to come to the ring to challenge you? Exactly. Why do we need to compete with a dead man like you? This year, this one true successor position will be a gift to you. Lu Shenzhou was 18 years old when he comprehended the 2 major realms of meaning, and his battle power was so strong that several experts had already given their lives away. Most of the people who participated in this year's true successor examination thought that they were not Lu Shenzhou's opponents, so naturally they would not listen to Lu Shenzhou's provocations and went up to the stage to die at Lu Shenzhou's hands. And then a large number of manpower from the Acacia Alliance left. Those who had already become true legends were not allowed to go up to the ring. Lu Shenzhou was left alone in the ring waiting in boredom, when no one dared to challenge him. The elders in the ring saw the scene and locked Lu Shenzhou's true transmission spot in advance. You can go now, go down and receive your true disciple uniform and all related perks. And then the stone monument in the center of the arena blossomed with a golden aura, and Lu Shenzhou's name appeared in first place. Lu Shenzhou saw that he had passed the true transmission examination competition before he walked off the ring and left the arena. Outside the arena, the book depository pavilion elder arrived with a few people. Shan Yao arched his hand and clasped his fists. Senior brother Lu, congratulations on becoming a true legend. Luo Yishan was also convinced. Senior brother Lu, you're too good. A month ago, Lu Shenzhou was still just an outer disciple, at the same Xian realm as them. How long had it only been? Lu Shenzhou had killed so many people after becoming an inner disciple and became a true disciple of the sect. This was a goal that many people had dreamed of their entire lives, and it was easily accomplished by Lu Shenzhou. At this time, Mayan Dance walked up with complicated eyes and lightly biting lips. Why did you bastard agree to a life and death battle so rashly? Meyer, are you concerned about me? Lu Shenzhou laughed and scowled at her. Mayan Dance stomped her feet anxiously. Bastard, you still have the heart to joke? Dance, don't worry, I'm sure. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. I'm turning around to go to a place to quickly improve my strength, you know. Mayan Dance's jade face immediately flushed with heat, her delicate body slightly trembled, but her beautiful eyes were still somewhat disbelieving. Really? This bastard could quickly boost his strength as long as he had a double cultivation with a beauty she knew. Really? Lu Shenzhou nodded. It's just that it's a long way. I plan to go alone and there's no way to take you there. Who wants to go with you? You bastard is thinking of taking advantage of me. Mayan Dance inwardly sighed in relief, but on her face, her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Lu Shenzhou. Shenzhou, are you really sure? Lu Jiro clasped her 10 fingers together, her beautiful eyes full of worry. Definitely have certainty. Hey, I still have to have 10 or 8 children with you guys to give my Lu family to start a family. Before that, I am not willing to die. Lu Shenzhou came up and held Lu Jiro's catkin, gently playing with it. Sister Jiro, just rest assured, would I do anything without certainty? If not, just hide within the Alchemist Association. My Third Order Alchemists Association can still save my life. Hearing Lu Shenzhou's explanation, Lu Jiro's expression settled down. Yes, even if Lu Shenzhou couldn't fight, the Alchemist Association would still save Lu Shenzhou's life. Compared to the Alchemist Association, the Dongxian sect was nothing. Sister Jiro, just stay at home and concentrate on refining pills and wait for me to go home and be the Holy Sun's wife later. Ha! Lu Shenzhou laughed out loud. Lu Jiro's jade face blushed incomparably, her head drooped and only weakly returned a I'll wait for you to come home. While Mu Yen Dance stood by the side gnashing her teeth, her beautiful eyes were filled with jealousy. This bastard was flirting with Lu Jiro in front of her. She really wanted to go up and kick Lu Shenzhou. But on second thought, she hadn't agreed to be Lu Shenzhou's woman. What was she jealous of? And she even made herself angry. Could it be that she liked him? Impossible. The Hidden Book Pavilion elder said. Lu Shenzhou, time is only 100 days, we must race against time. Children's love is put aside a little. You hurry to pack up and set off. Your family members, I will keep an eye on them for you to prevent the Acacia Alliance from using their soft underbelly to blackmail you. He had wanted to report Lu Shenzhou's qualifications to the Patriarch so that he could make Lu Shenzhou a saint's son, but now that Lu Shenzhou had his own ideas, he was able to dispense with this step. Even if he couldn't beat Fan Yuxuan, he would end up stepping in to find the Patriarch to preserve Lu Shenzhou. Fan Yuxuan could die, but a 1,000-year-old rare genius like Lu Shenzhou must live. Good. Lu Shenzhou nodded. I'll go back to my master for the token and then set off. Meyer, wait for me to come back for a date in the eastern desolate immortal city, hee hee. Mayan Dance clenched her silver teeth, originally wanting to refuse, but her heart softened and she finally agreed. I know, when you come back, I will accompany you on a date, you bastard won't die outside. Allah. Lu Shenzhou moved forward with one left and one right, and gave her and Lu Jiro a kiss on their cheeks respectively, and while they both hadn't reacted yet, he catalyzed the Wind and Thunder realm, and left the place in a flash, returning to the sect. Little Xian Peak. Lu Shenzhou returned to his courtyard. Hua Miaoi was still asleep on his bed. The commotion of Lu Shenzhou's return woke her up. Little bastard, you came back so quickly. She didn't have any surprises when she saw that Lu Shenzhou had changed into the robes of a true disciple, but her beautiful eyes still revealed a strong color of joy. This little bastard didn't disgrace her. Immediately Lu Shenzhou told her about the 100 days of the life and death stage matter. Hua Miaoi's expression was shocked. Are you sure this little bastard has a grasp on it? There were quite a few people who challenged Fan Yuxuan over the years, but they all died in Fan Yuxuan's hands. Miaoi, you have to have faith in me. I'm your disciple, your man, you have to cheer me up. Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled. In his deep eyes was a powerful confidence that was hard to hide. I'm just worried because I have confidence in you. Hua Miaoi's eyes similarly revealed a touch of worry. Little bastard, if you're not 10% sure, it's better to cancel the life and death contract. If I win, will you give me a child? Seeing Lu Shenzhou so confident, Hua Miaoi inwardly sighed in relief and her beautiful eyes snapped. You little bastard are thinking beautifully. This palace still has the same words, for me to have a further relationship with you, unless you can beat this palace after advancing to the heaven realm? Not to mention marrying into the Lu family to give you children. Even if I were to be your concubine, this palace would still recognize it. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were delighted and he immediately slapped his thigh. Miaoer, this is what you said. Of course, it is what this palace said. Hua Miaoi said with a smiling face, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. When Lu Shenzhou's heavenly realm was up, she was expected to be promoted to the martial saint realm, and then this promise would naturally be nullified. Giggle, at that time this little bastard must be furious, or continue to be honest by her under the body. Hua Miaoi knew that she had to race against the clock for 100 days, and handed Lu Shenzhou the token for traveling to the 10,000 Realms mysterious realm, allowing him to depart immediately. Lu Shenzhou didn't even say goodbye to Su Qingyu before he hurriedly left on the road. Chapter 77 Immortal Dynasty Princess Yen Ruyu, full of abstinence and sacredness. The 10,000 Realms mystic realm was tens of thousands of miles away in the immortal city of Yende, and Lu Shenzhou wasted no time in riding his Fey Beast mount for a day and a night before arriving at a waterfall to rest. He quietly meditated to recover his state and also waited for his Fey Beast mount to recover. Suddenly, a woman walked out of the forest next to the waterfall. Her demeanor was as elegant as ice, and she carried an unassailable reserved aura, with her beautiful eyes revealing an indifference to worldly emotions. Knit his brows and smile, a step and a line, all full of etiquette and elegance, as if he had received strict rules and regulations since childhood, and his body was even more intense ascetic divinity. This kind of wilderness can still come across such a beautiful and graceful woman. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were slightly stunned. Immediately after, this taboo sense of sanctity was destroyed by her own hands, a meticulous hair bun scattered down, even boldly in front of Lu Shenzhou face removed dress, shoes and socks, revealing that sacred sacrosanct stunning body. Seems to feel Lu Shenzhou's line of sight, the two of them glanced at each other, her eyes' expression did not have any fluctuation, white and glossy jade feet slowly walked to the edge of the waterfall, jade feet gently tiptoe, and then leapt. Not good. Lu Shenzhou's body wind and thunder realm emerged, his figure was like a ghost, quickly approaching the edge of the waterfall, also closely followed by a vertical leap. Wow! The surface of the water exploded into a splash as Lu Shenzhou walked up to the shore with this stunningly beautiful woman's delicate body in his arms. Setting her aside, he took off his own clothes and draped them over her. Lu Shenzhou asked, "The girl is magnificent, how can you be so desperate to kill yourself?" After a while, her eyes were emotionless and she looked at Lu Shenzhou indifferently, her voice indifferent and unfeeling. "I just want to take a bath, I didn't think of killing myself." "On the contrary, you rushed so much to hug my body, I thought I ran into a smelly hooligan." "Ha?" Lu Shenzhou's face immediately looked a little embarrassed. At this time, Yu Shuizhao's voice sounded in Lu Shenzhou's mind. "Host, this woman is a purine Dao body that contains endless purine qi, if you take her, there will be many benefits." Lu Shenzhou looked slightly stunned. "Then can she be cured of this disease?" Yu Shuizhao said, "Pure yin and pure yang intermingling will naturally resolve this disease, if not, she won't live more than 3 months. There is a bottom." Lu Shenzhou face open mouth to explain, "Girl, I see you have incurable disease, only 3 months less than time, only thought you cannot think to kill yourself." "Ha!" Yen Ruyu let out a light laugh, elegant and reserved, "You're the one who's sick." She didn't believe it at all. Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, "Girl, I didn't lie to you, I mean it, I am a third-order alchemist. If the girl doesn't believe me, then it's best to find a trusted person to take a look." Lu Shenzhou flashed the third-order alchemist token on his waist. This time, Yen Ruyu's eyebrows knitted slightly as she seemed to somewhat believe Lu Shenzhou's words. "It seems that you are indeed not a smelly rascal, then you should go quickly, the people chasing me will be arriving soon." Lu Shenzhou only thought that she was rushing people and nodded, "Okay, I'll leave this outfit for you, I'll leave now." He exerted the power of wind and thunder and quickly crossed the 1,000-feet waterfall, returned to the Fey Beast Mount, put on his clothes, and continued to rush. Yu Shuizhou was puzzled. "Host, why don't you take her?" Lu Shenzhou laughed. "It's possible to meet in the middle of nowhere, I have a feeling that I will be able to meet her again later, there's no rush." Moreover, this woman's identity was definitely not simple, and by highlighting his identity as a third-order alchemist, he was sidestepping her to tell her how to find herself. Lu Shenzhou rode for another 2,000 li and arrived at a post station of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. This post station was densely populated with all sorts of flying warships, which could only be used by officials and nobles of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. The Great Xia Dynasty had a huge area, and there were tens of thousands of cities like the Eastern Desert Immortal City, with a population of more than 1 trillion. The Yin family, where the 10,000 Realms Patriarch is located, has been in control of the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm for many years. Hua Miaoi had a friendship with the Yin family in order to get this qualification token to enter the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm for Lu Shenzhou. This kind of good place is not something you can go to just because you want to. And right now it just so happened that the Yin family was staying nearby. Lu Shenzhou could use the token to travel to the 10,000 Realms Mysterious Realm on the Yin family's flying warship. Boy, this is the flying sky warship. Lu Shenzhou looked at the flying artifact in front of him that could travel 10,000 miles in a day with some surprise in his eyes. This kind of good thing, you couldn't even buy it with money. Traveling on this kind of flying heavenly phantasmal vessel, it was a symbol of status and power. He had just approached the Yin family's flying warcraft when the cold shouts of the guards resounded in his ears. Those who participate in this 10,000 Realms mystical realm take out their token vouchers and can depart for Yin Day Immortal City. There were dozens of people who boarded the boat with Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou and the others had just boarded the boat in front of them when a voice of rampant discomfort rang out behind them. "If you cold-hearted don't want to die, get out of the way for this gongzi. Otherwise if you die here, there will be no one to redress your grievances." These words immediately caused everyone's brows to furrow as a flash of anger surfaced in their eyes. When they turned around to see the owner of the voice clearly, all of their faces changed, dared to be angry, and hurriedly bowed their heads to make way. There was no other reason. This person was equipped with a city lord's mansion token on his waist and was obviously from a low position. Only to see this eunuch arrive in front of the guards with a haha smile, saying, "I'm here to pursue Princess Yenryu's Shan Mieo, you should know that, right?" The guard was not humble and said, "The old county king has given instructions, we have come here on this trip, it is the princess who is discussing the marriage with the male son." Shang Jianyao nodded with satisfaction before looking at Lu Shenzhou and the others with a look of contempt. "I'm discussing my marriage with Princess Yenryu, why do I let these lowly outsiders be present? Get them off the ship for me." The others were immediately shocked and furious. "On what grounds are you kicking us off the ship?" "Not bad, we were all able to board the ship with the Yin family's consent." "Ha!" Shan Mieo sneered, "You bunch of maids want to know, then I'll tell you, I'm destined to be the man who marries Princess Yenryu. The Yin family is the status of the county king of the imperial dynasty, but the Yin family has no male heirs in this generation, it is all female heirs, and the imperial court is mindful of the fact that the Yin family has cultivated countless talents for the imperial dynasty over the past thousands of years, and thus it was specially appointed as a princess. As long as I marry Princess Yenryu, the matter of this 10,000 realms mystic realm matter will be decided by me." The crowd looked startled once again. "How do you know that Princess Yenryu will definitely make a marriage contract with you?" He. Shang Jianyao looked smug, because discussing the marriage was proposed by Old County King Yin. "Tell you group of lowly status yes to get off the boat, then get off the boat, or else you will be disqualified from participating in the 10,000 realms mystic realm." Opening his mouth to be lowly and closing his mouth to be a cheap bastard, Lu Shenzhou's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this time, Elder County King Yen and Princess Yenryu showed up and did not object to this, not realizing that the 10,000 realm patriarch's family was so weak. The others had no choice but to look at each other and prepare to disembark. Right at this moment, an indifferent and pleasant, reserved woman's voice rang out. "The others can get off the ship, but he has to stay." Only to see one jade finger of Princess Yenryu standing in front reach out and point at Lu Shenzhou. Chapter 78, Beginning to Fall Belly Princess, giving him a fiancé green hat. Shang Jianyao frowned and looked at Lu Shenzhou with a displeased look in his eyes. "Princess Yenryu, who is this and what makes him able to stay?" Lu Shenzhou heard the voice and looked to see the Princess Yenryu who let him stay. His expression changed into a stun. It was actually the absolute beauty that he bumped into yesterday at the cliffside. She, after all, is Princess Yenryu, the descendant of the 10,000 Realms Patriarch, the future owner of the County King's mansion, as well as the future ruler of the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm. The corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth curled slightly. It's fate. Yenryu's beautiful eyes were the color of indifference to the emotions of desire, filled with reason and an ascetic sense of divinity. "Shan Mieo, I still need your consent for what I want to keep? You and I have yet to make a marriage contract, and you're meddling in the Yin family's internal affairs like this?" Shang Jianyao's face changed slightly. He snorted coldly and looked at Lu Shenzhou with even more unkind eyes. "Since the princess gave the word, then you stay." Then he looked at Yenryu with a dog-licking face. "Princess, don't get angry, okay?" This matter was strange. A city lord's son could marry the princess, and it was also the county king's house that took the initiative to ask for it. Yenryu's cheeks were cold and she did not speak again, while the others watched with envious eyes as Lu Shenzhou stayed behind, helplessly disembarking. Old County King Yen spoke. "Since Mr. Shang is also here, let's go inside and continue discussing the marriage." Immediately, the four of them walked into the main hall of the flying warship. While Lu Shenzhou was arranged to stay in one of the guest rooms, the guard admonished, "Since you are a friend of the princess, then stay here and don't run around, or if you get into trouble, the princess won't be able to save you." "Okay." Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, took advantage of this effort to continue to have an epiphany of the rain intent that he had not yet comprehended. By having an epiphany of the realm of rain before the start of the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm, his battle power skyrocketed, not to mention that he would be able to go and epiphany new techniques and realms to further enhance his battle power. By nightfall, Lu Shenzhou was all ready to sleep. Creak. The door of the house was gently pushed open, a whiff of fragrance hit his nose, and the corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth curled up slightly as he let out a light smile. "It seems that your highness should have verified this Dan Master's words." Only to see Yenryu wearing a holy white lotus dress, not the color of indifference seen previously, as if she had fallen. Her beautiful eyes contained a touch of repressed anger. She smiled to herself. "Ha, I told you why Grandpa was in a hurry to join forces. It turns out that he wanted to sell me for a good price before I die." She let her heart to find a Dan Master doctor for her to check some, actually really found out that she can only live 3 months of incurable terminal disease, in her number of forced to ask this only to know that the county king's house is already known to all the people. She as a person was hidden in the drums. When she learned of this, she had an emotional breakdown. What chilled her the most was that her grandfather, Old County King Yen, only wanted to sell her for a good price. "Master Lu Dan, since you can tell that I have a terminal illness, do you have a way to cure me? I can fulfill any condition you ask for." Her temperament was reserved and holy, but she was like a canary in a cage. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, if you can agree to double cultivation with me, I can cure your strange disease. What is dual cultivation? Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes revealed an unknown color of doubt. Lu Shenzhou felt that she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, and she didn't even know about dual cultivation. Lu Shenzhou explained, not knowing if she could understand. Yan Ruyu's head shook slightly, I don't know, but can you really cure my strange disease? You'll know if you try. Lu Shenzhou put one finger on her wrist and introduced a trace of pure yang qi into her body. Yan Ruyu's breathing suddenly increased sharply, and her impeccable aura went a little out of control, her seductive and holy body gently trembled, and her white skin began to blush slightly. Just like a holy maiden falling, that sense of sanctity began to be destroyed. As if tasting the flavor of the forbidden fruits of the earth for the first time, the skin was flushed with redness, and the mouth actually issued a comfortable moan, warm. So warm. The original indifferent beauty eyes for the first time surged out a flash of light, the iceberg of the iceberg great beauty seemed to smile, making her a little more popular. Not only that, this wisp of pure yang qi, but also the clothes on the surface of her body were burned to ashes. Good, peculiar feeling. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes glowed with a touch of disorientation, her lips gently biting, her jade fingers clenching tightly, seemingly enjoying this peculiar feeling, but also seemingly resisting it, her heart hesitantly wavering. He. Lu Shenzhou smiled, now you believe that I can cure you. Thank you for letting me experience this strange feeling. Yan Ruyu's voice remained light, is this dual cultivation? Double cultivation is, Lu Shenzhou explained with a bad smile. Yan Ruyu's eyes still had a puzzled look in them, I don't know what it is, but if this is the condition for you to save me, I can try it. Alright. Lu Shenzhou shrugged his shoulders, then what do you do next? I want to change my fate. Yan Ruyu's eyes seemed as if her desire had awakened after being guided a bit by Lu Shenzhou after being under extreme oppression. Since she could live, why would the royal family make a deal with her? Yan Ruyu took out clothes and shoes and socks from her spatial ring, and the socks were surprisingly white ice stockings, and there was a faint scent wafting away. He watched Yan Ruyu put on her clothes. Yan Rui also realized that Lu Shenzhou cared about the fact that she wore socks. She secretly noted this point. Lu Shenzhou asked, then how do you consider the matter of your union? Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of dangerous forbidden feeling. The family is weakening and the merchants are strong. If I want to protect my ancestors' foundation and prevent the secret realm from falling into the hands of others, I will agree to this marriage. In other words, it's still a marriage? Lu Shenzhou smacked his lips, then wouldn't he have to be a chow thief in the future and cheat on this princess? Then it would be best to find a way to stir up this matter and monopolize Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu continued, but I won't trade it out as a commodity benefit. I will seal Shang Jianyao in the 10,000 realms mysterious realm so that he won't live or die. Dan Master Lu, can you help me with this favor? Lu Shenzhou immediately spoke. Help, definitely help. I'll help you without receiving any favors from you in this matter. This Shang Xiao opened his mouth to scold him for being cheap and shut his mouth to scold him for being a cheap bastard. Then I will cuckold you and sleep with your woman. Princess Yan Ruyu, you and I's real relationship can't be exposed. Even if you want to look for me to cure you, you have to come privately and secretly. You can't let others know to find out. Do you understand? Yan Ruyu's head nodded slightly. I understand. I will come back to inform you when I have prepared a plan. In return, within the 10,000 realms mysteries, I will allow you to comprehend more and more powerful realms of intent. Chapter 79. Arriving at Yende Immortal City, Her Highness sneaks up on the doorstep to seek a cure. Yan Ruyu returned to her room and summoned her beloved maid with a sense of taboo in her voice. What is dual cultivation, do you know? When the maid heard this, a touch of ambiguity appeared on her face, thinking that it was the princess who was going to show her goodwill with the princes side by the side of the emperor's team, and then she told Yan Ruyu in detail and in dribs and drabs. This night, Yan Ruyu opened the door to the abyss of worldly desires and fell deeply into it. Lu Shenzhou slept until noon the next day. When a knock sounded outside the door, it was the guard. Mr. Lu, Yanzhou Immortal City has arrived, it's time to disembark. Lu Shenzhou walked out of the elegant room to take a look. The flying warship was resting in the air above the county king's mansion of Yende Immortal City. The Yin family was not only the county king's mansion, but also the owner of Yende Immortal City. Even if a celestial or martial saint saw Yan Ruyu, they would have to be polite and not dare to offend. And Yende Immortal City had a history of tens of thousands of years. It was much more huge and prosperous than the Eastern Desert Immortal City. Hey, cheap bastard, Yende Immortal City has arrived, why don't you get off the boat? There are still a few days to go before the start of the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm, and it will only be convened after Princess Yan Ruyu and I have finished our marriage. Shang Mieo's face was unfavorable as he strutted in front of Lu Shenzhou. Ha! Lu Shenzhou smiled skinlessly, too lazy to bother with this turtle man. Yan Ruyu appeared, her face still indifferent to worldly desires, but a pair of beautiful eyes already had a few more points of popularity in them. Shang Jianyao, Lu Shenzhou is a friend of this princess. He will also be present on the wedding day, so naturally he will be staying in the king's mansion for the next few days. Shang Jianyao's face sank, then let him stay. I don't know why Yan Ruyu is speaking in favor of an outsider. After they were married, he would go to the bed and teach Yen Ruyu the rules properly. The thought of how tantalizing Yen Ruyu's saintly, ascetic divine petite body was made him a little hot in the belly, somewhat unable to hold down his evil desires. Lu Shenzhou laughed. There is a flash of ambiguous essence in his eyes. Living in the royal residence, he is only convenient to Yen Ryu cure double cultivation But it is estimated that no one can guess, Yen Ryu, this deeply disciplined, abstinence divine princess, will be in private to make such a taboo out of control things. Just think about it. Let Lu Shenzhou feel very exciting. Lu Shenzhou was about to enter the Yin County King's mansion when the warning voice of Yu Shuizhou sounded in his head. Host, it's best if you don't enter here. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were stunned. Why? This house is set up with a vicious formation called the Yin Yang Zi Mu blood severing formation. This formation specializes in killing males and is harmless to females. Once a male lives here, he will lose the ability to pass on his family's name in the light case, and in the heavy case, he will die of an inexplicable illness. Yu Shuizhou explained. Lu Shenzhou immediately chilled. So insidious? That won't do. The burden of starting a family in the Lu family is still on me. This, if you can't have a child, then it's over. His face instantly opened his mouth. Princess Yen Ryu, thank you for your kindness, but the prince consort is not happy. I still won't live in the county king's mansion. I'll just find an inn outside at random. After saying that, Lu Shenzhou jumped down from the flying warship, utilizing the power of the wind and thunder realm of intent to land safely on the ground, and then began to go find an inn to live in. A flash of cruelty immediately flashed through Shang Mieo's eyes. Silly thing, Princess Yen Ryu wanted to protect your life, but you don't cherish it yourself, so I might as well send you on your way. He had long regarded Yen Ryu as his own forbidden nappy. This Lu Shenzhou's lowly status as a pariah one, yesterday even dared to stay on the flying warship without knowing the importance of the situation. He intended to kill Lu Shenzhou. Perhaps Yen Ryu see this point, only then took the initiative to open the mouth to stay Lu Shenzhou in the county king residence. Even if Lu Shenzhou lives in the county king's residence, when the secret realm opens after the wedding, he also intends to take Lu Shenzhou's life, but it is the difference between a little earlier and a little later. But this kind of bad mood of his, or early wipe out better. Lu Shenzhou left the scope of the county king's mansion and came to a high-end and elegant inn with better privacy. For a one-night stay, it was 100 spirit stones. The price could be said to be incomparably high. But the current Lu Shenzhou could afford to stay. Not long after he entered the elegant room of the inn, Yen Ryu came to him in a cloak. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. This princess Yen Ryu was really well behaved and knew that she had come to look for him. It was not in vain that he spent so much money to stay in such an expensive inn. Yen Ryu looked at Lu Shenzhou, her voice reserved and pleasant. I know you're using me. But I'm willing. If you can cure me, I can double cultivate with you and even give you a child as the future Yin County king. Lu Shenzhou's eyes revealed surprise. She was knowing what dual cultivation meant. That ascetic divine princess, this was a fall from grace? Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. Your Highness, then do you understand the meaning of dual cultivation now? Yen Ryu's head slightly nodded, her beautiful eyes revealing longing in the unknown. You can double cultivation now, but can you be more gentle and start with kissing? I'm worried that I won't be able to accept something that intense all at once. Good. Lu Shenzhou nodded. Even if you don't say it, I plan to do it. Even if he wanted to get Yen Ryu's body, he would take his time, no matter what. He, Lu Shenzhou, was not a lustful person. What was the point of going to bed and having fun without emotions? Lu Shenzhou came in front of her, pressed her against the wall and said with a bad smile on his face. Your Highness, will you be cured first, or will you have a double cultivation first? Yen Ryu's holy and ascetic jade face showed a touch of depraved expression. Her breathing was a little short, but her fingers clenched the dress tightly, her red lips biting lightly. Cure the disease first, then I will accompany you for double cultivation. Good. Lu Shenzhou laughed, his big hand explored forward, then wrapped around her soft and incomparable waist, injecting pure yang qi into her body through the acupoints. Yen Ryu once again experienced that warm feeling of yin and yang mingling. Her body was accepting it, but inwardly, she was resisting this peculiar feeling of comfort. Her shell teeth lightly bit her red lips as her delicate body trembled. Her mind was gradually being swept away by this warm and peculiar feeling, and her past beliefs and reason were being challenged. This feeling, it seems like the double cultivation pleasure that the maid said. Yen Ryu's stunningly beautiful cheeks climbed up into a blush, and there was a forbidden sense of dorsal virtue born. But they were only healing this. With the input of pure yang qi, Yen Ryu's petite body began to faintly glow with fragrant sweat, and her clouded temples were drenched in sweat. An unprecedented sense of desire fulfillment and groundedness appeared in her eyes. This is the first time I've sweated since I was born. Just by treating her illness and making her body feel better, she revealed this sense of fulfillment and solidity. Lu Shenzhou felt that although she was a noble princess, she was somewhat pitiful. He heatedly smiled. Your Highness, I will bring you to experience more things in the future. For now, in return, you should double cultivate with me. Chapter 80, Eating the Marrow, the Black-Clothed Man's Attack. Yen Ryu, whose body was flushed and trembling, could barely stand, and there was still a touch of restrained rationality in her beautiful eyes as her eyelashes trembled violently. How should I accompany you for double cultivation? Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, "Your Highness, you can come up and sit in my arms and just listen to my guidance." Hearing Lu Shenzhou's guidance, Yan Ruyu always felt that this was immoral and somewhat shameful. Her breathing was a little tight and her eyes were a little flustered as she entered Lu Shenzhou's arms. Then the two of them clasped their fingers together. She had never had this kind of intimate contact with a man before, and her tightly guarded mind gradually lost control. And then Lu Shenzhou began to activate his gong method, and through the acupoints that were in close contact between the two sides, he began to absorb a large amount of purine qi from Yan Ruyu's body. Hiss! What a pure purine qi, worthy of being a purine body. And Yan Ruyu also felt a large amount of purine qi in her body entering Lu Shenzhou's body, and had a feeling that she was going to be sucked into Lu Shenzhou's body. This sensation was tingling and made her feel very comfortable, and her mind relaxed a few points more. Her lips lightly bit. This is dual cultivation? How was it different from what the maid told her last night? Lu Shenzhou replenished to a large amount of purine qi, then stopped running his gong method, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he found Yan Ruyu's cheeks flushed, as if she had sunk into some kind of sensation, and was being killed and thrown off her feet. Not this princess, so sensitive? Lu Shenzhou was a little surprised. He didn't even kiss up, just so honestly holding her double cultivation. How did this Princess Royal Highness get this look? Yan Ruyu saw that the double cultivation stopped, her eyes were mesmerized, and her lips were lightly biting. The feeling of double cultivation is indeed not bad. I'll come back to you. Next time, you have to double cultivate and heal again. Just a hug and she's addicted like this? Lu Shenzhou was dumbfounded, feeling as if he had flipped some sort of unbelievable switch on Yan Ruyu. He shrugged his shoulders, "I'll do whatever." And then Yan Ruyu left Lu Shenzhou's arms, organizing her holy and reserved dress, intending to leave. The wedding will be held in 3 days, and then you will be able to enter the 10,000 realms mysterious realm. Lu Shenzhou was a little surprised. 3 days later is the wedding, so soon? This was only yesterday that the wedding was discussed to see if they should be engaged. Yan Ruyu laughed to herself, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of darkness. Not faster. What if I'm afraid that I'll suddenly have an attack and die? Merchants are also afraid that my piece of fat meat in their mouth will be snatched away. Once whoever became her man, that would be the master of Yin Di Immortal City, and the several great clans within the Immortal City would have to bow down and obey her orders. As Yan Ruyu spoke, Lu Shenzhou reminded, "Your Highness, do you know about the Inyan Zimu blood-severing formation?" "What is this?" Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes once again reverted into a sense of indifference towards worldly desires filled with ascetic divinity. Lu Shenzhou told her about the effects of this formation. Yan Ruyu's face immediately changed in shock. How? How is this possible? Lu Shenzhou said, "This will explain why your Yin family has not had a male airborne for decades. Think again, does your county king's house often have male inexplicable deaths?" Yan Ruyu's eyebrows knit slightly. "Our county king's mansion has no other males besides my grandfather, and because of this cold disease of mine, the royal residence is filled with maids and no male handymen. If what you say is true, then why is grandfather still alive?" Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, "Then I'm not sure, you go back and check." "Well, thank you, I'll make a note of it." Yan Ruyu bowed to Lu Shenzhou, then put on her cloak and left his room. Yan County King's Mansion. Shang Jianyao held a bottle of Jade Lady Lust pill in his hand, his eyes filled with the color of impatience. "Wait for another 3 days, then you can use this good stuff." He was eager to see a princess like Yan Ruyu, who was ascetic and divine, turn into a Tai after taking it. "My lord, the manpower has been gathered." A subordinate came to him and knelt down on one knee, and in front of him were dozens of assassins dressed in black with their faces covered. "Whom?" Shang Miao waved his hand and said indifferently, "Go kill that Lu Shenzhou for me and cut off his head and bring it back." "Yes, your excellency." The dozens of assassins in front of him answered in unison, a hideous and cruel look in their eyes before they disappeared in unison. After Lu Shenzhou sent Yan Ruyu away, he came to Yende Immortal City to casually stroll up, intending to turn around and bring Her Highness the Princess down for a shopping date, first stepping in to familiarize himself. Suddenly, dozens of black-clothed people appeared in front of him, all with fierce eyes and weapons, surrounding him in layers. Lu Shenzhou's good mood was immediately destroyed, his eyes narrowed slightly and there were flashes of killing intent. "Who are you guys?" "The people who sent you to your death, do it." The black-clothed man in the lead bellowed. Dozens of black-clothed men then swooped towards Lu Shenzhou, all of them with the strength of an Earth Realm Grandmaster. "Ha, without even figuring out my underlying strength, you dare to come to me?" Lu Shenzhou's expression was shaken with anger, killing intent erupted, and he sneered. "Turn them all into nourishment for my cultivation." Healing Yan Ruyu happened to consume some pure yang qi, and sending so many people in front of him was just the right time to replenish the pure yang qi and accumulate it in the process. Lu Shenzhou shouted violently, and the power of the wind and thunder realm of intent appeared on his body in unison. Swoosh! His figure was like a ghost dodging the killing moves of these dozens of people, and then both fists were raised, dragon snake rising dance. Roar! Golden light and thunder shadows exploded in unison as the hideous silhouettes of a golden dragon and a thunder snake surged forth, killing directly into the crowd. Ah! Miserable screams continued to ring out. With every punch Lu Shenzhou blasted out, an Earth Realm black-clothed man would die under Lu Shenzhou's fist. This man's strength is too terrifying, surpassing us. Our realms are even a bit higher than his, but so many people are not even his match. The black-clothed man in the lead's eyes were somewhat terrified. Wind and Thunder in 10th Realm. Chief, this person has comprehended the two major realms of Wind and Thunder. We are not his match at all. One of the black-clothed men was smashed by his fists and fell in front of the chief, spitting out such a sentence before he died, then broke off and died in peace. The Wind and Thunder realm made Lu Shenzhou's battle power powerful and fast. Dozens of them actually didn't touch Lu Shenzhou's clothes for a second before all of them died under Lu Shenzhou's hands, and soon only the chief was left alone. ZZ. The arc of electricity flashed, and the terrifying power of thunder directly caused the chief to fall to his knees uncontrollably in front of Lu Shenzhou. The chief couldn't believe the corpses that fell in a pool of blood all over the ground. How is it possible? Lu Shenzhou grabbed him by the neck, his eyes cold. Who told you to kill me? Tell me and I'll leave you alive. The black-clothed leader's eyes were fearful, but he gritted his teeth and said, even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Fine, as you wish. Lu Shenzhou exerted a force in his hand and directly broke this chief's neck. And these people of theirs, in total, brought more than 6,000 to 7,000 strands of pure yang qi to Lu Shenzhou. Chapter 81 Sneaky Plan. The princess still wants to date shopping. Even if you don't say it, I can guess who it is. Lu Shenzhou's face was bland. The first time he came to this Yin Di immortal city, someone had mobilized so many earth realms to kill him. Other than Shang Jianyao, Lu Shenzhou couldn't think of anyone else. Lu Shenzhou also did not get angry and felt indifferent. Anyway, Shang Jianyao can't jump around for a few days. After all, he is the one who took advantage of Princess Yen Ruyu. Shang Jianyao's head is a bright green hat. Even if he and Yen Ruyu get married, he can only get a name. Taking advantage of people so cheap, he ate a little loss does not matter. No, he hadn't suffered any losses either. These dozens of Earth realms had sent him more than 6,000 or 7,000 strands of pure yang qi. Lu Shenzhou returned to his room and began to catalyze the pure yang qi to raise his cultivation. The aura on his body suddenly rose wildly, and after a while, the aura on his body broke through to the second level of the Earth Realm. Earth Realm third layer. The fourth level of the Earth Realm. Then the breath only smoothed out. The pure yang qi that he had obtained during this recent period of time was all used to raise his cultivation. Now it takes almost 4,000 strands of pure yang qi to raise the cultivation level by 10%. Pure yang qi was too good to use, it just wasn't forbidden to use it, breaking through the cultivation level like this without any after effects. He had some regrets. It's the 10,000 realms mystic realm in a few days. I should have saved some pure yang qi to use for an epiphany of intent. Yen County King's Mansion. Shang Niao was sitting with his father, Shang Guangzu. Shang Guangzu said, Yaoer, after you and the princess finish your marriage, I will also go back. This Yen family matter, you plan slowly, you mustn't rush it. Old County King Yen doesn't have much time left to live, and Her Highness only has a few months left to live. Once they pass away, this County King's Mansion and the 10,000 realms mysterious realm will fall into the hands of our merchants. Before the grand plan succeeds, no matter what happens, you must endure, understand? Shang Jianyao slowly nodded. Father, don't worry, I naturally won't miss this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Although marrying a princess who didn't have a few days to live was a bit obscure, but seeing in front of the huge benefits, he was still willing to agree and make sacrifices for the merchant. After the marriage, before she dies, he will have a good time playing with her. Just when he was thinking like this, suddenly there was a subordinate who came to report in a panic. Young master is not good. Those guards we just sent to kill Lu Shenzhou did not come back. All died in his hands. Shang Jianyao's face changed. What about Lu Shenzhou? Did he die? No, that Lu Shenzhou is intact. The subordinate reported truthfully. Shang Jianyao's face was immediately a bit ugly. How is this possible? A pariah's battle power is so horrible? Lu Shenzhou? Shang Guangzu frowned. That's the person that Her Highness purposely left behind? These guards of our family are all just ordinary Earth Realm. They can't be called Zongshi. It's normal that they aren't a match for this kind of cold genius. Yaoer, don't get busy retaliating first. When the 10,000 realms mystic realm opens up after your marriage, it won't be too late for you to find someone else to buy and kill, and then settle this Lu Shenzhou. A cold smile immediately appeared on Shang Miao's face. Ginger is still old and hot, father. It's still your move that's good. Once he became the master of the Yin County King's Mansion, to deal with this Lu Shenzhou, it would be a matter of 2 words. Lu Shenzhou continued to cultivate in the inn, then when he was tired, he went out for a spin. He thought that he would have to wait until after the wedding to be able to see Princess Yen Ruyu again. After all, this kind of big family, to marry a princess is a big event. Who knew that early the next morning, Lu Shenzhou was still awake? Yen Ruyu found him once again wearing a cloak. Lu Shenzhou was a little surprised. Your Highness, coming so early in the morning, is there something wrong? Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes had a touch of uncontrollable feeling of eating out of control, her lips lightly biting, her voice noble. I've come to find you for healing, and double cultivation in the meantime. Okay. Lu Shenzhou nodded. Today first double cultivation, then cure. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes had a touch of longing in them. Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled, that's fine too. This unearthly princess seemed to have been brought down by him. However, to eat the marrow is a common human condition. Lu Shenzhou sat up from the bed, and then Yen Ruyu took the initiative to climb onto the bed and entered Lu Shenzhou's arms, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Lu Shenzhou operated his gong method and extracted a large amount of pure yin qi from her body. Yen Ruyu only felt that her delicate body was tingling and extremely comfortable, with a sense of relief that the disease was gone. After a while, the dual cultivation ended. There was no other reason. The residual soul of Yushuizhou had already reached the extreme point of storing pure yin qi, requiring Lu Shenzhou to consume some of it in order to continue storing it. For the first time, he experienced the pain of happiness. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes still have a trace of unfulfilled intention. How did today end so quickly? I still want it. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, everything has to be loosened and relaxed. Your Highness, I'll heal you first. There was still a little bit of pure yang qi in his body, and in one breath he injected all of it into Yen Ruyu's delicate body to treat her cold sickness. Yen Ruyu let out a cry and sat in Lu Shenzhou's arms, her delicate body trembled violently as she clenched her shell teeth. A powerful cold aura was released from her body, actually causing the furniture within the entire room to freeze. Her fingertips trembled, instinctively wanting to sink into this warm and strange feeling. Her body trembled violently, the meticulous hair bun was scattered, and her head full of green silk instantly slipped off and spread out. Lu Shenzhou's clothes were frozen into ice slag all over his body, also giving him a fright. Good fellow, this purine power accumulated for many years without releasing it, is it this terrifying? Jade Shueisha's voice sounded in his mind, this is already much better. If it wasn't for the fact that you had treated her several times and absorbed a lot of purine qi, she wouldn't have been able to stimulate this power. Now that this power has been stimulated, there is no longer any danger to her life in a short period of time. Yen Ruyu's delicate body slightly moved, and the clothes on Lu Shenzhou's body turned into ice slag pieces. Yen Ruyu's cheeks reddened slightly, sorry for ruining your clothes. Ha ha. Lu Shenzhou laughed and hugged her to get up, it's not a problem, accompany me on a date to go shopping and buy me a new outfit. A date to go shopping? Yen Ruyu thought about it and agreed, I will accompany you. Chen Ping hemmed and hawed, put the veil on, don't let people recognize you as a princess, our relationship, for the time being, can't let people know. Aha! Yen Ruyu softly answered, and took out a black ice silk veil from within her spatial ring, covering her stunning face of ascetic divinity, only revealing a pair of indifferent and emotionless beautiful eyes outside. It looked even more ascetic and tantalizing, giving people an impulsive taboo feeling of wanting to ravage and desecrate her. Lu Shenzhou swallowed his saliva, the temperament was too good. He opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, you change into an ordinary regular clothes and we'll go again. Chapter 82 Black Silkworm Ice. Silk. Socks? Yen Ruyu changed into a black regular dress, her proud temperament was covered up, but the tantalizingly chiseled and delicate curves could not be hidden. The whole person had a sense of out-of-control contrast, from wholly all of a sudden changed to particularly seductive and sexy, and that feeling of being unassailable was gone. Good. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up and moved forward to hold her cold little hand. Go, let's go shopping for a date. Yen Ruyu's heart was pounding, she only felt that it was exciting to be held by Lu Shenzhou and walk on the street, a strong sense of dorsal virtue surged to her heart. The depths of her heart were telling her that this was wrong. But her entire body was tingly and wanted to sink into it, she had never experienced this kind of pleasure before. She had been weak and sickly since she was young and basically lived in the county king's mansion, rarely going out. Now that she was walking with Lu Shenzhou, seeing the vendors and stores that were constantly yelling and hawking on both sides, there was a strange ray of light flickering in her indifferently beautiful eyes. Gradually, her mood also became excited, looking here and there, taking out every item to look at it. When she came across something she liked, she didn't care if it was useful or not, and directly spent money to buy it. The ascetic divine princess completely lost control. Lu Shenzhou is happy to see it, this is the joy. The two of them came to the core business district and prepared to shop for clothes. Yen Ruyu bought a few sets of clothes for Lu Shenzhou, and when the two were about to leave, Yen Ruyu couldn't walk in front of a store. She pulled Lu Shenzhou's arm and pointed to an item in the store. Do you want me to wear this for you? Lu Shenzhou followed the direction she pointed and an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. How do you know I like this? Inside this store, there were surprisingly ice silk stockings and stockings of various colors and patterns. Yen Ruyu said softly. Last time you kept staring at me wearing socks, that I went back and asked the maid, and she said that men like women to wear black ice socks like this. Looks like you like this too, I'll buy some and turn around and wear them specifically for you. Giggle. Lu Shenzhou swallowed his saliva, this princess highness was also too understanding, actually rewarding him like this. The holy temperament, the unprofane delicate body wearing this kind of silkworm ice silk stockings for him, that kind of scene just by thinking about it, Lu Shenzhou was about to have a nosebleed. Yen Ruyu then pulled Lu Shenzhou into the store and bought a pair of each style of black silkworm ice stockings. The store owner was smiling from ear to ear, these silkworm ice silk stockings were all new styles and expensive. Egu, this is Taiyo, this little groom is afraid that he's going to be exhausted. The store owner looked at Yen Ruyu's tantalizingly hot and delicate curves, her eyes slightly reddened, extremely envious and jealous of Lu Shenzhou. Yen Ruyu was in a good mood. This was the first time she had gone shopping, and when she returned to the inn, all the ice inside had melted away. She began to talk about the main event. The next time we meet, we have to wait until the wedding banquet in 2 days. I'll come back to find you at that time for a double cure, okay? Looking for me at the wedding banquet? Playing so exciting? Lu Shenzhou swallowed his saliva, his eyes a little straight, then nodded his head and agreed. No problem. That matter of the formation, I have accessed it in the book depository. There are indeed people who want to be unfavorable to my Yin County royal house, and I have secretly asked the Imperial Prohibition Guards to thoroughly investigate this matter, Yen Ryu said. It was then that I noticed that over the years there have been almost all maids and no handymen in the royal residence. If we don't uncover the murderer behind the scenes, I'm afraid my grandfather's life is also in danger. Lu Shenzhou slowly nodded. These people are bold enough to plot against the people of the County King's mansion. Your Highness, you have to be careful. 2 days later, the Imperial Dynasty's forbidden guards will secretly arrive, and at that time, the water will come out and the murderers will be uncovered. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes were the color of darkness. No matter who it is, I will make him pay a sufficient price. Lu Shenzhou, however, felt that it was a little strange. This formation has existed for so many years. Why is Yen Old County King still alive? Unless this person was not Yen Old County King, so that would also explain why he wanted to sell Yen Ryu at a high price. But he has no evidence, and for the time being does not intend to tell Yen Ryu. Wait 2 days after the arrival of the forbidden guards, will naturally investigate clearly. Lu Shenzhou, thank you, I am very happy today. Yen Ryu lifted up her skirt and changed into a pair of silkworm ice black silk in front of Lu Shenzhou. This holy and ascetic petite body was even more alluring. Lu Shenzhou only felt that his nose was warm, and when he reached out to touch it, his nosebleed came out. He was also someone who had eaten and seen, but Yen Ryu could make his nose bleed just by wearing black silk, so he could only say that Her Highness was just too tantalizing. That noble ascetic divine temperament was too captivating, and then the sense of contrasting visual impact from wearing this silkworm ice black silk was unprecedented and hard to describe. Does it look good? After Yen Ryu changed her socks, she walked in front of Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou wiped his nosebleed and gave a thumbs up. It's so nice. Yen Ryu felt the color of lustful infatuation in Lu Shenzhou's eyes. Her jade face was slightly hot and burning, as if she had opened another door of back to degradation. Then putting her skirt down, she put on her cloak and turned around to leave the place. Lu Shenzhou let out a sigh, a long time back. His eyes were filled with Princess Yen Ryu's tantalizing figure just now. Am I being seduced by her? He was a bit unmotivated to cultivate and leave this place. Immediately she was going to get married. Lu Shenzhou let out a bad smile. It was time to prepare a thoughtful wedding gift for them to be good. It was 2 days later. On this day, the entire Yende Immortal City was extremely lively. The entire airspace above the Yin County King's mansion was full of various flying magic vehicles. On the ground, the Yin County King's mansion gate was constantly receiving guests from all walks of life. As Lu Shenzhou walked forward, a guard from the County King's mansion blocked his way. This gentleman, do you have an invitation? Yes. Lu Shenzhou took out an invitation. When this guard saw that the invitation was also written by Princess Yen Ryu herself, his face changed and he was instantly more respectful to Lu Shenzhou. Noble guest, please follow me, I'll take you to the table to be seated. The guard led Lu Shenzhou to a more forward area to be seated. Being a princess of a city, Yen Ryu's big wedding naturally did not mean that a few people put together a table, but rather everyone enjoyed a table of wine and delicacies individually. Who is this person? Why does he look so familiar, to be able to sit in such a central and forward position? A powerful nobleman exclaimed at Lu Shenzhou's seating. Soon after, the wedding banquet began, and the holy and noble Princess Yen Ryu made her appearance in a large red dress. She didn't put on a red cover to pay her respects to the marriage, but followed the old county king to toast with all the guests. When Shang Jianyao saw the scene, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly followed Yen Ryu to toast with her, to get acquainted with the connections of the county king's house. A few people quickly arrived in front of Lu Shenzhou, who had an ambiguous smile on his face. Chapter 83: The Princess Who Thoroughly Lost Control, the Grand Wedding Banquet. Congratulations to Her Highness the Princess and the Emperor's son-in-law on their wedding. Lu Shenzhou got up to make a toast. When Shang Jianyao saw the ambiguous smile on Lu Shenzhou's face, he always felt that something was wrong. Yen Ryu, on the other hand, understood what Lu Shenzhou meant and her breathing was slightly shortened as she toasted back. Master Lu Dan, thank you. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a color of lustful longing, and this scene was not noticed by anyone else. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she felt a bit of excitement. Shang Miao snorted coldly. Lu Shenzhou, you bastard came to attend the wedding of this emperor's son-in-law and the princess. Did you prepare any gifts? Hee hee, if you come to eat and drink for nothing, I'm going to kick you out. Of course I prepared a gift. Lu Shenzhou began to wheedle to fetch the gifts. Shang Miao saw Lu Shenzhou moving so inkily and said in a conspiratorial manner, Lu Shenzhou, you wouldn't have not bought a gift at all to amuse this emperor's son-in-law and Her Highness the princess, would you? If you didn't prepare a gift, get out immediately. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, is your mouth that cheap? Lu Shenzhou took out a gift box. I'm not fetching a gift, what's your hurry? You. Shang Jianyao was annoyed, he took a deep breath and held back his anger, trying to snatch the gift box from Lu Shenzhou's hands. I would like to see what gift you has prepared. Lu Shenzhou, however, dodged it and laughed coldly. Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, what's your hurry? This is a gift that I have specially prepared for Her Highness the Princess. You, an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, a son-in-law at the door, also dare to touch Her Highness the Princess's things? Shang Jianyao's face immediately turned a little ugly, being poked in the windpipe. The emperor's son-in-law said that it was a son-in-law at the door, seemingly taking advantage of the situation, but in reality, he had little say in the matter. Many people around him looked at Lu Shenzhou with strange eyes. At the wedding banquet, this Lu Shenzhou was arrogant enough to dare to humiliate the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team like this. What was his relationship with Her Highness? Old County King Yan didn't say anything even when he saw the scene. Lu Shenzhou used both hands to present the gift box to Yan Ruyu. Your Highness, this is a gift that I carefully selected and prepared for you. As Yan Ruyu accepted the gift box with both hands, Lu Shenzhou made a bad move and used a trace of pure yang qi to surge over. Yao Yan Ruyu's body immediately trembled, letting out a seductive panting pleasant sound, and her skin even climbed up to a tantalizing pink color. When the surrounding guests saw the scene, their eyes instantly widened. What happened? Why did Her Highness react so greatly? What's wrong with you, princess? When Shang Miao saw that Yan Ruyu's expression was not right, he was very puzzled and came over to show his concern, incidentally wanting to see what was inside the gift box. Yan Ruyu subconsciously tried to purse her lips slightly, a heart beating violently. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glare at Lu Shenzhou. In front of so many guests, how could this Lu Shenzhou stimulate her in such a bad way? But she felt very stimulated and had never experienced this feeling before. Yan Ruyu used her magic power to quietly open the gift box. After she saw the detailed objects things inside, her beautiful eyes widened, a blush climbed onto her cheeks, and her breathing was disorganized for a moment. Master Lu Dan, thank you for the gift, this princess likes it very much. Yan Ruyu forced herself to speak calmly. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, I carefully selected it for a few days, it's good that your highness likes it. Shang Miao looked at Princess Yan Ruyu reacting so strongly and was a little curious. Princess, what gift did he send that made you so happy? Yan Ruyu faintly said, something good. Shang Miao said, can I take a look? Can't. A flash of panic flashed under Yan Ruyu's eyes as she directly rejected Shang Miao. What's the point of letting Shang Jianyao see what's inside? The gift box given by Lu Shenzhou had a pair of particularly sexy black silkworm ice silk stockings, as well as a green hat. The black silk stockings were definitely for her to wear, and the green hat was for Shang Zia. This person is really bad, how can you give someone a green hat as a gift at a wedding banquet? If Shang Jianyao saw it, I'm afraid he'd die of anger on the spot. Yan Ruyu didn't even give him the emperor's son-in-law a bit of face. Shang Jianyao's face was a shade of green and purple, but he didn't dare to snap on the spot. This stinking, when we enter the bridal chamber at night, let's see how this young master will drug you and toy with you. Shang Miao cursed angrily inwardly. Yet, it still didn't go towards the cuckold matter to suspect. Princess body, golden branch, and Yan Ruyu temperament abstinence god sex, how can derail to him cuckold? Shang Jianyao looked at Lu Shenzhou, what kind of gift did you send? Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, good things, the emperor's son-in-law and the princess can use. Shang Jianyao was a little anxious, but Lu Shenzhou just wouldn't tell him, so it was useless for him to be anxious. When the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm was convened tomorrow, he would let someone get Lu Shenzhou killed. Immediately afterward, Yan Ruyu and Elder County King Yan continued to walk towards the next table to propose a toast. Throughout the wedding banquet, in general, except for Princess Yan Ruyu who had lost some of her composure, the entire process was very good, generous, elegant, holy, and unhurried. Even the Grand Xia dynasty sent envoys to send gifts, praising them as a match made in heaven. The grand wedding banquet ended like this with the passage of time. In a flash, it was night, the night of the wedding. Finally, I've waited until now. Shang Miao was in an excited mood and put a jade lust pill in the hand over wine. Watching the aphrodisiac pill dissipate within the wine, Shang Jianyao's breathing tightened as he picked up the wine cup and came to the bed. Princess, it's getting late, we should drink the cup of wine to sleep. Princess Yan Ruyu took the wine cup. Shang Jianyao's heart was in his throat. As long as Yan Ruyu drank this cup of wine, she would be reduced to his crotch plaything. Unexpectedly, Yan Ruyu put the cup of wine aside and spoke, Emperor's son-in-law, if you want to drink a cup of wine, you have to wait until you go to the 10,000 Realms Mysterious Realm. The generations of our Yan County royal family need to be recognized by the secret realm before they can. Tonight, we'll sleep separately, and we won't drink a cup of wine. Ha! Shang Miao was dumbfounded, there's such a rule? Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes revealed a look of doubt, Grandpa didn't tell you? Shang Jianyao's face hastily moved as he replied, Grandpa said it, I was just too excited and forgot about it for a while. Oh. Yan Ruyu got up and left, you can sleep here, I'll go back to my own room. After Yan Ruyu returned to her own room, her face turned cold, her beautiful eyes revealing a belabored color. Grandpa and Shang Jianyao are not right. But the Imperial Dynasty's forbidden guards are already secretly investigating the truth. When they come out of the secret realm, everything should come out. And then, Yen Ruyu put on her cloak, opened the mechanism and disappeared after walking into the dark passage. A while later, Lu Shenzhou was able to see Princess Yen Ruyu who had secretly arrived. He hemmed and hawed. On his wedding night, the princess came to spend the night with him. Did he need to say anything more? Chapter 84 Putting on the Socks, the 10,000 Realms mystery begins. Lu Shenzhou knew in his heart, but on his face, he gave a bad smile and asked, Your Highness, on your wedding night, you don't go to drink a cup of wine with the Emperor's son-in-law. What are you doing here looking for me? Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes had a trace of light flickering. Her voice was pleasant and calm, seemingly suppressing some kind of emotional desire. I need you to heal me, and double cultivation. This Princess Highness was truly addicted to pure yang qi and hugs. But come to think of it, pure yang qi was also fatally attractive to Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou laughed evilly. Then is it double cultivation first, or is it healing first? Yen Ruyu felt Lu Shenzhou's teasing and playful eyes. Her slender eyelashes lightly trembled, and her two-lip flesh lightly bit. First double cultivation. And then cure the disease. Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled. Good. 1 back to life, 3 back to 4 back to take the initiative to come. Yen Ruyu's dress issued a fine shivering sound. She took off her shoes, sat in Lu Shenzhou's arms, whispered in his ear. I changed into the pair of socks you gave me during the day. Hiss. Lu Shenzhou immediately sucked in a breath of air. This Princess Highness was also too good at rewarding him. Do you love it? Yen Ruyu's skirt was lightly lifted, and she was revealing her jade feet wrapped in black silkworm ice silk. There was also a faint aroma. Lu Shenzhou was a little unable to hold on. Your Highness, there will be no double cultivation today. It's better to heal you first. Don't you want to deal with Shang Jianyao? The secret realm will be open tomorrow. How is your plan prepared? Yen Ruyu leaned against Lu Shenzhou's ear, exhaling her breath like orchids as she explained something. I plan to force Grandpa to abdicate and pass the county king position to me. I have secretly enlisted a few geniuses that will help me deal with Shang Jianyao in this secret realm competition. Lu Shenzhou, then you aren't going to the showdown later? Yen Ruyu nodded. She couldn't stay with Lu Shenzhou all the way tonight. But after this matter was resolved, she would be able to have a lot of time for Lu Shenzhou to heal her, as well as double cultivation. Time flashed by, and it was the next day, the day the 10,000 Realms mystic realm opened. Lu Shenzhou also arrived outside the secret realm, and what met his eyes was an ancient giant tower that towered over the clouds. This is the 10,000 Realms secret realm. The various celestial pride who had come to the secret realm just like Lu Shenzhou had also been waiting nearby for a long time. A general in imperial armor stood here, and his voice filled with majesty spread out. The 10,000 Realms secret realm was created 10,000 years ago by Patriarch Yin 10,000 Realms, after which it was surrendered to the Imperial Dynasty for safekeeping. Every year, only 500 Earth Realm Patriarch geniuses from a radius of 1 million miles are absorbed into it, cultivating top geniuses for the Great Xia Dynasty. I'm sure you all know the importance of the Realm of Intent, determining whether or not a Patriarch can break the shackles and step into the Celestial Realm. Each of the 500 people looked grave. The rules for obtaining the Realm of Intent technique within the 10,000 Realms mysteries is that 500 people will go up to the ring to challenge them. The higher the ranking, the better merit techniques they will be able to choose on their own and comprehend a stronger Realm of Intent. Everyone can only participate in the 10,000 Realms mysterious realm once in their lifetime, and the genius who becomes the first place winner will additionally receive a special gift of a top-tier technique from the Great Xia Dynasty, and will be able to participate in the dynasty's elite selection, with a chance to be crowned as a lord and king. Hearing this reward, everyone sucked in a breath. 10 rounds of competition means 10 techniques and at least 10 realms of intent. Imperial Dynasty Elite Selection? Isn't that the Battle of 10,000 Immortal City? Seal the marquee and claim the title of king. One realm of intent represents a 10% probability of breaking the mortal shackles and advancing to the celestial realm in the future. If you can comprehend 10 realms of intent, you'll be able to advance to the celestial realm 100%. Those who could be recommended to participate in the Celestial Secret Realm were more or less related to the local immortal city, or else to the Yin County Royal House, and all of them were geniuses who had comprehended at least 1 or 2 realms of intent. As long as they walked through the first 7 or 8 rounds of battles, they would definitely be able to become celestial cultivators in the future, breaking the shackles of the mundane. This was the lifelong dream of countless cultivators to become celestial cultivators. Now, line up to test your intentional battle power and pass the most basic test before you can enter the secret realm. Hundreds of bronze tripods and organ men appeared and began the examination. Lu Shenzhou stood at the back and lined up for the examination. How come Yen Ruyu hasn't shown up yet? Lu Shenzhou gazed around and didn't see Yen Ruyu or Shang Miao and the others. On the contrary, there were quite a few people on the scene, staring at him with unintentional icy gazes. A bad omen welled up in his heart. Could it be that something has happened? Just at this time, the crowd at the back stirred and the angry voice of Shang Jianyao resounded. Take her down for me. Lu Shenzhou turned his head and saw an attractive silhouette wearing a black dress cloak with a veil, fleeing in fear. And a large number of manpower from the Yen County Royal House was chasing her. Between that silhouette's escapes, a pair of jade legs shook frequently, revealing the pair of black silkworm ice silk stockings on her jade feet. It's Yen Ruyu, how come she's being chased by the people of the County King's mansion? Lu Shenzhou's pupils shrank, recognizing Yen Ruyu through that pair of black silkworm ice stockings. Shang Miao blasted out a palm towards her with extremely deadly power. Not good. The power of the wind and thunder realm emerged on Lu Shenzhou's body as he rushed forward as if he were a ghost. Roar! The golden dragon shadow roared out, carrying this palm of Shang Jianyao. Spiritual energy exploded out, drawing the attention of many people. And at this time, Lu Shenzhou also rushed to Yen Ruyu's body, one hand wrapped around her waist to stabilize her figure. Adulterer and adulteress. Adulterer and adulteress. Seeing this scene, Shang Jianyao's face turned blue with anger, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. His anger was so great that it nearly turned into substance. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arm around Yen Ruyu's waist and inquired. Your Highness, what happened? Why are the people of the County King's house chasing you? Yen Ruyu's voice was sad. The merchants wanted to take over the magpie's nest. I returned to the royal residence through the secret passage today to look for my grandfather. But instead, I found Grandpa's long-dead skeleton in the middle of the secret passage. That is to say, Grandpa was killed by the formation a long time ago, and it is the merchants who have been sending people to impersonate Grandpa in the past few years. No wonder. The merchant was only the lord of an immortal city, tens of thousands of miles away from here, so it was no wonder that Elder County King Yen would allow her to marry Shang Jianyao. All of this would have been a plot by the merchants. Lu Shenzhou's complexion was shocked. Yen Old County King is dead. Once Yen Ruyu is also dead, then Yen County King House will completely fall into the hands of the merchants. What a vicious calculation. Yen Ruyu immediately took off her veil and cloak, revealing her true face, and the scene was in an uproar. This Princess Yen Ruyu only got married to Shang Jianyao yesterday, and today she is hugging someone else in public. All of a sudden, many people looked at Shang Jianyao with eyes filled with amusement. Shang Jianyao's face instantly turned ugly into a pig's liver color. Lu Shenzhou spoke, quickly call the city guards and forbidden troops to arrest them. Yen Ruyu's lips lightly bit. Shang Jianyao and the others prepared all sorts of evidence, saying that I was insane before I died, coaxing the city guards and forbidden guards over. The city guards and forbidden guards cited family matters as the reason for not interfering in this matter. Even if I let you guys discover the truth, so what? We merchants have been plotting for decades and have long made thorough preparations. You guys can't do anything about it. A cold smile appeared on Shang Miao's face. Who would believe the words of a dying madwoman? As for being cuckolded, it doesn't matter. Lu Shenzhou asked, then what are you going to do? Yen Ruyu said, I'm going to participate in the 10,000 Realms secret realm and kill Shang Jianyao to avenge my grandfather. As long as Shang Xiyu was killed, then Yen Ruyu would be the only one left in the Yen County King's mansion, and then things would be back on track. Shang Jianyao is the son-in-law of the emperor's son-in-law. He and Yen Ruyu quarrel. That is still the couple's domestic affairs, but outsiders dare to make a move that cannot be hidden. Shang Jianyao laughed coldly. Adulterous couple still wanna kill me? When we enter the secret realm, let's see how I'll kill you. For this time, their merchants had bought many geniuses. How could this adulterous couple fight him? Chapter 85, pushed into a desperate situation, Yen Ruyu's seductive promise. After some commotion, the scene returned to calm. After all, the family's scandal cannot be publicized. Yen Ruyu also did not want to make a big deal out of it. She brought Lu Shenzhou to the front of the general guarding the secret realm. I want to participate in the 10,000 Realms secret realm. The general looked at Yen Ruyu with some suspicion. Your Highness, you want to participate? What, have you been bribed as well? Yen Ruyu's eyes were cold. It's not true that I'm insane and will die, but it doesn't say that I'm not allowed to participate in the secret realm, does it? She was the descendant of Patriarch Yen Wanjing, not allowing her to participate in the secret realm? Wasn't that looking for death? The reason why Yen family members have been able to be county kings for generations is that there is no other reason. The life soul of the Yen family's old ancestor within the secret realm is there, and those who are recognized can grasp the switch of the secret realm. The general frowned, but this time the 500 slots are already full. Oh. Shang Jianyao sneered and said, it's not in the way. I will let one person withdraw and give this quota to your highness. If Lu Shenzhou and Yen Ruyu didn't participate in the secret realm instead, it would still be troublesome. Princess, please take the test to enter the secret realm. The general made way for Yen Ruyu and Lu Shenzhou to cut in line. The two entered the secret realm and began to adjust their state. Your Highness. A female patriarch came before Yen Ruyu with a graceful salute. Yen Ruyu introduced, Lu Shenzhou, this is Hua Lanlan. Surname Hua? Then what was the relationship between Hua Lanlan and Hua Miaoi? Chen Ping arched his hand and clasped his fist. Yen Ruyu, why are you the only one? Where are the others? Hua Lanlan's voice was bitter. Your Highness, the others, they have all defected to the merchants. The current situation is very unfavorable for us. The secret ring is a wheel battle, and there are only 3 of us. Yen Ruyu's jade fingers clenched tightly, her jade face like frost. I understand. Yen Ruyu was the princess, the highest status. Once she died, Shang Jianyao could still marry other female heirs of the Yin family to inherit the Yin family bloodline to control the 10,000 Realms secret realm. And if they said to the public that Yen Ruyu only had 3 months of life left, surely many people would be willing to defect to the merchants. You have to last at least 8 rounds in the ring before you can see the life soul left behind by my Yin family's immortal ancestor. This was how she would be able to get control of the 10,000 Realms mystic realm and become the next county king of the Yin family. All of a sudden Lu Shenzhou also understood the situation, so in that case, the strongest of the 3 of us has to stay behind to press the rear? Not bad. Hua Lanlan nodded. Your Highness, you decide the order of the ring. Yen Ruyu said, I'll go first, Lanlan you'll go second, and Lu Shenzhou you'll go last. Hua Lanlan frowned and retorted, he goes last, on what grounds? Your Highness, isn't this a bit unreliable? Yen Ruyu said, just now, he saved me by blocking Shang Jianyao's attack with 1 punch. Hua Lanlan was instantly a bit surprised, but she was still a bit unconvinced and did not believe Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou said, let's do it this way, your Highness will be the first to go, I will be the second, and you, Hua Lanlan, will be the last to go. Hearing this, Hua Lanlan agreed and Yen Ruyu did not object. Hua Lanlan said, Your Highness, Shang Mianyao's side has also invited 2 saints from the sects, and their strength is very powerful. She raised her hand and pointed, and in the crowd across the street, Shang Jianyao was talking to 2 young men in fancy clothes. Sect saints usually didn't come to participate in this kind of secret realm to obtain the secret realm of merit because the sects would pour their efforts into cultivating them. Moreover, right now, the Great War of 10,000 Immortal City was coming soon, and the holy sons of all the sects would have to raise their battle power in preparation, and the sects would almost never let their holy sons go out. The holy sons of a clan had at least comprehended 6 or 7 realms of intent, and their strength was terrifying. Yen Ruyu's lips pursed lightly. This time the list of the 10,000 realms mystical realm was the responsibility of the person who impersonated her grandfather. She was not in charge of this matter, or else she would never have let this kind of strong enemy in to participate in the 10,000 realms mystical realm. In the battle-watching pavilion, some sect lords and elders gathered together. Shan Guangzhu asked, everyone you think, who will take the first place this time and get an extra reward from the court? 1,000,000 miles of territory, that is, at most 1,000 cities, good places like the 10,000 realms mystic realm, there was one every 1,000,000 miles, which was almost like selecting the person for the 10,000 Immortal City Grand Election in advance. 10,000 Immortal City War is separated from the ordinary regional competition by the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty selection of elite talent. Each Immortal City can only send a person as a representative. My Divine Wood Sect Saint's son, Chui Yadong, should be able to take the first place, locking in the quota for the 10,000 Immortal City battle first, or else on what basis will I step in to help your merchant? Don't say it's so full, my Qingyu Pavilion Saint's son Wang Zanlong has the qualifications of a great emperor. Whether it can work or not, we still have to fight underhand to know. No one cared about Yen Ruyu at all, to the court, as long as there was a Yin family bloodline to inherit the 10,000 realms mystic realm. As for who this person was, it didn't matter. Shan Guangzhu laughed, then how do all of you feel about Her Highness and those 2 followers of hers? Everyone witnessed the storm outside the secret realm just now, and also had Lu Shenzhou's information in their hands. It's true that the wind and thunder realm of intent isn't bad, but his cultivation of the first layer of the earth realm is too low, and as soon as he gets on the field, he will be killed. It's not worth mentioning. Brother Shang is worried about the county king's mansion? As long as we kill this Lu Shenzhou and Hua Lanlan, the princess alone won't be able to defend the ring. Then let's send people to finish them off first. 500 people were quickly in place, and the general came before all of them and spoke. Above the ring, there is no limit to means, no limit to life and death, but after admitting defeat, you may not strike again. For every win, you can receive a technique in the secret realm, and those who win 9 times in a row can participate in the final. Until the final ends, the secret realm will only end. Now, each of you pick a ring to challenge. As the voice fell, at least 200 people at the scene stared at Yen Ruyu, Lu Shenzhou, and Hua Lanlan in unison. The atmosphere was immediately oppressive to the extreme. Obviously, these 200 or so people were the people the merchants had bribed. All of them were going to target the Lu Shenzhou trio. The merchants are so insidious and poisonous in their calculations, Hua Lanlan muttered heavily to herself, her face filled with despair. Everyone knew how important this secret realm competition was to Yen Ruyu, but with so many people targeting them, they could say that they had no chance of holding out. Yen Ruyu gave a bitter smile to Lu Shenzhou, the only man I can rely on now is you. If you help me through this, how about I give you a child in the future and inherit the Yin County King's house? I don't have the means to give you a name, but this is as far as I can go. She was truly being pushed into a corner. Lu Shenzhou immediately hemmed and hawed and immediately even thought of the names of their 2 children. Then after the secret realm is over, we need to hurry up before we can do anything about it. Lu Shenzhou gave her a bad smile. Seeing that death was at hand and these 2 were still flirting, Shang Jianyao stormed out. Your Highness, why don't you hurry up and get into the ring? So many of us are waiting to challenge you. However, we are at least a couple. I won't kill you. As long as you kill that adulterer beside you now, and then surrender and admit defeat, I'll let you off the hook and let you live until the end of your life. How about that? If Yen Ruyu only had 3 months of life left now, she might have admitted defeat and surrendered under this pressure. But with Lu Shenzhou's treatment, she could still live for many more years. Yen Ruyu's face was incredibly grave as she said word for word, "I will kill everyone in the merchants to avenge my grandfather." And then, Yen Ruyu walked up to a ring that was closest to her. "Bastard servant girl." Shang Mieo's face turned cold. "Since you are so ungrateful, then don't blame me for not showing mercy." Chapter 86. Yen Ruyu was seriously injured and Lu Shenzhou finally made his appearance. "Saint Chui Yadong, please take a shot and teach the princess a lesson. Don't make a move to kill her, just let her keep her breath." Shang Mieo asked the terrifyingly strong Chui Yadong to make a move. Chui Yadong let out a fierce smile. "No problem. Brother Shang, you're wearing a cuckold anyway, and since you can't kill her highness, can you let me try the taste of the princess afterwards as well?" He licked his tongue, and a flash of obscenity flashed in his eyes. Shang Mieo was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood, but on his face, he smiled. "No problem, no problem. He is at least the identity of the princess extra horse harnessed by the side of a team on the surface. He has not touched Yen Ruyu a finger." The invisible green hat on his head was getting brighter and brighter. He jumped onto the ring and looked at Yen Ruyu with a face full of playful contempt. "Your highness, this saint's son is compassionate and doesn't want to make a move on a beauty like you. Want to admit defeat, lest you suffer the pain of skin and flesh and accept your fate." Yen Ruyu angrily said, "Don't even think about it." She was a descendant of the Yen family, and even more so, a princess of the imperial dynasty, preferring to live standing up and never die on her knees. He, asking for trouble. Chui Yadong sneered, then raised his hand and slashed away. Yen Ruyu's tantalizingly delicate body moved as she pinched her seals with both hands, chopping intention skill. A ray of immortal light erupted from her fingertips. Her speed was extremely fast as she swooped and chopped at Chui Yadong. Chopping intense skill? Chui Yadong's face changed slightly as cold sweat seeped out. The Yen family's stance. This technique was inherited from the 10,000 Realms patriarch 10,000 years ago, and was extremely powerful, capable of chopping away a person's power of intent. Once struck, he would have one less power of intent in his life. He dodged in an instant and sneered, "Your highness, the intent chopping technique is very powerful, but it's a pity that you haven't practiced it to the fullest. You can't hit me." Snort. With this slash, he directly slashed Yen Ruyu's shoulder, and blood immediately flowed out of Yen Ruyu's white and delicate shoulder. It was extremely heartbreaking to watch Lu Shenzhou. This Chui Yadong was already a dead man in his eyes. Hua Lanlan's lips mumbled on the side, trying to persuade Yen Ruyu to admit defeat. But as a princess, the future county king of the Yen family, how could she admit defeat and surrender after just one move? That would be dishonoring the prestige of the 10,000 Realms sect master. "Your highness, are you still not admitting defeat? A golden branch like you is simply no match for me." Chui Yadong sneered. Yen Ruyu was only a registered princess after all, not a princess of the imperial dynasty, or else she could not have been so weak. Impossible. Yen Ruyu's jade face revealed a color of pain as she shouted out, her hands pinching seals and attacking continuously. Bang bang bang. As the two sides fought against each other, anyone could tell that Chui Yadong was suppressing her, and Yen Ruyu did not have the power to fight back. As a result, Yen Ruyu had a new wound on her body, and it was heartbreaking to see Lu Shenzhou. This was his woman, but he didn't open his mouth to surrender for Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu was no match for Chui Yadong, but she was defending her dignity by her own efforts. Her state was getting weaker and weaker, and the speed of her strikes was getting slower and slower. Even so, she still did not give up and was still fighting. And in the midst of this, Chui Yadong was also hit by her a few times, his battle power weakening a lot at once, and he was chopped away by Yen Ruyu with a few of his intentional powers. Until finally, Yen Ruyu was dyed in blood, her delicate body staggered, no longer able to fight, and was blown out of the ring by Chui Yadong's move. "Your highness." Hua Lanlan hurriedly caught Yen Ruyu's body and gave her a healing holy pill. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes were crystallized and her lips mumbled, but she was no longer able to speak in her poor condition at the moment. It was as if she was telling the duo that she tried her best. "Chui Yadong wins," the general directly announced. Hua Lanlan's eyes were densely bloodshot, and she was repressed and angry. And then the general came to Yen Ruyu. "The injuries are very serious. Even after taking the healing holy pill, you may not be able to save your life. Whether or not you can live depends on your highness's destiny." Hua Lanlan's expression was suddenly incomparably worried. "Serves her right. This stinking chipped away 3 of my realm of intent powers," Chui Yadong coldly said as he stood in the ring. "Brother Shang, you'll have to compensate me with a top-notch technique and a large amount of spirit stones to make up for my losses before you can do so." Seeing Yen Ruyu in this moribund state, Shang Mieo was satisfied. "Saint Chui, no problem, the compensation will definitely be given enough." Lu Shenzhou came to Yen Ruyu's body and used his pure yan power to heal her injuries. "Don't worry, leave it to me next." His voice was calm and no emotions could be heard, but the killing intent in his eyes was nearly turned into substance, making people feel shivering. Then Yen Ruyu's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally dying, his state quickly stabilized. This. Hua Lanlan was extremely shocked by Lu Shenzhou's ability. Lu Shenzhou. Yen Ruyu dared to fight with her life. Being beaten so badly by Cui Yadong. Your Highness, I will definitely kill Cui Yadong and get this back for you. Lu Shenzhou directly jumped onto the ring after seeing Yen Ruyu recovering from her injuries. With you, a nameless and faceless dirt dog also presumes to kill this saint's son? Cui Yadong sneered, Brother Shan, I can kill this person, right? Kill. You can kill this adulterer. Shang Miao revealed a sardonic smile when he saw Lu Shenzhou on the stage. Good, can we start? Cui Yadong looked at Lu Shenzhou, are you ready to die how? Yes. The general opened his mouth. The voice fell. Roar. The light of golden thunder exploded in unison, and the dragon roared as if it carried Lu Shenzhou's killing intent that had been suppressed for a long time. Thunderous thunder. The golden dragon entwined with the thunder snake as if it had exploded itself, and the entire ring was suddenly wildly flooded with dense thunder power. Thunder furiously exploded. Heh, just this? Cui Yadong sneered and raised his hand to invoke a defense circle. In the next instant, that thunder power directly penetrated his defense circle and blasted him personally. Splat! Cui Yadong's head fell to the ground with the sneer still on his face. Wow! The scene was in an uproar. The Divine Woodsex Saint's son, Cui Yadong, was instantly killed by a nameless junior with a single move and had his head chopped off. Countless people were shocked. Yadong. The Divine Wood Sect Patriarch was in pain, his eyes glazed over. This is, the three major realms of wind, rain and thunder, the intelligence is not allowed. This Lu Shenzhou is at the fourth level of the Earth realm's power. Someone exclaimed, seeing the doorway. So strong, Hua Lanlan was also dumbstruck. No one could go dare to think that Lu Shenzhou could instantly kill Cui Yadong with a single move. This was a sacred son of a sect. Lu Shenzhou was very strong, but with his battle power, he was unable to instantly kill Cui Yadong in one move, or even defeat him. He was able to instantly kill Cui Yadong in one move, all thanks to Yen Ruyu, who had previously weakened Cui Yadong's battle power before allowing Lu Shenzhou to pick up the slack. Hiss! 400 strands of pure yang qi. Lu Shenzhou immediately had 400 strands of pure yang qi in his body. He revealed a sardonic smile, killing intent thick in his eyes. With the pure yang qi, and with the gongfu here, he would be able to quickly increase his battle power and comprehend more realms of meaning. Chapter 87, Receiving the Merit Technique, Another Fist Blast to Kill. Shang Jianyao's face was incomparably ugly. He didn't expect that this Lu Shenzhou had hidden his strength and that the information they had gotten their hands on was wrong. The holy son of a clan was killed by Lu Shenzhou in a single move. These people who had been bribed by him were even more horrified. A sacred son of a clan was killed in seconds, what about them? The general looked at Lu Shenzhou. Do you want to receive a technique immediately or continue with the second challenge right away? Lu Shenzhou didn't hold back. I'm going to receive a merit technique before continuing with the second challenge. With that, he looked towards the recovering princess Yen Ruyu. Being a direct bloodline of the Yen family, she definitely knew which gongfu was better. Yen Ruyu somewhat weakly spoke to Hua Lanlan, then Hua Lanlan cast voice transmission to tell Lu Shenzhou. On the first level, the A38 bookshelf, the gong method is called the 5 Yang Embracing Thunder Gong. This gong method contains the power of two realms of intent, and at the same time, it fits with your way of the patriarch. The two attributes of pure yang and thunder were suitable for Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up as he heatedly smiled, worthy of the 10,000 realms secret realm. He had already manifested the power of the several realms of intent that he had majored in at the moment, and he definitely needed to continue on the corresponding realm path. This way the spiritual power would not be refuted. Lu Shenzhou jumped down from the ring and first used 10 strands of pure yang qi to continue helping Yen Ruyu heal her injuries. Yen Ruyu's pale jade face was suddenly much more rosy and she was in better shape. Lu Shenzhou came to the bookshelf and took out the 5 Yang Embracing Thunder technique and immediately urged the pure yin and pure yang qi to have an epiphany. In an instant, this gong method was something he knew. The so-called 5 Yangs, the head was the first of the 5 Yangs, then the hands, the legs, and the combined 5 Yangs. ZZ. Thunder arcs erupted from Lu Shenzhou's eyes, his black hair danced wildly, and purple electricity surged wildly on the skin of his hands and feet. It seemed as if the entire person was about to transform into thunder. This gong method was not considered top-notch and powerful, but rather provided other ways to cultivate pure yang and thunder intent. Lu Shenzhou immediately comprehended one of the realms, the purple thunder realm. The Gung Thunder Dragon Snake Fist was Gung Thunder, here it was purple thunder. When he operated his spiritual energy, the Gung Thunder and Violet Thunder mingled without contradicting each other, and would not cause Lu Shenzhou to go off the deep end. There was another mood in this gongfu, the Divine Thunder mood. Like a thunder snake, it specifically manifested the power of a certain intentional stance. It caused the power of the thunder intent to transform into an astral garment as a means of defense. Just as Lu Shenzhou was about to comprehend the divine thunder intent, the pure yang qi was depleted dry. That was fast. Shoo! Lu Shenzhou operated the purple thunder, and the speed of the entire person had surpassed that of a ghost, but was as fast as lightning, returning to the ring in an instant. And this scene was even more shocking. This person actually comprehended a gongfu intent so quickly? Impossible. It's definitely because Princess Yen Ruyu had imparted a part of his gongfu in advance, and he's only now made up the last step of the gongfu, and that's how he comprehended the power of a realm of intent. That makes sense, otherwise why would this person help her? Even Hua Lanlan thought this way. Not a single person thought that Lu Shenzhou would be able to epiphany a gong method in such a short period of time. That would simply be a freak that was incompatible with heaven and earth. The only one who was clear was Yen Ruyu, who hadn't imparted the technique to Lu Shenzhou in advance. Shan Jianyao's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. This maid, adulteress. He immediately said to the 200 or so people around him, "Go up and get him killed for me. Don't give him a chance to recover and become stronger. Double the conditions I promised you before. Even if you can't get him killed, you have to drag his strength down." Lu Shenzhou was a bit powerful, but this was a wheel battle. It was only possible if you kept fighting. As long as Lu Shenzhou was weak enough, you could send someone up to kill him in one move. As Yen Ruyu dragged Shui Yadong down to create an opportunity for Lu Shenzhou. Heavy rewards could kill a man, and going to the ring could kill him. "Mr. Shang, triple the reward, I can go to the ring." A true successor of a large sect stepped forward. A rich power of earth and wood intent surged out from his body. It looked powerful, and these two intent happened to restrain the wind, thunder, and rain intent. Good. Shang Miao didn't have any hesitation. "I promise you, and I'll send you another 1,000,000 spirit stones." Jia Jia Jia. This great sect's true disciple picked up a special shield and jumped onto the ring. "Lu Shenzhou, I want to challenge you." Below the ring, Hua Lanlan's face changed slightly as she reminded Lu Shenzhou, "He's a true disciple of the Divine Shield sect. His defense is extremely powerful and he's good at sneak attacks. You have to be careful." "Shield attack, and good at sneak attacks?" The general spoke. "Begin." The Divine Shield sect's Tru Chuan looked at Lu Shenzhou and said with a face full of contemptuous teasing, "Your power of intent is powerful and fast, but this move is useless against me. Because my defense is invincible under the Celestials." The Divine Shield sect was also known as a 50-50 split sect, where its disciples could split 50-50 with their sect masters no matter how powerful they encountered them. If you couldn't break his defense, it meant you couldn't win. The entire clan specializes in earth and wood-related realms, with a reputation that has been passed down for thousands of years. Lu Shenzhou looked at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It seems you are very conceited. In the face of a reckless person like you, what is this called conceit? If you come out and don't use your brain, you will be a junior disciple for the rest of your life. Did you not think that I was thinking of killing you like the other fools? No, I was planning to consume your strength and make you weak enough." The Divine Shield sect's true disciple had a haughty face. It didn't take Lu Shenzhou's intentional moves seriously at all. The voice fell. Rumble. The terrifying power of the Gung Thunder and Purple Thunder realm of intent appeared at first, and a thunder snake surged out to transform into a large spear. Bang! Lu Shenzhou held the thunder spear and threw it forward. Swoosh! The thunder lance was extremely fast. Heh, useless. The Divine Shield sect's true disciple sneered. The large metal shield in his hand was raised, emitting an earthy green light that seemed to blend in with the entire ring. The moment the thunder gun blasted over, the power of the thunder was isolated by the power of the earth and wood intent and conducted inside the ring. Lu Shenzhou's black hair danced wildly, and in the next instant, his real body had already swept in front of him. Golden light erupted from the ring, accompanied by a roar from Lu Shenzhou. Dragon Fist. One must know that his thunder power was not just superficial, it was inspired and could also increase his physical body power for a short period of time. A hideous thunderous dragon shadow emerged. This punch had a strength of over 40,000 pounds. Thud! The tremendous force blasted on top of the shield, and terrifying spiritual fluctuations spread out. The flesh of the Divine Shield sect disciple standing at the back immediately exploded like a balloon deflating. Clang! The metal shield fell to the ground. Silly thing, we cultivators, after all, are still based on the power of our physical bodies, and mana and intent are just icing on the cake. Lu Shenzhou's face was indifferent as he slowly closed his fist. This Divine Shield sect disciple's face was filled with unwillingness. The tremendous force blasted his internal organs into meat dregs a long time ago. His brain was also shattered, his body staggered a bit, and immediately his vitality was severed, and his body collapsed to the ground. The scene once again emitted sounds of clamor and shock. Chapter 88, Comprehending Another Realm of Intent, Unrivaled. If Lu Shenzhou had killed Shui Yadong in seconds the first time, it was still an advantage. Then now, a punch that directly exploded the flesh of the Divine Shield sect's true successor showed that Lu Shenzhou's power wasn't that simple. This punch, it exceeds 40,000 pounds of force. Someone's face was unsightly and their eyes throbbed violently. An Earth Realm Patriarch was merely the beginning of returning to the basics and transcending the ordinary. Whose physical body could carry such a terrifying force? They then remembered that the thunder intent was fast, but the increase in strength for the physical body was incomparably terrifying. Two thunder intent realms stacked on top of each other, so powerful? Some geniuses had also seen the power of thunder for the first time. Phew! Lu Shenzhou slowly retracted his fist. This punch just now had also consumed him quite a lot. But the power that instantly erupted made him very satisfied. It felt like going pure yang, and thunder suited him the most. Moreover, killing this divine shield sect true disciple compensated for another 300 strands of pure yang qi. Worthy of being a true disciple of a great sect. Hey, this pure yang power is just thick. Maybe I can pick another blade or sword technique. More skill is not better than more skill. The general opened his mouth. Lu Shenzhou wins. This time, Hua Lanlan was completely shocked by Lu Shenzhou's strength. Lu Shenzhou, who only had 4 Realm of Intent power additions, was already able to match the 7 or 8 Realm of Intent additions of the sect's Saint Sun. If he went on like this, he might actually be able to last until the 8th round, allowing Yen Ruyu to meet his own immortal ancestor's life soul and get control of the secret realm. Your Highness, where did you find such a talented helper? Hua Lanlan couldn't help but inquire. Lu Shenzhou definitely had the potential to become a sacred son of a clan, and it wasn't even impossible for him to represent a city in the Battle of 10,000 Immortal City. Yen Ruyu recalled the scene of her first meeting with Lu Shenzhou and found it a little difficult to speak. I'll tell you later. Yen Ruyu's face was slightly flushed and she was in a much better state. But immediately, Hua Lanlan revealed a worried look. The will battle will have to be fought a few more times, his consumption is not small. Yen Ruyu also considered this point. Right now, the only thing left is to trust him. The general looked at Lu Shenzhou. Are you going to start the third match, or pick a technique and come back? There was a break of up to a quarter of an hour and 10 minutes for each game. Lu Shenzhou didn't hold back and opened his mouth. I'm going to pick a merit technique. How could one miss the opportunity to quickly increase their battle power? He had come to the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm just for this. Grab it. The general implicitly showed Lu Shenzhou his favor. He came from the Imperial dynasty and understood that Lu Shenzhou was extraordinary, and this Princess Yen Ruyu was not like a short-lived ghost of 3 months. Good. Lu Shenzhou jumped down from the ring and came to Yen Ruyu. Your Highness, Princess, which of the second level's techniques should I choose? The Heavenly Water Thunder Movement Technique. Yen Ruyu had already thought about it. This technique also contains the power of 2 realms of intent, and it can strengthen your foundation, allowing you to master another realm of thunder, so that you won't consume as much when you perform offensive moves. On the second level, see 777 bookshelf. Good. Lu Shenzhou headed to the bookcase on the second level of the giant tower and quickly found the Heavenly Water Thunder Movement Technique. This technique did not have any additional offensive means and provided the water thunder intent, which allowed Lu Shenzhou's thunder intent to be more dense and cohesive while not consuming as much. In addition to the water thunder intent, there was also a heavenly water intent. This intent could temporarily enhance Lu Shenzhou's root spirit power by double. It seems that it is still the Dragon Zun's inheritance that is more powerful, a single technique that provides 3 powerful realms of intent and 5 sets of killing means. Worthy of being a Zun realm inheritance, Dragon Zun's gold content was still rising. Lu Shenzhou immediately chose to have an epiphany of the water thunder intent realm, and he instantly felt that his battle power had once again increased by 30%. The control of spiritual power was on a higher level, and at the same time, water dissolves in everything, allowing the several intentional powers he currently mastered to merge together, making the whole even more silky and awesome. This gong method is also very powerful. Lu Shenzhou marveled. As for the heavenly water realm of intent, he temporarily did not have the pure yang qi to have an epiphany anymore, and the pure yin qi in his body had almost 2,000 strands left. Hiss! A thunder arc sound rang out, and Lu Shenzhou returned to the ring as a ray of lightning. Anyone could plainly see that Lu Shenzhou was even stronger than just a moment ago. His comprehension of spiritual power and intent was on a higher level. Just now, he had exerted the power of the thunder realm with a great sound, but right now, instead, he had a feeling of returning to the basics. Ascending and operating freely. Someone's jaw dropped. The world actually exists geniuses that get stronger the more they fight, and they can still make breakthroughs in the face of battle. A crowd of geniuses exclaimed in disbelief. Wind, rain, gunlei, purple thunder, and water thunder, Lu Shenzhou was already in possession of the 5 major intentional powers. If there was enough pure yang power, he could also immediately have an epiphany of the heavenly water and divine thunder realms of intent. In this way, he would be able to arrive at a sex qualification requirements for a holy son. And behind that, there were still several battles. There were still several top-notch techniques waiting for Lu Shenzhou to cultivate and improve. We can't ask this cheap bastard to get any stronger. As Shang Miao watched Lu Shenzhou's growth, he only felt his heart pounding. Where did this bastard recruit a freak from? He had a hunch that if he let Lu Shenzhou win a few more matches, he might really be able to bring Yen Ruyu to the 8th floor and let her see the soul of the Yin family ancestor. In that case, all of his merchant's decades of planning would go down the drain. Shang Jianyao shouted in a deep voice, seize the time, come up and kill Lu Shenzhou. No matter what, we must seriously injure him. Once we injure Lu Shenzhou, this emperor's son-in-law will be seriously injured. I can't do it to kill Lu Shenzhou, but I can still try to injure him with both losses. A huge man wearing animal skin with skin poured like steel walked out, and in his hands were two huge axes. Immediately, he jumped onto the ring. I'm going to challenge Lu Shenzhou. Hua Lan Lan exclaimed, Axe Fury Sect, Lu Shenzhou, you have to be careful. This person sees blood, the more he fights, the stronger he gets, killing the enemy by 1,000 and damaging himself by 800. It's useless to know. The beast-skin giant man revealed a cruel smile, his eyes wild and creepy. Little bug, can you carry a few axes of the old man? Spinning around, he bit through his own tongue, blood sprayed on the two axes, his body's aura was just ferocious and berserk, climbing up. The world was so big that 1,000 strange moods existed. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenzhou frowned slightly, feeling the pressure. This person was obviously taking the horizontal training route, his muscles were powerful, and it was impossible to see what kind of intent. The general spoke, begin. Shoo. As the voice fell, Lu Shenzhou's figure was like lightning as he blasted towards the beast-skin giant man with a punch, accompanied by the terrifying power of the thunder intent. ZZ. The punch blasted at the giant man's body as if it had struck a huge mountain. Are you tickling me? The thunder bombarded him and didn't seem to cause any damage. It's useless, your moves are useless against me. He slashed out with his axe, obliterating the remaining power of the thunder. Is that so? Lu Shenzhou's eyes revealed the same frenzied battle intent. Then I'm going to try the electric roasted boar try. As his voice fell, thunder surged wildly throughout the ring, like a condensed thunder pool of jade, surging towards the beast-skin giant man. The beast-skin giant man's pupils suddenly shrunk, not good. The power of intent fusion. Thunder light flashed, enveloping the beast-skin giant man. The fusion of the four major realms of wind, rain, water, and thunder was violent and unrivaled, making it difficult to fight. After a miserable scream, the beast-skin giant man was dying, covered in thunder smoke as if he was a wild boar. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently. Next. Chapter 89 Seizing the Weakness, Great Thunder Woman Yang Qian. Snort. The thunder intent surged once again. Lu Shenzhou only waved his hand. This thunder intent in conjunction with wind and water actually condensed into a thunderblade, directly and instantly chopping off the head of this beast-skinned big man. Clang. The head directly rolled off the ring. The Earth realm comprehending the realm of intent, that was just the Earth realm. To be able to achieve the fusion of the power of several realms of intent, to utilize a more powerful force, and not be bound by unusual moves, that was a true master. Lu Shenzhou could already be called a Lu Patriarch. A young sect master was the standard for a genius. Asshole. Shang Miao's face grew more and more ugly. It was really quite tricky to deal with this Lu Shenzhou. It should be said that Thunder Intent Realm Patriarchs had always been so tricky. Otherwise, why was the Thunder Intent Realm one of the most difficult to comprehend and one of the most powerful types of intent realms? Several people had died in a row without injuring Lu Shenzhou, nor had he found out where Lu Shenzhou's weaknesses were. How could he defeat Lu Shenzhou when he was told to come on behind him? Lu Shenzhou let out a fierce laugh, and a provocative sneer appeared in his eyes as he looked at Shang Jianyao. Why don't you hurry up and send the next person up to die? Shang extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. What's the matter? There's no one willing to die for you. If you really can't, you can all go together, don't waste everyone's time. If it was just now, the people on Shang Jianyao's side would have smashed the pot and cursed Lu Shenzhou angrily. And right now, Lu Shenzhou's display of battle power was more than mind-blowing. Being tough-talking also needed strength to support it, or else it was just asking for humiliation. At this time, a female patriarch stood out and analyzed. Lu Shenzhou's thunder intent is very powerful, his physical body strength is also very powerful, he already knows the power of intent fusion to strike other moves at will, gradually stepping out of his own way of being a patriarch. If we want to injure him, we need to blind his perception so that his attacks cannot hit anyone. In this way, his battle power is no longer strong enough to be effective. Yang Qian, I remember that you comprehend the three realms of winter rain, condensing mist, and cold ice? At those words, Shang Jianyao's eyes lit up. Can you deal with Lu Shenzhou, consume his strength and wait for an opportunity to harm him? This Lu Shenzhou's thunder intent consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy. If he couldn't hit anyone, then his strength would soon be consumed and then he would seriously injure Lu Shenzhou. At that time, he, Shang Jianyao, would then come on and kill Lu Shenzhou. Yang Qian was this female patriarch, the same genius who had comprehended three realms of meaning. She smiled charmingly at his words. Mr. Shang, asking me to fight is a high price. No matter how high the price is, I'll bid. Shang Miao did not hesitate. Good, Mr. Shang is quick. Yang Qian's figure shifted and she was leaping to the ring. I want to challenge Lu Shenzhou. The general looked at Lu Shenzhou. Do you want to accept the challenge immediately or go to the third level to pick a technique? Lu Shenzhou sneered, against these rustic dogs, there's no need to even pick a technique, but I require a quarter of an hour to recover my spiritual energy. In reality, Fong had obtained 300 strands of pure yang qi. He wanted to comprehend the divine thunder intent and add a defensive technique. He had struck out several times, and some of his weaknesses had been exposed. For example, he had a ferocious attack and a strong stance, but he didn't have a means of defense. With these 300 strands of pure yang qi in his hands, he immediately stood in the ring and began to have an epiphany of the divine thunder intent. Tutor, brother, you're so powerful. Oh, can you be a little gentler to sister me when you strike later? Yang Qian wasn't angry and stood at the edge of the thunder side and smiled flirtatiously at Lu Shenzhou. Great thunder woman? Lu Shenzhou sized up Yang Qian's woman. This woman's appearance was average, but the pair of huge things in front of her chest was extremely eye-catching. Big thunder woman? Yang Qian smiled flirtatiously. Brother, you misunderstand. Sister, I can't be so difficult with the thunder intent. Ha! Lu Shenzhou looked at the huge thing in front of her chest and faintly said, seeing this pair of big thunders share, I won't kill you later. The real reason was that he couldn't get pure yang qi from killing a woman, and there was no pure yin qi to get. Moreover, he was a lover of beautiful things, and it would be a strange pity for such a pair of great thunders to die under him. Stupid! To actually fall for such a beauty trick of pulling strings. Shan Miao laughed coldly. Is this Lu Shenzhou has never eaten and seen good things? Yang Qian, such goods he can also look at. Shan Miao sneered. Lu Shenzhou, if you want to like a woman like Yang Qian, as long as you promise not to go against me and give up Yen Ruyu, turn around and I'll send 100, 1,000 of these women to you. How? Fool! Lu Shenzhou cursed disdainfully, you are incapable of appreciation. The general reminded, Lu Shenzhou, if you want to recover, hurry up. Lu Shenzhou immediately stood in the ring and closed his eyes to epiphany the divine thunder intent. The god of divine thunder intent didn't refer to the mythical god of thunder in the sky. Rather, it referred to the God in the heart of man. As the saying goes, the 5 organs hide the God, and seeing the God is not bad. Mortals can't look directly at other gods, the only thing they can see is the God in their own hearts. In this way, one can operate the spiritual energy, the 5 qi toward the yuan, and perform the astral spiritual clothing to protect the body. Just as Lu Shenzhou was comprehending the divine thunder intent, Yang Qian stood and walked around the ring, setting up the battlefield with the 3 intents of winter rain, condensing mist, and cold ice. The entire ring was suddenly transformed by spiritual energy into a condensed fog that could cloud a person's perception, and Yang Qian's figure was hidden in the fog. In the fog, there were even raindrops falling, and the ground condensed into cold ice. When a quarter of an hour passed, Yang Qian had completely set up the battlefield, and everyone was unable to see the situation in the ring. Hua Lanlan immediately cursed, this Yang Qian is too despicable. Surprisingly, she took advantage of Lu Shenzhou's recovery to set up the battlefield and gain a first-hand advantage. When Lu Shenzhou opened his eyes, he spoke, General, the match can begin. Begin. The general's voice rang out. As the voice fell, the entire ring fell silent. Lu Shenzhou's strike of thunder gale blasted out and did not blow away the condensed mist, it was basically blocked by the rain beads. Moreover, he couldn't see Yang Qian's figure. Somewhere in the ring floated Yang Qian's charming and seductive laughter, little brother, come find me. Catch your sister and she will serve you and let you have a good time. Lu Shenzhou let out a sigh, big sister, can you not stand on the ice and move your body? This big thunder shakes my eyes. With the help of the condensing mist and the sound of raindrops, Yang Qian could do so without anyone realizing it by stepping on the ice and moving her figure. The effects of all 3 of this Yang Qian's intent attacks were all very average, but it was indeed very good for her to combine them so delicately. Shake? Delay turns out to mean this, little brother, you're so funny. In the condensed mist, Yang Qian's flirtatious and delicate laughter continued to be heard. She did not believe that Lu Shenzhou could see through her whereabouts. It was true that Lu Shenzhou could not pinpoint her whereabouts, but he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Water thunder like tide. Lu Shenzhou pressed one of his palms onto the ice surface of the ring, and ice blue thunder arcs instantly filled the ring, so he could use this to search for Yang Qian's whereabouts. Although this move was extremely consuming of spiritual energy, if he continued this stalemate, the situation would only become more and more unfavorable to him. He let out a cold laugh, if you keep swaying like this, you're going to sag, better stop for me. Chapter 90, a strong Lu Shenzhou? Defeating the Great Thunder Woman. ZZZ. The entire ring was densely covered in lightning. Standing far away and looking at it, it looked like the rain clouds in the sky were brewing terrifying thunder. This was the power of a patriarch that far surpassed mortals. In the ring, Lu Shenzhou frowned, what's going on? How come I didn't sense Yang Qian's whereabouts direction? With the thunder, water, and wind realm, his thunder power was able to coalesce and extend out, creating a coverage effect as if it were a tidal wave or a spider web. The entire ring was covered by his thunder. However, when he saw the raindrops mixed in with the condensed mist, he immediately reacted, this great thunder woman isn't on the ground. She was able to utilize the power of the cold ice realm, and could completely create a piece of ice to hold herself on the ground, in conjunction with the condensation fog being thick enough to hold herself in mid-air. This method made Lu Shenzhou feel a little stunned. Worthy of being a genius patriarch, this kind of ghostly idea would not be thought of by ordinary people. He immediately reacted, hee hee, this great thunder woman is absolutely refusing to make a move without waiting for my spiritual energy to be almost depleted. But how deep was his foundation? And casting such a wide range of intentional power, this Yang Qian's consumption was also certainly not low. Then the competition would be who had deep roots. He let out a cold smile, then let's compete. He immediately collected the thunder power in the ring and turned to catalyze the heavenly water intent, temporarily doubling his spiritual root. Then he punched and kicked to execute various moves, blasting at every part of the thunder, including the air. Cluck cluck cluck. Yang Qian laughed, little brother, you're so smart that you actually guessed so quickly that I was hiding in mid-air. But these moves of yours are useless to me, they can't hit me. This time, it was really the truth, Lu Shenzhou was powerful in battle, but it was really useless if he couldn't hit anyone. Moreover, the raindrops in this condensed mist also had spiritual power within it. As long as it was slightly fused, the raindrops could become a means of perception. As long as Lu Shenzhou made a move, she could sense the direction of the move when she stood at a distance, thus avoiding the attack in advance. Awesome! Lu Shenzhou figured this out and had to admire this woman, Yang Qian. The intent was weak, yet it was utilized to the extreme. If another person had come, Lu Shenzhou would have definitely lost to her. His foundation was 4 times that of an unusual Earth Realm Grandmaster, and now that he had activated the Heavenly Water Intent Realm, he had doubled it again. Exhausting spiritual energy with him? Lu Shenzhou sneered, but he was going to trick Yang Qian into showing up. Little by little, time passed and Lu Shenzhou kept on bombing furiously and indiscriminately. Then he gradually controlled the power of his moves to become weaker. Giggle giggle, little brother, you're going to be out of it so soon. Sister thought you could last longer. After all, when a man is fast, he is not liked by women. Yang Qian stayed alert and did not show up, but mocked Lu Shenzhou in the condensed fog. Lu Shenzhou responded with a sneer. Men who are fast can still take medicine to make up for it to recover, but old woman, you're old and your breasts are sagging, but there's nothing you can do about it. When the time comes it's sagging and unsightly again. Yang Qian was instantly infuriated, go to hell for me. She was a little agitated, and immediately hundreds of ice blades appeared from the condensing mist and stabbed towards Lu Shenzhou. Clothes of divine thunder. Lu Shenzhou stood in place and coldly shouted, and the golden and bright thunder power immediately surged out, forming a protective armor that enveloped Lu Shenzhou. Crackling. These ice blades crashed into the divine thunder armor and instantly shattered, unable to harm Lu Shenzhou in the slightest. Lu Shenzhou immediately sneered, old woman, you're getting old and your magic power isn't working, I'm standing still and letting you fight, you can't even break my defense. Yang Qian immediately angry face ugly, chest giant undulation non-stop, gritted teeth, I see how long you can be arrogant. Continue to consume. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed. The people outside the ring saw this scene clouded in confusion. It's been so long and there's still no winner? Hua Lanlan's eyes were worried, Lu Shenzhou was really restrained by this woman. Good good good. Shang Miao was in a good mood when he saw the scene. Even if he didn't injure Lu Shenzhou, but after a day and a night, he didn't know how much spiritual energy had been consumed from Lu Shenzhou. Even if he defeated Yang Qian, this Lu Shenzhou was still at the end of his rope, so how much spiritual energy could he recover given a quarter of an hour to recover? With a smile on his face, Shang Jinyao looked to the side of Qingyu Pavilion's saint's son, Wang Zhanglong. Brother Wang, later on, I'll trouble you to behead this bastard Lu Shenzhou. With Lu Shenzhou dead, he would open a separate ring, and then have the people he bribed to come into the ring to fight casually and lose to him. Then win 10 games in a row and take control of the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm. And if Lu Shenzhou didn't die and didn't clean up Yen Ruyu, even if he took 10 victories now, he would still end up with Yen Ruyu taking back the power. Wang Zhanglong looked proud and did not refuse, no problem. How could he not see that Lu Shenzhou was at the end of his rope even if he defeated Yang Qian, if he couldn't even kill Lu Shenzhou in this situation? Oh, how is that possible? In the middle of the ring, Lu Shenzhou and Yang Qian were still facing each other. ZZ. Lu Shenzhou was panting heavily, with an exhausted look, and the thunder power on his body was not able to be wielded. There were only wisps of electric arcs, which he could barely catalyze to help him avoid Yang Qian's attacks. One day and one night down, Yang Qian's 3 kinds of intentionality power also almost can't be maintained. At the moment only the condensed mist intentionality power is still maintained. And she didn't dare to get close to Lu Shenzhou for fear that Lu Shenzhou's last power would seriously injure her. Giggle giggle, little brother, sister, I take back yesterday's words, holding on for a day and a night and still not collapsing. Brother, you're very powerful. Oh, sister likes it when you're powerful, such a man. Yang Qian attacked Lu Shenzhou while smiling charmingly. If you don't admit defeat and leave here, go find an inn, sister will serve you well. Lu Shenzhou sneered inwardly, and on his face, he willed the trick and did not cast the clothes of divine thunder again. Just after the condensation fog dissipated some, he finally saw Yang Qian's figure, and the people outside the field could also see the inner situation. And then his figure was like a ghost. Without urging the power of the Thunder Realm, he swept directly in front of Yang Qian. A fist blasted out. Pooh! Immediately hit Yang Qian. Bang! Yang Qian immediately screamed miserably, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backwards and smashing out of the ring. Lu Shenzhou wins. The general immediately opened his mouth to announce. And it was true that Yang Qian did not die, she was only seriously injured. This was the first person to survive in Lu Shenzhou's hands. Moreover, in the ring, Lu Shenzhou was gasping for breath and his face was white. It looked like he was in a state of great exertion and at the end of his strength. Yang Qian laughed miserably, Mr. Shang, fortunate to have survived. Good, good, good. Shang Mieo's face immediately rejoiced as he took out a spatial ring and gave it to her. Inside here is the payment you asked for. Saint Sun Wan, please. Shang Mieo's face was livid. Swish. Wang Zhanglong immediately jumped onto the ring and let out a fierce smile. I want to challenge Lu Shenzhou. Despicable. This time, Yan Ruyu and Hua Lanlan voiced out in unison, their beautiful eyes revealing a look of worry. Lu Shenzhou was at the end of his strength, and his life was at stake in this situation against a saint son of a clan. Chapter 91 Qingyu Pavilion Saint Sun? A punch to kill. Lu Shenzhou, don't agree to him. Yan Ruyu. Lu Shenzhou, let me go on. Hua Lanlan spoke up. What, Lu Shenzhou, aren't you wild? Why don't you dare to answer the battle? Wang Zhanglong stood in the ring and sneered. Lu Shenzhou sneered inwardly, sure enough, someone had fallen for it. He frowned on his face, I can promise you to answer the battle, but I want a quarter of an hour to rest. Fine, fine, then I will give you a quarter of an hour to rest. When Wang Zhanglong saw Lu Shenzhou answering the battle, killing intent surged in his eyes. Lu Shenzhou. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes revealed a color of worry. Lu Shenzhou gasped with righteousness on his face. Your Highness, don't worry, I will definitely win 8 matches in a row, so that you can meet the Yin family ancestor and get the control of the secret realm. Yan Ruyu saw that Lu Shenzhou was willing to lay down his life for her. Her beautiful eyes were crystal moist and for the first time she experienced the emotion of being moved. In addition to the feeling of lust, the first time she felt that she was moved by love, it turned out to be this kind of taste. She clasped her hands with 10 fingers and her eyes showed a prayerful look. The general reminded, Lu Shenzhou, if you want a rest, just hurry up. Lu Shenzhou controlled his state, maintaining the heavenly water intent to rapidly wail on the aura to recover his state. Under the Eightfold Root Foundation, Lu Shenzhou did not consume much spiritual energy at all in this day and night. Most of the consumption was the spiritual energy provided by the heavenly water intent realm. For a quarter of an hour, he quickly adjusted his state. Soon, he slowly opened his eyes. Wang Zhanglong flashed a fierce smile at the general. The quarter hour has come and gone, can we begin? General, begin. The voice fell. Swoosh. Above the ring, aura fluctuations suddenly went wild. The fusion of several kinds of intentional forces erupted and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. While waiting for Lu Shenzhou to rest, Wang Zhanglong was long ago brewing his own spiritual power, and now that the battle had begun he directly erupted with his strongest move. Lu Shenzhou, die for me. This kind of Clan Saint Sun level battle was quite terrifying. Rumble. ZZ. After an explosion, Lu Shenzhou stood still, powerful arcs of electricity surging through his body as he directly cast the clothes of divine thunder to protect himself. Not dead? Wang Zhanglong's pupils shrunk slightly, and a bad omen immediately surged in his heart. Surprisingly, he still has excess spiritual energy? Dead? Lu Shenzhou stood in place and revealed a cruel smile. Sage Sun Wang, it's hard to say who will die and who will live. The voice fell. Rumble. The power of thunder intent surged wildly above the ring all of a sudden. Dragon. Fist. Lu Shenzhou shouted violently, his figure was like thunder, instantly disappearing in place and swept in front of Wang Zhanglong. Then this fist of over 40,000 pounds of force blasted towards Wang Zhanglong. Facing this kind of Saint Sun who had comprehended at least 7 or 8 realms of intent, what Lu Shenzhou wanted to do was to have a quick battle and not use the power of his realms to blast with the other party. His power was supported by the thunder intent realm, which instantly erupted with tremendous power. Surprisingly, you haven't exhausted your spiritual energy and have preserved an exceptional amount of it. Wang Zhanglong looked instantly shocked and furious and rebuked. At the same time the hand defense action was not slow, a film of light enveloped his body, and then his body was like a pine smoke to avoid Lu Shenzhou's punch. Bang! A punch fell short, but a corner of the ring had been shattered by Lu Shenzhou. Right answer. Lu Shenzhou smiled cruelly as his body transformed into running thunder and chased towards Wang Zhanglong. The power of the 4 thunder realms of Gung Thunder, Purple Thunder, Water Thunder, and Divine Thunder were added, pushing Lu Shenzhou's battle power to a terrifying level. Intent fusion. Wang Zhanglong's eyes sank, but let me see how much spirit power you still have. Bang! 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 On the ring, the speed of their attacks was so fast that they were almost pulling out shadows. In dozens of breaths, they exchanged hundreds of moves. How do you still have so much spiritual energy? No, you haven't consumed much spiritual energy at all. Wang Zhanglong's face revealed a look of horror. By now, he also finally understood why Lu Shenzhou was emboldened and dared to agree to fight, so it turned out that he was acting weak just now, just to lure him on the hook. Lu Shenzhou let out a laugh, a little late. With the help of these 100 moves, he had also figured out this Wang Zhanlong's attack path. There were a total of 8 realms of intent, 3 attacks, 2 stances, 2 defenses, and 2 that were aids. Lu Shenzhou majored in thunder slaying and Wang Zhanglong majored in wind slaying. The divine thunder cloth directly restrained several of Wang Zhanglong's killing intent realms. Dragon Fist 6th Stance, Dragon Tang Thunder Punishment. Boom! Majestic spiritual energy roared out, a terrifying golden dragon shadow accompanied by tens of thousands of pounds of force swooped down, while several thunder snakes erupted out at the same time, blocking Wang Zhanglong's path of retreat and embracing him in despair. Boom boom boom. Wang Zhanglong's 5 senses twisted as his defensive means could not block Lu Shenzhou's force, and several defensive circles collapsed layer by layer. He realized that his intentions were being restrained. His 8 intentions were no match for Lu Shenzhou's 4 thunder intentions. He was simply no match for Lu Shenzhou. Just as he opened his mouth to admit defeat, it was too late. Lu Shenzhou, stop! The clear pavilion patriarch's eyes were wide with rage as he let out a voice that tore his heart and lungs. But the general could not pay any attention. To surrender, only Wang Zhanglong himself could admit defeat. Bang! Tens of thousands of pounds of force blasted at Wang Zhanglong's chest. His intent power collapsed through and through, and all the bones in his body were instantly broken, and his internal organs and brain were also blasted to dregs. The thunder realm of intent was this powerful. Wang Zhanglong's lips mumbled for a moment, his pupils were lax, but he could no longer say a single word. Wow! Seeing Lu Shenzhou kill Wang Zhanglong head-on, countless people at the scene stared wide-eyed, all revealing shocked colors. This was a saint's son who had comprehended 8 realms of intent. Moreover, Wang Zhanglong was at his full strength, and this Lu Shenzhou had already fought 4 fierce battles without resting for a day and a night. Hiss! This Lu Shenzhou is too strong. Even Wang Zhanglong is no match. Some Earth Realm sect masters exclaimed in shock. I wonder if he ever had a marriage. Some female cultivators immediately showed a look of adoration and infatuation. Obviously, Lu Shenzhou must be a sacred son of a clan in the future, stepping out of the local area and heading to a more wonderful and vast heaven and earth. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes were filled with the color of surprise and joy. She didn't expect Lu Shenzhou to have so much spiritual power to be able to kill Wang Zhanglong, which was out of her expectation. The 2 great saints that Shang Jianyao had invited were all chopped up by Lu Shenzhou, and with 5 fierce battles underway, there were only 3 left. Shang Ziyao would definitely take action to stop Lu Shenzhou. As long as Shang Jianyao was resolved, there would be no difficulty in following up. Hua Lanlan was even more stupefied and sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how deep are the roots of this Lu Shenzhou? In the ring, Lu Shenzhou absorbed 420 strands of pure yang qi, raised his head and glanced at Shang Jianyao, and let out a sardonic laugh. Sending someone else to die, why don't you come up to the stage yourself to receive death? Chapter 92, Lu Shenzhou vs Shang Jianyao, holding the beauty. Otherwise, 2 more easy fights and I'll take your highness the princess down to meet the faithful souls of the ancestors of the Yen family. Bang! Shang Miao's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, and he slapped the jade seat directly underneath him into pieces with a palm, before slowly getting up. For you to survive until now is indeed out of my expectations. But if you want to force my hand, I will just kill you myself. Shang Miao's voice was icy cold. Rumble! The aura on Shang Jianyao's body immediately skyrocketed, and the power belonging to the 9th level of the Earth Realm Patriarch gushed out, and then he stepped forward. Stepping directly on the void, he walked towards the ring. Wow! Harnessing chi over the air without using the power of intent, this is spiritual energy that is condensing into substance. Immediately, someone exclaimed in shock. An ordinary Earth Realm sect master could temporarily override the air with the help of the power of intent. Shang Miao slowly walked to the top of the ring. I want to challenge Lu Shenzhou. There was no way out. The few Saint Sun experts he had invited had already been beheaded by Lu Shenzhou. With only 3 matches to go, this Lu Shenzhou would be able to win 8 matches in a row, causing his merchants decades of planning to go down the drain. And right now, Lu Shenzhou fought 5 fierce battles, and just now he fought fiercely with Wang Zhanglong. He didn't believe that Lu Shenzhou still had much spiritual energy. Rubbish things, they didn't even hurt him. If a few other wastes came over to fight against each other, Lu Shenzhou would be able to use such wastes to stall for time and regain his spiritual energy state. Thus to behead Lu Shenzhou now was the best time to strike. Moreover, after observing the 5 battles, he realized that Yang Qian's method could indeed deal with Lu Shenzhou, and he planned to imitate Yang Qian's method later. The general spoke. Lu Shenzhou, do you need a quarter of an hour's rest? No need. Lu Shenzhou sneered, I don't even need to rest for a second when dealing with such trash. Rampant. Shang Jianyao's gaze was like ice. I admit that your thunder realm is indeed powerful, for realms of intent can compare to a saint sun with 8 realms of intent. But your cultivation level is ultimately too low, and you've already exposed your weakness. I will let you know what despair means. You're really a tadpole pretending to be a frog. You're pretending to be your mother. Lu Shenzhou sneered, there's so much bull, the match can begin. Seeing that Lu Shenzhou was actually serious about not needing to take a break, Shang Jianyao's heart sank. Could it be that this person still has any unveiled cards? Begin! The general's voice rang out. The voice fell. Lightning and fire rushed up in the ring, both sides intertwining and clashing. Bang! The aura suddenly went wild and turbulent. This Shang Xiyao majored in the realm of fire, and his flames rushed to the sky, seeming to burn everything. His realm of fire was so strong and extremely hot that it was actually able to dissolve and resist Lu Shenzhou's realm of thunder. Let's show you my strength. Shang Jianyao's complexion was ice cold as the space ring in his other hand gushed out spiritual water. This flame collided and burned with the spirit water. Hiss hiss hiss. The entire ring was suddenly entangled in white mist, enveloping the entire battlefield. Once again, outsiders could not see what was going on in the ring. One could only vaguely see lightning and fire clashing within. Lu Shenzhou frowned and immediately put away the power of the Thunder Realm before casting the clothes of Divine Thunder. He used the Realm of Water intent and his spiritual power whistled out, preparing to extinguish the fire. However, this caused the condensed fog in the ring to become even thicker. Using the Realm of Wind, he prepared to blow away the condensed fog, but it caused the Realm of Fire to flourish even more. It's useless, Lu Shenzhou, your moves are useless against me. Shoo! Not only was the ring densely covered with condensed mist, this Shang Xiyao was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm with a strong foundation. The entire ring was suddenly densely covered with flames everywhere as a means of determining Lu Shenzhou's whereabouts location. Shang Jianyao was hiding in the condensed fog to sneak attack Lu Shenzhou. Bang bang bang. Move after move bombarded Lu Shenzhou's Divine Thunder Cloth. Lu Shenzhou frowned and quickly analyzed the situation. This person is using Yang Qian's method to attack me. He is good at using the power of the realm, so what he is afraid of is fighting me in close combat. Constantly sneaking up on me is consuming my strength until I'm weak enough to kill me with a single blow. He analyzed the current situation and let out a cold laugh. Shang Miao, you think well. But this kind of tactic, I can use it too. As long as I catch you whereabouts, one punch is enough to send you on your way. He majored in the 3 major realms of thunder, wind, and rain. The rain intent realm had barely been of much use previously, but Yang Qian's approach gave everyone an entry point. Lu Shenzhou immediately urged his yin and yang qi to comprehend the intent of rain more deeply. And then he cast the intent of rain. Tick-tock. The sound of raindrops began to fall on the ring. Many people were paying attention to this ring. The engagement of the top genius sect masters was truly wonderful. Rain? It's Lu Shenzhou's intent. A large amount of spiritual energy was being consumed. The rain was moist and silent, penetrating everything. Shang Miao immediately wanted to use his intent of fire to incinerate Lu Shenzhou's intent of rain. However, he realized that his realm of fire was actually useless. Damn it! Shang Miao's brows were furrowed, his face was a little ugly, and his heart sank. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he was touched by Lu Shenzhou's whereabouts. Just when he was thinking like this, Shang Jianyao, I found you. Lu Shenzhou's oozing danger-filled voice rang out. Not good. Shang Jianyao looked horrified, his pupils suddenly shrunk, his heart chilled furiously, and his sweaty hairs exploded. Boom! In the next instant, the fist carrying tens of thousands of pounds of force, accompanied by the golden dragon thunder light pounced. Bang! This fist directly hit Shang Jianyao. My life is over. Shang Jianyao felt the immense force, intense pain came from his body, his bones were broken, and his heart was filled with despair. However, Lu Shenzhou knew that Shang Jianyao's life would still be useful to Yan Ruyu if he kept it. At the last moment, he withdrew his force and only blasted Shang Jianyao into serious injury. After killing Shang Jianyao, there was still Li Jianyao and Zhang Jianyao. It would be better to leave him alive as a puppet and make his life worse than death to maximize his value. It couldn't be that Yan Ruyu still had a son-in-law when someone introduced her to a man, could it? That wouldn't even require Lu Shenzhou's intervention, the great Xia dynasty would step in. And then, Shang Jianyao's power of intent dispersed. Lu Shenzhou exerted the wind intent to blow away the condensed fog in flames. He carried the Shang Jianyao who looked like a dead dog in his hand. Wow! Lu Shenzhou wins! The scene immediately erupted into a shocking clamor. Not only was this a victory for Lu Shenzhou, it was a victory for Yan Ruyu. Without Shang Xiao, she would easily master the 10,000 realms mystic realm. And with the strength of helping Shang Xiyu today, she would not be able to enter the 10,000 realms mysterious realm in the future to train her own disciples. Yower! When Shang Guangzu saw this scene, his eyes turned red and his eyes were wide open. But fortunately, Shang Jianyao still had a life. Yan Ruyu could not hide her excitement and immediately jumped onto the ring and jumped into Lu Shenzhou's arms. Thank you. I will fulfill all your requests. This scene was quite ambiguous. The princess's extra horse harnessed by the side of a teen was like a dead dog being lifted in Lu Shenzhou's hands. The princess, however, jumped into the arms of another man. Truly, the act was not even staged. Shang Guangzu's face was blue to the extreme. The merchant's decades of planning had gone down the drain at this moment. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, was embraced by a beautiful woman, but also greatly increased his own combat power. It could be said to be winning him. Chapter 93, The Dust Settles, the princess repays her favor. Ahem. The general coughed twice. Your Highness, you have already lost the battle and can't enter the ring again. Lu Shenzhou has only won 6 matches and is still 2 matches short. As for whether Lu Shenzhou would have to win 10 more matches, it didn't feel important. He and the princess had such a close relationship, and the top techniques of the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm. When Yen Ruyu took control of the Mystic Realm, she would surely leave Lu Shenzhou's choice open. He. Lu Shenzhou laughed twice. Your Highness, if you want to repay the favor, you don't have to do it now, later is fine. Yen Ruyu returned to her senses, and a blush could not help but climb up on her white jade face. Good, I will wait for you. The two of them locked gazes, so ambiguous that they were close to pulling the strings. As for Shang Jianyao, the emperor's son-in-law, he was like a dead dog. Hua Lanlan put Shang Jianyao under control. Lu Shenzhou casually threw his hand, letting Hua Lanlan catch Shang Jianyao, who was like a dead dog. And then Yen Ruyu also retreated from the ring. Lu Shenzhou stood on the ring and swept a glance across the scene. Is there anyone coming to avenge Shang Jianyao? Don't waste time, come and challenge me. The faces of those who were enlisted by Shang Zia were quite ugly. No one dared to go up to the stage to challenge Lu Shenzhou. All of them bowed their heads and did not dare to look directly at Lu Shenzhou's gaze. Lu Shenzhou sneered, a bunch of losers, I thought you were all some kind of heroes. This group of people dared to be angry. But there were also those who were not afraid of death who spoke. Lu Shenzhou, don't be arrogant too early. You killed the Holy Sons of the Divine with sect in Xingyu Pavilion this time. These 2 clans won't let you off the hook. That's right, you think you'll be safe and sound just because you're next to Her Highness? Without passing the Imperial Dynasty Elite election, you have no official body and no one can protect you. If you had killed Shang Jianyao, you would still have a chance to become the new emperor's son-in-law, but do you deserve it? You're a son of a humble family with no status. This Shang Xiyao's father was an immortal city lord before he was qualified to have his son marry Yen Ruyu. It was true that Lu Shenzhou did not have the official status of the Imperial Dynasty. Lu Shenzhou sneered, the matter of merit, in the coming day, I will personally take it myself. But now it's the secret realm competition, I'm only asking you guys, do you dare to come to the ring and suffer death? This group of people immediately lowered their heads like quails, how dare they go to the ring? The remaining 200 or so people were engaging in normal ring challenges. For a while, no one actually dared to go to the ring to challenge Lu Shenzhou. Yen Ruyu opened her mouth. Come 2 people to the ring to challenge Lu Shenzhou, if you lose, this princess will also give a merit reward. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes immediately lit up. This was a good opportunity to defect to the princess. This was a request to go to the ring and lose to Lu Shenzhou. It was not a watering down, the entire scene of more than 400 people, Lu Shenzhou's battle power was already ranked first. Even the peak of the Earth realm that comprehends 8 realms of meaning is not Lu Shenzhou's opponent. How are they Lu Shenzhou's opponent? The fear was that Lu Shenzhou was ruthless and killed them. Lu Shenzhou also laughed and said, I won't kill anyone if 2 random people come. After all, I'm not some bloodthirsty demon either. Immediately, 2 people challenged Lu Shenzhou and were easily defeated by him. Rumble. There was a loud noise inside the huge ancient tower, and then a passageway opened up from the bookshelves, allowing one to ascend straight to the 8th floor. This was to detect that there was a dual certification of the Yin family bloodline plus imperial recognition in order to enter. Go ahead, Your Highness, I'll wait for you outside. Lu Shenzhou opened his mouth. Wait for me. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes contained moving lust. She carried Shang Jianyao, who looked like a dead dog, and walked into the 8th layer. The general looked at Lu Shenzhou. You have won 8 games in a row and have the qualification to enter the finals. Do you still want to continue the competition? Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. General, do you think I want to continue the competition? The general was silent for a moment and looked at Lu Shenzhou with envious eyes. No need. People who came to the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm were all here for the techniques inside. Yen Ruyu's eyes went to grasp the control of the 10,000 Realms Mystic Realm, and whatever top-level techniques Lu Shenzhou wanted, Yen Ruyu would personally pick them out for him. Merchants have been planning for decades, and it was destroyed by this kid. And he even fell in love with the princess. What a stroke of luck. Of course, the merchants had given him many gifts in private. He wouldn't say anything. Lu Shenzhou jumped off the ring. Then I can rest and relax. After several days of fierce battles in a row, against experts, Lu Shenzhou felt tired even though he was still holding up. Moreover, he still had to heal and double cultivate with the princess at night, so he had to recuperate a bit. As soon as he sat down, a large amount of aura from heaven and earth surged into him. Like a dragon whale sucking in water, the sound was not small, and the majestic spiritual energy continued to enter his body. Good deep roots. Hua Lanlan was on the side, noticing the amount of spirit power Lu Shenzhou inhaled. Her mind was extremely shocked. No wonder the princess had chosen him. I just don't know how the other aspects of the principle are. Hua Lanlan's gaze swept around Lu Shenzhou's body, finally lingering on a certain part for a moment. One could only say that it was worthy of being Her Highness the Princess. This picking eyes were really good. With Lu Shenzhou's battle power today, it was all enough to represent an immortal city and go out to the battle of 10,000 immortal cities to participate in the Imperial Dynasty's elite selection and obtain an official position. After waiting for about half an hour, rumble! The ancient giant tower suddenly trembled, and a vicissitude and ancient voice spread to every corner of Yendi Immortal City. Effective immediately, Yen Ruyu is the lord of the secret realm. Please ask the Imperial Dynasty to send down the decree. As the voice fell, a golden light flew out of Yende Immortal City, transforming into a female cultivator's official dress, reserved and extravagant. It traveled into the ancient tower and landed on Yen Ruyu, fitting her incomparably. And then a voice filled with majesty, like the heavenly Tao, spread out. Princess Ruyu, with a virtuous character, who inherited the ancestral will, in charge of the 10,000 realms of the secret realm, enthroned as the lord of Yende Immortal City. The big event, the dust settles. Shang Guangzhu stood in the observation pavilion, heard the voice, gritted his teeth. His features were hideous, but his face was white, like a bereaved dog, fleeing the scene in fear, not daring to turn back. And then Yen Ruyu's voice rang out, Lord of them all, come and have a chat with this palace. Shang Guangzhu fled. The body immediately stiffened, hanging head stood in place stiff for a long time, and then looked up to the sky and sighed. The body trembled, face like death to see Yen Ruyu. The two talked for not even a quarter of an hour, and Shang Guangzhu completely left. Yen Ruyu also returned from the 8th layer of the secret realm. Her jade face and temperament was already ascetic and divine, and now that she had an official position to add to it, she even more emphasized that her golden branch was not to be blasphemed. Only Lu Shenzhou knew how hot and tantalizing the soft jade figure was under this unprofane temperament. Hua Lanlan immediately saluted, Congratulations Princess on taking charge of the secret realm and immortal city. Lu Shenzhou also got up, with an ambiguous gaze, smilingly said, Congratulations to your highness for changing your destiny. Without Lu Shenzhou, she was still just a terminally insane princess who was counted by merchants. The merchants planned to eat the desperate and master the 10,000 realms mystic realm, and the place of Li was successful. Yen Ruyu looked at Lu Shenzhou with gratitude, emotion, and a strong color of lust in her beautiful eyes. Lu Shenzhou, this palace's body is a little unwell, follow this palace back to the house for treatment. Lu Shenzhou laughed. I don't dare to disobey. Chapter 94, Taking Down Yen Ruyu. 93 Intentionality Techniques. Lu Shenzhou and Yen Ruyu did not return to the county king's mansion. Yen Ruyu stood with Lu Shenzhou, and with a flash of rainbow light on her body, she directly disappeared into the secret territory. As the Lord of Immortal City, she had the authority to teleport to every corner within Immortal City at any time. With a sway of their bodies, the two of them reappeared and had arrived within the elegant room of the inn where Lu Shenzhou was temporarily staying. Lu Shenzhou looked at Yen Ruyu with ambiguous eyes and said with a bad smile, Your Highness, is it a cure first, or is it a double cultivation? Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes were the color of moving desire. She looked at Lu Shenzhou, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, her voice like heavenly music. Shenzhou, thank you. Apart from the name that I can't give you, the rest of what I have, I can give you. Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled, including yourself, Your Highness? Of course. Yen Ruyu slightly raised her swan-like snow-white neck. Lu Shenzhou didn't want to be the princess's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. If he became the emperor's son-in-law, he could only have Her Highness alone for the rest of his life, and he, Lu Shenzhou, still had to start a family for the Lu family. And before Yen Ruyu, he already had several women. How could he give up a forest for a tree? Lu Shenzhou laughed, stood forward, his big hand forward wrapped around her waist, smelling the refreshing virginal fragrance of her body. Then is the princess ready to repay the favor? Yen Ruyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but her beautiful eyes were thick with the color of lust. Her voice was still indifferent, but revealed a spring feeling that was hard to suppress. Well, first be your woman. You can then heal me and double cultivate me. You're from the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. I'll regularly go to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to find you for healing in the future. Lu Shenzhou, I also want your child. Lu Shenzhou laughed and moved forward to kiss her. Then slowly guided her. There was no need to talk about the one night of which mountain clouds and rain, naturally. Yen Ruyu was lying on Lu Shenzhou's chest, her cloudy temples were drenched in sweat, her eyes were misty, and her jade face and body were all the color of charming pink. So this is what it's like to be a woman. Lu Shenzhou was ready to get up, but Yen Ruyu pulled him down and pressed him underneath, spitting out moving words of love in his ears. Don't go, I still want to. Another day passed. Then 3 days and 3 nights passed. It seemed that the desire that had been pent up for many years was vented cleanly within these few days. Lu Shenzhou touched his waist, in pain and happiness. Fortunately young, physical quality is twice as good. After this eating the marrow, Princess Yen Ruyu was more obsessed than him. And she all kinds of charming attitude, moving people's mind, only Lu Shenzhou is visible. Yen Ruyu put on a long skirt and reverted to that ascetic divine princess. There were only a few more points of flirtatious seduction on her body, adding to her charm. Her beautiful eyes also returned to the color of indifference to the world and desires, but there was still a touch of covetousness under her eyes, a feeling of unfulfilled desire. Lu Shenzhou put on his clothes and gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. How did you talk with the merchant? Yan Ruyu was like a kitten, enjoying Lu Shenzhou's embrace, her jade face rubbed against him intimately, saying, "Leave Shang Jianyao alive, keep his identity as a son-in-law, and the merchant will be used by me from now on. Otherwise, this palace will report to the imperial court and have his merchants exterminate the 9 clans." Then, Lu Shenzhou learned the truth from her, but this was not important to Lu Shenzhou. This time he and Yan Ruyu won big. Yan Ruyu said, "Shenzhou, this year's 10,000 realms mystical realm should be over, go, I'll take you to pick out a feat." Good. Lu Shenzhou was in a great mood. After cultivating for so long, it was finally time to harvest the fruits. With a flash of spiritual light on their bodies, the two of them once again returned to the middle of the 10,000 realms mysterious realm. Yan Ruyu's jade finger lightly shook, and tens of thousands of gongfa within the secret realm flew out in unison. "Shenzhou, you major in the pure yang and thunder realms. These two major realms of intent are overbearing and main killing, they are excellent paths. Thunder was the main focus, with wind and rain as a supplement. As for the water realm, it was all incidental. The great Tao is 49 killings, and the diffusion of one life. You already have the 4 thunder realms of Gung Thunder, Purple Thunder, Water Thunder, and Divine Thunder at the moment, and you can still cultivate another 45 thunder realms." As the voice fell, 45 techniques flew in. Pure Yang Intent Realm, you only have 1, you can still cultivate another 48. Lu Shenzhou's Pure Yang Intent Realm was that golden dragon. Because he himself was a pure Yang body, there was no need to additionally specialize in comprehending the Pure Yang Intent Realm. The total here was 93 techniques. Lu Shenzhou could be said to have made a fortune. With his 4 major thunder intentions, he was able to behead the Sex Saint Sun. If he were to cultivate all of these intentions to great completion, a single finger would be enough to crush that Fan Yushuan. But to cultivate so many intent realms, there was no telling how much pure Yang pure Yin Qi was needed. Happy troubles ah! Lu Shenzhou looked stunned. "Your Highness, can I cultivate so much?" It was better to claim the position outside. After all, in this secret realm, there was still the life soul of the Yin family's ancestor, who knew if these old things would surreptitiously observe. Upon hearing this, Yan Ruyu let out a delicate, flirtatious laugh. "Shenzhou, the reason why the heaven realm is called heaven is that there is no upper limit to the heaven realm. The lower limit of the heaven realm is that you have to comprehend 10 realms of intent before you can break the shackles and completely step into the transcendent. And the more intent realms you cultivate, the easier you can break the shackles and step into the celestial realm. A genius of a clan can usually cultivate 2 to 7 intent realms within 30 years of age. A genius of a city can cultivate more than 8 realms of intent, so that he or she has the minimum qualifications to participate in the 10,000 immortal city battle. And for tens of thousands of years, all the geniuses who could emerge in the 10,000 immortal city battle were all above 50 realms of intent. Shenzhou, if you can comprehend more than 100 realms of intent, you can become one of the top-ranked geniuses of the Long Yuan Dao and travel to a wider heaven and earth." Lu Shenzhou was slightly shocked. Above 50 realms of intent? So that's how it is. The Great Xiao Dynasty territory had a total of 13 provinces, with more than tens of thousands of immortal cities, while the Long Yuan Dao was near the eastern wasteland and geographically remote and backward. The 93 techniques were all laid out in front of Lu Shenzhou. Yan Ruyu said, "Shenzhou, these techniques cannot be taken away, they can only be viewed in the secret realm. Take your time to look at them. This palace is going to go and clean up the door first." Her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of darkness in her belly. When the ascetic goddess who was high above the world and ignored the world's mundanity fell to the mortal world, she would be more belly-achingly powerful than everyone else. Good. Lu Shenzhou nodded. With so many feats, how could he finish learning without decades or centuries? But he didn't have that much time. He had come out for about half a month this time. At most, he would let Yu Shuizhou memorize all of the feats, and when he had the pure Yang Qi, he would then refer to them almost one by one. These techniques combined hundreds of millions of words. Even Yu Shuizhou, the Sky Fox Princess, also spent a full 2 months of time, only to memorize these 93 techniques. And after Lu Shenzhou finished his business, it was time for him to leave Yendi Immortal City and return to Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. Fang Yushuan, wait for me to die. Lu Shenzhou was currently looking forward to returning to the East Xian sect. Chapter 95 Princess unwilling to give up, returning to Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. As Lu Shenzhou was about to leave Yendi Immortal City, Yan Ruyu pulled Lu Shenzhou to linger for another night. The desire of this Princess Highness, after being opened by Lu Shenzhou, was like a river that let go of its dam, raging beyond measure. Even after it was temporarily poured out, it quickly built up to full again. Lu Shenzhou put on his clothes and touched his waist, a touch of exhaustion in his expression. Then I should return to Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. Yan Ruyu's jade body was spread out, somewhat lazily lying on top of the cold ice jade bed. Her beautiful eyes were mesmerized and she seemed to still be reminiscing about enjoying the afterglow as she gently answered. "Well, in some days, I'll come to the Eastern Wasteland to look for you." Lu Shenzhou left the inn, brought his own beast mount and prepared to return to the eastern wasteland immortal city. This place was tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern wasteland immortal city. Even if Lu Shenzhou traveled day and night, it would take several days to arrive. Swoosh! Steeply, a piece of ice cone at the city gate shot towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's perception was so powerful that he immediately avoided it and looked in the direction. It was to see a pair of waves, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Great Thunder Woman, what are you trying to do? Only to see the injury recuperated. Yang Qian did not leave. Wearing a long purple dress, she giggled, little brother, sister, this is to repay the favor. If you leave the city like this now, you will be ambushed by the Divine Wood sect in Qingyu Pavilion, and you will not survive 10 deaths. Lu Shenzhou immediately frowned, killing intent surging in his eyes. The people from these two sects didn't leave either? Yang Qian laughed, not bad, you killed their clan's holy son, how can they let you leave alive? Little brother, why don't you just stay in Yen Di Immortal City and have a good time with your sister? As she did so, she could also be considered to have repaid the favor of Lu Shenzhou for leaving her alive that day in the ring. The next moment, there was the sound of an indifferent and pleasant voice, full of reserve. Since this is the case, Shenzhou, you can return to the eastern wasteland immortal city in this palace's flying warboat. Only to see Yen Ruyu, who was well-groomed and dressed in a gorgeous and extravagant long dress, appear, her eyes somewhat cold and unkindly glancing at Yang Qian. Yang Qian's complexion stiffened, and she snapped and retreated. The favor has been repaid, and I should go. She didn't dare to steal a man from her highness. This look from Yen Ruyu just now seemed to be telling her that even if Lu Shenzhou wanted to have a quickie, it would be with her. What kind of weeds and flowers want to touch Lu Shenzhou? Lu Shenzhou looked at Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a color of intent. He touched his waist and laughed. Respectfully, then I would like to thank your highness for sending me home. And then Yen Ruyu summoned the flying warboat and took Lu Shenzhou away. The flying warboat casually traveled 10,000 miles in a day, and was able to return Lu Shenzhou to the eastern wasteland immortal city much faster. It's not good that Lu Shenzhou left on Princess Ruyu's warboat. Outside the city gates, a disciple came to the Divine Wood sect in Qingyu Pavilion to report. Damn it! This little white boy really did become that princess's face head. What to do? Such a blood revenge, of course we must avenge it, but there is no rush. With this little brute's ability, he will surely participate in the 10,000 immortal city battle, and we will get rid of him then. On the flying warship, Lu Shenzhou looked at Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu's hot and delicate body stuck up, her voice had a sense of seduction. Shenzhou, plow through when you have time. This palace wants to get pregnant with your child as soon as possible. This princess, who was previously ascetic and divine in general, had morphed into a chimera at this moment. She had pleasured with Lu Shenzhou many times, and after a few months, her stomach had not reacted at all. That does not hinder, more plowing, sooner or later can brew the fruit of love. Lu Shenzhou could not even say the words of rejection, sinning ah. His purine chi was full and could not be fuller. Can only be painful and happy. He is a cold grassroots, can hold on the hall princess, in the eyes of others, has been greedy heaven's fortune. Fortunately, he is the body of pure yang, fast recovery ability, otherwise really cannot forbid Yen Ruyu this kind of pressure. In this bed between the bed, a few days is to arrive in the East Wasteland Immortal City, during which there is no stopover. The Yen County King's Palace's flying warship descended into the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, causing countless people to exclaim. The warboat of the County King's mansion. I wonder what this kind of reserved figure is doing here in Eastern Desolate Immortal City. A spot in the Battle of 10,000 Immortal City? Yen Ruyu descended into the Eastern Desolate Immortal City, and the city lord of the city immediately greeted her personally and held a large banquet. Princess Ruyu, your arrival has made the East Desolate Immortal City your humble self has already prepared a banquet to receive your highness. The East Desolate Immortal City's city lord had a fawning face, completely unable to see the posture of a big shot. Finally back. Lu Shenzhou looked at the familiar Eastern Desolate Immortal City with a somewhat emotional face. If he didn't come back, his waist would break on Yen Ruyu's bed. This phantom princess could not be fed enough. Luckily, she was exclusive to Lu Shenzhou alone. How is this gentleman addressed? The city lord of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City greeted Lu Shenzhou with a respectful face. Lu Shenzhou arched his hands and clasped his fists as he laughed and said, Lord City Lord, I am Lu Shenzhou, a true successor of the East Shin sect. Such a big shot, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet him on a normal day. The four great sects were all subject to the city lord's mansion, which in turn was subject to the Long Yuan Dao. Even the patriarch, who was a martial saint, did not dare to disobey this city lord. No matter how powerful the Dongshan sect was, it was still just a sect, while the city lord's mansion represented the great Xia dynasty, and was able to hang the dynasty's coat of arms. No matter how powerful the sect was, it could not reach the step. Lu Shenzhou? The city lord seemed to have an impression, the one who set up a life and death battle with the saint son of the Dongshan sect? Lu Shenzhou laughed, Lord City Lord also knows me? Lord City Lord glanced at Yen Ruyu, who had an indifferent expression, ascetic divinity, and golden branches, and smiled in compliment. Mr. Lu is the first person in this true biography competition, powering over many geniuses. This official naturally knows about it. So it turns out that Mr. Lu disappeared for 3 months and went to Yendi Immortal City to further his training. It seems that the Dongxian sect is going to get a new Saint Sun. At that time, this official will definitely pick a better Saint Sun mission for Mr. Lu. But right now, it's better for Mr. Lu to go home and take a look around first. This official heard that Mr. Lu is delayed in showing up, and that the Fong family seems to be arresting the relatives around Mr. Lu. At these words, Lu Shenzhou's face changed, and the killing intent in his eyes rolled over like a tide. Rumble. It was too late to say goodbye. Lu Shenzhou directly transformed into thunder, running like thunder, directly rushing out of the city lord's mansion, heading towards the direction of the Lu family. A flash of astonishment flashed in the city lord's eyes. What a powerful power of thunder intent. Lu Mansion. It was surrounded at the moment. It was full of people from the Acacia Alliance, and the book depository pavilion elder was sitting at the entrance, his body stained with blood and his face pale. Lu Jiro, Mayan dance. 2 women's faces were also not good. In the sky, 2 great celestial cultivators were facing each other. They were Hua Miaoi and Fang Hengtian. At the doorway, a Dongxian protege had a cruel face. Lu Shenzhou, it's not good for you to provoke anyone. You have to provoke the Saint Sun, and you refuse to show up after answering the life and death contract. Then don't blame us for arresting your relatives and women and forcing you to show up. Chapter 96. Bullying the small with the big can't be tolerated even for a day. Kill your son tomorrow. Lu Shenzhou had disappeared for 3 months. Except for Master Hua Miaoi, who knew where to go, everyone else thought that Lu Shenzhou was afraid of death and didn't dare to respond to the battle and ran away. This is? Just as the 2 sides confronted each other, a thunderbolt suddenly raced from the city lord's mansion. Upon getting a clear look at the silhouette in that thunder, the Dongxian Pro transmitter guarding the entrance of the Feng mansion revealed a strange color. Lu Shenzhou, it really forced you out. Get out of my way. A berserk roar of killing intent rang out. Those who stand in my way will die. Lu Shenzhou was like a berserk thunder beast, charging towards the front, his voice spreading out like rolling thunder. This East Qian progenitor laughed coldly. Want to go home to see how your relatives are doing? It's not that easy. Stop him. Lu Shenzhou had disappeared for a few months. He wanted to test how this Lu Shenzhou's battle power was and how much it had improved for the Saint Sun. 4th level of the Earth Realm? Roar! Lu Shenzhou raised his hand and was greeted by a golden thunder dragon snake fist blast. Thunder light rushed to the sky and thunder arcs overflowed. Something's not right. There's more than one type of thunder power. Ah! Miserable screams immediately rang out, but in a single glance, there were more than a dozen Earth Realm sect masters who died under Lu Shenzhou. Electricity was like thunder arcs that traveled through the crowd. Bang bang bang. The remaining people began to surround Lu Shenzhou. Also all of them exerted the power of intent fusion, mostly 2 intent realms, which were already the more elite true disciples of the 4 major sects of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. However, in front of Lu Shenzhou, it was as if their hands were unencumbered, extremely vulnerable. Their attacks, however, were unable to break the divine thunder cloth on Lu Shenzhou's body. So powerful? The pupils of this Dongxian true evangelist shrunk slightly. Compared to 3 months ago, Lu Shenzhou's strength had skyrocketed a lot. These were all veteran 3-sect true legends, and they were actually no match for Lu Shenzhou's one move. It seems that this Lu Shenzhou has had some heavenly chance during these 3 months. Let me probe you for the Holy Sun. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of the Dongxian progenitor. He immediately let out a loud shout as his breath surged wildly. 8 desolate arrows. 3 kinds of intentional forces then blossomed, resting on the bow and arrow, killing towards Lu Shenzhou. To make a move against a disciple of the same clan was about to be punished with capital punishment. When the book collection pavilion elder saw this scene, his eyes widened in anger. Bastard! This person made a move against Lu Shenzhou, and when Fang Yuxuan turned around and intervened, he would be able to use the name of examining and disciplining Lu Shenzhou to bail out this Dongxian pro-disciple. These 3 great bows and arrows burst forth, carrying a terrifying power. The 3 forces of intent fused to the peak. Lu Shenzhou sensed a hint of danger and didn't panic. Standing still, the power of thunder coalesced and transformed into a large spear, roaring as he threw it. Boom! The spear of Thunder Serpent, which was also a fusion of 3 kinds of intent power, collided with this arrow. A loud sound immediately erupted, and this East Qian progenitor Zhang Hai, who was originally full of confidence, abruptly changed his face. His arrow only resisted Lu Shenzhou's Thunder Serpent's gun for a split-second's effort before it was torn apart. And then a majestic force of thunder pounced towards him like a tidal wave. He hurriedly defended, but his defensive circle was instantly shattered by the destruction. This Thunder Serpent gun directly penetrated his chest and stuck him on the ground. PFF Zhang Hai immediately spat out blood as unspeakable pain surged through his entire body, his gaze shocked as he looked at Lu Shenzhou with disbelief. How could you have become so strong in such a short period of time? The level of the veteran sect master that he was so proud of was unbeatable in front of Lu Shenzhou. HM? Dare to injure fellow sect master brothers, Lu Shenzhou, you seek death. Seeing this scene, Fong Hengtian in the sky struck out with a cold snort. Shameless! Hua Miaoyi chanted, and dares to injure my disciple. This Shanghai party attacked Lu Shenzhou. Fong Hengtian didn't step in to stop it. This Lu Shenzhou injured Shanghai. This Fong Hengtian was going to step in to deal with Lu Shenzhou. Hua Miaoyi also raised her hand to stop Fong Hengtian from hurting Lu Shenzhou. However, Hua Miaoyi's power seemed to be somewhat inferior to Fong Hengtian. She blocked most of the damage of the move, but there was still a small portion of the power of the move that lunged towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou was instantly creeped out and his figure retreated violently. Even so, Lu Shenzhou was still grazed by the aftermath of the Heaven Realm power. Boom! The divine thundercloth on Lu Shenzhou's body was instantly torn apart as his figure was forced back. Fong Hengtian, you old bastard, wait for me. Blood spilled from the corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth. His body exuded a terrifying power of thunder intent as he raised his head to look at the sky. In his eyes was a dense killing intent. He had only injured Shanghai. This Fong Hengtian was directly trying to kill him. How shameless! If it's not a family, you don't enter a door. Speaking out of turn, how dare you humiliate the Senate elders? You should be taught a lesson. Seeing that one move didn't succeed, Fong Hengtian was ready to make another move. Even if he couldn't kill Lu Shenzhou, he would still seriously injure him and wait until the battle of the life and death stage a few days later, so that Lu Shenzhou would come to the ring with serious injuries and easily die under his son. Hua Miaoyi's beautiful eyes contained a cold aura. Fong Hengtian, if you dare to make a move against him, I can also make a move against your son. This Fong Hengtian dared to bully the small with the big and deal with her little man. She, Hua Miaoyi, could also be ruthless and assassinate Fong Yuxuan. Fong Hengtian, stop! At this moment, the furious shout of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City's city lord rang out. Luckily, he had followed him. This son of Fong Hengtian had used the big to bully the small to deal with Lu Shenzhou, and Princess Yen Ruyu was still in the Eastern Desolate Immortal City. If Lu Shenzhou was injured, how would Her Highness the Princess view him? Wouldn't he be a waste of space in Her Highness' eyes? Then how can he get promoted? Moreover, if he angered Yen Ruyu, the entire Eastern Desert Immortal City wouldn't be able to participate in the 10,000 Realms mystical realm in the future. Then he, Fong Hengtian, would be the sinner of East Desolate Immortal City. The East Desolate City Lord came to Lu Shenzhou's body to protect him. Fong Hengtian's face changed and he hurriedly withdrew his power. What's become of it? Disperse, or else the City Lord will call your respective patriarchs to have tea and talk about it. The Eastern Wasteland City Lord glanced at the corpses all over the ground and realized that it seemed like Lu Shenzhou had the advantage. As the voice fell, the remaining people immediately ran away in a puff of smoke. Even Fong Hengtian could only curse damnation and prepare to leave. Lu Shenzhou's cold and angry voice filled with killing intent rang out. Fong Hengtian, you old bastard, wait for me. A few days later, I will first kill Fong Yuxuan and then kill you. Fong Hengtian's face was grim. I'll return this to you. Have you bought yourself a good coffin yet? I've changed my mind, you Fong family dogs. I can't stand it for a single day. Don't need to wait for a few days later. Go to the life and death platform now to settle this matter. Old bastard, tell your son to roll up to the life and death platform and wait for me to take his dog's life. Lu Shenzhou's voice was resounding and full of killing intent. Fine, since you want to find death so badly, I'll fulfill you. Fong Hengtian left behind these words and flew away. Chapter 97, Fong Yuxuan, roll down and die. Hua Miaoyi flew down from the sky and landed in front of Lu Shenzhou with a somewhat worried expression. Little bastard, are you sure? Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, killing intent in his eyes. Master, am I going to do something that I'm not sure of? After killing dozens of people just now, Lu Shenzhou had collected thousands of strands of pure yang qi. If Fong Yuxuan didn't move his relatives, he might really have to wait a few days. Thanks to Old Iron for sending the pure yang qi to help him, Lu Shenzhou. Fong Yuxuan had really lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Hua Miaoyi looked a little expectant. Little bastard, how many types of intentionality power have you mastered now? Lu Shenzhou thought about it. Wind, rain, tianshui, divine thunder, gung lei, purple thunder, water thunder. Lu Shenzhou, killing Fong Yuxian is enough. Then Lu Shenzhou walked into the Lu family and saw his group of relatives unharmed, which was a relief. If it was because of him that Lu Jiro, Mu Yanmai and other women were injured, Lu Shenzhou would not forgive himself. Coughing, the hidden book pavilion elder coughed up blood. Lu kid, this elder has done what he promised you. Lu Shenzhou squarely performed a big salute. Many thanks to the elder. I'll go heal my wounds first. The collection pavilion elder did not delay Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou arrived in front of Mayan Dance and Lu Jiro. Sister Jiro, Meyer, are you guys alright? Lu Jiro flung herself into Lu Shenzhou's arms, her delicate body trembling lightly, her voice filled with full-bodied feelings of longing. Shenzhou, I'm so afraid that I will never see you again. Lu Shenzhou wrapped one hand around her waist, gently patting and pacifying her, full of apologies. Sister Jiro, I'm sorry, it's me who came back late. His face was gloomy. He was the one who gullibly believed Fong Yuxuan's words. Saying that he would not move for 100 days, right now, not even 100 days, let the Acacia Alliance come and move his relatives. Fong Yuxuan deserved to die. Acacia Alliance also deserved to die. Lu Shenzhou's empty hand held Mayan Dance's catkin, his eyes full of thoughts and apologies. Dancer, I'm sorry. Mu Yan Dance rarely did not lose her temper, her lips lightly biting, did not break away from Lu Shenzhou's hand, letting him hold it. In her beautiful eyes were complex emotions. Still no to say sorry, forget it. You bastard. Came back unhurt just fine. Wait for the next battle, do you have confidence? If you can't beat it, just. Lu Shenzhou laughed, his eyes showing a touch of ambiguity at her. I'm the only seedling left in my Lu family, and I haven't even dated you, Dancer, so I can't afford to die. Humph. Mayan Dance lightly hummed, then took out a few pure yang crystals from her spatial ring. During the time you were away, I saved a little bit of this stuff, take it and use it. She placed the item into Lu Shenzhou's hand. Lu Shenzhou was greatly moved. Meyer, I want to kiss you so badly right now. A touch of scarlet climbed onto Mayan Dance's jade face. She glared at Lu Shenzhou and gently gritted her teeth. You bastard, go and use it. Saying this, she pulled out Lu Jiro and Lu Shenzhou's arms and left, giving Lu Shenzhou the space to enhance his strength and seclusion. Lu Jiro didn't resist. Lu Shenzhou looked at this scene, his eyes slightly stunned. The two people who are incompatible with each other, their relationship has actually gotten a little better? This was a good thing. He laughed and burrowed into his room and began to raise his cultivation and battle power. Fang Yuxuan's explicitly exposed battle power was 8 realms of intent, and his strength was unfathomable, and it was possible that the other party had already broken through to the celestial realm in the 3 months that Lu Shenzhou had left the eastern wasteland immortal city. Thinking about this, a kind of pressure surged into Lu Shenzhou's heart, causing his eyes to reveal a wolfish fervor of killing intent and battle intent. He took a deep breath and summoned the pure yang qi in his body. And then his breath began to climb step by step. Peak of the 4th level of Earth Martial. 5th level of Earth Martial. 6th level of Earth Martial. Earth Martial level 7. The 8th level of Earth Martial. With his breath breaking through to the 8th level of Earth Martial, Lu Shenzhou's breath also came to a very terrifying category. The few pure yang crystals that Mayan Dance had saved up had also been consumed quite a bit. It's time to have an epiphany of other intentional powers. Lu Shenzhou pondered for a moment and spoke. Yu Shuizhou, I want to have an epiphany technique, time is urgent, pick a few of the strongest techniques and tell me. Yu Shuizhou spoke, no problem, the crystal of pure yang in your hand right now can still allow you to have an epiphany of 6 more techniques and at least 12 forces of intent. So that's almost 20 types of intentionality power in your body. With this kind of power, even if you run into a weaker heaven realm cultivator, you'll be able to call it 50-50 with him. Even if Fang Yuxuan broke through to the celestial realm, Lu Shenzhou would not be afraid. Then let's start the epiphany. The strength of the celestial realm was strong or weak purely based on how many types of intentional powers you had mastered at the earth realm. Lu Shenzhou was bound to bring a surprise to Fang Yuxuan. Dongxian sacked. Fang Hengtian arrived at the sacred sun peak. Fang Yuxuan was coitus with his 3 concubines, and the 3 vulgar fans were working hard to serve and please Fang Yuxuan. Fang Hengtian frowned and spoke. Yuxuan, that Lu Shenzhou has shown up. This little brute has mastered at least 4 types of thunder realm power, even veteran earth realm masters are no match for him in a single move. In just 3 months, his strength has risen to such a level, it's truly unbelievable. A few moments later, Fang Yuxuan put on his clothes and walked out, letting out a light laugh, his eyes filled with contempt. Father, so what if the power of the 4 thunder realms of intent, within 3 moves, a snap of the fingers can kill? Fang Hengtian reminded, Yu Xian, don't get caught in the gutter. In this battle, the patriarch will also be present. That little brute is looking for death, and is now going to open the thunder life and death with you, so I'll answer for you. If we give him a few more days, there might be some more changes. You have to go all out, don't take it lightly. Fang Yuxuan looked arrogant, not taking his words seriously at all. Father, don't worry. But a wild dog barking wildly, a humble bloodline from a cold family, how can it threaten me? On the contrary, this time, the selection for the 10,000 Immortal City quota will soon begin, and that's the main thing I'll be dealing with. I've been sitting on this Saint Sun one for many years, this year's 10,000 Immortal City selection of elites, I'm bound to stand out and head to a wider heaven and earth. Fang Hengtian nodded slightly before bringing Fang Yuxuan to the life and death ring. The news that Lu Shenzhou was going to challenge the Sacred Sun to a battle today spread like a tidal wave in a very short period of time. For more than 10 years, Fang Yuxuan had been sitting steadily at the position of Saint Sun, and there were countless people who wanted to challenge him midway, but they all died tragically in Fang Yuxuan's hands. And this time, could Lu Shenzhou beat Fang Yuxuan and ascend to become the new Saint Sun of the sect? The first time many people got the news, they rushed to the life and death platform. The entire vicinity of the life and death platform was already crowded. Everyone was waiting for Lu Shenzhou to come. Fang Yuxuan's face was proud and indifferent as he sat on a mount and drank tea. Rumble. Suddenly, a raging thunder descended from the sky and landed on the life and death ring. Lu Shenzhou's voice was like rolling thunder in the sky, spreading out. Fang Yuxuan, roll down and die. Chapter 98 Duel. Fang Yuxuan promoted to the heaven realm, Lu Shenzhou was in danger. Fang Yuxuan, roll down and die. The thunderous voice rolled as well, filled with an unspeakably powerful confidence and dominance. As the sky swept with sight, countless gazes landed on Lu Shenzhou. This is Lu Shenzhou? What a terrifying aura! The Thunder Realm was even developed by him to such an extent, this must have comprehended at least 6 or 7 realms, right? This Lu Shenzhou's rise is as fast as a shooting star. How long has he only been a true legend? Everyone who surveyed Lu Shenzhou revealed a look of shock as the voices discussing him buzzed and erupted. This is Lu Shenzhou. Surprisingly, he didn't escape but dared to actually show up. Heh, so what if he has comprehended several types of thunder intent? Compared to Saint Sun Fong, he's not even as good as an ant. Some of the true disciples who followed Fong Yuxuan sneered several times, and none of them looked favorably on Lu Shenzhou. Fong Yuxuan rarely had a record of public strikes over the years, but only those who followed Fong Yuxuan knew. Fong Yuxuan's battle power was unfathomable, like an insurmountable mountain. The momentum of this Lu Shenzhou's appearance was too vast and amazing. The higher the strength of the people, the more they could understand how Lu Shenzhou's battle power was. Those with less strength were like looking at flowers in a fog, unable to see the real thing. Showing up. Fong Yuxuan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the figure in the ring. The teacup in his hand was instantly shattered into pieces by him. Fong Yuxuan sat there, looking down at Lu Shenzhou, his voice indifferent. Lu Shenzhou, before you die, I'll give you one last chance. Bow down and recognize me as your master. In the coming day, I will pass on the position of Saint Son of this Dongxian sect to you. Otherwise, if you dare to disobey me again, die. An indifferent voice echoed out. This Lu Shenzhou's cultivation had clearly skyrocketed to the 8th level of the Earth Realm, and then combined with this powerful power of the Thunder Intent. Looking at the many immortal cities in the Million-Mile region, Lu Shenzhou's battle power could also be ranked among the best in the Zhongshu. Lu Shenzhou sniffed and put both hands behind his back. The two of them had 4 eyes facing each other, and in mid-air, the spiritual energy was already starting to riot, causing people to gasp in shock. He didn't even raise his eyelids, his mouth faintly spat out a few words. Give you a word, die. The voice transformed into rolling thunder and spread out, Lu Shenzhou's dominance and confidence interpreted to the extreme. Many people's faces were startled. After more than 10 years, it was the first time they had seen someone who dared to speak to Fong Yuxuan like this. Seeing this, Fong Hengtian's eyes were gloomy, uneducated, only sharp-tongued things. Yuxuan is a genius that I have personally cultivated and can inherit the position of patriarch in the future. The voice fell. Fong Yuxian slowly got up, actually taking a step to slowly step into the air, his body emitting a palpitating spiritual power fluctuation. That indifferent voice filled with majesty rang out. Lu Shenzhou, I don't know what strange encounters you have had that made you mistakenly think that mastering a few thunder intentions gives you the qualifications to challenge me. I will let you know just how desperate the gap between heaven and earth is. As the last word fell, Fong Yuxuan's entire body stepped into the void without falling. Wow! The scene was in an uproar as countless people's faces changed drastically in disbelief. Fong Yuxuan has stepped into the heaven realm, breaking the earth realm's mundane shackles and becoming a celestial being with a single step. From now on, the world is so big that you can go anywhere. Following this, the aura in the sky went berserk. Fong Hengtian's face revealed a look of satisfaction. Yuxuan has really stepped into the heaven realm. Huamiaoi, you I still can't take you? Fong Yuxuan had also only entered the heaven realm not long ago. Even he, who was his oldest son, didn't know that. It was also Lu Shenzhou who showed up, allowing Fong Yuxuan to show his true strength. In the next instant, Fong Yuxuan moved. Boom! With an extremely astonishing speed, Fong Yuxuan tore through the air and ruthlessly pounced towards Lu Shenzhou below. Although it wasn't thunder intent, the speed was more than thunder overdrive, and with this speed, it was difficult for an Earth Realm cultivator to avoid it at all. This terrifying speed was enough to bombard away the flesh of an Earth Realm sect master. With just one strike, he had revealed a strength that shocked countless people. With this kind of battle prowess, it was worthy of being a genius of the Dongxian sect who had sat at the position of Saint Sun for over a decade. In the face of Fong Yuxuan's vicious attack, Lu Shenzhou stood still and did not move at all before the sound of shocking thunder exploded. The tiger whistled and the dragon roared. Bang! Lu Shenzhou was flat and unimpressive, blasting a punch forward, and there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy on his body, not to mention the shadow of a golden light and thunder snake. Instead, a powerful and vast force spread out from his fist. Under those many horrified gazes, Lu Shenzhou's punch directly blocked Fong Yuxuan's vicious attack. Boom! The entire life and death stage trembled violently, and under this duo's first exchange of moves, there were hidden signs that it was about to collapse. And Lu Shenzhou stood still, actually showing no signs of falling below. Wow! The scene even set off a wave of shock and horror. Lu Shenzhou used the Earth Realm to battle the Heaven Realm, and not only did he not die in the first move, he did not lose the slightest bit of ground. This kind of power, how could one not be shocked? Did he really only have a few Thunder Realms? Under the gaze of those countless horrified gazes, Lu Shenzhou slowly stepped forward and his indifferent voice spread out. Fong Yuxuan, as a Heaven Realm, if you only have this much power, it would be too disappointing. Take out your power, let me see your power as a cultivator of the celestial realm. In the sky, Fan Yuxuan stepped on the void with his feet, his face gloomy and his voice cold to the bone. As you wish. Let you experience the power of the celestial realm before you die. Fan Yuxuan's eyes were churning with killing intent, and there was an even greater shame of humiliation. As a heaven realm, he had blown away an earth realm sect master with a single move, but he had actually left Lu Shenzhou unharmed. What kind of strange shame was this? As the voice fell, at that instant, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth boiled and churned violently as if it were a tidal wave of clouds. Solidification. The spiritual energy at the scene seemed to solidify, causing people to feel suffocated and their breathing became difficult. Earth realm patriarchs returned to the basics and could utilize the elemental power of the intent in heaven and earth. And at the heaven realm, it was breaking the shackles, being able to utilize the power of heaven and earth for themselves. This allowed one's own power to be taken to the next level. Under this kind of oppression, Lu Shenzhou seemed to have trouble even trying to move a step. Lu Shenzhou felt Fan Yuxuan's strong aura, and his eyes instantly condensed. Dongxian star-shattering finger. A majestic and terrifying ancient desolate finger appeared, seemingly able to shatter stars with a single finger. It descended from the sky, crushing towards Lu Shenzhou at the bottom of the ring. When this move appeared and pressed down, it actually burned the aura in the sky and earth, carrying a layer of fire waves. Lu Shenzhou, die for me! Fan Yuxuan's killing intent surged as he ruthlessly pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. Rumble. Layers of aura exploded and burned, the scene was vast and terrifying. Lu Shenzhou was as small and fragile as an ant under this finger. He stood still for a moment. The sound of thunder churning resounded from the scene, accompanied by Lu Shenzhou's roar. Dragon. Fist. Chapter 99, Heavenly Dragon Imprisoning Desolation, explosively killing Fan Yuxuan. Roar. Dragon roars mixed with thunderous sounds rang out. Suddenly, the life and death ring began to collapse, and even under a terrified gaze. A thunder dragon emerged, and there were more than 20 different colors of thunder and 10 power around the dragon's shadow. It was like a real thunder dragon descending, charging into the sky from below, wrapped in the violent power of thunder rushing towards the desolate ancient finger. Bang! Double strokes collision, berserk thunder dragon open fierce dragon mouth, seems to want to this ancient finger to devour bite. This scene was simply too horrifying. The faces of everyone on the scene changed drastically. Fan Hengtian's pupils abruptly shrunk. 8th level of the earth realm. 20 thunder and 10 powers. He watched Lu Shenzhou execute the dragon fist with a gloomy expression and spat it out word by word. This fellow, not only did he raise his cultivation to the 8th level of the earth realm in a short period of time, I didn't expect that he even comprehended over 20 thunder realms. The book collection Pavilion Elder's face was stunned, such a terrifying power of intent, even Fan Yuxuan could not match it. Rumble. Rumble. Destroying the heavens and destroying the earth in general, the dual strokes rushed to the end, and they all collapsed at the same time, transforming into violent spiritual power fluctuations spreading out. And the life and death ring under Lu Shenzhou was already full of holes. The smoke dispersed and the spiritual energy calmed down slightly. Lu Shenzhou, who was standing on the ruins of the ring, was unharmed. And then the wind and thunder realm reappeared, holding Lu Shenzhou's body as it slowly hovered and rose up. Immediately, someone's pupils shrank and recognized the fusion of the 3 great realms of thunder, wind, and water. Just how many realms of intent has he comprehended? Where did he get so many top-notch techniques? This move, which Lu Shenzhou had been inspired by Yang Qian and made up with his own hands, although it couldn't do flight, it allowed Lu Shenzhou to briefly stand in the void. What can the might of the heaven realm do to me? Fan Yuxuan, your battle power is nothing more than that. Lu Shenzhou stood up in the air, facing off with Fan Yuxuan, a sneer in his eyes. You also receive a move from me. Thunder Gun. Lu Shenzhou raised his hand and 20 types of thunder intent power suddenly appeared, condensing into a terrifying spear, and then mercilessly pounced towards Fan Yuxuan. Unbridled. Fan Yuxuan's face turned blue, killing intent filling his eyes. He had never expected that an inconspicuous little bug would grow to such a state in a short period of time. Bang bang bang. Above the sky, thunder shadows crisscrossed the sky, and thunderstorm rumbles resounded at all times. Terrifying spiritual power fluctuations spread out, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Shenzhou's battle power at the 8th level of the Earth Realm screamed horror. The disciples up and down the East Xian sect did not dare to imagine that the Earth Realm battle power could go so terrifyingly far as to be able to fight with the Heaven Realm without losing the battle. All the elders of the Dongxian sect, and even the Patriarch also believed that Lu Shenzhou's strength was indeed enough to threaten Fan Yuxuan at the Earth Realm. This kind of talent was good enough to hold the position of Saint Son of the Dongxian sect. And Fan Yuxuan wasn't bad either, also entering the Celestial Realm at a young age. It was a pity that in this battle today, only one of the two would survive. This little bastard. Hua Miaoi stood beside the Patriarch, her beautiful eyes rippling with light and shadow, filled with surprise. Unexpectedly, her little man had gained this much in the 10,000 Realms mysterious realm, and was enough to challenge the Heaven Realm at the Earth Realm. While her cultivation was also at the heaven realm, Lu Shenzhou had risen so quickly that it gave her a sense of urgency. If the two of them fought, would Lu Shenzhou be able to defeat her? At that time, she would have to marry into the Lu family, become Lu Shenzhou's concubine and give him children. Thinking of this, a blush climbed up her neck, causing her lips to lightly bite as she felt the pressure. It was better for her to step into the martial saint realm early as well. If Lu Shenzhou defeated Feng Yuxuan today, the two disciples under her name, one being a holy maiden and the other being a holy son, would be enough to bring her enough credit. It was a pity that Su Qingyu had already set off on her saint daughter mission and was unable to see Lu Shenzhou's growth, otherwise she, her senior sister, would have been surprised at Lu Shenzhou's growth. Bang bang bang. In the sky, Lu Shenzhou and Feng Yuxuan exchanged hundreds of moves, evenly matched, none of them falling into a disadvantage. The longer Lu Shenzhou held out and the stronger his battle power became, the more shocked and appalled people felt. If there were many people who didn't think highly of Lu Shenzhou before, and were unswervingly in favor of Feng Yuxuan, then right now, no one had any doubts about Lu Shenzhou. Then right now, no one held that mentality anymore. As the two sides blew each other away with a single move and pulled away from each other, the two of them slightly gasped for breath for a few moments, and the killing intent and battle intent in their eyes boiled even more. Everyone knew that the battle of life and death was about to get truly exciting. Almost there. Lu Shenzhou's body was surging with the power of thunder intent, his black hair danced wildly in the wind, and there were thunder arcs flowing all over his body, setting him off like a demon god. I've also gotten a clear picture of your battle power base, Feng Yuxuan. Last move, it's time to send you on your way. The 8th level of the Earth realm brought a great battle power boost, but he was simultaneously casting 20 thunder intent powers, consuming a great deal of spiritual energy all the time. It wasn't too good to continue dragging on. Great words. Feng Yuxuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he let out a cold smile on his face. Tiny Earth realm, too rampant. Even if you have 20 thunder intentions to add to it, don't be delusional enough to kill the heaven realm. Then I will kill you. Lu Shenzhou roared furiously, heavenly dragon prisoner of desolation. This fist, which was the 7th style of the Gungrai dragon snake fist, was also Lu Shenzhou's most powerful move to date. Roar! A fist blasted out, a heavenly dragon glowing with lightning appeared. Each dragon scale was lifelike, carrying the power of thunder, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards Feng Yuxuan. Dongxian shattering desolate tablet. Seeing Lu Shenzhou's punch, Feng Yuxuan's pupils suddenly shrunk in shock and anger. This punch actually caused him to detect a sense of life and death crisis. A mere earth realm had made him, a heaven realm saint's son, threatened with death. A divine demon steel void that was brewed from spiritual energy emerged, manifesting his strongest intentional power, which was the intent of stone. He held the divine demon shadow steel in both hands and collided towards the thunder light heavenly dragon. Bang! The black light collided with the lightning flash. Just when everyone thought that this move of the duo was going to continue spreading the stalemated battlefield. Shatter! In the distant void, Lu Shenzhou let out a cold laugh as his body's spiritual energy suddenly went berserk, causing his face to turn white. Only to see the thunder light heavenly dragon's body suddenly explode. What is a prisoner? Trapping a person in it. The thunderlight heavenly dragon's silhouette exploded, scattering into countless pieces of lightning, and then Lu Shenzhou spaced out and pinched at the void with his 5 fingers. Rumble! In the middle of an area, thunderlight filled and flashed, trapping and killing Feng Yuxuan in it. Dozens of forces of intent were unleashed. How could one be called upon to fight? Ah! Feng Yuxuan let out a miserable scream as his figure was blasted off the ground by the thunderstorm. Although Lu Shenzhou's face was pale, his aura was still as berserk as a thunder beast. Feng Yuxuan, let's see what other moves you have, suffer death. He raised his fist, and his figure rose from the sky, killing fiercely towards Feng Yuxuan below. Chapter 100, Becoming the Holy Son of the Dongxian Sect. Mayan Dance's Initiative and Secret. Yuxuan. Not good. Feng Hengtian could no longer stay calm and Tong stood up in a panic. He instantly wanted to rush down to save Feng Yuxuan. Lu Shenzhou's punch was strong enough to exceed 40,000 pounds. Feng Yuxuan was already seriously injured. This punch would kill Feng Yuxuan if he touched it. However, he had just made a move. The martial saint patriarch of the Dongxian sect stopped him. Elder Feng, what do you want to do? When Feng Hengtian was stopped, he hurriedly yelled, Lu Shenzhou, my son is already undefeated, spare my son's life, and I'll let you have this sacred son one. When the crowd heard this, their eyes became somewhat playful. However, Lu Shenzhou ignored him. Feng Yuxuan dared to hit the idea of his relatives, and had already taken his death. Shoo! His figure was as fast as thunder, like a shooting star falling, a fist blasted down, directly hitting Feng Yuxuan's chest. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and all within a 100-meter radius collapsed into a pit. Ah! Feng Yuxuan let out a roar of terror, unwillingness, and disbelief before he died. Under the force of 40,000 kilograms, his flesh exploded with a loud bang, and his skin, flesh and blood, internal organs, sinews and bones turned into slag and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Smoke and dust drifted away from the sky, and countless broken rocks splattered away. Many of the people who witnessed this scene had a look of horror in their eyes towards Lu Shenzhou. At this point, Lu Shenzhou's battle to challenge one of the Holy Sons ended. Using the Earth Realm to kill the Heaven Realm, Lu Shenzhou had achieved a feat that had not been seen in the East Qian sect for thousands of years. The scene was dead silent. Son. Fang Hengtian's face turned white as he knelt down in public and cried bitterly. The East Qian sect master's voice filled with majesty rang out. Lu Shenzhou wins. From now on, Lu Shenzhou is my Dongxian sect's saint son. The voice fell. Wow! A burst of cheers and shocked voices rang out from the scene. Lu Shenzhou had actually become a saint son. The East Qian patriarch looked towards Hua Miaoyi beside him, a smile that could not be concealed on his majestic face, and said in a harmonious voice, "Junior sister, you have given me a real surprise this time." Hua Miaoyi's jade face was even harder to hide her joy as she brought Lu Shenzhou over. "Greetings, sovereign." The raging aura on Lu Shenzhou's body slowly calmed down. "Killing the Heaven Realm with the Earth Realm, Lu Shenzhou, you are very good." The East Qian sect master nodded slightly and complimented Lu Shenzhou. "Holy sons and daughters coming out of the same peak, my Dongxian sect hasn't had such an event in many years. Grab hold of your cultivation, you have a great chance of defeating the holy sons and daughters of the three sects and representing our Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to go out and participate in the 10,000 Immortal City selection." And then the East Qian patriarch's figure shifted and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Senior." Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled at Hua Miaoyi, "But don't forget our agreement, oh? You little bastard want to die, go back and talk." Hua Miaoyi's beautiful eyes glared at Lu Shenzhou. "Want to beat me to turn over? You're still 100,000 miles ahead." Hua Miaoyi brought Lu Shenzhou down the mountain and returned to the Lu family. And then, the entire Eastern Wasteland Immortal City boiled and shook. Lu Shenzhou ascended to the position of Saint Son of the East Qian clan, killed the Heaven Realm with the Earth Realm, and mastered the power of 20 Thunder Intentions. Each piece of news was enough to make the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City shake, let alone 3 pieces of news coming out together. The faces of the people from the Hopewell Alliance turned pale. With Lu Shenzhou's nature, I was afraid that the next step would be to clean up the Hopewell Alliance. On that day, there were many people who quit the Acacia Alliance and never dared to do evil again. There were also many people who began to join together, preparing to conspire against Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou had an opening from the Patriarch to be named the Holy Son. However, for Lu Shenzhou to become a true Saint Son, he still needed to pass the mission issued by the City Lord's office before he could qualify to fight against the Saint Sons and Saint Daughters of the other 3 sects for a place in the City of 10,000 Immortals. Everyone knows that if Lu Shenzhou doesn't die, the small Lu family will rise and will become one of the great families in the Eastern Desert Immortal City. And Lu Tsung, who's sitting at home, looking at a steady stream of guests coming to send gifts, the smile on his face has not been broken. Lu Shenzhou, the unicorn grandson of his Lu family. And after Hua Miaoyi brought Lu Shenzhou safely back to the Lu mansion, she didn't have time to make out and flirt with him before hurriedly going to prepare the materials for Lu Shenzhou's Sacred Sun mission. What was Lu Shenzhou, who was in the vortex storm, doing? At the head of the commercial street of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, he had one arm around Mu Yanmai's waist and one hand playing with her catkin. The two of them were on a date in the city. And Mu Yanmai was extremely well behaved, not kicking him off as if she had accepted to become Lu Shenzhou's woman. Chen Lu Shenzhou, however, keenly perceived that Mu Yanmai had something on her mind. There must be a demon when things are abnormal. Lu Shenzhou asked, "Dancer, are you physically uncomfortable somewhere, or do you have something on your mind? How come you're not happy that I defeated Feng Yuxuan and became the sect's Saint Son? Give the Grand Master a smile, you'll be the Saint Son's wife from now on." Mu Yan danced gently, clenched her teeth, a touch of fury showing in her beautiful eyes. "Can you bastard expect something good from me?" Lu Shenzhou patted his chest and said, "Dance, what do you mean by this? I definitely look forward to your good. I'm still waiting for you to give birth to 10 or 8 big fat boys for me, for my Lu family to spread their leaves. You take when I become a pig, still give birth to 10 or 8? Mu Yan dance was not in a good mood and stomped her foot fiercely. Then she suddenly came up and kissed Lu Shenzhou on the street, stunning and envying a crowd of passers-by. "Want me to give you a child? Don't say that this lady didn't give you a chance, right now." Mu Yan dance's tone was a bit teasing, with some affection and reluctance in her tone. "Now? Playing so exciting?" Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, the first time he saw Mu Yanmai taking such initiative. "What, you don't dare?" Mu Yanmai hummed lightly, "Give you a chance and you're useless." Lu Shenzhou was provoked and immediately picked her up horizontally and rushed into an inn. "Open the best room for me. This asshole, he wants me so badly that he can't wait to go home?" Mu Yan dance's lips slightly bit, a touch of moving erotic blush surged on her jade face. Lu Shenzhou carried her into the inn's elegant room, and just put her down, Mu Yanmai's hot lips came up and kissed Lu Shenzhou fiercely. "Bastard, do you want to miss me?" Between the gasping lips, Mu Yanmai asked Lu Shenzhou. "I missed you every single day outside." Lu Shenzhou felt Myanmai's hot and spirited passion and answered her with the same sincerity. Count on you having a conscience. Remember to think of me every day in the future as well." Mu Yanmai let go of Lu Shenzhou and removed her fiery red dress, revealing a provocative active expression as she hooked her finger at him. Whether or not you can conceive a child depends on your ability. Lu Shenzhou let out a wolf cry, his blood spurted, and pounced towards her. Men, the one thing they couldn't live up to was the love of a beauty. Lu Shenzhou knew that there was something going on with Mayan dance, so Lu Shenzhou tried to satisfy her as much as he could, plowing hard. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before the Wushan clouds and rain were completely put away. Mu Yanmai lay in Lu Shenzhou's arms, her voice filled with sadness and reluctance. Bastard. I'm leaving. Where to go? Far, far away. Maybe we won't be able to see each other in the future. If I get pregnant this time, I will give birth to the child. I don't care how many women you have, but please don't forget me. Can't you just stay? Mayan Dance looked at Lu Shenzhou. In her beautiful eyes was reluctance. This moment deeply pierced Lu Shenzhou. Even though Lu Shenzhou was the saint son of the Dongxian sect, a genius patriarch at a young age, he did not have an official body, and was nothing in the vast Great Xia imperial dynasty. In the end, it was still him, Lu Shenzhou, who was too weak. Chapter 101, Heavenly Guard. Lu Jiro's preparation. Where are you going, can you tell me? Lu Shenzhou hugged Mianmai tightly and looked straight into her beautiful eyes. No matter how far away you go, I will come to meet you soon. Mu Yanmai thought for a moment, her chin slightly raised, revealing her charming little tiger teeth. Kyoto Heavenly Patrol Guard. Lu Shenzhou's expression shook, feeling incredible. Heavenly Patrol Guard. The Daxia Heavenly Guard was a special organization that directly belonged to the Daxia Emperor, and its positional organization and ability was the same as Lu Shenzhou's previous life of the Ming Dynasty's Jinui. In the eyes of ordinary people like him, it was a legendary existence. Its power was so great that it could reach the heavens. No matter if it was any big person, they would tremble when they heard the name of the Heavenly Guard. Lu Shenzhou's eyes revealed a tinge of doubt as he beat a laugh. Meyer, your 3-legged kung fu can also join the Heavenly Patrol Guard? Why not? Mayan Dance glared at Lu Shenzhou and said with a straight face, I didn't want to go either, but father and mother insisted that I go. And just because I can't beat you now doesn't mean I can't beat you in the future, humph. This young lady told you, once this young lady joins the Heavenly Guard, her strength will soon surpass yours. Lu Shenzhou was sincerely happy for her. Then go ahead and take a step, I won't keep you waiting for a long time. The Daxia Imperial Dynasty's Kyoto was more than 10 million miles away from the eastern wasteland immortal city. An ordinary person would not be able to reach that place in their entire life. The only way to arrive was with the help of the Imperial Dynasty's flying warships. Without an official position, it was a luxury to go to such a place. If Lu Shenzhou wanted to seek an official position, he would have to pass the 10,000 immortal city selection. Lu Shenzhou also did not pry into her secrets. An ordinary person could directly join the Heavenly Guard. The secrets in her body could scare people to death. Once Lu Shenzhou knew her secrets, he would instead be dragging her down. Although you bastard is very perverted and powerful, there are many people out there who are more powerful than you, so don't be too heroic. Mayan Dance saw the look of infatuation on Lu Shenzhou's face and admonished him. She reached out her hand fondly and stroked Lu Shenzhou's cheek, as if she wanted to engrave the odor of his appearance into her heart. Time's up, I'm leaving. Mayan Dance's eyes contained crystals. I'll see you off. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath. The happy and beautiful time passed quickly. The two of them got dressed and Lu Shenzhou sent her away from the eastern desolate immortal city to an extremely hidden stronghold, where there was actually a huge battleship park that was pitch black with a hideous deep cold regiment. Above the bow of the ship, a ruthless and powerful woman's voice rang out, this is the stronghold of the Heavenly Guard, idle people retreat, or be executed immediately. What a great official authority. Lu Shenzhou arched his hand and cupped his fists, my lord, I'm just giving her a ride. Stand down. A terrifying sense of oppression spread out like a tidal wave, as if it was going to burn the heavens and earth to the ground. Crackle. Without any warning negotiation, several airwaves condensed into whips and lashed towards Lu Shenzhou. Bang. The terrifying force sent Lu Shenzhou flying. Whip marks immediately appeared on Lu Shenzhou's body, and the wounds were fiery. Lu Shenzhou's heart was filled with anger as he spoke, is there no legal rules for the Heavenly Guard to do its work? My Heavenly Guard is the rule. That ruthless woman's voice rang out, if you didn't escort Mu Yan Dance into the job, you would have already been executed. A waste like you living is also contributing nothing to the dynasty, just stay in this small place and live out your life. An 18-year-old Earth Realm master, the saint son of the clan who had mastered 20 types of thunder realms, in her mouth, he was reduced to a waste of time. Lu Shenzhou immediately held his breath in his heart and gritted his teeth, you wait for me, what happened today, sooner or later, I will get back at it. Waste, remember this official's name, Commander of the Heavenly Guard, Ji Linglong, if you have the guts, come to this official to take revenge. This official is waiting for you. Ruthless and contemptuous voice rang out. When Lu Shenzhou raised his head, the huge battleship had already risen into the sky. Mayan Dance stood on the battleship looking at Lu Shenzhou with heartbroken and unwilling eyes. The words of farewell were disorganized and dissipated in the strong wind and could not reach Lu Shenzhou's ears. Lu Shenzhou's fists clenched tightly, he could only squeeze out a smile to cover the pain inside, raising his hand to bid farewell to Myanmar. And then he returned to the eastern wasteland immortal city somewhat disoriented and in a difficult mood. He returned to the Lu mansion, a bustling scene. Many people respectfully saluted him. Lu Shenzhou didn't care, straight to Lu Jiro's alchemy room, hugged her from behind. Sister Jiro. Lu Jiro spoke softly, Shenzhou, where have you been for the past few days? Master didn't even find you people. Called you to go to the city lord's mansion to receive the Sacred Sun examination task. I'll go later. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath and transformed his state. His eyes revealed an intense wolfish look, then he hemmed and hawed. Sister Jiro, I was away for the past few months, did you miss me? I want to. Lu Jiro blushed, her voice was warm and pleasant. Sometimes I dream, I also dream of Shenzhou. Hey, Jiro's sister so want me ah. Lu Shenzhou in her ear, biting her earlobe, then Jiro's sister intends when to give me a child. Grandpa is waiting for Sister Jiro to start a family for the Lu family. Lu Jiro's delicate body trembled, some shy and itchy wriggled up, voice blushing and trembling lightly, Shenzhou, don't bully me like this. Lu Jiro cute tight, Lu Shenzhou liked to tease her like this. After teasing her, Lu Shenzhou was in a much better mood. To him, Lu Jiro was his haven. Holding Lu Jiro could smooth out all the storms in the outside world and could revitalize his ambition and make him fight. Lu Jiro said with a red face, Shenzhou, I can't give you a child. Yet. Can I wait until I am ready to tell you? She sounded a little aggrieved, but then said to Lu Shenzhou in a consultative voice. Lu Shenzhou said with a bad smile, can you wait until I marry Sister Jiro in a sedan chair with 8 carriers? Lu Jiro's delicate body was coy in Lu Shenzhou's arms, although it was itchy, she still let him hold and bully her. To her, Lu Shenzhou was the only one under the sky who could treat her like this. Lu Jiro was about to faint from shame. Together for a while, Lu Jiro's delicate body was so soft that she didn't have the strength to stand still. Shenzhou. You're bad, every time you bully me like this. Lu Shenzhou laughed, Jiro's sister do not like me to bully you like this? Like. Lu Jiro beautiful eyes with love, her delicate body soft in Lu Shenzhou's arms, her delicate body is too sensitive. If she didn't like it, she would have pushed Lu Shenzhou away long ago. But. I'm not ready. Lu Jiro's red lips lightly bit, her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Good, then I'll wait for Sister Jiro to be ready that day. Lu Shenzhou let go of her, I'll see my master and do the matter of the Sacred Sun mission examination. After Lu Shenzhou left, an old crone's voice sounded in the alchemy room. Miss, when do you plan to leave this small place and return to the clan? This person's identity is not worthy of you. Mrs. Innocence, it's impossible for her to be ruined in this person's hands. Chapter 102, Lu Shenzhou's Hegemony, Saint Sun Examination Mission. East Xian Sect, Little Xian Peak. Nour. Lu Shenzhou directly stepped into the Peak Master Hall and found the dignified and plump beauty, Hua Miaoi. You little bastard can't see anyone for a few days, you still have the smell of other women on you, where did you go to hang out? Hua Miaoi saw Lu Shenzhou with some feigned anger, her beautiful eyes glared and her tone was a bit unkind. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, the dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Mayuri didn't agree to give me a child, the burden of my Lu house to start a family is all on me alone, so I can only find someone else to plow through. You little bastard begs for a beating. Hua Miaoi's eyes chilled, immediately revealing thick jealousy, with this palace, isn't it enough for you little bastard to plow? The heaven realm breath leaked out and immediately pressed towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou stood still and didn't move, he even closed his eyes. And then a spring breeze brushed his face, Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled and said. I knew that Miaoer couldn't afford to hurt me. Then there was a warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, and Hua Miaoi's voice rang out as she gritted her teeth. See how this palace can teach you a good lesson today. Her jade hand moved lightly and took the initiative to remove Lu Shenzhou's clothes. Lu Shenzhou secretly complained bitterly, only served for 3 days. Hey, this confidant more, is also a burden. The pain of happiness ah. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arm around her waist and stopped her movements, why is Miaoer so anxious? Can't get away from me after eating the marrow? Little bastard you. Hua Miaoi's delicate voice huffed, dare to refuse this palace? Previously she pushed to Lu Shenzhou cannot refuse, now this is to refuse her? All of a sudden, Hua Miaoi was a bit shocked and angry, and her heart was a bit fearful. Is it that she has lost her charm and has no temptation for Lu Shenzhou? Or is she tired of it? The breath leaked out, shattering the many decorations in the great hall into pieces. The might of a celestial being was as terrifying as this. Lu Shenzhou opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with playfulness. Miaoi is pestering my body again and not giving me a child, what, just thinking of whoring me out for nothing. The jealousy in Hua Miaoi's eyes receded, and was replaced by a strong sulk and anger. Child and name, wait until you defeat this palace. Again, identity and strength caused this. Lu Shenzhou was a little angry, his big hand slapped her full buttocks hard. While Hua Miaoi's buttock flesh ate the pain and let out a startled cry, don't you little bastard know how to lighten up a bit? Kiss me. Lu Shenzhou's cold voice filled with commanding tone rang out. Hua Miaoi froze for a moment, then ate and laughed, moving up to kiss Lu Shenzhou. You little bastard still dares to order me. This feeling was still quite a bit exciting and fresh, she didn't hate it. The two kissed until they were confused. Lu Shenzhou took the initiative to peel off her dress. Hua Miaoi once again exclaimed, this little man is a bit overbearing this day. Ah, this palace's skirt. Hua Miaoi exclaimed. Lu Shenzhou was too forceful and tore her skirt to pieces. Obviously a gentle unraveling can be removed. Today let Miaoi you know well under my Lu family's family law, who is the head of the family. Lu Shenzhou's cold and ruthless voice rang out. While Hua Miaoi exclaimed again. And then the two of them went to Witch Mountain. Afterwards, Hua Miaoi's jade face was a red flush, her eyes were mesmerized, her clouded temples were soaked with sweat, and she was contentedly lying in Lu Shenzhou's arms, enjoying the afterglow of the aftermath, like a kitten. Her expression was leisurely and pleasant. Fortunately, her eldest disciple Su Qingyu had gone out to do a mission, so she dared to do this kind of humiliating thing with Lu Shenzhou here with impunity. Eating the marrow, Lu Shenzhou capital and strong, she is really a little inseparable from Lu Shenzhou, and worried about this relationship exposed. Lu Shenzhou asked, Miaoi, have you gotten the matter of the Saint's Son's assessment mission done? Hua Miaoi's voice was lazy and panted. The City Lord's mansion site has already brought over the list of tasks and wants you to pick one and then you can set off. Lu Shenzhou's gaze was cold as he asked, Miaoi, within these tasks, do you have any recommendations? Yes. Hua Miaoi said, the mission that your senior sister Qingyu is working on, capturing the flower picker, the 100-phase patriarch. This person has plagued the innocence of many official ladies, and the Long Yuan Dao is enraged. As long as this person is captured and handed over to the Dragon Abyss City Lord, he will be considered to have passed any examination. Your senior sister has already set out for a long time, so if you do this mission with her, you'll be able to take care of each other, and you'll also be able to pass this mission quickly. For the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, the Jianghu forces were subject to the supervision of the Imperial Dynasty, so positions such as Saint Son and Saint Daughter had to pass the Imperial Dynasty's examination before they could do so. Lu Shenzhou nodded, alright, I'll go to the City Lord's mansion later to take on this quest and then set off to find senior sister Qingyu. Thinking of Su Qingyu's alluring jade face, Lu Shenzhou was somewhat looking forward to it. It had been a while since he had met with her. So soon? Isn't that another period of time where I won't be able to see you, little bastard? When Hua Miaoi thought of this, her jade hands cupped Lu Shenzhou and her red lips came up. Little bastard Miaoi is a little sad to see you go. She lifted up her tired and flabby body and wrapped it up. Lu Shenzhou realized that he was not a bit of a chimera physique. Each of his women are tasteless, not easy to handle. He put on his clothes and Hua Miaoi had already fallen into a deep sleep. Obviously during this period of time, Hua Miaoi was also exhausted. Lu Shenzhou kissed her on the forehead before leaving the Grand Hall and heading to the City Lord's mansion. On the other hand, Hua Miaoi's beautiful eyes opened slightly. Little bastard, wait until you see this palace next time. She should be a martial saint. At that time, Lu Shenzhou's expression should be somewhat wonderful. Wanting her to marry into the Lu Palace and carry his bloodline, giggle giggle, you have to cheer up, little bastard. Eastern Wasteland Immortal City Lord's Mansion. Yen Ruyu had long left, but the City Lord still warmly received Lu Shenzhou. Mr. Lu, this 100-phase Patriarch's mission scroll order is stowed away. Right now there are clues that he is hiding in the Jade Ice Pond 30,000 miles away. There is a stage station nearby. Mr. Lu can go to this neighborhood to probe for more careful information. Lord City Lord, many thanks. Oh, Mr. Lu is too polite, like Mr. Lu such a genius. Sooner or later we'll be able to pass the selection of 10,000 Immortal City, then you and I will be colleagues in the Imperial Dynasty. Lu Shenzhou received the mission scroll order and then took advantage of the night color to ride the foreign beast mount and set off. Lu Shenzhou has set off. Is the manpower ready? Already prepared. This is the last chance to kill Lu Shenzhou. Once he passes the Sacred Sun examination, it won't be easy to deal with him again. Once he participates in the 10,000 Immortal City examination, then he has half of the official body of the Imperial Dynasty. If the sect cultivator dares to make a move against him, it would be an offense against the heavenly might. Don't worry. The people who killed him this time are the 3 great celestial cultivators. The 3 great celestial cultivators killing Lu Shenzhou, an Earth Realm 8th layer, was not a handful? This time, they would make sure that Lu Shenzhou would not be able to escape. Chapter 103 Lu Shenzhou, have hard bones and can't kneel down. The wilderness of the mountains do not know the years, but there are spring, summer, fall, winter, and morning twilight. The closer you get to the Cloud Ice Lake, the colder the climate becomes. It is wrapped in silver, and there are few traces of people. It's still 1,000 miles away from the Cloud Ice stage, so we'll arrive tomorrow. Lu Shenzhou sat under a big tree and collected some firewood. This place was cold, that is, an Earthrealm Grandmaster's physique couldn't walk casually in this environment for long. ZZ. He stretched out a finger, and Golden Thunder's spiritual light erupted out, and he ignited the pile of firewood in front of him. Wow! The fire rose up, dispelling the cold and bringing a touch of warmth to Lu Shenzhou. The Fey Beast mounts on the side were resting on the nesting ground, recovering their energy. Fire light, there is actually someone? Go over and take a look. Could it be that they are all here to search for the 100-phase patriarch and do the Saint Sun's quest, just like us? Not far away, someone's voice sounded, and a moment later, 3 young people appeared, wearing the same thin clothes as Lu Shenzhou, walking around the area in search. Lu Shenzhou and the few people exchanged glances. Is Your Excellency here to do the Sacred Sun's mission to capture that 100-phase patriarch? A young man sized up Lu Shenzhou's boyishly handsome face and asked in a harmonious voice. Lu Shenzhou nodded, slightly arched his hand and introduced himself. East Xin Sect, Lu Shenzhou. Hearing Lu Shenzhou's reply, a few people's complexion surged with a touch of closeness. Xian Thunder Sect, Shiryuzhu. Tangqi Sect, Su Wei Long. Moonlight Pavilion, Zhu Wuwei. Several people introduced themselves one after another, exchanged pleasantries, and after a while, they became acquainted and sat around the fire. Brother Lu, this 100-phase sect master's trail is quite south-finding. The 3 of us in company have been searching here for half a month with nothing to show for it. Tomorrow we plan to go to the post station to spy on the information. A few days ago, this 100-phase patriarch even captured a county lord for rape, topping it all off, bold as heaven. The royal heiress titles of the Daxia imperial dynasty were the 5 major titles of village lord, town lord, county lord, and princess. This 100-phase patriarch's strength is also very strong, especially the disguised together, can be called gods, ghosts and devils, committed many crimes. Until now, no one has seen this person really envious. Nonsense, there is no difficult task. The court will be set into our clan Saint Sun assessment task? Speaking to the end, Shiryuzhu looked at Lu Shenzhou. Lu brother, can be with us a group. There are enemies. Swoosh. A large gun wrapped in a terrifying light attacked and killed towards the side, setting off terrifying waves of air along the way, raising snowflakes in the sky, and the huge tree trunks in the center were blasted to pieces. Celestials. Shiryuzhu, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei's faces changed abruptly. A great terror surged in their hearts, and their figures instantly stormed backward. And Lu Shenzhou sat motionless in place. Bang! He reached out and pinched his hand in the void, and the golden thunderlight condensed a large gun, as if it was a real physical object. As the 2 guns came into contact, the scene erupted with terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy. Thunderlight surged, and Lu Shenzhou blocked the large gun. Shiryuzhu, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei looked suddenly jaw-dropped, extremely shocked at Lu Shenzhou's battle power. Blocking a celestial move with a casual move? A genius Saint Son of a top clan. In this world, only top geniuses could cross great realms to call their bluff. The cold wind whistled, and the sound of applause rang out in the snow. Pa pa pa. St. Lu is truly a good spirit. Between life and death he can still be as steady as Mount Taishan, not moving a muscle. A gnarled man appeared, his feet stepping on the void, his upper body bare, and his skin as if it was poured with gold and copper. He held a large red spear, and exuded an aura that made Earth Realm sect masters tremble. Shiryuzhu, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei's 3 immediately changed their complexion drastically, as if they were facing an enemy, and cold sweat seeped out. This shot, it's very good. Lu Shenzhou similarly evaluated the other party indifferently. He then looked at the 3 and said in a calm tone, there is no need for the 3 brothers to be alarmed. This is a personal vendetta that has come to trouble me. To send out the Heaven Realm to kill me, is it the Acacia Alliance or the Qin or Fong clans behind you? The gnarled man laughed and did not immediately make a move. Does it matter? Also, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later I want them to die together anyway. Lu Shenzhou raised the skewer in his hand and looked at him with calm eyes. You're not too far off. Sit down and have something to eat and a drink together? Shiryuzhu, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei were horrified and admired Lu Shenzhou's guts. In front of life and death, he was in the face of danger, not timid, and had the guts to invite an enemy of the celestial realm to eat. The gnarled man's expression also revealed a flash of astonishment before he laughed and said, good. St. Lu is really not bad. I admire you, so what's the harm in accompanying St. Lu for a drink? And then he landed on the ground and came in front of Lu Shenzhou, taking the skewer in Lu Shenzhou's hand. Shiryuzhu, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei looked at this scene and felt astonished and marvelous that 2 enemies who were going to share life and death could eat skewers and drink before the fight started. Was this Lu Shenzhou, who had just met him, a marvelous character, or was he emboldened? They stood at a distance, quietly watching the scene. Ji Xiangshan ate the skewers and drank the wine that Lu Shenzhou handed over, laughing loudly. Refreshing, so damn refreshing. Sage Lu, you are a young and proud man with a promising future. You also come from a humble family. Why do you have to get on the bad side of those big shots? If you had bowed your head and shown weakness, joined the Acacia Alliance and showed them favor, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess today. Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, bones are hard, can't kneel down. It was easy to kneel down, but not easy to stand up again. Hearing Lu Shenzhou's words, Ji Xiangshan sighed, it's a man, I admire it. Saying this, he picked up his wine glass and made a clinking gesture towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou smiled faintly and clinked a glass with him. Dang. Lu Shenzhou asked, why are you doing things for them? Dang celestial cultivator, where can't you go in the world? Ji Xiangshan was silent for a moment. When I was young, I came to this day because of their financial support, and the descendants of my family are also in the Acacia Alliance. Owe them 2 lives, today return them a life, grudges and feelings of revenge and clear, from now on is a free body. If there is a young man to come back, I will not enter the Acacia Alliance, I only hate that when I was young, my interest was smoldering and I went astray. Lu Shenzhou slowly nodded his head, thinking that when he had not been helped by Su Qingyu, his situation was even worse. He would not sympathize with Ji Xiangshan either, everyone has to pay the price for the choices they make. Lu Shenzhou looked at Ji Xiangshan and said, "You came alone and are so sure you can take me down?" Ji Xiangshan laughed and said, "Before I set off, I have left a suicide note for the old and young at home." Lu Shenzhou already had a record of killing the Celestial Realm, which meant that he was not a weak punk who was left to be taken down by the Celestial Realm, or else the Acacia Alliance and the people behind it would not have sent the Celestial Realm to kill Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou slowly nodded his head, the wine and meat have been exhausted, in that case, it's time to make a move. Saint Lu, thank you for your hospitality, forgive me. The voice fell. Boom! The terrifying auras of both sides instantly climbed, shaking away thousands of snow. Chapter 104, Live and Die on Your Knees. Accepting his clan Saint's son as a junior brother. Bang! The sound of thunderous tones rolling boomed, and the power of 20 types of thunder intentions suddenly surfaced. Within a 10-foot radius, it was reduced to an area covered in thunder. The forces of intent crossed and fused, erupting into an even more terrifying power. Ji Xiangshan's figure flew steeply into the sky, looking at the scene and revealing a look of admiration. I've lived for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a powerful thunder realm. The Earth realm was the realization of a Gong method to the extreme, lending to the use of the power of the realm. The Heaven realm, on the other hand, was the power of the intent to be used for one's own use, bringing it to the point where 1 + 1 = 2. Several realms of intentions fused together and erupted into a power that could similarly serve the meaning of 1 + 1 = 2. 20 kinds of realm of intent power. Or thunder realm. The 3 people on the side were dumbstruck as if they were wooden chickens as they looked at the many thunder realm powers entwined around Lu Shenzhou's body. Thunder technique is difficult to find, thunder realm is difficult to comprehend, and this Lu Shenzhou can actually comprehend 20 kinds, and he also looks like he is 18 years old. Quite a bit younger than them. Is this Dongxian sect some kind of great sect, that it was able to cultivate this kind of top genius? It's a pity that after today, you'll never see it again. Just now, you threw a shot at me, it's not polite to come and go, so you should receive a punch from me. Gung Thunder Fist. Rumble. The shot that Ji Xiangshan had thrown just now had vaguely revealed his intent attributes. It should be related to gold, stone, and wind. To advance to the Heaven realm, at least 7 or 8 realms of intent would be enough, but generally more than 3 were practiced by the main practitioner. With the information, dealing with Ji Xiangshan, it would become easier. You are hard, I am harder than you. Lu Shenzhou followed his heart and temporarily spelled out a punch with the power of his intent. In the next instant, the thunder aura flashed, and the terrifying gun lay condensed out of the fist, extremely fast, and the terrifying fist lunged towards Ji Xiangshan. This is. Ji Xiangshan's pupils instantly contracted to the extreme, and he hastily raised his spear and stabbed forward, preparing to defend against this move. Rumble. After a terrifying thunderstorm sound, Ji Xiangshan's figure fell from the sky and smashed into the snow pile. In that punch, gung, thunder, wind, rain, and water fused the power of many realms to reach pervasiveness, instantly penetrating Yoshi Xiangshan's defense before the power of thunder exploded out. Ji Xiangshan's skin was like gold and copper, seemingly hard, but how could the power of the realms compare to Lu Shenzhou? This was why the more realms of intent, the stronger the battle power. It was the Heaven realm, and the Earth realm masters could also be killed. Good. What a terrifying punch. Just one punch, Ji Xiangshan was seriously injured and his life was on the verge of death as he weakly opened his mouth. The Heaven realm, against the Earth realm, could not even hold up a single punch from the other party. Lu Shenzhou was strong, and he was also weak in the Heaven realm, otherwise how could he let someone drive him at will? Perhaps today's ending was already predetermined decades ago when he knelt on his knees and submitted to the Acacia Alliance. Too strong. Shi Yuzhu, Su Weilong, and Xu Wuwei saw this scene, and their hearts and minds were shaken to the point of no return. One punch from the Earth realm, almost killing the Heaven realm. Was this really an Earth realm patriarch like them, the sect's saint's son? Lu Shenzhou's eyes calmly looked at Ji Xiangshan as his bland voice spread out. You're not a bad person, so I won't take your life. The suicide note, it's better to leave it to you to go back and burn it. Leaving someone alive and not rushing to kill them, Lu Shenzhou already had a few points of patriarch's temperament. Lu Shenzhou patted the snowflakes on his shoulders and prepared to leave. Cough. Cough. Ji Xiangshan's body staggered, struggling to stand up with a big red spear in his pestle, his body bleeding and his breath extremely weak. Lu Shengzi. I'm not dead yet, you can't leave. His eyes were cloudy and he could barely see without sight to see, he could only rely on his perception and vaguely trudged towards Lu Shenzhou's direction. I can die in battle here, I'm already a wasted man, if you don't kill me, my wife and children will have no way to live. The hallowed Heaven realm was forced to beg for death, because he was too weak, that is, when he walked to the Heaven realm, he was unable to control his own destiny. You can't go. Ji Xiangshan was here, almost tearing his heart and roaring out. AI. Lu Shenzhou gently sighed, but the killing intent in his eyes was rolling over in thick. The Acacia Alliance, doing evil. Buzz. Ji Xiangshan staggered his body, lifting the big red gun in his hand with great difficulty, stabbing towards Lu Shenzhou. Bang. Lu Shenzhou's backhand was a random punch, mixed with several points of anger in the middle. The thunderous rolling circle deity roared out, spreading in this cold wind and snow. After an explosion, Ji Xiangshan's body fell on the snow surface. What's the point of leaving you alive and having to seek death? Lu Shenzhou felt the 1,000 strands of pure yang qi pouring into his body, and his mood was not much happier. Taking out his wine cup, he poured a cup for Ji Xiangshan and a cup for himself. Clinking gently. Only then did Lu Shenzhou look at the three people, Shi Yuzhu, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei, and asked, "Brother Shi, what were you going to say?" The three people's brains went blank, the Earth realm killing the Heaven realm, and killing it so easily. The three people had lived for 20 to 30 years, and it was the first time they had seen it. Thinking about them, they were known as geniuses within their respective immortal city clans, and they had climbed step by step to the position of the clan's Saint Sun. Now that they had seen Lu Shenzhou, they realized that there were heavens beyond the sky and what a true genius was. Shi Yuzhu revealed an eager smile. "Big Brother Lu, just now, little brother was saying that the three of us are teaming up after Big Brother Lu to arrest the 100-phase sect sage together. With a genius like Big Brother Lu, as long as we discover the 100-phase sect master, we will surely capture him handily." No matter how powerful the 100-phase patriarch was, he was still a patriarch. Can he be compared to the heavenly realm if he tried? Hanging out with Lu Shenzhou, this sacred sun examination mission was a sure thing. Lu Shenzhou laughed. "These few people are very eye-catching." He opened his mouth and said, "Well said, I also just arrived here not long ago and I lack information. If a few people were to team up and scout for information together, it would definitely save more time and effort." The three people immediately came to Lu Shenzhou and saluted, recognizing Lu Shenzhou as their big brother. After accepting the three sect saints as junior brothers, Lu Shenzhou was in a good mood. "Big Brother Lu, let's go to the Cloud Ice Stage to scout for information intelligence." Several people left this place and prepared to head to the Cloud Ice Stage station. Having only traveled less than 30 miles, a Heaven Realm sword cultivator dressed in black with a scribbly appearance and holding a sword appeared in front of the several people. Another Heaven Realm. Shi Yuzhu's teeth chattered a little. How many people had Lu Shenzhou offended, that there was a second Heavenly Realm cultivator in ambush ready to kill him? Seeing this, Lu Shenzhou's expression was bland as he spoke. "Shi Yuzhu, a few of you go ahead and scout for information, I'll follow afterward." "Okay, Big Brother Lu, take care." Shi Yuzhu gritted his teeth, thinking that he did not deserve to be involved in this tussle, and led the two of them to leave quickly. The scene left Lu Shenzhou and this Heaven Realm sword cultivator, and a solemn atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 105. Kneel and Don't Speak, one shot to kill a Heaven Realm sword cultivator. Lu Shenzhou looked at the Heaven Realm sword cultivator in front of him with cold eyes. "Are the lives of your Heaven Realm cultivators worthless? Only one person died in my hands, so why do you need to come and send yourself to death? Not very old, but quite a big mouth." The Heaven Realm sword cultivator's voice was hoarse and filled with a stern killing intent. Although he had yet to strike his sword, a terrifying sword intent had already deadlocked Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were slightly cold, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, somewhat sneering. It is rumored in the world that sword cultivators have hard bones and would rather bend than bend. But it seems to be wrong. There are sword cultivators that even when they walk to the Heaven Realm, they are still all soft bones. How can a sword like this kill someone? Looking for death. A flash of shocked anger immediately appeared in the eyes of the Heaven Realm sword cultivator, and the sword in his hand instantly came out of its sheath. A powerful and unrivaled sword chi instantly lunged at Lu Shenzhou, wanting to cut him down. This sword chi light scattered in all directions, causing Lu Shenzhou to feel a stabbing pain in his brow. Lu Shenzhou stood still, one hand slowly raised, and immediately, the majestic and domineering power of the thunder intent erupted from his body, forming an astral garment with radiant thunder light. "With a soft-boned sword cultivator like you want to kill me? Just a fool's dream." In an instant, a thunderous great spear coalesced from the power of more than 20 realms of intent emerged. The head of the spear was a dragon's head, and the tail of the spear was a snake's tail. Clang! Clang! The sword chi and the great spear collided, both without physical objects, but they made clanging metallic ear-piercing sounds, and even more sparks and arcs of electricity splashed out. Terrifying explosions rang out, and the pupils of the Heaven Realm sword cultivator shrunk slightly, feeling heart-stopping. An Earth Realm cultivation, to be able to take on my sword chi head-on. This represented that Lu Shenzhou did have the qualifications to call out to him to split life and death. It was also that Lu Shenzhou did not have enough pure yang qi in his body previously, or else he would have learned a sword technique or a blade technique to be that sword cultivator and swordsman. "You, what are you surprised about?" Lu Shenzhou's ice-cold voice abruptly floated up, his body transformed into a thunderbolt and swept towards him. The Sky Realm sword cultivator's pupils suddenly shrunk abruptly. Lu Shenzhou actually rushed in front of him in an instant. So fast. The Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator was shocked. Was this really still an Earth Realm Sect Master? Lu Shenzhou didn't stick to unusual moves and did as he pleased. The thunder lance in his hand suddenly dissolved like water in light, transforming into a huge glove that was attached to Lu Shenzhou's arm. Bang! Zzz. The piercing thunder light erupted as the punch directly hit the Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator. The force of this punch directly exceeded 40,000 pounds. When fighting a sword cultivator, it was best to fight at close range. Bang bang bang. The Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator took a punch from Lu Shenzhou, and his figure flew backwards and smashed out 100 meters away. Pooh! The Sky Realm Sword Cultivator's face turned pale as he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a strong look of fear appeared in his eyes. Good. Overbearing power. He immediately stood 100 meters away and chopped out that long brewing sword. Thud! The sword chi was sent out horizontally across heaven and earth, as if there was no existence that could match the sword chi, and anything and everything would be chopped away before this sword. Lu Shenzhou's gaze condensed as he roared and hissed, "Is this the sword you are so proud of? Watch how I tear it apart." The Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator only found it amusing. Although Lu Shenzhou was strong, it was a bit whimsical to tear apart his all-out sword. Gung, thunder, dragon, snake, fist. Lu Shenzhou hissed word by word. His body suddenly erupted with golden spiritual energy. A golden dragon silhouette with radiant golden light emerged and blasted forward. 5 killing techniques were innovated into one move by Lu Shenzhou. This move, Gung, was the main focus. Gung was metal, and Gung Gold was even more famous for its hardness. The majestic sharp sword chi had swooped to the front, and the two moves collided. Click! It was actually the sound of crystals shattering that rang out. The golden dragon shadow was densely covered with cracks from the shattered crystals. Even so, it did not collapse. Instead, it resisted the powerful and domineering sword for Lu Shenzhou. This person's thunder intent is actually as powerful as this? When the Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator saw this scene in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. To actually condense the thunder intent to the level of a crystal, it was too perverse. I said that a sword cultivator with soft bones can't kill anyone, even if you are one great realm higher than me. Lu Shenzhou's cold and unexpected voice spread out in the icy sky and snow. The Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator's face suddenly turned iron blue. His face was hideously twisted in shock and anger. Die. Bang. A sword chi dissipated and another sword chi chopped out, lunging towards Lu Shenzhou. Gung Lei. The berserk sword chi attacked. Lu Shenzhou laughed coldly, already feeling out the depths of this sword cultivator. His body transformed into running thunder and ran towards 100 meters away to kill. And this sword sent out by the Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator was lightly caught by him with 2 fingers before tearing and obliterating. How is this possible? The Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator let out a shocked voice. An Earth Realm Sect Master, using his fingers to clip and explode the sword energy of a Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator? This sword cultivator's heart jumped in fear, and as he looked at the figure that was like running thunder, his body suddenly retreated violently. For a Heaven Realm to take on an Earth Realm and actually take the initiative to retreat, this could only mean that, in his heart, he had already acquiesced that he was not the opponent of this person in front of him. Escape? Lu Shenzhou's eyes were ice cold. Leave your life behind for me. This Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator took to the air, wanting to fly away. Lu Shenzhou steeply condensed a thunderous spear, stood in place, and threw it at this Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator. Swoosh! Thunder light suddenly flashed. How fast it was. Snort! The Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator only felt intense pain coming from his chest, and when he looked down, a large spear condensed out of a thunder intent ran through his chest. Then several types of thunder intent power erupted out. Ah! Thunder, wind, and water filled his body, and all of his body suffered from thunder tearing pain, causing him to let out a miserable scream in the sky. And then he fell from the sky. Plop! A Heaven Realm Sword Cultivator actually ended up falling to his death on the ice. It could be said to be an extremely humiliating way to die. And then 1,000 strands of pure yang qi entered his body. In this way Lu Shenzhou had figured out that the lower limit of the Heaven Realm was 1,000 strands of pure yang qi, which was considered the weakest one in the Heaven Realm. Lu Shenzhou came to his corpse. All sword cultivators now, what soft bones are you still being? This sword is not bad, use it first. The person was killed by him, then this Heavenly Realm Sword Cultivator's things were his trophies. Without getting the subsequent inheritance of the Dragon Zun, Lu Shenzhou was still using the Gung Thunder Dragon Snake Fist, and his current battle power was no longer considered top-notch. Against these two Heaven Realm, it was all due to the fact that he had comprehended more thunder intentions to kill the other party. Storing this long sword in front of him into his spatial ring, Lu Shenzhou led his Fey Beast mount to slowly leave this place. Yu Shuizhou, among those 93 techniques, can there be a slightly more powerful sword technique? There is a 4 Seasons Thunder Sun sword technique that is suitable for you. Right now there were more than 3,000 strands of pure yang qi in his body. It was time to add some offensive means. Chapter 106, Comprehending Sword Intent, Clash at the Cloud Ice Stage Station. A double-horned black jade horse was slowly carrying Lu Shenzhou along the official road. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, was comprehending the Four Seasons Thunder Sun sword technique with his eyes closed. This sword technique matched the pure yang and thunder intent of his main cultivation. When the sword technique was cultivated to the extreme of greatness, one would be able to comprehend the sword intent within. Lu Shenzhou felt the thunder, great sun sword intent, and its swiftness, thunder, and dominance extremely matched Lu Shenzhou. The sword cultivator was really not bad. Comprehending the sword intent within it caused Lu Shenzhou's temperament to produce some changes, becoming more severe and outstanding. And this Gong method could be called the top sword method amongst the Earth realm sectors. Epiphanying this technique to the grand completion intent consumed Lu Shenzhou a full 1500 strands of pure young qi. In the epiphany, Lu Shenzhou seemed to have passed through 150 years, starting from an apprentice in the sword Tao, to the epiphany of the Four Seasons, to perceive the sword intent in heaven and earth, to pursue the most powerful sword intent in heaven and earth. Finally, after observing the Four Seasons, he discovered that the great sun sword intent and thunder sword intent were the most domineering and ferocious. It took 150 years. But to Lu Shenzhou, it was only 2 or 3 breaths of time. Vast amounts of information and all sorts of epiphanies flooded his mind. His eyes were sharp and domineering, and he had an aura of going forward. Lu Shenzhou gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Very strong. Thousands of miles away was the cloud ice stage, and this was a huge pavilion. There were so many cultivators coming and going that the post was overcrowded. Shi Yuzhu, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei arrived here. Xu Wuwei spoke, "This kind of less post station is overcrowded. It can't be that they are all here for the 100-phase patriarch, right?" Shi Yuzhu's eyes stared slightly. "I also don't know how many sects the Imperial Court is offering this examination task to. Let's go in first and get the room ready, then wait for Big Brother Lu to come over." Su Weilong was very self-conscious about being a junior. "Not bad, let's open up the room and sit inside to spend some money gathering and poking around for information. We can't wait for Big Brother Lu to come and we still haven't made the slightest progress." Accepting the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's examination was equivalent to half an official body, which qualified one to stay at the stagecoach station. Otherwise, in this freezing cold, bird-don't environment, even an Earthrealm Grandmaster would give in to freezing if he stayed for a long time. The 3 of them walked into the post station, and those who stayed in here were all the holy sons and daughters of the sects, with extraordinary status in their own sects. There were even people who brought slaves with them. The 3 of them came to the counter, and Shi Yuzhu spoke, "This military master, can you open 4 rooms for us?" Behind the counter was an old soldier with a pale appearance, wearing the armor of the Long Yuan army, who said in an arrogant tone, "What do you country bumpkins think this is? There are still 4 rooms. There's only 1 guest room left at the post, 5,000 spirit stones a night, love to stay or not, if you want to stay, pay up." Between his tone, he did not take Shi Yuzhu's 3 people seriously at all. The 3 of them were the high and mighty sacred sons within the sect, the big shots that many people fawned over, and the dragon husbands of many beautiful women who recommended themselves to the pillows. But in front of the old soldier, they were just country bumpkins. The old pawns are even weaker. Behind them is the Dragon Abyss army, is the entire Daxia Imperial Dynasty. Zhu Wuwei heard these 2 words some anger, "You old." Shi Yuzhu, however, reached out to stop him, a smile on his face. "Master Jun, we from a small place have no insight. We rented this guest room for a month first." He took out 15,000 spirit stones out. The old soldier behind the counter picked his nose, and then used this just to take out a jade key from under his pants. "The last room on the top floor, go by yourself." Shi Yuzhu's face turned green when he saw the old soldier like this, but couldn't do anything about it, and could only stretch out his hand, endured the nausea, and prepared to take this jade key. Just as he was about to take over the key, a large hand was the one that took the key before him. Eh? Shi Yuzhu's face sank, and he immediately grabbed the owner of that large hand. "What does your excellency mean? This key is a room that we paid to rent." The owner of that big hand was an eagle-nosed man. His gaze sneered at Shi Yuzhu. "You say it's yours? Who can prove it?" The old soldier grinned. "Old me just collects the money and gives the key, I don't care about the rest." "Hear that? Scatter your hands," the hawk-nosed man said in an unkind tone. "Your excellency is trying to rob us hard, when we are so easy to bully?" Shi Yuzhu said in a deep voice. Su Weilong and Zhu Wuwei immediately surrounded the eagle-hooked big man. Shi Yuzhu said, "Return the key to me and you can pretend that this matter didn't happen. It's because I saw that you few losers were good at bullying me that I made my move." The big man with the hawk-hooked nose let out a sardonic laugh, not putting Shi Yuzhu's few people in his eyes at all. "What do you guys think you are?" Shi Yuzhu's 3 people's faces were immediately a bit ugly. The hawk-hooked nose man immediately raised his hand and spun, directly lifting Shi Yuzhu's body up, then smashing into Su Weilong and Zhu Wuwei. The 3 of them actually didn't even have the chance to react to strike back. Directly the eagle-hooked nose big man instantly knocked down to the ground, which represented a huge gap in battle power between both of them. "Ha!" The hawk-nosed man laughed coldly. "Such a waste is also a sacred son? I poo, I don't know where it's a trashy little sect." After saying that, the eagle-hooked nose big man took the key and prepared to leave. At this time, a hand lightly probed over and grabbed the hawk-nosed big man's wrist. Eh? Hawk-hooked big man's eyes froze. There are still ungrateful things will rush him to make a move? With a turn of his eyes, he saw a young man with tender skin. He viciously said, "If you don't want to find death, spread your hands for me." Saying that, he was ready to lift the other party up and slam him to the ground as he did. However, as soon as he exerted his force, the other party grabbed his wrist but did not move at all. Instead, he himself almost fell into a dog. The youngster laughed, his eyes revealing a few sneers. "A waste like your excellency, how dare you commit an act of evil and rob us? Don't say I didn't give you a chance, try breaking free a little harder. You." The eagle hook-nosed big man's face instantly turned red, and with a forceful effort, that little young man's wrist was like lead. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from the other party's wrist. He knew that he kicked the iron plate met a ruthless man, immediately ashamed and angry, heart panic, cold sweat. "Big brother, I'll return this key to you." The hawk-hook-nosed big man immediately softened. The young man took the key, then kicked him in the stomach. The tremendous force immediately made the hawk-hooked big man's features twist in pain, holding his stomach and kneeling on the ground, only feeling that the other party's kick almost blew out his internal organs. "Roll!" The teenager's indifferent voice rang out. Lu Shenzhou threw the jade key in his hand to Shiryuju. "This ground doesn't allow you to sleep, let's go." "Big brother Lu, you rushed over so quickly." Shiryuju's trio was instantly surprised, their complexion flushed, feeling a little ashamed. Worthy of being the big brother they recognized, if it wasn't for Lu Shenzhou's square hand, the three of them would have planted themselves just now. "And this is the last room." The key was taken away, then only continue to sleep in the wilderness to live a hard life. Hey, they are all sex saints, how come the gap is so big? Chapter 107 The Bold 100-Phase Sex Sage. Goodbye Suqingyu. "Brother Lu, you sleep on the bed at night, a few of us will just sleep on the ground." Shiryuju's few people were very eye-catching. The guest room on this top floor was relatively small, but with 4 men living there, it was barely adequate. After resting for a while, they came downstairs and started poking around for information. "Little boy, come and have some good wine and food." Lu Shenzhou came to an empty table and sat down. He was left alone to eat slowly while the three Shiryuju went around asking for information to summarize the situation of the 100-Phase Patriarch. Soon, a useful piece of intelligence came in. Shiryuju said, "This 100-Phase sect master is really bold, knowing that he is wanted by the Imperial Court, and even more so, he has become our assessment mission. Not only does he not flee, but he disguises himself as a holy son of other sects and lures others out. 2 days ago there was a group of people who were pitted, raped and killed by him, all because of the information brought back by an old servant who desperately tried to bring him back. Many people followed this clue to apprehend this person, but there is no movement yet." Lu Shenzhou slowly nodded. This 100-Phase Patriarch was indeed bold. In that case, right now, that 100-Phase sect master will most likely disguise himself again and sneak back into the stagecoach station, looking for an opportunity to do evil? That 100-Phase sovereign could very well be anyone in this post. Right now, there are only 2 possibilities to catch that 100-Phase master. First, wait for him to show up and do evil again. Second, wait for the people who went out 2 days ago to come back and update their information. No matter which possibility it was, right now there was only waiting and building up their strength. Just as several people were eating their meals, there was a sudden rattling outside the post, and someone said in alarm, "The team that went out 2 days ago to chase down the 100-Phase Patriarch has returned." Lu Shenzhou and the others were also startled and were going to be the first to poke around for the latest information. Could Qingyu be among them? He didn't see Suqingyu inside, so it was highly likely that Suqingyu had joined the team that chased after her 2 days ago. Coming outside the post station to take a look, in the crowd, most of the people were gray, in a wretched shape, and their breath was shriveled. There were quite a number of people, at least 200 to 300 people, basically 4 or 5 people as a small team. And among them, Lu Shenzhou saw Suqingyu in a green dress. He revealed a smile and cast a fiery gaze at her. In the crowd, Suqingyu felt Lu Shenzhou's gaze full of hot thoughts, her head slightly raised, and the two of them looked at each other. Suqingyu's calm beautiful eyes immediately rippled with doubt, surprise, then joy and shyness. She detached herself from the few people in her squad without greeting and came in front of Lu Shenzhou, and in full view of everyone, she jumped into Lu Shenzhou's arms, her jade arms encircling Lu Shenzhou's neck, and her voice was clear and cold with a few moments of obvious joy. "Brother Shenzhou, is it the master who asked you to do this mission?" Lu Shenzhou wrapped his big hands around her waist and heatedly smiled. "Correct answer." Spinning around, he badgered in his ear, "Are you ready?" Suqingyu let out a delicate laugh, a touch of charming blush surged on her jade face, her voice had a few blushes and coquettishness. "Brother Shenzhou has come looking for her, could it be that Qingyu can still escape?" The pleasant and charming voice came, making Lu Shenzhou's heart flutter and his mind on fire. He only hated to immediately raise his gun and mount his horse to put this niece on the spot. Suqingyu had a special place in his heart. Shiryuju's 3 people looked at them, dumbfounded. Lu Shenzhou came to do the Sacred Sun examination mission, but he could still come to pick up a girl? And this chick, she was born so beautiful and temperamental. It was like a snow lotus in this icy sky and snow, extremely outstanding. Lu Shenzhou hugged Su Qingyu and smiled heatedly. Go, follow me to the room. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of shyness and panic. Brother Shenzhou, you actually managed to open to have a room? Finished, this time really want to lose her virginity to be eaten by Lu Shenzhou. This reaction made Lu Shenzhou's blood spurt even more. But immediately, Su Qingyu wrapped her arms around Lu Shenzhou's neck and guffawed. But, not today, oh brother Shenzhou. She knew that one is coming. Lu Shenzhou's face stiffened, his body was like being splashed with cool water. Really came? Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of aggravation. Does brother Shenzhou not think that Qingyu lied to you? Lu Shenzhou looked at her expression and was uncertain. Immediately, he smiled and stared at her with fiery eyes. It doesn't matter, it's good to be here. Anyway, you can't wait more than a few days. Su Qingyu's earlobes are starting to burn. Could it be that this time she really wants to lose her virginity to Lu Shenzhou? After not seeing him for a while, Lu Shenzhou's body had changed so much, his aura was even more stern, and he had even become the holy son of the Dongxian sect. There was some inquisitive desire in her eyes, wanting to know exactly what had happened. Lu Shenzhou was much more domineering and proactive than the last time they met, and it also allowed her to feel a sense of security now. At this time, 4 people came behind Su Qingyu. All 4 of them were female cultivators, 3 of them were young and beautiful, and the remaining was a middle-aged beautiful woman. Qingyu, who is he? These 3 young and beautiful female cultivators appeared to be the holy maidens of other sects. Seeing the 2 of them hugging each other, they each furrowed their brows and sized up Lu Shenzhou with unkind eyes. Su Qingyu revealed an elegant and dignified smile as she let go of Lu Shenzhou and introduced him. This is Lu Shenzhou, our Eastqian sect saint's son, and moreover my fiancé. Brother Shenzhou, let me introduce to you, this is Myriad Desires Sex Saint Daughter Kai Lianji, this is Sword Xian Sex Saint Daughter Su Bingqian, this is Luanjia Sex Saint Daughter Duga Yanan, and this is Myriad Desires Sex Elder Lady Han. The saint's son and saint daughter of the same sect was actually still an unmarried couple, which was relatively rare when placed within many sects. Moreover, these 2 looked to be quite affectionate. As a result, the brows of these 3 sects' holy daughters slightly relaxed, but their gazes at Lu Shenzhou were still repulsive and displeased. Su Qingyu let out a light laugh. A few sisters go back to their rooms to rest first. I'll be back after talking with brother Shenzhou for a while. Then a few people left, Su Qingyu explained. Brother Shenzhou, don't blame them, this time they went out to chase the 100-phase patriarch and saw too many bad things. Go in and talk, just in time to hear what's going on from you. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arm around her waist and walked inside the inn. Su Qingyu blushed, her beautiful eyes flustered and petulant, but she did not reject Lu Shenzhou's action as such. Several people came to the table and sat down. Shiryuju 3 people respectfully shouted, sister-in-law. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes were colorful. She did not expect Lu Shenzhou to have taken in a few sex saints as juniors when he first arrived. Then she spoke about the intelligence. This time when we went out to chase the 100-phase sex sage, we discovered his lair, and a lot of things happened in the middle, allowing him to escape. But our squad, we have once again grasped the clues of the 100-phase sect master, and we are coming back today for a short period of restoration before we continue our journey. Brother Shenzhou can join us in chasing this person. The 3 of Shiryuju's expressions were instantly delighted. Passing the Sacred Sun examination mission was expected. Chapter 108 Snatching Clues? The Thunder Sword intent instantly decimated the 4 Saint Sons. After the 2 teams rested for the night, the next morning, they set off in the wind and snow. In half a day, they traveled 800 miles. A group of people were currently resting by a frozen river. At this time, a group of people also came next to this. It's those people from Moron Immortal City. Su Qingyu's face turned slightly cold when she saw these people, her beautiful eyes glowing with an icy ghostly light. We're being followed. Su Qingyu, Kai Lianji, Su Bingqian, I didn't expect to run into you few again here. That Moron Immortal City's leader let out a cold laugh, with a few hints of greed and obscenity in his eyes. Duga Yin Nan spat, what bad luck. Yoho, you know to bring along a few escorts this time, is it useful? 4 people walked towards the 8 of them. If you don't want to suffer, then hand over the whereabouts of the 100-phase patriarch. That's right, how can you several charming little girls be a match for the 100-phase patriarch? If you go over there, I'm afraid that you won't be reduced to her crotch as a plaything. If you are in heat, you can find a few of us to solve the needs of by the way, the myriad desire sex yes do not. A few words, angry a few women enough. Tang Jianbai, you are also worthy of being a sacred son of a sect? Full of foul language. Lonely Yan'an angrily rebuked and immediately raised her hand to blast out a move. The light of several realm of intent powers surged forth. Clang! That Tang Jianbai merely raised his hand and grabbed it, crushing Lonely Yan'an's move. Little beauty, why bother asking for trouble? With that said, both sides erupted into a fight right here by the river. The several women, on the other hand, were being pressed. Seeing this, Shiryuju, Su Weilong, and Zhu Wuwei also swept forward to help the 4 women. As for the Myriad Desires sect, that elder Mrs. Han did not show up for some reason. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, stood at the back and watched the battle without immediately striking. The 7 people combined their attacks, but they couldn't beat the 4 Tang Jianbai, and were actually beaten back. It was also the first time Lu Shenzhou had seen Su Qingyu make a move. She had comprehended the power of 7 realms and was at the 9th level of the Earth realm. Tang Jianbai dealt with the attacks of several people while still having the leisure to glance at Lu Shenzhou, who was standing still behind him, and playfully sneered. "You few flower protectors, why are you just watching the show and not making a move? A few beauties, the people you guys are looking for here aren't working either." This kind of words of separation immediately let a few women frown. Lu Shenzhou stood behind the old god in the theater, a little out of the meaning or not, so that they have a worse impression of Lu Shenzhou. This man, or Su Qingyu's fiancé, how can he be so greedy and fearful of death, with no commitment at all? Hearing Tang Jianbai humiliate Lu Shenzhou, Su Qingyu's face turned cold, her body's spiritual energy fluctuated even more violently, obviously angry. Sure, Yuzhu directly cursed, "How does Big Brother Lu do things that you guys have to care about?" Lu Shenzhou fatally sneered, "I'm a person who doesn't know how to control the force when I strike. I'm afraid that I'll directly kill you guys." When Tang Jianbai heard Lu Shenzhou's words, he immediately laughed and sneered, "Egu, kill us? We are so scared." To be able to talk about being greedy and afraid of death and not daring to make a move in such a refreshing manner, you are the first. Lu Shenzhou sniffed and gently nodded, "You should indeed be afraid." The sneers on the faces of several people intensified as they looked at Lu Shenzhou as if he was a fool. Zip. Rumble. First, electric arcs surged, then in an instant, thunderstorms sounded, and Lu Shenzhou's figure transformed into running thunder, raising a fist and lunging towards Tang Jianbai in front of him. Tang Jianbai's face showed contempt. Similarly, like Lu Shenzhou, he raised his fist and blasted forward. 7 people join hands are not his opponent, this little white man who does not dare to make a move. What strength can there be, but just a flower show? Boom! The 2 fists collided. Tang Jianbai's face abruptly changed drastically. He only felt an unparalleled force like a mountainous mountain pass through his body. Bang bang bang. Crackling arcs of electricity exploded from Tang Jianbai's body, all his clothes were smashed to pieces, and his entire body was forced back dozens of steps by the immense force. What a strong force! The remaining several people were suddenly startled. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, "All of you retreat and rest for a while, these few things with foul mouths, just leave them to me to clean up." Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes lit up. She had never seen Lu Shenzhou make a move before. However, Lu Shenzhou's first shot like this brought a sea-setting effect that was reassuring. "Can you do it?" Su Bingqian frowned, somewhat not quite trusting Lu Shenzhou. Sure, Yuzhu spoke, "Just leave it to Big Brother. Yesterday, Big Brother even beheaded a celestial." At these words, the crowd looked at Lu Shenzhou in disbelief. Earth realm beheading a celestial, really? Su Weilong and Zhu Wuwei nodded their heads in agreement. This matter was something we saw with our own eyes yesterday, it can't be false. The 7 immediately retreated. Tang Jianbai's eyes were creeped out, his face shifted as he looked at Lu Shenzhou, his face was devoid of the rampant sneering smile from earlier. "Laugh, why don't you guys laugh?" Lu Shenzhou looked at these 4 people and instead revealed a cold and cruel smile. "What, are you guys unfilial laughing sons?" Tang Jianbai's face was ugly. "What are you pretending? Do you really think you are our opponent? You want to pretend to take on the 4 of us alone, then as you wish, together, clean up this little white boy." He didn't believe that this little white boy could really decimate the heaven realm. White sand palm. Water cloud axe. Immortal dragon finger. Thousand crane cane. Tang Jianbai's 4 people immediately shouted in unison, the power of the realm surging wildly on their bodies as they all pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. At this scene, heaven and earth changed color, worthy of being the holy sons of various sects. This Emolan immortal city really had strength. No wonder Su Qingyu, Shi Yuzhu, and the others were not its opponents. Just this? Lu Shenzhou's eyes revealed disappointment when he saw the intentional moves they had executed, and he looked contemptuous and sneered. "Then let's take you guys to test your swords." Lu Shenzhou's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying thunderous sword intent that was so creepy that his body couldn't help but tremble. And then he drew his sword with one hand as his cold and merciless voice slowly sounded. "Thunder sword intent." Rumble. Thunder light leaked out, and a sort of thunderons furiously meteors, flashing away within 100 meters. After a thunderclap, Tang Jianbai's pupils instantly contracted to the extreme. What a terrifying sword. Why did I see my own body? In his pupils, he saw a familiar headless corpse. Pooh. These 4 people's heads immediately shot up into the sky, their headless corpses gushing blood from their necks. Their last thought alive was, so I'm dead. Plop. The head and the headless corpse fell to the ground in unison, soaking the snow surface red. Good. How terrifying. Killing 4 Saint Sun level Earth realm genius patriarchs with a single sword. Other than Su Qingyu, the remaining few women looked at Lu Shenzhou with a steep and violent change in their eyes, much clearer, no longer having the contempt and look down on them from just now. Chapter 109, The Arrogance of the Imperial City Division Constable, Where is your nobility? Big Brother is mighty. Shi Yuzhu saw this scene and immediately roared with a reddened complexion. Su Wei Long Fox Fake Tiger coldly snorted, "Have to force Big Brother to fight to find death. Doesn't know how many kilograms he has, and still dares to look down on Big Brother." Shu Wuwei snorted coldly. Hearing this sentence, the next few women's faces turned red, and they couldn't help but subconsciously lower their heads. Only Su Qingyu held her head high and felt a burst of pride as she felt her face light up. She was sincerely shocked and happy for Lu Shenzhou. At this rate, she had really lost her virginity to Lu Shenzhou. The desire to probe grew stronger in her eyes as she looked at Lu Shenzhou, really wanting to know what had happened to Lu Shenzhou's body in the past few months. Feeling the more than 2,000 strands of pure yang qi pouring into his body, Lu Shenzhou was somewhat satisfied. It's time to have an epiphany of the feats again. Lu Shenzhou put away his sword and spoke, "Let's go, hunt down and capture the 100-phase patriarch." The group once again hit the road and chased towards the direction of the clues. On the way, a few women asked Su Qingyu, "Your fiancé is so powerful, why haven't I heard you mention it before?" Last time, if Sage Lu was present, he definitely wouldn't have let that 100-phase sect master escape. Su Qingyu's eyes had a touch of vigilance. These few tie hooves wouldn't want to hit Lu Shenzhou's idea, right? In the evening, several people came to a mountain peak and stopped their pace. Myriad Desires Sect's holy maiden, Kai Lianji, spoke, "My soul-chasing incense stays here. That 100-phase sect master should be on top of this mountain peak." Sure Yuzhu spoke, "Then let's find the entrances and exits and set up a formation to guard against that 100-phase sect master escaping again." Ordinary Earth Realm sect masters did not have the ability to fly to the sky and hide from the ground, so they could only look for entrances and exits if they wanted to go up this mountain peak that was hundreds of meters high. A few people searched for an upper mountain passage in this neighborhood. Swoosh! Suddenly a large knife flew in, blocking the path of several people. Sure Yuzhu saw the appearance of the large knife clearly, his complexion was shocked, and he blurted out in an out-of-breath voice, "Imperial City Division, Yang Ming Blade." In the darkness, a haughty and contemptuous voice rang out, "Since I know the Yang Ming knife, why don't you losers back off? If you jeopardize the major event of the sheriff's department, I will take your cheap lives and sacrifice them to the sword." Everyone's face suddenly changed in shock. Why are the people from the Imperial City Department here? The Imperial City Department is the criminal law agency of the Grand Xia dynasty, and the constables from all over the world are under its control, with great power, specializing in some big and important cases. How could we be here? Sneering contemptuous laughter rang out. Capturing a tiny 100-phase sect master hasn't been completed in 3 months. You plan missions even let one get away. The court decided to send us to solve this person and capture him. Su Bingqian exclaimed in shock, "Then what about our examination tasks? You losers still want to pass the assessment mission and participate in the Imperial Court Elite selection? A fool's dream. Of course all of you will be counted as failures." In the darkness, several constables wearing dark blue official uniforms with Yang Ming swords on their waists walked out. Each and every one of them was at least at the peak of the Earth Realm Zone sure cultivation, either extremely talented or with an outstanding background to enter the Imperial City Department. Sure Yuzhu, Su Bingqian, and the others' faces were immediately a bit ugly. They had spent such a long time, and now that they had chased them to the 100-phase Sovereign's lair, and they were going to be counted as having their assessment nullified, how could they bear to stop there? Sure Yuzhu opened his mouth. "This lord, can you be accommodating? We've chased them all the way here, we'll definitely be able to take down the 100-phase patriarch and complete the court's assessment mission." "Ha!" That young constable in the lead sneered, "You guys can take down the 100-phase patriarch, fool's errand. I'm afraid you guys still don't know that 100-phase sovereign is not just one person, but a gang of dozens of people. With just a few of you losers going up, you can only send them to their deaths." As soon as these words came out, Su Bingqian and the others looked startled, a look of fear appearing in their eyes. The 100-phase sovereign was actually a gang. Get lost if you know you're afraid, don't get in the way of our Imperial City Division. A few people's faces were unwilling, but they didn't dare to disobey this constable in front of them. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black gorgeous suit appeared, and these several arrogant constables were instantly respectful. "Constable." The middle-aged man sized up Lu Shenzhou and the others and asked what was going on, and the constable told the story. The middle-aged man's voice was stern, yet calm and gentle. 100-phase patriarch, this group of people is not something you can deal with, back off, don't bury your lives here for nothing. Sure Yuzhu, Su Bingqian, and the others looked reluctant and could only look at Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou laughed and stepped forward, "This lord, fight over, always fight to know. You guys cut off our future with a few light words, word or reason. If he regressed here, how could he participate in the next selection for 10,000 Immortal City? He had no status and was looked down upon everywhere. Why? Just because he was an ordinary person, from a humble family, without a bullish ancestor, should he be looked down upon everywhere? Merit and status, from the fist to take." That young constable sniffed with a furious look and immediately cursed, "Bitch, the constable lord for your own good." Lu Shenzhou's eyes immediately had murderous anger surging in his eyes. Bastard servant girl? No status, no court recognition, everywhere inferior. The middle-aged constable was raising his hand to block the young constable. A pair of vicissitudes of cold eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Is that how you want to catch the 100-phase patriarch?" A somewhat dangerous smile appeared on Lu Shenzhou's face. Without a fight, the genus is really calling out that it is difficult to convince people. This is to fight with the Imperial City Department's constable? The middle-aged constable looked at Lu Shenzhou with interest. How about this, you fight him, if you can beat him, I will allow you to participate in the mission. With a limit of 3 moves. This was to get this constable's approval to continue participating in the mission. Also good, tell your mates to recognize the difference between status and respect, it's fundamentally a disparity in strength. That young constable sneered and walked towards Lu Shenzhou. Obviously, it was possible to start making a move. A mouthful of cheap servant girl on the left, a mouthful of cheap servant girl on the right. The anger in Lu Shenzhou's eyes rolled over in a creepy manner, his body's aura abruptly skyrocketed, and his voice was cold to the bone. Could it be that you were so noble that you have a few lives to live? Sure, Yuzhu, Su Bingqian, and the others' faces reddened, their fists clenched tightly. Lu Shenzhou had spoken their hearts. Looking at Lu Shenzhou's back, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes had a few moments of infatuation. Thunder intent? This kind of small place, so remote, there is even a talent that comprehends the thunder intent realm. The few constables standing at the back looked a little surprised. The next instant. Rumble. Lu Shenzhou transformed into a thunderbolt and surged in front of that constable in an instant, his large hand wrapped in the power of thunder, and he grabbed him by the neck and lifted his entire body from the ground. You, where is noble? No need for 3 moves, 1 move will do. Chapter 110, Obtaining Ji Wenyuan's Recognition, Killing the 100-Phase Patriarch. An icy sneering voice rang out. It caused Shi Yuzhu, Su Bingqian, and the others to tremble with excitement. It was too domineering. The young constable who had been choked by Lu Shenzhou's neck had a red and iron face, only feeling that it was difficult to breathe as he struggled. Lu Shenzhou's hand was like lead, no matter how much he struggled, it didn't move. Ha! Lu Shenzhou let out a light laugh and looked at the middle-aged man. Isn't it true that the head constable bringing such a waste on the field is going to send him to his death and make the mission fail? The words of the party were returned to them in their original form. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Shenzhou with interest and did not move in anger. You are very good. Since you have the strength and are not afraid to die, then this mission, you will be promised to participate together. Loosen him up. Shi Yuzhu, Su Bingqian, and the others' faces were suddenly happy. At the critical moment, it was still up to the boss to make a move. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenzhou loosened his hand, as if he was throwing garbage, casually tossing the constable in his hand to the side, and faintly said, keep your mouth clean in the future. That constable's face was green and white for a while, his forehead veins popping out. The middle-aged constable said, the skill is not as good as others, then know that there are people outside the people, right, not a bit of growth things. The young constable immediately arched his hand and bent over, lowered his head, not daring to disobey the constable. Seeing this scene, Lu Shenzhou arched his hand and said, since we are doing a mission together next, may I ask how to address your honor? The middle-aged constable said, Long Yuan Dao, Ji Wen Yuan. Zhu Wui's expression was shocked and he lost his voice. Surprisingly, it's the iron-faced and unselfish Ji Divine Constable. The only arresting officer in the entire Long Yuan Dao who was willing to stick up for the commoners of the Cold family. The crowd was shocked and had more or less heard of it. Ji Wen Yuan's expression was bland, his gaze looking towards the mountain peak. This mountain is easy to defend but hard to attack. I just went to explore the path, in order to take down 100-Phase Patriarch's group. We need to split into 3 groups of people, one way to surprise attack from the back and draw them in. One way to seduce a few people, to distract the tiger from the mountain. One way to capture the king. Kid, do you dare have the guts to go for a surprise attack on these bandits from behind? If you can survive, this official can promise you that you don't have to go through the 10,000 Immortal City selection to join the Long Yuan Dao Imperial City Division. The moment these words came out, everyone's expression shook. Ji Wen Yuan was throwing out an olive branch at Lu Shenzhou, giving birth to the love of talent. Everyone looked at Lu Shenzhou with envious gazes. To be able to become an official after passing the 10,000 Immortal City selection, this was something that many people could only dream of. Lu Shenzhou was so outstanding? Only to see Lu Shenzhou's calm demeanor, he let out a light laugh and said, Men of my generation, merit and fame rely on both fists to take for themselves. G. Sheriff, do not have to provoke me, this job I should be. Both have the ability to take from themselves, why ask others to look down on? What you think is a gift has already been priced in the dark. Good. Ji Wen Yuan's eyes revealed a touch of admiration, then he looked towards Su Qingyu and Su Bingqian's several girls. 100-Phase Sect Master, this group of people are horny, you guys start from the front to transfer the tiger away from the mountain, don't worry, these subordinates of this official will protect your innocence and integrity. If other people said this, Su Qingyu's several girls would not dare to believe it, but the 3 words Ji Wen Yuan is the golden signboard, full of credibility. This official will go and capture the king. After the command, the group of people began to act individually. Soldiers split into 3 ways. Lu Shenzhou came behind the mountain peak. He stood in place, the power of thunder drumming on his body, and then his figure swooshed, directly jumping from the same spot to a height of 100 meters. After that, the two major realms of water and wind rotated, and the thunder realm coalesced and hooked into a locking hook that shook the mountain peak to death. Lu Shenzhou stepped on the thunder and climbed up the hundreds of meters high peak. Arriving at the top of the mountain, Lu Shenzhou saw a very delicate palace, both inside and outside the cultivator patrol guard. The number of people has been quite a lot. Inside the palace, there was a woman's screams coming out vaguely. Who? At this time, the patrol team of 3 people happened to bump into Lu Shenzhou. A hideous and cruel smile appeared on Lu Shenzhou's face. Those who send you on your way. These, however, were the pure yang qi that had been sent to his door, his cultivation sustenance. As his voice fell, Lu Shenzhou's body was like running thunder as he attacked and killed towards them. Rumble. The sound of thunder exploded. Bang. This Ji Wen Yuan is bullying people too much. The roar of the 100-phase patriarch resounded from within the exquisite palace. The many captive women within didn't dare to breathe. The other 100-phase patriarchs ate meat with one bite and toyed with the captured women with one hand. There were 18 chairs in total, and these 18 people were the complete 100-phase patriarchs. Once one of them was out doing mischief, they would return here to enjoy themselves, and the rest would continue to go out and commit crimes under the name of 100-phase patriarch. Big brother, calm down. A red-skirted woman with a delicate body like a snake pacified him. This Ji Wen Yuan is grasping at us like a mad dog. The 100-phase sect master's boss was furious. Yesterday, he had all set his eyes on a group of young ladies with excellent posture, and was all set to make his move when that Ji Wen Yuan showed up, scaring him into fleeing back to his lair. Big brother, not in the way, wait after this gust of wind on the good. In the red dress woman so comforting when. Big brothers, not good. At this moment, a minion ran into the palace in a panicked manner and said with a pale face. There are enemies. As the voice fell, the hall was filled with an uproar. 18 people instantly got up, their faces showing anger. What? Someone touched this place? That Ji Wen Yuan really doesn't stop. Does he really think that old me, Yang Rohai, is not made of clay? Yang Rohai said so angrily with his mouth. But inwardly, he was a little frightened. This Ji Wen Yuan's ability was too terrifying. Previously, a gang wanted to ambush Ji Wen Yuan. More than 150 elite good hands, was killed cleanly, called Long Yuan wrote other colleagues chills. That little minion hurriedly said, Big brother, not Ji Wen Yuan, is a small young man, should be to take the court-s examination task? Report. At this time, another minion came to reporting to all the big brothers, 4 young ladies have been found in the front peak, screaming that they want to capture the 100-phase patriarch. Upon hearing this, Yang Rohai's expression loosened. It's not Ji Wen Yuan, it's those sect disciples? Gu Laozies. The expression was a bit puzzled. I let them off the hook, and they still dare to send themselves to the door. Big brother, I'll go to the front peak to help you capture these little ES back. Immediately, a few people on the crosschairs stood up and volunteered to help. Yang Rohai let out a lewd smile. Alright, you guys go first. Old me will go to the back mountain to deal with that youngster. A milquetoast brat who dared to charge up the mountain alone, wanting to capture the 100-phase patriarch? Yang Rohai brought a few people to the back peak, and immediately his breath caught in his throat and his eyes glazed over. Kid, I'm going to catch you and feed you to the dogs. Only to see the front, blood stained all the snow surface, a teenager underground, ambushed with a dozen corpses. Have the guts to come. Lu Shenzhou saw Yang Rohai, his voice was also loud and undaunted, holding his sword in one hand and hooking his finger at him. My life is right here, just come and take it. Chapter 111. The head is here, can the test be considered passed? The voice fell. Yang Rohai took out a large sword, his body took off into the air, as fast as a stunning arrow, slashing towards Lu Shenzhou. Clang! The sword and knife collided, sparks flying everywhere. Lu Shenzhou's face immediately stared. This person is not an Earth Realm master, but a Heaven Realm. The intelligence was wrong. No wonder hundreds of holy sons and daughters were unable to complete this mission for months while Ji Wen Yuan stopped them from doing this mission. The underlying reason, someone within this 100-phase sovereign had broken through to the Heaven Realm. Did this kid start practicing swords in his mother's womb? Yang Rohai was at the Heaven Realm, and logically, crushing an Earth Realm sect master would be easy. But whether it was in terms of reaction speed or power moves, this kid was on par with him. Regardless of how he launched his sword, Lu Shenzhou was able to easily receive it, instead forcing him to start sweating coldly on his forehead. This kid was only about 18 years old. Why was his battle power so fierce and his moves so old? Big brother, I'll help you. The red-skirted woman behind her saw that she could not take Lu Shenzhou after a long time. She unclipped a leather whip from her waist, filled it with spiritual energy, and urged the power of her intent to whip towards Lu Shenzhou. Clang! Lu Shenzhou methodically dealt with the 2 people's attacks, but he also felt the pressure. These 2 people, they were both in the Heaven Realm. However, they were not from large clans, and even if they reached the Heaven Realm, their battle power was flawed. Ah! Steeply, thunderous sword intent erupted. Yang Rohai had a jolt, his body was covered in hair and bones, he immediately avoided it, and immediately reacted. This sword was not against him at all, but against the red-skirted woman behind him who was even weaker in battle. He immediately turned his head, his eyes wide with rage. He saw that this thunderous sword intent had directly chopped the red-skirted woman's flesh from her waist, and the two corpses fell to the ground immediately. 18. Yang Rohai hissed angrily when he saw the scene, his body trembling as he looked at Lu Shenzhou, his eyes crimson. Little brute. You deserve to die. No one can save you. He immediately burned his essence blood, determined to cut Lu Shenzhou down under his sword. The large sword in his hand emitted an extremely menacing aura, causing Lu Shenzhou's gaze to intensify. However, just at this time, not far away was a contemptuous cold laugh that rang out. Yang Rohai turned his head to see Ji Wenyuan in black official uniform, his forehead immediately burst out with veins, his breath catalyzed, more resolutely chopping towards Lu Shenzhou. Die! Ji Wenyuan had already chased after him, that meant that the front peak's men had already been taken care of. If he didn't kill this little beast in front of him, he would also die under Ji Wenyuan. Now that he had just broken through the heaven realm and was given a 400-year lifespan, he still had a large amount of looted money on him. How would he be willing to suffer death? Looking for death. Ji Wenyuan immediately frowned, his figure swept forward, ready to decapitate Yang Rohai. He truly did not expect that this surprise attack mission called for Lu Shenzhou to complete it beautifully and also decapitated a heaven realm. This son was truly outstanding, and it would be a loss if he were to fold here. When Lu Shenzhou saw Ji Wenyuan coming, he raised an eyebrow and revealed a more menacing gaze in his eyes. To rob my pure yang qi, that won't do. This Yang Rohai had already made it clear that he was no match for him. As long as he dragged through this burst of his essence blood-burning outburst, he would be able to cut him down by the sword. This was a walking 1,000 strands of pure yang qi. The aura of his body suddenly changed, replaced by the brilliant great sun sword intent, domineering. This sword does not seek to be fast. Rather, it was grand and overbearing. Terrifying sword intent emerged. Lu Shenzhou made a vigorous chop at Yang Rohai who was running in front of him. Rumble. What? The terrifying sword intent erupted out, startling Yang Rohai. This little brute actually has a bottom card? He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to defend. The majestic and domineering sword intent pressed down, and it actually made him somewhat unable to fight right away. How is this possible? Yang Rohai was horrified in his heart, and his body suddenly trembled. He was a heavenly human realm cultivator, but he couldn't even carry the sword intent that erupted from an earth realm sect master? In the instant that Yang Rohai resisted the great sun sword intent, Lu Shenzhou's body was like a thunder dragon as he swept forward. And then he killed with a fist, the fist deity Mori Thunder Terror, and his eyes were ice cold as he blasted forward. Bang! Blood splattered onto Lu Shenzhou's face, while Yang Rohai's chest was blasted out of a huge cavity by this punch, and his internal organs were reduced to dregs under this punch. Yang Rohai's figure trembled and his eyes fell down unwillingly. 1,000 strands of pure yang qi immediately surged into Lu Shenzhou's body with enough vigor. What? The group of Imperial City Department constables following Ji Wenyuan had just arrived here when they were taken aback by Lu Shenzhou's sword and fist. Each and every one of them had their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost. Right in front of them, Lu Shenzhou had killed a celestial realm in 2 moves across the great realm. What kind of freak is this? Looking at Lu Shenzhou's extremely young, still 2 points of tender face, each constable's heart trembled and his brain went blank. As for Su Qingyu, Su Bingqian, Kai Lianji, and Duge Yannan, they also saw the scene, and likewise each of them showed shocked colors, and their hearts set off shocking waves. Lu Shenzhou slashed one finger and chopped off Yang Rohai's head. Blood mist erupted. Lu Shenzhou stuck his sword on the ground, wiped the blood from his face and smiled at Ji Wenyuan. The 100-phase patriarch's head is here. Can the test be considered passed? Ji Wenyuan's eyes also jumped, his mood shook a bit. This kid. Lu Shenzhou had brought him too many surprises. A smile appeared on his vicissitudes of life. It naturally counts. When this official returns to Long Yuan City, he will account for your tasks and you will be the holy sons and daughters of the various sections. When these words came out, Shi Yuzhu, Su Bingqian and the others were overjoyed. They were riding on Lu Shenzhou's coattails. And then he looked at Lu Shenzhou. With my recommendation, you can skip the 10,000 Immortal City election and go straight to the Imperial City Department. How about it? Do you want to come to be a constable under this official? Ji Wenyuan once again threw out an olive branch to Lu Shenzhou. When Lu Shenzhou heard this, he just smiled and threw his head to Ji Wenyuan. Merit identity, my generation of men rely on their fists to take it for themselves. Otherwise today the constable to mention some, in the next day should be said that I am fortunate to enter the juniors, the Cold family A. Ji Wenyuan sniffed, his eyes pleased. Good. This young man's temperament is really strong. If it is not halfway through the fall, the future will certainly shine. As for the constable who spoke out of turn, at this moment, he doesn't dare to raise his head at all. Lu Shenzhou put away his sword and looked at Su Qingyu with an ambiguous gaze. Let's go, we should go home. Su Qingyu was only looked at by Lu Shenzhou, her heart was a bit fluffy, and her body was a bit soft and weak. Bad. This time, she might really be eaten to death by Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's rise was too fast, not to mention controlling Lu Shenzhou again, and now this holy maiden examination task is also dependent on Lu Shenzhou to complete. Her eyes blushed, her heart panicked, her legs softened, and she couldn't help but follow behind Lu Shenzhou. Chapter 112, Su Qingyu is drugged, Heaven Realm sneak attack. The Jade Icepost was in an uproar. 200 to 300 people had all taken on the task of catching the 100-phase patriarch, and it turned out that Lu Shenzhou and 8 others were the only ones who had accomplished this task. The rest of them had to pick the mission all over again in order to become the sect's holy sons and daughters. Sure, Yuzhu and the others bid farewell to Lu Shenzhou. Brother Lu, in a while, we will meet again at the Battle of 10,000 Immortal City. At that time, I hope to fight side by side with Big Brother Lu. In the wind and snow, the crowd dispersed. By the time Lu Shenzhou and the others returned across tens of thousands of miles to the eastern wasteland Immortal City, the Long Yuandao's paperwork should have arrived as well. Lu Shenzhou, Su Qingyu, Kai Lianji, Su Bingqian, and Lady Han, the few of them walked forward slowly. Qingyu, come to me and ride the same mount together. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were fiery and his gaze was ambiguous as he looked at Su Qingyu. Kai Lianji and Su Bingqian instantly teased with playful eyes. When Su Qingyu heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Why isn't it Brother Shenzhou coming to Qingyu's side? She was still trying her best to maintain an active and strong stance. Good. Lu Shenzhou laughed, his body transformed into a running thunder, instantly coming behind Su Wanyu, his big hands wrapped around her waist. I'm coming. Su Qingyu's earlobes were slightly hot pink, her heart was tingling, and she said somewhat shyly, Brother Shenzhou, they are still watching. Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, watching is watching, you and I are married, it is only natural to do anything. What, in the past you took the initiative to force me, now you still know to be shy? No. Su Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and there was a touch of panic under her eyes. It's just that Qingyu isn't ready yet. The words that used to fool Lu Shenzhou were now taken seriously by Lu Shenzhou's eyes. Her little chicken who loved to tease people was made real this time. Lu Shenzhou cupped her chin with one hand and was kissing her. Su Qingyu's delicate body trembled, then began to respond to Lu Shenzhou's affection, hugging and embracing Lu Shenzhou in a kiss. The kiss was called a heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Su Bingqian doesn't know how to be shy either. Kai Lianji and Lady Han, who were from the Myriad Desires sect, instead quietly watched the scene with a touch of envy in their eyes. After a long time, the lips parted. Su Qingyu gasped repeatedly, her delicate body softly paralyzed in Lu Shenzhou's arms, her voice lightly trembling and blushing. Brother Shenzhou, you're bad. She felt herself sinking. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arms around her waist and laughed badly. Pick a good day, let's get the marriage done. Su Qingyu gasped and her eyes were mesmerized. Does Brother Shenzhou want Qingyu that much? He, you say it. Su Qingyu gently clenched her teeth, on her jade face was a blushing flush. Then let Brother Shenzhou make the decision. But Su Qingyu's eyes hid a flash of panic and secret at the bottom. The two of them got tired of being together for a day. In the evening, several people made a fire and set up camp to prepare for the night. Kai Lianji came to them with a smile. Lu Shangzi, you have to borrow your lady for the time being. Oh. Su Qingyu was relieved and said with a smile, Brother Shenzhou, I will rest with them at night. Qingyu is now but not yet married, can't sleep with Brother Shenzhou. Oh. Lu Shenzhou saw the cunningness in her eyes and said with a big wave of his hand. It's not a problem, it's not too bad for these few days anyway. Mrs. Han on the other hand was helping out on the side. After a busy and tiring period of time, after nightfall, several people went back to their tents to sleep. In the middle of the night, Lu Shenzhou heard the sound of rapid footsteps, and he immediately awoke from his sleep. The next moment, the anxious and panicked voice of Mrs. Han rang out, Saint Lu, it's not good, Saint Su has suddenly disappeared into thin air. What? Lu Shenzhou's expression was shaken and he immediately pulled open the tent and rushed out. What greeted him was Lady Han's sneak attack. Bang! An explosion sounded steeply, and Lu Shenzhou's figure flew out backwards. Zizi! Lu Shenzhou's divine thundercloth was tattered and torn, and a hideous wound appeared under his ribs. Lady Han's cold and indifferent voice rang out. Impressive, such a sneak attack didn't even kill you in one move. Lu Shenzhou's face was grim as he looked at her with furrowed brows. Are Su Qingyu and the girls alright? They are fine for the time being, I put a little bit of ecstasy and drugged them unconscious. Mrs. Han looked at Lu Shenzhou with a cold smile, rather a flirt, not forgetting to think of women before dying. Lu Shenzhou endured the severe pain and looked at her, you are helping the Acacia League? This was already the third Heaven Realm assassin sent by the Acacia Alliance, and Lady Han was even hiding beside him, and after extracting a certain amount of trust, she wanted to use this sneak attack to solve Lu Shenzhou. Lady Han's figure slowly took off into the air, her body emitting a pink mist that seemed to be able to charm the mind and make people lose their fighting strength and sanity. Even the wounds on Lu Shenzhou's ribs had a vague pink mist, causing Lu Shenzhou's eyes to turn red. Lu Saint's son. Lady Han looked at Lu Shenzhou and sneered, now I'll give you two choices, first, die. Second, be my charming slave and be used by the Acacia Alliance from now on. Lu Shenzhou glanced at the dispersing pink mist, his body's lightning arc flickered, and his body suddenly began to retreat violently, shooting off towards the distance. Saint Lu, why bother fleeing? Stay and make merry with your concubine. Lady Han flew through the air in hot pursuit. Her voice was like a magic spell, affecting Lu Shenzhou's sanity. It had to be said that she had observed for a few days, carefully calculated and endured for a long time, finally seeking this opportunity to kill Lu Shenzhou tonight. Ji Xiangshan and the sword cultivator both died in Lu Shenzhou's hands, and if she exposed her identity and fought with him head-on, in all likelihood she would not be Lu Shenzhou's opponent. The heavenly realm was shocked by Lu Shenzhou to such an extent. Even if she couldn't make a move, she still had the Myriad Desires sect enchanting method as a backhand, using the smallest cost to resolve Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's blood spurted all over his body, Lady Han's marvelous figure appeared before his eyes, his sanity was fading a little, but deep inside he was nauseated. Just at this time, Yu Shuizha's voice rang in his mind, "I'll activate the Purine Qi to restore your sanity." A trace of Purine Qi traveled all over his body, making Lu Shenzhou's body ice cold and instantly regaining his sanity. And then, Lu Shenzhou's wildly running figure came to a steep stop. Lady Han continued to compel Lu Shenzhou with her charming method. May's secret. She performed the Myriad Lust Sect's unique secret method in pink mist wrapped towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou didn't do anything immediately, but instead stood in place with the trick in place. This Lady Han had calculated everything. How could she know that there was still an existence like the jade snow shine on him, which allowed him to regain his sanity? To ensure the safety of Su Qingyu and the others, it would be best to resolve Mrs. Han with a single violent move. Pink mist wrapped around Lu Shenzhou, and Lady Han's compelling voice rang out, "Become my charming slave." A mental fluctuation came from her. She wanted to control Lu Shenzhou for the use of the Acacia Alliance. Then, she slowly approached Lu Shenzhou, ready to complete the final step of the secret method. Thumbs up. A sword attacked and directly penetrated her chest. How is it possible? Mrs. Han's face paled before she smiled ruefully. And then the secret method backfired. Lady Han flung herself into Lu Shenzhou's arms, and Lu Shenzhou actually saw her memories. Chapter 113, Unable to resist anger, running and killing back to Eastern Desert Immortal City. Mrs. Han's memories surfaced before Lu Shenzhou's eyes. The little girl had a childhood friend and love merged since childhood. In the Myriad Desires sect, love is more than gold, but also rare, rumored to be a good story. After the young girl grew up, the more hair provocation seductive. Until one day, a person from the Acacia Alliance showed up, saw her beauty, and asked her to be her partner. She refused. Half a month later, her husband was killed by the Acacia League while on a mission, and at that moment, she was pregnant with her first bloodline. Heavy rain poured down, she hugged the tombstone and cried bitterly, her face could not tell whether it was tears or fish water. Husband. Obviously this life has long been promised to go together. You said. She did not have the idea of living. A few times Wana martyrdom, the child in the belly, became her only motivation to live. She promised the Acacia League to serve every guest to the best of her ability and fulfill her mission perfectly. And she became more and more valued in the Acacia Alliance, from a Xian realm disciple, to an Earth realm sect master, to a Heaven realm elder. She had worked hard and raised her child in secret, and inside, she had long been full of holes. Husband. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She thought that if she walked to the Heaven realm and became an elder of the Myriad Desires sect, she would be able to get rid of the control of the Acacia Alliance. Until this day, the people from the Acacia Alliance brought her daughter to her. "Madam, this daughter of yours was born better than you, a good seedling for serving guests." She once again felt fear. Obviously she had already hidden her daughter very well. Why, it was still found by the people of the Acacia Alliance. For the sake of her daughter, she took on the task of assassinating Lu Shenzhou. Thud. The long sword was pulled out of her body. The thunder sword intent had shattered her vitality and she could no longer do any harm to Lu Shenzhou. Mrs. Han jumped into Lu Shenzhou's arms, and he did not push Mrs. Han away. He somewhat sympathized with Lady Han, a woman with a tragic fate. Mrs. Han's voice was weak and her icy expression smiled, revealing a relieved smile. Lu Xingzi, can you hold me for a moment? Since her husband died more than 10 years ago, no one has hugged her. Lu Shenzhou sighed, put down the long sword in his hand, and gently hugged her waist. Such a simple action, but it was something she had craved for her entire life. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker, and her voice was not hateful. "Thank you for killing me." She tilted her head and looked at the white sky and earth. The snow kept on and on. Behind the snow was endless darkness. If there is an afterlife. The world is too dark, forget it, don't wanna come back. Since her husband was buried into the earth, there was no light in her eyes, only endless darkness. Husband. I'm so tired. I can finally come to accompany you, sorry for making you wait for me for so many years. Lu Shengzi can help me and husband. Before she finished a sentence, Mrs. Han swallowed her breath. She slowly closed her eyes, the last teardrop slid down from the corner of her eyes, her face was a three-quarter smile. Lu Shenzhou was silent for a moment. Good, I will bury you and my husband together. In his chest, an unspeakable anger and killing intent was brewing. Acacia Alliance, deserve to die. Acacia Alliance, deserve to be destroyed. A beautiful woman forced to be a thief. Killing a husband and forcing a son, evil deeds done. Turning only his hand, he chipped a nearby tree into a few planks, forming a coffin, and then gently placed Mrs. Han inside. New hatred and old hatred counted as one piece. Lu Shenzhou was really hard to tolerate. Acacia Alliance to exist in this world. Yu Shuizhou sneered. It is often said that people know that demons are scary. In my opinion, it is still you people who are more scary. Lu Shenzhou's voice was extremely calm. No need for you to say more. In the darkness of the night, Lu Shenzhou left a message for Su Qingyu and hurried away with Lady Han's coffin. Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. The Long Yuan Dao documents quickly arrived here. Lu Shenzhou passed the examination task and officially became the holy son of the Dongxian sect, qualified to participate in the selection for the Battle of 10,000 Immortal Cities, and the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City was suddenly shaken. How long had Lu Shenzhou risen to prominence? And Hua Miaoyi under the command of 2 disciples, now each became the clan's saint's son and daughter. That is really a moment of glory. As for the Lu Mansion, the people who came to send gifts to the Lu Mansion almost broke the threshold of the Lu Mansion. The smile on Lu Tsonghu's face never stopped. Once you pass the selection of 10,000 Immortal City, the Lu family will no longer be a humble family. Right now, the Lu family was only somewhat famous in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, and it wasn't even considered a big and powerful family. Bang! Someone received this news and shattered their beloved teacup. Lu Shenzhou had become the sex saint's son. It wouldn't be so convenient to lay hands on him again. Wastes. All a bunch of wastes. 3 Heaven Realm, unable to kill an Earth Realm sect master? The headquarters of the Acacia Alliance, there was a huge attic building in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City inch by inch. The attic was filled with powerful guests, and the women inside, all of them were beautiful, wearing sexy and thin clothes, with a look of either numbness, resentment, and grief. The Acacia Alliance could be said to have controlled the selection of the holy sons and daughters of the 4 great sects for generations. Right now, the holy sons of the Myriad Desires sect, the Sword Xian sect, and the Thunder Sound Temple were gathered together. Lu Shenzhou passed the Saint's Son examination. How do we treat him? It was unrealistic to send people to assassinate him again. A mud-legged with good qualifications and good luck is nothing more than that. If he is smart, he should join the Harmony Alliance. If he's not honest, at the 10,000 Immortal City selection in a few days, we'll team up to kill him. At the 10,000 Immortal City selection, as long as the clan elites were under 30 years old and over 30 years old, the position of Holy Son and Holy Daughter would automatically be retired. The Acacia Alliance controls the East Desert Immortal City Holy Son Holy Daughter 1. The purpose is to control the 10,000 Immortal City quota. A few people take turns to participate in the 10,000 Immortal City, and there is no need to fight to the death. It was equivalent to directly blocking the passageway for all the sect disciples to climb upwards. Who can go up and who goes down? A few of them can decide the fate of that person. A few people spoke contemptuously and condescendingly, not taking Lu Shenzhou seriously in the slightest. Rumble. A steep explosion rang out and the entire attic shook a bit. In the next moment, a small minion ran into this room with a panicked look and reported sharply, several alliance masters are not well. That Dongxian sect's holy son hit the headquarters and threatened to make the Acacia Alliance cease to exist. Whoever stands in the way, dies. As soon as these words came out, the 3 saints' sons' faces changed drastically, their complexions were gloomy, and their eyes revealed a thick color of shock and anger. Good guts. This mud-legged pariah servant girl is really rampant. Who does he think he is? They were just discussing how to draw Lu Shenzhou in, and in the turn of a hand, Lu Shenzhou had killed his way up to the Harmony Alliance headquarters. It seems that this mud-legged man doesn't know the heights of heaven, so sexually, let's kill him then. The 3 of them got up and walked towards the outside in a furious manner. Roar! A hideous thunder dragon emerged, roaring and hissing, seemingly manifesting its owner's monstrous fury. Chapter 114 today, delivering a coffin for the Acacia Alliance. Violently killing the Sword Xian sect's saint's son. From Lady Han's memories, he had learned that almost all of the women in the Acacia Alliance had been coerced into captivity. He traveled day and night, hurrying back to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. Outside the headquarters of the Acacia Alliance stood 2 Earth Realm cultivators guarding the gate, and when they saw Lu Shenzhou, their faces changed. Lu Saint's son. Dare I ask, what is your business here at the Acacia Alliance? Lu Shenzhou tumbled down from his Fey Beast mount and placed Lady Han's coffin at the entrance of the Harmony Alliance's headquarters as his indifferent and icy words spread out. Today, I've come to deliver the coffin for the Acacia Alliance. The faces of these 2 guards immediately changed as they looked at Lu Shenzhou with unkind eyes. Sage Sun Lu, if you are coming to the Hawan Alliance to seek pleasure, I, Hawan Alliance, welcome you. We will satisfy you with whatever kind of woman you want. But if you're coming to Hawan Alliance to look for trouble, then the weapons in our hands aren't vegetarian either. Ha! Lu Shenzhou's eyes were densely bloodshot, and his eyes rolled with hard-to-hide anger and killing intent. Then after today, there will be no more Hawan Alliance. I want the Acacia Alliance to leave no dogs or chickens behind. Whoever stops me will die. Do it! The 2 guards immediately bellowed and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou stood in front of Lady Han's coffin and blasted out a fist as the thunder dragon roared out. Snort! The upper bodies of these two guards were directly clawed and exploded by the Thunder Dragon, leaving only the lower half of their bodies behind. 1,000 strands of pure yang qi entered Lu Shenzhou's body. Roar! The predatory Thunder Dragon did not dissipate, but rushed up to the headquarters of the Acacia Alliance and collapsed its gate that was made of gold and weighed tens of thousands of pounds. The entire Acacia Alliance headquarters attic immediately shook violently. Immediately after, Lu Shenzhou's voice spread out like rolling heavenly thunder explosions. Today I, Lu Shenzhou, will destroy the Acacia Alliance. Whoever stops me will die. Those who were taken captive by the Acacia Alliance can leave on their own. I will not kill innocent and miserable people. Lu Shenzhou's voice resounded from everyone in the Acacia Alliance headquarters attic. Some people's faces changed drastically, some people's faces were unkind, some people's faces remained numb, and some people cried out in pain. Some people stood still and hesitated, some people fled the Acacia Alliance and gained their freedom, and some people copied their weapons and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. Seek death. Those who could be placed as stewards in the Harmony Alliance had a minimum of Earth Realm cultivation. However, most of them were past the peak of Qi blood and older Earth Realm sect masters. If Lu Shenzhou wanted to destroy the Acacia Alliance, he was destroying their good times, and they were the ones who were in an immortal situation. Damn it! Lu Shenzhou's eyes were cold to the bone as he blasted out a fist. Rumble. Thunderous sounds rolled and thunder was dense. Snort snort. Immediately, more than a dozen Earth Realm patriarchs' flesh exploded and died. The entire interior of the Acacia Alliance was splattered with blood and dyed red on the spot. And one by one, the colorfully dressed women stood in place, looking at Lu Shenzhou with disbelief. He actually meant it. Lu Shenzhou looked at them and sighed. You have regained your freedom. Go, leave this place that has caused you so much pain, and go start a new life. If in the future, there are still people seeking trouble from you, report my name, Lu Shenzhou. There was a woman with a numb face who heard these words, and tears involuntarily slipped down her face. 1, 2, 3, and then they fled out of this hell-like place without looking back, a place that caused them to be tortured and in agony. Benefactor, please accept our obeisance. A woman rushed Lu Shenzhou and made a big bow. Lu Shenzhou accepted it openly, and then raised his hand and threw a punch, blasting to kill the people from the Harmony Alliance who were pouncing in front of him. Bang bang bang. The sound of flesh exploding continuously rang out. These people who relied on dual cultivation to walk to the Earth Realm did not have strong battle power. But if they were a bit hard-boned, how could they grovel and be used by the Harmony Alliance? Since they were soft bones, but it was reasonable that they couldn't withstand a punch from Lu Shenzhou. Enough! Lu Shenzhou, you stop! At this time, the sacred son of the Swordshan sect, Yuhushua, the sacred son of the Myriad Desires sect, Zhupunkuan, and the sacred son of the Thundersound temple, Maotsai, appeared with gloomy faces. Lu Shenzhou had killed Fang Yuxuan, and there were still 3 of the 4 great alliance masters left. Lu Shenzhou looked at them expressionlessly and revealed a cruel and hideous smile. All here, quite good. Give it to me. Die. The last 2 words, Lu Shenzhou almost roared out, while his hand movements were not slow. Immediately drawing his sword, a thunderous sword intent surged out, slashing towards one of them. This person was none other than the Swordshan sect saint's son, Yuhushua. His face changed drastically. What terrifying sword intent! This person isn't good at using fists. When did he change to the sword path? He also instantly drew his sword, then in the next instant, brilliant thunderous sword intent descended. He gritted his teeth and barely raised his sword in defense. Bang! Ah! Yuhushua screamed miserably, his figure flew backwards and smashed into the wall. The thunder sword intent locked onto him. He directly failed to defend against this move. There were still non-stop flashes of nuisance thunder on his body. The damage tormented him. The long sword in his hand was also bounced out. A hallowed saint son of the Swordshan sect, you can't even carry one of my swords? Lu Shenzhou's indifferent and merciless voice rang out. This Swordshan sect saint son one, why don't you replace it with me? Taking advantage of your sickness, to take your life. Lu Shenzhou instantly raised another sword. Rumble. How fast the thunder sword intent was. Lu Shenzhou. Yuhushua's eyes widened in anger. You're going to die with our Harmony Alliance. Snort. His expression froze at this moment as his huge head fell from his neck, blood gushing out from his neck. The saint's son of the Swordshan sect died. But in a single glance, Lu Shenzhou's 2 swords killed the sacred son of the Swordshan sect. Zhupunkuan and Maotsai looked at Lu Shenzhou with horrified expressions, and there was still a touch of disbelief at the bottom of their eyes. You dare to kill the sacred son of the Swordshan sect? Why don't you dare to kill? What is there to not dare to kill? The sword intent on Lu Shenzhou's body rose up again, his body filled with thunder, killing intent rolling. Even you. I will kill you all together. Good guts. Zhupunkuan and Maotsai looked shocked. Make your move. The engagement at the Saint Sun level made it difficult for ordinary Earth Realm patriarchs to intervene at all. The difference in the power of the comprehended realm of intent was too great. Swoosh. Lu Shenzhou bluffed, did not break out the thunder sword intent, body shape fast as running thunder, in an instant, is between the gap between the 2. Then the brilliant and domineering Great Sun sword intent spewed out. This sword, who will kill? In the two people's horrified gaze, Lu Shenzhou's great sun's sword intent chopped towards Mao Zai, the saint son of Lei Temple. And Mao Zai actually used his horizontally practiced to the extreme hands to receive it. Just at the first contact, a force so powerful that it was hard to describe came from his arms and then surged through his entire body. Snort! The blood vessels in Mao Zai's arms immediately exploded open, and blood gushed out from dozens of parts in unison, followed by the sound of bones breaking. This power, it was too powerful, it was already far beyond the limit of what this cross-trained physical body of his could withstand. This sword could kill the heaven realm. What could he take to block it? No! Mao Zai raised his head and met Lu Shenzhou's cold and indifferent eyes, letting out a loud roar in despair and unwillingness. In the next instant, Lu Shenzhou blasted a fist towards his head, the unparalleled force of over 40,000 pounds, combined with the speed of the thunder intent enhancement. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded. Mao Zai's head was actually slapped alive into Lu Shenzhou's chest by this punch, his body suddenly trembled and his vitality was instantly cut off. Death! Chapter 115 Violently killing the three great sacred sons. From now on, there will be no more Harmony Alliance. Wow! The force of 40,000 pounds set off a terrifying wave of air that shook and scattered. Some of the people present were shocked and their minds went blank when they saw this scene. The saint son of Lei Temple, who was known for his horizontal training, was actually slapped to death by Lu Shenzhou with a single punch. Counting Shang Yuxian, Lu Shenzhou alone had already killed 3 of the saint sons of the 4 major clans in the eastern desolate immortal city. Did he want to kill all the saint sons of the eastern desolate immortal city? In the blink of an eye, of the 3 great saint sons, the only one left dead was Zhu Pengkuan. He was a saint son of the Myriad Desire sect, and his battle prowess was even less than the other 2. He looked at Lu Shenzhou with a terrified gaze and spoke. Lu Shenzhou, I am the only one left in the Acacia Alliance. What conditions do you have? Put them forward as much as you can and I will agree to them all. A person who is about to die, why do you need to talk too much? Lu Shenzhou's cold and indifferent voice spread out. Go on your way at ease, don't ask others to wait for a long time on the Yellow Springs Road. Rumble! Thunder light flashed as he raised his arm and swept it to the right, ready to blast Zhu Pengkuan to death with one arm. Zhu Pengkuan's face turned pale, a white mist surged out wildly from his body, his figure suddenly retreated violently, dodging Lu Shenzhou's arm kill. Bang! Although the enormous force did not hit Zhu Pengkuan's body, it directly caused a huge horrifying hole to appear in the hard and unrivaled wall. This scene straight away made everyone's eyes jump violently. If this arm of Feng Kai had hit Zhu Pengkuan's body, I'm afraid that his flesh would have to burst open on the spot. Zhu Pengkuan screamed, Lu Shenzhou, you madman! Even if you kill us, there's no way the Acacia Alliance will disband. Without the Harmonious Alliance, there will still be the Good Harmony Alliance and the Myriad Harmonious Alliance. The interests of millions of people collude, how can you alone say that? Lu Shenzhou laughed, his voice cold and merciless, come one, kill one. Come 2, kill a pair. Kill the blood flow into the river, kill the heads roll. If no one dares to venture out, this matter will naturally be accomplished. Just because you are gutless and have mediocre abilities doesn't mean that others are as well. Lu Shenzhou's previous life was ultimately born in the Blue Star, and in his kingdom, there were valiant men such as Huang Chao. Wouldn't the king and his vassals rather have seeds? Hearing Lu Shenzhou's words, everyone's faces turned pale. At the same time, they were overwhelmed by Lu Shenzhou's vigor. Zhu Pengkuan's lips mumbled, never expecting that a humble person from a humble family would quietly raise such a vigor, which was not as good as it could be. He exclaimed, I know, I am willing to disband the Harmony Alliance and return all the captive women. There will be no more Harmony Alliance in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City in the future. Rumble! Thunderstorms rang out, and a thunderous sword intent had already chopped out, extremely fast. Thud! Zhu Pengkuan's body stiffened and his head shot up into the sky, his expression stunned and fearful, unable to believe that he had died like this, unable to block even a single move from Lu Shenzhou. There is no need. Or it is more comfortable for me to kill a clean kill myself. All of them are pure yang qi, all of them are his cultivation sustenance, a great opportunity, how can he just let them go? Lu Shenzhou's indifferent words sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Up to this point, the original saint sons of the 4 major clans of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City were killed cleanly by Lu Shenzhou alone. The remaining members of the Acacia Alliance were trembling, their faces were terrified, and it was actually difficult to raise the intention of resistance within their hearts. Escape! Escape! There was an Earthrealm cultivator who cried out miserably, his body swept wildly, intending to escape from this place, from the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. However, how could the speed of these waste things of theirs compare to Lu Shenzhou's speed? Rumble! Ah! The headquarters of the Acacia Alliance was constantly resounding with miserable and desperate screams, and the entire pavilion was trembling violently. And this news was being spread to the 4 major clans of the Eastern Desolate Immortal City at an extremely fast speed, as countless people shook, their gazes stunned in disbelief. When the manpower sent by the 4 great sects arrived at the scene. Rumble! The glorious, the headquarters of the Acacia Alliance, which had existed here for more than 1,000 years, collapsed on this occasion, raising dust in the sky. Countless people clapped and applauded, with crystals flashing in their eyes. The headquarters of the Acacia Alliance had existed here for over 1,000 years, and it was unknown how many people had been bullied by the Acacia Alliance. Came too late, a sect elder's face was gloomy and unsightly. Amidst the smoke and dust of the ruins, a silhouette slowly walked out, accompanied by that indifferent voice. After today, there will be no more Harmony Alliance. If anyone still acts as a member of the Acacia Alliance, no matter who you are, I will kill you clean. If you guys want to come looking for trouble from me, I'll take it all. So that everyone will know that I am in a personal feud with the Acacia Alliance that is immortal. There were quite a few people who immediately looked unsightly and dared to speak out in anger. They were clear about why Lu Shenzhou was feuding with the Acacia Alliance. Initially, it was a small family under the Acacia Alliance that looked at the Lu family residence in preparation for the construction of a greenhouse, and then snatched Lu Shenzhou's woman. Then the Acacia Alliance sent people 3 times to assassinate Lu Shenzhou. This was indeed a personal feud that would not end in death. No one could say a single thing that wasn't true, or else someone would have jumped out to stop Lu Shenzhou at this moment. By the way, the Holy Son of the Sword Shin Zone, Thundersound Temple, and Myriad Desire Sect is the head of the Acacia Alliance, this time sending the 3 great heavenly realms to assassinate me, and has already been ambushed. The various sects are still to elect a new Holy Son as soon as possible. Don't delay the later 10,000 Immortal City selection. Lu Shenzhou was dyed with his blood, his aura was stern, and he walked straight ahead. No one dared to stop him. There was no other way. Dongxian sect had also dispatched their manpower, and the people from the city lord's mansion had also arrived. Lu Shenzhou had killed through the entire Harmony Alliance with his own strength, decapitating the 3 great saints. Obviously his battle strength was extraordinary. I'm afraid that no one of the Earth Realm cultivators within the Eastern Desolate Immortal City was Lu Shenzhou's opponent. And how could a Celestial Realm cultivator dare to make a move against Lu Shenzhou in front of so many people? Even if they hated Lu Shenzhou again, they could only break their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. This little man. In the sky, Hua Miaoi looked at Lu Shenzhou's figure. Her beautiful eyes were colorful, her chest rose and fell unceasingly, and her lips murmured with some emotion. It's a bit manly. Lu Shenzhou was growing too fast. It's better to wait until he returns to the clan. Hua Miaoi licked her tantalizing red lips, suppressed her lust, turned around and flew back to the East Qian sect. And then, the entire Eastern Wasteland Immortal City was shaken up and down. Many people were praising Lu Shenzhou's style as a patriarch and celebrating the fact that the Dongxian sect had cultivated such a good saint's son. The other 3 clans were also temporarily powerless to deal with Lu Shenzhou, and had to pick out a new clan saint's son, the kind that could deal with defeating Lu Shenzhou. Otherwise, for the next period of time, the disciples of the other 3 clans would be overwhelmed by Lu Shenzhou alone and would not be able to raise their heads. Although the selection for 10,000 Immortal City had not yet begun, Lu Shenzhou was already the uncrowned king and had vaguely taken the slot to represent the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City this time. Lu Shenzhou did not return to the sect first time, nor did he return to the Lu mansion. He carried a coffin and came to a tombstone to bury Lady Han. Mrs. Han, I have done what I promised you. Chapter 116. Hua Miaoi breaks through the martial saint and succeeds as a patriarch. Old Master. Lu Shenzhou returned home and his grandfather, Lu Tsonghu, was basking in the sun. Lu Tsonghu was refreshed and in good spirits. Ah Shenzhou, you are now the saint son of the Dongxian sect. When will you let grandpa hold his great-grandson Na? Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, his gaze drifting towards the alchemy room. Grandpa, soon, in the future, I will definitely give birth to 10 or 8 big fat brats for you to hold, and give my Lu family a new branch. Lu from the Tiger Ouch smilingly said, then you have to do a good job, Zhiro. This girl's idea, quickly go. Lu Shenzhou outside to do great things. He did not have to go to inquire, there will be someone door to send gifts to tell him. He also did not delay Lu Shenzhou's time. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed and walked towards the alchemy room. Lu Zhiro was drilling some kind of Dan formula and suddenly saw Lu Shenzhou, revealing a gentle smile between her looks. Shenzhou, you're back. Lu Shenzhou went forward as to embrace her waist to pull in the arms. Lu Zhiro jade facepan heat, know what he wants to do. Shenzhou, you wait for me to put away the Dan formula. Well. Lu Shenzhou, which waited so long, directly came up to kiss her. Lu Zhiro's face was flushed, and her pair of jade arms also wrapped around Lu Shenzhou's neck and embraced him in a kiss. This kind of intimate contact let her body tingling, enjoy immersed in it. For a long time, the two of them parted their lips. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, Sister Jiro, a lot of growth. Shameful. Lu Zhiro's beautiful eyes lightly trembled, her heart blushing, no. Don't say such words. Lu Shenzhou laughed, Sister Jiro, Fonkai Grandpa is again urging when to hold grandchildren. Lu Zhiro's red lips lightly bit, her face blushing, this old uncultivated. For the next period of time, I will be at home, should we take advantage of this time to do the wedding? Lu Shenzhou tightly wrapped his arms around her waist. Lu Zhiro's beautiful eyes lightly trembled as she softly said. Shenzhou, I have something I want to say to you. Just at this time, a Lu family subordinate passed the message, "Young master, your master has sent someone to ask young master to come back to the clan." Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. It should be that Hua Miaoyi couldn't wait, either that or there was something to find him. There's no rush. Lu Shenzhou was ready to open his mouth to refuse, preparing to rest at home for a few days before returning to the sect. Lu Jiro, however, opened her mouth and said, "Shenzhou, sect has a serious matter, you go to the sect first. When you come back, I will talk to you. You now have a head and a face, every move is watched by many people, business is important." "Okay." Lu Shenzhou said, "Then I'll go back to the sect first, Sister Jiro. You wash your hands and wait for me to come back." Well, Lu Jiro couldn't raise her head in shame. Where did Lu Shenzhou learn this kind of bad words to bully her? He let go of Lu Jiro and walked out the door, and at the main entrance, a personal disciple of the Dongxian sect stood waiting for him. To think that a few months ago, a marketplace loan shark smelly rascal dared to hit on his house. Nowadays, without an invitation, all of Dongxian sect's personal disciples had to wait honestly outside the door, not daring to do anything out of line. Seeing Lu Shenzhou arrive, this pro-disciple immediately arched his hand and bent over with a cupped fist. "See you, holy son." Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, "What is the sect looking for me for?" This personal disciple spoke, "Peak Master Hua and the Patriarch are waiting for the sacred son at the sect's main hall." "The Patriarch wants to see him?" Lu Shenzhou had a bit of interest, but he had never been to the sect's grand hall. It was a place where only the top figures of the Dongxian sect could go. "Lead the way ahead." "Yes, Saint Son." Lu Shenzhou followed this person and quickly arrived at the East Xian sect hall. The grand hall was ancient and simple, filled with the vicissitudes of age and a sense of seriousness and sanctity. There were two people in the grand hall. One was Hua Miaoyi, who wore a white dress with a delicate and exquisite figure, full of majestic flavor. The other was the East Xian sect patriarch. Lu Shenzhou took a large step forward and arched his hand in salute. "Greetings, patriarch and master." The patriarch of the Dongxian sect was the only martial saint under the eyes of the Dongxian sect. His strength was unfathomable and extremely majestic. The patriarch shot Lu Shenzhou a glance, his voice as gentle as a scholar's. "Sacred son Lu Shenzhou, you are very good, all of you in this lineage are very good. The future of the Dongxian sect is going to be handed over to you. Many thanks for the praise, sovereign." Lu Shenzhou spoke, "I don't know what the patriarch summoned my disciple here for?" The patriarch's eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou in surprise. "You don't know about such a great matter?" Lu Shenzhou's eyes were puzzled. "What is it?" The patriarch looked at Lu Shenzhou and said with a smile, "Your master Hua Miaoyi has already broken through the martial saint realm and is preparing to succeed the patriarch." "What?" Lu Shenzhou looked shocked, surprised, and delighted. Immediately, he was a little ashamed as he spoke. "Congratulations to master teacher for being ranked as a martial saint. He was only at the earth realm, and Hua Miaoyi was a martial saint. Then wouldn't he still have a long time to be under her?" Hua Miaoyi enjoyed Lu Shenzhou's expressive reaction and laughed inwardly. "Little man, if you want to roll over and impregnate me, you're still early. Be honest and stay down there. As soon as I returned to the city today, I was so preoccupied with revenge that I didn't really know about master's great joy. Hua Miaoyi was going to succeed one of the sect masters, the sect's holy son was him, and the sect's holy maiden was Su Qingyu. It was tantamount to the three of them being able to cover the sky with one hand in the Dongxian sect. This was truly a great joy. No wonder no one dared to make a move against him after he destroyed the Acacia Alliance. It turned out to be that his backer had gone even further." A smile appeared on Lu Shenzhou's face immediately. In the future, who would dare to disobey him up and down the East Xian sect? If he dared to provoke him, he would go blow his pillow. "I summoned you here to tell you that your destruction of the Acacia Alliance this time, beheading all the holy sons of the three sects, and raising my Dongxian's reputation is very good. Next, you can prepare for the battle of 10,000 Immortal City with all your might." Lu Shenzhou was already the strongest saint son of the Dongxian sect in hundreds of years. Lu Shenzhou nodded. "Disciple knows." "Sovereign, master, how exactly does this battle of 10,000 Immortal City work?" He only knew that it was the only means of selecting elites for the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, just like the ancient imperial examinations in the previous world. The patriarch spoke. "The battle of 10,000 Immortal City is to send the holy sons of all the sects of the Long Yuan Dao to the Death Forest within the Eastern Wasteland. There are fourth-ranked demonic beasts here, in the hinterland of the Eastern Wasteland, and then there is a 10,000 Immortals Academy within, and you have to kill your way out of it by all means. This is how you can pass the court selection and serve as an official, instead of being stuck in a small immortal city for the rest of your life." Death Forest. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were heavy. The Death Forest was extremely treacherous and was 100,000 miles large. A person has to kill through 100,000 miles to come back alive. Just thinking about it makes people despair. The way the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty selected elites was really serious and cruel, and I'm afraid that the death rate was low. One must be prepared for this. Lu Shenzhou looked at the stunningly beautiful and seductive Hua Miaoyi, suppressed the fiery agitation inside, and arched his hand with a straight face. "When will master succeed the patriarch one?" Feeling a certain emotion hidden in Lu Shenzhou's gaze, Hua Miaoi's jade face began to burn slightly. This little bastard has a lot of guts. And doesn't look at what the occasion is. Chapter 117, Taking Down Lu Jiro, Motivation to Become Stronger. The patriarch laughed and said, Senior Flower Sister has only sent her application to succeed the patriarch at the moment. Counting the time of the mission, it will be a while before she can do so. But right now, it's already possible to use the sovereign's identity to handle the sect's affairs first. After explaining these two sentences, the patriarch left a sentence, You masters and disciples talk amongst yourselves, and left the sect hall. Lu Shenzhou was still a little surprised. Now our patriarch seems to be quite good at talking? Hua Miaoi said. Senior brother Chao can't wait for me to take over as the sect leader so that he can further his cultivation. After stepping down as the sect leader with the merit accumulated over the years, he can leave the eastern wasteland immortal city and go to a very good place to fulfill his duties. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed and said, Now the Fong clan is left for me to do. Hua Miaoi's beautiful eyes moved. This little man was thinking about this matter. This was also showing her sovereignty. She opened her mouth and said, It just so happens that I first succeeded the sovereign one. It's not good for me to get my hands dirty, so the Fong family will be left to you. She looked at Lu Shenzhou as he slowly leaned towards her. Little bastard, this is the sect hall, you are not allowed to fool around. This little bastard was even more excited than her, wanting to make a move on her in this place? You are already the sect's saint's son, you also have the right to deal with sect affairs. Stay and familiarize yourself with the sect's affairs with this palace. Lu Shenzhou's face collapsed. He was still in the earth realm and Hua Miaoi was already a martial saint. How could he fight? His body was shaking cold with gas. When would he be able to stand up? On that day, Lu Shenzhou honestly dealt with the affairs of the sect. One day, these disciples of Dongxian's sect who joined the Acacia Alliance were directly sent by Lu Shenzhou to do hard work. The entire Dongxian sect was shaken. Everyone knew that the Dongxian sect had changed. The patriarch, the holy son, the holy daughter, the Trinity family, how to fight with Hua Miaoi's lineage. The group of elders in the Senate fell into silence. Lu Shenzhou dealt with the clan's affairs for a day, returned to the Lu mansion dizzily, washed up, and then lay down on the bed. However, he felt that the bed was soft, as if there was someone under the covers. While Lu Shenzhou was puzzled, the quilt was ringing with blushing voices. Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou looked shocked, expression suddenly happy, a Jiro sister. Lu Jiro actually really washed white to his bed. Lu Jiro is also too good at spoiling him. Lu Jiro's blushing response came out from under the covers. Lu Shenzhou immediately hemmed and hawed and entered the comforter with a fragrant aroma. As soon as he hugged the naked Lu Jiro, he didn't intend to raise his gun immediately and intended to hug Lu Jiro properly and talk for a while. Who knows, Lu Jiro is an exception to the norm, but it is unprecedented to take the initiative to come up and kiss Lu Shenzhou. Shenzhou, I want to be your woman. Her voice contains sincere emotions, seems to think about it for a long time, drummed up the courage. Lu Shenzhou could feel her violently beating that heart, her voice was trembling, also seemed to tell herself not to regret. Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled and pressed her down. I've thought of the child's name. Lu Jiro jade arm tightly hugged Lu Shenzhou's neck. Shenzhou. Be gentle. Good. A night of which mountain clouds and rain, wonderful. After the aftermath, Lu Jiro hugged Lu Shenzhou tightly and said, Shenzhou. I have to go. Lu Shenzhou let out a bitter smile. Sister Jiro, is this what you want to say to me during the day? Lu Jiro's uncharacteristic behavior, he vaguely perceived something. Taking the initiative to wash her hands and send them to his bed, wanting to be his woman, this is not like something her nature can do. Shenzhou. I'm sorry. Lu Jiro's beautiful eyes have crystal flashes. My clan found me and want to take me back to they. Said that my real parents' days are numbered and want to see me one last time before they leave. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arms around her and said, Sister Jiro, you can also come back again after you've made a trip. Lu Jiro's voice was resolute. Shenzhou, I don't want to be someone who can't put anything to use. In her voice, it also revealed her vulnerability. Lu Shenzhou was a little heartbroken. It was him who was too weak to protect the person beside him. The identity of the saint son of the Dongxian sect may seem powerful, but when looking at the entire Long Yuan Dao, it was completely insufficient, not to mention the entire Xia imperial dynasty. Anyone who came could take away his women without consulting him. The people behind Mu Yen Dance and Lu Jiro both looked down on him as an existence. They wouldn't even say a word to him, and he could appreciate the huge gulf brought about by the status and identity of both sides. Lu Jiro has the deepest feelings for him, and he doesn't want to force the person behind Lu Jiro to show up, making it difficult for Lu Jiro to be caught in the middle. In the coming days, when he is strong enough, then he will bring them back to his side squarely. Lu Jiro touched her stomach, her voice gentle. Shenzhou, if I am pregnant with a child, I will give birth to it well. This is our child. Lu Shenzhou was heartbroken and hard to bear. He took a deep breath and said, I will come to you. No matter where you are. Lu Jiro's words reflected how the forces behind her viewed him, not allowing them to see each other again in the coming days. So much so that it caused Lu Jiro to go against the grain and offer herself, wanting to keep his bloodline child. when really overbearing, treating him, Lu Shenzhou, like an ant. A hard-to-conceal anger burned in his chest. Lu Jiro's beautiful eyes were brimming with tears as she tightly and reluctantly hugged Lu Shenzhou. It was as if the parting of life and death was the last time for two people. When Lu Shenzhou wanted to say more, the sky turned white. An old woman's voice sounded outside the door, "Miss, it's time to depart." This gave Lu Shenzhou the creeps. With his current perception, there was a person standing outside the door and he couldn't even perceive it. What cultivation level was this old crone? The Yushuezhou in his mind spoke. The person outside the door, according to the division of your human race, is at least a Zun realm existence. The corners of Lu Shenzhou's mouth became even more bitter. A Zun realm powerhouse was willing to be a slave and call Lu Jiro as miss. What was the power behind her? Even if you look at the entire Long Yuan Dao, you won't be able to find many Zun realm great powers, right? Lu Jiro was reluctant to part with her gaze of longing. Shenzhou. I have to go. Lu Shenzhou was equally hard to part with. Since he crossed over, Lu Jiro has always accompanied him. It was his haven, his childhood friend. For a moment, Lu Shenzhou seemed to have returned to the time when he had not awakened the body of pure yang, and was unable to protect any of the things and people he cared about. It was even more unbearable than it was back then because he was no longer his weak self. Lu Shenzhou squeezed out a smile and pretended to be dashing. Sister Jiro, what's there to cry about? It won't be long before I'll find you and marry you back in an 8-carried sedan chair. Think of it as you returning to the family to raise your fetus. Lu Jiro broke into a smile. Good. She quickly left without alerting anyone in the Lu family. That old crone warned Lu Shenzhou, "Kid, forget about Miss's existence, your identities are like clouds and mud, Miss is not something you can think about. Seeing as you have treated Miss kindly for many years, last night, consider it a beautiful dream. Now, the dream is awake." The tone was condescending, overlooking all living beings, treating Lu Shenzhou like an ant, as if it was a handout. It made Lu Shenzhou's anger unbearable, his chest heaving and his forehead veins bulging. He wanted to become strong. Enough to dominate his own destiny and protect those around him. Chapter 118, Su Qingyu challenges Lu Shenzhou, Hua Miaoi's fierce requests. After Lu Jiro left, Lu Shenzhou was depressed for several days. A person sullen at home, while Lu Jiro left behind all the traces of life collected and preserved. Lu Tsonghu took the wine and found Lu Shenzhou, looking at this family Qilin child, he spoke. "Jiro, that girl is gone?" Lu Shenzhou looked up, somewhat surprised. "Grandpa, you know?" Lu Tsonghu blew his beard and glared. "This girl I personally picked up, I cannot know? When I first picked up Jiro, this girl, on her body, but there are costumes that can only be worn by royalty. I know that the family can't keep her for the rest of her life." Royalty? Lu Shenzhou's eyes had a brilliant aura bursting out, and he immediately pulled himself together. "Many thanks, Grandpa." Lu Tsonghu handed over the wine. "Drink it and then work hard to bring back my granddaughter-in-law before I die. Shenzhou, you are a genius. If you can pass the 10,000 Immortals City examination, you will be able to enter the court to win a title of Marquis and King. At that time, even marrying a royal princess will not be a problem." Marquis and King. A mouthful of wine poured down his throat. The spicy Lu Shenzhou's face was red. "Strong enough. The 10,000 Immortal City examination, he will pass, and whoever stands in his way will die. The three great sects would definitely introduce a new holy sun to block him." Oh. He looked at the tens of thousands of strands of pure yang qi in his body. After drinking the wine, Lu Shenzhou felt much better and completely revitalized. He returned to the Dongxian sect. Along the way, everyone bowed their heads and respectfully called Lu Saint's son. In the past, Lu Shenzhou would probably have his tail up in the sky. He arrived at the sect's main hall, and when he saw the green dress beside Hua Miaoi, his face lit up with joy. Qingyu. A few days late, Su Qingyu also returned to the sect and became the sect's holy maiden. It was just that Lu Shenzhou had been bored at home for the past few days and didn't know about it. When Su Qingyu saw Lu Shenzhou, she smiled with a full smile. "Brother Shenzhou." The two did not have anything else to catch up on. Su Qingyu looked at Lu Shenzhou. "Qingyu wants to challenge Brother Shenzhou. I hope that Brother Shenzhou will agree and use his full strength." Lu Shenzhou looked at her smilingly. "Want to fight me so badly? There has to be an addition to this, win or lose, right, Qingyu?" His gaze was fiery and ambiguous as he looked at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu smiled with a beaming smile, a touch of cunning flashing through her beautiful eyes. "It seems that Brother Shenzhou is very confident that he can outwit Qingyu." Qingyu promised. The voice fell. Su Qingyu's body's spiritual energy, the power of intent exploded and she took the lead. A green light sword intent chopped out. Lu Shenzhou instantly felt the pressure, and then he let out a laugh. Sword Dao. I didn't expect Su Qingyu to follow the Sword Dao. It seemed like it should be related to her special physique. In the beginning, Su Qingyu had been made an exception and directly ranked as a true successor because of her special physique. Then I'll use the sword as well. Lu Shenzhou laughed, his spatial ring moved and a long sword emerged. He immediately raised his hand and a great sun sword intent emerged, intending to grandly and domineeringly overpower Su Qingyu. Facing Lu Shenzhou's great sun sword intent, Su Qingyu realized the tremendous pressure. The brilliant Great Sun's sword intent made it almost impossible to find a break. She already knew about the news that Lu Shenzhou was the first to return to the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City to destroy the Acacia Alliance. Bang! Su Qingyu's Green Lotus sword intent was instantly crushed in front of Lu Shenzhou's Great Sun sword intent. Su Qingyu's shell teeth gently bit, her figure retreated backward, and in just a single glance, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. And then a Green Lotus silhouette emerged, 10,000 years in the sea of bitterness, only a Green Lotus to survive. Hua Miaoyi admonished, pay attention to your measurements. Previously, Su Qingyu had utilized this move, defeating the former Holy Maiden, but also bringing herself to the brink of death. If Lu Shenzhou had not brought back the elixir in time. What a powerful sword intent! Lu Shenzhou was locked by the Green Lotus sword intent, and his body was instinctively trembling, as if he was facing the most terrifying and ancient pure sword intent. This niece is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid we'll have to lose both of them if we fight for sword intent. Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed, his body's lightning arc surged, his black hair danced wildly, his body transformed into running thunder, instantly arriving in front of Su Qingyu. He was ready to raise his hand and put a sword on Su Qingyu's neck to take the victory. Who knew? Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of cunning, her figure dissipated in place, and she had actually appeared behind Lu Shenzhou without God realizing it. Lu Shenzhou was creeped out, immediately subconsciously raised his fist, ready to look back to throw a punch, but realizing that it was Su Qingyu, he stiffly stopped his fist. That thunder-light dragon's shadow dissipated halfway through its emergence. Su Qingyu tapped one finger on Lu Shenzhou's brow and said with a smiling face, "Brother Shenzhou, it's Qingyu who won." Sounding out the east and attacking the west, feinting, and the divine ability brought about by the special physique. It was really a lesson for Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou laughed, "Awesome, worthy of being my fiancé." Fiancé? Hua Miaoyi's eyes froze. She did not know that Lu Shenzhou and Su Qingyu had such a layer of relationship. But right now, she had no time to care about this matter. So much so that when she heard Lu Shenzhou's words, her eyes did not show any jealousy. The battle ended, Su Qingyu raised her snow-white proud chin, "Brother Shenzhou wants to get Qingyu, it seems that he still has to work harder." Lu Shenzhou touched his nose. Hua Miaoyi walked over and said, "Qingyu, you take care of the clan affairs here, Shenzhou, you go back to Little Xian Peak with this palace." Lu Shenzhou followed Hua Miaoyi with his head full of confusion. The two arrived at Little Xian Peak, Lu Shenzhou's residence. When they arrived, Hua Miaoyi directly pulled Lu Shenzhou into the house as she closed the door behind her. Her hot and plump petite body came up and pressed Lu Shenzhou against the wall, breathing heavily. "Little bastard, kiss me." Lu Shenzhou's eyes were stunned. How come this master and disciple both have the habit of walloping him? Lu Shenzhou had a bad smile on his face and wrapped his arms around her waist, then kissed her. Tear. Hua Miaoyi actually took the initiative to tear her dress and also tore Lu Shenzhou's robe. "Miaoer, did you miss me?" "Miaoer, very much." Hua Miaoyi breathed heavily, her delicate voice trembling. The battle was extremely intense as they hooked up with the Earth's fire in general, Wushan Yunyu. Lu Shenzhou hadn't seen her work so hard, and after a few fights, he couldn't hold back Hua Miaoyi's offense. Finally surrendered, but Hua Miaoyi did not let go of him, taking advantage of the opportunity to chase and kill. After an unknown period of time, the battle ended and returned to calm. Lu Shenzhou panted heavily, "Miaoyi, you're trying to plot against my life." Hua Miaoyi's clouded temples were drenched, inches of her petite body were glowing with a charming pink color. She lay on Lu Shenzhou's chest panting and enjoying the afterglow, but her voice carried a touch of pleading. "Little bastard, I want you to promise me something." "What is it?" Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, "For you, Miaoyi, I will do whatever I have to do for the sake of a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire." There was a touch of sense of indebtedness in Hua Miaoyi's petite voice. "Can you let Yor have the spot in the Battle of 10,000 Immortals City this time?" Chapter 119 10,000 Phoenix Dao Body, Long Yuan Dao City officials shock. The smile on Lu Shenzhou's face froze. "Miaoer, what did you say?" Hua Miaoyi sighed and said, "Yor's life is bitter." Immediately, she told Lu Shenzhou the real situation of Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu only had 3 months left in her life, and she needed to pass the 10,000 Immortal City selection and obtain the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's Qi Luck infusion in order to live. This was the reason why Su Qingyu challenged Lu Shenzhou today. However, even if Su Qingyu used her bottom card, she was simply no match for Lu Shenzhou. When fate and future were at stake, what was a marital relationship? Over the years, Hua Miaoyi had seen too many people turn against each other because of their future interests. Therefore, she was trying to press Lu Shenzhou today, just to beg Lu Shenzhou to agree to this matter. However, this was very unfair to Lu Shenzhou. "Little bastard, I know it's unfair to you, but you're..." Hua Miaoyi sighed in her tone. "I promise." Lu Shenzhou opened his mouth. Hua Miaoyi comforted Lu Shenzhou and said, "You will participate in the 10,000 Immortal City selection next year." "No need." Lu Shenzhou spoke, "I have other methods." He would never miss the 10,000 Immortal City selection this year. Hua Miaoyi's face was shocked. "Little bastard, you don't want to quit the Dongxian sect, do you?" For the 10,000 Immortal City selection, an Immortal City could only have one person, and it didn't matter what clan it was. Now that there was still a bit of time before the 10,000 Immortal City selection, Lu Shenzhou could withdraw from the Dongxian sect and join a sect in another Immortal City to become a saint's son. Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, "Meower, my woman, I'll protect her myself. I have other ways, you don't have to worry about it." "Fine, you have other ways, I won't stop you." Hua Miaoi's complexion loosened. The two of them lingered some more. Hua Miaoi was satisfied and went to bathe and change before leaving. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, wrote 2 letters. The first one was sent to Yen Ruyu of Yendi Immortal City, and the second one was to Ji Wen Yuan of Long Yuan Dao City. They should have a way to get him a place in the 10,000 Immortal City, if not. After helping Su Qingyu take the 10,000 Immortal City quota, he would abdicate his position as one of the saint sons of the Dongxian sect and go to another Immortal City. After the subordinates took away the 2 letters and sent them out, Lu Shenzhou sat on the bed and began to activate the Yin Yang Qi, epiphany techniques, and enhance his battle power. Suddenly, a silhouette came from under the moonlight, and it was Su Qingyu who had won over Lu Shenzhou by playing tricks during the day. "Brother Shenzhou." Su Qingyu came to sit beside Lu Shenzhou with a smile on her face. Lu Shenzhou looked at her with a somewhat complicated mood. This niece, with only 3 months left in her life, she still hid such an important matter from him. Lu Shenzhou was a little angry, but more bitter. She still had the mood to come in front of herself and playfully smile. Lu Shenzhou gently wrapped one hand around her waist and said, "Why did you come at this time?" Su Qingyu seemed to have made some sort of determination. She smiled as she burrowed into Lu Shenzhou's arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Isn't Brother Shenzhou thinking about Qingyu's body?" Qingyu is ready to honor her agreement with Brother Shenzhou tonight. Lu Shenzhou felt the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms. His eyes were complex. "You ninny, during the daytime but you won." "That's because Brother Shenzhou let Qingyu." Su Qingyu's head was buried between Lu Shenzhou's neck. "That's cheating." If Lu Shenzhou didn't know the truth, he couldn't help but raise his gun and take down this demon at this moment. And right now Su Qingyu took the initiative to come and offer her body. Lu Shenzhou knew that she only had 3 months left in her life and didn't want to leave regrets and still wanted to continue to keep Lu Shenzhou in the dark. Until 3 months later, she would quietly and silently disappear from Lu Shenzhou's life. If he had gotten down to it, he was an animal thing. Since he had to keep it hidden, Lu Shenzhou would give her a surprise. As soon as he pressed Su Qingyu down on the bed, his gaze was filled with a wolfish sense of aggression. "Winning is winning, losing is losing. When I, Lu Shenzhou, can't afford to lose?" Su Qingyu ate and laughed. At this moment her green silk scattered, no more usual dignified elegance, jade face full of seductive charm. "Brother Shenzhou, then what do you want to do?" Lu Shenzhou heatedly smiled and said, "How about waiting for a few days on the 10,000 Immortal City selection? We'll fight again and leave no regrets then." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou with infatuation. Brother Shenzhou has changed so much. Nowadays, Lu Shenzhou already has the charm of a man in charge, giving people a feeling of reliability and being able to commit to a lifetime. If she... Lu Shenzhou gave a bad smile. "Where is Big?" Su Qingyu eyes shy. The next moment, beautiful eyes slightly stunned. Lu Shenzhou had already kissed up. Su Qingyu was also ready and moved to embrace and kiss with Lu Shenzhou. "Brother Shenzhou, will you remember Qingyu?" "Will." "Lu Shenzhou, you are my woman. I will never forget you for the rest of my life." Qingyu having this sentence is enough. Su Qingyu is already a little bit disoriented, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips. "Brother Shenzhou, you come, but be gentle with Qingyu." Oh. Lu Shenzhou wrapped one arm around her waist. "Double cultivation?" Su Qingyu looked at Lu Shenzhou with some surprise. "Brother Shenzhou, you..." Lu Shenzhou hemmed and hawed. "It's not like you can run away, so why be in a hurry for this moment? There aren't many days left until the 10,000 Immortal City selection, so why don't you have a good double cultivation to improve your strength?" Su Qingyu sniffed, really somewhat convinced by Lu Shenzhou's charm. "Good, Qingyu will listen to Brother Shenzhou and leave no regrets." She sat into Lu Shenzhou's arms and the two of them clasped their fingers together as she began to activate her gong methods to raise her battle strength. In his mind, Lu Shenzhou asked Yu Shuizhou, "What kind of physique is my fiancé?" Yu Shuizhou wasn't too sure. "It needs to be irrigated by qi to live, a bit like the 10,000 Phoenix style body. This 10,000 Phoenix style body will take a qualitative leap once it is irrigated by qi. Just like your pure Yang Dao body, at that time, you will soon really not be able to defeat her." Lu Shenzhou was a little shocked. "Crap, so powerful?" He was feeding on pure Yang and Su Pleasyu was feeding on qi? Then why does she only have 3 months left in her life now? Yu Shuizhou said, "Dongxian sect's qi was plundered by the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Even if she succeeds the one of Dongxian sect's holy maiden, it would be difficult for her to be irrigated by qi luck. Thinking about it, a clan's holy son and holy daughter, as well as the position of patriarch, needed the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's consent to do so. Every year, the first day of July was when the 10,000 Immortal City selection was held. Long Yuan Dao City sent tens of thousands of warships to descend on each immortal city to select elite new blood for the court. In this battle, only 8 people from the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City participated and 1 person was decided. And this year, the East Desolate Immortal City's situation was a bit special. Only 5 people came. The official from Long Yuan Dao City frowned. How come there are only 5 people? Where are the holy sons of the Sword Shin sect, Thundersound Temple, and Myriad Desires sect? Your Excellency, these 3 people, they were beheaded by the Saint Son of the Dongshin sect some days ago. The time is too short, the 3 sects have yet to elect a new Saint Son. The Long Yuan Dao City official's eyes jumped. This was also the first time he had encountered this situation. 10,000 Immortal City hadn't even begun yet, and the holy sons of other people's clans were killed. This Dongshin sect's holy son is a bit interesting. That's fine, 5 is 5, hurry up and compete, this official still has to head to the next Immortal City. Chapter 120 Su Qingyu's moving, Lu Shenzhou is a backdoor waste? The official from Long Yuan Dao City summoned a few people and asked for the match to begin. Who would have expected? Your Excellency, the holy maiden of the Jianxian sect, Su Bingqian, has abstained from the match. Your Excellency, Myriad Desires sect holy maiden Kai Lianji abstained. Abstaining? The official from Long Yuan Dao City was a bit surprised. This is a chance to get out of Immortal City, and they abstained? Every year's selection for 10,000 Immortal City was a fierce battle, and this was the first time he had seen someone abstain. It can't be, it's still because of that Lu Shenzhou, right? My lord is wise. The Su Bingqian and Kai Lianji said that they can't defeat Lu Shenzhou, so they won't waste their time by seeking their own humiliation. Interesting. The Dragon Abyss Dojo official stroked his chin, first killing someone else's 3 great saints, and then scaring someone else's 2 sect saints who didn't dare to answer the battle and abstain. Eastern Desolate Immortal City, it has been hundreds of years since such a powerful character has been produced. Right now, there were only 3 people left: Lu Shenzhou, the saint son of the Dongshin sect, Su Qingyu, the saint daughter of the Dongshin sect, and Gu Shuilan, the saint daughter of the Leiyin Temple. Gu Shuilan also felt the pressure. Was this legendary Lu Shenzhou so terrifying? That Su Bingqian and Kai Lianji didn't even dare to fight a match before abstaining. I don't believe it. I want to try how much strength this Lu Shenzhou has. Lu Shenzhou, I want to challenge you. Gu Shuilan, dressed as a nun, jumped onto the ring and opened her mouth. 1 sword. Lu Shenzhou answered the challenge and slowly walked up to the ring. What? Gu Shuilan frowned. Lu Shenzhou looked at her and said, if I can't defeat you with 1 sword, count me as a loser. Rampant. Gu Shuilan's brows were furrowed and there was anger in her eyes. She was at least the holy daughter of Leiyin Temple. How could she not even be able to catch 1 sword from Lu Shenzhou? Lu Shenzhou, you will pay for your contempt. It can begin. The official from Long Yuan Dao City spoke. The voice fell. Immovable King Rusa. Golden light rushed through Gu Shuilan's body, condensing a golden body silhouette that looked like a Luohan and a Bodhisattva. It looked lifelike, and not the slightest flaw could be found. Leiyin Temple, with its horizontal training. The official from Long Yuan Dao City saw this scene and commented with a slight nod. 10 layers of the Earth Realm, 11 kinds of intentional power, it's a solid base. An unusual Heaven Realm coming in wouldn't necessarily be able to break it with a single move. The voice fell. Lu Shenzhou's body erupted with terrifying thunder intent power. A terrifying thunder sword intent erupted. In just an instant. Bang. This Rohan Bodhisattva's silhouette was split apart like tofu. But Gu Shuilan screamed miserably, spitting blood from her mouth. Her figure flew backwards out of the ring and smashed on the ground. Her gongfu intent backfired, instantly causing her to fall unconscious. The scene was deathly silent. This, it's over? 8th level of the Earth Realm, 33 kinds of thunder intent fusion of a sword. The officials of Dragon Abyss Dao City were also a bit out of their minds shocked. Awesome. He sort of understood why this year's Eastern Wasteland Immortal City would be like this. 33 thunder intentions, all of which were also great completion meltdowns. How many people in the Earth Realm could be a match for Lu Shenzhou? The entire Long Yuan Dao might not be able to find a few people who could rival Lu Shenzhou. The tiny Dongshin sect, such a remote and backward Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, has actually raised such geniuses without saying a word. Not bad, very good. The officials of Long Yuan Dao City showed joyful expressions. In this case, it seemed that there were no more surprises for this year's 10,000 Immortal City quota in the Eastern Desolate Immortal City. He opened his mouth and said, Lu Shenzhou, right now there are only you and Su Qingyu left, so let's not waste any more time. You guys fight to separate the winners from the losers. His tone was casual, as if he was letting the 2 of them go through a passing process. This Su Qingyu, how could she be Lu Shenzhou's opponent? Lu Shenzhou revealed a smile, looked at Su Qingyu under the ring and spoke. Wife, come and fight, let me see how you've grown in the past few days. The corners of Su Qingyu's mouth curled slightly, dignified and elegant, her voice delicate and sweet. It will definitely give brother Shenzhou a surprise. Oh? Still a husband and wife relationship? The officials of Long Yuan Dao City were a little surprised. Then there was even less suspense. Begin. As her voice fell, the silhouette of the ancient green lotus surged out from Su Qingyu's body, and her sword intent erupted in torrents. However, before she even cut out this sword, she saw a touch of cunning in Lu Shenzhou's eyes. I admit defeat. Then he jumped off the ring. This scene startled the eyes of the Long Yuan Dao city officials. In an instant, Su Qingyu guessed the truth. Her petite body couldn't help but tremble lightly, her beautiful eyes instantly flashed with crystals, and her voice choked a little. Brother Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou smilingly left the scene. You go first, later, I will follow. Immediately, he left the crowd with a dashing back. This kid, really is a character. If I had this kind of means of picking up girls when I was young, why would I be just a supervisor now? The Long Yuan Dojo official looked at Su Qingyu smilingly. The winner is out. Follow this official to the 10,000 Immortals Academy. The other three clans didn't know the truth. Their faces were a bit ugly. This Lu Shenzhou, he's not going this year? Then next year, won't he still be pressing down on the holy sons and daughters of our three clans to raise their heads? Now, the other three sects had a hard time. Su Qingyu traveled to the 10,000 Immortals Academy in a flying warboat. The entire eastern wasteland immortal city was even more shaken and clamored. Some people praised Lu Shenzhou. Lu Xingzi is a saint of love. There were also people who denigrated Lu Shenzhou, confused into the 10,000 Immortals Academy, later come out as an official. What kind of women cannot get? Lust makes you lose your mind. You lost your future for nothing. For the sake of a tree, lose a whole forest, too unwise. But it had to be said, who among the female cultivators in the eastern wasteland immortal city didn't envy Su Qingyu? And the Sword Shin sect, Thundersound Temple, and Myriad Desires sect sent out elders to take turns giving Lu Shenzhou expensive gifts. They hoped to repair their relationship with Lu Shenzhou and promised that they would definitely solve the problem of the Acacia Alliance's manpower within their respective sects. They didn't know the truth and only thought that Lu Shenzhou was still trying to suppress the disciples of the three clans because of the Acacia Alliance matter. As long as Lu Shenzhou didn't leave, when would the disciples of the three sects be able to come out? There are also people to find Hua Miaoyi who expected. Hua Miaoyi is already famous to participate in the patriarchal assessment mission. A short time will not come back. And Lu Shenzhou hides at home and does not go out. Outsiders simply cannot contact him. Seeing Lu Shenzhou in this state, the other three clans could only endure the pain and dispose of the manpower of each clan's Acacia Alliance. 1 month later, a Long Yuan Dao city's warboat descended, and Lu Shenzhou left the eastern wasteland immortal city unnoticed and traveled to the eastern wasteland's abdomen, about to arrive at the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Lu Shenzhou had gotten a special guaranteed place from Department 6. Is this the 10,000 Immortals Academy? A huge academy was established in the hinterland of the eastern wasteland, which was densely populated with demonic beasts. Your group of people are either the descendants of princes and nobles, or wastes sent through the back door through powerful organizations, scum. You have insulted the name of the 10,000 Immortals Academy. The 10,000 Immortals Academy doesn't want wastes. Pass the test laid down by me before you can enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy and live. Otherwise, you will be buried in the demon's belly outside the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Lu Shenzhou's face was subtle. Me, being treated as a backdoor waste? Chapter 121 10,000 Immortals Academy. There is no bloodline distinction. When you arrive at the 10,000 Immortals Academy, no matter if you are the son of some prime minister, or a general's son or daughter, or a royal family, you have to follow the rules of the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Mind you, generations of emperors from my great Xia dynasty have all come out of the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Outside the 10,000 Immortals Academy, a big man with muscles like gnarled tree roots was wearing a teaching uniform, his eyes contemptuously scanning the crowd of powerful descendants in front of him, those who had entered the 10,000 Immortals Academy through the back door. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Anyone who wanted to become an official in the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty had to take a walk through the 10,000 Immortals Academy. But many of the powerful and noble playboys, since childhood, not sedentary cultivation. It was only after passing through this instructor level that they were qualified to enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy and have the qualifications to become an official in the future. Hearing the words of the big man's instructor, some of the teenage girls wearing various colors of fancy dresses, their faces suddenly became a bit ugly. Yin and yang, there are dilettantes in the world, and there are also naturally people like the instructor who are dedicated to public service. This year 18, Lu Shenzhou stood in the crowd like a minion. Dare to ask this instructor, how can I pass the test you laid down? A male son wearing a county king's python suit opened his mouth. Lu Shenzhou was also somewhat curious. The big man's instructor clasped his fists with both hands and then raised one hand, pointing to the 10 bronze pillars glowing with green light behind him, his voice thick and powerful. I think you guys are also aware that the 10,000 Immortals Academy only recruits top Earth Realm patriarchs, constantly cultivating new blood elites for the Imperial Dynasty. Hey, how to break through to the Heaven Realm? That's the fusion of the power of the Realm of Intent, breaking through the shackles of the human body and condensing the Tao seed. The world only knows that 10 realms of intent can guarantee stepping into the Heaven Realm, but that's mediocrity. Stepping into the Heaven Realm, the Tao seed condensed by 10 realms of intent can only utilize 1% of the original power of the Realm of Intent. Lu Shenzhou stood on the stage and nodded slightly, recognizing the instructor's statement. He majored in Pure Yang and Thunder Realm of Intent Power. Taking this Thunder Realm of Intent power, the Thunder Realm of Intent that he had cast was simply not up to the power of real thunder. Compared to the power of true thunder, Lu Shenzhou could only utilize approximately 1% of its power. This mouth copper pillar is condensed from the power of heaven and earth ingested by the court. You group of backdoor wastes and dregs, whoever can manage to move 2 copper pillars and get out of the mediocre ground, will be considered to have passed the test and enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Don't blame me for not reminding you losers, there are a lot of people who take the backdoor every year, and among them, most of them become food for demonic beasts. Thousands of people at the scene had a creepy look on their faces, and when they turned their heads, they were able to see the 3rd and 4th ranked demon kings perched on the mountain peaks. Some of the demon kings were actually drooling from a distant distance. This scene, moreover, caused many people's faces to turn pale, and the intention of retreating in terror arose in their eyes. In order to survive, one could only. The instructor's voice was like thunder, vibrating and scattering. Which one comes first? This son comes first. A handsome young man wearing a snake-clawed fancy dress immediately stepped out, his breath was calm and steady, and between his walks, he vaguely had a bit of a military flavor. It was clearly the son of a certain martial lord's house. Good. The big Han instructor nodded slightly. Your kid still has eggs. What's his name? This instructor good record to check his identity. Kong Jianbing. The snake-clawed, Chinese-suited teenager came before the first bronze pillar. When he reported his name, there were quite a few people below who murmured in shock. Kong Jianbing, the youngest son of Long Yuan Dao City's Yingyang Bo, practicing the military's Ox Dragon Voodoo Kung Fu. Rise for me. Kong Jianbing 2 hands came to the front of the bronze column, forced together a hold, forehead veins convex burst out, body spirit power, the power of the realm burst whistling out. The spiritual energy fluctuations around them suddenly went haywire, causing many people to cry out in alarm. Clang. Dang 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 dang. The huge copper pillar was slightly lifted, while Kong Jianbing was already red in the face, as if he was holding a huge mountain in his arms. Pa! The subtle sound of a blood vessel exploding rang out from Kong Jianbing's body, and he instantly grimaced, finally gasping for air as he lowered the first copper pillar. With trembling steps, he headed towards the second copper pillar with some lethargy. The big Han instructor's face was expressionless, and he faintly commented, taking too many pills, the foundation is not solid enough, and it has been practiced and wasted. Note that greatness belongs to oneself, no matter whether it's gung-fu, intention, spiritual power, or not, it's the means we use to strengthen our own greatness. Focusing too much on intention moves and ignoring ourselves, it's wasted. You can swallow the intent Dan to forcefully realize the intent, but the intent so realized can't feed back to quench your own body, not to mention the Dan poison. Along with the voice of the big Han instructor fell, Kong Jianbing extremely difficult to hold up the second copper column, and he did not know how many blood vessels exploded all over his body, the whole person reduced to a bloody man, looking extremely hideous horror. Big Han instructor voice cold. Although wasted, but this instructor is true to his word, hold up the second copper pillar, count you pass, in the future will be in the 10,000 Immortals Academy meteoric life. The scene was in an uproar, many people's faces changed, their looks were extremely unsightly, and the bottom of their eyes revealed a strong sense of fear and regret. Next, who will come? I, Kong Bo, will try. A youth with skin like black charcoal and a sturdy figure walked out with a dull voice. As a result, he barely managed to pick up the first copper pillar, and halfway through, he was crushed by the pillar and broke his arms and legs, directly reduced to a cripple. Miserable screams echoed in the scene, and as for his death, no one cared. The big Han instructor's face remained indifferent, his voice like thunder. Next. Lu Shenzhou slowly moved forward, his face indifferent, his voice calm. Eastern desolate immortal city, Lu Shenzhou. Every eye on the scene was focused on Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou probed out with both hands and hugged the first copper pillar, then frowned. It seems a little light. Then under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, Lu Shenzhou actually withdrew one hand, leaving only his right hand to grasp a corner of this copper pillar. Then with a relaxed expression, he lifted it above his shoulders. Raising the pillar over the shoulder with only one hand. Many people's pupils shrunk slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Not bad. Seeing this scene, the big Han instructor nodded slightly. Finally, a cargo that isn't a waste has come. It was not surprising to be able to achieve this level. Immediately after, Lu Shenzhou came to the second copper pillar, only hand grabbed the copper pillar by 1 foot, the spirit power in his body was slightly agitated, this copper pillar was lifted high above the shoulder by Lu Shenzhou only hand. This time, the scene was shocked and clamored. Who is this person? So fierce. Didn't he declare his origin? When did such a character emerge from a small remote city? The powerful and noble children present couldn't help but discuss it one after another. The big Han instructor looked at Lu Shenzhou. You passed, you can enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Lu Shenzhou, however, paced towards the third bronze pillar. I've come all this way, I want to try my depths. When the big man instructor heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for him to reply, Lu Shenzhou arrived in front of the third copper pillar, clasped his two hands together and hissed under his breath, "Drink!" Whoosh! The third copper pillar was embraced horizontally by Lu Shenzhou. The ring, all of them were stomped out 2 craters by Lu Shenzhou hard. The Big Han instructor's gaze was a little startled. If he remembered correctly, this third copper pillar, it had been decades since anyone had gone to pull it up off the ground. 2 copper pillars was only the minimum lower limit to enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy. The more copper pillars you lifted up, the higher your potential would be, and the better your treatment would be for entering the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Chapter 122 Dormitory Oldest 4, Discussing the Future, 3 Great Powers. The eyes of the big man instructor as he looked at Lu Shenzhou abruptly changed and became softer, his gaze azure. The first copper pillar requires 5,000 pounds of qi. The second copper pillar requires 10,000 pounds of qi. How could one call himself a Zongshi if his qi strength was not 10,000? Whereas the power of intent quenched itself, a power of intent increased at least 1,000 pounds of qi. The third copper pillar, on the other hand, required 20,000 pounds of copper. Good seedling ah! The Big Han instructor immediately started to love talent. Such a good seedling from a backward small town, put into the 10,000 Immortals Academy to sharpen for a few years, in the future from the army, will certainly be able to emerge. This is not his limit, the eyes of the Big Han instructor flickered, but we cannot tell him to continue to lift the pillar. The more scenic a genius was, the more dangers he had to face before he grew up. The 10,000 Immortals Academy never lacked geniuses, but how many geniuses had grown up? Not to mention geniuses like Lu Shenzhou who came from a small city and had no backing. According to a strength like his, it's enough to enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy through normal means. Yet he can only use the back door. I think he must have been oppressed. Department 6 of Long Yuan Dao still has some eyesight. The Big Han instructor let out a complicated sigh inwardly, only thinking that Lu Shenzhou was a buried genius. This kind of genius would have to be more adept at biding his time before he could do so. He immediately spoke, "Lu Shenzhou, you don't need to try again, get the hell into the 10,000 Immortals Academy, don't delay and waste my time." In front of him, but there were still more than 2,000 people waiting in line for the examination. Lu Shenzhou still wanted to try his depths again. Hearing the words of the big man's instructor, he was a little depressed and could only arch his hand. "Yes, instructor." Lu Shenzhou crossed the threshold and stepped into the middle of the 10,000 Immortals Academy in large strides. What met his eyes was the huge city, larger than an immortal city in size, almost on the scale of a Dao city. There were numerous cultivators flying in the sky like stars, giving Lu Shenzhou an unprecedented sense of shock. On the ground, there were law enforcement teams with sharp gazes. There were even many students rushing to get to class, and there were also many students who were going to team up to go out and hunt demons. After all, no matter how powerful you are here, you have to kill out of the 100,000-mile range before you can go out and become an official. As far as Lu Shenzhou knew, in order to graduate as an official, you had to stay in the 10,000 Immortals Academy for 7 years at most. A white-haired old man saw Lu Shenzhou walk in without lifting his eyes, his voice was hoarse, and threw him a token. "This is your dormitory door number, next to it is the freshman dormitory. If you have any questions, ask your roommate." Lu Shenzhou took the token and searched for the door number, quickly finding his dormitory. Inside a small room, there was a bed in each of the southeast, northwest, and north corners. Seeing this scene, Lu Shenzhou was somewhat dazed. Luckily it's not a bunk bed. 3 of the beds were already occupied, and there was another bed that was empty with only a set of mattresses on it. There were also 3 people inside. A youth as strong as an ox, a short and dark fat man, and a prodigal-dressed male. Seeing Lu Shenzhou walk in, the 3 people's gazes fell on him and then greeted him warmly. "Yo, our dormitory's oldest 4 is finally here. Hey, the 4 of us are finally together, let's go eat something good to celebrate." The prodigal-dressed male son came up and hooked Lu Shenzhou's shoulder, smilingly said, "This is the boss, Li Yugong, from the 10,000 Lakes Road." Pointing to the bull-like youth. "This is the second oldest, Liang Wan Tao, from the Hanging Hollow Dao." Pointed at the short and dark fat man. "I'm the 3rd oldest, understand Sha, from the Imperial City." Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, "Long Yuan Dao, Lu Shenzhou." Liang Wan Tao heatedly smiled and said, "4th, our dormitory ranking, are in accordance with the order of occupancy, whoever comes to the front, who is the boss." Lu Shenzhou laughed, arched his hand and said, "Old 4 has met big brother, second brother, and third brother. Good. Good brothers, let's go, I'll treat you for today's gathering." Li Yugong also laughed out loud. Those who were able to enter this 10,000 Immortals Academy were basically the best of the best in each immortal city, existences that could swarm over a party. This socializing means was naturally not weak. The 4 of them arrived at a restaurant in the academy, where a random dish would cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even Lu Shenzhou couldn't help but feel a flesh pain when he looked at it, so expensive. Li Yugong came to the counter and said in a very generous manner, "4 people, want an elegant room." The junior behind that counter scornfully glanced at Li Yugong. "The minimum consumption for the elegant room is 1 million spirit stones. Li Yugong's eyes were stunned. The junior sneered, "If you're poor, sit honestly in the hall." Li Yugong's face was embarrassed, and then his cheeks reddened a little, but he didn't want to lose his big brother demeanor in front of a few people. "Please trouble the shopkeeper to arrange a seat with a better view by the window for us." Xiao'er let out a laugh and pointed to the corner window seat. "Right there, go yourself." Li Yugong returned to the trio and said with a smile, "This restaurant's business is too good, there are no elegant rooms for now, hey." Lu Shenzhou laughed and said, "Having brothers together is the best view of the elegant room." Li Yugong wrapped his arm around Lu Shenzhou's shoulder. "I love to hear this from Lao Si." Several people came to the corner and sat down by the window. Soon the wine and food were served. The flavor was really good. "We brothers have been in the same class for several years. In the future we will be working for our respective officials. We should cherish the current affection. I'll drink one first." With the wine and food, the atmosphere quickly opened up. Lu Shenzhou was also infected by this camaraderie. The three had come a month earlier than Lu Shenzhou, so they were able to share a lot of useful information to Lu Shenzhou, allowing Lu Shenzhou to save a lot of time. Old 4, when we enter this 10,000 Immortals Academy, we will be the reserve officials of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. And this Imperial Dynasty official position, naturally, is divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. How do we go about fighting for it? It's this heavenly and earthly rankings. Within 7 years, if you want to step up to the top 1,100 of the heavenly and earthly 2 lists, you can apply for graduation, kill 100,000 miles of bloody paths, leave the eastern wasteland, and then you can join the dynasty as an official. Of course, if you have a more favorable official position, you can also find a way to operate it in advance. Understand Sha side. It's too difficult for clan disciples like us who come from a humble background to have a good official position. Lu Shenzhou had a deep understanding of this. He came from a cold family and was insulted as a mortal pariah servant, and several women around him were taken away. He slowly spoke, "Men of my generation, merit and identity, when in the sword and fire to get." A few people recognized Lu Shenzhou's words too much, otherwise they wouldn't have come to this 10,000 Immortals Academy. The 10,000 Immortals Academy offers a variety of classes, and every instructor is a martial saint level existence. And besides attending classes and studying on weekdays, we also have to go out of the city to hunt demons and earn contributions in spirit stones. The most special part of the 10,000 Immortals Academy is the Tower of 10,000 Ways, which can help geniuses fuse the power of intent and condense even more powerful Dao seeds. This Tower of 10,000 Ways then requires contribution points to use. In addition to this, there are 3 major forces in the 10,000 Immortals Academy, which are the Law Enforcement Team, the 8 Pavilions, and the 10,000 Prices Association. These 3 forces only recruit the top geniuses every year, and once a newcomer can enter these 3 forces, their future is unlimited. For example, the 8-part Pavilion, among the new students this year, has recruited a top genius of the 10,000 Phoenix Dao body, this person, named Su Qingyu. His appearance is absolutely beautiful, his heart is good, his qualifications are superb, only one entry is to cause a big storm. She even clashed with the people of the 10,000 Prices Association. This kind of heavenly pride seems to be having trouble with the people of the 10,000 Prices Association because of a man. Hearing Su Qingyu's name, the corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth curled up slightly, coming to interest. "How can you not get along? I heard that this Su Qingyu already has a fiancé, and this 10,000 Prices Association and Su Qingyu's fiancé are in an undying hatred." Lu Shenzhou's eyes flashed with a refined aura. Chapter 123: The Weak and the Strong, Honor and Dishonor. Therefore, this 10,000 Prices Society has repeatedly sought out Su Qingyu's trouble. The 10,000 Prices Society even threatened that if Su Qingyu's fiancé dares to come to the 10,000 Immortals Academy, they will definitely kill this person. A red face, "Hey, if this fiancé comes to 10,000 Immortals Academy, not only will he have to face the 10,000 Prices Association, but he will also have to face the threat of the 8 Divisions Pavilion. If I were this fiancé, I would honestly shrink away and not come to 10,000 Immortals Academy." Lu Shenzhou had a few smiles on his face. "Why?" Understanding, Sha let out a heated laugh. "Old 4, this Su Qingyu has already gotten into the eyes of those princes and nobles. The 8 Ministries Pavilion is formed by the royal heirs of the household, officials, rights, labor, military, criminal, Imperial City Department, and heavenly patrol guards of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Any one of them, to us, is a big shot not to be messed with." Lu Shenzhou's eyes stared, stroked his chin, and couldn't help but let out a laugh. "This niece really transforms into a dragon once she meets the storm clouds." It has only been a month, and Su Qingyu, who has been infused with the power of qi, is soaring. The 4 people ate and drank enough to check out and leave. Li Yugong's face flashed a hidden color of meat pain. The 3 of them prepared to take Lu Shenzhou to familiarize himself with the environment of the 10,000 Immortals Academy. This law enforcement team is the self-reservation of the royal family and martial arts honors, and inside it is either a prince, princess, county king, or the son of a certain Jush house. And the 10,000 Prices Society is the formation of people from various powerful chambers of commerce in the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, claiming that everything in the world has its price, and there are even many small forces under their command. Rumor has it, they hold many immortal city holy sons and holy daughters. What the 10,000 Prices Association is best at is lending. Such as the son of the Cold family, to step into the officialdom and shine. It is really too difficult and too difficult. Liang Luantao sighed. These three people were indeed not bad for Lu Shenzhou, and in the time of one meal, they basically let Lu Shenzhou understand the rules in this 10,000 Immortals Academy. Outside the Academy's 10,000 Ways Tower, the heavenly ranking and earthly ranking were placed. Li Yugang said, Old 4, the people who are on this list are all top geniuses, our humble children. Even if we have a bit of talent, we still have to hold back. Once we are targeted by the three major powers, there is a possibility that we will die. This heavenly ranking, it's just not something that our humble disciples can think about. Old 4, even if you can advance to the heavenly realm, you have to hold back and only stay at the earth realm. Wait until the battle power is almost sharpened, then go and challenge the earth ranking, kill the top 1000, then it will be enough to enter the dynasty as an official. Because there was no background backing, even geniuses had to move forward with patience, not daring to expose their talent. But that's for the 6th or 7th school year. Until then, we need to accumulate as much reserves as possible, and when we enter the dynasty as an official, then we will build up our strength to enter the heaven realm in one fell swoop and make a big splash. Lu Shenzhou murmured softly under his breath, 6, 7 years? Understanding Sha patted Lu Shenzhou's shoulder, the court is corrupt, this is our fate. The 10,000 Immortals Academy, which cultivates the fresh blood of the imperial dynasty, is controlled in this manner. How difficult is it for a Cold family to come out? Just as a few people were moving forward, an angry hiss from an alley caused Lu Shenzhou to abruptly stop in his tracks. Cold sect bastard, stay here. Only several members of the 10,000 Prices Society were seen stopping a youth. And the words cold sect bastard extremely pierced Lu Shenzhou's ears. Li Yugang, Liang Luantao, and Understanding Sand only acted as if they didn't hear it. The sentence engraved at the entrance of the 10,000 Immortals Academy, that there is no bloodline distinction here, had really become a joke in general. Cold family, can you run away? Hand over your sister's marriage contract. Screw you, elder brother is like father, how can I succumb to the lewdness of your 10,000 Prices Society and betray my sister? Give me a beating, let's see how long you can hold out. If it wasn't for your sister being born with a flowery face, you wouldn't be able to live now, leave him a breath for me. A sneer rang out as several Earth Realm sect masters surrounded the youth and beat him. The youth struggled to fight back, but it was hard to beat them with 2 fists, and blood soon flowed from his face. Li Yugong's few people didn't dare to look directly at this scene, lest they were afraid of provoking the 10,000 Prices Society. Old 4, let us go. Killing is not forbidden in the academy. Several people pulled Lu Shenzhou's clothes and tried to pull him away. And in the alley, those few people from the 10,000 Prices Society punched and kicked the youth on the ground. Even though that youth was already covered in blood and his body was curled up, completely losing his defense ability, these few 10,000 Prices Societies but didn't have a soft hand. Instead, they punched at the youth's vitals. Bang bang bang. The punches and kicks containing ferocious power kept beating, the eyes of the people who watched them jumped violently, and their hearts were suppressed to the extreme. The weak and the strong, honor and inferiority, were displayed to the fullest in this 10,000 Immortals Academy. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, his figure violently flashed towards the inside, and in an instant, 4 fists blasted out. Ah! 4 miserable screams rang out in unison as those 4 people knelt on the ground, their faces grimacing in pain. Who dare to meddle in the affairs of the 10,000 Prices Society, looking for death? The few people behind them, Li Yugang, saw this scene and their expressions changed greatly, revealing a touch of bitterness in their eyes. Say another word, die. An ice-cold, bone-chilling voice spread out between the alleys. The 4 people from this 10,000 Prices Society fled in haste when they heard the killing intent in their words. Lu Shenzhou then spoke to the youth on the ground, can you still stand up? Thanks to your excellency's helping hand, I'm not in any serious trouble, I can stand up. The youth on the ground, struggling to climb up, was dumbfounded after seeing the other party's appearance clearly. A look of shame appeared in his eyes. Sure Yuzhu, how long has it been since I've seen you? How did you get mixed up into this miserable state? Lu Shenzhou looked at the blood-covered youth in front of him and smiled faintly. Lu? Brother Lu. Sure Yuzhu looked at Lu Shenzhou in front of him with some disbelief. Sister-in-law said that you did not come to the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Didn't I tell her that I would come soon, just letting her take a step ahead? Lu Shenzhou said softly. Damn. Brother Lu, quickly follow me, the people from the 10,000 Prices Association are going to challenge sister-in-law again today. Sure Yuzhu's face suddenly changed, he actually didn't care about treating his own wounds and pulled Lu Shenzhou towards a certain direction with quick steps. Behind him, Li Yugang several people looked at each other and also hurriedly followed. Earth Ranking Ring. As a future basis for entering the dynasty as an official, the heavenly and earthly rankings have always been extremely popular. Moreover, every year when new students enroll in school, there will always be some heavenly pride as the figure of the moment, directly challenging the experts of the Earth ranking list to be the first to feel the bottom, and this will undoubtedly attract the attention of many figures of the moment. Today, this match was even the popular Su Qingyu versus a veteran Earth realm master. Countless people were squeezing their heads to watch the battle, and the vicinity of the ring was filled with dark heads, and the clamor and buzzing of the scene was unceasing. Buzz. As a sword intent chopped down, a silhouette was sent flying out of the ring, not knowing whether it was alive or dead, and the dignified and elegant voice of the green-clothed girl spread across the scene. Understood. Wow. The ranking of the young girl had clearly entered the top 100 of the Earth ranking, and she had only entered the 10,000 Immortals Academy for a month. The faces of the people from the opposite side of the 10,000 Prices Association were somewhat gloomy and unsightly. Chapter 124. At the critical moment, Lu Shenzhou appears. Explosive killing was imminent. Qingyu, you're getting better and better. After Su Qingyu stepped down from the Earth ranking ring, a woman with a long light pink dress could not help but praise and laugh. Sister Chao Hua. Su Qingyu gave a slight salute as a sign of respect. Today, you only used dozens of moves to defeat Lu Ji, stepping within the 100th place of the Earth ranking, and you got to swallow a portion of your chi to develop your own prowess. The light pink long skirt woman's temperament was graceful and luxurious, golden branches and jade leaves, obviously from an extraordinary background. A pair of white tender long legs exposed, extremely attractive, but no one dared to show blasphemous color to her. I think it won't be long before you can step into the heaven realm, and then after we ascend the heavenly ranking, we can apply for graduation together. Her voice was like beads falling from a jade disc, crisp and pleasant, flamboyant and delicate. Su Qingyu smiled and said, I hope so. The top geniuses of the law enforcement team, 8-part pavilion, and 10,000 Prices Society would have to fight for the morning and evening, and none of them would wait until the 7 years had expired before applying for graduation. Rather, they waited until they had pulled together enough manpower to form a team and kill 100,000 miles together. Qingyu, you're covering for that fiancé of yours like this, is he really worth it? Xiao Hua held Su Qingyu's wrist and admonished in a low voice. When Su Qingyu first entered the 10,000 Immortals Academy, she was indeed sought out by the 10,000 Prices Society for trouble, but after Su Qingyu joined the 8-part pavilion, the 10,000 Prices Society naturally didn't dare to seek out her for trouble anymore. Instead, it daily humiliated Su Qingyu's fiancé's reputation, and Su Qingyu couldn't hear it, so she answered the call. Su Qingyu looked elegant and dignified, her eyes relaxed. Sister Chaohua. Do you have news of brother Shenzhou? Lu Shenzhou had promised her that he would come soon. And she came in and learned that the 10,000 Immortals Academy, not only can you take the test to get in, but you can also be recommended through the 8 divisions and be admitted without a test. She knew that Ji Wenyuan of the Imperial City Department valued Lu Shenzhou and might be able to get Lu Shenzhou into the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Today is the time for the backdoor guys to come in. If your brother Shenzhou can really come in, we will receive the news in the first instance. Chao Hua held Su Qingyu's catkin and whispered comfortingly. Su Qingyu lightly bit her red lips. Her heart was a little uneasy, saying that I'll have to trouble Sister Chao Hua to poke around a little more. This 10,000 Prices Association had a wide range of forces under its command, one of which was called the Acacia Alliance. Thus Lu Shenzhou destroyed the Acacia Alliance and feuded with the 10,000 Prices Association. After all, in the past 7 years, there were still quite a few people in the 10,000 Prices Association who originated from the Acacia Alliance. Now that he had offended the 10,000 Prices Association, it would be dangerous for Lu Shenzhou to not enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy. Xiaohua inwardly looked down on this Lu Shenzhou whom she had never met before, a big man who could not enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy, but instead had to go through the back door and let a woman shelter him from the wind and rain. Moreover, Su Qingyu's condition for joining the 8-part pavilion was to allow Lu Shenzhou to enter the 8-part pavilion as well. Otherwise, Su Qingyu would be snatched away by the enforcement team. Xiaohua let out a bitter smile. Qingyu, if your brother Shenzhou doesn't show up today, it means that he either had an accident or he didn't pass Instructor Yang's test and couldn't enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy. When Su Qingyu heard this, her red lips pursed, a pair of catkins clenched tightly, and she murmured in a low voice, he will definitely come, he promised me. After Su Qingyu's battle ended, the people at the scene did not disperse and leave, because the Earth ranking competition stage, there were people who challenged each other at all times, and this Earth ranking 1000 fluctuated and changed every day. At this time, a peak grandmaster of the 10th level of the Earth realm from the 10,000 Price Association jumped onto the ring, his eyes blazing as he looked at Su Qingyu and sneered. I, Shui Tiangue, will challenge Lu Shenzhou. Is Lu Shenzhou available? As the voice rang out, the originally noisy square suddenly became much quieter. Although this person, Lu Shenzhou, hadn't appeared, almost everyone in the 10,000 Immortals Academy knew Lu Shenzhou's great name. Many people's gazes flickered up. If they remembered correctly, today seemed to be the time for powerful people to enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy through the back door. And many of the people present were after the powerful nobles and had long since inquired about the news that Lu Shenzhou had gotten a letter of recommendation from the Imperial City Department. The people of this 10,000 Prices Club looked at the name of the 8 pavilions and temporarily stopped targeting Su Qingyu. This next turn of head to target that reputation is not small, but did not appear Lu Shenzhou. Is Lu Shenzhou here? If you are a man, come out and challenge me in the ring. Hiding behind a woman all day long, is he still a man with balls? When Su Qingyu heard this, her eyebrows suddenly knitted, her beautiful eyes flashed with icy anger. Chao Hua pressed Su Qingyu's catkin. Qingyu, don't be impulsive. Lu Shenzhou, could it be that he is really a shrunken head turtle, not daring to show himself? Truly a lowly servant girl from a humble family, without a bit of bearing, so timid and afraid to show his head, how can he be worthy of Miss Su Qingyu? Shui Tiangue spoke out and sneered, his eyes scanning the entire field as if he was waiting for someone to show up. The others from the 8-part pavilion also shook their heads when they heard this Lu Shenzhou, indeed, is not worthy of Su Qingyu. Could it be that he didn't pass Instructor Yang's test and couldn't enter the door of the 10,000 Immortals Academy? This kind of waste, I don't know what Su Qingyu sees in him, he might as well be engaged to my old man. Be careful with your words, Miss Su Qingyu's kind of heavenly pride, except for the royal family's direct lineage, how can anyone else be qualified to mess with a single point of delusion? Below the ring, Su Qingyu heard these filthy words denigrating Lu Shenzhou, her petite body lightly trembled, her red lips tightly biting. Someone softly murmured, if this person, Lu Shenzhou, really doesn't show up, then let's get rid of him, we can't dishonor our 8-section pavilion's reputation. I think that the law enforcement team and the 10,000 Prices Association are also happy to see this point. The imperial pride of the law enforcement team wanted to pursue Su Qingyu. The 8-part pavilion was looking at Su Qingyu's talent. The 10,000 Prices Society was targeting Lu Shenzhou. And Su Qingyu wanted to shelter this Lu Shenzhou, but at least this Lu Shenzhou should show up like a man, right? Otherwise, they couldn't even stand on Su Qingyu's side anymore. Put your mom's fart. My big brother Lu just entered the academy and doesn't even know the way, who wouldn't dare to show up? At the edge of the crowd, the angry roar of a youth suddenly rang out. Isn't my big brother Lu here? Hurry up and make way for my big brother Lu. Just as the crowd sighed, when they heard these words, thousands of sights swept and sniffed. Su Qingyu's delicate body suddenly trembled as her pretty face violently looked towards the direction of the voice before softly murmuring, Brother Shenzhou really didn't lie to Qingyu. And then his expression relaxed, a touch of joy and excitement that was hard to suppress surged out of his beautiful eyes. Brother Shenzhou, you really came. Everyone had never seen Lu Shenzhou. The 8-part pavilion peoples followed Su Qingyu's gaze, only to see that amongst the crowd, a Xian-robed teenager slowly walked towards the direction of the ring, gradually appearing in everyone's line of sight. This teenager's expression was calm, his aura was stern, and he slowly walked up to the ring. And then that thunder-like solemn voice exploded, rumbling in everyone's ears. Come, battle. Chapter 125, weak like this, presuming to kill me? What a laugh. This is Su Qingyu's heartfelt, hung-up fiancé Lu Shenzhou? The gazes of countless people on the scene were measuring and watching the Xian-shirt teenager on the ring. Qingyu, I didn't expect that this Shenzhou brother of yours would actually show up. Chao Hua, who was holding Su Qingyu's wrist, said, indeed not bad-looking. Her voice snickered. It's just a pity that the cultivation seems not to have reached the peak of the Earth realm. The meaning of the eyes is that the long look is good looking, but the cultivation battle power is not enough, also not good, completely unworthy of Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu's lips pursed lightly, on her jade face was an easy smile. It doesn't matter, Shenzhou brothers' battle power will definitely be able to give everyone a surprise. Qingyu, this statement may not be overstated. A white-robed male spoke. The Earth realm cultivation hasn't even reached its peak, how high can the battle power be? It must be noted that even the 1000th ranked item on this Earth ranking list is someone who is at the perfect level of the Earth realm and has mastered more than 10 realms of intent. This was the gold content of the second ranking of Heaven and Earth. It was the true elites selected from the billions of boarders of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, the reserve officials of the Imperial Court. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, but her pair of beautiful eyes were gazing at the silhouette on the ring in an extremely calm manner. I believe in Brother Shenzhou. Chao Hua sniffed and hurriedly crossed the people around her before speaking. Well, now that this Lu Shenzhou has shown up, and to see how his level is before deciding. After all, he had to give Lu Shenzhou a chance on Su Qingyu's face. I only hope that this Lu Shenzhou won't lose too quickly in the hands of the Shui Tiangue. Or else. A member of the 8-part pavilion couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Su Qingyu's stunningly beautiful side face. Their 8-part pavilion can accept geniuses as members, but they don't want trash. If this Lu Shenzhou is a waste, unbearable, want to enter the 8-part pavilion, that is a fool's dream. And the back under the ring. Li Yugang, Liang Luantao, and understand Sha saw Lu Shenzhou take the stage, and each of them looked stunned and somewhat disbelieving. Old 4. Is Su Qingyu's fiancé? The one who was immortalized with the 10,000 Prices Society? Old 4 is still too impulsive. Old 4 had only entered the 10,000 Immortals Academy on the first day, and to fight against a veteran sect master on the Earth ranking was too rash. Losing the fight would be a small matter, but it would be troublesome if he landed a dark injury and couldn't move forward. Moreover, just like this, he was exposed to the eyes of the 10,000 Prices Association. Even if he got through today's hurdle, there would not be a constant stream of trouble in the future. It would be better to be a shrunken head turtle and develop in a low profile until enough strength was saved before showing up. This Shui Tiangui is an old Earth Realm sect master, long residing in the Earth list around 500. Its own has always had the ability to kill through 100,000 miles, only the Earth ranking which is better than the Heaven ranking. This person is bent on contributing to the 10,000 Prices Association in order to break through to the Heaven realm, so that he can start higher as an official in the future. The Earth realm could only be a 9th, 8th, or 7th ranked official. The Heavenly rank, on the other hand, started out as a 7th, or even 6th, ranked official. Officials were divided into 9 grades, 1 grade and 1 day, and officials were dying at a higher level. Take Immortal City for example. The city lord of an immortal city is also a 9th grade official. The three looked at Lu Shenzhou with worried and anxious eyes. In their opinion, the fact that Old 4 entered the 10,000 Immortals Academy through the back door today indicated that his own battle power might not be above the many holy sons of an immortal city. However, regardless of the way Lu Shenzhou had entered the 10,000 Immortals Academy, since he slept in a room with the same students, it was a brotherly bond. On the ring. Lu Shenzhou. Ha! Shui Tiangui's face was cold and stern, his eyes staring at Lu Shenzhou unkindly. I didn't expect you shrinking turtle to dare to show up. We thought you would only hide behind women. Dare not show up? Lu Shenzhou glanced at him with astonished eyes and said slowly, are you saying that elephants will make way for ants? Wow! Who is the elephant and who is the ant? Is he saying that this Shui Tiangui, in his eyes, is an ant? Humph. Anger appeared in Shui Tiangui's eyes as he let out a cold laugh and said, a lowly bastard from a cold family who doesn't know the heights of heaven, do you still think that this is playing house in the sect? Hee, Lu Shenzhou, if I were you, I should withdraw from suching you, such an outstanding woman, how can a waste like you be worthy? There's so much trouble. Lu Shenzhou's expression was a bit speechless inside. Can we start? It seems that suching you, this niece, has really received enough attention that there are still people who want to hit on the idea of their marriage contract. An instructor acted as a referee and nodded, begin. The voice fell. Die for me. Shui Tiangui held a mouthful of 9-sectioned whips, his spiritual intent infused and instantly condensed into a large sharp spear, lunging towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou stood still, feeling everyone's gaze. I guess Qingyu, this niece, had endured a lot of pressure before he had entered the academy. There would be people who didn't deserve her, there would be people who felt that he, Lu Shenzhou, was a waste for entering the 10,000 Immortals Academy through the back door. There would also be people in the back who would show up and force them to break off their engagement. In the crowd, Shen Ping also felt Su Qingyu's gaze. She is right in front of me, can I still let her down and fail to protect her? Lu Shenzhou thought of Mu Yanmai and Lu Jiro who were taken away. Even after walking into the 10,000 Immortals Academy, they were still called a Chile. Lu Shenzhou stood in place as the fierce attack in front of him lunged towards him, then in full view of everyone, he slowly raised one hand. This is to be prepared to take the white blade with an empty hand? What arrogance! This Shui Tiangui was at least a veteran grandmaster, and Lu Shenzhou's cultivation hadn't even reached the peak of the Earth realm. Swoosh! The 9-sectioned whip exploded, cutting through the sky. It had already blasted to a place less than a foot in front of Lu Shenzhou. In the next instant, the 9 sections whip collided with Lu Shenzhou's palm. ZZ. Thunder arcs flickered slightly. Bang. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy tumbled and exploded in the ring, rolling and surging in all directions. Lu Shenzhou's black hair danced wildly. When the result of this move came out, the faces of many people at the scene suddenly changed. There was nothing else. Only to see Lu Shenzhou's palm lightly catch Shui Tiangui's shot, unharmed. And Shui Tiangui's face turned red, gasping for air, using all his strength, trying to stab through Lu Shenzhou's palm and neck. However, it was as if the 9-section whip was solidified, unable to move an inch in Lu Shenzhou's palm. A punk who's weak like this also presumes to kill me? Lu Shenzhou's cold and arrogant voice rang out. Is the 10,000 Prices Association too high on you, or is it too low on me, Mr. Lu? As the words fell, a hallowed and domineering aura rose from Lu Shenzhou's body. He clenched his left hand and then blasted out with a fist. Roar! A deafening dragon roar exploded. Feeling the terrifying power of the fist's astral deities attacking and killing, Shui Tiangui's expression surged with an uncontrollable look of horror. Chapter 126 Thunder Slam Kill. Young girl takes the initiative to offer a kiss. Lifelike thunder dragons erupted from his fists, and every dragon scale on his body surface was clearly visible. The thunder dragon's silhouette emitted a violent aura as it pounced towards Shui Tiangui. Its speed was even faster to the extreme. Shui Tiangui looked horrified and hurriedly drew back his 9 sections whip, encircling himself and casting a sentence-colored radiant shield to protect himself under this punch. Roar! The thunder dragon crashed into the shield, and the floor of the ring surface was making cracking and clattering sounds, seemingly unable to withstand the power of Lu Shenzhou's punch. Not only that, the radiant shield began to be densely cracked under the thunder extrusion. Under the gaze of the sky, Shui Tiangui's shield was bitten and cracked by this punch. Shui Tiangui's face turned blue as his body swept away from his original position, actually not daring to meet the sharpness of Lu Shenzhou's punch head-on. The 9-section whip in his hand suddenly lengthened and surrounded Lu Shenzhou in it, and then erupted into a horrifying knuckle spikes that swooped towards Lu Shenzhou from all directions, seemingly wanting to strangle him in the midst of it. When Lu Shenzhou saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cruel and sneering smile. Such a weak intent move, how on earth did you comprehend it? Raising his hand, he once again blasted out with a punch. Rumble. Terrifying thunderstorms immediately surfaced above the entire ring. Wisps of thunder arcs were densely packed, that is, countless gazes gazed at it, colliding with this radiant knuckle spikes. And then devastating, will be its light knuckles routed. This thunder swept through the place, actually will Shui Tiangui's 9-section whip body to bombard kill crushed into pieces. And then the thunder arcs that densely covered the ring instantly contracted and condensed into a thunder spear. Thunder gun. Lu Shenzhou stood in place, cupping the thunder lance in one hand, and then abruptly threw it. Snort. In an instant, Shui Tiangui's physical body was penetrated by the thunder lance and was directly inserted diagonally into the stone floor of the ring. And Shui Tiangui's physical body only trembled for a moment before it was motionless, severed from life. The scene instantly fell into silence. Thunder. Intent power, can it still be used like this? Some people felt appalled, feeling that Lu Shenzhou's level of comprehension of the realm of intent was too terrifying. This Shui Tiangui is a veteran Earth ranking patriarch, perennially residing in the 500th place on the Earth ranking. On this day, yet he was slammed in the ring by a backdoor, first-time freshman of the 10,000 Immortals Academy with a thunderous spear. What does this mean? This Lu Shenzhou's battle power was quite frightening. Shui Tiangui's death was too humiliating, and better yet, it looked like Lu Shenzhou did it intentionally. After all, from start to finish, Lu Shenzhou had never moved from where he stood. Like an ant, no matter how much it hopped, the elephant lightly trampled it to death. This exposed power of Lu Shenzhou caused chills to surge through many people at the scene. They instantly dispelled certain bad thoughts they originally had about Lu Shenzhou. The crowd withdrew their gazes from Shui Tiangui's corpse and once again looked at Lu Shenzhou. Their eyes abruptly changed at once. Old 4 is so strong. Under the ring, Li Yugan looked at Lu Shenzhou's figure with a face full of astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. Originally, they were worried that Lu Shenzhou was not this Shui Tiangui's opponent, who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 moves, Lu Shenzhou would lightly slam Shui Tiangui to death in the ring. This your mom? Is the strength to enter the 10,000 Immortals Academy through the back door? The others were even more filled with dismay and disbelief. Many people who were experienced in battle and could envision imaginary enemies couldn't help but ponder, if they were to go up on stage and fight this Lu Shenzhou, how many moves could they last through without dying? This is still only the 8th layer of the Earth realm. If the cultivation comes to the peak of the Earth realm, and the single-mindedness refines the battle power and the intention, this battle power, it can go up several more levels. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua held Su Qingyu's wrist and let out a light laugh. Worthy of being the man that makes Sister Qingyu's heart yearn for him, not only is he good-looking, but his strength is not bad. Humph. Someone lightly grunted. This Lu Shenzhou is indeed good, with Qingyu as a guarantor, that can barely absorb this person into our 8-part pavilion. But just like this, he is not qualified to be Qingyu's fiancé. Have to see how fast he grows. If there is no more potential to go further, it will be just like that. On the ring, Lu Shenzhou stood still and withdrew his own fist, while the lightning spear that had penetrated Shui Tiangui's corpse also instantly dissipated. He looked towards the referee standing on the edge of the ring. This battle, did I win? That referee also gazed back in surprise. Lu Shenzhou wins. Wow. That ancient Earth ranking list suddenly surged and refreshed. Lu Shenzhou's name was fixed at the 500th place. In other words, Lu Shenzhou right now, if he wanted to become an official, he could already go and apply for graduation, kill 100,000 miles out of the eastern wasteland, and he would be able to be awarded an official position in the Grand Xia dynasty, or at the worst, the position of the city lord of an immortal city. This kind of speed, Lu Shenzhou is absolutely unprecedented. No one could kill their way to the 500th place on the Earth ranking on the first day of enrollment. Deafening cheers emanated from the scene. And that green-clothed girl beside Xiaohua was the one whose figure floated to the ring. Then the two made a move that shocked everyone at the scene. Brother Shenzhou, you're here. Su Qingyu came to Lu Shenzhou with a smile on her face before she jumped into his arms, a pair of jade arms familiarly and naturally hooked around his neck. Promised you something, when did I miss an appointment? Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arms around her waist in full view of everyone. Smelling the virginal fragrance of her body, Lu Shenzhou greedily sucked it up. And then Su Qingyu stood on her tiptoes, her red lips came up and kissed Lu Shenzhou. The tens of thousands of people at the scene watched this scene, collectively losing their voices and staying dumbfounded. Lu Shenzhou also responded to the passion of the young girl, enjoying this ambiguous throbbing feeling, and kissed her under the eyes of all. Everyone did not expect that this elegant and dignified young girl would make such a bold move. Quite a few powerful gentlemen who coveted Su Qingyu's face suddenly sank when they saw this scene. The coldness and killing intent in Lu Shenzhou's eyes increased by a few points. Su Qingyu was carrying the 10,000 Phoenix Taoist body, her future was boundless. How could this kind of humble son of clay be coveted and desired? When Xiaohua saw this scene, she couldn't help but be a little lost in thought, a flash of envy flashed under her eyes, and she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Sister Qingyu's relationship with him, is it that good? Even disregarded so many people to take the initiative to offer themselves for a kiss. I don't know how much of a storm this is going to cause. Not to mention, this Lu Shenzhou's first day in the 10,000 Immortals Academy was completely famous. The two stood in the ring and kissed like glue for a full quarter of an hour, relieving their thoughts of each other before their lips parted and they looked at each other, both revealing smiles. Cough. Xiaohua coughed lightly and came to the side of the two of them, smilingly said, Sister Qingyu, won't you invite Mr. Lu to take a seat in the 8 pavilions? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's stunning jade face climbed up with a charming blush, and even shyly, her beautiful eyes lightly trembled, somewhat not daring to look directly at Xiaohua's gaze. Chapter 127 Flat steps as bait, but actually tempting people to be dogs, are you guys worthy? Lu Shenzhou followed the two women and arrived at the 8-part pavilion. His eyes narrowed slightly. The 8-part pavilion actually has its own territory in the 10,000 Immortals Academy. This kind of move was equal to the 10,000 Immortals Academy, openly recognizing its power and allowing it to develop. Liang Luantao said that the decay really let Lu Shenzhou feel real. 8-part of the pavilion interior decoration luxury, and Lu Shenzhou live in the rustic dormitory in stark contrast. Xiaohua sat down on Su Qingyu's wrist and said to Lu Shenzhou, now that Mr. Lu has joined the 10,000 Immortals Academy, have you thought about your future plans? Future plans? Lu Shenzhou thought about it and said, naturally, the higher the better. Xiaohua's forehead slightly nodded. She was a young lady from an official family, her insights and vision were much higher than Lu Shenzhou, who came from a humble family. She opened her mouth and said, if you want to get a good grade and a good official position when you enter the dynasty as an official, 2 points are indispensable. First, to enter the heavenly ranking. Second, to apply for graduation early, preferably within a year of entering the academy. 9th, 8th, and 7th grade officers will be selected from the Earth list. 7 years of natural graduation can only be awarded 9th grade officers for the rest of their lives. The Earth list graduates within 1 year and can be authorized as a 7th ranked official. As for the heavenly list, graduating within 1 year, the starting point is a 6th grade officer. Lu Shenzhou's pupils instantly shrunk. 6th rank? A 6th grade officer could already be an official in Dao City. At the 5th rank, one was the Lord of Dao City. 4th rank, to enter the Imperial City as an official, or as a feudal official, in charge of a Dao. Xiaohua smiled with a flourish. If Mr. Lu is this talented, if he can break through the heaven realm within a year and hit the heavenly ranking, then he can apply for early graduation with us, start off as a 6th rank official, and in the future, he can also follow in Qingyu's footsteps and enter the Imperial City. Lu Shenzhou's eyes flashed and he let out a light laugh. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Please also ask Miss Xiaohua to speak frankly about what the 8-part pavilion can bring to me. Xiaohua said. Mr. Lu is really smart. Every year there are a number of places to apply for graduation in advance. These places are in the hands of the 8-part pavilion, the 10,000 Prices Association, and the law enforcement team. If Mr. Lu wants to follow in the footsteps of Sister Qingyu in the future and grant an official position to start, he must be one of the 8 sections. And the pavilion of 8 departments can operate contacts to allow Mr. Lu to obtain the designated official position. Lu Shenzhou immediately took a deep breath. The 3 major forces of this 10,000 Immortals Academy, which was some kind of student union or something small. It was clearly a scaled-down version of the Great Xia Dynasty's court. Being able to designate official positions directly controlled at the source who could be an official and who couldn't. However, the 8-part pavilion was sparse in numbers and could not be monopolized. Lu Shenzhou fixed his mind. According to what Miss Xiaohua said, it is indeed very heartwarming, so what do I need to pay? This kind of path to the green clouds was placed in front of Lu Shenzhou. There was bound to be a price. Xiaohua had yet to speak. A white-clothed eunuch stepped out from a side pavilion, his voice full of majesty. Naturally, it is for the use of our 8 pavilions. Since you are already enjoying top treatment, then the orders given by the 8-part lord cannot be refused and need to be strictly fulfilled. 8-part pavilion, don't be a waste. Since we can hold you up, we can also destroy you. After all, compared to a top genius like Su Qingyu, you are still more than a step behind. Su Qingyu's eyes instantly became a little anxious, and she looked towards Xiaohua. Sister Xiaohua, this is different from what you said. Be at ease. Xiaohua temporarily stabilized Su Qingyu as she looked at Lu Shenzhou and said, the words are rough. The potential that Mr. Lu showed when he first showed up is only worthy of this. Our 8-part pavilion has a rigorous set of estimation logic. If Mr. Lu's value can still be raised upwards, then the treatment can still be negotiated. Not everyone can enjoy treatment like Sister Qingyu, this is reality. Lu Shenzhou frowned, then let out a light laugh. Although the 8-part pavilion is good, right now it seems that it is not suitable for me. What do you mean? That white-clothed male slightly sank in color, his eyes staring at Lu Shenzhou with an unkind look. Are you rejecting our 8-part pavilion's solicitation? Do you know how many people outside are kneeling down and wanting to join the 8-part pavilion, but none of them are qualified? If it wasn't for Su Qingyu's request, you wouldn't be good enough for our 8-part pavilion either. Lu Shenzhou's face didn't move in anger. Admittedly, this white-robed male was right. Many people dreamed of climbing up to such a power, leveling up in the future, and then exerting their revenge. It is better to be a man after suffering. He slowly got up and faintly said, I, Lu, have hard bones and can't kneel down to be a dog for people. This Chaohua picks up the good words, is not that he looks down on Lu Shenzhou, and then on Su Qingyu's face, accepts Lu Shenzhou as a dog, and then temporarily stabilizes Lu Shenzhou and slowly tames him? Ha! The white-clothed male sneered, Su Qingyu, it seems you've looked away. A stupid thing, not knowing the heights of heaven. Without the 8 pavilions covering you, you wouldn't survive under the hands of the 10,000 Price Society for more than 3 days. Who do you think you are? Su Qingyu's face instantly became anxious, and her beautiful eyes contained a few moments of obvious fury. Observing Su Qingyu's reaction, Chaohua hurriedly said, This matter, there is still room to talk. Today itself is just an invitation for Mr. Lu to come and have a seat. It is me who wants to meet Sister Qingyu's soulful fiancé. Mr. Lu, talk to you later. Qingyu, send Mr. Lu off. Su Qingyu sent Lu Shenzhou away from the 8-part pavilion. Her face was somewhat remorseful. Brother Shenzhou, I'm sorry, if I had known that they went back on their words, I should have joined the law enforcement team. Lu Shenzhou laughed and did not get angry. The law enforcement team, that's the imperial family in Marshal Hun's own place. People are looking at your body. This 8-part pavilion is not good to me, but it's good to you. For Su Qingyu, the 8-part pavilion was her best option, not necessarily for Lu Shenzhou. Su Qingyu thought for a moment and said, With Brother Shenzhou's ability, I think it's not difficult to join the law enforcement team. Turn around and I'll find someone to ask for Brother Shenzhou. The 10,000 Prices Society put a lot of pressure on Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou smiled and reached out to gently scratch on her agitated nose. Don't worry about me, you have to look after your own prospects. Even if I can't join any forces, I'll still rely on myself to kill my way into the heavenly ranking, graduate with you, and join the dynasty. He originally thought that he would have to stay at the 10,000 Immortals Academy for 7 years, that way Lu Jiro and Mu Yen Dance would have to wait for him for a long time. But Chao Huafeng said that, allowing Lu Shenzhou to find a shortcut. Su Qingyu's red lips slightly bit and said, Brother Shenzhou, I'll go and talk to Sister Chaohua again. Lu Shenzhou watched her leave and came outside the 8-part pavilion. Shi Yuzhu, Li Yugong and the others looked at Lu Shenzhou with a vaguely agitated expression. Brother Lu Laosi, have you joined the 8-part pavilion? Lu Shenzhou said indifferently. Flies and small profits, trying to trick me into being a dog, they are not worthy yet. At these words, Shi Yuzhu, Li Yugong and the others looked shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Shenzhou had rejected the solicitation of the 8-part pavilion. Immediately, they glanced at each other and laughed. The world never lacked that person who was willing to be a dog for others. There was also no shortage of people who walked out a path on their own. Chapter 128, Early Graduation Qualification Examination, 3 Great Forces Gatekeeper. Inside the simple dormitory. I didn't expect that the 10,000 Immortals Academy would have such hidden rules. If it wasn't for you, Old Four, saying it, we wouldn't even know about it. It's obviously been covered up by the 3 major powers teaming up. Then we have to work hard together to cultivate this year and strive to apply for graduation within a year's time. Understanding Sha's fists clenched. Even if he didn't break through the heaven realm, even if he only had to go to the peak within the earth realm and start off as a 7th ranked official, there was a great future to be had. Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, then you have to work hard. Since he knew that the heavenly ranking could be authorized as a 6th rank official, Lu Shenzhou's goal was naturally the 6th rank. According to the memory comparison in his previous life, the ones who started out to award 6th-ranked officials, those were all Jinshi. And there is an unwritten rule, non-junior, not into the ministry, into the cabinet. And Lu Shenzhou want to be able to match the identity of the royal family Lu Jiro, he must be the 6th grade official to start. Entering the minister and being crowned king was his quest. Whoever stops him, dies. At this time, a cockney voice sounded outside the door, Lu Shenzhou, come out. This voice, it was the eunuch from the 8-part pavilion. Lu Shenzhou came outside the dormitory, and this white-clothed male brother guided him to a remote corner of the academy where no one was. The white-clothed eunuch had both hands behind his back, raising his chin as if he was looking down on Lu Shenzhou. His voice was full of majesty, making it impossible to question the rejection. Lu Shenzhou, I will give you a chance to live and break the marriage contract with Su Qingyu. Lu Shenzhou let out a light laugh, his calm eyes met with his sight, and in an instant, there were invisible violent sparks erupting. This was also one of Su Qingyu's suitors? It seemed that these people had planned this long ago, pretending to fulfill Su Qingyu's request to accept Lu Shenzhou into the 8-part pavilion, but in reality, they were hitting on Su Qingyu's idea. As long as Lu Shenzhou agreed to enter the 8-part pavilion, they had all the methods to pin down Lu Shenzhou and were not afraid that Lu Shenzhou would not agree. Who knew that Lu Shenzhou had actually endured the temptation of facing a flat footstep, exceeding many people's expectations? This was what forced him to step forward. On Lu Shenzhou's handsome face, his smile slowly turned extraordinarily fierce and cruel. Give me a chance to live and break off the engagement with Qingyu? You guys are also worthy? Toast to the wind, it seems that I have no choice but to personally send you on your way. The white-clothed male gave a sardonic laugh. And then push your death onto the 10,000 Price Society. While the voice rang out, a terrifying scarlet intent power slowly surfaced on his body, as if he had mastered some sort of punishment. It was intimidating and gave off a sense of danger that could not be disobeyed. A waste like you is not qualified to possess a top beauty like Su Qingyu. Swoosh! A scarlet decapitating greatsword suddenly surfaced, emitting a terrifyingly violent aura. This scene caused Lu Shenzhou's pupils to shrink slightly, his face staring as he felt a sense of oppression. This white-clothed male was clearly a Heaven Realm expert, and coming from the Ministry of Punishment, his kung fu was also extremely extraordinary. Bang! Just as this scarlet decapitating blade was about to look at Lu Shenzhou. Zhang Mingyu, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop it. In the darkness, a delicate voice containing icy anger resounded. A green lotus sword intent attacked and blocked the scarlet beheading blade, and a moment later, a silhouette quickly swept in green. The young girl appeared beside Lu Shenzhou, her eyebrows knitted tightly, and there was clearly visible unbearable anger on her jade face. If you dare to strike at Brother Shenzhou, I will quit the 8-part pavilion and join the law enforcement team. At these words, Zhang Mingyu's face changed slightly, revealing a smile. Why are you so agitated, Chengyu? I just wanted to test your fiancé's capabilities to see if he is qualified to be your fiancé. I didn't think of making a move against him. Heaven Realm testing Earth Realm? Su Qingyu lightly rebuked angrily. In her tone was a clear sense of disgust. Zhang Mingyu, can you find a more lame excuse? I honor you as the one who recruited me into the 8-part pavilion, thus I was a bit polite to you, but after today, I won't show any mercy to you either. This matter, I will tell Sister Chao Hua the original story. If the pavilion master and the others know, you are helping the enforcement team. Zhang Mingyu's face changed dramatically. The law enforcement team wanted to beg Su Qingyu not to be able to do so. If he forced Su Qingyu to the law enforcement team's side, he would not become the 8-part pavilion's mole trader. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His gaze glared icily at Lu Shenzhou and said in a cold voice, Lu Shenzhou, let's see how long you can hide behind a woman. Su Qingyu, you can rest assured that I won't strike at him again. After saying this, he turned into a scarlet stream of light and rushed up into the sky, quickly disappearing. His fists clenched tightly as he muttered a cold smile. Su Qingyu, you will be the woman that belongs to me. This Lu Shenzhou will definitely die. Even if I don't do anything, as long as I reveal the news of Lu Shenzhou's refusal of the 8-part pavilion's solicitation to the 10,000 Prices Society. This 10,000 Prices Society will naturally be impatient to get Lu Shenzhou killed, and it won't be blamed on my head yet. How could this kind of lowly bastard from a cold family be qualified to be worthy of Su Qingyu? A 10,000 Phoenix-style body like Su Qingyu was destined to only be worthy of the first line of their official family. Seeing Zhang Mingyu leave, Su Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and her lips tightened. Brother Shenzhou, I'm sorry, Qingyu has caused you trouble again. Lu Shenzhou naturally gripped the white tender catkin. Then what to do? I am afraid that I will die in the Wanxian Academy in the next few days. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that before I die, Qingyu, you are pregnant with my flesh and blood, so that I can also pass on the fragrance of the Lu family, and have not died in vain. What time is it? Brother Shenzhou is still in the mood to tease Qingyu. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes lightly trembled, a touch of blush climbing on top of her white jade face. I came to find Brother Shenzhou to tell Brother Shenzhou about a serious matter. What business? Su Qingyu slowly said. Tomorrow, there will be the auditions for the early graduation of the new students. Early graduation, you need to pass several levels of examination and get a qualification permit for early graduation, so that Brother Shenzhou can apply for graduation at any time. The Heaven Realm is difficult, but for the Earth Realm, Brother Shenzhou should be able to take the qualification permit. This kind of test has always been covered up by the 3 major powers joining forces, and it was only because Sister Chaohua felt guilty that she revealed this news to me and asked Qingyu to convey it to Brother Shenzhou. Once Lu Shenzhou received the qualification license for early graduation, it meant that Lu Shenzhou would start as a 7th grade official at worst. The 3 major forces have controlled the heavenly and earthly rankings for many years just to control this quota, and there are their hand-picked gatekeepers inside who are extremely powerful. If Brother Shenzhou can break through the gatekeepers of the 3 major forces and take a qualification, he will be able to talk about conditions with the 8th-section pavilion and the law enforcement team. Lu Shenzhou played with Su Qingyu's white and tender catkin, his eyes flashed with essence and his battle intent surged. Like this? Then I'll try challenging the gatekeepers of these 3 powers. He looked at the light in Su Qingyu's eyes, even if it was for the sake of being side by side with Su Qingyu in name only, so that she wouldn't be dragged down because of himself, he was going to go and make a break for it. Chapter 129 Qualification Selection begins, all parties show up. Early the next morning. The 10,000 Immortals Academy was surrounded by clouds and mist, with a little bit of fish belly white rising from the sky. Lu Shenzhou was heading to the qualification selection with Shi Yuzhu, Li Yugong, and the others. This cloud and mist, it was artificially catalyzed, the three major forces in order to cover up the qualification additions? Such a large cloud of mist, shrouding the entire 10,000 Immortals Academy, even if there were any exams being held, most of the ordinary students would have no way of knowing. This was not the competition stage for the Heaven and Earth rankings. Instead, it was held in a palace in the 10,000 Immortals Academy. In the mist, people from the three major forces stood, surrounding this palace, yet not so strong that they would not allow anyone to pass. To cast this cloud and mist means, and then stopping people from going in to participate in the examination qualification, that is to completely block the cold door's path. Once someone sues the court, even the three major powers can't afford it. Lu Shenzhou appeared, and along the way, there were many eyes watching and sizing him up. Some had indifferent gazes, some had icy gazes, and some had sneers in their eyes. It wasn't easy to break through the gatekeepers of the three major powers and grab a spot in the hands of the three major powers. At the entrance of the palace, a green-clothed girl waved her hand at Lu Shenzhou, signaling him to go over to her. This ninja, the corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth curled slightly. It seemed that she was preventing the three major powers from allowing him to come over and go back on their word, deliberately standing here waiting for him. Lu Shenzhou led several people to her. Shi Yuzhu first respectfully shouted, "Sister-in-law." Li Yugong's few people looked at this elegant and absolutely beautiful young lady, reddened their faces, thick-skinned, and arched their hands, "Fourth sister." Su Qingyu had a surly smile on the corner of her mouth as she elegantly and demurely bowed back. Qingyu has met several brothers. She then led the few people into the huge palace. The place was already crowded with people, most of whom were people from the three major powers. There were only a very few dozens of people who did not belong to the three major forces. And on the high platform, there were many old men with pale looks and strong, majestic breaths. Su Qingyu introduced. These are all retired officials from the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, all of them highly respected, acting as witness examiners this time. Those who have to apply for the graduation assessment qualification in advance within a year of entering the academy, those are the elites among the elites, and to be able to invite these examiners to witness this is enough to prove the fairness of this assessment and the importance that the imperial court attaches to it. The crowd nodded and their faces stared. Whether or not they could soar and strike a path to heaven would depend on this time's performance. Su Qingyu continued to explain, this time, there are only 201-year quotas. The people who came to the scene, there are 8,000 people. 8,000 people? Lu Shenzhou let out a laugh. It seems that only people from the Cold family don't know about it. People with a slightly official background should have all come. The 10,000 Immortals Academy enrolls on 20 to 30,000 people a year. Su Qingyu exhaled like an orchid, explaining the entire process. Today is the first selection, the first hurdle. You have to first pass the instructor sent by the Imperial Court, and if you survive 10 moves in the hands of the Heaven Realm instructor, you will be considered to have passed the first hurdle. The second level, on the other hand, is for the trainees to fight against each other, fighting until there are only 1,000 people left. The third level, which was randomly proposed by the Examiner of the Year to ensure fairness, has not been released for the time being. Lu Shenzhou nodded. The entire examination process is indeed quite fair and rigorous. There was a loophole here. The Earth Realm passed the examination. As long as that trainee broke through to the Heaven Realm within a year and killed the heavily ranking, they would be able to leap from the 7th ranked official to the 6th ranked starting official body. This is how the proverbial 3, 6, 9 grades are calculated. If you start at the 7th rank, it's hard for you to reach the 6th rank in your life, and you'll be hovering around the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks for the rest of your life. But if you start at the 6th rank, then you can expect to be the 3rd rank, the 2nd rank, the 1st rank, and even the super rank to be the king. This examination was too important to select the elite of the elite for the court. And this loophole, which the 10,000 Immortals Academy did not seal, was obviously mostly left for the royal power elite. It is also for the disciples of the Cold family to leave a line of survival. To open this way, is expected to pass the way to heaven. There were more than 8,000 people on the scene, which were the holy sons and daughters of 8,000 clans. Buzz. The formation opened, closing off the entire hall. On the high platform, an old man wearing a vermilion and yellow official uniform slowly rose. His voice was vicissitude and full of majesty, transmitting to everyone's ears. Old husband Wei Guoxian. This one-year early graduation assessment qualification competition, Old Me will give you the rules. He spoke over the information that Su Qingyu had revealed to Lu Shenzhou. This time, there are a total of 8,000 people. There is no limit to the number of people in the first examination. The Earth Realm only needs to pass the 10 moves of the Heaven Realm instructor, and the Heaven Realm passes the 10 moves of the martial sage, and it will be considered as passing the test. Now, issue identity cards, number the group of 40 people and head to the side hall for the first examination. There will be a fixed one examiner inside to supervise the examination, and there are even inspecting examiners like La Fu to ensure that no one cheats to prove fairness. And then, formation streams of light rushed up inside the hall, transforming into a piece of identity plate, hanging on each and every student. Lu Shenzhou looked down at the token on his waist. Lu Shenzhou. 10th group, number 3. And then the light of the various side halls flickered. Su Qingyu smiled gently. Brother Shenzhou, then Qingyu will go to the first examination first, we'll see you later. Good. Lu Shenzhou nodded. You have to be careful. Su Qingyu's red lips came up and gently touched on Lu Shenzhou's cheek. Her tone was confident and her beautiful eyes were full of spiritual color. Brother Shenzhou, don't underestimate Qingyu. Brother Shenzhou can only be the one who should be careful. And then she headed to the side hall with a light figure. Lu Shenzhou and Shi Yuzhu, Li Yugong and the others also separated. Go for it. Try to pass the examination. In Lu Shenzhou's opinion, a few of them might have to pass this examination, and it might still be a bit of a stretch. But they just wanted to come and see how much of a gap there was, and in the meantime, grow a bit. Lu Shenzhou arrived inside the 10th group's side hall. In the partial hall, there stood a middle-aged female official with a single plate and wearing an official uniform, whose voice was icy cold. Candidates take their seats according to the number plate. When there is no U assessment, do not move. If you violate other rules, cancel this early graduation assessment qualification. The faces of the 40 people within the 10th side hall instantly tightened, and immediately came to their positions to take their seats honestly, not daring to make any movements. However, everyone looked extremely nervous. Whether or not they could turn around from the cold door and walk out on a path to heaven depended on this move. Lu Shenzhou sat next to a young man wearing animal skins. He looked especially nervous and even took out a bottle of wine to drink, wanting to set his mind at rest. Noticing Lu Shenzhou's gaze, he handed the bottle of wine in his hand to Lu Shenzhou. Brother, want some? This is our beast wine sect's own brew. Lu Shenzhou looked at the sincere and harmless expression on his face, hesitated for a moment, took the bottle and also drank 2 mouthfuls. The spicy Lu Shenzhou's face was slightly red. Strong enough. Good wine. Thanks, brother. He felt like his blood was on fire, extremely exhilarated and just wanted to fight. Chapter 130, Examiner Strawman. Lu Shenzhou takes the stage. Hee, the wine brewed by my clan won't be bad. The beast-skinned youth hemmed and hawed. After drinking this wine, the beast-skinned youth was chatting with one sentence. Our beast wine sect, in the most marginal location of the Great Xia dynasty, is often infested by neighboring armies. When I become a big official, I will deploy the army to protect my hometown. He was nervous, but a flash of expectation appeared in his eyes. In this world, there were many people of all shapes and sizes. But it was the first time Lu Shenzhou had seen someone who wanted to become an official in order to protect his hometown. The people around them couldn't help but show contempt in their eyes when they heard the beast-skinned youth say this. Beast wine sect, what remote small sect? Lu Shenzhou did not show a look of contempt. In the eyes of many people, the Dongxian sect was even more of a small remote sect. Perhaps it had been brilliant in the past, but now no one had heard of the name of the Dongxian sect. Lu Shenzhou and this beast-skinned youth both came from a humble background. And many of the people within this 10th remote hall were still from powerful official families. After waiting for a while, a 4-meter-tall giant man walked into the examination hall. There was a female trainee whose face immediately turned white, her forehead sweating. Hell! It's even Mongshan as an examiner. Someone's eyes were bewildered. What's wrong with this Mongshan being the examiner? You guys don't understand, this Mongshan as an examiner is going to kill people. That female cadet's body was trembling and her teeth were clenched. Just as the examiner and this Mongshan finished their exchange and were about to announce the start of the examination, this female cadet couldn't withstand the pressure in her heart, and actually steeply stood up and said in a trembling voice, I abstain. A crowd of people were a bit clamored and surprised. This Mongshan is so terrifying. As a holy daughter of a clan, she was actually scared by the examiner to abstain. That middle-aged female official's voice was indifferent. Good, you can go out. Anyone else want to abstain? No more trainees said that they would abstain, and the beast-skinned youth beside Lu Shenzhou opened his mouth. Lord Examiner. Can I ask, will this first level of examination kill people? The middle-aged female official's voice remained indifferent. What you are examining is the Imperial Dynasty Elite Selection. It's normal that people will die. If you are even afraid of this, then why come to the exam? Lu Shenzhou's eyes were a little surprised. Was the environment of the sect where this beast brother was located so harmonious? Thinky Lu Shenzhou all the way, also size dozens of battles, hands killed do not know how many people. But there are places where the immortal city is too weak enough to implode, to embrace the warmth of the group in order to survive. This beast-skinned youth might be from such a place. The examiner called Mongshan revealed a smile, his voice naive. Don't worry guys, I'll be gentle. The examination can begin. The middle-aged female official opened her mouth. Candidate number 1 will come to the ring. A young girl walked onto the ring. Stick to 10 moves, and you'll be considered to have passed. Begin. As the voice fell, the 4-meter-tall Mongshan instantly lunged towards the number 1 maiden. Bang bang bang. The number one maiden pushed her spiritual energy and exerted the power of her intent to attack Mangshan, preparing to block him. But even his defense couldn't break through, while Mangshan impacted in front of the maiden, opened his arms like stone pillars and made an embracing gesture. Ka-ching. Ah. Being embraced into Mangshan's arms, the sound of bones breaking resounded, and the number one maiden let out a mournful, miserable scream. In desperation, the number one girl's figure slipped and escaped from Mangshan's arms. This scene, watching the eyes of the crowd jumped, this was only the first move. The number one girl was ready to escape to the corner to catch her breath and heal her wounds, but as soon as her figure slipped out of Mangshan's embrace, she was grabbed by two of Mangshan's thick fingers that grabbed her slender ankles, and he seemed to gently force a twist and a tug. Snort. Ah. One of the young girl's legs was actually ripped off in a raw manner, letting out a mournful and desperate scream, her face hideously twisted. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Continuing further, she wouldn't last more than 10 moves and would definitely die. Hearing the number one girl's voice of admitting defeat, that Mangshan stopped moving, his voice still naive. Aren't we having fun? Why should we admit defeat? At this scene, chills ran through the hearts of the group of candidates present, their faces turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on their heads. They counted on understanding why there was a female cadet who had abstained just now. With a flash of the formation, that broken-legged number one girl was teleported away, not knowing what would happen to her subsequently. Candidate number 2 takes the stage. The middle-aged female official's indifferent voice rang out. The animal skin youth beside Lu Shenzhou's body trembled, his fists clenched tightly as he chanted words to cheer himself up. And then walked up to the ring. Begin. The middle-aged female official's voice rang out. Ta-da-day. Mangshan's huge body stumped the ring, making a crisp sound as he charged towards the beast-skinned youth. He still wanted to replicate the move he made just now. The beast-skinned youth wanted to escape, but his speed was actually no match for Mangshan's, and he was instantly cornered by Mangshan. Bang. The fist that was as huge as a mountain pillar came at the beast-skinned youth. The beast-skinned youth gritted his teeth and could only raise his arms, operating the power of his intent and preparing to carry this move hard. The next instant. Bang. A muffled grunt sounded, and the beast-skinned youth experienced a sharp pain that drilled into his heart, and under this punch, he didn't know how many bones were broken all over his body. And the beast-skinned youth stood in place, his body staggering, having lost his attacking power. He opened his mouth with difficulty and said, I recognize. Before the word lose was even uttered, Mangshan's second fist had already blasted in front of him. Bang. After a loud sound, the beast-skinned youth was covered with broken bones, his internal organs exploded, his 7 orifices bled, and his body trembled as he collapsed in place, his vitality broken. He. That Mangshan actually let out an oozing laughter, a flash of violent teasing color in his eyes. The lives of these cold family ES are so fun so weak Everyone on the scene fell into silence, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive, almost suffocating. Many people's faces turned pale and wanted to abstain and retreat. The middle-aged female official looked at Lu Shenzhou, candidate number 3, take the field. Lu Shenzhou slowly got up, but when the people beside him saw his reaction, each of their gazes were startled. Only to see Lu Shenzhou's face grimacing, his forehead veins bulging out, the killing intent in his eyes surging and tumbling, nearly boiling into substance. He raised his head and slowly walked up to the ring, looking towards Mangshan, his throat rolling, suppressing an unprecedented killing intent. Ha! The lives of these cold family pariahs of ours are good for fun? This Mangshan, even for the heaven realm, the beast-skin youth cannot have to die, as long as he collects a few points of power. But the beast-skin youth is still dead. In the eyes of these powerful people, the life of these cold family sons and daughters of theirs, in the end, what is it? Playthings? Right-o. It's fun. Mangshan's eyes were still clear and naive, but the smile on his face was hideous and cruel, chilling. Begin. The voice of the middle-aged female official rang out. Then I will play with you today. Roar. Terrifying thunderous intent rose up to the sky, instantly filling the entire ring. When Emperor Yun heard this explanation, his pupils contracted violently as a strong shock surged in his heart. The effects of this happy Dao heart were too powerful. If what Qin Ming had said was true, then once one comprehended the happy Dao heart, the path of cultivation would become incomparably smoother. For those of them who were at a high level of cultivation, encountering a heart demon during the questioning of the heart was one of the most difficult hurdles to cross. If one was truly able to comprehend the happy Dao heart, wouldn't that mean that one would be more hopeful of succeeding during their tribulation as well? A trace of anticipation could not help but well up in Emperor Yun's heart. Is this statement true? Qin Ming nodded. There is absolutely no need for words, it's just that this happy Dao heart state isn't very good to comprehend, it's entirely up to luck. Qin Ming was also giving Emperor Yun a precautionary shot in advance, as the probability was truly a bit of a ripoff. Other people didn't know the probability of comprehending this happy Dao heart, but he, as the store owner, did. The probability of comprehension was 0.0003, which was equivalent to a probability of 3 out of 10,000. It was even more pitiful than Ma Suit's lottery system. The horse clothing lottery at least had a guarantee mechanism, but this happy Dao heart, there was no such thing as a guarantee. However, Emperor Yun did not take the probability seriously, he only knew that it was possible to comprehend the happy Dao heart and that was enough. This was because he felt that as a person of heavenly destiny, his luck would definitely not be bad. He had already made up his mind at this moment, if this happy water didn't have any side effects, he would have a bottle every day. Until he comprehended the happy Dao heart that the shopkeeper was talking about. Yun Shang at the side suddenly spoke up at this moment, interrupting Emperor Yun's thoughts. Father Emperor, what is this thing? I want a bottle. However, Emperor Yun didn't even think about it and directly refused, you may not. The efficacy of this thing has not yet been verified, you cannot drink it indiscriminately. Humph. Yunchang huffed and snorted lightly after hearing her father's refusal. In her heart, she thought, big deal, I'll sneak it in myself later. Cultivation settings, Chi practicing stage, foundation establishment stage, Jindan stage, Yuanying stage, God transformation stage, void refining stage, Mahayana stage, and ferrying stage. Chapter 7, Breakthrough on the Spot. After Emperor Yun reprimanded Yun Shang, he suddenly thought of something and inquired. Can I purchase this Fat House Happy Water in advance and save it for another day? If it could be purchased in advance, that would naturally be the best. After all, he had already witnessed the effect of his personal guards after taking it, so as long as he waited for a while longer and made sure that this thing was fine, he would save up some more of it. At that time, if he directly disliked a few bottles, he might be able to greatly increase the probability of comprehending the happy Dao heart. With a smile as warm as the warm sun hanging on his face, Qin Ming responded in a determined tone. Of course it can, Emperor Yun, you can rest assured. As long as you keep it properly and do not allow others to use it, this Fat House Happy Water will always maintain its efficacy and will not be diminished in the slightest. That's good. Emperor Yun was delighted in his heart and immediately raised his hand, taking out 100 lower grade spirit stones from his storage ring, handing it over with a crisp and clean movement, saying, give me a bottle as well. Qin Ming received those 100 lower grade spirit stones and only felt an unbridled joy in his heart. Selling 2 bottles in a day was not bad at all. Thinking of this, he excitedly continued his introduction. Emperor Yun, I have 2 other rare items in this store that might be just what you want, you might be interested. After saying that, he reached out and took out a bottle of soft drink from under the counter, his movements skillful and a bit mysterious. This item is called 82 Years Thunder Bee. Qin Ming raised the bottle in his hand and gently shook it, the liquid in the bottle then frothed with fine bubbles as he continued. After drinking it, it allows one to directly gain a large amount of cultivation. What's especially rare is that when cultivators below the spirit transformation realm drink it, not only will they not have any side effects, but they can also break through the current bottleneck along the way and leap into a new realm in one fell swoop. Speaking here, Qin Ming gave a slight beat, a slightly flirtatious smile appearing on his face as he added. Of course, its only side effect is that the color of urine will be rather yellow after drinking it. If you urinate randomly in the wild, the urine emits a special odor that easily attracts the surrounding demonic beasts, which in turn triggers a beast tide. The price, for others, may be a bit expensive, but for you, it should be considered cheap. It only costs 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Emperor Yun could not help but freeze for a moment, his face filled with surprise and disbelief, his eyes widening as he reconfirmed. Are you sure that cultivators below the spirit transformation realm will be able to directly break through their current bottleneck if they drink it? This thing was useless to him, but he was the one who had an army. If this thing really didn't have any side effects, then wouldn't he be able to make large armies in bulk? He had to know that there were many people in the army who had been stuck at the peak of the Yuaning stage for many years, unable to break through. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a breakthrough opportunity. This kind of temptation, no peak Yuaning could resist. Seeing this, Qin Ming unhurriedly explained. Emperor Yun, the items in my store are all guaranteed in terms of quality and efficacy. I'm afraid that no matter how much I say here, you'll still have doubts in your heart. In my opinion, it would be better for you to personally find someone under the transformation god realm to try it out and witness it with your own eyes. Emperor Yun mused, good. Then I will have my personal guards go and find a soldier to come. The personal guard's efficiency was very fast, and in just a quarter of an hour, he returned with an overpowering aura, followed closely by 4 soldiers at the peak of the Yuaning realm. These 4 soldiers were all athletic with eyes as sharp as eagles. The moment they stepped into the store door, their gazes accurately captured Emperor Yun's figure, as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization. As if they were under a spell, their bodies were shaken, followed by a plop sound. Neatly kneeling on one knee, their movements were all in one go, while a loud cry erupted, "See your majesty!" Emperor Yun slightly raised his hand, his face carrying a bit of majesty and anticipation as he said steadily, "All rise. This time, I summoned you all here to try out a strange item." As he spoke, he turned sideways to indicate Qin Ming. Qin Ming immediately understood and picked up a bottle of 82 Years Thunder Bee and, gently shaking it in front of the soldier's eyes, the bottle made a crisp sound, attracting everyone's attention. Emperor Yun then said, by taking it, you may be able to directly break through the current realm, but how effective it will be is yet to be seen, and there may be side effects. Who would like to be the first to try it out? Several people stood out almost at the same time when they heard the words. They had only heard the words, can break through realms. As for the second half of the side effects mentioned by Emperor Yun, they directly chose to ignore them. The soldiers had been stagnating at the Yuaning realm for many years, and now that there was an opportunity in front of them, there was certainly no way they could miss it. The small side effects were not worth mentioning at all. Emperor Yun didn't have any surprises after seeing their reactions. He casually ordered a soldier to purchase the 82-year-old lay-by. With trembling hands, the soldier unscrewed the cap of the 82 years Thunderbead bottle, and a strange and biting aura instantly filled the air. He tilted his head back and poured the liquid into his mouth, and in an instant, a penetrating coolness that seemed to come from an extremely cold abyss swept over his entire body like a raging tsunami, with his mouth as the origin. That coolness seems to have life, as if the immortal wine, along the throat all the way down, quickly drilled into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Rapidly drilled into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, wherever he went, as if in the hot sun head first into a cool and penetrating deep pool. The pores of the whole body are cheering, enjoy the stretch. At this moment, every cell in his body seemed to have been awakened. An unspeakable extreme pleasure spread wildly within his body. The soldier who drank the lay-by couldn't help but sigh, cool, such immortal brew, rare on earth. A moment later, a power so majestic that it was almost terrifying exploded within his body. The spiritual energy that was originally flowing through his meridians was like a meek stream suddenly encountering a flood that broke the dike, instantly becoming furious and raging. This force rushed across, and wherever it passed through, the meridians were propped up to the point of near rupture, bringing about a heartbreaking pain. The soldier couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt of pain, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his body trembled violently, and his legs began to weaken. However, he clenched his teeth and struggled to hold on with his tenacious will. As time passed, the force became stronger and stronger, and the spiritual energy in his body was like a powder keg that had been ignited, expanding in a frantic manner. Underneath his skin, the light of spiritual energy was faintly visible, as if it was about to break out of his body. Suddenly, a deafening roar emanated from within him, seemingly like 10,000 pounds of thunder exploding deep within his body. Immediately afterward, a blinding light blossomed from his body, illuminating the entire small store as if it was daytime. Within this light, the soldier's body began to levitate, and the air around him was stirred up by the powerful spiritual energy, violently distorting and forming a small spiritual vortex. His aura also changed radically at this moment. The original aura of the peak Yuaning realm climbed at an astonishing speed, and in just a few breaths, it broke through the shackles of the Yuaning realm and stepped into the realm of the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 8, Shopkeeper, Can You? After a long time had passed, the aura on the soldier's body gradually calmed down. The soldier slowly opened his eyes, and a light that he had never seen before flashed in his eyes, the confidence and power that belonged to a strong hierophant. He felt the surging power in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. He then gently dropped down, kneeling on one knee, and saluted Emperor Yun. Your Majesty, I have broken through to the transformation god realm, and other than some pain during the breakthrough, I currently do not feel any discomfort. His voice was firm and strong, carrying a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal. Emperor Yun lost his voice and muttered, how is this possible? It really wasn't that he was so shocked, and it wasn't that he hadn't seen the world before. It was the scene in front of him that was wildly refreshing his 3 views. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, directly allowing a peak Yuaning to break through to the transformation spirit. Where could this be justified? If this was placed in an auction house, those who had been trapped at the peak of Yuaning for years would sell their pots and pans and use their entire fortune to purchase this lay-by. The bottom line estimate was that a bottle could be sold for at least a few tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. If one encountered those whose lifespan was about to end, the price would only be even more exaggerated, as this was buying a life. In a short moment, Emperor Yun thought of many things in his mind. This lay-by must not flow into the hands of other imperial dynasties. The reason for this could not be simpler. The price of this item was relatively too low, yet it could create transformation god realm powerhouses in bulk. If other forces hoarded a large amount of lay-by and produced dozens, hundreds, or even more god transformation realm experts, the threat to the Tian Yuan dynasty would simply be too great. When this number accumulated to a certain level, it would even be enough to shake up the fortunes of a dynasty and rewrite the power pattern of the entire world. Thinking about this, Emperor Yun's complexion was austere, his expression unprecedentedly solemn, his gaze locked onto Qin Ming, and he was just about to open his mouth. Shopkeeper, is it possible to? Qin Ming looked like he had a roundworm in his stomach, and before Yun Huang finished speaking, he decisively opened his mouth to interrupt. No. He looked at Yun Huang's eager and expectant expression, and in his heart, like a mirror, he knew that the other party definitely wanted to talk to him. He knew that the other party definitely wanted to cooperate with himself and monopolize the sales channels of lay-by. But how could he easily fulfill Emperor Yun's wish? What's more, this lay-by was only a product of the system's gift from the novice quest, and at present, he had no way of obtaining additional sources of goods. The system would only refresh the next round of goods if he sold all the existing goods. Moreover, the types of commodities refreshed each time were completely random, with no pattern to follow, so if he wanted to sell them in bulk, he really had no intention of doing so. Seeing that Qin Ming refused so dryly, Emperor Yun was so anxious that his veins rippled on his forehead, and without thinking, he shouted, "The price is fine. 1 bottle of Thunderbee, 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones, I want a large amount." In his opinion, as long as the price was given in place, there was no deal that couldn't be negotiated. Qin Ming shook his head helplessly and patiently explained, "Your Majesty, you really shouldn't make things difficult for me. It's not that I don't want to sell, it's really because the stock of this lay-by is extremely limited. Think about it, if such a heaven-defying item could be made in bulk, wouldn't the world be in chaos already? As for the price, the small store has always clearly marked the price, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones a bottle, not a penny more, not a penny less. I sell these things, but I also just want to work for the well-being of the world's cultivators, so that everyone can have a chance to break through their cultivation bottlenecks, so you mustn't think too much about it." After hearing this explanation, Emperor Yun was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that it couldn't be manufactured in bulk, but that was understandable. After all, if such a heaven-defying thing could really be manufactured in bulk, it would be simply too heaven-defying. At this moment, looking at Qin Ming again, Emperor Yun's eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation, and in his heart, Qin Ming's image was instantly taller. Not only was this person's strength unfathomable and his behavior mysterious, but he also had a sincere heart to benefit the world. For him to appear in the Tian Yuan dynasty must be a great blessing bestowed upon the dynasty by the heavens, and in the future, he might be able to help the dynasty move towards an even more glorious peak. "Get me a bottle first." Emperor Yun sighed slightly, with a hint of helplessness and regret in his expression. Even though with his current cultivation level, this 82 years Thunderbee was no longer directly useful for breaking through the realm. However, with his keen interest in all kinds of exotic treasures, as well as his keen sense of smell as the king of a dynasty, he knew that even if this thing could not help his own cultivation, he would be able to bring it back to study it carefully. If he took it back and studied it carefully, he might be able to unearth unexpected value from it. Besides, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for him, not a big expense. Hearing this, a flash of surprise instantly flashed across Qin Ming's eyes, and the smile on his face grew brighter as he secretly lamented in his heart. In the end, it is the Emperor out is this generous. He hurriedly handed over a bottle of 82 years lay-by with both hands, his movements were nimble and respectful. Immediately after, as if he was doing a magic trick, he took out another small ancient box from under the counter. Opening the box, he took out a blackish medicinal pill from it and introduced it with gusto. "Emperor Yun, would you like one of these? If you take it together with the 82-year-old lay-by, it will have miraculous effects." Qin Ming spoke while gently shaking the pill in his hand in an attempt to arouse Emperor Yun's interest. Emperor Yun's gaze followed Qin Ming's gesture, and when he saw the pill that was black and its surface was still covered with suspected moldy white spots, the expression on his face instantly froze, and a trace of dislike instantly flashed through his originally fairly mild eyes. He did not want to comment too much on the selling appearance of this pill. "Forget it, I see that it's getting late today, and there are still many matters in the palace waiting for me to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." Emperor Yun didn't even want to hear a word about the specific effects of this pill, because the appearance of this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill was really too disgusting. Just by looking at it, one would not have the desire to try it at all, not to mention eating it. Even if it was thrown to those hungry demonic beasts, they would all turn their heads away in disgust. "Alas! Your Majesty, don't go." Qin Ming saw that Emperor Yun was about to leave and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. It was so hard to come by a tycoon, he wouldn't let it go like this. The most crucial thing was that this thing was estimated to be the only thing that the Great Injustice Seed would buy. Normally normal cultivators would not spend a large amount of spirit stones to purchase this item. It's not that it's not effective, but its selling appearance is really too bad. It was like it was made from moldy poop. Qin Ming spoke without blushing. "Listen to me first, although this thing looks a bit unattractive, you shouldn't underestimate its effectiveness. Moreover, these white things on it are not mold spots, but dandelions." When Emperor Yun heard this, he silently rolled his eyes at Qin Ming. Dandelions? He really thought that he hadn't seen what kind of dandelions were. This shopkeeper was a fool, taking himself as the group of fools from the Sakura Imperial Dynasty to cheat. Chapter 9, Try it and you'll know. After Qin Ming saw this expression on Emperor Yun's face, he knew that he didn't believe it. "Cloud Emperor, this is really a Dan pattern on it, there's no need for me to lie to you. Facts aside, you just need to ignore its likeness, this thing is equivalent to one more life." "One more life?" Emperor Yun was originally about to lift his feet to leave when he heard this and instantly came to life. A flash of suspicion and curiosity flashed across his eyes, and he couldn't help but repeat himself. When Qin Ming saw that Emperor Yun had already taken the bait, he was instantly delighted in his heart, so he began to introduce himself. "That's right. After taking this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill, it can heal the majority of injuries in the body, and the recovery speed is incredibly fast. Not only that, it can also remove all sorts of abnormal states and tricky situations like piles of Dan poisons in the body, effects of curses that have been inflicted, and heart demons entering the brain can all be easily dissolved. Qin Ming paused for a moment to sell the idea and then said in a heavier tone, "If it's flushed together with the 82 years Thunderbee, the effect would be even more remarkable, and it could even achieve the rebirth of severed limbs and remodeling of spiritual roots." Emperor Yun froze on the spot after hearing these words, his face filled with shock. This efficacy sounded simply heaven-defying. He secretly pondered in his heart, was this thing really that magical? Although he was still skeptical in his heart, he recalled that the Fat House Happy Water and 82 years lay-by that Qin Ming had sold before, each of them had exerted a stunning effect and ruthlessly punched himself in the face. So it seems, this unimpressive stretching legs staring pill may also really hide a great mystery. Emperor Yun tentatively inquired, how is it sold? Qin Ming spoke, only 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Emperor Yun nodded. If the efficacy Qin Ming said could be realized, the price of this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill was not expensive. Instead, it was very cheap. If the efficacy of rebirth of the severed limb and remodeling of the spirit root were also taken into account, it would be nothing short of a cabbage price. Then give me one first, Yun Huang said before taking out their 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and handing it over to Qin Ming. He was also too lazy to find someone else to try it out. After all, it was a bit difficult to find someone who was severely injured to experiment with in a short period of time. Anyway, the price wasn't too expensive, and it didn't matter if he was cheated, it would be considered as taking care of the store's business. After all, that lay-by and happy water were already worth every penny. Qin Ming complimented after accepting these spirit stones beautifully, worthy of being a cloud emperor, doing things is quick. After saying this, Qin Ming added, although this item is good, I still have to give you a reminder. This item has a slight side effect, it's best not to use it in battle. This is because after taking this item, you will fall into the stretching legs and staring eyes state. Your limbs will stiffen up like a zombie, and your eyeballs will protrude like copper bells, lasting for 3 days. Emperor Yun nodded, not taking this too seriously. This was because he had no intention of eating it at all. After receiving the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, he left the small store with Yun Shang. Seeing Emperor Yun's figure with his personal guards disappearing in front of the store, Qin Ming couldn't wait to mumble in his mind and instantly opened the system panel, his eyes eagerly sweeping towards the mission progress column. Current task, sell Fatty Happy Water 210, stretching legs and staring pills 110, 82 years Rebi 11. Unlock new features of the small store after completing the quest, practice room, sell items plus one of your choice. He. Qin Ming couldn't help but whisper and laugh, his face filled with anticipation. If only there were a few more guests like Emperor Yun, my mission would be complete. It's just that I don't know what the use of this practicing room is. With it, will I be able to cultivate myself? Thinking of this, Qin Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. Although Qin Ming currently possessed the Yuan Desolate Scripture, a skillful woman could not cook without rice, and he did not have a way to activate his spiritual root right now. Only after activating the spiritual root could he step into the door of cultivation. That little lowly is really my lucky star. Nah, if she hadn't mistakenly entered the small store, how could she have attracted this big business from Emperor Yun? Qin Ming's heart was filled with emotion as he recalled his previous experience. Just as Qin Ming was immersed in a bright vision of the future, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the small store. He raised his eyes and saw several men fishtailing in. The people who came were none other than those officials who had been severely reprimanded by Emperor Yun in the Imperial Study Room earlier. As soon as they learned of Emperor Yun's departure from the small store, they rushed over without stopping. Qin Ming saw another guest come to his door, a trace of surprise instantly flashed in his eyes, his steps quickened and he couldn't wait to welcome them, his face piled with a warm smile. Several guests, welcome to the store, I don't know what do you need. Although the variety of goods in the store is not much at the moment, but every piece can be a fine product. I guarantee that it's definitely worth every penny, and you'll never regret buying it. Hearing this, General Zhao took a step forward, looking eager, not even bothering to say anything polite, and directly asked, "Are you the shopkeeper?" After a pause, he then continued, "I would like to ask, that customer who just left, what did he purchase from you?" When Qin Ming heard this, his eyes narrowed furiously, alarm bells ringing in his heart as countless thoughts crossed his mind like lightning. Somewhat interesting, these people are actually here to spy on the items purchased by the Cloud Emperor. Seeing how eager they look, they must have seen the miraculous effects of the items within the small store. However, I had only sold a universal speaker to little Lori before. How did they know about the existence of the small store? It's hard to believe that they've seen the effects of the little speaker. General Zhao saw that Qin Ming didn't say anything and hurriedly urged, "Shopkeeper, speak up instead." Qin Ming smiled politely at the corners of his mouth as he heard, "No comment, I will keep it a secret for all the customers who went to the small store to purchase items." You? Hearing this, General Zhao was just about to reprimand Qin Ming. However, he was stopped by Shang Shuli who was on the side and turned his head to Qin Ming to open his mouth to inquire. Shopkeeper, can you introduce the items in the store? Qin Ming nodded and began to introduce the efficacy of the 3 items. However, when the crowd, after hearing the efficacy of the happy water and the leg stretching and gazing pill, their first thought was disbelief. It was acceptable for them to have such items, but the price was so low that it was simply unrealistic. However, Qin Ming simply said indifferently, happy water only costs 100 lower grade spirit stones, you guys will know if you try it. With your statuses, it shouldn't be difficult to come up with 100 lower grade spirit stones. When the crowd heard Qin Ming say this, they also froze for a moment. Our identities? This shopkeeper couldn't have already known their identities, but that was normal, after all, they were also dignified figures within the imperial city. Ordinary civilians might not have seen them, but those with a little bit of background would recognize them. Chapter 10, Li Shangshu's Speculation. General Zhao originally wanted to ask a few questions. However, when he glanced over and saw that Minister Li had already taken out a spirit stone and was ready to purchase it, he swallowed back his words. After a moment's thought, he also silently took out a spirit stone and purchased a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. The other 2 officials also followed suit. After all, Minister Li was the brain of the Tian Yuan dynasty, there was absolutely nothing wrong with following him. Selling 4 bottles of happy water in one go, Qin Ming had a smile on his face that he couldn't hide at all. A cute General Zhao once got the Fat House Happy Water, Snap unscrewed the bottle cap, tons to pour into the mouth. A moment later, he only felt the Fat House Happy Water, tons to pour into the mouth. A moment later, he only felt the pores of his body are open, indescribable comfort and pleasure. General Zhao can clearly feel that his body was originally as calm as stagnant water cultivation. At this moment, there were ripples and it slowly began to grow. Although the increase was minimal, for a general like him who had been in the battlefield for a long time and was extremely sensitive to changes in his own cultivation, he was still able to keenly notice it. Burp! General Zhao burped, an intoxicated look on his face as he exclaimed. This stuff is really good, I've lived for so many years and it's the first time I've drunk such a good wine. And my cultivation has actually shown signs of slow growth, this is too amazing. As soon as the words left his mouth, General Zhao waved his hand and pulled out tens of thousands of spirit stones from his arms and said with a bold voice. Shopkeeper, bring me all the happy water you have here, I'll cover it all. However, Qin Ming shook his head unhurriedly and explained, the small store has the rules of the small store, the items within the store can only be limited to 1 purchase per person, per day. When General Zhao heard Qin Ming's words, he was first stunned, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He had seen quite a few merchants, but this was the first time he had heard of such an expression as limited purchases. You can only purchase 1 bottle per day? Shopkeeper, are you not even making money? Which business is like yours? General Zhao's face was filled with doubt, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Qin Ming lightly glanced at General Zhao and slowly spoke, do you think I'm making money here? General Zhao was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his mind quickly pondered. Yes, this Fatty House Happy Water has such an unbelievable effect, it can make a cultivator's cultivation grow, and it can also bring about an inexplicable sense of pleasure. But the shopkeeper was only selling it for 100 lower grade spirit stones, this price was ridiculously low, it wasn't like it was meant to make a profit at all. Even if you don't consider its magical effects, just the unique taste and the wonderful feeling after drinking it, it's already worth every penny. He even felt that it was worth spending 100 lower grade spirit stones just to savor the taste. If one were to drink a bottle of this happy water during the tense moments when the 2 armies were facing each other, one might really be able to adjust one's mindset and bring out unexpected effects on the battlefield. Let's do it this way, General Zhao gritted his teeth and said with a hard heart, I'll offer 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, and you can bring me a few more bottles. He directly doubled the price 100 times, full of expectations that Qin Ming would agree to his request. However, when Qin Ming heard this, he also directly refused. If you want to drink it, you can come back tomorrow. General Zhao inquired, then it's okay if I have someone purchase it for me, right? Qin Ming shook his head, I have to remind you that this item cannot be regifted. Once it is transferred, this happy water will lose its magical effects and will be no different from ordinary water. So, if you want someone else to purchase it for you, dismiss the idea before it's too late. This. General Zhao originally wanted to show his identity and rely on it to pressure Qin Ming into buying a few more bottles for himself. But after thinking about it, he let it go. This shopkeeper was able to come up with these magical items, his background should not be simple. If one were to offend someone in order to satisfy one's appetite, wouldn't that be a heart demon entering one's brain? Then the leg stretching and gazing pill, and lay-by give me one as well. Qin Ming was inwardly delighted when he heard this. He had wanted to make a good sales pitch, but he didn't expect this person in front of him to directly spend money on it. Several other officials, after trying the happy water, also purchased a copy of the other 2 items. Qin Ming was also very happy inside as he watched the progress of the task was already over halfway. Looking at their appearance, it was estimated that they would continue to come back tomorrow to purchase the happy water. Unsurprisingly, the quest should be completed tomorrow. After the several officials finished their purchases, they didn't stay too long in the store, but returned to the courtyard once again. Minister Li looked at the happy water in front of him and said to General Zhao, "This person isn't simple. It's a good thing I stopped you just now, otherwise you might have to offend that shopkeeper." General Zhao asked doubtfully, "Unsimple? Isn't he just a mortal? Have to say it's not simple. It's probably just his background. After all, to be able to take out such a magical object, the person behind him is truly unfathomable." Shangshuli shook his head and said, Nonetheless. After all, the appearance of this happy water, and lay by, can already affect the chi of an imperial dynasty. With His Majesty's character, he should have already tested that shopkeeper, and if that person didn't have the strength to master these things, he's afraid that he would have already closed the store. Since he's still able to operate normally now, that means that His Majesty has made a compromise, or that they've reached some sort of cooperation. These two possibilities, either way, it's not something we can interfere with anymore. The crowd was suddenly enlightened after hearing Minister Li's explanation. Right, that His Majesty of theirs is a person who has proven himself by killing. With a life of killing and determination, if something like this appeared within their imperial city, with his character, he would definitely want to keep it firmly in his hands. But now that that small store was still operating normally, there was definitely a problem here. Thinking of this, General Zhao also had a moment of fear. Luckily, Shangshuli had stopped him before, or else with his character, he might have really offended that shopkeeper. Thinking about this, General Zhao hurriedly thanked Minister Li. "Sir Li, it's fortunate that you stopped me just now, or else I'm afraid I would have made a big mistake." Minister Li waved his hand and said, "A small matter, not worth mentioning." General Zhao spoke, "Then what should we do next with this little store? Should we ask His Majesty?" Minister Li shook his head. "No need, we can just go and purchase the items normally. This small store, I guess it won't take long to burst into flames. We can let our family members purchase some things in advance and keep them. Although these things are non-transferable, they are still very useful. They can enhance our family's heritage. So hoard them first while the others don't react." When the crowd heard this, their eyes lit up. One after another, they took out their summoning stones and notified their clansmen to go buy the small store's merchandise. Chapter 11. The store bursts into flames. In this bustling and noisy night, a small, inconspicuous store stood out. One could only see a long queue in front of the small store, resembling a long winding dragon that stretched all the way to the corner of the street. People in the queue, some tiptoe, stretching their necks to the store. Some of them were whispering and talking in low voices. Some of them glanced at the hour in their hands from time to time, looking a little anxious. The pedestrians passing by, all of them were attracted by this peculiar scene, and stopped to watch. When the crowd recognized that this store was none other than Qin Ming's infamous black store, the expressions on their faces instantly froze, followed by surprise like ripples. Immediately afterward, surprise quickly spread through the crowd like ripples. What followed was a wave of deafening exclamations. "Isn't this that black store? Why are there so many people lining up?" A young man exclaimed with confusion. "Yeah, I remember before this store was cold and quiet, not much business at all. How did it suddenly become so hot?" Next to him, an old man with a white beard and hair also followed and chimed in, his cloudy eyes flickering with curiosity and doubts written all over his face. "Look carefully, those people in the queue, aren't they all the families of the city's officials and eunuchs? How dare they also come to line up to buy something?" Someone in the crowd was sharp-eyed and noticed the unusualness, and couldn't help but say in a loud voice, "This is too unbelievable." As soon as these words came out, the crowd exchanged words and murmured, all with incredulous looks on their faces. At this time, someone came forward and said, "I've been in this store before, and the things that store sells can be strange as hell, and they're ridiculously expensive. But judging by the current situation, maybe the things he's selling are truly miraculous." Some of the people who had also entered Qin Ming's store heard these words and were first stunned, and a skeptical look appeared on their faces as they muttered, "No way, the things he sells are really that miraculous? It must be true. If it's not the real deal, why would these dignitaries condescend to come here and line up?" Another person said with a certainty in his tone. These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in the crowd. After hearing this, many people slapped their thighs, their faces filled with remorse, and said painfully, "At first I thought it was fake, I didn't even look at it, I just walked away. Now it seems like I missed out on a lot of good things. No, I have to line up to see it too." After saying that, this person silently joined the queuing army. As the queue gradually grew, more and more people became interested in Qin Ming's store. The things that Qin Ming was selling also began to be known by the crowd. After they learned that such heaven-defying items were sold here, the size of the queue grew bigger and bigger. The city guards were even needed to help maintain order. However, Qin Ming, who was inside the store at this time, could be said to be in pain and happy. His mission had been accomplished, and the happy water, lay-by, and stretching legs and staring pills provided by the system were all sold out. But on the other hand, he was having a headache because he had to patiently explain to the customers in the store over and over again that the store was now out of stock and that they should come back tomorrow. However, those disciples of the worldly families who had been lining up for a long time, when they heard Qin Ming say this, they immediately exploded, with dissatisfied looks appearing on their faces. A magnificently dressed and struttingly groomed son of a worldly family frowned. "Shopkeeper, didn't you just sell a few copies of something? Why did you run out of stock all of a sudden? That's too much to say." "Yes, we've been waiting in line for almost half an hour, and now you're actually saying that you don't have any more. This can't be done, you have to give us a statement today." Next to him, a slightly chubby, cross-faced son of a worldly family followed suit and yelled. Seeing this, the surrounding people also followed suit. "That's right, shopkeeper, hurry up and think of something. As long as it allows us to buy something, we can add money." Most of these lineage disciples had been instructed by the elders in their families to make sure that they purchased what was in the store, otherwise they wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Qin Ming looked at the rowdy scene in front of him and sighed helplessly, secretly smiling bitterly in his heart. How could he not have expected that the store would suddenly burst into flames within a short period of time, attracting so many people to come and snatch them up? So he didn't have any time for him to prepare the merchandise at all. Looking at the disgruntled and questioning faces of these sons of the lineage, although he apologized in his heart, there was really nothing he could do. "There's really nothing left, so everyone can come back another day." Qin Ming tried his best to make his tone seem as sincere as possible, hoping to gain the understanding of the crowd. However, those sons of the worldly families obviously did not intend to stop there, still clamoring and refusing to leave. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more difficult to control, Qin Ming's face sunk slightly as a trace of impatience flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his large hand, a majestic and powerful aura fluctuation instantly erupted from his hand like a raging tide. Wherever this aura fluctuation passed, the air trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. In the next second, those sons of the lineage who had originally wanted to argue a few words only felt that their bodies were suddenly out of control and, as if they were grabbed by a large invisible hand, the entire person rose up in the air, and before they could react, they were already sent directly out of the store by a powerful force. The crowd only had time to let out a few exclamations of shock before they landed heavily on the street outside the store. They were in shock, and before they could catch their breath from the sudden turn of events just now, they watched as the store's door closed with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. For a moment, everyone froze, and the street fell into a dead silence. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. This. A son of a worldly family stammered, his eyes filled with fear and awe. They weren't just shocked by the fact that Qin Ming had handled the matter in such a forceful manner, what shocked them even more was Qin Ming's terrifying means. They really couldn't figure out how Qin Ming had managed to, in a split second, be able to send all of them out at the same time, and that too without any effort. Didn't this mean that if the shopkeeper wanted to make a move against them, they wouldn't have any power of resistance? Chapter 12, Completing the Mission, Unlocking the Practice Room. At this moment, a son of a worldly family in the crowd was in shock. He patted his chest with palpitations and muttered under his breath. "It's a good thing that I didn't act impulsively just now to offend this shopkeeper, this strength of his is simply too terrifying." With that casual wave of his hand, so many of us were thrown out like chickens. If we really pissed him off, the consequences would be unimaginable. Next to him, a male son of an official's family who was wearing official clothes and had an elegant demeanor nodded his head slightly and said with emotion, "No wonder my father urged me 1,000 times before to not cause trouble in this store. Now it seems that my father really had foresight. This shopkeeper is deeply hidden, and those of us are not worth mentioning in front of him." At this moment, Zhao Sun, the son of General Zhao, looked at the woman beside him, who was dressed in a sharp chivalrous and valiant costume, with a sad face, and cautiously opened his mouth to inquire. "Big sister, we're just going back like this now? I haven't even bought anything yet, going back so empty-handed. I'm afraid my father will beat me up if he finds out." When Li Muqin, the daughter of Minister Li, heard Zhao Sun's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "What else can you do if you don't go back? Do you dare to go and call the door so that the shopkeeper can open the door for you to sell things again? You didn't look at the situation just now. The shopkeeper obviously doesn't want to take care of us anymore. If you really go to the door, you might even make the shopkeeper even more angry, and then you'll be the one in bad luck." Her tone carried a bit of anger, while also revealing her dissatisfaction with Zhao Sun's childish idea. The crowd of disciples, hearing that Li Muqin had said so, also dispersed. However, the eaters who were still lining up froze for a while after seeing the store close. Ugh, why did it suddenly close? It couldn't be that the stuff is sold out, right? I have a feeling it's been rounded up by those eunuch disciples. After all, those things are amazing. It's a pity. I don't know if the shop will still be open tomorrow. I must come early. The crowd murmured. Everyone's curiosity not only didn't subside because of the store's closure, but instead, it burned even more vigorously like a blazing fire. Many people secretly vowed in their hearts that they would definitely have to come earlier tomorrow to line up. Inside the store, Qin Ming had already submitted his quest by now. The system's beeps also sounded. "Congratulations on completing the quest, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on unlocking the store's new function, Practice Room." After Qin Ming heard this beat, he couldn't wait to check it out. When he finished reading the introduction of the practice room, he was frozen. Boy, it's a bit bullish. The qualifications set for guests to enter the practice room was quite unique. It was necessary to spend store points to redeem them, and for every hour of cultivation within the practice room, 100 points would need to be consumed. And the way the points were obtained was closely related to the value of the goods purchased by the customer. For a bottle of fatty happy water, they could accumulate 10 points. For a leg stretching and staring pill, 100 points. For a bottle of rarebit, they can earn up to 1000 points. Of course, if you don't want to accumulate points by purchasing goods, you can also choose to spend spirit stones to buy them. However, the conversion ratio is a bit harsh. 100 top quality spirit stones are equivalent to 1 point. 10,000 top quality spirit stones can only stay in the practice room for 1 hour. Qin Ming understood in his heart that the main purpose of the system setting was to attract more people to spend money on commodities, rather than simply relying on spending spirit stones to gain points. In the introductory description of the practicing room, there was also a line of small, not so eye-catching remarks that caught Qin Ming's attention. When the blind box function is open, there is a certain probability that a customer will draw a white whore ticket when drawing a blind box. Customers who possess this white whore ticket can use it once without restriction once they enter the practice room, and as long as the customer doesn't come out voluntarily, it's no problem to use it for as long as they want to inside the practice room. After the introduction of the entrance method, the next content is the most important. Although the practicing room was currently only open for 3 functions, these 3 functions alone already made Qin Ming feel that it was counterintuitive to the extreme. The first function was the universal simulation. It was capable of replicating any secret realm. Even the heavenly Tao laws could be brought back 1:1. Whether it was those long extinct secret realms or those that were about to appear, they could all be perfectly rendered within the practicing room. Moreover, there is a small probability that the items in the secret realm can be visualized, that is to say, it is possible to bring out real treasures from the simulated secret realm. The second feature is that AI chaperone. An opponent can be summoned, and this opponent is able to restore all the opponent's strength 1:1. Even if a guest wants to summon Emperor Yun as an opponent in the practicing room, the system can easily do so that he can spar with the strongest to his heart's content and improve his strength. The third function was the break-in mode. Customers would break through levels within the practice room, and the more levels they broke through, the more generous the rewards given by the practice room would be. Although the system did not clearly state what exactly these rewards were, with the system's consistently powerful style, Qin Ming was convinced that the rewards given by the system would definitely not be bad. After looking at these current features of the practicing room, Qin Ming's gaze went to the small room that had just appeared on the side. Without hesitation, he walked into the small room, and what met his eyes was a light screen emitting a soft blue light, which was the entrance to the practice room. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Ming directly stepped into the light screen. He didn't need points to enter the practice room himself, which was also considered a special benefit given to him as a store owner by the system. After entering the practice room, what met his eyes was an empty white space. The surroundings were silent, as if time and space were frozen at this moment. What's a good secret realm to get? He knew very little about the secret realms of this world, and those prestigious monuments and dangerous places were nothing more than vague concepts in his mind, so it really wasn't a good choice. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as a bold idea popped into his mind. I wonder if it's possible to use a game as a secret realm. He was on the blue planet, where the game world was colorful and there were quite a few fun games that could be used as training grounds. The current him didn't have any cultivation, so if the game world could be turned into a secret realm, it would be a good experience for him. With this in mind, Qin Ming closed his eyes tightly and did his best to visualize the scenes of the classic game Resident Evil in his mind. A few moments later, the original Snow White space began to change. At first, it was just a vague outline that appeared as if it had been covered with a thin veil. Immediately afterward, mottled rust stains and cracks slowly appeared on the walls, and the ground began to vibrate slightly, as if something was moving underground. The air was filled with a putrid smell, the smell of zombies ravaging and dying. Not long after, dim lights lit up in the space, flickering and flickering, illuminating the surroundings with shadows. The dilapidated corridor stretched sinuously, and yellowed posters were posted on the walls, in which the characters' expressions were horrified, as if telling of the impending catastrophe. In the distance, there were faint hissing sounds and low growls, the sounds of zombies, which were slowly approaching, following the scent of the living. Qin Ming opened his eyes and looked at the Resident Evil secret world that had already taken shape in front of him. Crap! It's really possible. Doesn't this mean that I can play whatever I want? In the future, if I manifest a black myth, won't I be able to fight with the 3 major antipodes of the Heavenly Court? If I'm lucky enough to get the golden rod out, won't I be invincible? What kind of Mahayana or transition, one stick will directly knock them to death? The more he thought about it, the more excited Qin Ming became, so he wondered what conditions were needed for this figurative prop. Chapter 13, A New Mission. Originally, Qin Ming was still envisioning that he would be able to fight Monkey and the others in the future. However, in the next second, a powerful and suffocating sense of oppression suddenly hit him. Xin Ming only felt a blur before his eyes, and a black hill instantly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a nauseating stench also came with the nose, the smell as if mixed with rotting flesh and blood and pungent mucus, drilling straight into his nostrils, so that his stomach turned over for a while. Before Qin Ming could react, something even more terrifying happened. It was as if his body was bound by an invisible force to death, unable to move, and his consciousness began to become blurred. In the last moment of losing consciousness, Qin Ming struggled to raise his head and finally saw this horrible thing in front of him, a huge mountain of flesh. The surface of that mountain of flesh was covered with pitted holes, from which black liquid continuously seeped out, emitting a disgusting odor. Immediately afterward, the mountain of flesh slowly moved, its huge body pressing towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming wanted to cry out, wanted to struggle, but couldn't make a sound, and could only watch the meat mountain getting closer and closer. In the end, the meat mountain sat down with a heavy butt, and Qin Ming only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and he was just sat down and died by this horrible meat mountain. When Qin Ming regained consciousness again, he had already returned to the initial space of the practice room. The stunned Qin Ming lamented, "Crap, it's too real, right, I just actually died once." After experiencing the feeling of the secret realm, Qin Ming also left the practice room directly. This was because he felt that there was no point in continuing to go and play. The current him had no cultivation at all, it was impossible for him to beat that meat mountain. When he was able to cultivate, he would high and low to abuse this meat mountain. After returning to the counter, Qin Ming began to continue checking the system panel. Because there was still a system reward that he hadn't received, and that was the independent choice of goods for sale. After choosing this independent sale of goods, after selecting this autonomous selling item, Qin Ming would be able to sell this type of item without any limitations in the future. When he looked at the available commodities for sale, Qin Ming fell into deep thought. This was because there were only 5 items in front of him to choose from: Fatty Nerd Happy Water, Stretching Legs and Staring Pill, 82 Years Libby, and 2 newly released items: Dazzling My Chewing Gum, and Devil's Hot Sticks. This Dazzling My Gum has a small line in its synopsis: during the double break, it simply can't stop, the more you chew, the longer it lasts, and it can improve the efficacy of the double break feats. Qin Ming was silent for a while when he saw this synopsis. This thing is definitely not an option, after all, it's not like everyone has a Dao couple. Choosing it as a resident commodity was definitely a no-no. As for that Devil's Hot Stick, it was also a bit interesting. Cultivators below the level of Yuaning would spew out Hell's True Flame after consuming it, which was comparable in power to Yuaning's stage fire spells. It also enhances the Fire Root cultivator's affinity for flames. This thing was also useful, but it had a lot of limitations. Qin Ming still chose Happy Water as the resident commodity after some weighing. Because this item was cheap and there was a probability of comprehending the Happy Dao heart, it could apply to many people. It would also allow the store to increase its customer traffic, allowing them to come to the store every day. After receiving the reward, at this time, on Qin Ming's system panel, there was also an additional button to sell Happy Water. The system sold it for only 10 points of lower grade spirit stones. He was selling it for 100 lower grade spirit stones, a 10-fold profit was not bad. After purchasing 100 bottles of Happy Water, Qin Ming began to check up on the system panel to take a look at the latest quests. Host, Qin Ming. Age, 20. Cultivation, none. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current shop level, 1. Experience required for next upgrade, 5100. Note, for each system task completed, corresponding experience value can be gained. Current store merchandise, Fatty Happy Water resident merchandise, Hyun My Gum temporary merchandise that will disappear after completing the task, Devil's Hot Sticks temporary merchandise that will disappear after completing the task, Beginner's Blind Boxes temporary limited edition merchandise. Current task, sell Dazzling Gum 100 priced at 500 lower spirit stones, Devil's Hot Sticks 100 300 lower spirit stones, Junior Blind Box 100 5000 upper spirit stones. Unlock resident merchandise +2 after completing the quest. Obtain a mixed elemental pill, can be directly awakened after taking it and gain 100 points of store level experience. As soon as he saw the words mixed elemental Dan, Qin Ming's eyes immediately lit up, and he almost couldn't hold back his cry, "Crap, you can cultivate?" Previously, although he was carrying such heaven-defying techniques as the Yuan Desolate Scripture, he was unable to step into the door of cultivation due to the lack of a way to activate his spiritual roots. And this mixed Yuan Dan, it simply came at the right time. As long as he took it, he would be able to awaken and open the path of cultivation. How could he not be excited? Qin Ming muttered, "I want to open a store. I can't wait." It was not easy to stay up until the day dawned. Qin Ming made a price list and finished organizing all the goods before. He then slowly pushed open the store door. However, the sight in front of him instantly widened his eyes, his face filled with shock and incredulity. Only to see that the store entrance had long been lined up a long line that could not be seen. The crowd was densely packed, like a tidal wave surging. Men and women, young and old, dressed differently. There were dignitaries dressed in gorgeous brocade robes. There were also plainly dressed commoners, their faces all wore a look of anticipation and excitement, their eyes staring tightly at the direction of the store. Qin Ming looked at the sky. It was only early in the morning, the sun was just showing a hint of dawn in the sky, but the queue of people was already so spectacular. He had thought that after yesterday's fermentation, the store might burst into flames, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. It seems like it's just early in the morning, how come there are so many people lining up? In his heart, he was both surprised and a little bit delighted. He didn't expect his store to be so popular. It seems that the publicity from those customers yesterday was remarkable and attracted so many people to come. When the customers saw the store open, they excitedly shouted, "It's open, it's open. Ha ha ha, after lining up all night, it's finally open. Luckily, I was smart and didn't go back yesterday at all. Hurry up. Shopkeeper, I can't wait to buy happy water." Qin Ming looked at the impatient guests, so he spoke, "Please enter in an orderly manner. The number of items on sale today is a bit high and there are new items on the shelves, so there is no need to panic." Chapter 14, There's a Thief. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he let the guests in. However, he had underestimated how crazy the group was. When a group of guests flooded into the small store was instantly packed to the brim, and there was no room to even turn around. As soon as those sharp-eyed customers saw the Fat House Happy Water placed on the shelves, their eyes instantly lit up like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Without saying a word, they rushed forward with great speed, snatched the happy water into their hands, and then ran to the store in a hurry. Then he hurriedly ran to Qin Ming and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The shopkeeper will pay the bill." At the same time, various voices resounded in the store one after another. "Shopkeeper, what is this thing?" A plainly dressed young man, holding a packet of Devil's Hot Sticks, asked with a puzzled face. "Shopkeeper, this blind box, why is it so expensive? And what is that practicing box?" A noblewoman in a gorgeous dress frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. How come there's no more lay-by? I've heard that lay-by's effect is better than happy water." A scholarly-looking man, after rummaging among the shelves, said with disappointment. For a while, the store was a mess, with all sorts of questions and shouts intertwined, leaving Qin Ming overwhelmed. He felt like his head was about to explode from all these voices, and there was no time to answer the customers' questions one by one. Right at this moment, Qin Ming suddenly heard a beep from the system. "Warning, someone is stealing inside the store, please stop it in time." When Qin Ming heard this, his heart tightened violently, his eyes instantly narrowed into a slit, and a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. With his sharp perception, he quickly locked onto the thief who was trying to take advantage of the chaos to steal something. Almost at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from Qin Ming's body, spreading out in all directions like raging waves. The thief who had just gotten his hands on the thief was about to leave when he was shocked by this powerful aura. His body instantly froze, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Qin Ming slapped out a palm directly in the void, and the thief was directly sent flying out, and a blind box fell out of his body. The guests at the scene couldn't help but freeze when they saw this scene. The originally noisy store instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Ming and the thief. Everyone was shocked by the powerful strength that Qin Ming had just displayed, and their hearts felt a little more in awe of him. Qin Ming looked at the thief who was already lying on the ground and coldly grunted, stealing to my place, tired of living right. This is the first time my store has encountered a thief. I'll let you off once for now. If you dare to step inside the store again in the future, then don't blame me." Scram! When that thief heard these words, he quickly climbed up and ran outside in a grayish manner. The guests witnessed this wretched scene of fleeing, and the clamor instantly became much smaller. Everyone's eyes more or less carried a bit of contempt for the thief's behavior, but at the same time, they also converged a lot due to Qin Ming's display of majesty. Qin Ming looked at the crowded store like a sardine can and felt a headache. At this moment, the store was full of people. He was so busy just dealing with the customer's checkout, not to mention having to patiently introduce the efficacy of the products to each customer in detail. But he knew in his heart, these problems can only be put aside for the time being. The most important thing is to take advantage of this wave of enthusiasm, as much as possible to sell out the goods. After about half an hour, the 100 bottles of happy water prepared by Qin Ming were quickly sold out by the crowd. Most of the customers couldn't wait to unscrew the bottle caps on the spot and pour it down with their heads tilted back, and after drinking it, they had a satisfied look on their faces and couldn't help but give thumbs up to give favorable comments. This stuff under the belly, body comfort, with the gods like. A big and strong man with a red face shouted at the top of his voice. Qin Ming had thought that dazzling my chewing gum might not sell well in this world due to its special effects. After all, its role is not the traditional cultivation enhancement and so on. But to his great surprise, the first to be sold out was actually this Hyun My Gum. Looking at the empty shelves, Qin Ming thought to himself, it seems that this world has a lot of people with the need for a double break, and the unique effect of this gum is just right, hitting the pain point of many people. In contrast, the sales of the spicy noodles have been quite good. So far, 67 copies have been sold, only 33 copies short of the 100 required to complete the task. Customers were attracted by the bright color and pungent aroma of the spicy fries, and after trying them, many were overwhelmed by their unique spicy taste and paid for them. The flavor is so exciting that it's addictive. And I can clearly feel that the fire affinity in my body has actually increased. This is amazing. A young woman who was so spicy that she was exhaling, but still kept stuffing the spicy noodles into her mouth, said vaguely. However, the only tricky part of the sales process was the primary blind box. From the opening of the store until now, despite the bustling activity in the store, none of the blind boxes had been sold. Xin Ming estimated that the first batch of people who came in were all poor, and when they saw the price of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for the blind box, they were all persuaded to leave. A few hundred lower-grade spirit stones, they might be willing to spend money to have a taste, but this 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones was a heavenly price for most cultivators. A morning flew by in a flash. Xin Ming barely stopped for a moment, constantly restocking happy water. By rough estimation, more than 500 bottles should have been sold in this half-day. With customers spreading the word of mouth, the small store's fame was also considered to have made a mark in this area, and more people heard about the magical merchandise here, and came here in droves. Shopkeeper, what is this practicing room? Why don't you introduce it? A middle-aged man wearing a long robe with an elegant temperament looked curiously towards the newly appeared entrance to the practice room in the store and asked. Xin Ming heard this, cleared his throat, and explained in an unhurried manner. This practice room is a major feature of the small store. Here, you can experience many magical functions. For example, the universal simulation, which can replicate any secret realm, sensei, whether it's an ancient relic that's already extinct, or those forbidden places that people don't dare to venture into easily. In the practice room, it can let you experience it all over again. Even the laws of the heavenly Tao can be perfectly reproduced 1:1. Moreover, there is also a certain chance that the items in the secret area can be visualized and brought back to reality. Then there's the AI sparring function, which allows you to summon any opponent you want to spar with, and the system will bring back all of their strength 1:1, helping you to quickly improve yourself in a real battle. In addition, there is also a simulation of breaking through the levels. The more levels you break through, the more generous the rewards will be. However, to enter the training room, one needs to spend store points to exchange for entrance qualifications, and 1 hour requires 100 points. Points can be obtained by purchasing goods in the store. Of course, you can also exchange 100 top-grade spirit stones for 1 point. If you're lucky enough to get a Whitehorse ticket, you'll be able to use the practice room once without any limitations. The crowd was confused when they heard this explanation. Restoring the major secret realms, they could still accept it. After all, there were quite a few magical places in the world they lived in that could restore the major secret realms. But the heavenly Tao laws, 11 replicated? How was this possible? Chapter 15, Yunshan comprehends the happy Tao heart. Shopkeeper, are you not joking? A middle-aged man frowned, his eyes filled with skepticism. How could there be such a magical place in this world that 11 replicates the laws of the heavenly Tao, and can also recreate extinct secret realms, and even bring out the things inside? This sounds simply absurd. Those street storytellers wouldn't dare to blow it like this when they are telling their stories. As he spoke, he shook his head, the distrust on his face becoming more and more obvious. Hearing this skepticism, the surrounding guests also stopped their hands from picking out goods, casting curious gazes and whispering. Yes, is this practicing room really as godly as the shopkeeper said? I think it's hanging. There's no such thing as a good thing as being able to raise your strength and obtain treasures so easily. If it can really visualize the items in the secret realm, then why would I go to the secret realm? I can just come to the training room directly. Although the price of admission is expensive, it's at least safe. Indeed, what this shopkeeper said is too outrageous. Facing the skepticism of the crowd, Xin Ming explained without panic. I can understand everyone having doubts, but there's no point in talking more. Wait until someone enters the practice room, you will naturally know. Saying this, Xin Ming paused and continued speaking. It's like this fatty happy water. At first, didn't everyone have a skeptical attitude towards its magical effects? But after drinking it, many people have felt changes in their bodies, and their cultivation levels have all slowly increased. This practicing room, like the happy water, is the treasure of the small store, and its efficacy is definitely proven. When the crowd heard Xin Ming say this, although they were interested in moving inwardly, they could not help but be shy in their pockets. Many people were still in a wait-and-see state, intending to wait until someone went in to try it out before deciding whether or not to spend spirit stones to buy points to enter. Right at this moment, the originally noisy store entrance suddenly came from a small commotion. The guests who were originally crowded near the entrance looked as if they had seen some big shot, and they all automatically dispersed to the sides, making way for a passage. Xin Ming also noticed the movement outside the door and subconsciously raised his eyes towards the door, only to see that the light from the doorway was blocked by a small figure, and a moment later, a small figure walked in with a brisk pace, hopping and jumping. The person who came was none other than Yun Shang, and after entering the store, she went straight to the counter and spoke with anticipation. Shopkeeper, give me a bottle of happy water, I brought spirit stones today. Saying that, she couldn't wait to pull out a delicate little cloth bag from her bosom and placed 100 lower-grade spirit stones on the counter. After placing the spirit stones, she looked at Xin Ming again with an expectant face, her little head slightly tilted, her eyes full of desire for happy water. As Qin Ming looked at this cute little girl in front of him, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a hint of a doting smile. With a wave of his big hand, he collected these spirit stones, then quickly picked up a bottle of happy water from the shelf behind him and handed it over to Yunxiang. Here you go. Yunxiang received the happy water, her face blossoming with smiles as she thanked the shopkeeper. Thank you. Most of the surrounding guests recognized Yunxiang. After all, as Emperor Yun's beloved, this little princess's name was known to no one in this land. Many people might not have much of an intuitive impression of the high and mighty Emperor Yun, but Yun Shuang's lively and adorable face was more than familiar to everyone. On weekdays, the little princess liked to sneak out of the palace and skulk around the city streets cheerfully. She mingled with the children of ordinary people's homes, and after a while, she naturally became a familiar face in the eyes of everyone. Yunxiang took the happy water, tilted her neck up and gulped it down. In an instant, it was as if her tiny body was struck by a mysterious force, and a magical Dao energy was violently emitted around her body. At this moment, she was enveloped in a layer of radiant and dazzling light. Within the radiance, wisps of Dao patterns loomed, like spiritually swimming snakes, weaving and intertwining recklessly. These Dao patterns around her body contained a marvelous rhythm. Wherever the Dao rhythms reached, the air trembled and emitted a low humming sound, as if applauding this transcendent sight. A moment later, Yunxiang's eyes became ethereal and deep, and bizarre runes appeared in her originally spiritual eyes. The guests in the store were instantly stunned by this scene. Their originally noisy discussions came to an abrupt end, and all of them looked as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, staring at Yunxiang with dead eyes. What the hell is going on here? An aged old man was the first to come back to his senses, his voice trembling, full of shock and doubt. How is it that the little princess has changed so much after drinking this happy water? A young martial artist swallowed his saliva and guessed with a dry voice. At this moment, someone reacted and hurriedly exclaimed, "This can't be the happy Dao heart that the shopkeeper was talking about, right? Heavens! This happy water can really comprehend the happy Dao heart." The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that this happy water had the probability of comprehending the happy Dao heart, they didn't take it seriously at all. Rather, they took this feature as nothing more than a merchant's boast. After all, those who did business liked to exaggerate the efficacy of their goods. But when they really saw Yunxiang realize the happy Dao heart, they all went crazy. At this moment, the changes in Yunxiang's body hadn't completely ended, and the Dao energy in her body grew stronger and stronger, and the light shot straight up into the clouds, seemingly about to break through the roof of this small store. This powerful aura, like a raging tide, quickly spread out in all directions, and wherever it went, the surrounding buildings began to tremble slightly. In the palace deep within the imperial city, Emperor Yun, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes, a cold aura flashed in his eyes, and the aura around him was instantly disorganized. He felt a familiar and powerful aura fluctuation. That aura was mixed with the flavor of his daughter Yunxiang, but there were a few more points of mystery and power that had never been seen before. Yun Huang's face suddenly changed, his figure flashed, like a stream of light, instantly disappeared in place, toward the source of the breath the old Qin department store shot. Chapter 16, the audience was in an uproar. When Emperor Yun rushed to the small store in his royal robes, looking anxious, that majestic aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Seeing this, the crowd outside the door went punt and knelt down, saluting neatly and shouting, "See your majesty." Some of the populace who had never seen Emperor Yun also followed suit and knelt down. The voices rose and fell like rolling thunder, echoing through the streets. Emperor Yun's mind was currently occupied by his daughter Yun Shuang's well-being, and he had no time to care. He only waved his hand hurriedly, signaling the crowd to be free of etiquette, and without stopping for a moment, he walked straight towards the store. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly sidestepped and made way for a passage, each with their heads lowered, not daring to utter a single breath. After all, Emperor Yun's reputation was out there. It was better to be vigilant in the face of this god of murder. Emperor Yun stepped into the store, his eyes searched eagerly, and with a glance, he saw Yunxiang, who was in a state of epiphany. In an instant, his footsteps stopped violently and his entire body froze in place, his face filled with disbelief. His eyes were round, staring at Yun Shuang with a deadpan expression as he muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible? Shuanger has even entered the state of epiphany." Emperor Yun was even more shocked inwardly when he learned that Yun Shang had taken the store's happy water before this amazing change occurred. After a few moments, the light around Yun Shang gradually converged and she finally detached herself from the state of epiphany. She blinked her eyes were still a bit disoriented, and when she looked at her father in front of her, a trace of hardiness instantly flashed through her originally spirited big eyes. She subconsciously bit her lip. Her father had just warned herself yesterday against stealing pleasure water, and she didn't expect to be caught in the act this time. However, without waiting for Yunxiang to open her mouth to explain, Emperor Yun took an arrow step forward and held Yunxiang's shoulders with both hands, asking with a face full of concern, "Shuanger, how do you feel physically? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Yunxiang shook her head and said crisply, "No, father, I've just raised my cultivation level." Saying that, her eyes lit up, her tone full of excitement and pride. "Look, I'm now at the Yuanying stage. As soon as the words fell, Yunchang's spiritual energy around her body instantly surged up, and a powerful Yuaning stage aura erupted like a raging tide. When the crowd of onlookers saw this, they were first stunned, and then a deafening gasp erupted. This natural talent of the young princess is simply unheard of. An aged old man said with wide eyes, full of shock and a trembling voice, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. A 4-year-old Yuaning, under the heavens, there shouldn't be a more heaven-defying qualification than the little princess. A young martial artist with a face full of envy and a blazing light in his eyes couldn't help but exclaim in a loud voice. 4-years-old Yuaning, according to the development of this momentum, wouldn't the little princess be expected to reach the ferrying stage within 100 years old? I feel that with the little princess's qualifications, not only will she not only be able to cross the tribulation stage at the age of 100, but she might even be able to directly ascend to that legendary immortal realm. In that case, wouldn't our Tian Yuan dynasty be about to produce an immortal? Others in the crowd nodded their heads and exchanged words, praising Yunchang's talent. Everyone's gazes were filled with awe and marvel. After Emperor Yun listened to his daughter's words and felt the Yuaning aura emanating from her, the original tense look gradually eased, replaced by a face full of relief and pride. He gently touched Yunchang's head, his eyes full of love. Schwanger, truly marvelous. But after praising him, he then gently stretched out his hand and dotingly tapped Yunchang's forehead, his tone gentle but with a few hints of anger. Next time you can't eat so indiscriminately, in case something goes wrong, how am I going to explain to your mother? Yunchang playfully spat out her tongue, her face overflowing with an innocent smile as she delicately pouted. I know. I see that this shopkeeper has a kind face and doesn't look like a bad person, that's why I feel relieved to drink it. Father, don't be angry. While saying this, she also shook Emperor Yun's arm, trying to make him calm down. Seeing this, Emperor Yun shook his head helplessly. He knew his daughter's nature too well, and although she had agreed on the surface, she would dare to do it next time. Out of his indebtedness to Yunchang's mother, Emperor Yun had always doted on Yunchang. As for reprimanding, that was simply impossible. One simply couldn't afford to give it up, and could only remind her to pay more attention in the future. After a few moments, Yun Huang upholds, come all the way to the attitude, is also purchased a bottle of happy water. After seeing on the store, there are new products, there is also no hesitation, directly all came a copy. However, when Emperor Yun learned that there was such a thing as a blind box, he muttered inwardly. A blind box? How difficult is that? I'll directly use my divine sense to peer into it, won't I be able to know what kind of treasure is contained inside? Thinking like this, a confident smile floated at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, with his own cultivation, there were very few things in the world that could block his divine sense from probing. Emperor Yun came to the shelf where the blind box was placed, his breath slightly converged, and then a strand of divine sense quietly probed out like a silk thread, probing towards the interior of the blind box. However, what he did not expect was that his unrivaled divine sense was like hitting an invisible and hard wall, and as soon as it touched the blind box, it was bounced back. Emperor Yun's heart flinched and an incredulous look appeared on his face. Unconvinced, he activated his own gong methods to strengthen his prying efforts. However, no matter how much force Emperor Yun exerted, the small blind box was always as solid as a rock. No matter how much he tried, he just couldn't get a glimpse of what was actually placed inside. At this moment, Emperor Yun's curiosity was completely piqued, then he raised his head, his gaze looking straight at Qin Ming, and opened his mouth, saying, "Shopkeeper, give me a blind box as well." When Qin Ming heard this, he was secretly delighted in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, and he respectfully said, "Please wait a moment." In Qin Ming's eyes, Emperor Yun was the king of a country and had a huge influence. As long as he was interested in the blind box, the follow-up would definitely trigger more people to follow suit and buy it. This thing was just like gambling. The more it was opened, the more it went up. Especially after opening something good, there was no stopping it. After Qin Ming handed the blind box to Emperor Yun, Emperor Yun took the blind box and examined it for a moment. Seeing that it was just an ordinary carton package, his heart could not help but have some doubts, but he did not have any hesitation. He reached out with his big hand and directly tore towards the package. He had thought that the packaging will be exceptionally tough, but did not expect fingertips just a force. The packaging will be hiss a sound easily broken open, the degree of vulnerability, and he imagined very different. At the moment the blind box was open, an extremely dazzling golden light burst out from inside the box. And it was accompanied by a peculiar sound effect, Golden Legend. This golden light, as well as the magical sound effect, seemed to have some sort of magical power, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Qin Ming on the side froze for a moment after hearing this familiar sound effect. This toozy, it's too much of a mess. Opening a blind box also has a whole sound effect. However, he was surprised at the luck of this father and daughter, this little lowly with a bottle of happy water, directly comprehending the happy Dao heart. This Cloud Emperor's luck is also outrageously good. A blind box directly opened a golden legend. Qin Ming muttered inwardly, is this the legendary son of luck? After lamenting, Qin Ming also probed at the blind box in Yun Huang's hand, and he was also curious as to what this golden legend could be. Chapter 17. Is it you? After Qin Ming saw a golden scroll lying quietly inside the blind box, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, his mind quickly pondering what kind of treasure this scroll was. Before he could think of anything, Yun Huang had already extended his hand and curiously removed the scroll from the blind box. Holding the scroll in his hand, Emperor Yun scrutinized it carefully, only to see that the scroll was golden in color, emitting a soft and mysterious luster. There were some strange patterns looming on it, but these patterns were obscure and hard to understand. Even with Emperor Yun's insight, he couldn't make it out. Yun Huang raised his eyes to Qin Ming with a few doubts in his expression, handed the scroll to Qin Ming and opened his mouth to inquire, "Shopkeeper, what is this?" At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the store were focused on Qin Ming, and everyone wanted to know the origin and purpose of this golden scroll. At the very same time, Qin Ming's mind suddenly resounded with the system's crisp beat. White Whoring Scroll, you can enter the practice room once for free, with no time limit. Note, clients must be in the practice room for normal business. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Ming's mind suddenly realized that he didn't expect the first blind box to open a White Whore Scroll. Qin Ming is a bit not quite sure why this White Whoring Scroll can become a golden legend, knowing that usually golden things should be very heavenly. This White Whorish Scroll, it seems like it's just average. Unless it had a hidden function. However, Qin Ming didn't think too much about it and instead looked to Emperor Yun to explain. Your Majesty, this is a treasure called the White Whoring Scroll. By holding this scroll, you will be able to enter the practice room of the small store once for free, and there is no limit to the time of use, so as long as you are willing, you can stay in there for as long as you want. When the surrounding guests heard Qin Ming's introduction of the White Whoring Scroll, their faces did not show too much surprise or envy, and they only exchanged a few words slightly before regaining their composure. Because in their minds, the magic of this practicing room was just from Qin Ming's words. No one knew if it was really that powerful, it might just be the shopkeeper exaggerating in order to sell his goods. Therefore, all of them tacitly chose to stay put, intending to wait for Emperor Yun to try it out himself before making a final decision. Emperor Yun nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the white Whorish scroll in his hand that emitted a faint golden light, a hint of contemplation flashing through his eyes. As the king of a country, he had never lacked spirit stones, and he did not place too much importance on this white Whoring scroll that allowed him to enter the practice room for free. In his perception, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. He secretly calculated in his mind and decided to first spend spirit stones to enter the practice room to find out what was going on. After all, only by experiencing it for himself could he know if this practicing room was really as magical as Qin Ming had said. If it was truly as magical as Qin Ming said, this white Whorish roll should be able to create more value in the future. Shopkeeper, how many top-grade spirit stones does it take to enter the practice room for an hour? Yun Huang raised his head, his gaze calmly looking at Qin Ming as he opened his mouth to ask. Entering the practice room for 1 hour requires 100 points, while 100 top-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 point, so entering for 1 hour requires 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Ming replied back with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, looking forward to Emperor Yun experiencing the practicing room for himself and bringing more popularity and business to the store. Emperor Yun nodded, and in order to figure out the reality of this practicing room, he still didn't hesitate to pull out the spirit stones and hand them over to Qin Ming. First give me 1 hour's worth of points in exchange. Alright, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Qin Ming received the spirit stone and quickly operated it in the system. A moment later, he raised his head and said with a smile, Your Majesty, the points have already been exchanged for you, so you can enter the practice room to experience it. Emperor Yun nodded and put the white Whorish scroll into his storage space as he walked towards the entrance of the practicing room. After Yun Huang entered the practice room, his eyes were greeted by a quiet, snow-white space with a soft luster. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded by a hazy curtain of light, so quiet that one could only hear the sound of one's own breathing. In front of this pure space, there were 3 dimly lit options suspended in the air, namely Universal Simulation, AI Simulation Battle, and Breakthrough Mode. Emperor Yun's gaze swept through them one by one with a calm expression, however, when his eyes settled on the line that read AI Jurying. However, when he fixed his eyes on the line that read, AI Chaperone, especially when he saw the description, you can set your own character, his entire body instantly froze. AI Chaperone? You can set your own character? His voice involuntarily spilled out from between his lips, dry and with an uncontrollable tremor. The first thing that came to his mind was not the sparring match, but the fact that he was able to summon a person he had longed for, Yunshang's mother, Emily. If I can make her appear before my eyes, I am willing to pay any price. Emperor Yun murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with determination. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Emperor Yun was a lofty and decisive ruler of a country. Every decision he made could affect the fate of countless people. In the courtroom, he strategized and won thousands of miles. On the battlefield, he commanded the enemy with a sense of calm. However, who knows that under his seemingly indestructible exterior, there is an incredibly soft place that carries precious memories with Yunshang's mother, Emily. As a child, Emily was the little tail that followed Yun Huang. In the school, she rested her cheeks and watched Yun Huang read, and the two of them took advantage of the teacher's inattention to sneak to the stream on the back of the mountain. Emily happily chased the fish, and Yun Huang guarded them with a smile. When she grows up, in the spring garden, Emily playfully arranges flowers, and Yun Huang looks at her with favor. On summer nights in the courtyard, Emily snuggles up and listens to Yun Huang talk about legends and all sorts of immortal cultivation wonders. Between the maple forest in the fall wind, Emily shuttled spiritually, and Emperor Yun stopped to admire. In the winter snow, they laugh and chase, and then talk around the stove. After Emperor Yun ascended the throne, the pressure of the court was like a mountain. Emily always accompanied him, with hot tea and soft words, to comfort his tired heart. When Yunshang was born, their eyes were filled with the happiness of being parents for the first time. All the past events were the warmest imprints in the softest part of Emperor Yun's heart, and became the source of strength to support him through the storms. However, the passing of Emily completely destroyed his world. Since then, his heart was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, and that once soft place was completely blocked off by him. He devoted all of his energy to governing the country, using his busyness and power to numb the pain in his heart. Emperor Yun took a deep breath and placed his hand on the AI chaperone option. As he touched it, the entire snow-white space trembled slightly, and a soft blue light spread out from the option, outlining a complex and sophisticated setting interface in the air. Emperor Yun began to carefully input every detail about Mother Yunshang, from her long black waterfall-like hair, her star-like bright eyes, to the shallow dimples on her cheeks when she smiled. From her gentle, watery voice, her customary tone of voice when she spoke, to her lithe, elegant posture when she walked, every fragment of his memory, he entered it without missing a beat. With every character entered, his heartbeat accelerated by 1 point, as if he was one step closer to the figure he had longed for. When all the information was entered, Emperor Yun took a deep breath as his chest rose and fell violently. His fingers hovered above the confirmation button, trembling slightly, his heart filled with both the excitement of an impending reunion and a hint of apprehension for fear that his hopes would be dashed. Finally, after a few long seconds, he gritted his teeth and heavily pressed the confirmation button. As a blinding light flashed, the light within the entire practice room instantly distorted and changed. As the light gradually dissipated, a familiar figure slowly appeared in front of Emperor Yun's eyes. After seeing the person in front of him, Emperor Yun was lost in thought as he muttered, "Emily, is that you?" Chapter 18, Cloud Emperor's Attempt. As the familiar figure gradually became clearer in the light, Emperor Yun's breathing abruptly stalled, and his entire body froze in place, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. The Emily in front of him was still the same as in his memory, with curved eyebrows and a gentle smile on the corner of his lips. Every move seemed like a scene that had appeared in his dreams countless times. His eyes instantly red, tears uncontrollably spinning in the eyes, lips slightly trembling. Wanted to shout out the name engraved in his heart, but how could not make a sound? 1 step, 2 steps, he slowly walked toward Emily, footsteps floating, fearing that if the movement is too big, the person in front of him will disappear like a bubble. Finally walking in front of Emily, Yun Huang stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembled as he gently touched her face. The delicate touch made his heart tremble violently. Emily. His voice was hoarse with endless thoughts and longing. "It's really you." Looking at this simulated Emily in front of him, Emperor Yun's emotions raged like a flood that broke the dike. For so many years, he maintained the majesty of the emperor in front of everyone, burying all the pain and longing deeply. But at this moment, in the face of the person his heart longed for, he could no longer disguise himself. Tears slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the hands of the two touching. "All these years, I've missed you so much." Yun Huang choked, his voice full of pain and self-reproach. "It's me who failed to protect you, letting you leave Yunshang, and I just like that." He gripped Emily's hand tightly, as if he could just hold it tightly enough, she wouldn't slip away from his side anymore. Even though he knew that the Emily in front of him was not the real her, but only a phantom simulated in the practice room, Yun Huang was unwilling to let go. Like a child, he gently leaned his head against Emily's shoulder, greedily drawing on the familiar scent, as if he wanted to get back all the warmth he had been missing all these years. "Emily, do you know? Yunshang has grown up, she is very understanding and cute. How good it would be if you were still around." Yun Huang murmured, tears soaked Emily's clothes. He just poured out the bits and pieces of these years, as if he wanted to say all the words in his heart that he had accumulated over the years to her in his head. However, the simulated Emily, because he hadn't been given any instructions, still remained in the most basic state, always with a light smile on his face. Following the pattern in Emperor Yun's memory, she gently caressed his cheeks. As the shopkeeper, Qin Ming, he was also curious as to what Yun Huang would do when he entered the practice room. However, he froze when he saw the murderous Emperor Yun leaning on a woman's shoulder. He seriously wondered if he was hallucinating. How is this possible? Just like that, an hour quickly passed as Emperor Yun leaned on Emily. The moment Emily disappeared, a trace of panic flashed in Emperor Yun's eyes. But it also quickly adjusted itself. After all, as the king of a country, he was incomparably sober inside and clearly knew that everything in front of him was nothing more than an illusion simulated by the practice room. Even if this brief reunion brought him great comfort, he could never sink too far into it. After all, Yun Shang outside was still waiting for him to go out. The moment Yun Huang stepped out of the practice room, the originally noisy store instantly quieted down. The gazes of all the guests, in unison, were directed towards Yun Huang, their eyes filled with curiosity. However, Yun Huang did not pay too much attention to these guests, but instead looked towards Qin Ming and spoke. "Shopkeeper, there are 100,000 top-grade spirit stones here, help me exchange them all for points." With that, he waved his big hand and a storage bag whoosh flew towards Qin Ming, the spirit stones in the bag colliding with each other and making a crisp and pleasant sound. Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart was instantly delighted, and although he tried his best to remain calm on his face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He didn't care if Emperor Yun wanted to fall in love with AI. As long as he renewed his subscription, it would be a good advertisement for his little store. This meant that the efficacy of the practicing room had been solidified by Emperor Yun. Otherwise, with Yun Huang's character, he definitely wouldn't continue to renew the fee. "Alright, Cloud Emperor, the points will be redeemed properly for you right away." At the same time, the surrounding guests saw this and instantly exploded into a pot, exchanging words, their interest in the practice room growing stronger and stronger, and the original wait-and-see attitude also began to move. The original wait-and-see attitude also began to waver, with many secretly calculating whether or not they should also shell out spirit stones and experience it. Yun Huang once again entered the practice room, but this time, he wanted to experience a different function. After pressing the Everything Simulation button, Yun Huang's mind quickly sketched out a mysterious relic that he had stepped into before an ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was an accidental discovery he had made on his way to an adventure many years ago, and although it had eroded over the years, it still retained the majestic aura and tragic scenes of the great battles of the past, leaving an extremely deep imprint in his memory. As his thoughts coalesced, the entire scene within the practice room was instantly distorted and torn by an invisible hand, and the space changed as if it was broken and reorganized. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yun was already in a barren battlefield. The rich bloody aura came over him, causing him to frown slightly. The aura was so real, as if the great battle back then had just come to an end. Raising his eyes and looking around, broken walls were scattered everywhere, like the wreckage of a giant's fall, silently telling of the splendor and sadness of the past. On the ground, broken weapons and battle armor were laid out in a messy manner, some of which were already rusted. Some of them are rusted, while others are buried under the sand and dust with only a corner exposed, each of them carrying a dusty story. The wind whistled by, the sharp sound of the wind was like the cry of ghosts and wolves, and swept up the sand and dust in the sky. The sand and dust flew recklessly in the wind, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Emperor Yun's complexion was grave, and he opened up a meticulous exploration. He paced slowly, not sparing any of the details of the flowers and plants. Those strange flowers and plants growing between the cracks of the ruins, the veins on the leaves, the texture of the petals, were all captured in his eyes, and he repeatedly compared them with the flowers and plants of the ancient battlefield in his memory. Then, he stepped towards the area that he hadn't ventured into in his memories. In his speculation, this simulated ancient battlefield might be an illusory scene built based on his own memories, and those unexplored areas would most likely appear blank or distorted. With this speculation, Emperor Yun arrived at the previously untrodden place. However, the scene in front of him shocked him greatly. This place was not blank or blurred as he had expected, but rather, it actually presented various physical objects. The dilapidated watchtower stood in the wind and sand, surrounded by the remains of several collapsed tents, and some long-dried bloodstains could even be seen on the ground. Emperor Yun could not help but murmur, "It seems that this place was not composed based on my memories." However, whether this conclusion was conclusive or not still needed to be further verified. Yun Huang secretly calculated in his heart that after he left the small store, he would run to the real ancient battlefield to verify it at the first opportunity. If the scene simulated within the practice room was nothing like the actual layout of the ancient battlefield, then the role of this practice room was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 19, Crazy Snapping, Mission Accomplished. Inside the small store, with the addition of Emperor Yun's bell, those rich buddies who were usually generous with their money could no longer hold back their inner curiosity, and they generously paid out large amounts of spirit stones, impatient to experience the practicing room. As one rich brother after another stepped into the practice room, the atmosphere in the store became more and more tense. The crowd was eagerly waiting, curious as to what they would encounter in the room. Finally, the first batch of experienced participants came out, and their expressions varied greatly. Some were full of shock, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Some were full of excitement, their eyes glowing. That was the expression of harvesting a huge surprise. But regardless of their expressions, the first thing most people did after coming out was to renew their fees again without hesitation. Obviously, the experience in the practice room made them want to stop. Not only that, these rich guys also set their eyes on the blind box. The moment they opened the blind box, luck seemed to favor them. From the blind box, a piece of magical items appeared one after another. There are pills that emit a strong spiritual chi, which can be taken to enhance their cultivation. There were magic treasures that had light flowing through them, and at a glance, one could tell that their power was extraordinary. There are even incomparably sharp divine weapons, gently swung, the air is shaken. There are also precious and extremely precious heaven stage techniques, on which are recorded profound and inexplicable cultivation methods. As well as a variety of heavenly materials and treasures, each plant and piece contained majestic energy. Seeing the rare goodies opened one after another in the blind box, the eyes of the rich man instantly seemed to be ignited, so fervent that they were almost out of control. The original calm, rational light in his eyes was now completely consumed by greed and desire. This is no different from picking up money. A blind box priced at 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. How could these things appear? A wealthy gentleman dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, his eyes wide with incredulity, his voice trembled slightly due to excitement, and his words were filled with shock at this ultra-high-cost performance blind box. In his opinion, the treasure that he might not be able to buy by spending huge amounts of spirit stones on weekdays. In his opinion, a treasure that he might not be able to buy by spending huge amounts of spirit stones in normal times could be easily obtained in the form of a blind box at such a low price, a good thing that was simply like a pie in the sky. What I find most unbelievable is that none of the items opened here are bad. Another eunuch shouted with a reddened face as he waved a magic treasure he had just opened with both hands. The magic treasure in his hands was flowing with color, emitting powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, and just by holding it in his hands, he could feel the majestic power it contained. In his mind, among the various types of items he had purchased in the past, there was always a lack of good and bad quality. But this blind box was as if it had been enchanted, and none of the items opened were fine, which was really staggering. Which is what blind box this is simply to send money At this time, there are also people who excitedly echoed. Have you guys noticed that the pills opened here are all generally of a much better color than the ones on the market, and some of them even have dandelions? A rather stoic eunuch held an elixir that had just been opened and scrutinized it, his eyes filled with awe. The elixir was round and full, with a soft luster emanating from its surface, and what was even more shocking was that several mysterious dandelions were faintly emerging on the surface of the elixir. In the world of pills, dandelions meant higher quality and stronger medicinal effects. Pills with dandelions were often encountered but not sought after, but now easily appeared in these blind boxes. How could it not make the crowd feel shocked? At this moment, everyone in the store went crazy. Although they hadn't entered the practice room, this blind box was opened in front of them. Everyone who opened the blind box almost made a bloody profit. The worst of them were also in a state of almost flat capital. How could they sit still at this time? The 100 blind boxes that were originally placed on the counter were instantly emptied. Those who didn't grab the blind boxes regretted that they were slow to strike. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was afraid of Qin Ming's cultivation, I'm afraid that they would have fought by now. At this moment, Qin Ming was also maintaining order while helping the crowd to settle their accounts. After all the blind boxes were sold, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points of store-level experience, 1 mixed energy elixir, and +2 resident commodities. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the store, current level 2. Note, the current store is on track, the newcomer benefits are invalid, and the goods sold in the future will need to be unlocked by the host himself. Small store upgrade rewards, resident goods +1, unlock the lucky blind box, store can recruit shopkeepers +1. The rich rewards caused a burst of ecstasy in Qin Ming's heart, and as he was immersed in joy, he was suddenly interrupted hard by an urgent shout. Shopkeeper! Hurry up and serve some more blind boxes. The voice was filled with longing and urging. Qin Ming, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly gathered his emotions and explained to the crowd, today's blind boxes have all been sold out, and currently only happy water is still in stock in the store. He paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze across the disappointed faces of the crowd, and then said, for those who wish to purchase the blind box, please come back tomorrow. The reason Qin Ming said this was not that he didn't want to sell. Rather, it was that he needed to spend a little time to organize the new merchandise and see how to get the goods. And then properly research what this lucky blind box was. Moreover, today's burst of fire had left him unprepared for a lot of things. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still people in the practice room, Qin Ming would have wanted to just close the store. When the crowd heard these words, although their faces were reluctant, they could only accept them helplessly, muttering that they would definitely come early tomorrow. Many people, even, had already begun to line up in advance. Qin Ming had thought that after there was nothing to sell, the store traffic should be a little less, but he didn't expect the queues to grow instead. That happy water, it had already sold thousands of bottles so far. And the number of people entering the practice room was also increasing. From the looks of it, they had no intention of leaving the practice room. If this trend continued, wouldn't this store be open 24 hours a day? Thinking of this, Qin Ming was instantly unhappy. No, 24 hours of business, I can accept that, but I can't accept that I'm open 24 hours. I was a cow and a horse before I crossed over, now that I've opened my own store and I'm still a cow and a horse, it's not the reverse of the Big Dipper. At this moment, Qin Ming only had one idea inside his heart, which was to hurry up and recruit a shopkeeper to open the business for him. Or change shifts. Xin Ming now also sort of saw that with this practice room, Xin Ming's little store, in the future, was destined to be open 24 hours a day. Therefore, it was necessary to find a reliable person to work as a sales clerk as soon as possible. Chapter 20, Practice Room Reward, Pseudo-Immortal Rank Technique. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Xin Ming raised his hand and operated on the system interface, sending a message to the guests who were still indulging in the practicing room. There are still 2 hours to go before the end of today's business hours, so please pay attention to controlling your time. At this moment, inside the practice room, some guests were concentrating on breaking through the levels, facing endless organs and powerful virtual opponents, exerting all their strength. Some are sparring with the AI, practicing martial arts and studying tactics. When this message suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, everyone was stunned. One of the young martial artists who was having a tough time with his AI opponent, the sword momentum in his hand slightly stalled, and his originally powerful sword strokes slowed down. He swept his gaze over the message and frowned lightly, obviously not too satisfied with the message. As for Emperor Yun, who was in the gate-breaking mode, he frowned when he saw the message. To Emperor Yun, this breakthrough mode could be called an excellent treasure of training. This was because his cultivation level had directly dropped to the cheap practicing stage since he entered the gate-breaking mode. The practicing room then precisely matched opponents and monsters corresponding to that stage. And he gained cultivation by killing these opponents, monsters. Every time he successfully cleared a level, his cultivation within the practice room would be increased. Most importantly, he could also feel that his own soul was getting tougher and tougher with each breakthrough. This kind of metamorphosis at the soul level brought about a wonderful feeling that caused Emperor Yun to be unable to stop. What was even more amazing was that every time he broke through his cultivation level in this practice room, it was as if Emperor Yun had experienced a recultivation. The subtle problems that had been overlooked for various reasons during past breakthroughs surfaced one by one. Those ambiguous doubts that had been raised during the cultivation process had all been clearly answered during this breakthrough. If he left the practice room now and went back to his seclusion, after he had made up for all of his previous flaws, his cultivation might be able to rise even higher, and he might even be expected to cross the threshold. Emperor Yun sighed lightly, muttering, "That's just it, it's already cleared to the 10th level, let's go out first." He planned to find a time to come here to pass all the levels after arranging the outside world's imperial affairs first. This was because he had a premonition that this practicing room was the opportunity for him to step into the transitional succession stage. After Emperor Yun exited the practice room, a clear and extremely penetrating tone resounded steeply within the small store, echoing throughout the store. Congratulations to Tian Yuan Dynasty, Yun Shan, for being the first customer to clear the 10th floor, rewarding him with a pseudo-immortal rank lower grade technique, Heavenly Star Decree. This sudden beep was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing the originally noisy atmosphere in the store to stagnate. Everyone was stunned, a look of confusion and shock mingling on their faces. After a short period of silence, murmurs rose like a tidal wave. Who is this Yun Shan? And what is a pseudo-immortal rank lower grade feat technique? Isn't the strongest merit law the heavenly rank? How did an immortal rank appear? A martial artist in a green shirt with a rather young appearance was the first to speak, his face filled with confusion and his eyes filled with curiosity about the unknown. You don't even know who Yun Shan is? Yun Shan is the Cloud Emperor. Next to him, a big man with a stout figure and a beard stared at the young martial artist with wide eyes, his face full of incredulity, as if the other party had asked an extremely stupid question. Heavens, the rewards of this practicing room are too outrageous. There are even immortal rank techniques, even though it carries a pseudo word, but this should be very strong as well. A mysterious guest wearing a bucket hat that covered most of his face couldn't help but let out an exclamation, his voice carrying an uncontrollable envy and excitement. Really, there really is an immortal rank technique? Another person in the crowd asked with a skeptical tone, as if they still couldn't believe that this news that sounded so shocking was true. The gazes of the crowd were directed towards Emperor Yun, with admiration, envy and curiosity intertwined in their eyes. Emperor Yun also froze for a moment when he heard the beat. A pseudo-immortal rank technique? He didn't feel like he had one. However, after he had just wanted to ask the shopkeeper how to obtain this feat, the next second a golden light directly merged into his mind. Emperor Yun only felt his head shake violently, and immediately afterward, all the moves, cultivation methods, and operation routes of this pseudo-immortal rank technique, the Heavenly Star Technique, surged into the depths of his consciousness like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating fully on the information that surfaced in his mind, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. The moves recorded in the Gongfu were exquisite, and each of them contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth, as if they could echo the power of heaven and earth. Those complex routes of spiritual energy operation were even more eye-opening to him. The many bottlenecks and doubts he had encountered in his cultivation in the past had all been clearly resolved under the revelation of this Gongfu. After browsing through the contents of the technique, Emperor Yun slowly opened his eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. He muttered, "This. Surprisingly true. Could this be the legendary upper realm technique?" His voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of excitement and thrill. The moment he had obtained the immortal ranked feat technique, Emperor Yun no longer dared to have any crooked thoughts about this small store. This shopkeeper was definitely someone from the upper realm. Otherwise, it would never be possible to take out such heaven-defying items. Moreover, this kind of thing was only the reward for the first 10 levels. If you passed to the back, how generous would the reward be? As soon as he thought of this, Emperor Yun quickly came to Qin Ming's side and inquired, "Shopkeeper, can you let me continue to break through? I want to add bells. I have spirit stones." He knew that the news of the appearance of immortal rank techniques in this place would definitely not be able to be concealed. It wouldn't be long before this little store would definitely attract strong people from other imperial dynasties, and even some great powers that had disappeared for years might make a comeback. That was why he had to utilize this current time gap to fight for more passes. Qin Ming was also a bit surprised that this Cloud Emperor had obtained an immortal rank technique. "I didn't expect this Tuzi to be so generous." However, Qin Ming definitely refused to his request. "No, the store is about to close, so if you want to continue breaking through, please come back tomorrow." When Emperor Yun heard this, he could only give up helplessly. If other people had rejected him multiple times, he would probably have used force long ago. But he was in front of this shopkeeper, and he didn't dare to move any crooked thoughts. "That's just it, I'll come back tomorrow then." Chapter 21, Promulgating a Decree. 2 hours had quickly passed by. As night fell, Qin Ming announced that the store was closed in accordance with the usual practice. Although the guests were full of reluctance, they could only leave one after another. At the same time, the news about the appearance of pseudo-immortal rank techniques in the store spread out at an astonishing speed as if it had grown wings. These power holders who were usually high up and in control of huge forces could not sit still after hearing this news. The value of a pseudo-immortal rank technique, even with just the word pseudo, far exceeded that of a heaven rank technique, and was enough to drive countless people crazy. Some of them immediately summoned their inner circle to discuss countermeasures for traveling to the heavenly Yuan dynasty. Some directly mobilized the elite forces around them and rushed non-stop towards the Tian Yuan dynasty. For a time, the actions of all the forces were like dark currents, converging towards Tian Yuan dynasty. In just one night's time, Tian Yuan dynasty underwent a drastic change. The streets, which were already bustling with activity, were now even more crowded, with cultivators, merchants, and spies poking around from all directions flocking to the city. At the entrance of the city, carts and horses were like dragons, and the crowd was bustling with people coming in and out. The inns, taverns, and other places were all full, and even some of the private homes were rented out at high prices. The flow of people in the Tian Yuan dynasty was exploding, immersing the entire city in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Everyone was looking forward to more news related to that mysterious store as well as the pseudo-immortal rank technique. In the face of a tidal wave of forces, although Emperor Yun was the king of a country, he also knew that in the face of such temptation, it was unrealistic to want to completely control these people. There are a lot of people coming, and they are all representatives of the major top forces. Their status is honored, and the forces behind them are intricate and complicated, so it's not easy to want to constrain them one by one. What's more, several allied countries that were usually on good terms with their own dynasties had also sent people to inquire whether the news of the pseudo-immortal rank technique was true. As an ally, Emperor Yun was clear that there was no way to hide this kind of thing. Instead of covering it up and triggering unnecessary suspicions, it was better to tell them frankly. Moreover, Qin Ming's store was still open in his own imperial city, and as long as this remained unchanged, the Tian Yuan dynasty still held a certain advantage in this storm over the merit law. Of course, Emperor Yun wouldn't just sit back and wait. Just because he didn't care about these people didn't mean he wouldn't harvest them. Therefore, he urgently summoned all the major staff members and important officials in the court overnight, gathering in the imperial study room to discuss strategies. Inside the imperial study room, all the people were seated around the room, the atmosphere heavy and tense. Emperor Yun's gaze was firm as he scanned everyone present, making decisions quickly and decisively. In less than an hour, several decrees were issued one after another. The first decree was to increase the entry fee. In the past, there was no need to pay any fees to enter the imperial city, but now, due to the appearance of Qin Ming's small store, the situation had changed drastically. Emperor Yun decisively decided to start charging entry fees into the city, and different rates were set based on different identities and relationships. For the local indigenous residents of the Tian Yuan dynasty, each person was only charged 10 lower-grade spirit stones. This fee was not low for the local residents, but it was still within their reach. After all, they were also curious about the small store and wanted to explore it. For those from allied countries, the fee was 10 medium-grade spirit stones per person. The allied countries had always had a close relationship with the Tian Yuan dynasty, and this charge reflected a certain level of differentiation. This fee rate not only reflected a certain level of differentiation, but also did not cause the allied countries to feel dissatisfied. After all, compared to the pseudo-immortal rank techniques that could be obtained, this fee could be considered insignificant. For those dynasties or powers that had an ordinary relationship with the Tian Yuan dynasty, each of them had to pay 10 top-grade spirit stones. This fee was obviously higher, but for these forces, it was still acceptable. As for those forces that were hostile to the Tian Yuan dynasty, Emperor Yun directly raised the entry fee to 1,000 top-grade spirit stones per person. This exorbitant fee was undoubtedly a huge threshold. If they wanted to come, then they would be cut first. As for sneaking into the city, that could only mean that they didn't want to die. Moreover, Emperor Yun didn't think that they would be foolish enough to openly offend themselves on their own turf just to save this amount of spirit stones. The second decree was to prohibit all residents from selling their own property, and if they had to sell it, they could only sell it to the royal family. This decree was also to protect the interests of the residents of his own imperial dynasty. Emperor Yun was worried that these residents would not be able to withstand the temptation to sell their homes now. Because Emperor Yun knew that with the emergence of this small store, the prices of their imperial city were destined to rise in the future, and selling it this time would be a loss. The third decree, on the other hand, added an ordinance on limited entry. Non-natives of the Tian Yuan imperial dynasty could only enter the imperial city for a maximum of 7 days, and if they wanted to continue to stay in the imperial city, they needed to continue to pay the entry fee. This series of initiatives by Emperor Yun had both skillfully utilized the desire of all parties for merit laws, taking the opportunity to increase a sizable amount of revenue for the imperial dynasty. It also differentiated and controlled the different forces to a certain extent, which could be said to be a multi-purpose move. However, Qin Ming inside the small store didn't care about what was going on in the outside world. Instead, he couldn't wait to open his system panel and get all the permanent commodities first. The store had upgraded and gained 1 permanent merchandise, and completing the quest had gained 2. It added up to 3. This meant that Qin Ming would be able to get 3 more items on in the future. Qin Ming didn't even think about it and directly added the lay-by to the permanent commodities. For the other 2 items, he chose the leg-stretching and gazing pill, and the beginner's blind box. After selecting the resident commodity, Qin Ming looked at the 10 lucky draws on the system panel, which he hadn't been able to use before he obtained this item. After pressing the lucky draw button, the familiar beep sounded in Qin Ming's head. Congratulations to the host for gaining store experience. 10. Qin Ming froze for a moment. This is it? Unwillingly, Qin Ming continued to draw 2 more times. Congratulations to the host for gaining store experience. 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining marrow cleansing pill +1. Marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, it can cut down the bones and wash the marrow, removing the impurities and toxins that have accumulated in the body for a long time, and remodeling the meridians and bones. Whether it is a novice who is new to the path of cultivation, it can be used to widen the meridians, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent cultivation, so that the speed of its cultivation is twice as fast as it is twice as fast. After reading the effects of this marrow cleansing pill, Qin Ming muttered, "Not bad, continue." Soon Qin Ming used up all the remaining 7 draws. Another 50 points of store experience were gained, plus 2 new items. They were the Forgotten Pup Milk and the Flip-Flops. After reading the descriptions of these 2 items, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Milk of Forgetfulness, effect, after drinking it, you will enter the selfless realm, your mental strength will instantly skyrocket, and you will be immune to all illusionist attacks. Side effect, after drinking it, you will forget your nearest and dearest such as your son for a short period of time, lasting for 1 day. Flip-Flops, effect, treading the wind without traces, wearing it increases the movement speed by 10% and automatically generates a miniature whirlwind on the bottom of the foot when walking, so that you can tread water without leaving ripples. Side effect, every 10 steps must trigger a random sound effect. Duck quack quack. The stuff is good, but I won't be able to use it. Qin Ming muttered. These 2 items were definitely useful, but there were side effects as well. Instead of using them himself, it would be better to take them and sell them to his guests, and anyway, he had autonomous pricing authority for the items that came out of the lottery. He could sell them however he wanted. If the guests gave a good price, Qin Ming would also sell them. After getting all the merchandise, Qin Ming took out the mixed elemental Dan and said with an excited face, "He, little master, I'm going to cultivate immortality as well." Chapter 22 Lucky Blind Box. When Qin Ming took the mixed elemental Dan, the Dan instantly turned into a hot stream that went down his throat and straight into his dantian. The hot stream seemed to contain infinite power, and like a volcanic eruption, it spread rapidly within his body. Qin Ming, who was finally able to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, was filled with uncontrollable excitement and thrill. He hurriedly closed off his invincible state and personally experienced the fluctuation of his own spiritual energy. At this moment, Qin Ming was like a child who had just gotten a new toy and was curious. He first tried to gather his spiritual energy to his fingertips, only to see a faint ray of blue light lingering at his fingertips, flickering like a firefly. Qin Ming gently wiggled his finger, and that blue light swayed along with it, and he couldn't help but grin, finding it amusing. So this is what it feels like to cultivate immortality. Then, he tried to guide the spiritual energy to circulate in his body. The spiritual energy traveled along his meridians, and every place it passed through caused him to feel a tingling sensation of comfort. When the spiritual energy traveled to the dantian, he could clearly feel the power at the dantian gradually increasing. Qin Ming was playful and wanted to see what else this spiritual energy could do. He turned his gaze to an empty wineglass not far away and focused his mind, trying to control the wineglass with his spiritual energy. At first, the wineglass only trembled slightly. Qin Ming frowned and concentrated even more on gathering his spiritual energy. Finally, under his efforts, the wineglass slowly rose and hovered in mid-air. Qin Ming shouted excitedly, "It worked!" However, just as he was getting carried away, there was a sudden disturbance in his spiritual energy, and the wineglass fell to the ground with a pop, shattering to pieces. Qin Ming was first stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that this control of spiritual energy still needs to be practiced. However, this small setback did not dampen Qin Ming's interest, and he continued to try various novel ways of playing, constantly exploring the mysteries of spiritual energy. One moment, he used his spiritual energy to outline various shapes in the air, and the next moment, he tried to use his spiritual energy to perceive the things around him. With each new discovery, he was overjoyed. After a few moments of acclimatization, Qin Ming took out the marrow cleansing pill again. He gently placed the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth, and the pill instantly melted in his mouth, turning into a cool breath that slid down his throat and instantly spread throughout his body. At first, Qin Ming only felt a slight tremor in his body, as if a gentle breeze was brushing over every inch of his skin, bringing about an indescribable sense of comfort. However, this sense of comfort did not last long. Immediately afterward, a powerful force erupted within his body, just like a raging sea wave, hitting his meridians and bones wave after wave. Qin Ming only felt that all the pores in his body opened up, as if he wanted to expel all the impurities in his body. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Ah! Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt as he clenched his hands tightly into fists, his nails embedding into his palms, leaving a deep trail. That power was rampaging through his body, and every time it passed through a meridian, it caused him to feel a sharp pain, as if his meridians were about to be torn apart. However, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, understanding in his heart that this was the necessary process of marrow cleansing. As time passed, a layer of black dirt gradually seeped out of Qin Ming's skin, which emitted a pungent odor. It was the impurities that had accumulated in his body over the years. His bones also emitted a clicking sound, as if they were undergoing a remodeling. The originally ordinary bones became harder and denser under this force. After an unknown amount of time, the powerful force finally subsided. Qin Ming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as sweat soaked through his clothes. He slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that the world in front of him had become clearer and brighter, and his five senses had become sharper than ever. He tried to stand up, only to feel that his body was incredibly light, as if a gust of wind could blow him up. With a gentle jump, he even jumped several meters high, which surprised him. "The things given by the system are really good," Qin Ming said excitedly. After using both pills, Qin Ming revolved the Yuan Desolate scripture again and started cultivating. However, what he didn't expect was that just by running a small circumference, he directly broke through to the second level of qi refining. After running a large circumference, he directly broke through to the third level of qi refining. Although Qin Ming had never practiced cultivation, he knew that this speed was very outrageous. After Qin Ming had cultivated for a few hours, at this moment, he had already arrived at the fifth level of qi refining. And it was in a state where he could break through at any time. However, Qin Ming paused his breakthrough to be on the safe side. Although he was a cultivation novice, he was also a little worried that if he broke through too quickly, would his foundation become unstable. He planned to adapt for a while before doing so. Qin Ming suddenly remembered something, muttering, "Right, there's still the lucky blind box that I haven't looked at yet." The lucky blind box reward that he had previously obtained, Qin Ming had not yet had the time to check the effects. He had just been preoccupied with his breakthrough, so now that he was free, he took a look. Lucky Blind Box, a limited number of 10 copies are offered daily, capable of opening random items from any world, at any level. It requires a person with a destiny to be eligible to purchase it, and depending on the purchaser, it will cost something different. For every 10 Lucky Blind Boxes sold, the host will receive 1 Lucky Blind Box. After reading the introduction of the Lucky Blind Box, Qin Ming muttered, "This blind box, it's kind of interesting. This thing, not only is it limited and depends on the person, but it also restricts the purchase conditions. Most of all, the most important thing was that it was random. There was something to be said about being able to open an item from any world, at any level. In the event that it opened to items such as the mythical world's Eastern Emperor Bell, the Mountain River and Jigaku diagram, or the Immortality Pill Chaos Green, wouldn't that just take off? Or maybe opening items from the secondary world, that would be awesome too. For example, the arbitrary door and time machine in Doraemon, if you phone these things, wouldn't that make you a concept god?" The more he thought about it, the more outrageous Qin Ming felt that the secondary world's items were even more awesome than the mythological world's items. But it's not necessarily so. The world is so big that nothing is strange, in case other worlds can also open things that can be comparable to the secondary world. Qin Ming took out a Lucky Blind Box and examined it carefully. only to see the surface of the blind box emitted mysterious light points, those light points flickering, as if containing endless mysteries. It looks mysterious extraordinary. Xin Ming tried to use his identity as the shopkeeper to peek inside the blind box, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to gain any insight into its secrets. Even the specific conditions of the sale, he had no way of knowing. Helplessly, Xin Ming let out a light sigh. It seems like we still have to patiently wait for the person with the right destiny to show up. Chapter 23, Going to the Door to Provoke. After putting away the lucky blind box, Xin Ming opened his system panel and checked up on the latest mission. Host, Xin Ming. Age, 20. Cultivation, 5th level of Qi practicing. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current technique, Yuan Desolate Scripture. Current store level, 2. Required experience until next upgrade, 22500. Current shop goods, Fatty Happy Water, 8.2 years old. Current store items, Fatty Happy Water, 82 years Laby, Stretching Legs and Staring Pills, Beginner's Blind Box, Lucky Blind Box. Current tasks, sell 1000 items 1000, successfully recruit 1 eligible fellow, unlock resident merchandise +2, shop expansion, gain 200 points of store level experience after completing the task. Xin Ming couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly after reading these latest quests word by word. He was silently calculating in his mind that the task of selling merchandise, with the popularity of the small store and the attractiveness of the merchandise nowadays, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to complete it within a day. However, the task of recruiting a fellow was a bit tricky. Recruiting an ordinary fellow was not a difficult task, but the task conditions given by the system were to recruit a qualified fellow, which added a lot of difficulty. After all, he was completely unclear about what kind of requirements this so-called meets the conditions actually had, and was clueless for a while. That's just it, take your time. Xin Ming let out a light sigh and decided to put down the doubts in his heart first and take one step at a time. Just as he was still pondering on how to complete these tasks, the system's shrill beep suddenly sounded in his mind. Warning, warning, detected that someone is attacking the store, triggering the store's protection mechanism, which will cancel the geographical restriction on the host's invincible cultivation. Please take action to stop it immediately. Hearing this sudden warning, Xin Ming first froze, a surprised look appearing on his face. He didn't expect that there would be an unknowing fellow who dared to come and attack the store this late at night. He had simply eaten a bear's heart and eaten a leopard's gall. However, what surprised him was that this system was really considerate, temporarily cancelling the geographical restriction of his invincible cultivation at the critical moment, allowing him to easily deal with this crisis. The moment Xin Ming stepped out of the store unhurriedly, the originally noisy and boisterous outside world instantly became silent as if the mute button had been pressed. The gazes of the crowd were cast towards Xin Ming in unison, with looks of anticipation for a good show appearing on their faces. In the crowd, a sharp-tongued man hemmed and hawed, gloating. He, this Nebula Dynasty's prince really doesn't know how to live. He's used to being a bully in his own dynasty, and he still wants to spread his wildness when he runs here. Now there's a lot of fun to be had. Next to him, a slightly chubby, cross-faced man also followed suit. You guys say, will the shopkeeper directly slap this Nebula Imperial Dynasty's royal son to death? I feel that it shouldn't. An old man with plain clothes but shrewd eyes shook his head and analyzed nonchalantly. This Nebula Dynasty's prince was merely instructing his men to do something, so the shopkeeper will probably just punish the man who did it. As for the prince, the shopkeeper should not dare to move him easily. The people around them nodded their heads in agreement when they heard the old man's words, and some chimed in. That's right, after all, the Nebula Imperial Dynasty isn't one to be messed with. Their strength should not be underestimated. This shopkeeper should give them a few points of face, and turn a big deal into a small one. This Nebula Imperial Dynasty's prince is just eating up the fact that the shopkeeper doesn't dare to do anything to him. That's why he dares to be so reckless and have people come to attack the store. Another person said with a face full of indignation. At this moment, the Nebula Imperial Dynasty's crown prince, Star Tianqing, immediately cast his gaze over after seeing the store's door slowly open. When he saw that the aura emanating from Xin Ming's body was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, a look of disdain immediately appeared on his face, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of contempt. Previously, he had heard that this shopkeeper's cultivation was profound and mysterious, but now it seemed that it was nothing more than that. In his eyes, a cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refining simply did not have the qualifications to allow him to personally make a move. Xin Ming looked calm and at ease, his gaze was like a falcon as he calmly looked around. Then he slowly opened his mouth, and that voice, though not high, was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Who attacked my store just now? As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the crowd, followed by a stout figure. Burly man with a face full of cross-flesh stomped out, with no fear on his face. Instead, he carried a bit of arrogance. I attacked. I'm the one who heard that you've produced a pseudo-immortal rank technique here, and our imperial prince went out of his way to come all the way here. How dare you close the door and make our imperial son wait here? You're not taking our prince seriously. I'm only smashing your door to teach you a small lesson. If you still don't know what's good for you, I will never mind tearing down this tie store of yours. The strong man shouted loudly, his words full of threats. Qin Ming felt himself being exasperated as he listened to the strong man's words, threatening himself. Just at this moment, Emperor Yun's voice transmission suddenly rang in his mind. Shopkeeper, do you want me to help you with it? There was concern in Emperor Yun's voice, although he was clear that the Nebula Imperial Dynasty and his own Imperial Dynasty were equal in strength and status. But for the sake of Qin Ming, he was not afraid of offending the Nebula Imperial Dynasty. Because Emperor Yun knew that Qin Ming's strength was unfathomable, and what a rare opportunity it was for Qin Ming's small store to be opened within his own imperial city. The only thing he wanted to do at this moment was to try his best to befriend Qin Ming so that the little store would remain in the Tian Yuan dynasty forever. When Qin Ming heard Emperor Yun's voice transmission, his heart was slightly moved, but he quickly calmed down and softly replied back, "No need, I can handle such a small matter on my own." Emperor Yun was not surprised to hear Qin Ming's reply. After all, he had personally experienced Qin Ming's powerful cultivation and had enough confidence in him. He was just curious as to how Qin Ming would handle the tricky situation in front of him. After Qin Ming had finished replying to the Cloud Emperor, he turned his gaze to the young man behind the burly man, who was none other than Xing Tianqing, the imperial son of the Nebula Imperial Dynasty. His eyes instantly became as cold as frost, as if they were sharp blades stabbing straight at Xing Tianqing as he said word for word, "Did you ask him to smash my store?" Xing Tianqing only glanced at Qin Ming carelessly, his eyes full of disdain, not wanting to take care of Qin Ming at all. On the contrary, it was one of the dog's legs beside him that immediately jumped out and shouted with a sharp voice. "What kind of thing are you? How dare you use such a tone of voice to speak to our imperial prince? When speaking to our imperial highness, you must use honorifics. I advise you to better kneel down obediently now and apologize to our imperial prince." Qin Ming didn't say anything as he listened to these words of the dog-legged man, but only silently rolled his eyes in his heart, feeling somewhat speechless. In his opinion, this kind of dog-legged man was simply heading for death himself. He also understood that there were quite a few people around who were staring at this place, and in order to give these people a downward spiral and deter them, Qin Ming didn't want to waste any more time tangling with these people. He only saw his eyes flinch as he slapped a palm in the air at the dog-legged man, a seemingly casual movement that contained a powerful force. In the next second, that dog-legged man didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before he directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated into the air. The crowd at the scene was in an uproar when they saw this scene, and bursts of gasps and murmurs rang out from the crowd. Chapter 24 Mahayana Protector? It's nothing more than an ant. This is a kill? Someone in the crowd let out an incredulous whisper, their voice filled with shock. Crap, this shopkeeper is really decisive, not even saying a word more, he just kills with his hands. A tall cultivator next to him stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but burst out, surprise written all over his face. From my point of view, this is probably the store owner giving that imperial prince a hard time, letting him know that this is not a place where he can act wildly as he pleases. An old man stroked his beard and analyzed with a deep gaze. Yeah, the speed of the strike was too fast as well, I didn't even see how he made the move just now before that guy exploded into a bloody mist. A young cultivator's face was filled with incredulity as he shook his head repeatedly. The guy who just opened his mouth seems to have Yuaning stage cultivation as well, how come he's so unbeatable? This shopkeeper's strength is too terrifying. Another person murmured with a face full of doubt. As Star Tianqing watched his dog's leg instantly explode into a bloody mist, and the splattered blood even splattered all over himself, his face instantly became as gloomy as ink, terrifying to the extreme. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master when you hit a dog. This shopkeeper even gave so little face, killing at the drop of a hat, not speaking any rules at all. Since this was the case, don't blame him for being impolite. He forced down the anger in his heart and shouted into the void, "Yunekien, please take action to take him down." There was a hint of viciousness in Xing Tianqing's voice, and it was clear that he had already moved to true anger. As soon as Xing Tianqing's words fell, there was a distortion in the void and a eunuch dressed in eunuch garb slowly walked out. This person's face was cold and stern, with a majesty in his eyes, and a powerful aura emanating from his body. When the crowd saw this person, they immediately exclaimed, "I've long heard that Starry Heavenly Green has a Mahayana stage protector by his side, but I didn't expect it to be true. This is a Mahayana stage powerhouse, his strength is unfathomable." A well-informed cultivator said with a face full of shock. Heavens, the Mahayana stage powerhouses have come out, it seems like this prince is getting real this time, this shopkeeper is afraid that he's going to be in trouble. Another person said worriedly. This store owner is so not giving face to the imperial prince, he must be upset in his heart, after all, he is now representing the face of the Nebula Imperial Dynasty, this breath can't be swallowed. Someone whispered from the sidelines. Bad, it's so hard to find such a marvelously good store with treasures like the pseudo-immortal rank technique inside, it won't be destroyed just like that now, will it? A woman in the crowd said anxiously with a face full of worry. As soon as that eunuch Yen appeared, his figure flickered like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Qin Ming with a speed that was staggering. The air still seemed to have remnants of his flash, his gaze was like an eagle, locking onto Qin Ming, a look of determination on his face, as if Qin Ming was already in the palm of his hand. Just as he stretched out his hand, ready to take Qin Ming down, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth hooked up into a disdainful arc, and he coldly hummed. A Mahayana stage protector? Griffins are just ants. Qin Ming's voice was calm and full of contempt, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, instead revealing a domineering aura that looked down on all living beings. As soon as the words left his mouth, he did not make any unnecessary movements, he just casually raised his hand and gave it a light clap. This seemingly simple slap contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Only to see that Mahayana stage protector, his body shook violently and a terrified expression instantly appeared on his face, and before he could let out a scream, his entire person was instantly crushed as if by an invisible force, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. This scene was the same as what happened to the Yuaning stage doglegger before. In Qin Ming's eyes, these so-called powerhouses in front of him were nothing more than ants. As for what Nebula dynasty? In Qin Ming's eyes, it was simply insignificant. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know the exact location of that dynasty, he really wanted to utilize this invincible state to directly raze the dynasty to the ground. He wanted everyone to know what would happen if they delayed his business. Starry Heavenly Green witnessed that Mahayana stage protector instantly turned into blood mist under Qin Ming's light touch, and the expression on his face abruptly froze, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and he stood frozen in place. What was happening in front of his eyes was far beyond the scope of his cognition. In his cognition, a Mahayana stage powerhouse could be called the top existence in the world. How could he be so easily killed by this person in front of him who appeared to have a cultivation level of only the 5th level of chi refining? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, this must be an illusion. Xing Tianqing's lips trembled as he muttered in disorientation, his voice filled with fear and despair. He was unwilling to believe the facts in front of him, constantly denying them in his mind, trying to find a reasonable explanation for himself, thinking that this was nothing more than an illusionary art cast by Qin Ming to confuse his mind. However, just as Xing Tianqing was still immersed in shock and skepticism and froze, Qin Ming's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Qin Ming's eyes were as cold as frost, without a trace of emotion, as if the star Tianqing in front of him was just an insignificant ant. Without the slightest hesitation or half a sentence of superfluous nonsense, he raised his palm and gently swung it towards Xing Tianqing. This seemingly casual wave contained an endless amount of power. Xing Tianqing only felt a force so powerful that it was suffocating come over him, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe, and his body was completely unable to move. He wanted to cry out, wanted to ask for help, but his throat felt like it was being tightly strangled by a large invisible hand, and he couldn't make a single sound. The next moment, his body was like being hit by a heavy hammer, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a few broken limbs and stars of blood. After resolving this imperial sun, Qin Ming looked around and slowly spoke. If you meet any more ungrateful ones, you'll end up the same as him. I don't care who you are and what forces you have behind you, if you want to come and buy things from me, you have to abide by my rules. When the melon eaters saw this scene, they all fell silent. Because the impact of this image was too great for them. This was the prince of the Nebula Imperial Dynasty. This shopkeeper killed it just by saying so. Was he really not worried about the Nebula Imperial Dynasty's retaliation? Chapter 25 Star Emperor's Anger. Qin Ming didn't care about the reactions of these melon eaters, he looked indifferent, his gaze calmly swept a circle of the surrounding crowd, and opened his mouth. 1 hour from now, business will officially begin. There are new products on the market today, so if you want to buy them, you should hurry. His voice was not high, but it clearly traveled into everyone's ears, carrying an unquestionable majesty. After saying that, Qin Ming seemed to have remembered something and added, pay attention to the queue, keep order, whoever dares to mess up will be responsible for the consequences. As soon as the words fell, Qin Ming stopped paying attention to the crowd, turned around and entered the store, and began to start preparing the merchandise. The crowd that remained in place were still immersed in the shock of what they had just seen, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After a few moments, they began to queue up consciously. And the scouts of the various forces that were lurking in old Qin's department store were also sending back the news of this place. Emperor Yun also sent someone to help him get in line himself. He had felt before that the shopkeeper's cultivation should be very high, but after this incident, he sort of had a rough assessment of the shopkeeper's cultivation. His cultivation level was at least all the way up to the peak of the ferrying. There was even a possibility that he was that legendary immortal. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to directly kill a Mahayana stage powerhouse with a single palm strike. At this moment, the Cloud Emperor was also secretly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, when they first met, they resisted the urge to come hard. If they were to be a demon, it was estimated that their fate would not be any better. In the Nebula Dynasty's heavily guarded Fate Plate Hall, a solemn and dignified atmosphere pervaded. Here is the collection of many important people in the dynasty's fate card. Each piece of fate card maintains a person's life and death safety and security. The old man in charge of guarding the life tags was a man who had served in the palace for many years, was experienced and extremely cautious. As usual, he was slowly sweeping his eyes over the rows and rows of shimmering fate tags, his expression focused and serious. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to a halt, resting on top of one of the fortune tags. That was none other than the fate plate of Imperial Prince Xing Tianqing, only to see that the fate plate, which was originally emitting a soft glow, was as if it had been struck by a heavy blow at the moment. A fine crack appeared instantly, followed by a crunching sound of snap. The entire life plate was split into pieces, and the light dimmed and went out. The old man's eyes were wide open, his face full of unbelievable expression, the whole person froze in place for a while, as if being cast a spell of immobilization in general. It wasn't until a chill surged up from the bottom of his heart that he woke up as if from a dream, realizing what a terrible thing had happened. "Your Imperial Highness," the old man muttered, a hint of trembling and fear in his voice. He didn't dare to have a moment's delay. Turning around and pulling out his legs, he ran furiously in the direction of the palace, his wide robe hunting in the wind. When he panted and ran outside the palace, he couldn't care less about adjusting his breathing and barged straight into the palace, flopping down on his knees, his voice crying out with a sobbing tone. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The second princess life card is broken." "What did you say?" The Star Emperor's voice trembled as he stood up and took 2 steps to the old man, grabbing him by the collar and glaring angrily. "Do you dare to lie? If there is half a word of falsehood, I will definitely let you die without a burial place." The old man was so scared that he trembled like chaff and kowtowed repeatedly. "Your Majesty, spare your life." The old slave would never dare to have half a false statement. His Imperial Highness's life card, it really has shattered. The Star Emperor's hands slowly loosened, his feet staggered back a few steps, and he sat paralyzed in the dragon chair, the expression on his face pained and twisted. The ministers within the palace were also shocked beyond words by this sudden news, and the entire palace fell into a dead silence. These ministers, there was only one thought in their minds at the moment, and that was that something was going to happen. The second prince, Star Tianqing, was the prince that the Star Emperor was most optimistic about. He was exceptionally gifted. At only 25 years old, he had already reached the realm of the spirit transformation stage, and in the entire Nebula dynasty, in terms of the speed of cultivation, no one could surpass him. Although this second prince was usually arrogant and domineering, and liked to kill civilians and loose cultivators for fun. For those who have a little bit of beauty of the human wife, also like to force them, let their husbands to watch them serve their own. But these ministers never thought that the second prince will die. Because the second prince, whenever he encountered someone strong and not to be messed with, he would immediately declare himself. Reveal the identity of the second prince of the Nebula Imperial dynasty. Normally, the crowd would look at the Star Emperor's face and let him go after slightly disciplining him. However, in a situation like today's, where the fate plate directly shattered, it was the first time it had happened. The Star Emperor's face was terribly gloomy at the moment, but he still retained a trace of sanity. Because deep down in his heart, it was really hard to accept the fact that the Imperial son had perished, and he secretly guessed that perhaps there was a problem with that fate card. After all, Tian Chang was followed by a Mahayana stage protector by his side. On the continent, Mahayana stage powerhouses were already at the top of the heap, and even if they encountered a supreme powerhouse at the transition stage, with the strength of the protector, it shouldn't be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, as a father, he still knew the temperament of this imperial son of his very well. Although on weekdays, Tianqing liked to tease others and acted in a somewhat domineering manner, he still had an eye for detecting words and colors. When it came to those characters that he couldn't afford to mess with, he would always scrutinize the situation and choose to hold back. "Check for me. Where exactly did the second prince go?" Star Emperor forced down the uneasiness and anger in his heart and ordered in a deep voice. However, as soon as his words fell, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the Great Hall. This person was none other than the secret guards cultivated by the Nebula Imperial dynasty. At this moment, he was respectfully kneeling down on one knee at the Star Emperor and bowed. "Your Majesty, my subordinate has just received exact news that the second prince was unfortunately killed in the Tian Yuan dynasty." The dark guard's voice was low and clear, echoing out in the silent hall. When the Star Emperor heard this news, his originally gloomy face instantly turned ironic, as if he had aged several years at once. This sudden news was like a sharp dagger, directly destroying his last shred of hope completely. How is this possible? Who was the one who moved? Could it be that fellow Emperor Yun? The Star Emperor stood up violently, his hands clenched into fists, his joints whitening from the excessive force, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The dark guard shook his head. Not really, it was a small store owner. Hearing this, the Star Emperor felt a bit incredulous. He forced down the anger within him and said in a deep voice, "You tell us in detail, what exactly happened, tell us what happened one by one." The dark guard didn't dare to hide anything, and told Starry Heavenly Green how he heard that there was a pseudo-immortal rank technique out in the Tian Yuan Imperial dynasty, how he traveled to, and how he clashed with the shopkeeper of that small store, and how the shopkeeper had easily decapitated the Yuaning stage dog legs and the Mahayana stage protectors until he finally killed Xing Tianqing, and told the story in its original form. Upon hearing about the existence of that mysterious little store, and especially the fact that there had been pseudo-immortal rank techniques in the store, the Star Emperor's eyes instantly sharpened, the hatred in his heart was temporarily suppressed, and curiosity and the desire to explore took over. There is even such a small store? This store owner's strength is unfathomable, there might be a heavenly secret behind it. The Star Emperor murmured in a low voice. Chapter 26, Another Gold. The Star Emperor sat quietly on top of the dragon chair, and the hall was dead silent, with only the sound of his heavy breathing echoing in the air. His eyes stared blankly ahead, his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, anger, unwillingness, greed, and other emotions intertwined together like a messy hemp. After a long time, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and finally made a decision. Summon the Dark Guard Chief. The Star Emperor's voice was low and cold, resounding in the empty hall with an unquestionable majesty. Soon, the Dark Guard Chief appeared in front of the Star Emperor like a ghost, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head as he waited for orders. You immediately dispatch your elite Dark Guards to the Heavenly Yuan dynasty to probe for all information about that mysterious little store. The Star Emperor slowly opened his mouth, each word seeming to carry a chilling aura, especially that pseudo-immortal rank technique. If it really exists, make sure to find out its details. The leader of the Dark Guards nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." Also, the Star Emperor paused, the expression on his face growing more and more somber. My poor royal son must not die in vain like this. Regardless of who that person who did it was, and what kind of power he had behind him, he must pay a terrible price for it. You tell the secret guards to keep a close eye on that murderer's movements while prying for information, and at the first opportunity, strike immediately to avenge the Emperor's son's death. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not dishonor my orders. The Dark Guard leader replied firmly, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the Great Hall. Looking at the direction in which the Dark Guard leader left, the Star Emperor leaned back on the dragon chair, his gaze revealing a hint of greed and determination. If that pseudo-immortal rank merit technique was real, he would do whatever he could to get his hands on it. With such a precious merit law, not only would he be able to raise his cultivation to the next level and solidify his dominance, he would also be able to make the Nebula Imperial dynasty even more powerful on this continent. As for that murderer of the Imperial son, he would definitely make the other party pay in blood. As for the Cloud Emperor's side, it would be a big deal to give him some compensation at that time. After all, he had gone to his territory to mess things up, he still had to give him an explanation. Tian Yuan Dynasty, outside Qin Ming's small store. At this moment, there was already a long line, and time passed quietly in the crowd's eager waiting, and an hour quickly passed. The moment Qin Ming reopened the store's door, the customers who had been quietly queuing up instantly boiled over, like a raging wave rushing into the store in a rush. Even though they were eager in their hearts and wanted to buy their favorite items as soon as possible, they still tried to maintain order and did not dare to act recklessly. After all, they had all seen Qin Ming's methods and knew that if they acted recklessly within this small store, they would definitely be severely punished. As soon as they entered the store, fatty happy water became everyone's preferred target. Almost every customer who walked into the store would hold a bottle of happy water in their hands, their faces showing delight, all thinking of comprehending the happy Dao heart. In addition to the happy water, the other items were also quite popular, and the guests picked them up, coming with one of each, wanting to experience the charm of these magical items. Qin Ming originally thought that the stretching legs and gazing eyes pill would go unnoticed. After all, the stretching legs and gazing eyes pill was indeed a bit ugly to sell. However, what he didn't expect was that this stretching legs and gazing eyes pill was exceptionally hot, with many customers clamoring to buy it, as if it was some rare treasure. As for the ordinary blind boxes, those rich buddies were even more unstinting, buying several copies at a time. They opened the blind boxes with great excitement, and every time they opened them, they were filled with anticipation and surprise. As they opened more and more blind boxes, they became more and more addicted, immersed in this unknown pleasure. Just as the store was bustling and busy, the voice of a customer caught Qin Ming's attention. "Shopkeeper, why can't I touch this lucky blind box? Can it be that it's not a non-sale item?" "Shopkeeper, I have enough spirit stones, as long as you are willing to sell it, the price is negotiable." This guest's eyes revealed longing as he stared tightly at the lucky blind box that was placed on the shelf. Hearing this guest's inquiry, Qin Ming slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile, and unhurriedly explained. "If you want to purchase this lucky blind box, it's not something that can be done with spirit stones alone, it also depends on fate. As long as you are the one who has a destiny with this blind box, you can go and try to touch it. If you are able to successfully touch this lucky blind box, that means you have the qualifications to purchase it." That customer couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard Qin Ming's peculiar explanation. He had been in this immortal cultivation world for many years and had seen all sorts of strange and bizarre items and trading methods, but it was the first time he had heard that buying something also depended on fate. However, it was this unique purchase condition that caused the store's customers to become more and more interested in this lucky blind box. Their curiosity was completely aroused, and their eyes glittered with excitement and anticipation. They couldn't wait to go forward and reach out their hands to try to touch the lucky blind box on the shelf, as if by touching it, they would be able to have endless good luck. Time passed quietly in the crowd's attempts, and 2 hours passed quickly. During this period of time, there were at least a few hundred customers who entered the store, and they tried one after another, but they all failed without exception. Xin Ming sighed in his heart as he watched this scene. He naturally hoped that someone would successfully purchase this lucky blind box. After all, according to the rules, the more others purchased, the more lucky blind boxes he could obtain, which would be a great benefit to him. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed that it was not easy to find a person who had a destiny with this blind box, and the difficulty was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Xin Ming was also calculating the progress of the mission in his mind. What pleased him was that the task of selling 1,000 copies of the merchandise had been successfully completed. However, he still had no clue about the two tasks of recruiting a partner and selling the lucky blind boxes. Just as he was thinking about this, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed inside the store, and the familiar system prompt with a hint of playfulness sounded once again, Golden Legend. This sudden light and sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Everyone turned their heads towards the direction from which the light came, only to see a woman dressed in a long dress as white as snow, standing in a corner of the store with an excited smile on her face. She was gripping a silver-colored staff tightly in her hands, and was waving it cheerfully, the staff flickering with a strange light in her hands. Seeing this, the surrounding guests exchanged words and speculations. A middle-aged man in gray robes narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the staff and spoke. This couldn't be a heavenly-grade spiritual treasure, could it? Look at this light, look at this aura, it's by no means unusual. Chapter 27, Forced Purchase and Sale? The others heard that middle-aged man's speculation and cast envious gazes, their eyes filled with salivation for that silver-colored staff. In the crowd, someone couldn't help but open their mouth to ask that woman what grade of treasure the staff was. However, after the woman's excitement calmed down a little, she quickly put the staff into the storage space with movements were clean and sharp. Immediately afterward, she walked with hurried steps towards the store's entrance, ready to leave. In her heart, she was very clear about the principle of a man is not guilty of a crime, but a person who carries a jade tablet is guilty of a crime. But just as she was about to take a step out of the store, a customer came directly in front of her to block her, and took out a bag of spirit stones and said, "Here are 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. I bought this staff of yours. I advise you that you'd better be more sensible, or else I don't dare to guarantee what will happen after you leave the store." The man's words were filled with naked threats, his tone arrogant to the extreme. Ling Shuanger, hearing this kind of threat, her eyebrows couldn't help but knit up slightly. When she felt the yuaning stage cultivation emanating from the other party's body, a wave of fear welled up in her heart, and she subconsciously retreated towards the store, and while doing so, she firmly shook her head and said, "I'm not selling it, I opened it myself. If you want it, go open it yourself." The man snorted coldly, a disdainful look on his face. Toast is not a punishment. I have to remind you that this store will be closed. You can't hide here for the rest of your life. Ling Shuanger's face became very ugly when she heard the man's words. She understood in her heart that with her current strength, she really couldn't deal with this yuaning stage man. But to have her just give away the treasures that she had managed to obtain with great difficulty, she was really unwilling to do so. She sighed secretly in her heart, alas, if only senior brother and sister were there. The guests at the side saw this scene and had long been accustomed to this kind of power play. They knew clearly in their hearts that in this immortal cultivation world, not having sufficient cultivation but possessing precious treasures, these treasures were like life-suppressing talismans that would bring them endless trouble. However, what they were more curious about at this moment was whether this woman would compromise and sell the staff or not. If she loosened her lips and was willing to sell it, they wouldn't mind taking the opportunity to insert a foot in the door. After all, in this small store, yuaning stage cultivation wasn't considered top-notch. And at this moment, Xin Ming also detected the movement on this side of the store, his brows slightly furrowed. Seeing that there was actually someone causing trouble within his store, a wave of displeasure surged in his heart. Someone dared to threaten his own customers, so how could he possibly sit back and do nothing? If he didn't do anything about it, I'm afraid that in the future, those customers with lower cultivation levels wouldn't dare to open a blind box in his store. Wouldn't this be cutting off his own financial path? Xin Ming came between the two men, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, coldly staring at the man, his voice low and majestic, as if carrying an invisible pressure. "What do you want? Is it hard to believe that you are planning to forcefully buy and sell in my store?" He gave a slight beat, his gaze swept towards the somewhat alarmed Ling Shuanger, and continued. "It was so hard for the other girl to open such a treasure, and you're asking this price. Do you think it's reasonable?" Xin Ming looked around the store and raised his voice, announcing word for word. "In the future, I will add one more rule in this store. Whoever dares to forcefully buy or sell within the store, once discovered, will be permanently banned from entering the store. Also, any customer who buys a blind box in my store and opens a golden item will receive my blessing for a month. Whoever dares to make a move to snatch these items within this month, I don't mind directly sending him into reincarnation." After speaking, Xin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying an undeniable warning. "Considering that this is your first offense, I'll give you a verbal warning. You'd better remember today's words, and if you do it again in the future, don't blame me for not having warned you. As that man listened to Qin Ming's words, he only felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet and instantly spread throughout his body. The man who was arrogant and domineering just now was like a deflated ball of leather at this moment, and he immediately wimped out. He knew in his heart that he dared to threaten the girl, but in front of Qin Ming, he did not dare to be reckless. After all, he had witnessed the powerful strength that Qin Ming had displayed before. The Mahayana stage couldn't even last a single move in Qin Ming's hands, let alone him. Shopkeeper, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking, don't take it seriously, don't worry, I'll never make trouble. Frosty looked at Qin Ming, who stood up for himself, her eyes were filled with gratitude. She slightly owed her body and said with earnest words, "Thank you, shopkeeper, for your righteousness. If it wasn't for you today, I really don't know what to do." Ling Schwanger was originally filled with worry, only thinking of leaving this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible, but she did not expect that Qin Ming would announce such a new rule that would be extremely favorable to her. She secretly pondered in her heart that with this 1-month protection period, she would have enough time to return to the sect. As long as she returned to the sect and had the shelter of her division, she would no longer have to worry that there would be people coveting her treasures and working against her. With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Ming waved his hand and said in a calm tone, "There is no need to be so polite. You have spent money within my store and purchased items. I naturally have the responsibility to ensure that your rights are not infringed upon. This is an obligation I should fulfill as a shopkeeper." The other guests took the scene in, and the thoughts in their hearts began to come alive. They exchanged words and whispered. Some were surprised that opening to a treasure like the Golden Legend could be protected by the shopkeeper. Some were calculating that this 1-month protection period, if utilized properly, could indeed do a lot of things. After all, with Qin Ming, a shopkeeper of unfathomable strength, escorting them, they seemed to have no need to be afraid no matter where they wanted to go, and could be said to travel unhindered. There were even people who wanted to get stuck in the bug, and as long as they opened up to the Golden Legend, they would directly utilize this mechanism to their enemies. If the enemies did it to themselves, would the store owner step in? If Qin Ming knew what these people were thinking, he would probably be confused. He was just utilizing the strength he had shown before to deter these people. Because as long as someone with a normal brain would not mess with Qin Ming, after all, the Mahayana was dead, they wouldn't dare to make a demonic move. Right at this moment, a system beep suddenly sounded in Qin Ming's mind. Check that the host has proposed rules that are favorable to the store. This system will help the host to improve the rules. But any guest who opens a Golden Legend item will be given a Jade token by the system for a period of 1 month, which will allow the owner to gain invulnerability, note, defense only. The Jade token has been issued, please check with the host. Qin Ming froze for a moment after hearing this. I didn't expect this Tuanzi to be so humanized. He had only proposed ideas, and this Tuanzi had actually helped perfect them. This system simply smelled too good. Chapter 28, The Wealthy Cloud Emperor. Qin Ming took out the jade pendant gifted by the system from his bosom and placed it in his palm with a focused gaze, observing it carefully. Only to see that this jade pendant was warm white in color, with a delicate texture and a smooth surface like a mirror. However, no matter how he looked at it, this jade pendant didn't seem to have any special features. The jade pendant didn't seem to have any special features, neither did it emit any strange light, nor did it contain any powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. After a little thought, Qin Ming handed this jade pendant to Ling Schwanger and said with a gentle smile on his face, "Take this jade pendant, no one will be able to harm you in this next month's time. With it, you can rest assured." Ling Schwanger's eyes widened as she looked at Qin Ming with a stunned expression, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She had thought that Qin Ming was merely trying to deter the man who had attempted to forcefully buy and sell earlier, and only then did he announce the rules to protect the guests who opened the treasures, but she didn't expect that he would actually do what he said he would do and take out such a magical jade pendant. Ling Schwanger slowly stretched out her hand and carefully took the jade pendant, a warm current surging in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Qin Ming gratefully, thanking him repeatedly. "Many thanks, shopkeeper. I'll remember your kindness today, and I'll be sure to patronize your business often in the future. Turning back, I'll go and inform my senior brothers and sisters so that they can also come to your store to take a look, and maybe they can also open the treasures of their choice." The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly as he lightly laughed and joked, "Then don't forget what you said, make sure to take care of my business more often, I'm counting on you and your senior brothers and sisters." Ling Schwanger solemnly nodded her head, her eyes firm and her tone serious. "Aha, I definitely will. Don't worry, shopkeeper, I'll do what I say." After the guests saw Qin Ming giving away the jade pendant, the last bit of their crooked thoughts were dispelled. Instead, they started to draw blind boxes one after another. Not only did they want to open the Golden Legend, but they also wanted to open this 1 month's protection period. Having a strong person above the Mahayana sheltering them, this simply smelled too good. Emperor Yun and Yun Shang, who had just entered the store, also froze for a moment after hearing that someone had opened another Golden Legend. When he learned that the jade pendant also had a sheltering effect, he couldn't sit still either. The others didn't know about Qin Ming's strength, but he did. He also wanted to possess such a jade pendant. With this thought, he hurriedly went forward and inquired, "Shopkeeper, where is my jade pendant? Didn't I also open a golden legend before? Can you give me one as well?" Xin Ming shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, this is a rule that was just set up. If you want the jade pendant, you can only continue to open the blind box." Emperor Yun heard this and was not discouraged. After all, the last thing he lacked was spirit stones. As long as the blind box was not limited, he was sure he would be able to open it. Yun Huang suddenly remembered something, so he inquired, "By the way, shopkeeper, can I get store points for purchasing a blind box?" Xin Ming nodded. "As long as the items are purchased within the store, you can earn store points." When Emperor Yun heard this, he looked around, wanting to see if there were any notice boards describing the purchase of items and obtaining points. However, after searching for half a day, he did not find any notice boards. Then he inquired, "Then how many points can be gained by purchasing a blind box?" Xin Ming explained, "An elementary blind box can gain 2,000 store points, and a lucky blind box 10,000 store points." After saying that, he added, "I'll get a sign out later, on it will be the daily new products, as well as the details of the store items, as well as the percentage of points gained from purchasing the items." When Emperor Yun heard this, his eyes lit up. A blind box could actually earn 2,000 store points. Wouldn't he be able to save a lot of spirit stones here? He was going to enter the practice room anyway, so it was just as well that he bought some blind boxes first to brush up on his points. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, "Shopkeeper, here are 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones, give me 100 primary blind boxes first." Seeing this, the corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he neatly placed 100 primary blind boxes in front of Emperor Yun. "Good luck." Emperor Yun looked at the blind boxes in front of him and signaled the attendant beside him to move these blind boxes to a corner of the store, and this action of his instantly attracted the attention of many customers in the store. There were also quite a number of customers surrounding the side, most of whom were in such close contact with Emperor Yun for the first time. In the blink of an eye, the place where Emperor Yun opened the blind box was surrounded. Most of the guests were in close contact with the legendary Cloud Emperor for the first time in their lives, and the novelty and excitement overflowed. In everyone's eyes, Emperor Yun, as a party emperor, was usually high above and out of reach, and his majesty and mystery were awe-inspiring. However, at this moment, he was just like an ordinary customer, standing in the middle of this store, concentrating on opening the blind box. This kind of scene was really a rare sight. In the crowd, a few customers were whispering. A middle-aged cultivator wearing a gray robe shook his head slightly and lamented. "Emperor Yun isn't as terrifying as the legends say. I see that he looks like this, he's quite affable. If it were any other emperor, he would probably have disliked us people for getting too close and expelled us, let alone allowing us to watch him open the blind box from the sidelines." A young woman beside him, dressed in blue, nodded vigorously and agreed. That's right. It seems like those rumors we hear in the weekdays are just rumors after all, and can't be taken as true. Only after seeing it today do I realize that Emperor Yun is not that difficult to get close to." At this moment, a shrill voice in the crowd suddenly rang out, only to see an old man with a skinny figure and a goatee roll his eyes and say with a face full of disdain, You guys can only see such wonders within this small store. After leaving the door of this small store, for you all to think of approaching the Cloud Emperor this easily again is nothing but a daydream." Xin Ming stood behind the counter, his eyes scanning the dense crowd inside the store, his brows unconsciously furrowed. At this point in time, the small store had already been filled to the brim by the many customers, and there was hardly even a place to land. The store was filled with people, all kinds of noisy conversations and exclamations of opening blind boxes were intertwined together, like a pot of boiling water, lively yet distracting. Xin Ming thought to himself, according to the current trend of the store's popularity, it won't be long before even the door will be broken. It seems that we need to find a way to expand the store as soon as possible. Moreover, just expanding the space isn't enough, but there must also be some careful planning for the layout of the store. A blueprint of the future store was gradually sketched out in his mind. It would be best to divide it into several areas with clear functions. First of all, there should be an area dedicated to opening blind boxes, so that customers could enjoy opening blind boxes in a relatively spacious and comfortable environment without worrying about being disturbed by others. Secondly, set up an area for selling goods, categorizing and arranging the store's wide array of goods to make it easier for guests to pick. From magical pills and magic treasures, to all sorts of strange cultivation aids, all of them could be clear to the guests at a glance. Finally, there had to be a separate entrance area for the practice room. After all, many guests came for the practice room, and dividing the entrance separately. Not only can it ensure that guests moving in and out of the practice room can move conveniently, it can also maintain the overall order of the store, so that the flow of people in the practice room area does not interfere with the other areas. Thinking of this, Qin Ming then inquired in his mind, Tuzi, how will this store be expanded? Chapter 29, Expansion Program. When the price list was placed up, the guests looked over. Among the crowd, a young cultivator dressed in black robes with a curious look in his eyes was the first to question. What kind of object is this universal sound? I've been traveling here for a long time, how come I've never seen it before? Moreover, it's even priced at 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's quite a price. What's so magical about it? At the same time, another round-faced middle-aged cultivator's eyes suddenly widened as he pointed at the forgotten pup milk and flip-flops on the price list and shouted in surprise. Hee hee, you guys look now. This forgotten pup milk and flip-flops are actually limited items. Although they are both priced at 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones, the price is not low, but the limited items may have a great use. Regardless of the actual efficacy, it's always right to buy them first. As soon as the words fell, those guests who usually acted decisively and reacted quickly, immediately like cheetahs who smelled their prey, their figures flashed and rushed over towards the counter where Qin Ming was. One of the youths with an athletic figure, who was the fastest, was the first to arrive in front of Qin Ming and said eagerly, "Shopkeeper, I'll take all of this forgotten cub milk and flip-flops, please hurry up and pack them for me." But before his words could completely dissipate, another slightly fatter cultivator also hurriedly arrived, shouting loudly, "Shopkeeper, I want it too." Hearing this, the first youth to open his mouth was instantly filled with displeasure, glaring cross-eyed at the later and shouting, "It's clearly me who came first, so get out of my way. Understand the rule of first come first served?" However, the fat cultivator acted as if he didn't hear it, directly ignoring the youth's anger and said to Qin Ming, "The highest bidder wins, shopkeeper, I'll double the price for these two items, you sell them to me." Qin Ming looked at the scene in front of him and just shook his head helplessly, saying with a calm and firm tone, "This store has always followed the rule of first come first served, and the selling price of the goods will not fluctuate arbitrarily due to any circumstances, so please observe the rules of the store." After saying that, he said to the youth, "The item is here, if you want to buy it, just pay for it." Without saying anything, the youth directly took out the 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones, and then received the thing into the storage space with a beautiful smile. He also didn't care if it was useful or not, seeing the word limited, he bought it first. Chapter 30, Another Gold Out, Cloud Emperor's Transition. After a small interlude, the sound of the Golden Legend once again resounded within the store. The guests who had originally surrounded Cloud Emperor instantly erupted in a deafening cry of astonishment. "Wow! Out of gold! Out of gold!" The shouts rose and fell like surging waves, one after another, pushing the lively atmosphere in the store to a new climax. It's only after opening 70 blind boxes that gold has come out again. The probability of gold coming out, I have to say, is still quite high. An old man wearing a gray robe with a slightly curved beard, his eyes filled with amazement, could not help but voice out his emotion. A young female cultivator beside him, with the same envious glint in her eyes, sighed softly. "It's truly enviable. If I also had such strong financial resources, I would say anything to open a few blind boxes and try to see if I can open a golden legend." In the crowd, the people nodded their heads in agreement, their words filled with admiration for Emperor Yun's good fortune and helplessness at their own situation. "I wonder what kind of treasure was opened this time. From afar, the object looks as if it's a pill." A tall, sharp-eyed cultivator stretched his neck and endeavored to look towards the item in Emperor Yun's hand while guessing. Holding the elixir that had just been opened from the blind box in his hand, Yun Huang looked both surprised and a little puzzled as he came to Qin Ming in large strides and inquired, "Shopkeeper, please tell me, what kind of elixir is this?" The moment Emperor Yun opened the golden legend, the system panel in Qin Ming's mind quickly updated the details of this elixir. Pseudo-immortal grade elixir, hijacking breaking elixir. When taken by a cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana, it can directly break through to the transitional hijacking stage. When taken by a cultivator below the peak of the Mahayana, it can elevate by 1-2 minor realms. It cannot be taken by a cultivator below the Mahayana. Qin Ming quickly skimmed through this synopsis, and immediately explained it to Emperor Yun in a clear and organized manner. After hearing this, Yun Huang's entire body froze in place, and it was only after a while that he seemed to come back from his shock, asking with an incredulous expression, "Shopkeeper, is it true? Does this elixir really have such a miraculous effect?" Qin Ming looked at Emperor Yun's astonished look and couldn't help but smile, saying with a slight snicker, "You have asked this many times. Every time I introduce you to a new item, you are this surprised. I think you should have gotten used to it earlier. After all, it's not like it's the first time you've opened a pseudo-immortal rank item, and you should have a deep understanding of how that set of techniques is." Emperor Yun nodded as he heard this. Ever since he had practiced that set of gongfu, his own strength had been stabilized at the peak of the Mahayana. He didn't expect another pseudo-immortal rank elixir to come at this time. Emperor Yun carefully put this elixir away, intending to make preparations before making a breakthrough. After all, when a peak Mahayana breaks through to the transitional stage, he has to undergo a tribulation, and if he didn't prepare himself, then he would probably have to die directly under the lightning tribulation. When Qin Ming saw that Emperor Yun did not intend to take the pills, he became a little anxious. He now desperately hoped that Emperor Yun would take the pill directly, preferably to directly cross the tribulation. This would help him advertise. After all, if he directly broke through the transitional apparition stage in front of everyone, the influence could be said to be very great. People from the entire continent would probably be attracted to it as a result. "You don't intend to break through?" Hearing this, Emperor Yun shook his head. Transitioning is not a small matter. I need to make some good preparations and choose an auspicious day. Don't, I think today is the auspicious day. Qin Ming advised. After a moment's pause, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Qin Ming's mind. That was to card the system's bugs. If you open the gold, you can obtain the system's jade card and take it to the tribulation. Wouldn't it be a stable pass? As soon as he thought of this, Qin Ming said, don't forget, if you open up gold, you can obtain a jade token. Oh, with this jade token, are you still worried that you won't be able to pass the robbery? Emperor Yun froze when he heard this. But still shook his head. I still need to make some good preparations before I can do so. Although he said that there was a jade token, no one had tried the effects of this jade token, and he didn't want to take his own life to try it out. Qin Ming sniffed and sighed. That's just it, whatever you want. After all, the life was Emperor Yun's. He could only suggest that in case this jade tag couldn't carry the heavenly ranks, it was playing with Emperor Yun's life. After all, if you try, you will really pass away. This is your jade token. It will protect you for the duration of this month. The moment Emperor Yun received the jade token, an unspeakable sense of security instantly surged through his heart. Originally, he had firmly resolved to hold off on the idea of crossing over, but at this moment, a voice inexplicably resounded within his heart, constantly telling him that crossing over today would not be a big deal. After Emperor Yun was silent for a moment, he unexpectedly took out the breakthrough cataclysm pill that he had just put away. Then subconsciously, he unexpectedly took it. This action came too suddenly, and the surrounding guests were first stunned, then erupted into a chorus of shouts of astonishment. Emperor Yun has actually taken the pill. This is to cross the tribulation. Emperor Yun is too reckless. Wasn't he not going to take it just now? Someone speculated, can it be that it's because of this jade tablet? Not only were the guests surprised, even Qin Ming was a little stunned. Then he too reacted quickly, speaking to the crowd, get out of the way, let Emperor Yun go out of the city to cross the tribulation. After all, a tribulation was not a small matter. If Emperor Yun was allowed to tribulate here, it was estimated that this imperial city would be in trouble. The moment Emperor Yun consumed the tribulation-breaking pill, he could clearly feel the surging outburst of the majestic power within his body. He knew that the moment of the tribulation was imminent. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly left the store. As soon as he left the store, he lightly tapped his feet and his figure was like a black lightning bolt that instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded guests. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yun arrived in a vast and boundless desert. It was deserted and surrounded by dead silence, with the only thing that could be seen was the wild winds whistling past, whipping up the yellow sand in the sky. At this time, the sky above the desert had already begun to coalesce with a heavy heist cloud. The clouds were like a black ocean, rolling and surging. Electric snakes roamed freely in them, emitting a chilling roar, as if announcing to the world the imminent arrival of a horrible disaster. Cloud Emperor's expression was grave as he quickly took out various array discs from his storage ring and began to methodically place them. These array discs were all magic treasures that he had carefully prepared for many years, and each one of them contained a powerful energy that could provide him with a certain amount of assistance and protection during the tribulation. Although this decision to cross the threshold seemed sudden, it was not an impulsive move. He had been hibernating at the peak of the Mahayana realm for a long time in order to wait for an appropriate time to break through to the stage of the tribulation. He had also prepared the various items needed for the transition long ago. The reason why he had delayed choosing to cross the threshold was just to make some more adequate preparations and strive to be foolproof. However, the appearance of this miraculous jade token had caused a strong conviction to well up in his heart, inexplicably believing that he already possessed the strength and backbone to cross the threshold. After getting everything ready, Emperor Yun looked at the jade tablet in his hand and muttered, I hope it can be somewhat useful. Chapter 31, Emperor Yun's Tribulation, Attracting Onlookers. At this moment, the calamity clouds above Emperor Yun's head were like a raging black ocean, frantically churning and converging with a chilling aura.